This man, Eren, was nominally the youngest son of the Marquis family. But today, his world had completely changed. In the garden, his mother's voice exploded with fury as she slammed the report card on the table. 9 subjects, all 60 unremarkable, yet piercing the air like knives. The dark-haired woman pointed at the numbers, her anger almost burning away the sunlight. Eren calmly raised his eyes, his gaze drifting to the creeping vines in the garden, where butterflies fluttered. He didn't respond to the roar, as if the whole world was unrelated to his mother's anger. His mother gritted her teeth and said sharply, "Do you know that you almost didn't get into Erster?" Eren nodded gently, his tone calm. "I know, mother." The next instant, a gold-embossed acceptance letter was tossed into his hand. The Royal Magic Academy of Erster, the kingdom's most prestigious magic school, admitting only the strongest mages and knights each year. He reached out and took the gold-embroidered pouch his mother handed him. The silver coins inside jingled. He remained calm on the surface, but secretly rejoiced his mother was paving the way for him. "Go to the study," mother urged. In the study, Father Leo's face was half hidden by thick books, his deep voice coming through. "Eren, you've been accepted, haven't you?" Eren nodded. Father handed over a heavy magic book. "A 5th-tier magic book. It will be helpful for your 4th-tier magic." Iron's eyes flashed. 16 years old, a 4th-tier mage, extremely rare. His low grades were merely a facade. He chuckled inwardly, playing dumb to fool the enemy. Outwardly unassuming, but secretly possessing astonishing strength. Leaving the study, he embarked on the road to Maberta. The carriage rolled over the pebbles. He chose to walk, blending into the trading market to observe discreetly. In the market, several suspicious men whispered among themselves, "The fat sheep has arrived. The ring is worth several orders." Ellen's lips curled into a slight smile, and a pale purple magic circle lit up at her fingertips. A 3rd-tier spell, Bruce's cage. Scarface lunged at him, chains flying out to imprison the threat. Cage, release. Scarface was instantly paralyzed, the surrounding threats as weak as toys. Eren walked towards Iona Cardenas, picked her up, and whispered comfortingly, "It's all right now." The magic circle fluctuated slightly, protecting her, cold and precise. He turned deeper into the market, where an elven girl sat quietly in a cage. Her blue eyes were empty, but after confirming no one was approaching, she fell silent again. Eren crouched down and softly asked, "What's your name?" The girl replied softly, "I don't know." At that moment, the slave trader aunts rushed towards him in a panic, whispering a warning. "Sir, she is not for sale." Eren kicked him away, coldly saying, "Nobility can't scare me." The gleaming silver family crest fell before Ans's eyes, and he immediately stepped back respectfully. Eren picked up the elven girl, named Hillier, and whispered, "I'll take you to see where the adults go." The girl clutched his clothes, her voice trembling. Mr. Eren, please, treat me well." Eren gently stroked her head. "Don't worry, I'm here." Hilly trembled slightly, her pointed ears fluttering gently from Iren's breath, her earlobes turning a faint red. Her small hands gripped the hem of her dress, her voice trembling. "Mr. Eren, please, treat me well." She had already resigned herself to her fate, believing herself to be nothing more than a slave, powerless to resist. Eren paused, a slight smile playing on his lips. He gently took her hand. "Then, you have to stay close to me." Sunlight streamed through the street, illuminating the two of them in a striking contrast, a large figure leading a small one, making them particularly eye-catching. The shop assistant asked gently, "Sir, what kind of clothes would you like to buy?" Eren answered softly, "Pick a few that fit well, and get a maid outfit too." He gently stroked Hilly's head, the sunlight falling on her shoulders, warm and soft. Hilly stammered softly, Mr. Eren, do you not want me to be seen by others?" Eren nodded slightly, without responding, and continued walking. Just then, a man called out urgently, My young master wants to speak with you." Eren frowned slightly, his fingers lightly tracing his chin beneath the mask, and cautiously walked towards the tavern. Inside the tavern, in the murky air, the idle men stared intently at him and Hillier, who was dressed as a maid. "Hey, the masked man's come in. He's just a kid, trying to act cool." Whispers of surprise and discussion filled the air, a sense of danger palpable. Eren followed the others to an inner table, where the young master of the merchant guild, Cuddy, sat with a cold smile in his eyes. "My name is Cardi, the eldest son of the president of the Devon Merchant Guild." Eren stepped in front of Hillier and said calmly, "I don't believe you're just here to talk business. Your eyes haven't left her since you walked in." Cardi chuckled, his tone dangerous. Eren refused, languid yet firm. "How about 100 gold coins?" Cuddy probed, his tone arrogant. Eren smiled slightly, picking up the money bag on the table. "I don't care for that." The tavern fell silent instantly. Everyone held their breath. Cuddy, enraged, kicked over the table, shouting, "You shameless bastard." The commotion continued. Beneath the mask, a slight smile played on his lips, as leisurely as the wind. He gently ruffled Hillier's hair. "Hillier, if I said you're my maid, would you be angry?" Her face flushed crimson, and she whispered, "Yes, yes, master." A deep purple magic circle unfolded around her, a water-like light barrier protecting her. Eren turned to face the swarming enemies and whispered, "This, showtime." Fists and feet flew, the sounds of swords clashing against flesh echoing through the tavern. He moved through the chaos like a dragon, precise, elegant, and ruthless. Blood splattered the floor, but no one was killed. The last man who tried to escape screamed, "Monster! It's a monster!" Eren sheathed his sword, his eyes beneath the mask cold as ice. Hillier was pressed close to him from behind, her small hands involuntarily clutching the hem of his clothes. Cuddy struggled to his feet, his body aching all over. Staring at the blood-soaked floor, his mind reeling. "It's fake. It's fake. It's all an illusion. You used magic." He pointed at Eren in horror, unable to believe his eyes. Hillier, hiding behind the table, watched with admiration for Eren's dragon-like evasion of attacks. Just as Hillier was lost in thought, a cold, bloodthirsty voice came from behind. "Indeed, only a fool would fight someone who doesn't know their own strength." The second-tier protective magic that Eren had set up for Hillier could only defend against damage, but it couldn't prevent capture. The assassin had already set his sights on the little maid and was secretly plotting. The operation had barely begun when the assassin was stunned by the cold question. Eren's figure flashed, grabbing the man behind Hillier and slamming him against the tavern wall. The sheer force left the man no time to react, and the threat instantly failed. Eren showed no mercy, repeatedly slamming the man to the ground, the dull thuds echoing. At that moment, Eren's eyes beneath his mask were as cold as frost, and the mask itself was stained with blood. He quickly wiped the blood off himself, turned to look at Hillier, only to see her suddenly throw herself into his arms, clutching her chest tightly, letting out low sobs. Eren sighed. He hadn't expected an assassin to approach so stealthily, but thankfully he had spotted them in time. "I'm here, Hillier," Eren said gently, stroking her head. Hillier gripped his hand tightly, the fear still lingering. She had been captured by slave traders as a child, her mother sacrificed for her, and nightmares haunted her ever since. At this moment, all she wanted was to rely on Eren, to feel a long-lost sense of security. Eren leaned his head against her. "Let's go home." Hillier choked back tears. Go home. Her home had long been destroyed, and as a slave, she dared not call this place home. Eren said firmly, "You are my maid. Wherever I go, that is home." As he finished speaking, he removed his mask, revealing the face of the young boy to Hillier. Eren's eyes were gentle and full of smiles. Hillier looked up in surprise, tears welling in her eyes. Mr. Eren?" Her gaze lingered on his gentle eyes, filled with both doubt and reassurance, realizing that he was even more adorable than she had imagined. Eren smiled. "What? Don't you want to come with me?" Hillier blushed and whispered, "No, no, no." Eren breathed a sigh of relief and hugged her. "Let's go home." While she nestled in his arms, he bent down and picked Hillier up. The girl grabbed his clothes in surprise. "Oh, master." Her heart was filled with trepidation, yet she felt an unprecedented sense of security and warmth. Though she was heartbroken, the sense of safety in his embrace soothed her. Eren admitted that he was initially drawn to Hillier's beauty. Though she was as delicate as an elf, he was still a proper boy. The first glimpse of her evoked a fragmented beauty that made him want to reach out and help her. After all, this little elf was simply too adorable. Inside the Incenate Manor, in the dimly lit study, a candle flickered alone. The butler, Vega, reported, "Lord Leo, young Master Eren has taken the slave away." At the same time, he placed the dagger Leo had given him on the table. Leo casually stroked the patterns on the dagger and said, "Since it's his, let him be. If he wants the dagger, let him come to me." Leo took out the parchment, the elf's slave contract. He muttered to himself, "Natalia, this is all I can do for your child. Don't say I'm heartless." With everything arranged, the rest was left to Ellen. Inside the carriage, Hillier covered his ears tightly, hiding in a corner. Ellen pounced on him, a smile playing on her lips. "Don't hide. I've been curious about your ears for a long time." Just as he reached out, the carriage suddenly jolted, and the two tumbled to the ground. Hillier's face was inches away, his cheeks slightly flushed. He secretly pinched Eren's cheek with his small hand and teased, "Dare to touch your master's face? Will you dare to peek at me changing clothes tomorrow?" As he moved, his fingers paused, making Hilly stammer even more. She could only whimper, "Please, master, stop pinching my cheeks." Eren reluctantly withdrew his hand, her saliva still lingering on it. The carriage slowed, and Eren didn't notice. Hilly, blushing, still clutched her clothes tightly. "And master, what else do you want to do?" Eren's heart skipped a beat. The scene he had just witnessed might have been seen. Just as he was about to get up, the car door suddenly opened, and a cheerful female voice rang out. "Dear little brother Eren, have you missed me?" The car door slammed shut, and Lucia's smile froze. She pushed open the car door again, and the scene that came into view stunned her. Eren was sitting upright, and Hilary was sitting nervously opposite him. Lucia frowned. "Sis, aren't you coming back tomorrow?" Eren broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, "Sis, listen to me." Lucia showed no mercy, ripping off his ear and pulling him off the carriage. Young lady, please sit here. I'll talk to Eren," she said with a smile to Hillier, then closed the carriage door. Outside the carriage, Lucia kicked Eren on the ground, scanning him up and down. "You got dressed pretty quickly." Eren protested. "No, sis, you've got it all wrong." She ignored him and pressed on. "Who is that girl? Where did you get her? She's so pretty, and you tricked her into wearing a maid outfit." Lucia rubbed Eren's cheeks, teasing and doting, and he could only whimper. Realizing he couldn't respond, she released her grip, a victorious smile spreading across her face. After explaining Hillier's background to Lucia, Ellen finally broke free from her grasp. Lucia huffed and puffed. "Honestly, how dare you say that to me? What about you forcing yourself on the Duke's son in earnest?" Ellen, opening the car door while ranting about her heroic deeds, almost forgot to deal with the magic in her hand. Lucia conjured a red magic circle nearly a meter in diameter in her palm. Eren, disregarding etiquette, slid home, yelling, "Bye-bye, sis." Lucia stomped her foot angrily, but then, remembering the man at home, her face flushed like a little girl's. If she hadn't acted first, she would have let this good man slip away. "Oh right, the little maid Ellen Broad is still in the car." Lucia opened the car door and saw Hilly sitting obediently. The little head tilted up, big eyes blinking as she looked at her, clutching the hem of her maid outfit, and nervously whispered, "Sister." "Hello, sister." In that instant, Lucia's heart was completely captured. Lucia couldn't help but pick up Hilly. So cute. She thought to herself, even cuter than Irene was as a child. She even pictured Irene in a maid outfit. She gently asked, "Hilly, right? Come to your big sister's arms." Before Hilly could react, she was lifted up and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah." Inside the manor, Eren wiped the sweat from his face in the lobby and casually found a seat. Although Lucia was a second-tier mage, Eren wasn't afraid of her magic. He maintained his image as a first-tier mage in his family's eyes, except for Leo, and was about to go back to look at the fifth-tier magic book left by his father when Vega appeared and interrupted him. Vega adjusted his monocle. "Lord Leo asked you to retrieve the dagger yourself. Please follow me." Eren smiled and nodded, following Vega into Leo's dimly lit study. Vega respectfully withdrew, leaving Eren alone. Leo asked directly, "Where is the elf?" Eren replied, I've brought her back. Leo tapped the table and asked, Why did you go to the slave market? I didn't tell you to. Eren briefly explained what had happened, omitting details such as Iona's presence. Leo remained silent, his eyes lowered. I understand. I'll handle Maberta's matter myself. You don't need to worry about it. Ellen was concerned for Hillary's safety. Leo reminded her, Did you name her? She was originally prepared as your maid. Eren denied it in surprise. Suddenly, a white light flew from Leo, and Eren nimbly dodged. A metallic clang rang out. It was her own dagger stuck in the floor. Leo said calmly, Keep your dagger with you. Don't do anything pointless next time. Eren retrieved the dagger, relieved. I guess I'm out of this, father. Leo added, The child slave contract is still with me. Eren feigned innocence. Really? Will father give it to me? Leo replied calmly. I was going to give it to you directly, but I still want you to complete some tasks. Leo recalled Ellen's magical potential test at age 9. He had almost no talent, with all his attribute values in the 20s, while ordinary people had higher values. 7 years later, Ellen's magic had reached the 4th level, shocking Leo, who decided to let go and allow his son to develop freely. Eren thought to himself, This contract on paper seems very important. Leo explained, This contract has magical effects, allowing me to control the contract slave's every move. Eren quickly understood, secretly chuckling. The task my father assigned must be valuable. I must complete it myself. His eyes were sincere, sparkling with admiration. Leo slowly stated the task. You must win the annual combat tournament at Erstetter Academy in your first year. Eren paused slightly, realizing the martial arts tournament also included 4th-year students, meaning that top-level students were competing against each other. Although his own strength was considerable, he still carefully considered his challenge strategy. Eren asked, Is that all? Leo smiled. What? You think it's too easy? Eren chuckled inwardly. After being kicked out by his father, he had gone straight to the training ground to practice his swordsmanship and make up for his shortcomings. Vega appeared, a white handkerchief folded on his wrist. Young master, would you like to practice swordsmanship? Eren picked up the fine iron sword and slung it behind his back. Would you be interested in sparring with me? Vega took off his butler's uniform and followed him to the center of the training ground. Of course, young master Eren. Please give me your guidance. Outside the training ground, Lucia and Hillier passed by and noticed the match. Does he really like swordsmanship? Hillier asked curiously. Lucia explained. He practiced less swordsmanship after his magical talent was discovered. He originally had a high talent, but it was affected by setbacks. Eren clashed with Vega, their swordplay flashing, and Vega skillfully dodged. Vega commented earnestly, Young master's swordsmanship is more fluid than before. Eren knew in his heart that he hadn't let Vega go all out yet. Amidst the flashing swordplay, each clash brought Eren the pressure and the sheer weight of power. Vega finally began to fight back seriously, his sharp swordsmanship forcing Eren to retreat step by step. Eren analyzed the situation. A direct confrontation was impossible. He had to use his small stature to create blind spots, cleverly winning by focusing on defense and luring Vega to his side. Eren's figure flashed, appearing behind Vega, his sword flashing in response. The fine iron sword slashed diagonally down Vega's neck, but Vega nimbly blocked it. A tremendous force surged through his wrist, and Eren's sword flew out of his hand, causing him to fall to the ground. He smiled helplessly. As expected, I still can't beat Uncle Vega. Vega helped Eren up and brushed the dust off him, saying, Young master did very well. Outside the training ground, Lucia lay lazily on a bench, watching him, and teased, Hillier, aren't you going to wipe your master's sweat? Hillier instantly trotted over, holding a clean white handkerchief in her hand. Master. Her petite figure appeared before Eren, handkerchief in hand. Eren looked up. Give me the handkerchief, I'll do it myself. Hillier insisted on wiping his sweat. Master, may I brush your hair aside? Eren chuckled and replied, Just don't tuck it behind your ears. Hillier focused intently on wiping her hair, her gaze unconsciously meeting his, her cheeks slightly flushed. Eren playfully closed his eyes. I'm so sad that I can't see Hillier's cute face. Hillier blushed even more. Then can I only show one eye? and keep the other closed? Outside the training ground, Vega, dressed in his butler's uniform and holding a clean white towel, asked Lucia, "Is that the maid that young Master Ilum brought back?" Lucia nodded. "Yes, I'll need your guidance for Hillier these next few days." Vega readily agreed. "This old servant will teach her how to take care of the young master. She'll be leaving with him the day after tomorrow." Lucia chuckled and ran towards Ilum, teasing him. Vega looked at the crowd, smiled, shook his head, and turned to pack Irene's luggage. Back in her room, Irene didn't hesitate to lie down on the soft bed. The life of a noble was comfortable. She could toss and turn as she pleased every night. Today, with Lucia home, the family dinner was especially lively, and her mother, Lakati, had relaxed her usual formalities. Eren searched through his father's fifth-tier spellbook, the Redemption of the Fallen Lord, a spell that consumed all of his own magic to trap both himself and his enemy, a complex and energy-consuming technique that gave him a headache just looking at it. Just as he was about to put the book down, Hilly's voice came from outside the door. "Master, Master, would you like me to prepare a bath for you?" Eren got up and opened the door, seeing the little elf who was half a head shorter than him. The slight smell of sweat on his body made him feel the urge to take a bath. I'll be there in a bit." Hillier's cheeks flushed red. Okay, Master Hillier. I'll do it." He then ran off, leaving Eren scratching his head and sighing. Seeing that the bathroom was already full of hot water, Eren had no choice but to do it himself. He removed his sweat-soaked clothes and soaked comfortably in the large bathtub, his fatigue instantly disappearing. Just as he closed his eyes to enjoy the soak, he heard a slight sound coming from behind the screen. He smiled. It must be Hillier tidying up. The next moment, a familiar and gentle voice sounded. Master, would you like Hillier to relax for you?" The real touch on his chest made Eren open his eyes abruptly. Hillier, blushing, appeared before him, so beautiful that it made his heart race. "Hillier, I don't think I ordered you to do this." Ellen's lips twitched as she stroked the elf's head. Hillier explained softly. "No, I came here on my own. Master, please don't refuse me." Ellen's lips curled up, and she hooked her chin with her finger. "What if I refuse?" "You can't refuse, Master." Hillier replied sweetly, her face flushed. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room. Eren, clutching his sleeping companion, was reluctant to get out of bed. Hillier gently shook him. Master, it's time to get up." Ellen mumbled sleepily. "Ugh, no, I want to sleep a little longer," Hillier teased. "If you don't get up, Master, I'm going to pull off your blanket." Helpless, Ellen got out of bed, and Hillier helped her change her clothes and fix her hair. "Master looks so handsome right now." Hillier circled around Irene, checking on her progress, and happily put her hands on her hips. Irene wanted to untie her hair tie, but Hillier refused. She stammered softly. "Take it off, Master. Master looks too much like a girl." Eren patted her head and pulled her towards the door, returning to their daily routine. Holding the letter Lucia handed him, a hint of disappointment flashed in Iren's eyes. In the letter, Karen said she had been assigned a mission and wouldn't be able to come home for a while, but promised to send Eren a gift. "Sis, where's the gift Big Brother mentioned?" Ellen pressed. Lucia grinned and snatched the letter. "Oh dear, didn't Karen tell you? Actually, I also prepared a gift for you. Want to see it?" Ellen's eyes lit up. "Wow. Sis, you can even give gifts." Lucia seized the opportunity to be mischievous. "Shut up if you want to know." Eren wisely quieted down, thinking, "I wasn't curious, just being polite." Lucia's lips curled up, and she playfully announced, "Actually, you've already received the gift." Eren was stunned. That's all?" The next day, Eren boarded a carriage with Lucia and headed towards the capital. He was leaving the home he had lived in for over a decade to go to the Erster Magic Academy. Only his mother, Lakati, and Vega saw him off. The head of the family was absent. Eren was slightly saddened, but still bid farewell warmly. Lucia teased, "Don't be sad, little Ellen. I'll be back anytime," and couldn't help but hug him, clinging and playful. Ellen resisted with difficulty. "Sis, you're too old to act cute." Lucia pretended to be sad. "Does Ellen dislike his older sister?" Lucia smiled and pulled Hilly onto her lap, pinching the little elf's cheek and slipping her hand inside her maid outfit, teasingly saying, "Little Hilly's being so good." Eren instantly covered her eyes with her hands, inwardly cursing herself for looking. Lucia playfully explained, "The gift has already been delivered." Hilly shook his head in refusal, isolating Ellen outside. Left with no other option, he used magic to enter a brief period of indifference, closing his eyes to rest. The two began to talk quietly, Lucia gently instructing, "Little Hilly, remember, don't let bad people get close to Master at school." Hilly obediently replied, "Yes, I remember." The Royal Magic Academy of Erstuer is located in the border forest of the Kingdom of Zephyr and was initially almost completely isolated from the world. With the establishment of the academy by the 7th-tier Holy Mage Sla Kaplan, the surrounding towns gradually developed, but students were not allowed to leave after enrollment and had to complete their studies for 4 years. Before the capital's teleportation array, Eren flipped through a brochure, seeing noble and commoner students side by side, and sighed. Some spend their entire lives striving to reach Rome, while others are born in Rome. In the carriage, Eren keenly overheard the surrounding chatter. The Sword Saint's apprentice is also enrolling at Erstuer this year. Eren was secretly surprised. Loxus Vailmont's apprentice was here too? This 7th-tier holy swordsman had once fought the Demon King and was now in seclusion. His apprentice's strength must be extraordinary. He planned to conserve his strength, thinking to himself, "I'll just put a sack over the swordsman's apprentice and quietly beat him up." Wait, what was I originally planning to do? A beam of white light enveloped him, and a sense of centrifugal force arose. In the blink of an eye, Eren arrived at the dormitory of the Erstuer Royal Magic Academy. Noble students all had their own private dormitories, complete with kitchens, bathrooms, and maids' quarters. Today, he could first tour the academy and familiarize himself with the environment. The campus was not just a school, but more like a small town. Ellen and Hillier strolled around campus, attracting curious whispers from many students. "That maid has such pointed ears. Is she an elf?" Young Master Ellen of the Incinite family brought her. Ellen thought to himself, "I should have known better than to bring Hillier out. Everyone's eyes are on her." Hillier timidly asked, "Master, are they talking about you?" Inside the dormitory, Eren silently put aside his thoughts and prepared for the start of school the next day. The entrance exams were divided into 2 parts, magic and swordsmanship, which would determine the students' professions and tutor assignments. Eren wasn't worried. He was certain that the Sword Saint's apprentice would appear. To his surprise, the apprentice was a girl, Philwyn Vailmont. Eren secretly calculated. He was certain he would encounter her at the martial arts tournament. Even if he didn't put her in a sack, they would still meet during the competition. With his skills, aside from his teacher, almost no one could catch him. Thinking about tomorrow's match, Eren couldn't help but smile. "I'm really looking forward to their performance." The next day, the new students gathered on the playground, numbering around 400 or 500. The magic and swordsmanship exams were conducted separately. The magic talent test used a basketball-sized magical device. Students simply placed their hands on it to display their affinity for various attributes. The blonde boy, Levitt, took to the field, and his astonishing stats caused a stir. Eren, at the back of the line, heard the commotion and shifted slightly to peek. Facing the equipment, he knew his talent was mediocre, but he wasn't discouraged at all. The surrounding students whispered, "Young Master Eren of the Incinite family, his talent is pretty poor, isn't it? I remember so much him bringing his elven maid to school." Ignoring the comments, Eren calmly placed his hand on the instrument. He knew that while strength wasn't shown on paper, it was all just appearances. Eren's magic test results came out: Fire 21, Water 20, Earth 19. Even the usually calm teacher showed a surprised expression. Students who could enter Erst were either nobles or talented, but even ordinary students had attributes around 30 or 40. Eren's were ridiculously low. Even Letzo frowned slightly. Letzo reminded him, "There's another student with considerable talent, Earl Iona Cardenas." Greg immediately sat up straight, his gaze focused. Iona had arrived at school yesterday, intending to find Eren, but the campus was too large to locate him. She happened to hear the name of young Master Incinite and looked in the direction of the voice. Eren." Iona waved excitedly. but her wave was drowned out by the noise. Eren felt her gaze but ignored her, leading Hillier straight back to the dormitory. Iana stood there, feeling slightly disappointed. When it was her turn to take the test, she was absent-minded, and a classmate shook her to remind her to go on stage. Iana walked to the instrument, placed her hand on it, and the results showed. Fire 95, water 75, earth 70. The high values demonstrated her extraordinary talent, even surpassing Levitt. Greg exclaimed loudly, "Great! Iana is my student now. No one can take her away." Letso waved his hand with a smile. "No one's going to take her from you." The magic test ended, and the students began their swordsmanship test. The retired knight-like instructor demonstrated the standard stance with a wooden sword. Students took turns wielding their swords, and the instructor scored them based on strength and technique. Ellen was at the back of the line, preparing for a quick test, not needing to go all out. Next, Philwyn. A girl with a high ponytail and snow-white hair entered the arena, her movements fluid, clearly the result of rigorous training. Philwyn, the Sword Saint's apprentice, raised her wooden sword and charged at her teacher, her speed almost leaving only a blur. The teacher steadily blocked the attack, and Philwyn sheathed her sword, standing with a fierce aura. Levitt nudged Ilum and teased in a low voice. "You've been staring at girls the whole time? You already have someone you like." Ilum quickly explained. "No, I'm just curious about the Sword Saint's apprentice." He had secretly checked and found that Philwyn was already a second-tier swordsman, considered strong among ordinary freshmen. Levitt said softly, "Philwyn is not only the Sword Saint's apprentice, but also his adopted daughter." Eren paused, thinking, it seems the plan to put her in a sack has to be abandoned. The teacher called Eren's name, and he responded awkwardly. Levitt smiled and told him not to panic, then accompanied him to the swordsmanship testing area. The students around them whispered, "Why is Ellen always hanging around Levitt? He's clearly the Marquis's son, but it's like he's trying to curry favor." Ellen exchanged a glance with Hillier, who complained, "Those people are so mean." Ellen explained that Levitt had approached him on his own initiative, and she knew in her heart that he wasn't trying to curry favor. Levitt leaned back on a roadside chair, his tone relaxed. "When I met you, I felt you were one of us, like a bird released from its cage. Only by keeping flying can it avoid being caught." Ellen sighed. "Don't you care about the students' gossip?" Levitt shrugged. "Do you think I care?" The two exchanged a smile. Inside Iana's dormitory, the maid, Yuvian, returned to her room excitedly. "Miss, I'm back. Did you miss your little maid, Yuvian?" The room was dimly lit, with only a faint light filtering in. Iana lay on the floor wrapped in a blanket. Yuvian sighed softly and quietly went over to check on her. Iana only showed her head, her eyes lifeless, as if abandoned by the world. "Oh, Yuvian is here? Don't worry about me. Go to sleep." Yuvian frowned, bent down and picked her up. "Miss, if you sleep on the floor like this, I'll be in trouble." Iana struggled weakly, her feet kicking lightly, but she had no strength. Yuvian gently placed Iana back on the bed, clapped her hands to settle herself, and asked in a gentle tone, "What happened, miss? Can you tell me?" Iana threw herself into Yuvian's arms and cried, recounting what she had seen. Yuvian patted her back to comfort her. "If anyone bullies you, I'll make sure they can't take care of themselves." Iana quickly denied it. No. Yuvian patiently explained. That elf maid was just young Master Eren's attendant. Holding hands was just to get away from the crowd quickly. No matter how cute she is, she's just a maid, while you are the Earl's daughter. Iana blushed and bit her lip. "Then, what should I do?" Yuvian said, "Just visit young Master Eren often from now on." Meanwhile, in the high-level professor's meeting room at the Airster Magic Academy, Dean Slaw reviewed the new student mentor assignment list. Seeing Eren's name, he calmly announced, "Transfer Eren to Class A." Letso and Greg objected repeatedly. His grades are poor, his magic is weak, and his swordsmanship is mediocre. It's inappropriate for him to be in Class A. Slaw slowly raised his eyebrows, his voice aged yet firm. "This is my prerogative as the dean." The meeting room fell silent, and the other professors bowed their heads. Finally, the assignments of tutors were completed, and the remaining students were assigned according to plan. The next day, the school announced the class assignments, and the lists of classes A through E were posted in front of the teaching building. Students gathered around, some happy and some disappointed. Eren walked to the E-class display board, scrolled over the names, and frowned slightly. According to his grades, he should have been in the worst class, E, but his name was in Class A. Eren looked down the display board. Class D, Class C, Class B, his name didn't appear. He rubbed his eyes, but the image was still clear. Class A. Eren Infinite. What's the school doing? He muttered to himself. The students around him whispered amongst themselves. With such poor magical talent, how come he's in Class A? In the distance, Levitt Vilkel appeared. The Duke's son was always popular, surrounded by girls. Eren quickly dodged. Get out of here. Don't let someone eat me. Levitt chased after him with a laugh. It's just normal aristocratic interaction. Eren rolled his eyes. Get lost. The atmosphere was both subtle and hilarious. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. Countless white envelopes with wings fluttered about, each landing in a student's hand, its magic dissipating into specks of light. Eren and Levitt received their letters simultaneously. The wax seal bore the Academy's emblem and emitted a faint fragrance. Levitt proudly opened his letter. My mentor is Vice Dean Leader. Eren casually opened the letter. The handwriting was elegant. Professor Slaw Kaplan, please report to your office this afternoon. Eren understood. Class A was arranged by the dean. Me, Eren thought to himself. Professor Slaw, with the discerning eye of a seventh-tier mage, saw through his true strength, placing him in Class A to force him to show off. Eren carefully put away the letter and strode towards the faculty building. A man stood before the dean's office, his pupils slightly contracted, and he bowed. Your Highness, are you also here to see the dean? Standing there was Princess Zephyr Tyag Aubrey Sebastian. Tiago smiled and nodded. Yes, you too? Eren rolled her eyes inwardly, secretly thinking the princess's politeness was disgusting. Tiago gently knocked on the dean's office door, and the response was an old and steady voice. Please come in. The door opened, and Tiago entered the dean's office first. The room was simple, and an entire wall of books came into view in front of the desk. Dean Slaw waved his hand. Come on, sit down. From now on, I'll be your mentor. Tiago, Eren, get to know each other. Tiago was slightly surprised. Dean Slaw, is this student also your student? Slaw calmly replied. Yes, is there a problem? Tiago extended her hand to Eren. Please take care of me in the future. Eren rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, disgusting and hypocritical smile. When will this acting end? On the surface, she still bowed and shook hands, politely replying, Your Highness, my apologies. Slaw spoke, her aura shifting. Attend classes according to the schedule. If you have any questions, come to me anytime. I'm always here. Her tone was calm, yet authoritative. You must be in the top 10 in the final exam. Tiago left first, while Eren stayed behind, noticing the princess's pristine white gloves and secretly marveling at her fastidious nature. Slaw spoke. Do you know why I kept you here? Before Eren could answer, a surge of magical energy swept over him, revealing his entire body. Slaw stroked his beard. No wonder your magical power is growing so fast, yet your talent is so low. So it was them who did it. Eren asked in confusion. Them? Who? Slaw's tone turned cold. You don't need to know for now. Why hide your fourth-tier mage strength? Eren truthfully revealed his playing dumb to fool the enemy plan. The air froze instantly, and the birdsong outside the window became exceptionally clear. Slaw remained silent for a long time, then sighed. Young people are interesting. Well, just don't cause any trouble. Go back and prepare for tomorrow's classes if you have nothing else to do. Just as Eren was about to leave, Slaw called him back. Eren asked, why was I placed in Class A? My test scores weren't good. How can I convince the other teachers? Slaw calmly replied, even though the senior professors object, as the dean, I have the authority. Class A is different. You'll see when you get there. Eren asked again, we haven't met before, so you couldn't possibly know my abilities. Why did you choose me? Slaw smiled. Leo wrote to me asking me to take you as a student and donated quite a bit of stuff. Eren thought to himself, okay, now I'm completely a nepotism case. Slaw gestured to leave, then added, the standard was too low just now. I want to set a new one. Eren cursed inwardly. I have to compete against a mid-level 4th-tier professor at the end of the semester. I'm only a 4th-tier professor in my first year. How can I possibly win so easily? Well, it's not all bad, he thought as he walked, deciding to see what Hillier was up to. A cold voice came from behind. Halt, Ellen. Ellen turned around, and a wisp of snow-white hair came into view. It was Phil Wynn, the Sword Saint's apprentice whom he had once intended to put in a sack. Ellen suppressed his doubt. What is it, Phil Wynn? You know me? Phil Wynn retorted, his eyes sharp. Eren replied. The news of the Sword Saint's apprentice coming to Earth to study has already spread, so it's not surprising I know. Phil Wynn said casually. Your affair spread even faster than my arrival at the academy. Eren's heart skipped a beat. It was about him being admitted to Class A. So, you've come to me to ask how to get into Class A? Eren probed. Phil Wynn's eyes flashed. No, I have another purpose. I want to have a sword fight with you. Eren was stunned. Huh? Logically speaking, I shouldn't be able to beat you. During the swordsmanship test, he had only gone through the motions, concealing his true strength. Now, facing the 2nd-tier swordsman Phil Wynn, he had no chance of winning. Phil Wynn suddenly raised his leg and kicked, aiming straight for his head. Eren instinctively blocked. Phil Wynn coldly said, Still pretending? Then, a series of punches came flying at him. Your performance in the swordsmanship test was all a facade. You subconsciously chose the optimal position for every step, but you held back. Phil Wynn's voice was sharp, filled with judgment and provocation. Then, she launched herself into the air, her leg arcing gracefully as her shoe slammed into the wall, cracking the entire surface. Eren cursed under his breath. If he kicked me in the head, wouldn't I be covered in bruises? That was just my guess, he shouted. No, it's confirmed now, Phil Wynn replied coldly, his attack intensifying, the surrounding walls seeming ready to collapse at any moment. As they struggled to dodge, a woman's angry shout rang out. What are you doing? Professor Mesa, with her gold-rimmed glasses and stern expression, appeared. She was in charge of school affairs and discipline. Phil Wynn immediately stopped, bowing respectfully. Good morning, Professor Mesa. Eren also quickly bowed. Ellen whispered to Phil Wynn, Do you know her? Phil Wynn replied in a low voice. One of the few female senior professors in the college, practically the head of the department. Mesa's face darkened. You two were fighting in the office building? And whispering amongst yourselves. Mesa snapped, Come here. Both of you come to my office. Inside the office, Mesa reprimanded the two. You're both Class A students. If you want to compete, go to the training hall. Do you have to tear down the office building? For the next month, come and clean every day, and write 1,000 words self-criticism. I want to see 2 self-criticisms on your desk tomorrow, or I'll add another month. Ellen was completely bewildered. Phil Wynn attacked first, and he was just dodging. So why was he being punished too? Phil Wynn gave Ellen a cold kick to the shin. Do you want to have a sword fight with me? Ellen decisively refused. Only a fool would want to fight her. Even if he won, he might get entangled with her. Then I can write the self-criticism for you, Phil Wynn offered. Eren's eyes lit up. Deal. At least half the task would be easier. The two headed towards the training hall, and Eren asked in surprise, How do you know the way so well? We've only been at the academy for a short time. Phil Wynn's gaze was resolute. A swordsman must hold his sword firmly and cannot slacken. Entering the training hall, she immediately began practicing. Phil Wynn tossed her an unsharpened iron sword, which Eren caught steadily. The training hall provided training swords. There was no need to bring one. Eren swung the heavy iron sword, assuming a fighting stance. Eren thrust forward, clang. The blades clashed, a crisp metallic sound ringing out. As he followed up with a strike, Phil Wynn swiftly dodged, his figure already positioned beside him. The blade gleamed coldly, clearly a sword technique taught by the Sword Saint. Eren focused intently on dodging, each attack precise and astonishingly fast. Frost flash. The sword slashed at his chest, leaving an opening. Eren blocked with his iron sword, the cold light transferring from the blade to his hand, a bone-chilling coldness washing over him. He slowly shifted his weight to maintain his defense. Phil Wynn accelerated his response, purple lightning element enveloping Eren's entire body, the clanging of swords echoing throughout the training hall. The surrounding students stopped what they were doing and gathered around to watch. Who are those two? They're even stronger than the third-year students. That girl is Philwyn Valemont, the Sword Saint's apprentice. And the other one? Eren Incenate, the Marquis's son. A familiar blonde voice rang out. Liana Incenate, Ellen's second older sister, the top student in the third year. She nodded slightly and turned her gaze to the arena. Ellen and Philwyn's match was intense. Both were drenched in sweat, breathing rapidly. Ellen's palms were sweaty, and Philwyn's silver hair was damp with sweat, his body trembling slightly. As expected, you were just pretending. You're strong, but you're still no match for me. Philwyn straightened his stance and charged at Eren with all his might. Frost, first strike, slash. With a full force strike, Eren couldn't withstand it. The residual force sent him flying. Fortunately, the iron sword didn't touch his body, or he would have broken his bones. Gods who roam the space, please cast your gaze. Liana hurriedly chanted a third-order spatial teleportation spell, catching Eren steadily. Eren subconsciously looked up. What are you doing here, Sister Liana? Shut up. Who specifically saved you? I didn't. Liana's face flushed slightly, but she put on an I didn't expression. Being held was comfortable, but students were watching. Liana crossed her arms and glared at Ellen with displeasure. You're such a worry. What would you do without me? All right, we'll talk later. I have some things to take care of. Ellen left Liana and went straight to Philwyn, who was kneeling on one knee. Philwyn, I've already sparred with you. Remember our agreement? Philwyn nodded. Yes, I will. After confirming, Eren didn't linger and headed to the academy cafeteria for food. Eren asked Liana, want to go have lunch together? Who wants to go with you? I have a maid to cook. Then I'll be going. I'm not trying to stop you, go ahead. Eren left the training hall, and the students who had been watching returned to their respective areas. Liana walked up to Philwyn and looked down at him coldly. You think you've won? The air froze instantly, and Philwyn's eyes were full of doubt. Don't think you've defeated him. He's just letting you win. Liana whispered coldly in his ear. If he wanted to, you would have lost before you even drew your sword. Philwyn's pupils constricted, his heart pounding. Eren hadn't used his full strength, and Philwyn suddenly realized. Is he toying with me? A sense of humiliation welled up inside him, a feeling of oppression and defeat from his opponent. Arriving at the cafeteria, Eren was struck by its spaciousness. It resembled a food street, lined with various stalls and windows. It was quiet during the day, only bustling at night. He ordered a well-done black truffle steak and juice, found an empty seat, and began to cut small pieces with his knife to chew. I didn't expect the cafeteria to have such a good selection. I'll have to ask Sister Liana for recommendations. Liana appeared in front of him with a tray of food. Don't misunderstand, my maid went out on business, so I came to eat. I saw you were all alone, so I sat next to you. Eren stared at the girl in front of him, her golden hair cascading down her shoulders, exuding a faint fragrance. Why are you staring at me like that? Liana asked. Eren replied. Nothing. I just haven't seen you for 2 years and wanted to look at you more. Liana's face instantly turned red. You can't just keep staring at me. She put down her knife and fork, trying to calm her agitated state. Eren asked, what's your relationship with the Sword Saint's apprentice? Why did you spar with her? Philwyn? We're classmates, I suppose. Eren pondered for a moment. The competition was just a transaction, don't worry about it. Is this what you call my sister caring about my life? Who cares about you? I'm full. Liana pouted, making a move to get up and leave. Just then, a sweet voice rang out. May I sit here? Iana, carrying her tray, cautiously asked Eren. May I sit here? Eren looked up, recognizing her, and readily agreed. No one's here. You can sit. Iana sat down, not eating, but merely glancing at him sideways. Liana immediately sat back down, pouting and glaring fiercely at Eren. Stared at by 2 pairs of eyes, Ellen simply put down her fork and stopped eating properly. Sister Liana, aren't you leaving? Mind your own business. Ellen smiled wryly and asked her. Then, do you know what good food is available in the cafeteria? Liana pointed to the Miss Rice cake at the very back, but it was limited and only available at 6 o'clock every night. It's okay if you can't get any. The other desserts are good too, scones, cream pudding. Eren joked. Just desserts? Don't you have anything else? Liana nodded. Of course not. There are also kebabs, fried cod, lots of varieties. You haven't already eaten your way through the whole place, have you? Of course. How come you haven't gained weight after eating so much? Liana glared at him. Eren. All right, stop arguing. Don't disturb others' meals. Ayana watched quietly, not interrupting them. Eren introduced. Her name is Ayana, the daughter of the Cardenas family. Ayana smiled and waved. Hello, Senior Liana. Liana raised an eyebrow. You know me? You're number 1 in your grade, very famous. Ayana asked curiously. Can you tell me? I don't know how the college rankings are determined. Ellen didn't get involved, burying her head in her steak. I'm going to buy some dessert. What do you guys want to eat? Liana raised her fork. I want the mousse cake from window number 17. I didn't ask you. TCH, I don't care. Ayana waved her hand in refusal. I don't want anything to eat. Eren first bought the food that Liana recommended and stored it in his storage ring. Then he went to window number 17 to buy 3 mousse cakes, carefully covered them with covers, and prepared small forks. Eren returned to his seat and placed a cake in front of Ayana. Thank you. How much? It's nothing. 2 silver coins will do. Taking the coins, he noticed Ayana was still sulking, but secretly glancing at the cake. Eren pushed another cake in front of Ayana, who retorted, I didn't ask you to give it to me. Take it back. Then I'll eat it myself. No. Liana reached out and pulled the cake back, while Eren handed her a fork. Liana asked in confusion, Eren doesn't like desserts? More or less. I'm too tired today. Before she could finish speaking, the fork was already at her lips. Eren said, eating desserts makes you happy, so you won't be tired. Ayana blushed and looked away. That's why I said I didn't want to eat. Eren brushed a strand of cake from his sideburn and took a bite of the cake on his fork. This cake is pretty good. Didn't Eren say he didn't want dessert? Ayana's practically dangling it in front of my mouth. How can I refuse? Eren smiled at her with narrowed eyes, and Ayana relaxed her guard. Liana, watching Eren bite into her cake, puffed out her cheeks, her face contorted with rage. You've never done that yourself. Eren was kicked. Ouch. That hurts. I just don't like you. After lunch, Liana left first, and Ayana said goodbye as well. Irensi popped a wild rose into his mouth, its sourness filling his palate, and headed towards the dormitory. The freshmen had no classes this afternoon. I'm back. Welcome home, master. Hillier opened the dormitory door and bowed respectfully. The room was clean and bright, with teaware and shoes neatly arranged. Didn't Hillier go out for a stroll? No, master. She followed carefully behind Eren. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I brought you some. How did master know? Eren placed the lunch and mousse cake on the table. Ugh, master, stop pretending to be cute. Hillier's eyes lit up. I picked out some delicious food. There should be something you like. I haven't repaid my master, Eren said. You've already repaid me by taking care of me. Just eat it. The Pulpa Magic Forest, a vast magical forest surrounding Erstur, stretches from the border of Zephyl in the east to the Demon Abyss Mountains in the west. 60 years ago, the demon beast Sarah awoke from the Demon Abyss, proclaiming himself Demon King, and waged war against the continent with immense power, causing the human kingdoms to suffer repeated defeats. The gods chose 7 heroes to quell the war, among them being Loxus, the sword saint of the kingdom of Zephyr. The Demon King was not dead, but merely sealed away. The holy mage Sla Kaplan established the Erstur Royal Magic Academy deep in the forest to train a new generation of warriors. The war is not yet over, and the Demon King remains lurking. Deep in the forest, a young man staggered forward, his body eroded by miasma, his eyes numb like a walking corpse. Dead, they're all dead. The horrific scene of the adventure team 2 days ago flashed through his mind. Aya, the captain, Cassius, Moshi, all dead. Why was he the only survivor? He collapsed to his knees, utterly weak. Do you want them to come back? A clear voice came from all around. The young man noticed and frantically ran towards the source of the voice, not stopping even as he was scratched by branches and tripped over stones. Finally, he stopped at the entrance to the abyss, before a colossal statue bound by iron chains. Sever those chains with my sword, and I can bring them back. The young man raised his sword and shouted, "Sever the chains, and they will return." Clang! The corroded chains snapped and fell to the ground. Dark purple mist billowed from the statue, causing it to crack and turn into dust. The young man, his hands trembling, knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, kowtowing and pleading, "Please, let them come back." The mist let out a strange laugh, drilling into the young man's mind. A few seconds later, he stood up, his gaze sharp, no longer despondent. "From this day forward, this body belongs to me, Eren Kazi. My king, we will return." On the first day of school, Eren arrived early at the door of Class A, hesitating whether to go in. Class A was already full of students. Even the nobles had arrived early, wanting to make a good impression on the teacher. Pushing open the classroom door, the noise drew everyone's attention. It's him, he really came. Someone with such grades is placed in Class A. Being a noble has its advantages. Although the commoner students in the academy were exceptionally talented, they lacked resources before entering the school, resulting in lower grades than the nobles, and they naturally harbored hostility towards Eren. Eren keenly noticed Philwyn and Iana in the front row. Philwyn stared at him expressionlessly, his gaze somewhat intimidating. Eren thought to himself, "I haven't offended her, have I?" Iana smiled gently and waved, and Eren returned the smile. The surrounding students murmured amongst themselves, but Iana's attitude remained unchanged. Looking around, Ellen didn't see the princess, but instead saw Levitt in the last row, his hand raised high and waving incessantly. If he weren't in the last row, his actions would definitely have caused a huge uproar. Ellen sighed and walked to the empty seat next to Levitt. Levitt patted the empty seat. "Eren, sit here." Seeing Eren sit down, he leaned over and said in a gloating tone, "Eren, do you know you've become famous in the academy again?" Eren was surprised. "I don't think I did anything yesterday, did I?" "You fought with Philwyn yesterday? It's all over the upperclassmen now. This year's freshmen are really fierce. You've been hiding it well. I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be so good." Ellen pushed Levitt away with a look of disgust, laid down on the table to catch up on sleep. The teacher hadn't come yet, so it wouldn't hurt to sleep for a while. "Don't just fall asleep. You haven't told me the details of your fight with Philwyn yet." Levitt shook Eren, hoping he would explain. Eren stuck a seal on Levitt's mouth, silencing the squeaking golden retriever beside him, and finally returned to sleep. At the classroom door, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and standing ramrod straight entered through the back door and scanned the students. The female students gossiped, while the boys played board games. He calmly walked to the front of the classroom, clapped his hands to signal quiet. "Hello, students. I am the supervising teacher of Class A. Call me Professor Sven Boya. First of all, congratulations on getting into Class A with your talent and strength. You will have a wonderful school life here. Students, please come up and introduce yourselves so that everyone can remember you." Eren was shaken awake by Levitt and explained the situation briefly. Levitt Wilcord. Svenbo called out the first student. Levitt stood up calmly, gave a noble bow, and thunderous applause filled the classroom. His elegant movements and confident gaze attracted the girls' attention. Eren muttered speechlessly, "Such a pretentious show-off." In the magical forest of Palpa, the young man whose body was possessed by Arlen walked towards the edge of the forest. In the cave where the team was in danger, the monster sensed the scent of its prey, its scarlet eyes fixed on him, and it quickly climbed up and pounced on Arlen, its eyes filled with only the desire for food. The fourth-tier demonic lizard lives in the deepest part of the outer perimeter of Palba, hunting passing creatures daily, gradually growing to a height of 2 meters. Arlen raised his sword, aimed at the demonic lizard, and chanted an ancient dark magic incantation. A huge black magic circle unfolded behind the demonic lizard, and countless skeletal hands grabbed the demonic lizard and dragged it into the magic circle. The demonic lizard roared, attempting to bite Arlen, saliva splattering. The skeletal hand dragged him slowly into the magic circle, where he was ground into a pulp like a meat grinder. Arlen remained expressionless, preparing to return to the abyss. Inside the classroom, Svenbo called out the students' names. When he called out Philwyn Valamont's name, Philwyn, who was sitting in the front row, stood up, turned around, and gave a knightly salute to everyone. I am the disciple of the kingdom's sword saint, and also your classmate. I hope we can get along well in the future." Eren thought to himself. Her tone was enthusiastic, but it sounded devoid of emotion. Eren stole a few glances at Filwen. She seemed to be looking at him too, but only at the whole class. Having confirmed this, Eren stopped paying attention to the classroom and sat down, lost in thought. Svinbo continued calling out names, and soon called out Ellen's name. "Hello everyone, my name is Ellen Insenet. Nice to meet you." He shouldn't have attracted attention, but the surrounding students did notice him. He was too famous. Next up, Tia Go. The students began to whisper among themselves. "She's here. Finally, it's Princess's turn. Where is Her Highness sitting? Her Highness should be the last to appear." The students were disappointed, feeling like they were hearing that their favorite celebrity was coming to the city but couldn't show up. After the class introductions and Svinbo's explanation of the important points, the class began. The morning session focused on career positioning, where students chose their career paths. Filwen and Ayana had already chosen and didn't need to select again. There were three main categories of professionals: magicians, knights, and special professionals, each with subcategories. Each student chooses a profession, which can be held repeatedly. Eren is both a mage and a swordsman, and has the highest rank. Afternoon classes turn into practical training sessions in the training hall, with instructors providing guidance in each area. After Professor Svinbo explains the basics of each profession, the students excitedly head to their preferred training area. Levitt leaned on Ellen's shoulder and asked, "Are you going to your swordsmanship class?" Despite being a head taller than Ellen, he leaned against him casually. "Ellen, are you coming along too?" Levitt, "No, I'm going to my magic class. My magical talent is higher than my swordsmanship." Eren considered taking magic classes, but fearing ridicule, decided to take swordsmanship classes instead. The Earth's professors were divided into 3 levels: Senior Professor Level 5 and above, teaching 3rd and 4th year students; Intermediate Professor Level 4, Class Management; and Junior Professor Level 3, for graduating commoners. Ellen parted ways with Levitt and walked alone to the swordplay arena, where students from other classes were gathered. There were about 40 or 50 students in the arena. The middle-aged professor gathered the students together. "I am the professor for this swordplay class. Just call me Claude. First, familiarize yourselves with the sword by practicing with wooden swords against the dummies. I will guide you one by one." At the entrance to the abyss, Eren was hundreds of meters from the abyss when a tall figure blocked his way. The female knight Anrola drew her sword and asked, "Who are you? Why have you come to the abyss?" Her golden hair fluttered in the wind. She was clad in armor and was a patrolling knight of the Church of Light. Anra was responsible for patrolling and assisting adventurers, a job that was usually quite easy. Today, she discovered that the stone statue sealing the demon army general had cracked, leaving only fragments around it. After anxiously patrolling the area, just as she was about to report it, she encountered Arlen returning, who seemed unusually suspicious. Eren bowed gracefully and approached Anrola. "Sir Knight, I am merely an adventurer passing through, searching for companions." Anrola gripped her sword tightly, wary. "Don't move, just stand there." Eren remained calm, showing none of the usual vigilance of an adventurer. Anra demanded, "Who are you? Do you think I'd believe such nonsense?" Arlen suddenly covered his face with one hand, revealing only one eye as he stared at her, muttering frantically, "I told you I couldn't fool her. Kill her. Ha ha, that's right. Kill her." Black smoke billowed from Eren's body, his pupils gradually turning from blue to red. Anra was shocked. This is demonic energy? She realized the man before her was the escaped demon army general and resolved to stop him from returning. Eren slashed wildly, forcing Anra to retreat step by step, each sword strike causing her arm to ache, the hilt of her sword nearly flying off several times. Eren sneered, "Are knights this weak now? Humans are truly useless." The attack speed increased dramatically, leaving Eren in a blur. A cracking sound rang out as the iron sword shattered under the intense force. Enraela, however, held firmly to her sword, forged by dwarves and several times stronger than ordinary iron swords, resisting the attack. Eren discarded his sword and attacked with the claws of a demonic beast, Once I break the seal on the king, you humans will be nothing but food for us. Stopping me is useless. I will devour you." His eyes were already fixed on Anraela as his prey. Anra shouted, "Demon General, you should not have succeeded." She unleashed her sword technique, Flame Stream, Dawn Flame, engulfing her in flames and increasing her strength and speed, gradually gaining the upper hand. Arlen sneered, "Oh, you've gotten a little stronger, but it's still useless. I'll eat you. You must be delicious." Anrola swung her sword, but Arlen dodged it. She roared, "Remnant of the Abyss, you shouldn't have come back. You won't succeed." Eren scoffed, "Baldur is dead, and you humans will never have another. You are so weak." Anra roared, "No. Even without a hero, we will win." She swung her sword with all her might. Flame Stream, the final strike. Anra flashed in front of Arlen and slashed his shoulder with her sword, cutting Arlen in two. Arlen screamed, "Impossible. You couldn't have killed me." But the blade still pierced through his body, and his upper body fell to the ground. Anra breathed a sigh of relief. The golden light dissipated, and she knelt on one knee. She had exhausted all her strength to fight the enemy, knowing she couldn't afford a prolonged battle with Arlen, or she would surely lose. Fortunately, she succeeded. Just as Anra was about to contact Deansla, thud, a sharp claw instantly pierced through her body. Arlen screamed frantically, "Sir Knight, you were too confident. Being too confident will come at a price." Anra was incredulous and turned to see what was happening behind her. Eren said coldly, "Demons aren't so easy to kill, Sir Knight. I'm going to eat." Someone called out Eren's full name from behind, their tone venomous, making him shrink back, a chilling aura emanating from behind him. Turning around, he met Filwyn's resentful gaze. "What is it, Filwyn?" Eren asked, puzzled, wondering where he had lied to her. Filwyn said bluntly, "You want to have another match with me, using your true strength." Ellen sighed, not wanting to talk to him, and decisively refused. "I don't want to fight you. Go find someone else." He didn't want to be knocked out and become a laughingstock again. "You were clearly toying with me that time. You didn't even use your full strength." Before Filwyn could finish speaking, Eren quickly covered her mouth and cried out in a panic, "My dear lady, you can't say things like that." The surrounding students were dumbfounded. Ellen tried to explain, "It's not what you all think." But Filwyn continued, "You humiliated me yesterday, and you must have been very happy to see me in such a sorry state." Ellen was helpless, realizing that she really had no way to defend herself. Filwyn insisted on another match. "Fight me again." Eren thought to himself, "She's the Sword Saint's apprentice. The sword represents her conviction. To deliberately lose to her would be an insult." Eren remained silent, preparing to compromise. Eren asked, "How did you know I was still hiding my strength?" Filwyn stared at him, and he thought his acting wouldn't be so easily seen through. Finally, he agreed to fight her again, with all my might. "Fine, no backing out." Filwyn repeated Lyanna's words, and Irene sighed, thinking, "My dear sister, I never expected things to go wrong here." Filwyn picked up the wooden sword and asked, "When do we start?" "Also, I've finished writing and submitted your self-criticism," Filwyn said solemnly. Irene suggested, "Let's have class first and come back after school, but we can't spar in the training hall anymore. Too many people are watching." Filwyn agreed. The two decided to move to a less crowded spot, with the back mountain of the academy being the most suitable. There were fewer students there. It was only a couple 100 meters from the buildings, and it was surrounded by the Pulpum magic forest, which was inhabited by magical beasts. In the past, some students had been terrified after encountering magical beasts, but fortunately, they managed to return to the academy in time. After the practical skills class ended, Ellen and Filwyn slipped away from the other students and quietly went to the back of the mountain. Filwyn asked in confusion, "Why did you sneak over here?" Ellen replied mysteriously, "What do you think?" The incident in the swordsmanship class among the freshmen had spread, and he had become a star. Even Levitt came over to tease. "Wow, you managed to win over that high-class beauty so quickly." Eren chuckled inwardly, but he had to remain calm in the face of the white-haired beauty Filwyn, while secretly preparing for the upcoming competition. Chapter 35 the second time. Then let's begin. Filwyn was much more serious with his sword this time, standing several meters away from Eren. The moment he raised his sword, he charged toward Eren in a thrusting motion. "Phil Win, I will use all my strength this time." After dodging the incoming sword, Eren explained the situation to her. The level gap in this world is very strict. A first-tier professional can never defeat a second-tier professional. And the higher the level, the more obvious the difference becomes. You should have used your full strength the first time. Seeing that Ilum had dodged, Phil Win slashed horizontally with his sword. "Doing that wouldn't suit me." With his hands in his pockets, Eren easily dodged the sword by moving his legs alone. He was as light as a feather, as if gravity had no effect on him. After dodging the attack, Eren retreated from Phil Win's position. The black school uniform made him look somewhat tall, but only slightly. "All right, Phil Win. This boring fight should end now. Now I want to go back." An invisible aura emanated from Eren, who then dispelled his magic, revealing a beautifully crafted knight's sword in his hand. Phil Win held his sword, and the image of Ilum in his eyes began to change. Second order. Third order. An oppressive aura emanated from the man before them. It turned out he wasn't just a second-tier cultivator. Wrong. That aura is still rising. Under Phil Win's incredulous gaze, Eren fully revealed his fourth-tier strength. Fourth order. Impossible. Even she, who received the best swordsmanship training, took 6 years to go from an ordinary person to a second-tier swordsman. Could it be that the other person has been practicing swordsmanship since childhood? It's not impossible. Nobles would hire tutors to teach their children when they were young. But there's no way someone could become a fourth-tier swordsman in just 16 years. You're very strong. Very strong. But I won't back down. Grasping his sword tightly, Phil Win's entire body was covered in frost, and his eyes became even more determined. Frost reversal. The wind around her lifted her ponytail, and she opened her lips to recite her sword technique. She rushed out like someone going against the current. She only had eyes for swords. She was obsessed with swordsmanship. Her master also said that her personality makes her the best candidate to learn swordsmanship, but it will also bring her a lot of trouble. She didn't understand why her personality would cause her trouble. All she knew was that she had to hold the sword tightly in her hand. "I will use all my strength." Eren watched Phil Win rushing towards him at top speed and muttered to himself. Bang! Eren collided with Phil Win, and the massive shockwave knocked down all the surrounding plants. As the dust rose, a figure suddenly flew out from the cloud of dust. This time, however, it wasn't Eren who was there, but Phil Win, who looked like he was in pain. This was clearly a force that ordinary people could not withstand, and Phil Win was in pain all over his body. Eren didn't use his sword for that attack. Instead, he kicked her in the stomach. Her stomach was churning from the blow, but she had to steady herself first. She was already flying through the air, her body riddled with openings. If Eren attacks her on the ground right now, she won't be able to dodge at all. Just as she was contemplating what kind of attack she would face, another figure flew out from the smoke and dust. It's Eren. He leaped directly above Phil Win and kicked her in the stomach, sending her crashing down at incredible speed. Phil Win was suddenly accelerated by the force of the kick and had no time to react at all. Bang! An even louder collision sound rang out. Smoke billowed up again from the ground, and a crater with a radius of 2 meters came into view. Phil Win was lying in the pit, looking disheveled and covered in dirt. His fine school uniform was also covered in mud. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted from her mouth, but he still gripped the sword tightly in his hand. Should we continue? Eren landed in front of Phil Win. He's starting to worry about the girl's condition. She's even started vomiting blood. You can't blame him for that. I promised to use all my strength. I can still stand up. Phil Win struggled to support himself with his sword and said defiantly. But not long after she stood up, the pain from her fractured bones caused her to involuntarily fall to the ground. Watch out! Seeing that Phil Win was about to fall to the ground, Eren quickly went to help her up. Her body was very light, and she fell into Irene's arm. Ellen led her to a large tree in the forest and sat her down, then took out a healing potion she had made herself from her ring. The pale purple liquid slid down Phil Win's pink lips and flowed into her mouth. Throughout this time, Phil Win kept his eyes on Eren. Because of the pain in her body, She couldn't move and could only let Eren put her down under the tree. The last rays of the setting sun shone through the dense foliage of the trees onto Eren's face. It was a face with a slightly feminine style. His short hair was tied back, and his whole body looked as if it had been sprinkled with a layer of golden yellow. He seems to be quite good-looking. Filwyn's face flushed slightly, but it was not obvious, and Eren didn't notice it. Judging from the situation, we have to go to the infirmary. After examining Filwyn's injuries, Ellen concluded that she had gone too far. Filwyn suffered 4 broken ribs, a fractured left hand, and a broken thigh bone. Eren, will he get killed by the Sword Saint? It seems he has crippled his precious apprentice. I'll take you to the infirmary. With a sigh, Eren decided to bring up Dean Slaw when the time came, believing that he wouldn't die. No need. I proposed this competition, so I should take responsibility for it myself. Ouch. Filwyn refused his suggestion and tried to get up, but as soon as her hand touched the ground, a sharp pain shot through her mind. Don't move. You're covered in injuries. Doing this will only make you feel worse. Seeing that Filwyn wanted to get up, Ilum quickly stopped her. Your thigh is also broken. Let me take you there. Seeing that Ellen seemed to want to pick him up, Filwyn blushed slightly, but still agreed. Then, I'll leave it to you. Although Ellen picked her up gently, this slight movement still aggravated her injury. The pain emanating from her body caused her to unconsciously make groaning sounds. This made her blush and look up at Ellen's face. Fortunately, Ellen didn't pay attention to the noise and carried her towards the Academy's infirmary. His act of carrying a girl immediately attracted the attention of those around him, and they all started talking about it. Levitt, who just came out of the cafeteria. Holy crap, you guys are serious? Chapter 36 Elves, who wouldn't want to give it a try? Pulpa, it's time to go back. Arlen, who was still devouring flesh and blood, suddenly stopped, no longer displaying his previous frenzied behavior. He stood up and spoke. There was no one around. He said to himself, Ugh, not enough, not enough. Arlen's face, which had just calmed down, immediately contorted, and his body trembled slightly, as if something wanted to burst out. Enough. I'm telling you, Arlen. Our goal is to break the king's seal, not to do this disgusting thing. Eren loudly berated himself and forcibly controlled his body as he walked towards the abyss of demons. Disgusting? Arlen, you and I are the same person. You hate yourself? Ha ha ha, ridiculous. You and I are different. Ha ha ha. Yes, it's different. I am your dark side, but you can't escape me, can you? Ha ha. Arlen, after all this time, you still can't stand me. Without saying another word, Arlen headed straight for his destination. There was only one half-eaten corpse scattered around, and Enrola's eyes fixed intently on him. Erster, medical office. You guys are something else. This isn't a competition. You're clearly trying to kill me. They were greeted by a young female doctor named Paisley, who specializes in treating fight injuries. Filwyn was now lying obediently in his hospital bed, while Ellen listened to Paisley's instructions. As the person in charge, Eren naturally had to handle all the procedures involved. All right, you don't need to worry about this anymore. She should be able to get out of bed and move around tomorrow. After giving all her instructions, Paisley prepared to go back. By the way, you can get out of bed and walk around, but you can't do strenuous exercise. Paisley turned back and gave her another instruction. After saying that, he disappeared without a trace through the doorway. I'm so sorry, Filwyn. Eren came to her bedside and apologized. He really went too far, a 4th-tier swordsman bullying a 2nd-tier swordsman. Although it was her own request, Ellen really shouldn't have used such a harsh method. You don't need to apologize. By the way, Eren, your swordsmanship is so strong. Why? Bang! You two are really good at causing me trouble. Before Filwyn could finish speaking, the door to the ward was suddenly pushed open. Before anyone even entered, a stern voice rang out. Mesa rushed over in a hurry, her footsteps making a loud slapping sound on the floor. So that's why you guys weren't here today. You were having a fierce battle in the woods. When Mesa came in and saw Filwyn covered in bandages, she immediately started making sarcastic remarks. Filwyn's face flushed red instantly. Ahem. Ms. Mesa, that was a competition. Can you please explain things clearly? This is making people think all sorts of things. Heh, are you all happy now? Well then, the cleanup task will be doubled tomorrow. Also, Ellen, come out here. Mesa didn't say much before coming in and calling Ellen out. She was truly impressed by this kid. He had actually hidden so many things. And they even beat the Sword Saint's apprentice to this state. The dean probably saw through this guy's hidden talents a long time ago, which is why he put him in Class A. Ms. Mesa, what can I do for you? Ellen followed him out, and they began their conversation at the doorway. I glanced at Mesa's expression furtively. Thankfully, it shouldn't be too bad. Yeah. Tell me, why is your self-criticism written exactly the same as Philwin's? Don't tell me this is a coincidence. Mesa slapped 2 sheets of paper covered in writing at Irene, her tone now even angrier than before. Oh dear, I guessed wrong. Hee, how did Teacher Mesa know? What a coincidence. Get out. Go back and rewrite it. Okay, I'm leaving now. After saying that, Eren ran away immediately, not wanting to stay any longer. As for why you should run, that's stupid. Why don't you run away after being scolded by your boss? Are you just waiting for him to give you more work to do? I'm bored. I ran out of the infirmary, and it was already almost dark. I wonder what happened to Hillier. Today he saw students bringing maids to class, which should be allowed, right? Then I'll bring her out tomorrow. It's boring staying in the dorm. Outside the academy, the Moonlit Tavern. This is a tavern that caters specifically to students of Erst, and it serves only nobles. Ordinary students simply cannot afford to spend money here. A meal for the aristocracy here is equivalent to a month's living expenses for an ordinary student. Costa was holding a female student in a school uniform while listening to his underlings recount recent events. The female student kept her body pressed against Costa. She was a commoner student at Erst Academy, with no money or power, and came to the academy to curry favor with the nobles. Costa, on the other hand, is a third-year student with a Marquis father. He is the eldest son of this Marquis family and will surely inherit the title in the future. I came to Erster just for fun. Yes, we're just here to have fun. Too many nobles wanted to curry favor with his family, so he didn't need to do anything to make connections with others. Those were the same people who approached him, including the ordinary students. For example, the girl next to me, whose face was so red it was almost dripping with water, is said to be a student in Class A of this year's freshman. Huh, what's the point of studying at Erstman? What's the point of being talented? In the end, they still have to come here to curry favor with these nobles. Young Master Costa, please stop. The girl felt the touch, and her body went even softer. She nestled close to Costa's ear and moaned softly. Costa ignored her, continuing what he was doing, and turned his gaze to the fawning male student beside him. Tell me, what news have you brought this time? Young Master Costa, there are quite a few beautiful girls among the new students this year, and some have even brought an elven maid. The male student grinned wickedly at the man on the sofa, his tone full of flattery. I've heard that the elf is extremely beautiful. I think the young master would be interested. Costa's lips curled into a slight smile. Surprisingly, he was actually quite interested. Elves are very rare. He had seen them a few times and still remembered their stunning beauty. From that time on, he began to be interested in women. This year, someone actually brought an elven maid. Haha, I have to go and check on her. Young master, tell me, which nobleman does that elf belong to? If it's a lowly one, you can have a taste after I'm done with it. Costa said, smirking. The underlings also need to eat. If you're tired of playing with something, just give it to them so it won't go to waste. He is the youngest son of the Einsenat family. He has very poor talent and must be an unfavored person. The male student knew that Einsenat was from a Marquis and was afraid that Costa would not dare to make a move because of this. So he specifically emphasized that the other party was not highly regarded. Elves, who wouldn't want to give it a try? Chapter 37 Elf. Still trying to fool me? Einsenat. Although his family had no business dealings with Einsenat, he seemed to remember that his father had a feud with the family. Politically, Einsenat should be considered his family's political enemy. Since they're not friendly, let's take action. Anyway, he's just a youngest son who's not well liked at home, so taking a maid from him won't cause any big trouble. Moreover, this is Erster, an academy that values strength. If he lacks talent and is not favored by his family, what does he have to fear? Come on, tell me the details about that person, such as where his dormitory is and other useful information. Upon hearing Costa's question, The male student was overjoyed, thinking that he was now in a safe position. Costa may be a beast, but he's not a good person either. After telling Costa everything that had happened to Eren recently, Costa frowned. Being able to fight the Sword Saint's disciple for a few rounds doesn't seem like someone with poor talent. Young Master, the Sword Saint's disciple, and that kid are just freshmen. In front of you, a third-tier mage. It's just a matter of 2 spells. So, young Master, you don't need to worry. Indeed, what strengths can a freshman possess? Go back now, and I'll give you a bowl of soup later. After dismissing his underlings, Costa picked up the girl beside him and headed towards the tavern room. As night deepened, only the girl's screams of pain remained. Oh, so this is your first time. Master, my master. Welcome back. Hillier stood behind the door, helping Eren take off his coat. Every time Ellen came back, she would stand behind the door, as if she had been waiting for him. After that day, Hillier knew that Ellen wasn't the kind of person he thought she was. He was very kind to me, and sometimes brought me snacks. The owner clearly gave him more money than he could ever spend. Hillier had never experienced this kind of life. For the past 20-odd years of her life, she had lived in that cramped room. They learned from the knowledge taught by the teacher, while watching their companions being taken away one by one. Hillier, isn't it boring in the dorm? No, Master, I can do a lot here. Hillier waved her hand, thinking that Ellen was testing her to decide whether or not to send her back. There's a kitchen here, and I can make lots of delicious food. I can also clean, and I can also. Hillier was having trouble breathing after saying so much in one breath. Hillier isn't bored. Master, please don't take me away. She tilted her head back, tears welling in her eyes. She likes this kind of life, where she doesn't have to live in fear every day, and she doesn't go hungry or sleep poorly. Don't overthink it. I'm just asking. If you're bored, you can actually come with me to the academy and go to school together. Although you may not be able to enter the classroom when I'm teaching, it's still better than staying in the dormitory. Ellen patted Hillier's head and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. He hadn't expected Hillier to be so sensitive. She burst into tears after he asked her just one question. Really? Can I go to school with my owner? Does someone of her status qualify? Hillier looked up helplessly at Eren, trying to make sure it wasn't true. If it was all just a joke his master made on a whim, Hillier wouldn't be sad. No, Master. The master would not make such a joke. It's true. Hillier, you have to do your job as a maid outside. Ellen patted Hillier, who was half a head shorter than him, and said encouragingly. He also really hoped that Hillier would go out and see the world. Yes, Hillier will do a good job. Master, has the master had dinner yet? I made lots of delicious food. Hillier asked, raising his head and taking Eren's hand. She found the kitchen to be fully equipped, so she tried making some of the common foods in the kingdom. As a master's personal maid, she can't always make her master eat in the cafeteria, can she? So I haven't had dinner yet. I got into a fight with Phil Wynn right after school today, and I was busy taking care of her injuries. I do feel a bit hungry now. I'll go prepare it for my master right away. Upon hearing that Ellen hadn't eaten yet, Hillier hurriedly ran to the kitchen to start preparing food. So I haven't tried any of Hillier's cooking yet. Seeing her leave in such a panic, Irene suddenly remembered this. At home, other servants cooked for him, but at the college, he almost always ate in the dining hall. I wonder how Hillier is doing. But even if it doesn't taste good, Ellen won't say it. Looking up at the busy Hillier, her small figure was using various cutlery. It seems to be a little malnourished. It still looks like a tiny little thing. Fortunately, she has been eating quite well these past few days, and she is no longer the thin and frail woman Ellen met. Bang! Bang! There was a knock on the dormitory door. Who would come so late? She glanced at Hillier, who was still cooking. It seemed she hadn't heard the knocking because she was making a lot of noise. So Eren decided to go and see who it was himself. Upon opening the door, a head of golden hair came into view. Sister Liana, why are you here so late? Liana held a long wooden box in her hand, which was carved with exquisite patterns. You think I wanted to come here? Liana stood there muttering to herself, her mouth bulging with anger. She's still angry about the day Eren took the initiative to eat Iana's cake. Huh? What did you just say, sister? I think I just heard Liana say something. TCH, no? Take this. Liana tilted her head away from him, stretched out what she was holding, and poked Iron's stomach directly. Puff. The wooden box was very long, and Iron was poked so hard that he leaned against the wall, clutching his lower abdomen in pain. Oh, Iron. Are you hurt? I didn't notice. Liana panicked and rushed to help Iron. No, it's nothing. Has Liana calmed down a bit? Iron clutched his stomach, forcing a smile through his eyes. Actually, that hit didn't hurt at all. I'm a 4th-tier swordsman, after all, so it didn't hurt him. But if it could make his sister Liana, who likes him and is angry with him, calm down. It's not bad to pretend to be something you're not. Then, let me see if you're hurt. Liana's worried expression vanished, and she licked her lips with her tongue. Iron. Oh my God. Sister Liana, don't lift my clothes. Liana reached her hand directly into Iron's shirt, but fortunately Iron dodged it. Seeing that Iron had dodged, Liana puffed out her cheeks and said, "Umph, trying to fool me." Chapter 38. Liana is angry. "Umph, you think you can fool me?" Liana put her hands on her hips, tilted her head to one side, and mocked. "No matter what, I'm still your sister. Do you think your sister is so easily fooled?" She poked Irene with the wooden box in her hand, as if she were saying something very proud. "All right, here's what your brother brought you. Honestly, why would they send it to me? But this isn't bad either. I got to touch it today. Ugh, I didn't want to touch it. Why would I have such thoughts?" Liana inwardly covered her face, but in Iron's eyes, her face was already slightly flushed. "No? What were you thinking about just now?" Taking the wooden box from Liana, Iron looked at her with a strange expression. "Why do I get the feeling that my older sister is thinking about something really bad? Let's go back. See what your brother gave you yourself." Seeing that Iron had taken the wooden box, Liana wanted to go back. But a fair hand grabbed her. "It's so late. Let's grab a late-night snack before we go home." Iron didn't mean anything by it. It was so late and her sister had brought her something, so she should politely stay a while. That's right, he was just being polite. Are we really going to let her stay? He hasn't even tried Hillier's cooking yet. And based on my understanding of Liana, I know she will definitely refuse. "Shaw, I don't care about your midnight snack." Yes, then sister should refuse quickly. But, Liana changed the subject, pointing at Iron's chest, "Since you invited me, then I'll come in." Liana swiftly passed right by Iron. Iron. No, you actually believe that? Iron sighed and followed them back to his dormitory. Fine, since Sister Liana is staying, let Hillier make an extra one. Iron. What's with the maid here? Just as Iron turned to go back, Liana's surprised shout came from inside the room. Iron rushed over to see what was happening. At that moment, Liana's entire body swelled up, like a pufferfish that had already inhaled air. You can tell at a glance that she's very angry right now. Meanwhile, Hillier was hiding in the kitchen doorway, tilting her head and looking at Liana with a frightened expression, her body trembling so much that her clothes were about to fall off. What kind of scene is this? He was caught by his own sister keeping a mistress in a gilded cage? No, he didn't hide it. He brought it openly and honestly. Tell me who she is. Why is she here? Liana grabbed Iron's hand and pointed at the trembling Hillier, asking. She was very anxious because there was an extremely cute maid in her brother's room, and she was a delicate elf at that. Her mind was a complete mess. All she wanted to know was who this maid was and why she was here. Oh, Sister Liana, this is my personal maid, Hillier, I explained to her. When did you get a personal maid? Why didn't I know? After hearing his explanation, Liana frantically tugged at Iron's clothes, venting her dissatisfaction. When she left, Iron didn't even have a personal maid. She was gone for 2 years, and Iron found a maid. She went to great lengths to prevent Irene from having a personal maid. For example, she privately discussed with Lakati's mother not providing Irene with a personal maid, and ordered the maid not to communicate with Irene. Result? As it turned out, her worst fears came true. You've been an airsteader for so long, and Hillier only recently became my maid. Iron answered Liana's question again, and pushed her into the room. The academy does not allow students to leave the airsteader area. At most, they can practice combat in the Pulpa Magic Forest. Of course, information from the outside world can be transmitted in. The college can't possibly prevent students from contacting their families, can it? Hillier, come here. This is my other sister, Liana. Eren pushed Liana to sit down at the dining table and beckoned the little maid who was still hiding over. Hillier hesitated for a moment, but still came over. Hello, Miss Liana. Hillier greeted Liana respectfully, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, revealing her nervousness. Snort. Liana ignored Hillier's greeting and turned her head to the side. This made Eren, who was standing to the side, very embarrassed. They had an awkward late-night snack, and Liana didn't say a word the whole time, even though she was only eating with Irene. Servants are not allowed to dine at the same table as nobles. This has been a rule among nobles since ancient times. Hillier knew this, of course, and she had never eaten with Ellen. The unpleasant meal ended quickly, and as Liana was leaving, she angrily stomped on Iren's foot. Of course, Eren wouldn't care about anything. Master, does Miss Liana hate me? After Liana left, Hillier tugged at Iren's clothes with longing eyes and asked, The way my master's sister looks at me is terrifying. No, Liana is a very nice person. She won't dislike you. Eren patted her head. He didn't know why Liana was acting this way, but he was certain that Liana didn't hate Hillier. She was probably angry because he hadn't told her about Hilary. So, was the dinner Hillier made today good? Hillier asked Eren, looking up at him, having put aside what had just happened. Hillier's cooking is delicious. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment, Master. A smile finally appeared in Hillier's eyes, and the corners of his eyes curved. Back in his room, Ellen took out the wooden box his older brother had given him. Following the switch, Eren turned it on. Inside lay a beautifully crafted knight's sword, lying quietly. It's simpler than the ones Eren used before, but it's precisely this simplicity that adds a touch of sophistication to this knight's sword. This is a sword that perfectly matches Eren's aesthetic. Moreover, he also found a letter written to him by his elder brother inside the wooden box. He learned from the letter that this was a knight's sword specially made by Karen for Eren. He commissioned the best dwarf blacksmith in the capital to forge it for him. It must have been really tough for you, brother. I must say he actually quite likes this sword. Eren stood at the entrance to the abyss of demons, looking at the almost completely closed passage. Without the Demon King's power, the entrance to the continent from the demon abyss cannot be maintained for long, and the passage will gradually close over time. Fortunately, this passage is not completely closed yet, and Eren can still return to the abyss from here. After struggling to squeeze through the passage, Eren arrived at an extremely desolate land. Demon Abyss. A land completely corrupted by demonic energy. Chapter 39 Arlen's Loss of Control. Demon Abyss. It is almost completely isolated from the world where Eren lives, and it is the place where demons live. Demons are almost all intelligent beings with their own consciousness. As a result, large and small demon tribes formed in the Demon Abyss. However, the environment here is extremely harsh. Due to the erosion of the land by demonic energy, crops here are almost impossible to survive. This also resulted in very low food production in the Demon Abyss, leading to conflicts between different demon tribes over food. To survive, they eat anything. Their own kind are merely nutrients for their survival. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. All demons seem to abide by this principle. However, decades ago, an extremely powerful ruler appeared on the continent of Demon Abyss. He conquered all the tribes in the Demon Abyss and proclaimed himself Demon King. Unwilling to see his fellow demons kill each other any longer, he constantly searched for a way out for the future of the demon race. But it's impossible for him to find it. The land of the Demon Abyss is too barren. Even if all the land here were planted with grain, it would be impossible to feed the demons. Therefore, the Demon King decided to find a new way out. He opened a passage to the world continent of Eren and witnessed the richness of this land. To prevent the demons in the Demon Abyss from fighting over food again, the Demon King decided to invade the continent and make it the new habitat for the demons. Thus began a war that lasted for more than a decade. All of the above is history. Now, Eren stands once again on the land of the Abyss. He must find the place where his king is sealed, and he must rescue his king. Following the exit of the passage, Eren saw only a dilapidated city. This was a military base prepared for the invasion of the continent, where countless demons were dispatched to fight for their people's survival. Eren did not believe that their invasion of the continent was bad. They were simply trying to survive. In order to survive. If others call their invasion evil, let them say so. Eren had witnessed firsthand the infighting within the demon race, where the victorious tribes would kill and devour all the members of the defeated tribes. Children? They're just flesh and blood. There are no social classes here. All living things are simply divided into edible and inedible. Eren flew toward the palace of the king in his memory, but soon after he took off, countless arrows flew toward him. They dodged the attacks precisely. One after another, demons with bat wings, blue faces, and fangs flew out from all around. The leader was a demon who was stronger than those around him. Cease the attack. I am Arlen Kazi, one of the Demon King's 4 generals. Arlen stopped in midair and shouted to the people around him. Demon King? Ha! The Demon King is already dead. And now there are still people using the Demon King's name as a pretext. The leading demon sneered, and the surrounding demons laughed along. The Demon King is a complete waste. Not only did he fail to lead the demons to conquer that continent, he also wasted so much food. In the end, didn't they all end up being killed by humans? The leader pointed at Arlen and uttered a merciless taunt. You? How dare you disrespect the king? Eren exclaimed in disbelief, unable to believe that a demon would speak of his king in such a way. The king made so many sacrifices in order for the demons to survive. He doesn't deserve the title of Demon King. The demon race doesn't need him to do these things. The leader cursed loudly as he aimed his bow and arrow at Eren, who was not far away. You? All of you shut up. Ha ha. Arlen, since someone has insulted the king, then kill them. Kill them. Ha ha ha. Arlen's body began to contort, revealing his mad side in its entirety. He was completely different from before. His body had swelled to twice its size, and his appearance was even more terrifying than that of a demon. A powerful aura emanated from him, indicating he was at the 6th level. Before the demons could react, Eren had already removed all their heads. These demons didn't even see Aren's movements before they were beheaded. Ha ha. Arlen, you can't even handle this. Shut up. Arlen rebuked his other self, intending to regain control of his body. Ha ha. Arlen, don't you understand? The demon abyss no longer respects the king. Let's kill them all. Okay. Kill all those who disrespect the king. Eren. Okay. Ha ha. They disrespect the king. Then kill them. Shut up. Another version of himself inside Arlen screamed wildly, but he couldn't suppress it. They were originally one entity, and neither was weaker than the other. Eren. Let's kill them. Let's kill them. Please. Yes. Then kill them. Ha ha ha. The body in the sky twisted and changed, sometimes appearing as a human, and sometimes as a monster more terrifying than demons. Arlen struggles with himself for control of his body, but with little success. Eren evil flew deep into the desolate land of the abyss, searching for a glimmer of light in the darkness. But another part of his mind kept stopping him, forcing him to stop. Arlen, this is useless. Ha ha ha. Arlen evil laughed maniacally, banging his head as if trying to knock out his other self. They did nothing wrong. You can't do this. The two consciousnesses were constantly tearing at each other, each wanting to regain control of the body. Ha ha. Arlen, you're no match for me. Finally, Arlen's evil crazed voice came from that body. But before he could finish speaking, his consciousness fell into a deep sleep due to the fight with another version of himself. Eren's demonized body gradually began to revert to human form, falling from the sky and finally landing beside a pool of stagnant water. Not far away, a small figure peeked out from behind the stone wall. The next day, Ellen took Hillier to the A-class classroom at the academy. The students were talking all the way, and this time Hillier noticed it too. He was no longer as relaxed as he was on his first day at the academy, and instead hid behind Ilum. When Ellen walked there, she followed like a little tail, staying no more than 30 centimeters behind Ellen. Master, can I go back? Hillier looked at Eren with a pleading expression. She was genuinely scared now, surrounded by people exclaiming, "Look, that elf over there is so cute." And things like, "That maid is so small. I really want to have one too." Ugh, those men's eyes are terrifying. Chapter 40. A chapter without a name. Hillier once again experienced the days when he was treated like a commodity. Those days that she seemed to have forgotten. Didn't you not care when you first came here? Ellen chuckled mischievously and tapped Hillier's nose, causing her to take a few steps back. At that time, I thought they were talking about you, master. Eren took her hand and walked towards the classroom, saying, "Oh, you, master, mistress, didn't you say that maids weren't allowed to go in?" Seeing that Ellen seemed to want to take her into the classroom, Hillier hurriedly tried to pull her hand back. It's okay, the teacher won't say anything. In truth, Ellen didn't know if the teacher would reprimand him, but since his reputation was already so bad, he didn't care what happened. If Svenbo also wants to find him, I haven't been in a good mood lately either. He's decided to just stop pretending. He'd been through a lot of trouble these past few days, and he still didn't believe he couldn't beat Svenbo, a fourth-tier fighter. Although it's a bit disrespectful to his teacher, this is Erst. His mentor is the dean. That's right. His advisor is the dean, no exaggeration. Is that so? Master wouldn't lie to me, would he? Hillier looked up at him. Her fair face was so pretty that Eren couldn't help but pinch it again. When has your master ever lied to you? Hillier, whose face was being pinched by Ilum, could only make muffled noises before being led into the classroom by Ilum. I sat right next to him. There were plenty of empty seats in the classroom anyway, so it wasn't full at all. The surrounding students also noticed what was happening to Irene and began to discuss it privately. But this time, Ellen really didn't care and kept poking the girl's cheek with her hand. Ugh, master, so many people are watching. Hillier blushed at Iren's actions and moved to the side. It's all right, don't worry about them. Classes haven't started yet, so there aren't many students in the class. Many people haven't arrived yet, including Ayana and Phil Wynn. If they saw what Ellen did, who knows what would happen. By the way, Hillier, how's your magical talent? Have you ever thought about learning magic? Ellen asked. Hillier was, after all, his personal maid. Although she was only responsible for taking care of his daily life, she still had to know something. If she were in danger that day, and he happened to be away, I really don't know what would happen to this little one. I don't know, Hillier answered Ellen softly, having no confidence whatsoever in her ability to learn magic. She had not been tested for magical talent. As a slave, she was not qualified to take such a test. Then I'll take you to the academy today for a test. Generally speaking, elves have very high magical talent. Ellen could also test her talent, but that would require a magical item. These kinds of props are usually used by nobles or schools to test the magical talent of their descendants or students. The materials used are very simple, and most magicians carry some with them. But coincidentally, Ellen was that extraordinary magician. He really doesn't have that thing. So the only option is to find the teacher in charge of magical items at the academy and then test her magical talent. Ilum poked Hillier with her finger once again, for no other reason than that he thought Hillier's way of avoiding him was cute. It's so soft and chewy. If you make it cry, it'll probably cry for a long time. Ugh, master, please stop poking me. With nowhere to hide from Ellen's poking, Hillier could only beg for mercy from her master. Since Hillier had already made the request, Eren had no choice but to withdraw his hand. All right then, it's heartbreaking that my little maid won't let me touch her. Ellen pretended to be heartbroken and devastated. No, Hillier let master touch me. Hillier grabbed Iren's hand as he was about to pull it back, his little face turning bright red. They grabbed Ellen's right hand with both hands, lifted it up, and slowly pulled it towards her. Wait, that's not what I meant. Seeing Hillier pull his hand toward a place he found difficult to talk about, Ilum quickly pulled his hand away from hers. No, what's this girl thinking? Does he even have those kinds of thoughts? It seems I need to teach her a lesson. She didn't listen to a word I said that day. I know I was wrong, master, Hillier said timidly to Eren. He gave the little maid a stern lecture, and it was almost time for class. At this moment, Ayana walked in from the classroom door first. When she saw Hillier next to Eren, her eyes dimmed a little, but since class was about to start, she could only return to her seat. Philwyn came in a little behind Ayana. Her arms and legs were still wrapped in bandages, but she was mostly recovered. It's no wonder she's Teacher Paisley. She healed Philwyn's injuries almost completely in just one day. Both of them were sitting in the front row, so they didn't spend much time looking at Ellen after entering the room. but they all saw the little elf beside him. Philwyn remained expressionless and returned to his seat without greeting anyone. Eren, you little rascal. Suddenly a hand patted Ilum's shoulder, followed by Levitt's voice. Come tell me, what's your relationship with Philwyn? Levitt sat down directly next to Eren, completely ignoring Hillier on the other side. After all, Hillier was small and was blocked by Ilum. Because elves have long lifespans, their development is very slow. For example, Hilly is already in her 20s, but she still looks like a little girl. Ellen pushed Levitt away, speechless. The guy was practically right in his face. Can't you at least maintain your noble image? You're never serious. Eren complained helplessly. Also, I don't like men, so don't get so close next time. Levitt also noticed that his actions seemed a bit strange, and consciously moved a little further away. But he kept asking the same question again. Tell me quickly, what exactly happened yesterday? Were you playing that hard? You even sent someone to the infirmary. If you can't speak, then don't speak. Can't you just be a mute? Eren explained to him helplessly what had happened yesterday. Of course, he didn't reveal his identity as a fourth-tier swordsman. Eren only briefly mentioned that he had injured Philwyn. So you held back last time? Tell me the truth. What level are you at now? Levitt asked. Second tier. Eren couldn't really reveal his true strength, so he just gave a level that he could accept. You're a second-tier student? No wonder the academy assigned you to Class A. They figured it out a long time ago. Levitt began to imagine the situation. Master. Hillier, who was standing nearby, suddenly nudged Ilum, her voice trembling slightly. What's wrong? Up there, that teacher upstairs seems to have been watching us the whole time. Chapter 41 Teacher Mia. Levitt, do you think this is your fault? Ellen stood at the back of the classroom, her eyes fixed on the teacher's lecture on the podium, but her mouth was talking to Levitt, who was also standing next to her. Just now, they were called to the back of the classroom by the teacher and made to stand as punishment. I guess I got tricked by Levitt. I was talking to him the whole time and didn't even notice the teacher was coming. And the main reason for the punishment of standing was that Levitt was too loud. The teacher on the podium was a short woman who looked quite young. Her words, "You too, go stand at the back and listen to the lesson," were clearly an attempt to appear serious. Although she looked angry, she seemed very insecure. He seems somewhat like a new teacher. Although something unpleasant just happened, I'm still very happy to see everyone. Mia placed the book she was holding on the podium, and all the students in the class turned their attention to her. I'll be your water magic theory teacher from now on. My name is Mia, so you'll be my senior. Mia paused a bit, sounding a little timid. This is somewhat like Hillier, Ilum thought to himself, as he looked at the little girl in the seat in front of him. Teacher Mia didn't make the little girl stand as punishment because only he and Levitt had been talking loudly. Hillier spoke somewhat hesitantly, and she would repeat the first word each time she spoke. Eren asked her why, and Hilly replied that she didn't know either. Well, that's a good way to put it. All a little maid needs to do is be cute. I just graduated from Erster last year. So, if you have any questions about the college, feel free to ask me. Mia gradually got used to being watched by so many people, and her speech became more natural. She opened the book in her hand and began to talk about the knowledge of water magic. What's wrong? Eren's hand was suddenly pushed. Looking towards where he was pushed, he saw Levitt with a shy expression on his face. What kind of person does Teacher Mia like? Levitt asked a little shyly, now having a youthful air about him. So this is what you like, Levitt. Irene turned her gaze to Mia on the podium. Teacher Mia wore round glasses, was short, and had a cute style. This style is actually quite rare in aristocratic circles, but it has its own unique beauty, which explains why Levitt liked it. I don't think Ms. Mia would like students who fidget in her class, Ellen whispered back to him. Taken aback by Ellen's remark, Levitt stopped talking to him and focused on listening to the lesson. I feel like it's just a passing fancy, and I doubt he'll lose interest in Mia soon. After all, he was the young master of the Duke's family, while Mia could never be a good match for him in terms of social status. They've all become teachers at the academy, while the professors at Erst are usually ordinary students from the school. Fortunately, Mia is a professor, which means she must be at least a third-tier professional with great talent. Otherwise, she wouldn't be teaching Class A. If Levitt really likes it, there's still a chance. Students who haven't reached the third level usually start as teaching assistants in the college. Master, may I hear it too? Hillier, who was sitting in front of Eren, turned his head and asked Eren. She's just here to keep her master company. She shouldn't need to attend magic lessons, right? She doesn't even know how much magical talent she has yet. Hillier didn't think Ilum would take her to test her magical talent. It would be too much trouble, and besides, she was just a little maid, a slave. Slaves are unworthy. The words spoken earlier were probably said by the master on a whim, and a sensible maid wouldn't care about such things. Let's listen first. It's okay to learn more. Anyway, Teacher Mia didn't say anything. He patted the little maid's head. His position was just right, with Hilly's little head right in front of him. Yes, master. The class ended quickly. Before the get-out of class ended, Mia didn't continue with the content on the blackboard. Instead, she said to the students, "That's all for the previous lessons." She looked up at the students in her class. As a new professor, I don't actually have a professorial assistant yet. She took a deep breath. No, I wonder if any students would like to come and be my assistant. Her tone returned to its initial state of insecurity. Being a professor's assistant is a thankless and exhausting job, and Mia's position as a professor's assistant is probably just not assigned yet. Not that she doesn't actually have one. Doing this kind of thing doesn't do much good for students, so nobody paid any attention to what she said. As get out of class was about to end, the students started chatting with the students around them. Seeing that none of the students in the class responded to her, Mia was a little disappointed, put away her book, and prepared to return to her office. Ms. Mia, I think I can be your assistant. Just as Mia was about to leave, Levitt, who was next to Eren, spoke loudly to Mia. This made almost all the students in the class look at him. Mia was also drawn to the sound and looked toward its source. Was it the student she had made stand as punishment before class? She glanced at him again, unsure. Making sure the students around were also watching Levitt, Mia smiled at him with narrowed eyes and said, "Thank you, student. Now let's go to my office together." When he saw Mia smiling at him, Levitt blushed for a moment, but quickly recovered and followed her. Eren sat back in his seat, shook his head as he watched Levitt's retreating figure. In the abyss of demons, Eren awoke from his coma and shook his head vigorously, supporting it with his right hand. His battle with his other self, evil on a spiritual level, was too intense, and he hasn't recovered yet. Although the evil Eren ultimately won, their soul powers were equal, and the other self only won by damaging its own soul. So he is still unconscious, having regained control of his body. Eren surveyed his surroundings. He was lying on a tattered straw mat, next to an extinguished fire, surrounded by dimly lit stone walls. After looking closely, he was now certain that he was in a stone cave. The cave entrance was not far away, and faint light from outside filtered in. Looking at his body, he saw that he wasn't missing any arms or legs, but he couldn't be sure that the demons here were planning to eat him later. Because survival in the demon abyss is too harsh, his kind falls into the category of food. Judging from the appearance, there must be only one person alive here, because this is the only place he can sleep. Shake, rustle. Intermittent footsteps could be heard outside the cave entrance, and Arlen immediately became alert. When the figure appeared from the cave entrance, he endured the pain in his soul and used his power to teleport behind the figure. His right hand transformed into a sharp blade, pressed against the intruder's throat, and he spoke in a demanding tone. "Who are you?" The things in the figure's hands suddenly fell to the ground, and a trembling girl's voice came from in front of him. "No, don't kill me. Turn your body around." The girl's body was trembling violently as she turned around. Arlen recognized the girl as soon as she appeared. Before him was a race rarely seen in the demon abyss. A succubus. Chapter 042, Succubus Girl. The long tail wrapped around the girl's thighs indicated that she was feeling very uneasy. The small, black wings were tightly folded back, and the girl turned around, her body trembling. Please don't kill me." A fair and lovely face appeared in Arlen's eyes, but the only flaw was a long scar on that delicate face. The scar ran from her forehead to her jawline, deeply embedded in the girl's face. She had many scars on her body, and even one of her horns on her head had been broken off by something. The girl was wearing a tattered animal skin garment, which was stained with the smell of blood. At this moment, fear was evident in her eyes, and her hands were clenched tightly in front of her chest. "What's your name?" Arlen asked warily, without lowering his hand. He wasn't sure of the succubus's identity. In the abyss, succubi were a race as rare as elves in the human world. They live in a specific area and rarely leave. Their hunting methods also differ from those of other demons. They do not need to eat meat. They usually hunt other male demons. "My name is Carol." The succubus girl lowered her head, not daring to look at Arlen. She tried to back away, but Arlen's blade remained pressed against her neck. She was afraid of death, and ever since she was abandoned by her own people, she had been trying every possible way to survive. Seeing the succubus girl's frightened expression, Eren lowered his hand. He had just tested Carol's strength, and this succubus was indeed just an ordinary demon. The girl in front of him wasn't even a first-tier professional and posed no threat to him, so Eren naturally lowered his guard. The fact that he's here must mean that Carol brought him back. Feeling the chill on her neck had left, Carol quickly backed away, but accidentally fell to the ground. But instead of getting up, she fearfully hugged her legs and moved backward. She was quite frightened by Arlen's behavior. "I'm so sorry for what I did to you just now." Arlen apologized for what had just happened, his arms crossed over his chest, his tone very sincere. "Are you all right?" Arlen reached out to Carol on the ground, wanting to help her up. After all, it was she who brought him back. Otherwise, in the demon abyss, someone like him who was unconscious would have been in great danger. Carol looked up and saw Arlen's outstretched hand, but she still moved to the side. She herself didn't know why she brought Arlen back. She saw him lying in the water and, by some strange twist of fate, dragged him back. Arlen sighed when he saw that Carol still seemed afraid of him. He decided to ignore the succubus. He had more important things to do. His king is still waiting for him. He turned to leave, but as he prepared to take off, a sudden, sharp pain swept through his body, causing him to fall straight down. With a thud, he fell silent once again. "What's wrong?" Carol, who was not far away, quickly got up to check on the situation. Although the man threatened her with a knife, Carol still believed that Arlen was a kind person because of his apology. Although the demon race nowadays has absolutely no kindness to speak of. When Arlen woke up again, it was already completely dark outside the cave. "My head is throbbing badly. The previous coma was probably a problem with my soul." He really hit hard. His soul must be severely damaged this time. He had fought with another version of himself before, but the injuries he sustained this time were never as severe. He shifted his body slightly, and only then did he notice something beside him. "It's Carol." The succubus girl lay down next to Eren, and because the bed was too small, she could only lie on her side, pressed against him. Before nightfall. "No, no." When her hand unconsciously reached in, she immediately shook her head vigorously. "He's a powerful man. He'll kill me. I can't go. Just a little closer." So Carol lay down next to Arlen. Daylight broke quickly, and Carol woke up from a daze. "I haven't slept this comfortably in a long time." The girl stretched out her arms. "You're awake? I didn't wake you because you were sleeping so soundly." Arlen, who was sitting next to her, said, When did you arrive?" This question immediately pulled Carol back from her comfortable state, and she hurriedly waved her hand and moved to the back of the bed. I didn't do anything last night. Don't kill me, no." Seeing a large hand reaching out to her, Carol thought Arlen was going to hurt her. She really didn't do anything yesterday. Her frail body was suddenly lifted into the air. Before Carol could react, she had already been pulled to the campfire by Arlen. "I won't kill you. Here, have something to eat." Arlen placed Carol beside him and handed her the roasted meat he was holding. These were found in the body's storage ring. They were all foods that weren't available in the demon abyss. Looking at the sizzling, oily roasted meat in front of her, Carol swallowed hard. Although succubi generally don't eat these foods, she is not yet an adult and still retains the desire for food. Thank you. Carol took the roast meat and began to wolf it down. She had been starving for days. The abyss would not give such a weak creature as her a place to live. Since being abandoned, she had been living a life of eating grass roots. "Your name is Carol, right?" With meat in her mouth, the girl could only nod. "How long have you lived here? How is Demon Abyss now?" "Yes, sir." Carol didn't know how to address him and paused for a long time, stammering. Arlen thought for a moment. He hadn't actually said his name yet. Just call me Arlen. Why do you ask that, Lord Eren? Hasn't the abyss always been like this? Carol looked at him with a puzzled expression. I haven't been back for a long time. Cough. You still haven't answered me. I almost got tricked into saying something by this girl. I don't know how long I've lived here, Carol replied, sounding a little disappointed. I've been here ever since I was abandoned by my tribe. Fortunately, there are no other demon tribes around here, so I don't have to worry about being captured and eaten. Carol smiled at Arlen, seemingly trying to portray her experience in a positive light. Chapter 43, 100% Approachable. Hillier, I'll take you to test your magical talent. During the break, Eren pulled Hillier up from his seat and headed towards the academy's textbook room. Erster had plenty of free time between classes, giving him ample opportunity to take Hillier with him. Upon arriving at the teaching materials room, after registering with the teacher, Ellen received a small magical device. This is different from the entrance exam. It should be a simplified version. Do I really want to take the test? Seeing that Eren had indeed brought the equipment, Hillier asked Eren, somewhat confused. She thought Ellen was just saying it and wouldn't bother to do these things. Of course, hurry up and put your hands on it. I'll teach you magic then. Ellen was quite confident in himself, even though he had never taught anyone magic. He was the youngest in his family, so how could he have the opportunity to teach others? Besides, his talent was considered very poor by outsiders, and no one thought he could learn magic well. Because he was too incompetent and had no chance of becoming the heir to the family headship, even the servants were reluctant to talk to him. Only Vega was always willing to play along with his little squabbles. Then, shall I put it up? Hillier placed her small hand on the instrument, and she and Ellen watched with great tension. But after a minute or two, the instrument still didn't change at all. Generally, such a magical instrument in his hand would continuously display the affinity of the tester for each magical attribute, but it wouldn't be completely silent like this. Just as Hillier was about to let go in disappointment, something happened that Ellen never expected. There was a loud bang. The instrument in Hillier's hand exploded. Eren quickly pulled Hillier's hand away, and fortunately, he acted quickly enough that Hillier's hand was not injured. But this startled Hillier, who gripped his hands tightly. Master, did I break it? Hillier looked like he was about to cry, and his body was trembling. It seems like it's going to be difficult for the owner to retrieve this device, and I actually broke it. Ellen thought she would talk about the explosion earlier, but she didn't expect her to focus on this. It's okay if that thing is broken. Let me check if your hand is hurt. Eren pulled Hillary's hand over and examined it carefully. A bright red color appeared in Eren's eyes. There was a cut on the little girl's right hand. That's true. Hilly placed his hand directly on the instrument, so even if he was fast, he couldn't prevent her from getting hurt. Master. It's just a small wound. I'll get it bandaged in a bit. Ugh. Hillier also noticed the injury on his hand and tried to pull back. But Ellen held her hand tightly, and she couldn't pull it away. Under her blushing gaze, Eren squatted down and put her finger in his mouth. Hillier narrowed his eyes as he felt the warm touch on his fingers. Master. Now her face was burning red, and her master actually started licking it with his tongue. Okay, so embarrassing. Okay, the wound shouldn't hurt so much now. Eren took out some gauze he had prepared beforehand and wrapped it around Hillier's fingers. That's all right now. Let's go get tested again later. Standing up, Ellen patted the little girl's head and took her hand, preparing to go to the textbook room again. Master, do I lack magical talent? Hillier looked up at him. No, it's a problem with the device, Ellen reassured her. Hillier must have a great talent for magic. After explaining it to the teacher again, Ellen successfully obtained the device to use for the entrance test. Of course, the teacher was initially unwilling, so Eren pulled out his mentor, who was the dean. Although the identities of each student's advisor are not publicly disclosed, the faculty members of the college are all aware of the students under the dean's supervision. Should we put our hands on it? Hillier was a little scared. The device in front of him was even bigger than the previous one. What if it exploded? Will I break into pieces? Still scared? Then let me cast a protective spell on you. Seeing Hillier's hesitation, Eren immediately realized the reason. He then touched Hillier's head with his finger, and a golden light spread out, creating a magic circle that merged into her body. Now you won't be scared anymore, right? This magic is a protective spell that can withstand the power of a third-tier being. Looking up at Ilum, Hillier finally placed his hand on her. This time, the instrument didn't stop, but instead continued to display Hillier's magical talent. Fire element is 60, water element is 80, and element is 60. Muttering to himself about Hillier's magical talent, he thought, "Thankfully, my maid has some talent." Wood element. But when he saw the next element affinity, he immediately understood why the previous instrument had exploded. Hillier's affinity for wood is 100. Ordinary instruments cannot detect 100% affinity of elements. If an element had a property that showed 100% affinity, the ordinary instrument would be rendered unusable. Only the equipment in the college can detect this. How is it? Seeing that Ellen had stopped speaking, Hillier asked somewhat uneasily. It seems my talent is quite poor. With a hint of disappointment in his eyes, Hillier withdrew his hand. It stood obediently to the side, waiting for its master's command. Eren didn't speak. His heart was pounding wildly. Seeing Hilly standing beside him, he pulled her close. "Little Hillier, you have great talent." Eren hugged her and rubbed the little girl's face vigorously. "Really? Is my talent really that good?" Seeing Ellen's excitement, Hillier looked up at him with some confusion. "The owner looks very happy. I feel a little happy inside. Okay, now you can learn magic. Let's go back now. I'll teach you magic right now." Ellen held her in his arms. Although he wasn't tall, Hillier wasn't very tall either, shorter than Ellen. A short, cute little girl. "But, Master, don't you go to class?" "I'm not going. I won't learn anything anyway." "Well, okay then." Taking Hillier to the place where he fought Philwyn the day before, Eren began to teach her wood elemental magic. After all, Hillier has a 100% affinity for wood, so learning wood attribute magic will be faster than learning other attribute magic. Let's start with the simplest thing, the wooden spike. I'll teach you how to chant this spell first. Hillier and Ellen stood side by side, the girl's small body following Ellen's movements. He also chanted the magic incantation. Bang! A splinter flew from her palm and embedded itself in a tree not far away. Chapter 44. Young succubi do not need males. Magic in this world requires chanting incantations to activate, but of course, there is also magic that can be cast without chanting. When a spellcaster is skilled enough in the use of magic, they can cast spells without chanting. As for Ellen, his proficiency in many spells has reached the point where he can cast them without chanting. Looking at the tree pierced by his own wooden spikes, Hillier stared at his hands in disbelief. She can use magic now? With joy, Hillier first looked at Eren's expression. "That's great." Eren praised her very highly, and then patted her head. "Ugh, Master, I heard from others that doing this will stunt your growth." Hillier tried to dodge Ellen's head pat. "It's all right. You elves have long lifespans. You have time to grow taller." Ellen pinpointed the direction Hillier was hiding and precisely touched her little head. By then, I'll be quite grown up. Elves have long lifespans and slow growth, so if Hillier wants to grow taller, it will probably take a very long time." Demon Abyss. Seeing Carol's forced smile, Arlen silently turned the roasted meat in his hands. He remembered that when the king was still alive, fighting between tribes was forbidden in the Demon Abyss. Even though everyone was hungry at that time, they all followed the king's orders. "Do you know Sarah?" Although he held no hope, Eren still wanted to know if his king had been forgotten by the Abyss. "Is Mr. Arlen referring to the Demon King Sarah?" "Yes, it's him. I know him. My mother said that Wong is a good man." Carol nodded. "My mother told me that back then. We had food every day and didn't have to hide every day." Carol kept talking, as if she had experienced those things herself. As Carol recounted the deeds of the king, Arlen unconsciously smiled and placed his hand between Carol's temples to massage them. Fortunately, there are still people who remember. "Mr. Arlen, why are you laughing?" "Hee. Mr. Arlen has a very handsome smile." Now Carol is no longer afraid of Arlen. This powerful person seems to be a nice person. Carol. Puff. A sudden sharp pain in his chest caused Arlen to collapse to the side before he could finish speaking. "Mr. Arlen, what's wrong?" When Carol saw Arlen fall towards her, she quickly reached out to support him. But being so frail, she had no strength to catch him and could only slowly lower Arlen to the ground to prevent him from falling directly. Arlen clutched his chest, focusing on his heart, while wiping away the blood that threatened to spill from his mouth with his other hand. The soul. He actually shattered part of the soul back then. Arlen thought in shock. Using his mental powers to thoroughly examine his body, Eren determined the source of the pain in his chest. At that time, part of my soul was scattered, but I didn't notice it at the time. The stinging pain in his body now stems from the imperfection of his soul, which is causing problems in his body as well. Mr. Arlen, are you all right? Carol nudged Arlen anxiously, her face full of worry. Her hand touched Arlen's palm, and a bright red stain appeared on her hand. Blood? Why is there blood? Mr. Arlen, what happened to you? I'm fine. I might need to rest here for a few days. Arlen's vision began to blur, but he still managed to answer Carol, suppressing the dizziness. Are you really all right? Carol was still a little worried and asked him again. I'm fine. Bang. Arlen didn't finish speaking this time either, and then collapsed directly onto Carol. Mr. Arlen, can you hear me? Seeing that Arlen didn't answer her this time, Carol could only drag him back to bed. He was clearly on the verge of collapse, yet he kept saying he was fine. Mr. Arlen is such a strange person. Carol, sitting on the edge of the bed, arranged Arlen and muttered to herself. He mentioned Wong. Yes, I really want to live the kind of life my mother talked about. Right, we should go find some food now, although I still want to eat the barbecue we just had. Carol turned her gaze to the fire beside her. When Arlen collapsed, he had thrown the roasted meat he was holding into the fire, and it should be burned to ashes by now. What a waste. Carol poked around in the fire with a stick for a long time, but she couldn't find any trace of roasted meat. Then I can only do what I used to do. Carol emerged from the cave and headed toward the desolate forest not far away. Forests also exist in the abyss, but the trees here are different from those in the upper realm. These trees can resist the demonic energy of the abyss and can grow in this barren land. Therefore, animals still live here. These animals are also called magical beasts because they are affected by demonic energy, just like the magical beasts in the Pulpa Forest. Of course, she didn't have the strength to hunt large magical beasts, but besides magical beasts, there were also other small wild animals here, and some plants that are unpalatable but edible. Carefully concealing her body, Carol walked towards the trap she had set. As a succubus, she was allowed to eat these foods even before she reached adulthood. Unlike other adult succubi in their tribe, they find normal food extremely difficult to swallow. Fortunately, she was still a juvenile succubus, and in this place where there were almost no other males, she was able to survive by eating these things. But I'll be an adult soon. Putting aside her thoughts, Carol quietly moved the leaves that were blocking her view. Within her trap, a rat with its feet bound by rope appeared before her eyes. This is a forest rat, a common wild animal in the demon abyss. It is not very big, only about the size of a fist. Carol carefully made her way through the woods, trying not to make too much noise. The monsters in the demon abyss have a strong sense of territory, so in order to avoid being discovered by these powerful monsters, she had no choice but to keep quiet. Squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Help! Help! Don't grab the back of my collar. The wood mouse that Carol had caught began to scream wildly. Shut up, wood mouse. Chirp. Chirp, chirp. Wow. What is this creature saying? Never mind. I need to scream for help. Seeing that the wood mouse in her hand was still squeaking loudly, Carol touched its head with her other hand. An ominous premonition rose in its cerebellum. Chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. I'm a mouse. And today, I'm afraid I'm really in deep trouble. Carol pinched its head and turned it around, and the mouse in her hand became silent. Chapter 45. Where are you? Carol carefully put the mouse in her pocket, restored the trap, and walked toward the other traps. She didn't just set one trap. She set several, since such small traps could only catch small wild animals like wood mice. The forest is vast and teeming with many animals, but Carol is unable to catch any of them. Carol checked for many traps along the way, but didn't find much. I only have 3 wood mice left, and I've also found some edible plants. Seeing that it was almost noon, Carol had no choice but to take these things back. I wonder if Mr. Arlen has woken up yet. He doesn't seem to be from the demon abyss. By the way, which demon race is he from? Carol muttered to herself as she carefully crossed the river where she had discovered Arlen, and then returned to her little cave. I went to check on Arlen. He was still unconscious, and Carol couldn't wake him up no matter how much she shook him. So Carol ignored him and went to the river to deal with the 3 wood mice she had, then started roasting them. The rat meat on the grill was sizzling with oil, but due to the influence of demonic energy, it didn't taste very good. Moreover, because there were no seasonings, the roasted meat tasted dry and wasn't as good as Arlen's. Mr. Arlen should have some salt, right? Carol took a bite of the roasted meat in her hand and turned her gaze to Arlen. Cough, cough, cough. While unconscious, Arlen vaguely felt something touching him. The discomfort made him frown and wake up coughing. What are you doing? Arlen opened his eyes and immediately saw Carol clinging to him, her hands still tearing at his clothes. Arlen. Upon hearing Arlen's sudden question, Carol trembled. Its heart-shaped tail snapped straight up, and it turned its head to look at Arlen, its movements halting. How long have you been awake? Just woke up. Phew, that's good. Carol breathed a sigh of relief. So what were you doing just now? Aren't you going to get off me? Arlen looked at her expressionlessly and said, Ugh, I'm coming down right now. Carol quickly got off Arlen and stood by the bed like a child who had made a mistake. I actually wanted to find the seasoning you used for the barbecue this morning. Carol blushed halfway through her sentence. I was really just looking for spices. Carol's tail snapped back and tucked tightly between her thighs. The seasoning wasn't in my clothes. Arlen took the seasoning out of his ring and placed it in front of Carol. So it was in this ring. Carol looked at the condiments in her hand, then at the ring on Arlen's finger. You're not a professional, and you can't use this. Arlen got out of bed and walked to the fire. Did you catch these? Arlen asked casually, looking at the roasting rats on the fire. Yes, I caught it with a trap. It sounded a bit like she was asking for credit. Carol put her hands on her hips and looked up as she spoke. Is this all you have? Is it enough to fill you up? He picked up a piece of roasted meat. The wood mouse was already small, and after peeling off a layer of fur and roasting it over the fire, there was only a very small piece left. Actually, I eat very little. Carol blushed and started poking her fingers together, feeling a little awkward after what Arlen said. I don't think so. Arlen's gaze fell on the wooden skewers used for grilling meat this morning. Carol's face had just recovered, and now it turned red again. I was a little hungry then. Eren got up and walked towards the cave entrance. Mr. Arlen, where are you going? Carol realized what was happening and caught up with Arlen to ask. You stay here. I'll be back in a bit, Arlen called out to Carol. All right. Carol had no reason to follow, and returned to her little apartment somewhat dejectedly. Looking at the faint light at the entrance of the cave, Carol picked up some roasted rat meat from the fire out of boredom. Carol sprinkled the seasoning that Arlen had given her on the roast meat and took a bite. She quickly ate one roasted rat meat, and looking at the remaining 2 roasted pieces, Carol resisted the urge to reach out. Mr. Arlen hasn't eaten yet. We need to save it for him. He can't eat it. Mr. Arlen is quite big. He must eat even more. Resisting the urge to look at the roasted meat, Carol sat on the steps at the cave entrance. No, that's for Mr. Arlen. So what's Mr. Arlen up to? I'd love to know. Carol was bored and crossed her legs at the bottom of the steps. At this time of day, she would usually be searching for food in the forest. Since there were no other tribes nearby, she only needed to be wary of the magical beasts in the forest. She remembered seeing a very large monster when she was first abandoned here. It looked like a cow that was several meters long. It probably felt it was too small and left without eating me. Carol rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the distant sky. My fingers accidentally touched the scar on my face. The scar that ran from her forehead to her jawline felt so uneven to the touch, completely different from the surrounding skin. As Carol felt the touch, a strange sense of melancholy inexplicably arose in her eyes. She is very beautiful. After all, she has the blood of a succubus. Even with this scar on her face, she still possesses a beauty that makes others fall in love with her. Some people simply love this kind of broken beauty, and that beauty is perfectly embodied in her. This scar is from a long time ago. Looking at the sky, memories I didn't want to recall involuntarily surfaced in my mind. Carol, be a good girl, okay? Mommy will be back in a little while. You must hide here well, and don't come out no matter what noises are making outside. Where's Mommy going? Little Carol doesn't need to know. Little Carol just needs to hide well. The dark wooden planks blocked out the last ray of light, and her mother completely disappeared from her sight. She never saw her mother again after that incident. The room downstairs was pitch black, with no light and no soundproofing. Carol heard shouts coming from outside, the sound of blades cutting into flesh, and many pleas for mercy. She was so frightened that she covered her mouth tightly, not daring to make a sound. Only when there was no sound outside did Carol slowly open the partition to the basement. The small house he shared with his mother was in ruins, and there was blood all around. Mommy? Mommy, where are you? Carol walked out step by step. There were no corpses or anyone else outside. Her eyes were filled with tears as she wandered around helplessly. She wants to find her mother. Just as she was about to finish exploring the entire tribe, a sinister laugh suddenly rang out behind her. Ha ha. Sure enough, there were still some who slipped through the net. Chapter 46. Caught Skipping Class. Erster College. Under Eren's guidance, Hillier quickly learned low-level wood elemental magic. Hillier is a magician now, Eren said to her as he watched her practice diligently. A mage's rank is generally determined by the number of spells of the same rank that the mage possesses. A first-tier mage only needs to master 3 first-tier spells. After becoming a first-tier mage, as long as one spell of that tier is mastered, one is considered a mage of that tier. Of course, the magic power consumed will increase as the rank increases. Therefore, magicians generally cannot cast spells of a higher rank than themselves. Master, what rank of mage are you? Hillier looked up and asked Ilum with a puzzled expression. She remembered that on the day Eren took her back, her master seemed to have used magic on her as well. At that time, she wondered what kind of powerful person her master was. My rank isn't high, but it's definitely enough to teach you, Eren said, looking at her. Master. Then, why do I always feel like my spells aren't flowing smoothly? After casting a few spells, Hillier stopped. Release it again. You really are here. Just as Ellen was teaching Hillier some other magic, a slender figure appeared at the entrance of the grove. Filwyn stood there expressionless, his silver-white hair tied up high. Attracted by the voice, Eren looked up and noticed her. What brings you here? You're not here to fight me this time, are you? Let Hillier continue practicing magic, and Eren walked toward Filwyn. While Hillier appeared to be practicing, his small eyes kept glancing in Filwyn's direction. I can't beat you, but I won't keep making things difficult for myself. Filwyn found a seat and sat down. It hasn't been long, and you've already started skipping classes? They should still be in class now, so you've skipped class too. How dare you criticize me? Ellen thought to herself. Oh, so you skipped class just to teach your maid? Filwyn did not respond to Ellen's words, but tilted his head and turned his gaze to Hillier. At that moment, Hillier was also looking at her. After a brief eye contact with Filwyn, she hurriedly turned her head away and pretended to practice. Yes, is there a problem? Ilum crossed his hands. Is this guy bored out of his mind? Did he come all this way just to ask this? Oh right, my magical talent seems to be quite poor. So Filwyn's question is perfectly acceptable. There's no future for you two. She's just a maid. Seeing Ellen's nonchalant attitude, Filwyn suddenly said something completely nonsensical. And he said it very excitedly. Filwyn, what are you talking about? Ellen was completely puzzled. How did she come up with this idea? No, it's nothing. I misspoke just now. Seemingly realizing what he had said, Filwyn blushed and stammered an explanation. What did I just say? Why did I blurt out what I wanted to say this morning? The teachers are looking for you. You should go back quickly. Seeing that Ilum was staring at her, Filwyn hurriedly left after saying those words. Strange, Irene watched her leave. So what exactly does she mean? Call out. The sound of something cutting through the air came from above Eren. A black object seemed to have noticed him and stopped directly above the forest. The black thing was very small, about the size of a person's head. While Ellen was still completely bewildered, the black ball suddenly released itself, forming the shape of a kitten. A black cat? Eren saw what it was. It crossed its arms over its chest, its golden pupils staring at him with disdain. Eren insensate. You dare skip my class? Karlovich's voice was unquestionable, serious, and indifferent. It's like a god. Its voice was that of a young man, yet it was a black cat. Who are you? Eren looked up, staring at it in utter shock. You're what magic professor, Karlovich. It landed and flew to Eren's side. Why is my teacher a cat? Eren stared blankly as Karlovich flew in front of him. Eren, I've been here for 7 years, you know that? If you hadn't skipped my class and made me come to you in person, you would have known who your teacher was long ago. Karlovich slapped Eren across the face and lifted him up. Ellen, these cat paws are so soft. You should go back to class. Elf. Sensing the presence of the elves, Karlovich teleported and appeared before Hillier with Eren. 100% affinity with what element? I never expected to see such a talented child here. Karlovich didn't even use any magical instruments. He knew Hillier's talent just by looking at her. Under Karlovich's gaze, Hillier looked at Ilum with some unease. My own owner. Seems like a kitten being carried around. This identity seems to be reversed. By the way, who is this cute black cat? She actually mentioned her master. She had never seen her master suffer a defeat at the hands of anyone. Hillier realized that her master couldn't help her, so she turned her attention to Karlovich, the black cat. Mr. Cat. Could you put my owner down? Karlovich, who was circling around Hillier, heard her words and came up to her with great displeasure. Don't call me Mr. Cat. Call me Professor Karlovich. Then, Professor, could you put my master down? Hillier asked again. Ellen wanted to say that it wasn't necessary and that he shouldn't worry about her. But from the moment he was left there, Karlovich had silenced him completely. Are you his maid? Karlovich neither sent Eren away nor responded to Hillier's words. Instead, he looked her up and down. Yes, I am young Master Eren's maid. Hillier nodded. I don't know why Professor Karlovich asked that question, but she still answered it affirmatively. To actually make such a talented child a maid, you really have something. Karlovich looked at Eren with an unfriendly expression. Ilum wanted to explain, but he couldn't say a word and could only let it watch him. Just who is this black cat? Even I, a mage nearing the 5th rank, can't break free from its imprisoning spell. May I have your name? Hillier. Upon hearing Hillier's reply, Karlovich tapped her with his cat paw and spoke in an expectant tone. Then, Hillier, would you like to become my apprentice instead of a nobleman's maid? Chapter 47. Hillier wanted to give some praise. Hillier exclaimed in shock as he saw Karlovich's outstretched paw. She never expected that this strange cat would want to take her as its apprentice. She looked at Eren somewhat helplessly, but Eren didn't say anything. The air fell silent instantly, and everyone seemed to be waiting for Hillier's answer. Karlovich was waiting for her consent. He genuinely wanted to take in this incredibly talented child. Moreover, this child is an elf, and elves have long lifespans, so it believes she can become a powerful magician, instead of, like humans, constantly striving throughout their short lives. Even if one becomes a 7th-tier holy professional, their lifespan is only a short 300 years. Even without Karlovich's magic, Ilum wouldn't speak. He too was waiting for Hillier's reply. Eren is a man who respects fate, and if Hillier chooses to become Karlovich's apprentice, he will not stop him. Although he didn't know Karlovich Vaughn, the fact that it could easily control itself meant that it must be very strong. Moreover, judging from Karlovich's performance just now, he should be considered reasonable. If Hillier wanted to be his student, that would actually be a good option. Eren turned his gaze to Hillier, who looked troubled. She didn't recognize the black cat in front of her, but she knew its owner. Her master treated her very well. You don't need to worry. If you agree, this nobleman won't bother you anymore. Karlovich seemed to be guessing what Hillier was thinking, and then said in his own words. It thought Hillier was worried that Ellen would retaliate against her, so it said this to reassure Hillier and get a better answer to its question. No, that's not how it is. Hillier waved his hand in front of his chest, denying its statement. Professor Karlovich, I think I should decline your offer. Hillier bit his lip and refused Karlovich. This answer was completely unexpected by Karlovich Vasquez. Being my apprentice will bring you many benefits. I will teach you all my magical knowledge, Karlovich said in one breath, trying to persuade her to stay. Freedom, money, knowledge, I can give you all of these. Why would you refuse? Are you still afraid? Believe me, Even if his father comes, he can't touch you. Karlovitz kept talking, giving Hillier no chance to interrupt. No, Professor Karlovitz, you misunderstand. Hillier gave a slight smile. My master is very good to me. Even if I choose to be your student, he won't say anything. Hillier looked at Eren. If I make this choice, perhaps my master will be happy for me. Because my master is really good to me. Her eyes held a smile, her pupils like a still pond in spring and autumn, rippling with emotion. So, I want to stay by master's side. After saying that, Hillary's ears turned red immediately, but instead of shyly looking away, she fixed her gaze on Ellen. Upon hearing Hillier's answer, Karlovitz remained suspended in midair for a long time before finally shaking his head. It seems he really treats you well. But if you change your mind, come to me, and I will still accept you as my apprentice. Karlovitz put Eren on the ground, and Hillier quickly caught him. Eren, although I don't know why your talent is so poor, now that you're already a 4th-tier mage. Karlovitch then crossed his arms and flew in front of Eren. Then you don't need to learn what I teach these students. From now on, come to my office and I'll teach you some magic that you can use. It was just something he said casually, but it really excited Ellen. The person in front of me whose strength I can't even fathom. The cat is coming to teach me magic. It seems like a win-win situation. Honestly, what schools teach now is really useless to me. Those spells are the most basic ones. He could cast spells without chanting years ago. Huh, no way. This is what the dean meant by something different. Okay, thank you, Professor Karlovitz. Eren bowed to the black cat in gratitude. Then hurry back to the classroom. The whole class is waiting for you. After saying this, Karlovitz flew back into the air and left. Eren watched the direction it flew away and stuck out his tongue. Couldn't you take me back with you? Master. Seeing Karlovitz leave, Hillier finally mustered up the courage to take Eren's hand. What's wrong? Hillier wants to praise. The little elf blinked her big eyes, bit her lip, and stammered. Hillier, is this all you want? You've rejected freedom. Eren looked at Hillier with a complicated expression. Indeed, although he kept Hilly by his side because he liked her, he still hoped that she would agree to Karlovich's proposal. At least she can learn a lot from Karlovich. Master, doesn't Master want Hilly to stay by his side? Hearing that Ellen's tone didn't seem to brighten after her words, Hillier said somewhat aggrievedly. She bit her lip tightly, blinking rapidly, trying to hold back the tears welling up in her eyes from her grievances. She was indeed very happy to be with her master, and what she said to Karlovy Vaz was all from the bottom of her heart. No. I'm so happy that Hilary will stay by my side. Seeing that Hilary seemed about to cry, Eren hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her face. But when Ellen's handkerchief actually touched Hillier, the tears she had been holding back flowed freely. Hillier hugged Ilum and buried her face in his chest. Actually, I really want to stay by Master's side. She spoke through choked sobs, like a wronged kitten, and hugged Irene tightly around the waist. Just like when Hillier faced Karlovich's question, this time it was Eren who was somewhat at a loss. He hugged the girl in front of him as well, and ruffled her hair. Okay, I understand. Feeling the touch on his head, Hillier raised his head. Her eyes were brimming with tears, but the first thing she saw was Ellen's smiling face. Eren's eyes were gentle, like a beam of light, very warm. Then from now on, Hillier, you can come to my side anytime you want. Besides, Ellen suddenly stopped talking. Huh? Hillier looked at him with teary eyes and asked in a puzzled tone, why did the master stop talking again? Actually, I also want Hilary to stay by my side. Chapter 48. I feel like I've lost out a bit. Master. After hearing Ellen's words, Hillier's face turned even redder, so red that it seemed like water could drip from her cheeks to her ears. All right, let's go back. It wouldn't be good to keep Karlovich waiting too long. Eren took Hillier's hand and walked towards the classroom. Back in the classroom, Karlovich was already lecturing, and the students were listening attentively. Eren felt embarrassed to go in through the front door, so he secretly led Hilary back to their seats through the back door. Although he came in through the back door, some students still noticed them and started whispering among themselves. He's the one who made us wait so long. Sure enough, people who get in through connections are of poor quality. They made so many people in the class wait for them. That's right, some classmates haven't come back yet, because we're looking for him. Their voices were very soft, as if they thought no one would notice them. Eren propped his head up with his hand, acknowledging that he had indeed done something wrong. He never expected that Professor Karlovich would suspend his classes to come and find him. It seems my reputation is going to get even worse in the academy. Where did you go? Levitt asked curiously from the side. After returning from Mia's office, he couldn't find his good brother anywhere, and even his maid was gone. It can't be. That's incredibly audacious. Skipping class specifically to do it. Couldn't they have done it back in their dorm at night? Ahem. Could it be that he's seeking thrills? I think you're thinking about really bad things, Ellen said with disdain, seeing Levitt's lewd expression. So you really went and did that kind of thing? After being told that by Ellen, Levitt stopped pretending and directly asked Ellen again. This made Hillier, who had been eavesdropping the whole time, blush bright red, and white mist appeared on her forehead. Eren noticed Hillier's condition and explained it to Levitt. If we don't explain it clearly, the little elf might get burned. Really just going to teach magic? Levitt asked, somewhat incredulous, turning his head to look at him. Stop asking. Okay then. By the way, I don't know her yet. Levitt turned his head a little further and focused his gaze on Hillier. He had noticed her since this morning, but since Ellen hadn't introduced her, Levitt assumed she was just an ordinary maid. Levitt only started to take her seriously after Ellen said he would personally teach her magic. After all, who would personally teach a servant? Unless the servant has something special about him. Levitt's gaze lingered on Hillier. The elf was indeed very beautiful. But this wasn't his type. Although Hillier was also petite and soft, Levitt felt that she just didn't fit his aesthetic. Moreover, since this elf was Ellen's maid, he was even less likely to have any other thoughts about Hillier. Her name is Hillier, Ellen said, placing her hand on the elf's head as she introduced her to Levitt. Greetings, young Master Levitt. Hillier, standing to the side, was a little shy, but still greeted Levitt. Karlovich's class ended quickly, and although he was lecturing in the form of a cat, the students around him were not particularly surprised. After all, this is a magical world, so it's not surprising that these things exist. Eren even remembered that orcs existed in the kingdom of Zephyr, but they generally lived on the borders of the kingdom, and Eren had seen mostly orc slaves. Ellen had seen many orc slaves at the slave traders in Mobita. As usual, after today's classes, Eren headed towards the office building. This time, however, there was a small figure beside Eren. This time, Hillier followed behind Eren. By the way, where's Filwyn? Why haven't we seen her yet? Eren remembered that this task was supposed to be done by him and Filwyn together. So why didn't he see her this time? Could it be? She actually wants me to do all the cleaning for her today. Okay. I feel like I've been scammed. Ellen remembered that he had to write an extra self-criticism. Although Filwyn had written one for him, teacher Mesa made him write another one. In other words, he didn't gain anything from the fight he had with her. Meanwhile, in another teaching building behind Eren, a blonde figure was hiding behind a wall. He bit his lip, his eyes fixed on Ellen and Hillier. However, the figure was not Filwyn, but Ayana. Why? Ayana murmured softly. Miss, what are you doing here? Yuvian's voice came from not far away. Just then, Eren and the others had already entered the office building, so he didn't hear Yuvian's shout. Yuvian, Ayana's eyes were red and swollen. She leaned against the wall, tears streaming down her face. She couldn't explain why she was crying. She just felt a tightness in her chest, and her eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. Yuvian had just seen Eren and Hillier. She knew why her mistress was like this, but there was nothing she could do. Seeing the young lady crying, she felt a pang of sadness herself and tenderly approached Ayana, wiping away her tears. She didn't know what to say, so she just hugged Ayana. Fortunately, there are very few students passing by here, so no one saw them looking like this. Don't cry, Mississippi. If you keep crying like this, you won't look pretty anymore. You'll look like a little kitten. Yu Wen comforted her. But, I feel so sad. Ayana touched her chest and looked at Yuvian. Miss is crying like this, and I feel like crying too. Wah. Yuvian ignored Ayana and threw herself into Ayana's arms with tears streaming down her face, pressing her head against Ayana's chest. Ayana, still crying. Ayana's attention was now completely drawn to Yuvian's actions. Although her nose was still twitching, She had stopped crying. She hurriedly picked up Yuan and turned her head left and right to see if anyone was around. Yuan, Wah, what are you doing? Seeing that no one was around, Ayana angrily asked her. However, Ayana's eyes are still red, so she's not scary when she's angry. In fact, she's kind of cute. Miss, are you no longer crying? Yuvian immediately stopped crying and smiled as she spoke to Ayana. Yuan, you did this on purpose? Seeing that Yuvian had been faking it, Ayana became even angrier and punched Yuvian's shoulders with her fists. Ha. All right, miss, let's go back now. Staying here isn't a solution. Chapter 49, this barbecue is so delicious. Ha. Sure enough, there were still some who slipped through the net. A large hand grabbed Carol's head and lifted her up. Behind her, two enormous demons bared their fangs and claws, staring at the succubus girl in their hands with the eyes of predators eyeing their prey. Let me go. Carol struggled desperately in the demon's grasp, using her last bit of strength to pound on the hand that held her. Oh, ha. This little guy is still very lively. Some people in the tribe like to eat tender meat, so let's take it back with us. The demon who was holding Carol knocked her unconscious and stuffed her into the bag behind him. Blood was flowing from the bottom of the bag, pooling on the ground. These are the prey they caught, some alive and some dead. Carol didn't know how long she had been unconscious. When she woke up, it was already dark around her. Her hands were bound, and she was hung like an animal on rows of meat racks. All around were clansmen whose bellies had been ripped open. A few were still alive, but they were all on the verge of death. Boss, this meat isn't fresh. Bring me some fresh meat. Okay. I'll pick out a fresh one for you right away. Remember, I want them to be quite tender. The sounds of other demons talking could be heard outside the shop. A moment later, a fat demon with big ears walked in. After browsing through the rows of meat racks, they finally settled on Carol. Carol was now completely exhausted. She didn't know how long she had been unconscious, and her throat was dry, making it impossible for her to speak. She was taken off the meat rack by the demon, who then grabbed her chin and looked her up and down. This is good. The meat quality must be excellent. After checking Carol and finding nothing amiss, the demon led her outside the shop. Look closely. This is incredibly fresh. Killed and eaten on the spot. Oh, it's so small. You managed to catch it. Small cuts of meat taste better. Didn't you want tender ones? Why are you talking so much nonsense? A bucket of cold water was poured on Carol, and she instinctively shivered. She heard the sound of a knife being sharpened beside her ear, and her head was pressed onto the cutting board. It's like killing a fish. Carol closed her eyes and waited quietly for the knife to fall. Am I going to die? I wonder if my mom will be worried if she comes back and doesn't see me. Mom, don't cry. Carol ran out on her own. Carol was naughty and didn't listen to her mother. Boom. Just as Carol was preparing to face death, huge magical fireballs rained down on the area around the demon tribe. The knife aimed at Carol was deflected. In the sky, demons with bat wings and heart-shaped tails appeared. A group of succubi. Carol was rescued. Those succubi were her clan's relatives, and they were there to avenge their clan. Carol learned this after she was rescued. You cannot stay. This is our rule. Our tribe does not allow others to join. This is what the succubus who saved her said. And you have to cut your face open. That's the rule. She was abandoned in this forest, but thankfully, her family members didn't leave her to fend for herself. They left her in a place where she could survive. Seeing Arlen emerge from the forest in the distance, Carol hurriedly ran down the steps and headed towards him. Arlen walked alone, his right hand hanging diagonally behind him, his body stained with a pool of blood. He dragged a 3-meter-long deer behind him, wading through the water to the entrance of Carol's cave. This large deer possesses the strength of a third-tier beast. It is not a wild animal, but a magical beast. Arlen actually used some methods to catch it. Because his other half-soul was in a coma, he was unable to use his full strength. Arlen suffered a lot from the demonic deer because he couldn't adapt to the changes in his body. But fortunately, he still managed to catch it. Mr. Arlen, you're covered in blood. Are you injured? Carol didn't notice the demonic deer behind Arlen. What she saw first was Arlen's clothes, which were completely stained red. It's not my blood, it's this stuff's. Arlen tossed his prey forward, and with a thud, the deer landed right in front of Carol. Wow, what a huge deer. Did Mr. Arlen shoot it down? Mr. Arlen is amazing. Carol was also drawn to the demonic deer, circling around this deer that was several times her size. She had never seen such a large prey in her life, and she looked at it excitedly from left to right. It's nothing. You didn't eat enough for lunch, did you? We'll roast this deer later. Arlen dragged the deer to the riverbank and began to process it, and Carol came over to help. Together they dissected the demon deer completely, and a pile of fresh venison lay nearby. Arlen and Carol were busy until evening, when the entire forest was dark. Wow, so much meat. This is enough to eat for days. Looking at the pile of venison in the cave, Carol excitedly said to Arlen, if this meat is left like this for several days, it will attract other magical beasts. Arlen stroked his chin, pondering how to prepare the venison. The storage ring on his hand didn't have much space. It couldn't possibly hold all that venison. Carol, do you know any cities nearby? Cities that sell this venison? After thinking about it, Arlen decided it would be better to sell the meat. So he asked Carol, although the demon abyss is mostly inhabited by tribes, there are also cities. However, these cities are all managed by powerful demons. Otherwise, things would be in complete chaos. City? What is a city? Carol ate the roasted meat in her hand, looking at Ellen with a puzzled expression. She's never even heard the word city before. Is it something delicious? Well, it's a place where a lot of people live, Arlen patiently explained to Carol. I don't know. Carol hasn't been outside this forest. The places outside the forest are very dangerous. You'll get eaten. Carol shook her head. All right then, I'll go out and wander around when I have time, to see if there are any towns or cities. Arlen sighed. It seemed he would have no choice but to go find it himself. The damage to his soul was too severe, not to mention that his other half showed no signs of waking up yet, so his power could only reach the 4th level. This strength didn't give him much of a sense of security, and Arlen needed to find a way to heal the damage to his soul. Such damage to the soul would likely take several years to heal on its own. Eren couldn't wait that long, so he had no choice but to search for a potion that could restore his soul. However, the materials needed to make the soul restoration potion were not easy to find, so Eren could only try his luck in the city. Mr. Arlen, this roast meat is so delicious. Mr. Arlen, you should try some too. Carol, who was standing nearby, happily handed 2 pieces of roasted meat to Arlen. Chapter 50 Hillier isn't tasty. It feels like this place has already been cleaned. Looking at the tidy office building, Eren couldn't help but ask in confusion. Hillier had already prepared her cleaning tools and was just waiting for Ellen to give her instructions. Philwyn has already been here once, and she has cleaned everything up. When Ms. Mesa came out of the office and saw Ellen carrying tools, she told her that Philwyn had already cleaned up. Honestly, this child actually made a sick person do the cleaning work. Mesa had originally told Philwyn not to come and clean, but the little girl insisted on doing it. Not only did he have to clean, but he also did all the cleaning himself. Mesa remembered to tell the 2 of them to do it together. She's already been here once. It seems I misunderstood her earlier, and looking at it this way, I'm not so bad off. Who is this little girl over here? Mesa noticed Hillier next to Ellen. Judging from his clothes, he didn't seem to be a student from her college. Seeing that it was brought by Eren, he asked Eren. After explaining Hillier to Mesa, they went back to their dorm. As always, Hillier prepared some special dishes for Ellen. It smells so good. What did you make this time, Hillier? Looking at the food Hillier brought over, Eren couldn't help but ask. It's fried fish fillet, master. After Hillier placed the fish fillets on the table, he prepared to leave and wait for Ellen to finish eating. Hillier, come and eat with me. Seeing Hilly standing alone to one side, Ilum called her over. Hilary doesn't usually eat at the same table as Irene. That's not a privilege a maid should have. Okay, master. Hillier followed Ellen's instructions and sat down in front of him. Why aren't you eating? Could it be that little Hillier wants his master to feed you? Ellen saw Hillier just sitting there, not eating, like a reserved little child. No. Hillier just hasn't gotten used to eating with master yet. Hearing Ellen's words, Hillier thought he was going to scold her, and hurriedly picked up the cutlery on the table. Like a child using these things for the first time, She fumbled around and forked the food off the plate. She was startled and quickly checked to see if she had gotten any on her owner. Master, I'm so sorry. Eren sighed, thinking, why is this little elf so timid? I'm not going to eat you. What are you afraid of? Eren put down his knife and fork. Come here. Hillier obediently put down what he was holding and then walked obediently to Ellen's side. Come on, sit on my lap. Patting his thigh, Ellen gestured for Hillier to sit down. And master this. Hillier was a little stunned, his head buzzing. What do you mean, huh? Come here. Ellen scooped Hillier up in her arms, the little elf sitting on her lap, her head just reaching Ellen's shoulder. Well, actually, Ellen just wanted to touch the little girl. Her hands were so small that she couldn't even hold a fork properly. Hillier, sitting on Ilum's lap, blushed and stood awkwardly still. Master, this will make Hillier embarrassed. To steady himself, Hillier placed his hand on Eren's neck. Come on, open your mouth. Ellen forked a piece of fish fillet and held it to Hillier's small mouth. Master, you're really something? Hillier caught the food Ellen offered with her mouth, and her face turned completely red. The fish fillet from the Ellen fork was quite large, and Hillier couldn't finish it in one bite. He had to hold it in his mouth and chew it bit by bit. Halfway through the meal, Hillier noticed that Eren was watching her. Thinking that her master wanted to eat too, she leaned closer and stammered to Eren. Master, do you want some too? With a fish fillet dangling from her mouth, her face was still flushed. However, the blush also spread to Eren. Cough, cough. This little girl is really good at this. Since that's the case, I'll pretend to refuse first, and then... No, I don't need it. Eren refused expressionlessly. Hearing Ellen's words, Hillier was somewhat disappointed, and his eyelids drooped. Okay, fine. Ugh. A dark shadow suddenly enveloped the still somewhat dazed Hillier, and a warm sensation came from his lips. Hillier's eyes widened, filled with astonishment, and he stammered, unable to utter a word. Only after the food in her mouth was snatched away did she realize what had happened. Her face flushed. Master is so bad. Hillier's eyelashes trembled slightly, her cheeks puffed out, and she spoke sweetly to Ilum. Do you want your master to feed you again, Hillier? With his right hand, Ellen tapped Hillier's flushed cheeks, and then forked another fish fillet. The little sprites are so cute when they get angry. I almost want to bite them. By the way, what would the elf's face taste like? I haven't tasted it yet. Then I want more. Hillier nodded shyly, her eyes darting away from Ellen's. Come on. Ellen held up her fork and brought it to Hillier's little mouth again. Just as Hillier was about to take a bite, there was a snapping sound, the sound of teeth clashing together. This time, Hillier missed, for no other reason than that Ellen mischievously took the fork back from her hand. Ugh, master. Hillier was really angry now. Her little mouth puffed out even wider than before. Master, my master just loves to tease me. No way, I'll take it back myself. Later, I will also do as the Lord does. Seeing that Hillier seemed genuinely angry this time, Ellen stopped teasing her. If the little elf starts to dislike me, I'll have nowhere to cry. All right, master won't tease you anymore. Here, I'll feed you this time. Eren put his left arm around Hillier's waist, intending to feed her properly. When Hilly saw Ilum bring the food over, he immediately realized what was happening. Great opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment when my owner's attention is not high. Hillier tilted his head and came within 2 centimeters of Eren, giving him a light peck on the cheek. But Hilary regretted it after the kiss. So shy? After the kiss, Hilary kept her head down, her face completely red. From Ellen's perspective, Hilary's face was red all the way down to her ears. After touching the water stains left by the little elf on her face, Eren quietly nestled next to Hillier's little head. Little Hillier is getting bolder and bolder, so your master will have to punish you. Ugh, master, don't eat me. Hillier doesn't taste good. Chapter 51. They're so small, they must be so cute to bully. Hilly doesn't taste good. Hillier, nestled in Ilum's arms, had her cheek bitten by Ilum, her eyes slightly narrowed, and spoke in a tearful voice. The feeling on my face. Ugh, master's teeth are biting down. It doesn't hurt, but it's so embarrassing. My cheeks felt warm. It felt like being enveloped in warm slime. Except the slime wouldn't nibble at her like that. Who said little Hillier isn't delicious? It's absolutely delicious. Really? Master, please don't bite me anymore. Hillier will be embarrassed. Hillier, sitting on Ellen's lap, spoke haltingly, but then unconsciously leaned into Ellen's arms. Her cheeks, which hadn't been bitten by Irene, were flushed red, and she exuded a shyness typical of young girls. Eren released his grip on her mouth and held her close to prevent her from falling off him. Hillier's body went limp, and she buried her face weakly in Ellen's arms. Master is so mean. He actually held me and bit me for so long. Hillier muttered to herself, but for some reason, she didn't actually object to her master doing this. On the contrary, she was somewhat happy. Yes, it gives me a feeling of being valued by my owner. My body is getting a little hot. It's all Master's fault. Thinking this to herself, Hillier nestled in Ellen's arms and rubbed against her, causing Ellen to hurriedly soothe her with her hands. Yes, little Hillier's face is so sweet. It's soft, like a small cake, the kind you can eat in one bite. Squeak. Why is the wall next to me moving forward? Oh, so it was the chair I was sitting on that was tilting backward. Master, my master. Hillier, who was in Ellen's arms, also fell backward with him, but because Hillier was sitting on Ellen, she felt the weightlessness more intensely. This made her scream in fear. Bang! Eren and Hillier both fell to the ground. Hillier, are you alright? Are you hurt? Ilum asked apologetically. Just as the chair was about to tip over, Ellen realized something was wrong and pulled Hillier into her arms. That's why Hillier just shouted out. As for the current situation, Eren was lying on the ground, and Hillier was in his arms. And she buried her entire face in Eren's chest. In nothing, master. Hillier looked up, her face slightly flushed, and said, Master, you smell so good, I want to smell you again. Just now, after Hillier buried himself in Eren, he forcefully absorbed the scent emanating from him. Are you really alright? Hillier's eyes were now sparkling with tiny red stars, and Eren asked again, uncertainly. Something's wrong, something's very wrong. The Hillier on her body doesn't seem to be blushing because she's shy. It's more like an intense, urge-like desire. Hillier is alright. Master, please get up. Hillier got up, helped Eren to his feet, and straightened his soiled clothes. I am just a slave, and slaves are not worthy of liking their masters. Hillier forcefully suppressed the blush and pink stars on her face and began to eat with Irene. This time, Ellen didn't tease Hillier anymore, and Hillier obediently sat in his lap and finished his dinner properly. Night. Hillier lay on her bed in her room, her cheeks flushed as she stared at the ceiling. Her long, white hair was scattered around her. I want a master so badly. She wasn't physically strong. On the contrary, she was just a frail little girl. If we consider the lifespan of an elf, she's still just an illegal little girl. But she's an elf, and she's already in her 20s. But her mental age is still that of a teenage girl, and the same goes for her body. So it won't take long before she becomes completely limp and soft like a slime. Hillier hugged the blanket tightly and drifted off to sleep. The next day, Ilum woke up to Hillier's wake-up service. Master, it's time to get up. Hillier, dressed in her maid outfit, began to straighten Irene's clothes. On her way to the teaching building, Irene saw many people dressed in white. They hurried through the crowd of students heading to school, looking as if something big was about to happen. The leader was a priest wearing a white, gilded robe, accompanied by several professionals in different attire. Master? Who are they? Their clothes are so strange. Following behind Eren, Hillier stared intently at the group of people and asked Eren a question. Upon hearing Hillier's question, Illumi also turned his attention to that group of people. Those are people from the church? They are from the Church of Light, but they shouldn't be here in the first place. Eren explained to Hillier about the other party's identity. But Eren began to have some doubts. The group's clothing was very familiar to Eren. They were clearly members of the Church of Light. The main church in the Kingdom of Zephyr is the Church of Light, which is the most influential church on this continent and worships the goddess of light. However, Erster is not under the jurisdiction of the Church of Light. Erster is independent of all other forces. Judging from how anxious they all look, something serious must have happened. Master, look, That lady is dressed so beautifully. Hillier's gaze never left that group of people. After she had looked at all the people one by one, she noticed the figure in the very center of the crowd. She was a young girl dressed in a black and white nun's habit, with the same black hair as Irene. Her eyes were covered by a piece of black silk, revealing only her flawless white face and pink lips. The rest of the church seemed to exist solely to protect her, their positions completely shielding the girl in the center. Hearing Hillier's voice, Eren also noticed the nun who had covered her eyes. After admiring the girl's clothes, Eren teased Hillier beside him. So Hillier likes these nuns' habit? How about Master buys you one sometime? Little Hillier would look so good in it. As she thought about it, the image of Hillier in her nun's habit involuntarily popped into Irene's mind. It's so tiny, it would be so cute to tease it. Chapter 52. Ayana really likes it. Ugh, Master. I don't need it. Hillier's cheeks flushed slightly, and the thought of appearing before Ilum in a nun's habit warmed her face. Master, you must be thinking about something lewd. Even if you are, I won't show it to you. All right. I was thinking about something risque, so little Hillier came over and let me hug you. Seeing Hillier turn her head away in a huff, wanting to walk away quickly, Ilum pulled her in front of him. The little elf smells nice. It's obvious she took a bath this morning. Her white hair is fluffy. How about we try taking another bite? Without hesitation, Ellen enveloped Hillier completely, lowered her head, and bit one of her cheeks. Ah, Master, we're still outside. This time, Hillier was somewhat flustered, his body trembling slightly in Iren's arms. She was surprised and embarrassed that her master would do such a thing in front of so many people. Won't we be seen by a lot of people here? There are so many students going to school around. Wah, this will have a bad influence on the master, won't it? I, a mere maid, a slave, am not worthy to be with my master. Hillier kept telling herself this, but she hesitated to break free from Ellen's embrace. All right, let's go. After Ellen savored Hillier, she took her to class. What he didn't know was that the nun whose eyes were covered by black silk had been keeping her head in his direction the whole time. There, the presence of the Lord is felt. What is it, Lady Irina? When the leading priest saw that the girl had stopped, he politely asked her what was wrong. It's nothing. Let's go find Deanslaw quickly. And Rolla hasn't come to the church to report for several days. This matter may be far more serious than we think. Okay. The group left in a hurry. Ellen and Hillier studied magic together in the morning. Hillier's magical talent was truly remarkable. She had already learned almost all the spells the professor taught. The only remaining issue is proficiency, but Ellen believed that it wouldn't be long before she could master these spells without chanting, especially wood element magic, since she has a 100% affinity for wood. After class, Ernst has a long period of free time, so many students use this time to do their own things. Of course, Ellen took Hillier to practice magic. However, on their way out, a figure blocked their path. Excuse me, Ellen Incenate. Are you available now? Ayana called out to Eren from behind. Is there something you need, Ayana? Ellen and Hillier both looked at her simultaneously, their eyes revealing a hint of doubt. Well, Ellen, there's something I want to say to you. Ayana stammered, looking nervous. Is the method Yuian mentioned really going to work? I'm so nervous. But, Ayana looked firmly at Iren's face. In order to win over Ellen, I must be brave enough to face the challenge. So, what does Ayana want to say to me? Can you say it here? When Ellen saw that Ayana's face was slightly flushed, a bad feeling suddenly arose in her heart. Then, could we go somewhere else to talk, Ellen? Okay. Then Hillier, wait for me here for a bit. I'll be right back. Eren followed behind Ayana, heading towards a place she deemed suitable. Ayana's long, blonde hair danced in front of Eren, adorned with light blue hair clips. Ellen was taken to a remote place, a place where few people usually came, even more remote than the woods where Ellen had trained Hillier. Ayana turned to face Eren, her cheeks flushed. So what does Ayana want to say to me? Eren asked. Ayana's heart pounded, and with a girlish shyness, she lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye. Eren, I like you, and I want to date you. Her eyes darted around, and she gently bit her lip, waiting for Ellen's answer. Is Ayana confessing her feelings to me? Yes. It may seem abrupt, but I truly like you. Ayana mustered her courage, Her face flushed, and looked up at Eren with expectant eyes. Ayana. Eren read her name. Seemingly overly nervous, Ayana trembled involuntarily upon hearing her name and responded with an expectant tone. I cannot accept your confession, therefore, I refuse to date you. Eren smiled, but the smile was shattered in Ayana's eyes. He refused. He really refused. Ayana froze, then collapsed weakly to the ground. I'm so sorry, Ayana. I don't know why you fell for me, but I know I don't have any feelings for you. A thorn, connected to Ayana's sense of pain, pierced her heart. But, that was you, not me. Ayana seemed to want to say something, but Ellen already knew what she was going to say and decisively interrupted her. But I really like you. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, leaving only Ayana kneeling on the ground. If there's nothing else, then I'll be going. Eren didn't linger his gaze on Ayana for long before turning and leaving. He didn't have much interaction with Ayana. At most, he saved her once a few days before she started school. But Ellen didn't take it to heart. This small matter wasn't enough to make her like him. Eren was self-aware enough to know that, apart from his androgynous face, he really had nothing that would make Ayana like him. Moreover, he didn't like Ayana either. Although I think she is indeed very beautiful and is the goddess in the hearts of many students. Well, because of her innocent and alluring face and outstanding talent, Ayana was welcomed by many male students on her first day of school. On the very same day, a student confessed his feelings to her. But Ellen hadn't spent much time with her, and he wouldn't just accept a girl's confession so easily. Where's Hillier? Walking back the way he came, Eren did not find Hillier in the same spot. It was completely empty. There was no sign of her at all. Hurry. What happened over there? It seems like a maid disobeyed her master and was forcibly dragged back by him. While Ellen was still wondering where Hillier had gone, she overheard the conversation of the students who were hurrying out nearby. Just as Ellen was about to ignore them, a conversation immediately caught his attention. That maid seems to be an elf. Let's hurry and go see the play. The elf. Hillier. Chapter 53. Say it again. Whose maid is she? Excuse me, young master. Is there anything I can help you with? Shortly after Ellen left, a male student wearing an Earth School uniform walked towards Hillier. The visitor was Harold Crowley, the son of a minor viscount in the kingdom, and also one of Costa's underlings. He was ordered by Costa to take the elven maid away. The order was given 2 days ago, and if he doesn't bring the maid over today, he will be punished by Costa. That's why he deliberately came to Hillier when there was no one else around. Your name is Hillier, right? I'd like to invite you somewhere to chat. Is that all right? Harold extended an invitation to her, leaning his body towards Hillier as well. As for where he goes, well, that's not his business. No. Young master, I don't even know your name, so I can't grant you this request, Hillier refused, taking a step back. This person is so strange. Yes, indeed, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Harold Crowley, and I am the Viscount of the future kingdom. So you'd better come with me obediently. You have no right to refuse a nobleman. Harold grinned mischievously and reached out to grab Hillier's arm. He had no intention of seeking Hillier's opinion. Harold's purpose was outright robbery. What are you doing? No, don't touch me. Hillier looked at the man's outstretched hand and hurriedly backed away. What happened here? What happened? The commotion they made attracted the attention of the surrounding students, who gathered around. I'm very sorry to bother you all. This is my maid. She is not listening to me, so I'm about to take her back. Harold preempted Hillier from speaking, quickly fabricating a story about his relationship with Hillier. Anyway, he has Costa's promise that he can cover for him no matter what the consequences are. Harold only needed to deliver the elf to his bed. He didn't need to worry about anything else. So she's your maid. Why don't you take her away quickly? An elven maid? I think there was one in the academy, but I remember her owner didn't look like this. After hearing Harold's explanation, the people around him gradually understood, but someone immediately noticed something was wrong. This elven maid was sold to me by her former master, so she is now mine. Harold smiled and looked around, grabbing Hillier's hand and trying to pull her away. No, I'm not his maid. Hillier, hearing Harold making up stories about their relationship, hurriedly waved his hands to explain to those around him. My master did not sell me. Hillier's eyes were brimming with tears, and he looked anxious and flustered. So that person sold the maid. But why does she still say she wasn't sold? A student nearby raised a question, but Harold quickly and flawlessly answered the student's question. My friend, that's why the maid said that, because she doesn't want to believe that she was sold. Harold smiled gently and grabbed Hillier's hand to prevent her from escaping. I see this maid is so disobedient. They've already been sold, so just obediently go back to their new owners. If my maid did that, I would definitely give her a good beating. Which one? Please elaborate. Most of the students around were nobles, and they also had maids, so they just stood by and watched. Seeing that no one around her was paying attention to her, and that everyone thought Harold was telling the truth, Hillier became so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. No, this person is talking nonsense. I wasn't sold. I didn't. No matter how she explained, no one around her believed her. Some people even said, since she's your maid, why don't you take her back with you? That's right, we must give this disobedient maid a good talking to when we get back. Hillier was in despair, and a few tears slid down her cheeks. Harold grabbed her body, preparing to forcibly take her away. No, don't. In his panic, Hillier conjured a pale green magic circle in his hand, from which a wooden spike suddenly shot out, heading straight for Harold. However, because Hillier activated the magic in a panic, the wooden spikes did not hit Harold. But the splinter still managed to cut his cheek, drawing blood. The surrounding students immediately erupted in chaos, and Harold, after a brief moment of distraction, immediately shouted, You dare to hurt me. You're finished. Haha. Attacking a noble is a serious crime. Harold lowered his head, laughing uncontrollably, and whispered in Hillier's ear. Even if your master comes, you still have to come with me. He said this to Hillier without letting the students around him hear it. Hilary was staring at her hands in disbelief. I just injured a nobleman? In the kingdom, nobles are always more prestigious than ordinary people. If a commoner injured a nobleman, he would be executed. Moreover, Hilary wasn't even a commoner, she was a maid. In the eyes of these nobles, there was no difference between maids and slaves. They're just tools. If they break, you just replace them. Ha. Come on. My maid. You can't be willful this time. I'll forgive you this time. Come with me obediently. Harold laughed loudly, ignoring Hilary's reaction, and grabbed her, pulling her towards the edge of the crowd. Just when he thought his mission was about to be completed, a figure suddenly flew in from the sky, and this was accompanied by a slightly angry voice. Say it again, whose maid is she? A gust of wind howled around them, and when the people around looked up at the sky, there stood a male student with a fair complexion who looked remarkably like a young girl. The person in the sky was none other than Eren, who had just arrived. The magic he used to fly over was a 4th-tier wind attribute magic, specifically flight magic. After a brief moment of distraction, Harold immediately recognized Eren. Although Eren was a Marquis's son, he was not afraid. The person behind him is also the young master of a Marquis. I said he's my maid now. What can you do about it? Harold sneered at him. What can you do to me, you talentless fellow who isn't even the heir to a Marquisate? Harold stared intently at Eren, never even considering why Eren was flying. Bang! A tremendous roar echoed from the ground as Eren grabbed Harold's face and slammed him heavily onto the ground. Very good. You have a lot of guts. It seems you're ready to face the wrath of the Insenate family. Chapter 54 Holy crap. A fight has broken out. The ground was dented by Eren's blow, and Harold lay inside, his face grabbed by Eren. Those around were stunned by what had suddenly happened, but the next second, the students around them let out a cry of surprise even louder than when Hilly had injured Harold. What happens? I don't know. It just happened suddenly. That student, that person is Eren Insenate. I remember he also had an elf maid. Could that elf be his? It doesn't seem like they sold their maid. What's going on? Why did he suddenly attack that student? Is he that strong? Illumin paid no attention to the whispers of those around him. Harold, who was in his hand, was badly hurt by the blow, but was still struggling in Illumin's grasp. Just as Eren was about to slam his fist into the ground again, a man's voice suddenly interrupted him. Eren Insenate, do you really want to murder a nobleman in such a blatant and above-board manner? From the crowd, a man dressed in gorgeous clothes stepped out. He was tall, a full head taller than Eren. The person who arrived was none other than Costa, who had been watching the show from the sidelines. In this boring college, he just enjoyed watching people being forced into things. You? What gives you the right to stop me? Eren grabbed Harold's face with one hand and stood up. Harold's body fell into Ellen's hands, but no matter how hard he tried to pry his face off, he couldn't break free. Eren turned his gaze to Costa, a man he did not recognize. Since this person knows his full name, it means he also knows that he is the son of a Marquis. What right do you have? Huh, it seems you don't know who I am. Let me tell you, my name is Costa de Carroll. I am the first in line to the Marquisate. Costa walked up to Eren and looked down at him. The students around him immediately recognized him after hearing Costa's introduction. He is the third-year champion, the first heir of the Carroll family. Overlord? Why do you say that? You don't know? Let me tell you. This Costa is someone who was born with a love for toying with female students of low status in the academy. He's been playing dirty tricks, relying on his Marquis family background and his strength as a third-tier mage. Hey, keep your voice down. Costa ignored the students' conversation and instead looked at Eren with a smile. He is my man, so I expect you to put him down, kneel down and apologize to us, and give us that elf as compensation. Otherwise, I'm sure you don't want to make enemies with the Carroll family, do you? Costa's lips curled up, but his eyes lost their smile, and his tone carried a hint of threat. Although a Marquis who is not the first in line to the throne is somewhat troublesome, I still have a way to kill him. Therefore, this time he not only wants to snatch Eren's elven maid, but also wants to make her pay a price. How dare you say such a thing in Ersted? Ilum was so angry at what he said that she not only demanded an apology, but also wanted Hillier as compensation. Where did he get the courage? Is it because he is the heir to a Marquisate, or because of his third-tier strength? Although he was not the first heir of Einsenat, it did not mean that Einsenat would accept such humiliation. If he agreed, he would be scorned by his older sister and brother. Bang! Harold was thrown at Costa's feet by Eren. That was the right choice. You really are a smart person. Costa assumed that Eren had agreed to his request and released Harold, so he burst into laughter. All he had left to do was wait for Eren to kneel down and apologize to him, and then give him the elven girl. Thinking of this, Costa's gaze unconsciously turned to Hillier. The little girl was clutching Irene's clothes with a look of fear on her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Looking at the elven maid's expression, an immense desire arose in Costa's heart. I really want to see how this maid behaves in bed. She'll definitely cry terribly then. I really want to see her cover her face with her hands and say no. Eren turned around, patted Hillier's head, and whispered in her ear. Hillier, wait for me here for a while, okay? He was now going to teach this young master from a noble family a lesson about not being too arrogant. Hillier wiped away the tears in his eyes, nodded, and released his grip on Ilum's clothes. She trusted her master. Bring her over here quickly. That way you won't get into trouble, right? Costa Eren turned to Hillier and said something, thinking he was going to bring the elf to him, and became even more arrogant. You really are somewhat disgusting. Eren walked up to Costa, looked up at him, and said, What do you mean? Where's that maid? Do you want to make an enemy of Carroll? Costa, annoyed that Ilum hadn't brought Hillier with him, questioned him. What I mean is, the way you look disgusts me. Without further ado, Eren raised his right leg and delivered a diagonal kick, aiming straight for Costa's abdomen. With a thud, Costa was sent flying by this completely unexpected attack. When the students around saw that the two were fighting, they all ran to the open space around them to hide. Holy crap! A fight has broken out. Young Master Costa is a third-tier mage. There are only a handful of third-tier mages in the entire academy. How dare that, Eren? I don't know. I heard he can hold his own against the Sword Saint's apprentice for a few rounds. The Sword Saint's apprentice is a second-tier swordsman. I guess that's what that Eren is relying on. Isn't he being arrogant? Third tier and second tier are not even in the same league. Never mind that. Look how fiercely they're fighting. After Costa was kicked away, a magic circle appeared behind him and held him firmly in place. He stared intently at Eren, as if he wanted to devour him. Very good. Very good. It seems you've decided to be my enemy. What courage a freshman like you has. Costa spoke coldly, raising his right hand. A deep red magic ring unfolded from it, and intricate patterns gradually appeared on its surface. The roar of flames, the blessing of the fire god. Third-tier magic, a pillar of fire under raging fury. Flames, like jets of water, shot out from the center of the magic circle and flew straight toward Eren. Chapter 55 has a problem. Boring. Eren let the pillar of fire assault him, his face filled with an icy expression. Third-tier magic, Forgotten Guardian. Third-tier magic, Cruz's Cage. Third-tier magic, Spatial Teleportation. In an instant, 3 different magic circles unfolded from behind Eren, and then the space began to fluctuate. Eren disappeared from everyone's sight in the next second. Bang! Costa's pillar of fire slammed into a nearby bench, instantly melting it in the intense heat. Where did he go? What kind of magic did young Master Eren use just now? Why did he disappear in an instant? I didn't hear clearly, but judging from the way he disappeared, it should be spatial magic. I remember, spatial magic is at least level 3. Wow, is Eren also a level 3 mage? The people around started talking about it, as they were truly shocked by Eren's disappearance. Where? Costa, having withdrawn his magic, immediately looked around. His mind was now filled with the scene of defeating and humiliating Eren. He didn't think he would lose. After all, he was a third-tier professional, one of only 2 third-tier mages in the entire 3rd year. Costa, now I feel like I can have a proper fight with you. A figure suddenly appeared behind Costa, accompanied by a heavy kick. Eren's attack was aimed directly at Costa's forehead. If Costa hadn't blocked the blow, he would have been rendered unable to fight. Just now, Hillier, who was behind him, led him away from that bench. If it were just Eren, he wouldn't have needed to dodge at all. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Costa instinctively tried to dodge Eren's attack. He was just a magician. There was no way he could withstand Eren's attack. However, when Costa tried to sidestep, he found that he couldn't move at all. I can't move. This is imprisonment magic. Boom. The imagined scene of Costa being kicked away did not happen. Eren felt as if he had hit a wall. A semi-transparent magical shield blocked Eren's attack around Costa, while Costa inside remained unharmed. The next second after Eren's attack, a ring on Costa's hand shattered. A protective magic item? Using magic items would be pointless. Eren immediately recognized the ring on Costa's hand, clenched his fists, and unleashed a torrent of blows on Costa's protective barrier. Meanwhile, Costa, trapped beneath the barrier, is struggling to break free from Eren's magic. Finally, just as Eren was about to shatter his barrier, Costa released Eren from his imprisoning spell. The moment it was released, Costa's magical barrier shattered with a loud bang. The powerful shockwave sent him tumbling and crawling. Even his gorgeous clothes were covered in dust. Eren, you've successfully angered me. Costa got up from the ground, and seeing his disheveled appearance, his anger level immediately spiked. You're such a piece of trash. You actually made me look so pathetic. I really underestimated you before. This time I'll make you kneel down and beg me for mercy. I'll show you the consequences of offending a third-tier mage. Costa steadied himself, his face contorted with rage. Accept the baptism of magic. A magic wand appeared in his right hand, with layers of sparkling crystals embedded on it. Double casting. Flame. Just as Costa was about to unleash his magic, a sharp pain in his head brought him to an abrupt halt. You talk too much nonsense. Eren stared silently at Costa in his hands, his eyes cold. Just now, Eren grabbed Costa's face and, like she did with Harold, made Costa's face make intimate contact with the ground. Costa was so struck that his head was spinning, and he completely lost consciousness. Eren lifted Costa up, and Costa's body slumped limply to the ground. Even more useless than that Harold guy from before, he fainted in no time. He casually tossed the nobleman aside and used a teleportation spell to leave the place. Only a group of students were left standing around, stunned. One of the students nudged his classmate and said in an incredulous tone, "Is that Eren's talent really as bad as it was during the test?" "I don't know. I only know that Costa is indeed a third-tier mage. So that means that Eren has at least the strength of a third-tier cultivator? Let's put that aside for now. Do you think we should take those 2 people to the infirmary?" The student pointed to Costa and Harold, who were still unconscious on the ground. Erstetter, Dean's office. Sla was writing something on a clean sheet of paper when a knock suddenly sounded in his room. Please come in. Sla let the person who knocked on the door in. It was Professor Mesa, a senior professor. Your Excellency, the Church of Light wants to speak with you, apparently because of Enrolla. Mesa reported the situation outside to Sla, and then stood aside, waiting for the Dean's reply. Upon hearing Mesa mention the Church of Light and Enrolla, Dean Sla suddenly frowned. He couldn't sense Honora's presence within his magical range. Something went wrong. These past few days, his main body has been traveling on another continent, and he simply doesn't have the energy to keep track of each teacher's movements. Moreover, Enrolla was required to patrol the entrance to the abyss, and it was common for her to be away for several days at a time, so the Academy did not pay much attention to the matter. Okay, I understand. Let those people from the Church of Light in. Sla nodded, indicating that the Church of Light would certainly do this. I'll go and call them in right away. After saying that, Mesa went out and let Irina talk to the priest and Sla. Upon meeting the kingdom's legendary magician, Irina and the priest bowed respectfully to him. Respected Dean Sla, I, Irina Eren, come to greet you on behalf of the Church of Light. Irina, dressed in a nun's habit, lifted her skirt with both hands and gave an elegant bow. After bowing, Irina began to explain the purpose of her visit. Our church's knight here, Enrolla, hasn't sent any news about the abyss for several days. I wonder if the dean knows anything about it. Our academy isn't entirely clear on this either. Anra hasn't returned for several days either. Sla told him what he knew. It seems we should go and investigate in the Pulpa forest. Irina nodded and made the suggestion. Since even the Erst Academy doesn't know Enrolla's whereabouts, it seems something must have happened to her there. Hopefully, this isn't the worst-case scenario. Chapter 56. So, is little Hillier willing to stay with his master? Yes, I will send a professor from our college to go with me. Dean Sla agreed to Irina's proposal and said he would also send someone. Then I'll trouble you. It's nothing. Enrolla is also a professor at our academy, so it's only natural, Sla said gently. After discussing the Polbar forest and the situation at the entrance to the abyss, Irina left with the priest beside her. After leaving the dean's office, the group of church professionals quickly surrounded Irina. Irina rubbed her forehead. Although her eyes were covered, she could still feel the movement of the air around her. This is Erster, with Dean Sla, a 7th-tier holy mage. Here, nothing unexpected will happen. You don't need to keep surrounding me like this. Irina waved her hand, signaling everyone around to disperse. Lady Irina, we are under the Archbishop's orders to protect you, the priest beside her explained. If anything happens to you, they will be severely punished, so please forgive them, Lady Irina. Okay then. Upon hearing the priest's words, Irina sighed and said with some helplessness. Then he muttered something under his breath. Father is really something. What is Lady Irina saying? It's nothing, just talking to myself. Irina waved and walked out of the academy. Since Dean Sla said he would send someone to Pulpa, let's set off as well. Yes, Lady Irina. Master, are you hurt? In that secluded grove of trees, the space began to fluctuate, and then Eren emerged from it. Hillier immediately ran to Eren's side to check on him. She was teleported here by Eren and didn't even see the fight between Eren and Costa. But from the moment she was dragged into the space by Eren, she saw the pillar of fire launched by Costa. That person is very powerful. She was worried that something might happen to her master. Fortunately, Eren has returned. Injured? Do you think little Hillier thinks I can't beat that guy? Eren raised his right hand and flicked Hillier's forehead. Ouch, that hurts. Hillier covered the spot where Eren had flicked him, making a soft sound. It's supposed to hurt. Don't you still have faith in your master? Uh-huh. Hillier nodded frantically, but then realized he might have misunderstood and began shaking his head frantically. Irene sighed, feeling a bit silly about her little maid. All right, Hillier, let me continue teaching you magic. Eren walked into the woods and told Hillier to follow. Hillier walked hesitantly, glancing at Ilum with every step, as if he wanted to say something but dared not speak. But in the end, Hillier called out to Ilum. Master, what's wrong? Eren turned to look at Hillier. Thank you so much, Master. Hillier approached Eren and bowed to thank him. Is little Hillier thanking me for what just happened? Eren tilted his head and asked in confusion. Yes, yes. Hillier clenched her small hands, a little nervous. Ellen smiled, walked closer to Hillier, and gently whispered in her ear. Little Hillier has always been mine, so there's no need for thanks or anything like that. If I can't even protect little Hillier, then what face do I have to be your master? The warm air currents tickled Hillier's ears. All right, how's Hillier's magic learning going? Seeing Hillier frozen like a wooden statue, Ellen didn't intend to say anything more, and simply took her little hand and left. Hillier followed behind him, watching Ilum hold his hand. Her hand was being held tightly, and it felt like Ellen wouldn't let go at all. Hillier's heart suddenly began to pound, and he stopped. What's wrong? If it's still the same as before, little Hillier, don't worry. After all, your master is very strong. Feeling the force on his hand, Eren stopped as well. Ilum thought Hillier was still worried about Costa, so she patted her head reassuringly. In fact, Hillier didn't need to worry about him at all. Even among the fourth-year students, there wasn't a single fourth-tier professional yet. Even if all the students in the academy who had reached the third level attacked him together, Eren would not be hurt in the slightest. After all, he hasn't used any fourth-tier magic yet. No. Isn't that right? So what is little Hilly trying to say? Eren looked down at Hillier's face. Suddenly, a warm touch came from her lips, and two slender arms wrapped around Irene's waist. Hillier stood on tiptoe and met Ellen's gaze. The restless head of the company pried open Ellen's lips. Eren, when did my little maid become so proactive? They actually dared to come in before him. So Eren hugged her too, forcefully entangled Hillier's little head. Hillier, who was initially a little shy, widened his eyes as he incredulously experienced the changes in his mouth. Ugh. Wah. Unable to speak, Hillier could only look at Ellen with pleading eyes, but this time Ellen hugged her even tighter. Hilly regretted it now. She should have never kissed her master. Wah. Its chest was so close to its owner's that it seemed to be able to hear its owner's heartbeat. So fast. My master's heart is beating so fast. After Hillary's face turned as red as an apple, Eren finally let go of her. A shimmering silk thread connected Irene and her, then drooped and broke. Master. Wah. I'm so shy. Hillier covered his face with his hands and mumbled incoherently. If you're so shy, why was Hillier so bold just now? Ellen tapped Hillier's hand that was covering her face, while Hillier's eyes were only partially covered. Because Hillier likes master. She looked at Irene, her voice gradually fading. She didn't know when she started to like her master. Perhaps it was after Ellen said those things to her that day that she began to be moved. But she also knew that as a servant, it was impossible for her to be with her master. She can have a relationship with Eren, but she can never become Iron's wife. Thinking of this, Hillier's eyes suddenly lost their luster, and he lowered his head slightly. Duality, self, and oneself are impossible. So that's what little Hillier was thinking. So, would little Hilary be willing to be with me? Hillier looked up and saw Iron's serious face. Chapter 57. In the future, we will be together. With master? Hillier said with a puzzled look in his eyes. Ellen leaned against Hillier's little head and whispered in her ear. You'll be my wife in the future. The warm breath brushed against Hillier's ear, causing her to tremble slightly. She stared at Irene with her large, light blue eyes in disbelief. But Hilary is just the master's maid. She can't be the master's wife. As Hillier spoke, her voice grew softer and softer until, in the end, Ellen could only hear her soft murmurs. Nobody said you couldn't do it, little Hillier, Ellen said, and hugged her. You must trust your master. With a smile in his eyes, Eren patted Hillier's little head. But, Hillier seemed to want to say something more, but the next second, her mouth was sealed by a warm touch. Hillier's little head was pressed down by Iren's hand, and she looked at Eren, who was so close to her, in horror. And again, by the master. Wah, they didn't even tell me beforehand. Hillier closed his eyes and quietly felt the touch. Hillier opened her shy eyes only after Ellen's lips left hers. The moment her eyes met Iren's, she shyly looked away, refusing to look into his eyes. Little Hillier, so, Will you be with me? Eren licked the corner of his mouth, his tone gentle. Really okay? This time, Hillier began to waver, his voice weak. Then, little Hilary will be my wife in the future. Eren picked her up and spun her around in circles. I hope little Hilary will do a good job as a wife, Ilum said as he spun around in circles. Hearing this, Hilary, nestled in Eren's arms, blushed instantly. Her eyes darted away, avoiding Eren's gaze, and she only managed a weak "Wah, master, please stop spinning. Hilly is going to faint." Hillier nestled on Ellen's shoulder, her eyes sparkling. Upon hearing Hillier's words, Eren stopped and helped Hillier up. Then, little Hillier, may I go and learn magic? Ellen took Hillier's hand and guided her through practicing with elemental magic. After finishing his magic practice, Eren took her back. He doesn't have classes this afternoon, so he can go to Karlovich's place to study. After having lunch with Hillier in the college cafeteria, Eren took Hillier to Karlovich's office. Just as he was about to knock on the door, Karlovich's voice came from inside. You've arrived? No need to knock, come in. So Ilum pushed open the door and went in, with Hillier following behind him. Karlovich's office is quite unique, surrounded by a large collection of cat-related items. Things like yarn balls and cat mats. Karlovich was lying lazily on a kitten mattress, watching the two people enter. Hillier is here too? Good, let her learn from her. Karlovich's body floated into the air and hovered in front of Eren and the other person. It circled in front of Eren first, then landed on Hillier's shoulder. You've learned quite well. Your magic reserves are almost at the level of a second-tier mage. Karlovich sat down on Hillier's shoulder, a gesture that flattered Hillier, who looked at Ellen somewhat bewildered. Professor Karlovich, please don't sit on little Hillier. Hillier is so small, she can't support your weight. Eren lifted the big black cat that was still sitting on Hillier. Karlovich yelled at Ellen, like a kitten scratching at her. Eren, how dare you betray your teacher and ancestors? You have no respect for me as your teacher. Karlovich immediately lost his previous lazy demeanor and began to berate Eren. Okay, I know I was wrong. Eren placed it on his shoulder as a symbolic reply. Eren's heart pounded. The reason he dared to treat Karlovich like this was simply because he thought Karlovich wouldn't punish him. Eren had this feeling ever since she entered its office and saw its pile of cat supplies. The cat is so cute, it'll definitely forgive his rude behavior. Okay, I guess I was just too confident. But after seeing Hilly's expression, Ellen still took action against the cute cat. I'm furious. You brat from the Einsenat family. Tell me how you're going to make it up to me. Karlovy was perched on Eren's shoulder, tugging at Eren's long hair with its tiny paws. How can I make it up to you? Can I brush the teacher's hair? Eren found a seat for himself and also found a chair for Hillier. Eren felt that his suggestion was unlikely to be adopted. The reason why Ellen still dared to flirt with death was entirely because Karlovich's tone just now wasn't that scary. Eren felt he could still court disaster one more time. Karlovich, perched on Eren's shoulder, stroked his chin and began to think seriously. Upon seeing this, Eren was completely dumbfounded. No, was this something that needed to be considered? Shouldn't they have just refused outright? Okay, then brush my fur, but don't brush too hard. Karlovich licked his paw and agreed with Eren's idea. Huh. Even Hillier, who was sitting next to him, exclaimed in disbelief. So this is what you're like, cat. I see right through you now. Also, although Hillier can't be my apprentice, she'll come to me to learn magic. Karlovich said to Eren. After all, Eren was Hillier's master, and it was impossible for it to say such things to Hillier. After returning yesterday, Karlovy thought about it for a long time, and finally decided that it was not worth wasting Hillier's talent. That's why it said that. Yes, actually I also hope that you, teacher, can teach her magic. Eren agreed to Karlovich's suggestion. In Eren's eyes, Karlovich was at least a 6th-tier expert and knew many spells that Eren did not. If Karlovich were to teach Hillier, it would indeed be more helpful to Hillier. Then it settled. I remember you practiced magic in the grove behind the teaching building, right? I'll take you there to learn too. Karlovich rose off Eren and floated into the air. Now? Then let's go. Eren got up, preparing to go out. However, Karlovich stopped him. Who told you to walk? Question mark. We will fly. Chapter 58 Hillier wants some rewards. Wah! Karlovich grabbed Eren by the back of his collar and pulled him out of the window in a surprise attack. In less than half a minute, Eren appeared in the woods. Teacher, is this what you meant by flying? Ellen pointed to her hair, which had been blown into a mess by the wind, and said, Hurry up, I'm going to pick up Hillier. After throwing Ilum to the ground, Karlovich flew back to his office. When Eren came to his senses, he saw that Hillier had also been brought over. Wah, Master, it's so high. Hillier immediately threw herself into Ellen's arms as soon as she came down. It's nothing, I even cast a windproof spell on you, Karlovich said, floating in front of Hillier. Eren, then why do I feel like the wind is so strong? Because I forgot to cast this spell when I brought you here, Karlovich said confidently. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Ellen said quietly. He doesn't believe in forgetting anything. Yes, I did it on purpose. Karlovich nodded in strong agreement. All right, Ellen. I'm going to teach you a 4th-tier wood elemental spell. I'll teach Hillier later. Karlovich looked at the two people hugging and said, Honestly, are they even in a master-servant relationship? What nobleman would allow his maid to hug him? All right, Hillier, I'm going to study magic now. Wait for me here for a bit. Eren let go of the little girl in his arms and gently patted her head. Yes, Master, good luck. Hillier will be a good boy and stay by your side. Hillier, no longer frightened, nodded earnestly. The spell I'm going to teach you is called Flame Grass Binding, which is a wood element control spell. Karlovich floated beside Eren and followed him to the very center of the woods. I'll demonstrate it once, and you can learn from me. After saying that, Karlovich floated in front of Eren, and the magic power within its body began to spread outwards, raising a light green magic circle. Karlovich uttered a single word softly. Restraint. The moment the word was uttered, reddish wooden spikes immediately appeared on the open ground in front of Karlovich. The wooden spikes in the field formed a circle, creating a cage-like space. Why does it feel less powerful than my own 3rd-tier spell, Cruz's Cage? Eren asked, puzzled. He remembered that Cruz's Cage was also a control-type magic, except that its attribute was space. He found this magic spell himself in his family's library, and for some reason, he had hardly ever seen anyone use it. Stop! What's the name of your magic? Karlovich stopped him immediately after hearing Eren say that its magic was inferior to a 3rd-tier spell. How could its magic be inferior to a 3rd-tier spell? Cruz's Cage, Ellen replied. Why haven't I heard of this magic before? Show me how you cast it. Karlovich showed great interest and asked Eren to show it to him. Eren didn't say anything, but raised his right hand and unleashed his magic on an open space. The cage is gone. The air immediately fell silent, and the open space in front of Eren remained unchanged. Although there were no visible changes, Karlovich still noticed the changes in that space. That space was sealed off. If its binding of flame grass is to surround that place with wooden spikes, then Cruz's Cage is to completely cover that space with countless thin lines. I've never seen this kind of magic before. Where did you learn this magic from? Karlovich pondered for a moment and said that he had never seen this magic before. Eren recounted the origin of his magic. He didn't need to hide it. After all, it was just a 3rd-tier spell, not that important. Moreover, he had only ever found 4th-tier magic in his own library, and in Karlovich's eyes, 4th-tier magic wasn't actually that powerful. That explains it. This must be your family's own magic. Karlovich stroked his chin with his cat paw and said with great certainty, This magic is indeed very powerful. It's among the most powerful of the 3rd-tier spells. After observing the space again, Karlovich nodded quite affirmatively. Eren's magic has reached the level of 4th-tier magic, making it one of the best 3rd-tier magics. But you can still learn this magic of mine. It's always good to have more skills. You can learn on your own. I'm going to teach Hillier. After saying this, Karlovich flew towards Hillier, leaving Eren pondering its words. Family inherited magic? That makes sense. He remembered that his father, Leo, was also a high-level mage. However, he still doesn't know his father's true strength. However, judging from the 5th-tier magic book he gave himself, Leo's rank is at least a 5th-tier mage. Forget it. Why bother with all that? What's the use of knowing all this? He can't go back now. It's standard practice at Erst Institute not to allow students to go home during the school term. I don't know why. Eren stopped thinking about it and began to learn the fourth order magic that Karlovitz had given him. After Eren and Hillier studied diligently for an afternoon, Karlovitz flew to Eren's side. "How's your magic learning going?" Karlovitz asked. It spent the entire afternoon teaching Hillier magic, paying no attention to Eren. "I've learned it quite well, and I can now use it smoothly." Eren raised his hand and cast the flame grasp binding spell on the open ground to the side. Karlovitz nodded. Eren did indeed learn magic very quickly. It seemed that, just as he had guessed, there was a problem with Eren's talent during the test. "Then we'll head back now." "Yes, it's getting late." Eren and Hillier studied here for an afternoon, while the sun had long since set in the distance. On the way back, Hillier obediently followed behind Ilum without saying a word. When he got back to his dormitory, a small hand grabbed him from behind. "Master, I learned so many spells today." Hillier gave a sweet smile, like a little girl wanting to give a compliment. "That little Hillier is really great." Eren turned around and pinched her little face with both hands, praising her. Then, Master, could you give Hillier some reward?" After saying that, Hillier blushed instantly. Her small eyes blinked as she stared at Eren's face. Chapter 059 It Hurts. Demon Abyss. "Wow, Mr. Arlen, you're back." Hearing the commotion outside, Carol came out of her stone cave and ran towards Arlen. Arlen, who was not far away, saw Carol running towards him and waved to her with a smile. Carol was running very fast and didn't notice the stones on the road. Before she knew it, her foot had tripped over one of them. Losing her balance, she screamed and fell to the ground. "It's over." Carol panicked. She had been too excited and hadn't even seen where she was going before running over. "Be careful." Just as she was about to make intimate contact with the ground, a hand with distinct knuckles caught her. "No, it's nothing." Carol regained her footing, her face flushed, and her heart-shaped tail wagging wildly behind her. Eren looked at the succubus girl in front of him and said very seriously, "The nearest city is at least 300 miles away. I should leave tomorrow." Eren had been exploring the area for the past few days and finally found information about the city of Demon Abyss. In order to recover as quickly as possible, he decided to go to that city to find medicinal herbs to repair his soul. "Is Mr. Arlen leaving?" Carol looked at him with some disappointment. "I've been getting along really well with this powerful person these past few days, and I've even started to like him a little." An attraction stemming from blood ties made her unconsciously want to get closer to that man and absorb his scent. Carol knew in her heart that she was about to grow up. "I had long lost interest in ordinary food, and even now, I have been very patient in my interactions with Arlen. Well, I can't stay here forever. I have a very important mission to fulfill." Arlen took Carol's finger and led her back to her little home. A small heart-shaped tail wrapped around the girl's thigh, accentuating the fullness of her flesh. At night, after a simple dinner, Arlen went to bed early. His soul is severely damaged and needs a long period of sleep to repair it. However, although it used to take him a long time to fall asleep, Arlen fell into a deep sleep very quickly today. Time ticked by, but Arlen showed no signs of waking up. What's going on?" "Carol, what are you doing?" Arlen immediately noticed Carol on his body. "Mr. Erlen, I want," Carol said, panting heavily. I. Carol stammered, her whole body steaming. "It's my birthday today." Using all her strength, Carol sat on Arlen and collapsed onto him. Eren felt a jolt in his heart, and thoughts about the succubus race surfaced in his mind. When a succubus reaches adulthood, her body will uncontrollably desire. Just like an infant's thirst for milk, this desire is amplified infinitely in adult succubi. If the succubus is not satisfied by adulthood, therefore, this succubus will most likely become weak and susceptible to various diseases in the future. It seems. Arlen sighed, looked at the hungry Carol, and helped her sit up. "Ah, Mr. Arlen." After a period of torrential rain and strong winds, the sky was filled with the long-awaited sunshine. Carol was sleeping soundly, her arms tightly wrapped around Arlen. Arlen wiped away the tear stains on her cheeks with his hand. "Mr. Len." A short murmur escaped Carol's lips, causing Arlen, who had been holding her, to involuntarily tilt his ear to listen. After saying that, Carol nuzzled her head against Arlen's chest. This little girl. Arlen brushed Carol's hair behind her ear, revealing Carol's face with a scar. It seems you'll have to follow me from now on. Arlen is planning to leave tomorrow. He originally didn't want to take Carol with him. But now, he felt he should keep this succubus by his side. The next day, Carol, holding onto the edge of the bed, struggled to sit up on it. Now her whole body aches terribly. Carol looked around, but she didn't see Arlen. A slight disappointment welled up in Carol's heart, and her eyes became listless. As expected, Mr. Arlen left today. Carol rubbed her reddened eyes, but the more she rubbed, the more tears streamed down her face. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, and no matter how much Carol wiped them away, it was to no avail. I'm sorry, Mr. Arlen. Carol's voice was trembling with tears, and her head was bowed. What have you done to wrong me? I have no idea. A young male voice came from outside the cave, and Arlen's figure appeared in front of Carol. I only went out for a short while. How come when I came back I saw Carol crying there? Ah, Mr. Arlen, you haven't left yet. He kept repeating, Mr. Arlen, don't go. I haven't left yet, have I? Carol, you've cried your eyes out. Arlen picked Carol up. He knew her physical condition and knew she must be in a lot of pain. Then, Mr. Arlen, please don't leave, okay? Carol will do a lot of things for Mr. Arlen. Carol pleaded. During the few days she spent with Arlen, she finally felt like she had family. This is also one of the reasons why she doesn't want Arlen to leave. I cannot agree to your request. I have a mission that requires me to leave. Arlen gently patted her little head between her two horns, then took her clothes from the side and changed her into them. Is that so? This made Carol's disappointment show on her face. Her eyes drooped, and she looked exactly like an abandoned kitten. Chapter 60 Master, could you try Hillier first? Master, could you give me some reward? Hillier tilted his little head up and stared blankly at Eren. Hilly wants a kiss. The girl blushed and unconsciously reached out to hug Eren. Master Lord, Hillier is already yours. Hillier nestled against Eren, her little face constantly surging upwards. No, this. Ellen stammered, not expecting Hillier to act like this so soon after his return. This is so cute. Master, doesn't the master want to give Hillier a reward? Hillier's tone was slightly disappointed, and the tiptoe he had been standing on slowly came down. He withdrew his hand from Eren's, a hint of confusion in his eyes, and said softly, Master, you said, Hillier will become your wife. Even Eren could feel the undisguised sense of loss. Yes, little Hillier will definitely become my wife. Eren pulled her back and gently patted Hillier's head. Since he said it, he won't go back on his word, especially since Hillier is so adorable. Then Master. Hillier buried her face in Eren's chest and pleaded. Hillier should be rewarded. Hillier's heart pounded as she waited for Ellen to cup her face in her hands. Eren saw the blush on her face and gently lowered his head to kiss Hillier. After some time, Ellen finally let go of Hillier's arms. The reward has been given. Is there anything else Hillier wants? He bit Hillier's cheek and looked at her with a mischievous grin. Little Hillier is getting more and more insatiable. I guess I'll have to give her a good talking to sometime. Really? Then Hillier will also. Hillier, whose toes had just touched the ground, heard Ellen's words, and his eyes lit up. He then stood on tiptoe again and asked Ellen for it. That pleading look completely matched Irene's aesthetic standards. After satisfying Hillier again, she skipped off to prepare dinner for Ellen. After sitting down in his chair, Ellen thought about what had happened that morning. Costa has suffered such a great humiliation, he is unlikely to let it go easily. I just don't know what methods he will use to deal with me in the future. He wasn't worried about his hometown at all. Costa couldn't go back anyway, and even if the Carroll family found out about it, they would only lose face. His family would just apologize and express their gratitude. What he's thinking about now is whether Costa will target him at the academy. Although he wasn't afraid of Costa causing trouble, he was worried that the man might target Hillier. Although she can stay by his side all the time now, there's no guarantee that he won't be there sometimes. So I still need to be wary of Costa. Master, dinner is ready. After personally feeding Hillier his dinner, Eren went to bathe and change. After leaving, Eren returned to his room and took out the magic book that Leo had given him to read. Time passed slowly, and just as Ellen was getting ready for bed, there was a knock on her bedroom door. "Master, may Hillier come in?" The little elf outside the door was only wearing a nightgown, the long hem of which hung down to her knees. What does Hillier want with me? Although Ellen was puzzled, he still let Hillier in. "Okay, come in." Hillier, barefoot, gently opened the door and then gently closed it again. She tiptoed to Irene's bedside, and seeing Irene already lying on the bed, she didn't hesitate to slip into Irene's blankets. Irene was somewhat taken aback by her actions and asked, "What is Hillier doing?" Hilly climbed under the covers onto Irene's chest, pressing his entire body against him, and said, "Hillier, come to fulfill the duties of your master's wife." "Oh, so it's about fulfilling your duties as a wife. That makes sense then." "No, there's a huge problem. He hadn't even decided when to do these things with Hillier, and now Hillier has arrived. Hilary isn't officially his wife yet, so he can't do that. Ahem, just to clarify, I don't have any illnesses and am healthier than the average man." After a long and rambling explanation that kept Hillier from giving up, Irene silently breathed a sigh of relief. The main concern was that Hilary wouldn't be able to get out of bed tomorrow, and since there were no other servants around, she would be very worried about having no one to take care of her. Then, can Hillier sleep with his master? Hilly doesn't want to sleep alone. Hillier nestled in Irene's arms, her face flushed, and spoke in a sweet, coquettish tone. It wouldn't be good to refuse again, so Ellen agreed to her request. Knowing that her master had agreed to let her sleep with him, she nestled her head against Irene's chest and fell asleep in his arms. Looking at the little elf who was only wearing a nightgown, Ellen quietly tidied her long white hair and pinched her ear. Hillier, that little elf, was really clingy. She held Ellen all night and never let go. Ellen, worried about pressing down on her hair, could only lie on his side, letting Hilly hold his arm. The next day, Irene woke up to Hillier's shouts. Seeing that Hilary had already changed into her maid outfit, Irene couldn't help but pinch her fair cheek. "Master, breakfast is ready." Hillier was holding a plate with a few pieces of bread and a glass of milk on it. "Okay, put it by the bedside." Ilham instructed her to place breakfast on the bedside table and prepared to take the knife and fork from Hillier's hand. But just as his hand was about to touch Hillier, Hillier quickly withdrew what he was holding. Seeing this, Irene asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Seemingly a little shy, Hilly placed her hand on her chest for a while before saying, Master, can you try Hilly first?" With a blush on her face, Hillier lifted her maid's skirt and sat on the bed. "Little Hillier, why is it that all you think about all day long is this kind of thing?" He pulled Hilary close, kissed her gently, and then released her, saying, Because Hillier really likes Master." The girl looked at Irene with a shy expression. "So, Hillier still wants it." Hillier moved closer to Irene and kissed him. This time it wasn't a light kiss like Ellen's. Instead, they were passionately entangled. "I love you so much. Master." Chapter 61, Enrola's Death. "Lady Irina, we found Honora in the Pulpa Forest, but..." In the reception room of Erster College, the priest looked at the report in his hand and reported to the seated nun. However, when he read the rest of the text, he froze, speechless. But what? Varel. Irina was halfway through the conversation when the person in front of her fell silent and asked in a puzzled tone. Varel composed himself, composed his shocked expression, and picked up the report in his hand, speaking again. "However, we only found the body of Knight Honora." Irina paused, then looked up. Although her eyes were covered and she couldn't see anything, she could still sense the source of the sound. "Knight Honora is dead? How did she die?" "She was a 5th-tier knight. Anra is very strong. At least among 5th-tier professionals, she can hold her own against 6th-tier professionals. Therefore, the one who could kill her could not be a professional weaker than the 5th rank, or even the 6th rank." Irina sat back in her chair, waiting for Varel's reply. "Our people don't know either. We found her about 100 meters from the entrance to the Demon Abyss." Varelton paused, then continued reading. "When we found her, the Knight of Enrola had been reduced to pieces, with signs of being gnawed on. The reason we were able to recognize her was entirely because of her. Her head still retained her original appearance." At this point, Even the usually calm Irina clenched her fists. Although her face was expressionless, her deep breathing revealed that she was very angry. Anything else? Based on the bite marks on her body, we deduced that they were not left by wild beasts, but by teeth resembling those of humans, and very likely, by demons. Furthermore, the stone statue that sealed the demon general at the entrance to the abyss has shattered. Cough, cough. Irina caught her breath and started coughing. You saved something this important for last? A demon general has broken the seal. That's a demon general. A demon general with 7th tier strength. How many 7th tier beings are still alive on the entire continent? Even in the kingdom of Zephyr, the only publicly known 7th tier beings are Dean Slaw of Erster, Sword Saint Loxus, and the court magician in the royal palace. Even so, the kingdom of Zephiel already has more tier 7 beings than any other country. When other countries invaded the demon abyss, almost all of their high-end 7th tier combatants were killed. It was considered fortunate if even one survived. Do you know which demon general it is? Irina composed herself and asked Varel again. If it's just an ordinary demon general, then given the demon race's nature of only caring about food, there shouldn't be any major problems. If we send a high deacon from the church and get Dean Slaw's help, I believe we can handle it. The premise is that this demon general doesn't escape into the demon abyss. Huh, what am I thinking? So many days have passed, and the exploration team hasn't encountered any accidents, which means that the demon general has already returned. It is, the demon general called Arlen Kazi has awakened. That demon with 2 personalities? Irina seemed to recognize the name. She thought she had seen it in church books. She remembered that the book described him like this. Arlen Kazi, a member of the Phantom Demon clan, was one of the first demon generals to follow the Demon King. It has 2 personalities, a primary personality with human-like thinking and a secondary personality with the insane thinking of a demon. Possessing 7th tier strength, he is a powerful general in the Demon King's army. Yes, it should be him, but we didn't find any trace of him in the Pulpa Forest. He must have returned to the abyss. I think we should go back and report this to the church as soon as possible, Lady Irina. Varel handed the paper to Irina and offered his advice. Have you informed Dean Slaw and the others about this? The Dean already knows. Varel replied. Okay, then send someone back to inform the church about the situation here. Isn't the master coming back with us? No, there are some things in Erst that interest me. I'll stay a little longer. Irina dismissed Varel and sat alone in the room arranged by the University of Erst. Instead of going back, she decided to stay in Erster a little longer, because she felt the presence of her master here. Although it is faint, it means that there is something here related to one's own lord. I remember when I first arrived, there seemed to be a young man whose aura was the strongest. Who could that boy be? Chapter 62, Maid Education. Die? That guy must die. Inside a luxurious villa outside Erstuer, Costa, his head wrapped in bandages, pounded the edge of the bed and roared angrily. This is a house that the Carroll family bought specifically for it. It's very close to Erst Academy, and there are also Carroll family servants living there. A man dressed as a butler stood to the side, listening expressionlessly to his young master's angry outburst. Young Master Costa, the family has replied. Would you like to take a look? The butler took out an envelope bearing the Carroll family crest from his pocket. Okay, give it to me. Costa took the letter from the butler and violently tore it open. What do you mean? What do you mean by avoid causing trouble? Costa crumpled the paper in his hand into a ball and threw it heavily into the room. The other party isn't even the first in line to the Marquis. Why should I apologize to him? I can't even handle an ordinary Marquis's son. What am I in the eyes of the family then? The butler tactfully left Costa's room and beckoned a beautiful maid over. Go in and comfort the young master. The maid seemed to be new. She hesitated to go into Costa's room as she approached the door. What are you standing there for? It's your honor to serve the young master. The butler personally pushed her inside, and as he closed the door, he didn't forget to say something to the maid. Remember to be proactive. The young master is in a bad mood today. After the room fell silent, the butler waited a while longer to make sure everything was completely over before pushing open the door and going in. At this moment, the young maid buried her face in the quilt. only revealing a small section of her back and shoulders. The floor was littered with torn maid outfits and several gorgeous aristocratic clothes. "Young Master Costa, I wonder if you've calmed down yet." The butler bowed, avoiding looking at the situation on the bed. "That's right. When was this maid brought in? How come I didn't know?" Costa pulled back the blanket that the maid had been covering her face with his hand and stroked her cheek. "Young master, this maid was only sent over 2 days ago. She was originally the daughter of a baron in the kingdom. The baron couldn't repay our family's debts, so he used her as collateral." The butler answered respectfully. "So she was a noble lady. It's a pity she wasn't as pretty as an elf." Seeing that the maid in his arms had turned her face away, Costa forced her to look at him again. "How old are you now?" Replying to young master. I just turned 18 3 months ago." The maid looked away and answered haltingly. "It seems you're not very familiar with the work of a maid. Look at me as you speak." Costa pinched the maid's chin with his hand, forcing her gaze to his face as he spoke. Yes, young master." The maid trembled for a moment. "Come to my room from now on and receive some maid training." Costa released his hand and looked toward the butler's position. "She won't have to do maid work anymore. I'll keep her and teach her." "Yes, young master, I'll go and give the order right away." After finishing speaking, the butler prepared to leave, but Costa stopped him. "Wait a minute, there's one more thing I need to ask you." The butler stopped in his tracks, cupped his hand to his chest, and said respectfully, "Is there anything else you need, young master? I remember the first field combat training for freshmen is about to begin, right? Go to the Palpa forest and prepare." Costa's expression was grim, and he said in an icy tone, "I'll make sure that brat from the Einsenat family never comes back. Also, that elven maid next to that kid, I want her alive. Don't kill her." Iona's dormitory. Yu Weian held her head, looking at the pile of blankets on the bed with a worried expression. "Miss, you have class today. Are you just going to stay in bed like this the whole time?" Iona, lying under the covers, shifted slightly and refused in a very resistant tone. "No, I don't want to go to school today." Seeing that Iona showed no sign of getting up, Yuvian went to the bedside, grabbed a corner of the blanket, and pulled it off. "Miss, that's not right. You didn't ask for leave yesterday." Yuvian held the blanket in her arms and spoke to Iona, who was now naked in her eyes. However, when she saw Iona's appearance, the blanket in her hand fell to the ground with a whoosh. He started to panic and frantically ran around the bed. Miss, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" At this moment, Iona's face was covered with tears from crying, and the corners of her eyes were red, like a girl who had been severely bullied. She put her hands in front of her chest, like a wounded fawn. Iona's initial assertive tone vanished, and her suppressed sobs burst forth as she pleaded with Yuvian. "Don't look at me. Yuvian, don't look at me." Yuvian didn't care about anything else. She took off her shoes and climbed into bed, holding Iona in her arms and comforting her. "It's all right, miss. Can you tell me what happened?" Upon hearing Yuvian's question, Iona burst into tears, burying her face in Yuvian's broad chest. "Yuvian, he refused. He said he had absolutely no feelings for me." Iona hugged Yuvian, her whole body trembling. Upon hearing her young mistress's explanation, Yu Weian immediately understood what she was talking about. How should I put it? The method I suggested was to let her spend a long time with that Eren before confessing her feelings. She didn't listen to a thing before? Isn't this just trading a basic attack for a super move? No, the opponent didn't even manage to land a basic attack. Seeing Iona burying her face in her chest, Yuvian didn't know how to comfort her. Once Iona stopped crying, Yuvian gently tapped her on the head. Second-tier magic, drowsiness. A purple magic circle appeared on Yuvian's finger, and the next second, Iona, who was still in her arms, showed a hint of drowsiness. As time passed, Iona successfully fell asleep nestled in Yuvia's large breasts. Yuvian looked at her young mistress, gently picked her up and placed her on the bed, then bent down and combed her hair. "Miss, I'd like to ask you for a day off." After covering Iona with the blanket again, Yuvian set off for the academy. Chapter 63. Can I be on your team? A few days later, Svenbo also called all the students in Class A together, including Iona, whom I hadn't seen for several days. Almost all the students in the class were present, and even Phil Wynn appeared on the playground wearing the academy uniform. However, Princess Tiago of the kingdom still did not come. This time, Hillier did not accompany Eren. On the one hand, it was not appropriate for her to go with this kind of training trip. On the other hand, this training was very important, and several professors were already standing outside the group of students. This includes his wood elemental magic Professor Karlovich, his swordsmanship Professor Claude, and his water elemental magic Professor Mia. It seems this training session is not easy. Eren stroked his chin, pondering the nature of the academy's training this time. Judging from their posture, they're probably heading outside the academy. All right, everyone. I believe everyone is here now. Svenbo also stood in the middle of the crowd and used telepathy to say, "You've all been in the academy for several days now, so we'll be having a test to assess your learning progress. We are heading to the Burpa Forest for a 3-day training exercise. You can form your own teams, but each team cannot have more than 5 people, and each team must kill at least 2 Tier 1 magical beasts." When the students heard that they were going to kill 2 magical beasts, they started discussing it amongst themselves. We're supposed to kill 2 Tier 1 magical beasts. We're not even Tier 1 ourselves. That's right. Even in our Class A, there are only a dozen or so first-tier students. How could they possibly kill 2 magical beasts? Isn't this too dangerous? Svenbo seemed to have anticipated the students' discussion, and he raised his hand to signal for quiet. Our professors will also participate in your training. If students encounter dangers they cannot handle, the professors will step in. Our priority is to protect everyone's safety. Upon hearing that a professor was there to protect them, most students breathed a sigh of relief and listened to the teacher finish the rest of the lesson. After Svenbo finished explaining today's lesson, he asked the students to find their own teammates. All right, everyone, let's form teams first. We'll set off after we're all in our teams. After he finished speaking, the surrounding discussion gradually grew louder. Eren, let's team up. Levitt tapped Ilum on the shoulder and invited him over. Well, then we'll have to rely on Master Levitt in the Pulpa Forest. Oh, right, Ellen said, looking at Levitt. Could we add one more person to our team? I'd like to have Hillier come along too. Eren glanced at Hillier, who was hiding outside the playground, and then spoke to Levitt. He didn't want Hillier to be alone in the academy. Although Carol Costa hadn't bothered him these past few days, he was still worried about Hillier. Your maid? Would Professor Sven Boyer agree to her coming along? Levitt knew Hillier, so he asked. He'll agree. I'll go and tell him. After saying that, Eren walked towards the group of professors led by Sven Boyer. Eren, what brings you here? The first to notice him was Karlovitz, who was floating in the air. The black cat came up to Eren and asked him in confusion. Why is this guy coming to this group of professors instead of finding his teammates? Professor Karlovich, I'm going to see Professor Sven Boyer. I'd like Hillier to come with us. Eren revealed his purpose. Is that so? This training is indeed very helpful for actual combat, and we should let her participate and give it a try. Karlovitz rested his chin on his cat paw, thought for a moment, and said, How about this? I'll talk to Svenbo about this. He won't stop you. Then I'll leave it to Professor Karlovich. I'll head back now. Yes, go back now, and remember to treat your maid well. Karlovitz instructed Eren. Returning to Levitt's side, giving him a gesture of completion, Ilum then called Hillier over. Huh? Is Hillier going with Master too? Seemingly surprised to be able to come along, Hillier excitedly hugged Ilum's arm. She hasn't been out much, especially not to the forest. She hasn't been in the forest for a long time. There's a reason why elves are called the embodiment of the forest. They are naturally very fond of the forest, which is full of natural elements. Arriving beside Levitt, Eren began to wait for when he would leave. But before he could hear Svenbo say, let's go, he was greeted by a voice that was completely flat. Eren, I want to join your team. Philwyn stood before Ellen and calmly expressed his desire to join. I have no objection. Ask Levitt. He's the captain. Ellen skillfully passed the question to Levitt, who was idling to the side. Huh? When did I become the team leader? Levitt looked at Eren with a little confusion, but when he thought about Iron's relationship with Philwyn, he became puzzled. Did they have a fight? Seeing that Philwyn was already fully dressed in knight's armor, Levitt agreed without much thought. Philwyn is at least a second-tier swordsman. With her around, this test will be completed easily. Why bother going to Burpa? We can just sit back and win. Huh, why is that figure walking towards them? Levitt noticed the change nearby and turned his head to look. Even Eren looked in that direction. Ayana, with her blonde hair, timidly approached Eren. She glanced at Filwyn first, then at Hillier beside Eren, biting her lip and stammering. Eren, can I be on your team too? She looked at Eren cautiously, as if afraid that Eren would reject her again. Eren looked at Levitt and found that Levitt had already hidden behind Filwyn. Seeing that he couldn't be relied upon, Eren had to decide for himself whether Ayana should stay in their team. When their eyes met, Irene realized that Ayana had been staring at him with her eyes open the whole time, without ever looking away. Eren recalled his experience of rejecting Ayana a few days ago. Then, let's have Ayana join our team too, so we'll have a total of 5 people. Eren agreed to Ayana's joining. Thank you, Ellen. A glint flashed in Ayana's eyes, her pupils narrowed, and a happy smile appeared on her lips. Chapter 64. How could you just hug someone else's girl like that? Ayana had figured it out, and Yuvian had also explained her mistakes to her, so she still wanted to get a little closer to Eren. Even if he didn't agree to her confession, just watching him like this seemed alright. Svinbo, who was standing outside the crowd, saw that the students had almost finished forming teams, so he called a halt to all the students. Alright, I'm sure everyone has found their suitable partners, so let's set off together. Led by the professors, Eren and his group of about 50 people left the Erster Magic Academy. Outside the academy, people came and went, and Eren saw many different races. He saw many orcs, as well as dwarves, but he didn't see many silly elves. That's true. Elves don't live in the kingdom of Zephyr at all. Even in the capital, you might not see many. Moreover, this is Ersta on the border. The outer city of Erster consists of residential areas, mostly inhabited by adventurers who venture out to explore. The Pulpa Forest is vast, almost half the size of the Zephyr Kingdom, and therefore contains abundant resources. Some adventurers gathered at Erster Academy, and gradually, it developed into a city centered around Erster. But the city is still called Erster. After all, it is a city that originated from Erster Academy. Following the professors out of the city gates, they now arrived in the area of the Pulpa Forest. Svinbo also stopped the students and said, Alright students, now you can go to the Popal Forest on your own. Remember, you can only go to the outermost layer of the forest, and do not go to the middle layer. Also, I've cast a tracking spell on each of you. Our professor will be watching you closely, so I hope everyone will take this training seriously. With a wave of his hand, the professors surrounding the students left, and the students belatedly headed into the forest. So, which direction should we go? Filwyn asked the few people who were still standing there. Looking at her in her full armor, resembling a perfect female knight, Levitt suggested asking, Why don't we all tell us about our professions and levels first? That way we can make the right choices. That's true. Only by understanding each other can we cooperate effectively. Filwyn nodded in agreement and spoke first. Then I'll go first. My current level is Tier 2, and my class is Swordsman. Yes, I am now a first-tier mage. Levitt also spoke, and then turned his gaze to the remaining 3 people. Ayana and Irenhilil, what level are you at now? I'm a second-tier professional, just like Filwyn, except I'm a mage. Ayana answered. Now it was Eren's turn. Seeing Levitt and Ayana looking at him with expectant eyes, Eren began to wonder whether he should tell them his true strength. Filwyn didn't really look at him. After all, she knew he was a 4th-tier swordsman. After thinking it over, Eren decided not to reveal his full strength. His 4th-tier power was his trump card, known only to Filwyn and a few other old men. I am a 2nd-tier swordsman and a 3rd-tier mage. Eren stated his profession and rank in a calm manner. Upon hearing his answer, Filwyn showed a hint of shock, while Ayana's eyes sparkled. Levitt was speechless at Ellen's nonchalant attitude, but after a while, he realized something was wrong. A 2nd-tier swordsman and a 3rd-tier mage. No. When did this kid become a magician? He remembered that Ellen's magical talent was very poor. No. You have the strength of a 3rd-tier mage. How is that possible? Your magical talent is clearly so terrible. Levitt emitted a sharp, explosive sound. Eren sighed, knowing this was bound to happen. Let me explain. Ellen grabbed Levitt's shoulder, trying to make him stop. I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen. Levitt dodged Ilum's outstretched hand and ran to the side to mutter to himself. Eren, I really want to beat this kid up. When did you become a third-tier mage? Philwyn looked at Eren with a questioning gaze. In her eyes, Eren should be a specialist in swordsmanship. Otherwise, how could he have become a fourth-level swordsman so quickly? I always have been. I just haven't said it. Eren waved his hand, trying to end the conversation. Come, Hillier, tell them what rank you are. He picked up the little girl who had been hiding behind him and carried her out. Eren raised her little hand and shook it back and forth as he spoke. Seeing this, Iana clenched her fists and looked at Eren with resentful eyes. Even Philwyn blushed slightly as he walked up to Ellen and snatched Hillier away from her. What are you doing? How can you just hug a girl like that? Hilly, who had been carried away, looked up at Philwyn with some confusion and asked in bewilderment. But I'm Master's maid. Master can hold me. No, that won't do either. Philwyn wore an expression that didn't belong to her and gripped Hillier's hand even tighter. That's right. She just didn't want Ellen to hug other girls. However, Hillier's petite figure nimbly broke free from Philwyn's embrace and immediately pounced on Ellen's side. I just want my master to hug me. This scene made Philwyn and Iana grit their teeth in disgust. Iana, who was about the same height as Eren, followed, her face flushed, even her ears were slightly red, and she put her hands in front of her chest and said to Eren, I also want to hug Eren. Iana blushed and looked away, not daring to look at Eren. The image of Hilary hugging Irene had just flashed through her mind, and in a moment of impulse, she made that move. Now she was incredibly embarrassed, and remembering the image of Ellen rejecting her, her tone suddenly became timid and hesitant. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Eren looked at the blonde girl in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed to her request. I was a bit harsh that day. If you want a hug, that's fine too. A smile appeared on Iren's face, and coupled with his somewhat feminine features, Iana's heart started beating much faster. Thump. The sound of her heartbeat traveled from Iana's chest to her brain, and she hugged Irene tightly in return. Philwyn was left standing there, blushing and speechless. Chapter 65 Eren, hold me. I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen. All right, Levitt. After hugging the two girls, Eren went to Levitt, who was still repeating his dazed words, and patted him on the shoulder to make him stop. How come your magic is so powerful now? Levitt frantically grabbed his hair, then slapped Ilum's shoulders with both hands, and said, Oh no, I'm so useless. Am I the only Tier 1 player in our team? Eren was a little unaccustomed to Levitt's current state. Why did this guy lose his aristocratic elegance in front of him? No, Hillier is only at Tier 1 now. Eren comforted him. Phew, that's good. I'll be a second-tier mage soon too. Levitt straightened up, his earlier sense of loss vanishing instantly. Actually, Levitt was already quite good. It's just that he happened to encounter two monsters, Iana and Philwyn. Otherwise, he would already be number 1 among the freshmen at Erst. Of course, without comparison, even if Ellen were placed among the 4th graders, he would still be an outstanding figure. Then let's go in that direction. There aren't many people there. After everyone had finished introducing themselves, Levitt led them into the forest. Why Levitt? Well, he's the captain. This time, Ellen followed at the very back to prevent any unexpected incidents from happening behind them. The moment they entered the forest, Hillier stopped following Ellen and wandered around like a curious child. Eren didn't stop them, and just watched the group of people from behind. At this moment, he was as relaxed as if he were taking a stroll. It wasn't until Philwyn, who had been in front of him, suddenly stopped that Ellen turned her attention to her. None of the 3 people in front noticed that Philwyn had stopped. They were still excitedly running around, moving very fast. After all, none of them had ever left the city much, and they had never seen such forest scenery. What's wrong, Philwyn? Eren looked at the silver-haired girl who had stopped in front of him. Her face was slightly flushed. However, if you look closely, you can still see that she has a somewhat shy expression. Eren, hug me. Philwyn opened his armored arms and asked Eren for a hug. When she saw Iana hug Eren, she became inexplicably restless and wanted Eren to hug her too. But she was not good with words and was too embarrassed to speak at that time. Hearing Philwin's emotionless words, Eren was stunned for a moment before speaking. Why? Philwin gritted his teeth, maintaining his outstretched arms, and continued speaking. Eren, hold me. Hearing Philwin still insisting that he hug her, Ellen walked towards her. However, just as Philwin thought Ellen was about to embrace her, Ellen spoke up. Philwin, didn't you say I can't just hug girls? What? So now I can hug you. Philwin's face flushed instantly, but she still stubbornly said. I said, you can hug me. Eren couldn't refuse, so he went over and put his arm around Philwin's slender waist, then hugged her. His head was positioned right at Philwin's neck, and Eren could smell the girl's unique fragrance. The girl trembled slightly the moment she was embraced. Eren could feel it, and he could also feel Philwin's heartbeat quickening. No way. If I reflect on myself, do I really have that much charm? Not necessarily. Aside from his incredibly handsome face, formidable strength, and illustrious family background, he doesn't seem to have anything particularly outstanding. After all, he is only about 1.6 meters tall, which is considered short for a man. Philwin quietly felt Ellen's embrace, a faint sense of satisfaction rising in her heart. I kind of want to possess him. Hey, Philwin, Ellen, hurry up. We're almost out of sight of you two. Just as Philwin was about to lower his head further, Levitt's voice came from afar. Philwin, we've hugged enough. Shouldn't we catch up with them now? Eren looked up and spoke to Philwin, whose face was expressionless but whose cheeks were red. Sensing Ellen's gaze, Philwin immediately released his grip on him and hurriedly chased after the three who had already gone quite a distance. Watching her walk away quickly, Irene tilted her head. He remembered that he was the one who went to hug Philwin, so why was it that he was the one who made Philwin let go in the end? After they caught up with the three men who were running ahead, they began to head deeper into the forest. They are still in a very remote location and have never seen any magical beasts. After an unknown amount of time, Levitt, who was in front, called everyone to a stop. Stop! There's movement ahead. He gently pushed aside the leaves blocking his way, and 100 or 2 meters in front of him, a group of goblins was heading towards a certain location. Those are goblins. And what's that among them? Ayana also noticed the situation there and muttered to herself. Those in the middle are people. Eren stood to the side and said, those are women. They're tied up. As for the goblins carrying the rest, they've probably already been dealt with. Eren's gaze was deep, his eyes filled with solemnity. No way. Ayana stood frozen in place, looking at Eren in disbelief. Eren is right. Those are the people who have already been dealt with. Philwin stepped out from the side and also looked in that direction. I have seen this scene when I went out for training with my master. Philwin drew a knight's long sword and continued. Goblins would rob passing caravans or adventurers. The females would be kept as breeding grounds, while the males would be killed for food. Philwin said expressionlessly. Then Ayana was about to ask what to do when Philwin, who was still beside her, rushed out. Immediately after, it was Eren's turn. The two of them charged towards the group of goblins almost simultaneously. Kill them. Philwin left behind a casual remark, leaving Ayana stunned and momentarily speechless. Huh. Oh right. Hillier, don't come any closer. Ayana, you keep an eye on her for me. Then came Eren's voice. Okay. Ayana turned her gaze to Hillier, who had appeared beside them at some unknown time. Master, why won't you let me go? Hillier turned to Ayana and asked. After saying that, she ran after Eren. Ayana. Chapter 66 Rescuing People. Ayana grabbed Hillier's petite body and pulled her to her side. Hillier isn't afraid of those things. The little girl tried to break free from Ayana's grasp. But Ellen told me to keep an eye on you. Ayana held her hand tightly, refusing to let go. Although she felt that Eren had fallen for his maid, the elf before her, she never considered doing anything to Hillier. I'll kill the ringleader. The rest are yours. Philwin, moving at high speed, spoke to Ellen and charged straight at the largest goblin at the front. A wooden box with intricate patterns appeared in Eren's right hand. It was the sword Karen had given him. Take out the knight's sword from inside. The blade is simple, yet gleams with a cold light. The goblins noticed the figure nearby and made their own unique calls. The women who were bound in the very center looked in the direction of Eren and his group. Eren saw a glimmer of hope in their eyes, but when he saw that it was just him and Phil Wynn, a hint of despair crept into his eyes. They thought rescue had arrived. However, in their eyes, Ellen and Phil Wynn were still just two students. There are over 50 goblins in this group. Do you think the two of them, students, can possibly save them? One of the bound orcs with cat ears seemed to want to stop them, but with her mouth gagged, she could only shake her head frantically at the two children. As a result, he was hit on the thigh by a goblin's stick. Frost and Chill. Noticing Philwyn's sword slashing down, the lead goblin yelled and tried to block her attack with his arm. Ugh! A flash of blood appeared, followed by an arm with green skin falling to the ground. Ah! The goblin let out a painful roar and raised the stone axe beside it with its left hand, smashing it towards Philwyn. However, thanks to Philwyn's agile evasion, its attack missed, followed by another splatter of blood. Its other arm was also cut off. Frostbite slash. Philwyn didn't say a word. She jumped up, a white light flashed, and the giant goblin was split in two. Philwyn sheathed his sword and turned to look in Eren's direction. She finished quickly here, completing the battle in almost a few seconds. After all, the goblin that was leading the pack was only a first-tier monster. Wait for me a moment, then go and rescue those people. Eren held his sword, taking down goblins one by one. But because there were too many monsters, Eren couldn't kill them all as quickly as Philwyn. Moreover, he dared not use group magic because the trapped people were right in front of him. Philwyn whispered a reply to Ellen, then ran toward the women being guarded by goblins. Ugh! Disgusting. With a few sword strikes, Philwyn quickly dispatched these low-ranking goblins. After rescuing all the bound women, Philwyn joined Ilum's extermination mission. They quickly dealt with all the goblins. Thank you so much. The women who had been untied walked up to Eren and his companion and sincerely thanked them. The cat-eared beastman also stood up and looked at the two of them with disbelief. You guys are amazing. At this moment, Levitt and Ayana also ran over, with Ayana holding little Hillier in her arms. Do you need us to send you back to Erstuna? Levitt first asked the group of rescued women. He was very disappointed that he hadn't joined the cleanup operation. May I? The lead cat-eared orc looked at Levitt with surprise. They were originally a group of ordinary civilians passing through the Burpa forest, but they encountered this kind of thing here. Looking back now, I realize how unfortunate we all were. The cat-eared beast man looked at the corpses not far away, among which was her husband. Certainly. Levitt replied politely. Eren, I'll take them to find the city guards of Erst. You can handle the rest, okay? Levitt turned to Eren and spoke. You don't mean you don't want to complete the academy's training, do you? Eren looked at him with a questioning gaze. Levitt, can't I just come after you after I've delivered it? What kind of person do you take me for? Ellen, then hurry up and go. I'll cast a spell on you, and you can just follow the spell to find me. He patted Levitt on the shoulder, and a simple magic circle merged into his body. Levitt vaguely sensed a connection with Ilum. A simple first-tier spell won't have much of an effect on your body. Eren offered a brief explanation. Hearing his words, Levitt paused, then joked. What? Is there so little trust between us? Do I have to explain this to you again? Eren didn't say anything, but gave him a look that he could interpret himself. Then I'll be going now. Levitt led the women away in the direction he had come from. Without Levitt, Eren walked over to the group of goblin corpses and began to examine them. Judging by the number of goblins, there must be a large goblin tribe nearby. The fact that 50 goblins could be sent out to hunt indicates that the goblin colony was extremely large. There are probably no fewer than 1,000 goblins. Did you find anything? Philwyn came over and asked him. I probably already have a target for training. Eren looked up and met the gazes of Hillier and the other two. How about we go to this goblin's lair and complete this mission? Ellen made the suggestion. He didn't want to leave these monsters alone, since he was going to kill a few monsters anyway, and these goblins had entered his field of vision. He was too lazy to look for other monsters. Furthermore, he speculated that there might still be quite a few women inside that goblin's lair. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so large. Sure, I'm fine with it. Philwyn was the first to agree to his proposal. I'm fine with it too. I'll follow my master. Ayana and Hillier nodded in agreement. Hillier, in particular, took Ilham's hand from the side. I am now the wife of my master, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to hold my master's hand. Seeing Hillier's reserved demeanor, Eren flicked her head, cast a scent tracking spell, and pulled her toward the direction where the goblin scent was present. Then let's go. Ellen spoke from the front. Ugh. I want to hold Ellen's hand too. Ayana ran over from the other side, and I grabbed Irene's other hand as well. Chapter 67. As his teacher, I shouldn't have agreed to his confession. How should we allocate the protection tasks this time? Claude stood aside and asked the professors around him. This time, all the professors who taught Class A came out, a total of more than a dozen professors. However, most of them are just junior professors at the 3rd level. What does Professor Karlovitz think? We'll follow your lead. Svinbo also appeared from the side, standing next to the black cat that had been floating lazily, and said something. Why are you asking me? Aren't you the supervising teacher for Class A? Karlovitz opened one eye and looked at Svinbo in front of him, saying something. He wouldn't have wanted to come if that old man Slaw hadn't forced him to. Your position is the highest here, so of course we should let you come. Svinbo also bowed and said, Karlovitz, the most mysterious professor at Erst College, holds the title of Professor of What Element in Class A, and the nominal position of Dean's Secretary. I'll take charge of Levitt's squad. You can handle the rest yourselves. Karlovitz thought for a moment and decided to go check on that kid Eren. Given their team's capabilities, this mission should be quite easy. It took a look at the situation back then. Their team had 3 players at or above the 2nd rank, and 1 Levitt who was close to the 2nd rank. Killing 2 level 1 magical beasts would be a piece of cake. Well, in that case, I'll go and tell everyone. Svinbo nodded and began assigning tasks to the other professors. All right, everyone, now go check on your own squads. The magic they use has a tracking function. After all the other professors had gone into the forest, Karlovitz lazily stretched and began to speak. You've been staring at me for a while now, so just say what you want to say. As soon as Karlov Ivan finished speaking, a girl wearing glasses walked out from under a large tree nearby. Mia walked softly to Karlovitz and said in a weak voice, Senior Karlovitch, could I keep an eye on Levitt's squad? Karlovitz descended, now level with Mia, and stared at her with his yellow eyes, asking, Why do you want to take over Levitt's squad? Karlovitz knew the child. She used to be his student. She became a professor after graduating from Erst, and judging from her clothes, she seemed to be doing quite well as a professor here. Because my assistant is also in this team. Mia answered softly. Assistant? You mean Levitt, that kid? Oh, I see. Karlovitz propped his head up with his cat paws, gazing at her with deep, penetrating eyes. I remember you're still single. Have you come to your senses now? Mia bit her lower lip, somewhat embarrassed to show her emotions, but she still nodded. You should think this through. Levitt is a young master of the Duke's family. You've only known him for a few days, and you've already made up your mind? Karlovitz placed the cat's paw on Mia's head and then sat on her shoulder. Since she was this child's former teacher, it's natural to say a few more words to her. Otherwise, you might get sold out one day and still be counting money for the other person. But we get along very well, and he treats me very well too. Mia found a seat and sat down and started talking to Karlovitz about Levitt. I never imagined he would confess his feelings to me that day. As his teacher, I shouldn't have agreed. But at that time, I saw his eyes, and they were clear, not like the eyes of those sluts. So I accepted him. As Mia spoke, her eyes were filled with laughter. She's not a naive and innocent girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't be Erst's professor, much less the teacher of Class A. Since you've chosen him, then you two should get along well. Karlovitz listened to her story and then flew up from the side. So, Senior, then you'll manage their squad. Just keep an eye on things, and if you encounter anything you can't handle, remember to tell me. Karlovitz raised his hand, and a magic circle enveloped Mia before disappearing. If there are any unexpected situations, activate this magic. I can sense it. Thank you, Senior Karlovitch. I'll catch up now. After saying that, Mia followed the scent of magic and ran towards the direction of Levitt's team. Karlovitz was left to watch quietly from the side. This child. I just hope that Levitt won't let Mia down. The next second, Karlovitch vanished from the spot. Why did they separate? Mia watched Levitt leave alone with the group of women, torn between which one to follow. On one side is Levitt, the person he likes, and on the other side are the rest of the team. She felt she should be watching both sides, but she couldn't be in two places at once. So annoying. Ultimately, out of a sense of duty as a professor, she chose to continue following Illumi. Since Levitt was heading back, she had already surveyed the surrounding area along that route and found nothing that could threaten him. On the other hand, Eren and his group were heading to an unknown area, and they didn't know what dangers lay ahead. If the four people on Ellen's side were to be in danger, I'm afraid I would feel guilty. Following behind Eren and the others, Mia quietly hid not far away. Is this the place? Ayana bent over, mimicking Eren's movements, and looked towards the spot several hundred meters away. It seems these goblins are quite clever. They built their nests underground. If you only look at it from the outside, you would never know that there is a goblin's lair here. Eren stared intently at the entrance, where many goblins had already returned from the wilderness and gathered. When should we make our move? It seems that there are still some powerful individuals in this goblin horde. Philwyn stood to the side and pointed to the two goblins guarding the cave entrance. From her observation, the two goblins had already reached the second level. Therefore, the Goblin King in this nest is very likely a Tier 3 monster. Although Eren possesses the strength of a 4th-tier swordsman, there are so many goblins here that it's uncertain whether he can handle them. Of course, Philwyn herself will go along. She will likely fight the other goblins. No rush. The goblins have all returned now. Let's wait until tomorrow, after all the goblins who went out have left, before we make our move. Eren pondered deeply, and now it seemed that he wasn't entirely confident in eliminating all the goblins. Using group magic would create too much of a commotion and might attract the attention of other magical beasts. Chapter 68. Mr. Arlen, you big liar. Mr. Arlen, why are you in a human body now? Carol climbed onto Arlen's chest and asked him, Are you full? Arlen did not answer her question, but instead asked her if she had eaten enough. Several days have passed, and Carol's pain has almost subsided. Arlen is now planning when to travel to another city. Only by finding a soul-restoring potion in the city can he restore his strength to the 6th rank. Only in this way can one use their superior magic to go directly to the place where the king is sealed. Then, Mr. Arlen, do you have any more? Carol lowered her hand. Perhaps because she had previously activated her succubus bloodline, she was no longer the naive girl she once was. His eyes were filled with longing for food. However, her body still resembles that of a young girl. Although Eren currently has a human body, his soul has become that of a demon, resulting in some changes to his physical form. Ugh, Mr. Arlen, you promised you wouldn't hold my head down. Carol screamed, seemingly very resistant to being treated like this by Arlen. Feeling the pressure on her head disappear, Carol looked up and pouted, saying, Mr. Arlen hasn't answered my question yet. Why are you in human form right now? Aren't you a general under the Demon King? In the past few days, Carol has also learned about Arlen's identity. After all, she is now considered Arlen's partner on the road, so Arlen naturally told her some things. For example, he might claim to be Arlen Kazi, a general in the Demon King's army, or that the Demon King was not actually dead, but merely sealed away. He told her why he had a human body. So Mr. Arlen is now in human form? Arlen made a good choice, choosing such a good-looking human. However, I've heard that humans don't last as long as demons. Could it be that this is the case for humans, Mr. Eren? Arlen lowered his eyes. Carol puffed out her cheeks, glanced to the side, and pouted her little lips. Are you there? Arlen grabbed Carol's horn with one hand. Wah, Mr. Arlen, you big liar. You promised you wouldn't touch my head or grab my horns. Carol raised her fist and punched Arlen hard in the chest, venting her dissatisfaction. Okay, I'm a big liar. Arlen wiped away her tears with his hand, as if coaxing a child. Is it better now? A day later, Arlen and Carol officially embarked on their journey away. So what's the use of your wings? You still need me to carry you around. Arlen flew through the air, holding the petite Carol in his arms. Her wings were just for decoration. She couldn't fly at all. Carol pouted in Arlen's arms and whispered, I don't know. As a succubus, She did indeed possess a pair of wings, but she simply didn't know why she couldn't use them. Her own wings were too small to lift her up and make her fly. After flying for 2 hours, Eren successfully arrived at the edge of a huge city. Looking at the familiar city gate, Eren knew where he had arrived. Synopsis City, a medium-sized demon city, was previously ruled by a 5th-tier demon. This happened 50 years ago, and he doesn't even know who the current manager is. After setting Carol down, Arlen and she put on the black cloaks that had been prepared beforehand. Once inside Synopsis, Arlen led Carol quietly to a tavern. This tavern also offers accommodation. After paying a certain amount of demon currency, Arlen and her companion went up to their room on the 2nd floor. Ugh, I'm so bored. Mr. Arlen, don't you find it boring to stay silent like this? Upon entering the room, Carol took off the cloak she had been wearing and leaped onto the tavern's bed. The beds here are so much more comfortable than the ones in my cave. Carol rolled around comfortably on the bed several times. Looking at the pink-haired succubus girl on the bed, Eren sat down on the edge of the bed and began to think about how to find a potion to restore the soul. You should watch and talk less here, or you'll cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Demon cities are not as orderly as human cities. If you are killed here, no one will care. So what should we do next? Let's see if we can find what I need first. If all goes well, we can go to the King's Seal location tomorrow. Chapter 69. Hillier can't sleep, wants to snuggle up with his master. We found them, team leader. 100 meters away from Eren and his group, a man completely shrouded in a black cloak spoke to the magic circle in his hand. The man's face was hidden under his cloak, making it impossible to see his features. Very good. Can you estimate their route? Another man's voice came from the magic circle. The cloaked man fixed his gaze on the goblin lair in front of Eren and slowly spoke. Yeah, they'll probably go to that goblin lair we saw before. The man opposite paused for a moment, as if thinking about something, before finally speaking. It's right there. You stay close to that kid and don't let him find out. The rest of you go there and set up the magic circle. Okay, got it. The cloaked man nodded, then vanished from his original spot in a flash. They are professionals secretly trained by the Carroll family, who bought them and trained them when they were very young. Almost all of their team members were Tier 3 assassins, and the team leader was even a Tier 4 professional. This time, they only brought the 4th-tier group leader, themselves, and 2 other 2nd-tier newcomers. Even now, they are only under the command of the Carroll family's direct descendants, doing things that cannot be done openly. Just a few days ago, they received instructions from young Master Costa. As night fell, Ellen sat alone by the fire, gazing at the forest that had become completely dark. Hillier and the other 2 girls had already gone to sleep, but Ellen volunteered to stay and keep watch. By the dim light of the fire, Eren took out his father's magic book and began to read it. Master, do you need to rest? A small figure emerged from the tent and quietly approached Eren. Eren naturally knew it was Hillier who had arrived and smiled at her, saying, No need. Hillier, aren't you asleep yet? Hearing her master's words, the little girl snuggled into Eren's arms, tilted her head back, and bit his neck, saying, Hilly can't sleep. Hilly wants to snuggle up with her master. Master, you smell so good. As Hillier bit her, feeling the moist touch on her skin, Eren pinched her cheek and said with a mischievous grin, Little Hillier, biting your master is very bad. Then, can I kiss my master? Hillier released her grip on Ellen's mouth. Her red lips parted, and her big eyes blinked. Eren lifted Hillier's chin with his hand and looked her in the eye. Seeing his master looking at him like that, Hillier blushed and shyly looked away. If Hillier wants to know, why ask his master? Upon hearing Ellen's reply, Hillier shrank back slightly, crossed her legs over Ellen, and grabbed Ellen's hands. Well, that's what Master said, so you can't go back on your word. The next second, Hillier brought his face close to Eren's and kissed him deeply. In a tent not far away, Ayana gritted her teeth and blushed as she watched Eren and Hillier embrace. She gritted her teeth because of envy, and her face flushed because she wanted it too. Like Hillier, she also fantasized about being with Ellen at night. Of course, he was avoiding Yuvian. After a period of time, fell asleep so quickly? Eren looked at the sleeping elven girl in his arms, gently brushed the hair away from her face to reveal a face with her eyes closed. Even when she's asleep, Healy is still so cute. After simply straightening her body, Ellen carried the elf back to the tent in a princess carry. Quietly passing Ayana at the doorway, Eren placed Hillier in the innermost position, right next to Filwyn. Just as he was about to go out to continue his night watch, he was suddenly grabbed by a hand from below at the tent entrance. Losing his balance, he collapsed onto the bedding on the floor. Before he could react, his face was embraced by something soft. Ayana? Eren immediately realized it was her, and when he looked up, he did see Ayana's blushing face. Eren, I can't sleep. Can I hold you while I sleep? To avoid waking Hillier, Ayana spoke softly. She now feels a thrill of doing something wrong behind someone's back. Eren pulled himself out, now positioned above Ayana, and looked down at the girl before him. He was unsure whether to agree or not. Looking at the girl's delicate face and blushing cheeks, Eren decided to grant her request. Anyway, he'll just be holding her for a while to sleep, and he's already set up a defensive spell outside. Upon seeing Eren nod, Ayana reached out and hugged him tightly, burying her face in his neck. Eren sighed. Although he had rejected Ayana's confession, he seemed unable to refuse her request. She seems to be getting bolder and bolder. The next day, when Ayana awoke, she found that she had left with the boy in her arms, and only she and Hillier remained in the tent. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Ayana stepped out of the tent. She first saw Filwyn practicing his sword, and then Ellen reading a book. Ayana, you're awake? Breakfast is ready. Go and have some. Eren noticed Ayana coming out and pointed to the bread and other food in the basket next to her. You made all of this? It looks really good. Ayana sat down next to Eren, picked up a piece of bread, took a bite, and said, It's delicious. Eren turned to look at the girl eating her bread in small bites, and casually said, I didn't do it. I, a nobleman, wouldn't know how to do these things. He was, after all, a young master from a noble family, and they would never allow him to cook. So he knew nothing and was a complete novice when it came to cooking. Who did this? Was it Hillier? She remembered that the little girl hadn't gotten up yet. It was Filwyn who did it. She got up very early this morning, even earlier than me. Eren's gaze shifted to Filwyn, who was practicing her swordplay. Filwyn was wearing only a thin garment, which perfectly accentuated her tall and elegant figure. Sweat dripped from her forehead, and her single ponytail swayed behind her, clearly giving her the appearance of a female knight. Seemingly because Eren was looking at her, Filwyn stopped wielding her sword and turned to look at Eren with a puzzled expression. However, Filwyn's face flushed slightly for a moment after noticing Ayana beside him. She remembered seeing Ayana and Eren hugging each other when she woke up this morning. His hands unconsciously tightened around the sword, and his body began to heat up. If Ellen also holds her while she sleeps at night, she won't just hold her. Her face flushed again. Chapter 70 Battle Against the Goblin King. Frost and Shadow. With a cold glint in his eyes, Filwyn severed the goblin's body in two with a single strike. Blood stained the soil red, and another goblin pounced on her. Filwyn, watch out. Ayana's voice came from behind her. Magic flowed from Ayana's fingertips, transmitting through the magic wand in her hand, and a perfect fireball flew out from the wand. The fireball struck the goblin that was lunging at Filwyn. The green-skinned monsters continued to swarm towards them. Hillier, radiating a green magical light, also cast a spell behind Filwyn. Meanwhile, Eren was fighting the Goblin King in the Goblin Lair, surrounded by many second-tier goblins. With a light leap, Eren dodged the goblin's hammer. Humans, we have not offended you. What? The enormous Goblin King struggled to speak human language as he swung his stone hammer at Eren. Eren, holding his knight's sword, did not answer it, for he knew in his heart that even if he told it the reason, a battle would not be avoided. Because, when he infiltrated this goblin lair, he saw many imprisoned breeding beds. The group of girls had vacant eyes and were naked. When they saw Eren, they didn't even know to beg for help. There is no absolute right or wrong in the world. In Eren's eyes, he should save them. But in the eyes of these goblins, they had to do it in order to reproduce. Human, you, leave now, and I might spare your life. The Goblin King roared loudly, driving the other second-tier goblins around him even crazier, who pounced on Eren like madmen. After kicking a goblin away, Eren raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. Third-tier magic, Bruce's Cage. In an instant, the surging goblins froze, unable to move, but still lunged at Eren with their mouths agape. With a single sword stroke, he severed the head of the goblin in front of him, and then Eren stood before the Goblin King, who was 3 times his size. Humans, this cannot hold me. Ultimately, Bruce's Cage is only a 3rd-tier spell. It's fine for trapping a 3rd-tier mage like Costa, but it's a bit too much for trapping a brute like the Goblin King. The Goblin King trembled violently, and soon after, with a cracking sound, it shattered Ilum's magic with brute force. Man, humankind, accept my wrath. The stone hammer swung towards Eren the moment it was freed from its restraints, but Iron's agile movements caused the blow to miss. As Eren leaped, his sword struck the Goblin King's arm. However, only part of the sword was embedded in it. It did not cut it off completely. Eren drew his long sword, which was stained with bright red blood. It seemed that simple attacks wouldn't do much damage to this Goblin King, Eren thought to himself, muttering to himself. Sword skill, Thunderclap. Purple arcs of lightning covered Iron's sword and gradually spread to Iron's entire body. Eren ran along the arm that the Goblin King had slammed down, quickly reaching its top. Puff! The sound of a sword-piercing flesh rang out, followed by the Goblin King's painful howl. My eyes! My eyes! Die? Human, die! Feeling pain in his eyes, the Goblin King raised his right hand and slapped the human on his face. Drawing his sword, Eren deftly dodged the slap. With a flick of his wrist, and while the Goblin King was still covering his eyes, Eren raised his hand, and a dark green magic circle unfolded from his hand. 3rd-tier magic, the Endless Wood Domain. In an instant, countless branches sprouted from the surrounding area, each as thick as an arm, and rushed straight toward the Goblin King. The tip of the branch, like a fine needle, pierced through the Goblin King's body without any resistance. The next second, the Goblin King, which was 3 times the size of Eren, was pierced beyond recognition by the branches attacking from all directions. A branch pierced straight out of its mouth, and the Goblin King's arm holding the stone hammer suddenly fell limp. Having dealt with the most difficult Goblin King, Eren turned to look at the remaining goblins who were trapped by his magic. Without giving it a second glance, Eren raised his left hand, and countless wooden spikes shot out from the magic circle in his palm, piercing through all the remaining goblins. After he finished dealing with the goblins, Filwyn's side was also almost done with. The 3 women walked slowly to Eren. Filwyn's body, completely encased in armor, was drenched in sweat, and the strands of hair at her temples were also damp with sweat, clinging to her fair face. As mages, Iana and Hillier naturally didn't end up like Filwyn, but they still expended a lot of energy, their magical power almost completely drained. Especially little Hillier, who had only been a magician for a short time, probably has no magic left in her body. Master, I took care of so many goblins. Despite his exhaustion, little Hillier ran to Eren and hugged his master tightly. Eren patted Hillier's head, praised her with a smile, and then looked at the other 2. How are you? Are you all right? No, those who came to attack us were just ordinary goblins. Only a few of them were tier 1. Filwyn replied without any emotion. Filwyn is amazing. Iana, who was standing to the side, grabbed Filwyn's hand and nodded. She really wanted to be good friends with Filwyn, but she didn't know how to bring it up, so she could only use these awkward words to praise Filwyn. Feeling the sensation in his hand, Filwyn didn't pull his hand away, but instead said, Iana also helped me a lot. If you hadn't used magic to stop those goblins, I would probably be injured now. Hearing Filwyn's words, Iana blushed slightly and gently waved her hand. Well, it's nothing. Just as they were chatting, a soft, sweet female voice rang out from the side. Your group has completed its training. The moment he heard the sound, Eren turned his head toward the source of the sound. In his field of vision, Mia walked towards the 4 of them. Mia had been following Eren and the others the whole time. She had been worried that something might happen to Eren and the others when they went to the goblin's lair, but it seems she was overthinking it. She was quite surprised to find that Eren, who had such poor magical talent, was actually a 3rd-tier mage. Seeing Ms. Mia approaching, Ayana gently raised her hand to greet her. Teacher Mia. Upon hearing Ayana's voice, Mia smiled, waved, and walked towards them. But the next second, her face froze. Puff! A metal dagger pierced straight into her chest from behind. I didn't expect that a professor from the academy would be with us. Well then, we'd better get started as soon as possible. Chapter 71. Are you alright? Teacher Mia. Ayana stared in horror at the scene and screamed. The cloaked man kicked Mia away and disappeared into the shadows. Mia lay on the ground, clutching her chest tightly, blood flowing continuously from it. Mia gritted her teeth, raised her free hand, and activated the magic Karlovy vase had left her. However, the magical aura hadn't been traveling for long when it seemed to be blocked by something and stopped not far away. Seeing this, she seemed to want to speak, but the taste of blood in her mouth made her cough involuntarily. Quickly run. A moment later, her head drooped down. Not far from the goblin's lair, Levitt suddenly stopped running. What happened? The connection with Eren has been lost. And what's causing this inexplicable heartache in my heart? Levitt clutched his chest, focused his gaze on the direction where he had last sensed Ellen's location, and without further hesitation, got up and ran in that direction. He told himself that if he didn't hurry, something he would regret for the rest of his life would happen. Before the four of them, including Eren, could recover from the shock of witnessing the entire scene, a cold light shot towards Eren's neck. Fourth tier. After narrowly dodging the attack, Ellen immediately knew the level of the man in the black cloak. Moreover, judging from his behavior of blending into the shadows, he should be a shadow assassin. To avoid affecting Philwyn and the others, Ellen quickly moved away to create some distance. The cloaked man watched Eren leave, then turned his gaze to Hillier, who was hiding. An elf? This must be the woman that Master Costa asked him to keep an eye on. This is troublesome. Let someone else do it. At the cloaked man's command, 3 other people, also wearing cloaks, appeared around him. Ayana. Hillier. Hide behind me. Philwyn raised his knight's sword and stood in front of the 2 girls. Magic. I can't use magic anymore. Ayana seemed to want to cast a spell, but when she raised her hand, no matter how she gathered her magic power, she couldn't form a magic circle. This area is sealed off by magic. You can't use magic here. One of the cloaked men spoke up. They had already set up a magic circle here yesterday to block the magical aura in this area. At the same time, this magic circle can also suppress the release of magic. Eren clenched his fist. Even he felt some resistance in gathering magic power. However, not many. Apart from not being able to cast magic instantly, he can still cast magic. Just as he was gathering his magic power, a dagger still covered in blood stabbed towards his face. Who are you people? Ellen dodged the attack and asked a question. You don't need to know. The cloaked man's tone remained unchanged, and the dagger moved so fast that it left afterimages. Using his knight's sword to block the shadow assassin's attack, he raised his hand and released the magic he had gathered. Second-tier magic, Judgment. High-level magic requires a lot of magic power, so Eren can only cast low-level magic first. Another magic spell in the palm of his hand is still gathering power. Several translucent longswords radiating light instantly appeared around the cloaked man, centered on him, and thrust towards him. Although we don't know who these people are, it's clear they're not good people. Eren glanced at Mia, who was lying on the ground not far away, where a pool of blood had already been spilled. We can't delay any longer. We need to take care of this 4th-tier assassin quickly, otherwise even if he knows 4th-tier healing magic, he might not be able to save Teacher Mia. What are you looking at? Are you lost in thought? Behind him, a cloaked man, blending into the shadows, held a dagger and stabbed it towards his neck. Not good. Eren didn't expect this guy to come out so quickly, and before he knew it, he was close to Eren. Raising his right hand, Eren flicked the sword behind his back, deflecting the sudden attack. The cloaked man didn't linger in the fight. Having failed to land his first blow, he retreated back into the shadows. Amidst the flashing blades, Eren had already parried several attacks from the cloaked man. Seeing that he couldn't defeat Eren, the cloaked man seemed to be getting anxious and actually appeared directly in front of Eren. Eren seized the opportunity, and the magic circle in his palm instantly unfolded as he softly chanted. The cage is gone. Third tier magic, Cruz's cage. Although this magic couldn't possibly trap this fourth tier shadow assassin, if it could only pause the assassin for a moment, Eren would have a chance to finish him off. The space was locked in an instant. Eren dodged and slashed the cloaked man straight with his knight's sword. Following his shoulder, Eren cleaved him in two. Puff! Blood splattered, and the fourth tier assassin fell to the ground. The instant Eren struck the assassin, he immediately rushed to Mia's side, who was already lying in a pool of blood. A pale green magic circle formed in his palm, briefly stopping the flow of Mia's blood. Fortunately, the cloaked man did not stab her heart. Mia is currently only unconscious. However, she has lost too much blood, and it's uncertain whether she can hold on until I can unleash a high-level healing spell. Turning his gaze to Filwyn, Irene noticed her anxiety. She was facing 3 second-tier assassins alone. By now, she had many wounds on her body. Her tiger's mouth was split open, and blood was flowing down. Iana and Hillier hid themselves away. Since they couldn't use their magic now, going out would only cause trouble for Filwyn. Bang! With a crisp metallic sound, Filwyn's knight's sword was finally knocked away. She was exhausted at this point. Holding off 3 professionals of the same level by herself would not be easy even for Filwyn. Filwyn's body, as if losing all strength, fell straight backward. Just as she was about to feel the sensation of falling, an arm pulled her back, and the next second, she was in Ellen's arms. "Are you all right?" Filwyn looked up and met Ellen's deep gaze. Filwyn's face flushed slightly, her head lowered, her eyes darting away, and she spoke in a soft, sweet voice. "I'm a little tired." Eren held her in one arm, facing the remaining 3 cloaked men. "Raise your right hand and unleash the magic circle that you have been charging up." The cage is gone. Instantly, the 3 assassins froze in place, unable to move. After dealing with these people, Ellen immediately picked up Filwyn in a princess carry. Hiss! Filwyn hissed in pain, seemingly because Ellen's movements aggravated his wound. He slowly walked over to Iana and the others and put her down. When Iana and Hillier saw Eren approaching, their eyes were drawn to Filwyn, whom she was holding in her arms. However, since Filwyn was covered in wounds and blood, the 2 of them stopped paying attention to Ellen holding her and focused their attention on Filwyn. "Miss Filwyn, you are so badly injured." Hillier held her hand, looking at her with concern. Chapter 72, Can I involve myself in your life in the future? Just as Eren was treating Filwyn, a tall, slender figure rushed in from outside. Eren looked in the direction of the sound and saw Levitt, who had arrived late. What happened here? Levitt stood frozen in place until his gaze fell upon Mia, lying in a pool of blood. "Mia, teacher Mia, what's wrong?" Levitt rushed over and picked up the unconscious Mia, his hands stained with her still wet blood. Eren didn't speak. After healing Filwyn's injuries with simple magic, he walked over to Levitt, who was kneeling on the ground holding Mia. Eren, tell me, who did this?" Levitt's voice trembled, and his tone unconsciously carried anger. His face was already glistening with tears. No, save her." Levitt realized what was happening and began to cast the magic he had learned on Mia. However, no matter how hard he tried to gather magic power, he couldn't construct a magic circle. Why? Why is the magic here building up so slowly? Levitt anxiously placed his hand on Mia's body, and looking at Mia's blood-stained face, his eyes revealed helplessness. "The magic here is sealed. Levitt, let me handle this." Eren stood in front of his good brother, squatted down, and placed his hand on Mia's pierced chest. A light green magic circle with a radius of 1 meter instantly unfolded from his palm, followed by 3 smaller magic circles that unfolded in succession. This is multiple spellcasting. Levitt, who was standing to the side, was stunned, staring blankly at Eren. Eren ignored him and continued to focus on treating Mia's injuries. He is now casting a 4th-order spell using quadruple casting, and only in this way can he save Mia. As Eren turned his gaze toward Mia, he began to gather the magic. Only now has the magic power required for this spell been fully condensed. 4th-tier magic, Priest's Mercy. Eren murmured the name of the spell, and the next second, green light flashed around Mia. On Mia's chest, Buds of flesh were growing back, and apart from the clothes that had been pierced by the dagger, her wounds had completely healed. Fourth tier magic. Levitt spoke incoherently, his eyes wide with surprise, his lips slightly parted. He never expected that Eren was not only a third-tier mage, but also a fourth-tier mage. How badly was he scammed? Cough. Suddenly, Mia, who was in Levitt's arms, coughed up a clump of blood, startling him so much that he quickly bent down to check on her. Mia coughed once, then fell silent again. Fortunately, her breathing has now stabilized, and Levitt breathed a sigh of relief. All right, Levitt, you can take care of Teacher Mia from now on. I'm going to take care of other things. Eren stood up and spoke to Levitt, whose tears were still wet on his face. Those 3 cloaked men are still tied up there. He should go and interrogate them now. Who on earth dared to be so arrogant as to attack Earth's students and teachers? Eren, what's going on? Why is Teacher Mia? Levitt picked up Princess Mia and asked her a question. Ellen told him everything that had happened after Levitt left, including that she was a 4th-tier mage. Mia, why are you here? Upon hearing Ellen's account, Levitt turned his gaze to Mia in his arms, gently wiping the bloodstains from her face, and spoke in a low voice. Thank you, Ellen. If it weren't for you. Stop. Halt. Eren stopped and patted Levitt on the shoulder. No need for thanks. Even if you weren't here, I would still save her. A smile appeared on Ilum's face as he looked up at Levitt and said, By the way, have you won over Teacher Mia yet? Upon hearing this, Levitt's face flushed red, and he began to stammer. And Mia-sensei has agreed. Levitt hadn't expected that Ms. Mia would agree to his confession at that time. In fact, he had only confessed on a whim. Because on that day, when Levitt went to Mia's office, he saw another boy confess his feelings to Mia. At that moment, his heart suddenly started racing, and a strange sense of loss welled up inside him. Levitt went inside after the boy left. Ms. Mia, did that boy just confess his feelings to you? Levitt asked. Oh, he did confess to me. Mia answered Levitt's question without a care in the world. However, I rejected him. After all, the impact of a teacher-student relationship is very bad. Mia adjusted her glasses and looked at Levitt with a smile. So why did my assistant ask that? Seeing Mia's smiling face, Levitt's heart skipped a beat, and he stared blankly at Mia's face. Mia had to wave her hand vigorously in front of him to bring him back to his senses. Levitt bit his lower lip, revealing a youthful demeanor, and said, Ms. Mia. What's wrong, my little assistant? Do you think I can become a part of your life in the future? Levitt looked up, his gaze fixed firmly on Mia. Why are you suddenly saying that? Mia looked flustered. She hadn't expected her assistant to say something that sounded like a confession at this moment. Levitt was much taller than Mia, so Mia had to look up at him. The instant their eyes met, Mia saw his incredibly deep blue eyes. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, and even the air seemed to stop moving. Levitt looked at Mia, who hadn't answered him, and a wave of disappointment washed over him. Mia-sensei, if you don't agree, then I'll go back. Levitt turned and prepared to leave the office. He also knew that Teacher Mia might not agree. After all, he had only known Mia for a short time. But during these few days, Levitt helped Mia a lot, and they got along very well. Wait, Levitt. Mia, who hadn't spoken until now, called out to Levitt as he was leaving. After Levitt said those words, Mia recalled the few days she had spent with him. And just now, I saw his earnest eyes. Upon hearing Mia's voice, Levitt turned around and met Mia's shy eyes behind her glasses. If we don't make it public, it's not impossible, Mia said softly. Chapter 73 Teacher-Student Romance. Teacher-student relationships have a very negative impact, which is why Mia said that. Levitt pulled himself out of his reverie and instinctively hugged Mia tighter in his arms. Then congratulations. Ellen congratulated Levitt, but his tone changed the next sentence. If, and I mean if, your family needs my help in the future, I'll come. But you must still be together. Eren patted him on the shoulder. Although a 4th-tier rank wasn't particularly powerful in the kingdom, helping Levitt was still an option. After all, they are the same kind, birds yearning for freedom. Levitt was taken aback. He hadn't expected Ellen to think so much for him. A smile played on his lips as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you then. All right, you take good care of Teacher Mia. I'm going to get down to business. Eren pointed to the three assassins who were still trapped in the same spot, then turned and walked towards them. Reaching out, he pulled off one of the men's cloaks, revealing a man who appeared to be in his early 20s. His mouth is now sealed shut, and he can't speak. Undoing his spell, Eren grabbed his neck, lifted him into the air, and said coldly, "Speak, who are you? Who sent you?" Seeing that he couldn't escape, the man bit through the thing in his mouth without hesitation. The next second, the man died at Eren's hands. Eren frowned. A suicide squad? This looks like it's going to be difficult to handle. I suspect the remaining two are also hiding poison in their mouths. Eren immediately reached out to grab the remaining two men, but by the time he had them in his hands, they were already dead. They both died from ingesting poison. Although his magic could immobilize their bodies, it couldn't lock their mouths, which is why they died this way. Ignoring the three corpses on the ground, Eren walked straight to the three women, Philwyn and his companion, who were still resting. "Is everything settled there? How is teacher Mia?" Iana asked. "Mia has Levitt taking care of her, so there's no need to worry about her." "How is Philwyn's injury?" Ellen asked again, her gaze turning to Philwyn, who was being bandaged by Hillier. "Thank you, it's all over now." Philwyn reverted to his usual cold demeanor and spoke in a largely emotionless tone. "Okay, I'll go check on the girls who are trapped." Eren turned around, but before he could take a few steps, a fair hand took his. "I'll go with you too." Iana's golden hair fell beside her ears. She brushed it aside and explained to Eren. "Mia has Levitt with her, and Philwyn has Hillier helping to take care of her, so I want to help out too." Eren looked at the girl, who was about the same height as him, and nodded helplessly. "I hope you can handle seeing that scene." This wasn't just idle talk, because Eren had already witnessed the situation of those girls. That kind of scene was not something a young lady like her could withstand. Holding Iana's hand, Eren led her to the breeding chamber inside this goblin's lair. When Iana saw that scene, she was completely stunned, her pupils dilated, and she couldn't utter a word. In her field of vision, dozens of cage-like rooms appeared, each containing a naked young girl. There are humans and beastmen. Their eyes were vacant, and their bodies were covered in disgusting nocturnal filth. Eren stopped because he saw a young girl feeding a goblin cub. As he reached for the little goblin, a hand stopped him. "No, don't hurt my child." The woman's eyes pleaded as she tightly embraced the goblin cub in her arms. Eren sighed and turned his gaze to Iana, who was vomiting beside him. After witnessing that scene, she lost control of herself, grabbed the wall next to her, and vomited up everything she had eaten that morning. "Iana, wait here for a moment. I'll go out and find a professor from the academy to handle this. This is beyond their control. They have done what they should have done." "Okay, go ahead." Iana waved her hand, trying her best not to look at the scene behind her. She still can't accept such scenes. If it were just bloody scenes, she could accept them. But after all, she was a woman, and she simply couldn't stand it. Seeing that Eren had left the cave entrance, Iana was unwilling to stay in the breeding room any longer and turned to go to Philwyn's resting place. "What? Where did Eren go?" Philwyn, whose arm was bandaged, asked, while Hillier looked at her with a puzzled expression. Iana recounted what she had seen and Ellen's return to the professors. "There are so many people, this is really beyond our ability to handle." Philwyn nodded. She remembered that after her master led her to exterminate the goblins, he also went to call the city's knights to handle the situation. "All right, let's go check on teacher Mia." Philwyn stood up and walked towards Levitt, who was not far away. "Hey, Philwyn, wait a minute." However, she hadn't taken more than a few steps when she was stopped by Iana, so she turned around and looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong?" "Well, didn't you notice anything wrong?" Iana kept glancing towards Levitt and said hesitantly, Is there a problem?" Philwyn tilted his head, looking puzzled. Seeing her dazed expression, Iana slapped her head and pulled the girl, who was half a head taller than her, close to her ear and whispered something. A moment later, Philwyn, whose face had been expressionless, blushed slightly and said, "Teacher-student relationship?" Iana nodded. She had noticed it a few days ago. At that time, it was just speculation and some doubts about their relationship. She only realized it just now, after she saw Levitt hug Mia. Levitt sighed. Levitt gently wiped the dirt off Mia's face, then hugged her and sat down against the wall. Looking at Mia, whose face was pale from blood loss, Levitt squeezed her hand tighter in his arms. He always felt that he and teacher Mia would be together in the end, although his family will most likely not agree to their relationship. However, he will still try to get it. After all, Levitt had finally come to this place where he wouldn't be bothered by his family, and he didn't want to be controlled anymore. Even caged birds yearn for freedom. Chapter 74. How is this possible? A tea house in Sonati. Arlen, cloaked in black, led Carol to the tea house, which was not very busy. "Boss, a pot of tea, please." Arlen sat down in an empty seat and called out. A demon woman who looked somewhat like a human emerged from a side room and served them tea. After the demon left, Carol reached for the cup and poured herself some tea. "Phew, I'm exhausted. We've been walking for ages." Arlen frowned and reached out to stop Carol from putting the tea into her mouth. "Don't drink it. There's something wrong with this tea." Carol stopped abruptly as she raised her glass, looking at Arlen with a puzzled expression. Arlen didn't speak after that, but pointed to the people at another table not far away. Carol looked up and saw that the people at that table didn't seem to be locals from Sonati, and they had also ordered some tea. However, after Carol saw those men drink the tea, they soon collapsed onto the table and fell asleep like drunken bastards. Carol stared in disbelief at the tea in her hand and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with them?" Eren released a burst of magic from his hand, which seeped into the tea on the table, and then he picked up the teacup and drank. "There is poison in the tea, but most people can't tell. However, I have already used magic to neutralize the poison inside, so it's safe to drink now." Arlen answered casually. "Then why did they poison him?" Carol looked at the teacup in her hand, still a little hesitant to drink it, and asked timidly, "This tea house is just a scam for outsiders. If you were a local from Sonati, the owner wouldn't serve poisoned tea." Arlen began to explain, glancing at the group of people who had collapsed at the next table. By this time, people from the tea house had already taken care of them, carrying their bodies to a place inside the tea house where they couldn't be seen. What exactly they were used for remains unknown. No longer paying attention to what was happening there, Carol focused her attention on Arlen. "Mr. Arlen, how much longer are we going to search? Why haven't we found the place you mentioned that sells potions yet?" After leaving the tavern, Arlen took Carol and wandered around Sonati City, looking for a place to sell potions. Carol didn't exercise much to begin with, so her body naturally couldn't handle this kind of high-intensity hiking. Only now has Arlen brought her here to rest. City of Sonati is only a medium-sized city. It's good enough if there's a place that sells potions. Arlen finished his tea and tapped his fingers on the table. After arriving in Sonati, he sold some of the items in his Anrola spatial ring. The items a fifth-tier knight possessed were quite good. He now at least had enough money to buy potions. "Let's go now. I want to go back and rest as soon as possible." Carol looked at the tea in her hand, closed her eyes, and swallowed it in one gulp. Although Mr. Arlen said that it was no longer poisonous, she was still a little scared. After finishing her tea, Carol stood up, preparing to leave. "Where do we go now, Mr. Arlen?" Seeing that Carol seemed to be in a hurry to leave, Arlen poured himself another cup of tea. "No rush. The owner of this shop doesn't want us to leave so easily." Arlen took a small sip of tea and stared intently at the demon in the tea room behind Carol. What do you mean?" Following Arlen's gaze, Carol also looked behind her. Behind her, the female boss who brought them tea kept smiling at them, which was somewhat unsettling. The female boss had been staring at them ever since they came in. "They haven't collapsed yet. It seems the medicine I bought this time wasn't potent enough." "Hey, you figured it out?" The female demon stepped out from the side and placed her hand on a chair not far from Arlen. "Business has been slow these past few days, so we can't let you two get away." She clapped her hands, and soon a dozen burly demons walked out from the side. Upon seeing this, Carol was terrified and quickly got up, hiding behind Arlen, her little hands clutching his cloak. So many people. She's not even a Tier 1 professional yet, and her physical condition isn't great either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken so long to recover after that day. Arlen remained unmoved and calmly finished his tea. 8 first order, 3 second order. Eren slowly rose to his feet and addressed everyone. "What are they muttering about? Just do it." One of the demons seemed to be getting impatient and grabbed his weapon, throwing it at Eren. Anyway, he's just here to be a thug. The rest is none of his business. Hey, don't smash my table. The female demon looked at the furniture in the tea house with heartache as she watched the guy act so recklessly. Just when she thought Arlen and her table would be smashed to pieces, something unexpected happened. How is this possible? Before the demon's hammer even touched Arlen, the next second, he was sliced into pieces as if he had touched a sharp blade, and fell to the ground. Blood ran down the floor, reaching the feet of everyone around, followed by splattering blood. The female demon touched her face, and a bright red color appeared in her field of vision. Eren stood up, his gaze calmly fixed on the remaining 9 demons who were still in shock, and softly murmured, "Dark magic crushing cut." The next second, before the demons surrounding Arlen and Carol could react, a sensation of being cut apart spread throughout their bodies. Blood plasma sprayed out, instantly covering the surrounding area with a layer of blood mist. Upon seeing this, the female demon's body went limp, and she immediately knelt on the ground. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable terror and fear. Once the blood mist dissipated, Eren removed the barrier surrounding him, and thus, not a single drop of blood touched him. Eren picked up the little succubus who had been clinging to him and dared not open her eyes, and walked to the female demon. Looking at the pair of long, slender legs in front of her, the female demon raised her head in despair and looked at Eren. When my hand touched the ground, it was slippery. It was a pool of blood. She never imagined that simply killing a few outsiders to replenish her food supply, as she always did, would lead her to encounter such a powerful demon. Just when she thought Eren was going to kill her, Eren spoke in a completely emotionless tone. "Where did you buy the poison in this tea?" Chapter 75 there. I'm scared. Stepping out of the goblin's lair, Eren lightly touched the ground with his toes and took to the air. He just wanted to get to the college as quickly as possible to inform them about the situation and that someone had dared to assassinate a student from Erst. Eren's half-length black hair fluttered behind him as he flew towards the academy. "Hey kid, what's the rush?" Suddenly, a young man's voice came from behind Eren, and then Karlovitz, with yellow pupils, flew out of the forest beneath Eren. Karlovitch floated lazily in the air, stopping Eren, who was still flying at high speed. Just moments ago, while it was observing its group of students searching for magical beasts, it suddenly sensed movement in the sky. Looking up, I spotted Eren. "Professor Karlovitz, what are you doing here?" Eren noticed the black cat in front of him and immediately stopped. "I'm the inspecting professor here, so of course I'll be here. But what are you rushing off to do?" After licking his paws, Karlovitch rolled over again. Without much hesitation, Ellen recounted what had happened in the goblin's lair. "There's no need to hide this. Karlovy Vasquez will find out anyway." After hearing Eren's account, Karlovitch remained silent for a moment before asking in a serious tone, "Mia is injured?" It didn't expect that only a day had passed before Mia ran into trouble. "I remember leaving magic on Mia. Could it be that it was blocked by other magic?" Realizing something was wrong, Karlovitch was no longer the lazy person he used to be. Instead, he stared intently at Eren. And from its location as the center, a magical force, like a tidal wave, swept outwards in all directions. The next second, Karlovitz discovered the magic circle that suppressed magic in the goblin's lair. Because Eren hadn't had a chance to mention this in his previous narration, Karlovitz used his magical perception. The spell it cast on Mia wasn't a high-level spell, so it's not surprising that it could be blocked by this magic circle. "Professor Karlovitz, rest assured, I have healed teacher Mia's injuries." Eren looked up at Karlovitch and said in a somewhat anxious tone, "I need to hurry and inform Professor Sven Boyer to handle this matter, so I'll be leaving now." Philwyn and the others were still in the goblin lair, and Ellen felt she really needed to speed things up. Just as Eren was about to leave, Karlovitch stopped him. "You don't need to inform them anymore. I have already used magic to tell them what happened here." Karlovitz began to speak. Eren turned around and looked at it with a puzzled expression. "They've already notified you? So fast?" "Because I retain the magical aura of each professor, I can naturally pinpoint their location," Karlovy explained to Eren, then came up to Eren and grabbed him by the back of his collar. "Eren, we'll head over there now. The other professors will be here shortly. Karlovitz, with Eren in his mouth, gradually rose up. What about the other students? We have placed protective magic on each student, so there's nothing to worry about. After saying that, Karlovitz led Eren at breakneck speed to the goblin's lair. Wow, Professor Karlovitz, I can fly? Can I do it myself? With her hair whipped wildly by the strong wind, Eren asked helplessly beneath Karlovitch. He never expected that he would be carried off by Karlovitch again. He can fly? There's really no need for him to do this. You fly too slowly. Look, we've arrived now. After answering Ilum's question, they stopped in mid-air above the entrance to the goblin's lair. The whole process took less than half a minute. Well, Ellen agreed with Karlovitch. It was indeed much faster than him. Eren remembered that it took him more than 10 minutes to get to where he met Karlovitch. With their toes touching the ground, Eren led Karlovitch into the goblin's den hidden underground. Seemingly sensing something, Karlovitch vanished in a flash. The next second, Eren felt the flow of magic that had been somewhat blocked in his body resume. That magic circle disappeared? It must have been Professor Karlovitz who set it up. Eren muttered to himself, seeing that Karlovy had not yet returned. He went to see Filwyn and the others first. Given Karlovy Vaz's strength, finding himself should be easy for him. Eren, you're back? Professor Karlovitch is here too. Ayana kept her eyes fixed on the entrance, and finally waited for Eren to return. Just now, Karlovitch suddenly appeared at the very top of this cave. After it removed a stone the size of an eyeball from the wall, Ayana's previously uncoordinated magic suddenly began to flow. Then she saw Karlovitch fly towards Levitt, who was still holding Mia. While listening to Ayana recount what had happened, Hillier, who had been quiet nearby, suddenly tugged at Eren's hand. What's wrong, Hillier? Eren turned to look at her and asked in a low voice. Hilly wants a hug. The little elf, with its head tilted back, stretched out its hands, as if it wanted a hug. Huh? Why so suddenly? Turning his gaze to Hillier, Irene sensed a subtle unease in her eyes. What's wrong? Before he could even speak, Hillier, who had been holding out his arms, suddenly hugged Eren and buried his face in his chest. Eren trembled slightly, but finally placed his hand on her little head, letting her rub against him. This scene made Ayana's heart itch with desire, and she secretly gritted her teeth. But she couldn't say anything now, and could only puff out her cheeks and watch Ilum, who was holding Hilary, from the side. However, Eren's attention was entirely focused on Hillier on his body, and he didn't notice Ayana's resentful expression. Hillier, nestled in Eren's arms, remained silent. Instead, he reached out his arm, which was holding Eren, and pointed to the breeding chamber not far away. I'm scared there. Hillier began to speak in a muffled tone. Seeing the direction Hillier pointed, Eren understood the reason. It seems that during the time he was away, Hillier saw the scene in that room. Eren lowered her head and whispered soothing words in Hillier's ear, but judging from her actions, Eren's soothing words had little effect. Hillier tightened his grip on Ellen's arms. Chapter 76. Seriously, they're tired of living. Inside Erster College. Thanks to the magic, Costa's injuries healed almost completely in no time. Today, as usual, after educating the noble maid, he went to the classroom of Class A, Grade 3 at Erster. Hurry up, Costa's back. Wasn't he badly injured? How did he recover so quickly? On the way to the academy, his students noticed him and started talking about it. This guy is back to torment us commoners again. He's not even as good as a freshman. Why didn't that Eren cripple him? Hey, keep your voice down. Not far from Costa, the two boys were talking a little too loudly. Costa glanced sideways and immediately locked his gaze on the two students. Their originally black school uniforms had started to fade, clearly indicating that they were two ordinary students. Costa grinned menacingly as he walked toward the two students. Were you guys just talking about me? Costa put his arm around the student who was talking the most, acting as if they were very familiar with each other. The boy trembled slightly and immediately adopted a fawning expression. No, Mr. Costa, you must have misheard me. Oh, don't be so scared. I'm not going to eat you. Costa patted him on the shoulder, which made the student subconsciously relax a lot. Just as he was about to speak again to try and please Costa, he was suddenly slammed to the ground by a tremendous force. Costa smiled and stepped on the boy's face. So, what were you guys talking about me just now? Costa grabbed the boy's hair and lifted his face to look at him. Should I be crippled by that guy? Yeah, you're saying I'm inferior to a freshman? Where did you get the audacity to say such things to my face? The boy was startled by Costa's sudden change of expression and quickly begged for mercy. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, don't be afraid. I told you, I'm not going to eat you. Costa crouched down, grabbed the boy's hair, and pulled him up tightly. He was already annoyed because he had been beaten by Eren, and today, when he returned to the academy, he overheard people talking about him. This made his already unhappy mood even more frustrating. The boy whose hair was grabbed trembled all over. Despite his courage to say such things before, he still couldn't straighten up when he actually faced a nobleman. I said, don't be afraid. What are you afraid of? Weren't you very talkative just now? Costa grabbed his head and slammed it violently to the ground. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm telling you, don't be afraid. Blood began to flow from the boy's head. Looking at the blood on his gloves, Costa disgustedly threw them on the ground. Another boy next to him was so frightened by this sudden scene that he collapsed to the ground, turned around, and tried to leave. Huh, and you too. Did I ever tell you to leave? After the other boy was also unable to move, Costa walked toward the classroom of Class 3A. On the upper floor of the teaching building, Liana watched the scene unfolding below with icy eyes. Her slender fingers tapped lightly on the railing, and her long, golden hair was blown by the wind through her temples. Finally, I'm willing to go back to the academy. How dare they bully my own brother? Really, they're tired of living. Liana, expressionless, followed them towards the classroom of Class 3A. After Costa entered the classroom, the other students in Class A noticed him and began to whisper among themselves. However, the content of the discussion wasn't too outrageous, and Costa didn't bother with it. Every year, Ernst reorganizes the classes, placing students whose grades have dropped into lower-ranked classes. Therefore, the current third grade A class consists entirely of students from aristocratic families, with not a single commoner student among them. That's why Costa didn't bother with them. Although he had the ability to deal with them, he couldn't do it openly in the classroom. Unlike those ordinary people, he felt more comfortable taking direct action. After the first class ended, Costa walked out of the classroom. He wanted to get out and clear his head, so he went to the deserted playground by himself for a stroll. Liana, how much longer are you going to follow me? Costa turned around, his gaze dark as he looked at the girl behind him. Liana and Sinet, they were first in their third year. He knew that Liana and Eren were siblings, but among the nobility, the relationship between siblings was the most unreliable. They appear amicable on the surface, but in reality, they are more ruthless than anyone else when it comes to stabbing people in the back. Because that's the situation in Costa's family. I'm waiting for you. Let's find a good place. What do you mean? It's not impossible to use the playground. Liana didn't say anything more. Just as Costa looked puzzled, hundreds of semi-transparent night swords suddenly appeared beside him. Liana raised her right hand and spoke in a completely flat tone. Triple spellcasting, Judgment. This is a second-tier spell that Eren used before, Judgment. However, in Liana's hands, it was tripled. Liana, are you insane? Costa narrowly escaped the attacks from all sides and scrambled to his feet. Just now, in order to dodge those translucent night swords, he simply dodged to the side. I don't think I've offended you, Liana. Costa roared. He didn't understand why Liana would suddenly take action. Could it be because of that Eren? Judging by the time, the new students should not have finished their training yet. Moreover, one of the people he sent out was a fourth-tier shadow assassin, so it was impossible for any loopholes to be found. Oh, really? Liana withdrew her hand, looking at Costa with a teasing gaze, and said, Don't you know that Eren is my brother? With her palms outstretched and a smile on her face, a huge magic circle appeared behind her. So, you're quite brave too. After she finished speaking, a cold aura emanated from the magic circle behind her. The next second, countless sharp ice spikes flew out from the magic circle behind her, heading straight for Costa. Liana, I didn't do anything to him. Besides, I suffered a lot that day too. Costa snapped out of his daze and quickly conjured defensive magic to block Liana's attack. He never expected that Liana would go after him for the sake of her younger brother. Although both he and Liana were third-tier mages, he was truly no match for her. Costa clearly remembers that she was already at the 3rd rank during the last Academy's combat tournament. Moreover, he remembered that Liana was not only a mage. That has nothing to do with me. If you dare to make a move, then... It made me very angry. Chapter 77 Demon. Liana, I am, after all, a 3rd-tier mage. Are you really that confident you can defeat me? Costa began, feigning composure. He now only hoped that Liana would give up her plan to punish him after hearing what he said. Why would Liana get involved in her brother's affairs? This is so different from the nobles he knows. His anger caused his eyes to turn red involuntarily, and a special magical aura appeared on his body. But he quickly suppressed it. Damn it, we can't expose ourselves yet. Are you insulting the 3rd tier? Liana slowly walked towards Costa, and somehow, a magnificent knight's sword appeared in her right hand. Costa's pupils contracted sharply when he saw the knight's sword, and ignoring the flying ice spikes, he retreated immediately. That knight's sword wasn't just a sword, but a magical artifact that stores magic. 3rd-tier magic, spatial teleportation. Do you think you can escape, Costa? The next second, Liana appeared behind Costa, followed by a light, graceful sword strike. Costa's body trembled slightly, and he cursed inwardly. Spatial magic is disgusting. In magical talents, the affinity for spatial magic is unmeasurable. If you can learn spatial magic, then you have a talent for spatial magic. If you can't learn it, it almost means you're cut off from spatial magic. Costa, after entering the 3rd tier, has been unable to learn any spatial magic. Oh, aren't you going to dodge? Liana's sword arrived in front of him in an instant, just as the blade was about to touch him. With a loud bang, a huge surge of magical energy emanated from Costa, deflecting Liana's sword. A transparent barrier, which had previously blocked Eren's attack, appeared in front of Costa. Liana steadied herself, twirled the knight's sword behind her, and then sheathed it. Costa steadied himself and looked at Liana with a gloomy expression. This was the only defensive magic item I had left, and it broke again after only a few days. Liana, even if you're the top student in the 3rd year, defeating me won't be easy. Hearing that Costa seemed to want to stop her, Liana's lips curled up slightly, and she raised her sword. I'm not playing with you anymore. Why don't you go back and sleep for a few more days? Costa's pupils contracted sharply as a huge, pale blue magic circle appeared on the knight's sword in Liana's hand. Liana parted her lips slightly and spoke softly. Bang! A blast of cold air erupted from the magic circle at the tip of the sword, shooting straight toward Costa. Costa's defenses didn't hold up for long against this cold snap before being shattered. The cold air hit Costa directly, and layers of frost gradually covered his surface. Seeing that Costa had become an ice sculpture, Liana ignored him and walked towards the teaching building. I wonder how long it will be before little Eren comes back. It's been so long since I went to see him. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she remembered the maid she had seen in Irene's dormitory. Liana puffed out her cheeks and stomped her toes on the ground. Ugh, I won't think about this anymore. Okay, I understand. You can go back now. You did very well on this test. Svinbo nodded after listening to Iren's account. What should be done about those 4 people? Eren pointed to the 4 cloaked men lying on the ground not far away. Of course, we will deal with it seriously, Koff. The Academy will thoroughly investigate their identities. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on a member of the Academy, no matter who they are, we will not let it go. Svinbo's gaze was also fixed on the corpses, his tone serious. Afterwards, Ellen talked with Svinbo about the women who were imprisoned, and then Ellen walked towards Levitt's direction. I learned from Svinbo that the remaining women would be dealt with by Ersturer's city knights. Tell him not to worry. Let's go, Levitt. Seeing that Levitt was still holding Mia, Eren went over and gently patted him. Karlovich sat on Levitt's shoulders, whispering something to him. However, Ellen wasn't interested in listening. Such matters probably had nothing to do with him. Yes, Professor Karlovich, I understand. I will be good to her. Levitt nodded to the black cat on his body and said seriously. His gaze then fell upon the girl wearing glasses in his arms. So you're this strong? All right, you can take Mia back first. I checked, and that kid Eren's magic is pretty good. It won't leave her with any aftereffects. Karlovitz licked his paws and flew off Levitt's shoulder. Professor, I'm still right here. Eren stared with dead fish eyes and spoke in a resentful tone. Couldn't you have avoided saying that to him at all? I know. It just so happens that I need to talk to you about something. Karlovitz flew to Eren's side. Seeing that Karlovitz and Eren were about to speak, Levitt picked up the still unconscious Mia and said to Eren, Then I'll head back now, Ellen. Eren turned around and looked at Karlovitch in front of him, asking, What does the professor want with me? Take this. It tossed over something the size of an eyeball, and Eren reached out and caught it. He opened his palm, and a pitch-black stone appeared in his field of vision. At first glance, Eren felt that the thing in his hand looked somewhat familiar. Looking at the stone emanating black gas in his hand, Eren asked uncertainly, This is a magic stone corrupted by demonic energy? Yes, that magic circle that suppresses your magic uses the power it provides. Eren examined the magic stone in his hand, then looked at Karlovitz with some confusion and asked, This magic stone feels strange. Why are you giving it to me? From the moment he touched the stone, Eren had a feeling that it was repelling him. It seems that the demonic energy was not ordinary demonic energy. It's normal to feel strange because this is a magic stone that has been corrupted by a demon. Karlovitz casually replied, seemingly unconcerned. Eren. Wow. Upon hearing Karlovy Vasquez's words, Eren was so shocked that he threw the stone in his hand away. You're just giving me this thing directly? Aren't you afraid I'll get contaminated too? Karlovitz used his magic to retrieve the magic stone that Eren had thrown away. I have sealed away the demonic power within, so it cannot corrupt you. Chapter 78 The Goddess of Light is not a girl. In this world, there exist not only benevolent gods, but also evil gods who are inclined to wickedness. Demons are also a type of evil god. However, the term demon specifically refers to a type, and among them, only 7 truly reach the level of gods. They are pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. They are also known as the 7 primordial demons, the 7 deadly sins. However, due to restrictions imposed by other gods, they rarely appear in this world. Therefore, most of the demons that have appeared on the mainland so far are ordinary demons. Looking at the magic stone floating in front of him, Eren asked Karlovitz with a puzzled expression, So why are you giving me this? I don't think I need it. Karlovitz shook his head and answered in response. This magic stone contains more magic power than a second-tier mage can store. This also means that it contains a lot of magic, which can provide low-level mages with the ability to expand and stabilize their own magic reserves. Upon hearing Karlovy Vaz's explanation, Eren immediately realized its intention. Professor, are you saying that this magic stone can be used by Hillier? Since Karlovitz has already given him this magic stone, and he can't use it, then there's only one truth. This magic stone is for Hillier. Yes, she needs to stabilize her magic reserves now so that she can advance to the second tier more smoothly. Karlovitz nodded and said, It discovered the problem with Hillier a few days earlier while teaching her. Although Hillier is now close to having the magical reserves of a second-tier mage, her magical reserves are extremely unstable. It's like a glass of water without a lid, filled with water. It looks full, but the water will spill out if you shake it even slightly. The purpose of this magic stone is to add a lid to Hillier's water glass to stabilize her magic reserves. But isn't this magic stone contaminated? Eren remembered that anything corrupted by demons possessed the ability to corrupt others. This pollution can turn people into a special kind of monster that is somewhere between a demon and a human. These monsters are called demons. Moreover, this change is irreversible. Once one becomes a demon, one will lose their sanity. That's why Eren threw it away when she heard it was a magic stone corrupted by a demon. This kind of pollution can actually be purified, so this magic stone can be used by Hillier. Karlovitz shifted his gaze to Hillier, who was looking around boredly not far away. Seeing Eren chatting with Professor Blackcat, he didn't dare go over to him. Instead, one person carefully watched them. Karlovitz ignored Hillier and looked again at the magic stone floating in front of Eren. And I happen to have a way to purify this pollution. So you're still not going to tell me? Seeing that Eren was still looking at it with a puzzled expression, Karlovitz stopped being mysterious and immediately said, "Items blessed by the god of light can purify the contamination on this magic stone. Things blessed by the god of light generally have the ability to purify the defilement of demons. But I don't have that kind of item, and even if you gave it to me, it wouldn't be able to purify it. Most of the things related to the goddess of light are in the hands of the Church of Light." Eren couldn't possibly ask the church for it. He wasn't familiar with anyone there. Moreover, it's even less likely that he would be given something that has a direct connection with the gods. "You don't have it, but I do." Karlovitz looked at Eren with disdain and spoke. "Coincidentally, an old friend of mine gave me something that had been blessed by the god of light. Come to my office when you get back. Honestly, can't this kid use his brain a little more? Since I've already given him this stone, of course I have something to help him purify it." Karlovitch floated casually in the air, mentally complaining about Eren. Eren nodded, then suddenly realized something was wrong. He then asked, "Professor Karowitz, why do you call the goddess of light goddess of light?" He remembered that the Church of Light always referred to their deity as the goddess of light, and he had rarely heard of anyone called the god of light. The god of light has no gender. The reason you call her a goddess is simply because when she appeared in the world before, she had a female face. The real him usually appears in the kingdom of God in a neutral appearance. Karlovy licked his paws, his long tail swaying casually. It seemed as if he was very familiar with the god of light. "Oh, and also, this magic stone that was corrupted by the demon belongs to those assassins, so Eren, you should be careful in the future. Demons are not so easy to deal with." Karlovitz began in a serious tone. "Demons? How could anyone want to use the power of such a thing? Okay, I understand." Eren put the magic stone into his storage ring, nodded to Karlovy Vaz, and turned away. He walked toward the three women not far away. Hillier, who had been watching Eren, saw that he had finished talking with Karlovy and walked toward him with his arms outstretched. "Master, I want a hug." Picking Hillier up, Eren looked at Iana and Phil Wynn, who had also come before him, and said, "Let's go back first. Professor Svenbo and the others are here, so there's nothing for us to do." Seeing Eren holding Hillier, Iana gritted her teeth, reached out her hand, and hugged Eren as well. There was a moment of silence. Eren sighed. He shouldn't have agreed to let Iana hug him in the first place. Now she didn't even ask him anything, and just hugged him directly. Hillier, nestled in Eren's arms, looked up, puffed out her cheeks, tilted her head back, and bit Eren's neck. Philwyn gritted her teeth, but she was genuinely too embarrassed to hug Ilum. Leaving aside the fact that Eren had already embraced Hilary, Iana happened to grab Eren's still free hand. Philwyn also found it difficult to make a move. Biting her lip, she felt that she should take the initiative in the future and not hesitate any longer. Otherwise, like now, there isn't even a place for her to hug. Chapter 79: The Tail Feather of the Hero Balder. In a marquise manor in the Kingdom of Zephyr, Reg Carroll was leisurely processing the documents in his hands. Reg picked up his teacup and took a sip. Suddenly, a crisp knock on the door interrupted his actions. He frowned and said, "Come in." A moment later, a man wearing a black cloak walked in from outside the door. "William, is there something you need?" Reg put down his teacup and asked the cloaked man. The man in front of her was the leader of the assassin group she had secretly trained, a powerful assassin with 5th-tier strength. The cloaked man called William bowed to Reg and spoke in a completely emotionless tone. "Master, young Master Costa has assigned us a team leader and 3 ordinary members. I wonder if you are aware of this." Reg was taken aback by this. How come he had never heard anyone mention this before? Looking puzzled, Reg asked William, "When did this happen? What's that guy doing, sending a team leader around?" It's important to know that each leader in the assassin group is a 4th-tier assassin. Moreover, he used demonic power to make these guys quickly increase their strength. Such things are explicitly forbidden by both the Church of Light and the Kingdom. If they are discovered, their entire clan will likely perish. Therefore, Reg rarely uses this assassin group to reduce the possibility of being discovered. As for why he dared to use the power of the demon despite knowing the enormous risks involved. Haha, power, who wouldn't want that? "Master, our people left yesterday." According to Mr. Costa's butler, He was there to deal with a nobleman named Eren in Senate. William bowed his head and replied respectfully. The next second, Reg shouted loudly. What? Didn't I tell him to stay out of that insenate family brat's business? Reg slammed his fist on the table in anger. Others might not know about the insenate family, but he knew them very well. Leo Insenate, the head of the insenate family, was already a 6th-tier mage 10 years ago. He wasn't sure what rank it was now, but it was definitely not just rank 6. If Leo reaches level 7, even if I were to use the power of the demon, I probably still wouldn't be able to defeat him. Just as Reg was angrily pounding the table, a voice whose gender was indiscernible rang out from behind him. I smell it, the wonderful smell of anger. You're angry. You're angry. Ha ha ha. Pitch black smoke appeared from nowhere and gradually coalesced into a human shape. A pair of eyes gleaming with a blood-red light emerged from the smoke, hovering around Reg with a tremendous laugh. Asba, don't bother me. Reg opened his angry eyes and roared at the dark figure beside him. The dark figure before him was none other than Asba, the high-ranking demon he had summoned. A demon with a violent temper. Ha ha. Your rationality is crumbling. You're still angry. Wonderful, how wonderful. Hearing Asper's disgusting and ear-piercing laughter, Reg's eyes grew even more ferocious. All high-ranking demons share a common characteristic. They can influence the emotions of those around them. Rage can make people lose their minds and become increasingly angry. Lust can cause changes in the body, making one follow biological instincts. Just as Reg was about to attack Asba, a ring on his finger suddenly emitted a pale blue light. It enveloped his entire body. His eyes, which were almost bloodshot, immediately regained their clarity. The ring in his hand happened to be a magical artifact capable of eliminating this effect. However, this ring can only eliminate a certain degree of its effects. This is boring. Aspa immediately stopped talking, bored, and then disappeared. Reg rubbed his forehead. He knew Asba was just like that, doing whatever he pleased. It only responds to feelings of anger. Master, there is one more thing. William, who had been watching from the side, spoke up again. Reg frowned and asked, Is there anything else? Just now, the magical marks I placed on those 4 members disappeared. William replied without any emotion. What? Ha ha. Reg, what's wrong with you now? Are you angry? Keep going. First College, Karlovit's office. After returning from the Borpa forest, Eren sent Ayana and Philwyn back to their dormitory. Before leaving, Ayana held on to Eren's hand with reluctance. This is still considered normal. When she was seeing Philwyn off, she took advantage of Hillier's inattention and kissed Irene on the cheek. To avoid letting Hillier know, Illumi only glared at her before taking Hillier back with her. It was the next morning when I arrived at Karlovich's office. Since Eren and his team finished their training ahead of schedule, Class A is not currently having classes. As for their contribution in destroying a goblin lair, the Academy decided to reward each of them with a magical artifact. However, this magical artifact is not very advanced. According to the teacher, it should be a defensive magical artifact, just like the ring on Costa's hand. Hey, by the way, why hasn't that guy come to school yet? Eren thought he should be almost fully recovered by now. It's about time we went back to settle the score with him. I'm really looking forward to him coming again. After all, there's not much fun to be had in Erster, and if he dares to cause trouble for him again, he wouldn't mind sending him to the school hospital once more. Of course, this time Hillier won't be wronged. I gently knocked on the door of Karlovich's office, and its languid sound came from inside. Come in. He didn't bring Hillier with him today, so he closed the door as soon as he came in. Karlovich looked at Eren as he entered, his body floating up, and said, Wait for me a moment. I'll look for where that thing is. Professor, what is that item? I can help you find it. It's a feather. Feather. Yes, that thing is called the tail feather of the hero Balder. After saying that, Karlovich flew to a row of bookshelves, muttering to himself. I remember putting it in a book. Oh, here it is. After saying that, Karlovich took a thick magic book from the top of the bookshelf, and from it, he took out a pure white feather. The moment the feather appeared, the entire room was filled with a cool feeling. The hero Balder? Professor, you know him? Yes, I was his colleague for a while before. Karlovich spoke indifferently, as if it were nothing worth mentioning. Chapter 80, Purifying the Magic Stone. All right, now take out the magic stone you have in your hand. Karlovitz took the magic stone from Eren and placed it on the table. Immediately afterwards, Karlovitz infused a stream of magic into the feather in his hand. As magic was infused, a pale golden light emanated from the feather, illuminating the entire office. The brightness of the light made Eren's vision go completely white. His lips twitched slightly, and Eren quickly covered them with his hand. As time went by, the magic stone, which had originally exuded an eerie demonic aura and was pitch black, gradually began to return to its original appearance. It turned into a deep blue, transparent stone. The contamination on this magic stone has been mostly removed now. You know how to use it, right? Karlovitz hovered in the air and gently stopped in front of Eren. Eren nodded. He knew how to use the magic stone. After saying goodbye to Professor Karlovitch, Eren headed towards his dormitory. However, he hadn't gone far when he ran into Liana, who was coming out of the teaching building. Eren, your field training is over. Liana jogged up to Eren, hands on her hips, and muttered, "And where's your maid? I didn't see her with you." Eren's gaze shifted to Liana, who was wearing the academy's exquisite school uniform. Her twin ponytails hung straight down to her waist. Seemingly because Eren hadn't responded to her, Liana stomped her foot again, reached out, and pinched Eren's waist. Just as Ellen was wondering why her sister had suddenly switched to a cute style, she was unexpectedly pinched, causing her to flinch and dodge backward. "Sister Liana, why are you pinching me?" Eren almost instinctively threw a spell at her just now. If he hadn't suddenly remembered that it was Liana who did it, he would have really cast an attack spell. "Why didn't you answer yourself? What were you daydreaming about?" Liana smiled and said in a teasing tone. She had just noticed that Ellen had been staring at her face. Humph. Sure enough, he must be quite surprised by her appearance. "I spent a long time getting my pigtails done, hee. Oh, it's just that Liana Nachon suddenly became so cute. It's making me a little uncomfortable." Eren rubbed the back of his head and spoke softly. Hearing Eren's words, Liana's face flushed slightly. Even though she knew her younger brother would say that, she still blushed involuntarily when she actually heard it. "Ugh, I've always been cute." Liana puffed out her cheeks, turned her little face to one side, and said hesitantly but firmly, "Honestly, why is my brat saying this? Was I not cute before? Yes, my big sister is always so cute." Hey, that's such a perfunctory answer. Liana stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at Eren, clearly displeased with what he had just said. Eren looked at her slightly angry sister in front of her, a slight smile playing on her lips, and suddenly moved closer to her. "Hey, why are you standing so close?" Liana was flustered by Eren's actions. Eren was now less than a few centimeters away from her. As Eren drew closer, his warm breath tickled Liana's ear. Note, Eren and Liana are about the same height. How should I say it, my dear sister, so that I won't be perfunctory? Hearing her younger brother's voice, Liana's face unconsciously began to blush slightly. It's just. But before she could finish speaking, Eren quickly distanced himself from Liana. "All right, big sister, I'll head back now." Eren smiled gently at her and walked toward the place he was originally planning to return to. "Ugh, Eren, stop right there." Liana's blush vanished instantly. She pouted, bit her lip, and stomped her long legs on the ground a few times. They then chased after Eren. After being friendly talked to by her older sister, Eren was able to return to her dormitory. Touching the red mark left on his arm from where his sister had bitten him, Eren reluctantly opened his front door. "Welcome back, master." As soon as the door opened, Hillier's timid voice greeted them. Gently stroking Hillier's white hair, Eren pulled her along and led her towards the woods where they used to train. "Hillier, do you know about magic stones?" On the way there, Eren took out the evolved magic stone from his hand. Looking at the deep blue gem in his master's hand, Hillier shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The little maid doesn't need to know these things. All she needs to do is take good care of her master. Eren looked at Hillier, who was shaking her head, gently tapped her little nose with her hand, and continued to lead her forward. Magic stone is a type of stone that has an extremely wide range of uses for storing magic power. But it is rare and difficult to mine, so magic stones rarely enter the market. As they walked, Eren explained the knowledge about magic stones to little Hillier. Hillier, who was being led by the hand, had a buzzing in her head and looked up at Ellen with a puzzled expression. Why do you need to know this? Seeing Hillie's adorable expression of confusion, Irene instinctively pinched her cheek. So soft, so cute. Hillier, whose face was being pinched, spoke in a childlike voice, her eyes slightly narrowed as her face was being pinched. It's always good to know more, and besides, this magic stone is for little Hillier. Eren released his grip on Hillie's cheek and continued leading her toward the woods. On this road where there wasn't a single student, two figures, one tall and one short, were walking side by side, one in front of the other. For me? What? Hillier was even more confused now, as she remembered needing magic stones somewhere. In response to Hillier's question, Eren simply said, Professor Karlovitz asked me to give this to you. Go ask him. Then let's forget about it. Eren could clearly sense the timidity in Hillier's tone. It's just like simple fear. Eren knew what was going on because Karlovitz had been very strict with Hillier's instruction. Although Karlovy Vasquez is generally easy to talk to, he is really strict when it comes to teaching. After leading Hillier to the grove, Ilum made her extend her hand. Hold this magic stone tightly. As Hillier gripped the pale blue magic stone tightly, Eren also cast a spell beside him. Chapter 81 Master, it's gotten so hot. After learning magic, Hillier discovered a problem with himself. Her magic has never been able to maintain a stable level. But she didn't tell Ellen about it. She didn't think it was important. Hold this magic stone tightly. Upon hearing his master's words, Hillier gripped the magic stone very carefully. As the Ilum magic circle unfolded, Hillier gradually felt the magic stone in his hand getting hot. A warm, magical force flowed from her palms along her arms and into her body. Hiss! Master, it's getting so hot. Hillier tilted his head back, his eyes glistening with tears. She had been enduring the heat in her hand, but she knew the magic stone was for her use, so she hadn't let go. Hillier only looked up at Ellen after she could no longer bear the heat in her palm. Hillel, just bear with it a little longer, it'll be over soon. Eren freed his left hand and released a deep blue magic circle. A ball of water the size of a soccer ball emerged from the magic circle, completely enveloping Hillier's right hand that was holding the magic stone. Are you feeling better now? Eren looked at Hillier and asked. He could have used ice magic, but he felt that ice magic was too extreme. It was easy for Hillier's hands to get hurt, so a relatively gentle water magic was used. Much better. Hillier nodded, and after the water sphere enveloped her hand, she felt that her right hand was not so hot anymore. As the color of the magic stone gradually faded, the magic power within it was gradually absorbed by Hillier. Seeing the magic stone in Hillier's hand turn transparent, Eren withdrew his magic. How are you feeling now? Eren learned about Hillier's situation from Professor Karlovitz. Her magical reserves were not stable. Now that he has absorbed an entire second-tier magic stone, Hillier should be able to break through to the second tier soon. Hillier examined his own body and cautiously began to speak. I feel like I have more magic power. That's normal. You should practice your magic more. Eren patted Hillier's head. Although the main purpose of this magic stone was to stabilize Hillier's magic reserves, it was still a magic storage object, so it was normal for Hillier's magic to increase. Hearing his master's words, Hillier nodded and went to the side to practice magic. The morning passed quickly. Looking at the door to the dean's office, Irene knocked helplessly. He was peacefully sitting in his room, holding little Hillier and reading the magic book his father had given him. Suddenly, a letter flew in through his dormitory window. Without even looking, Eren knew who had sent the letter. He had seen this magic once when he was assigned a mentor, and later learned that it was a magic created by Dean Slaw. 6th tier magic, Skywing. It can mark the location of all organisms within a certain range, as well as what is happening in that area, and can also transmit information using winged envelopes. It seems that this magic is not very strong and has little offensive power. This magic is very practical, but so far, very few people have learned it. It's not that Slaw is unwilling to pass it on, but rather that the prerequisites for learning this magic are extremely demanding. That is, the user of this magic must be a 7th level mage. Good grief, which 6th tier spell requires the user to be a 7th tier mage. This also leads to the fact that those who can learn this magic disdain to learn it, while those who want to learn it cannot. Okay, come in. Slaw's slightly aged voice came from inside the office. Gently closing the office door, Eren saw Dean Slaw sitting at his desk. Slaw's brows were furrowed at this moment, but when he saw Eren enter, he put down what he was holding and his furrowed brows relaxed. You did a great job yesterday. This is a reward from the academy. After he finished speaking, 5 rings appeared on Slaw's desk. Each ring looks almost identical, like they were mass-produced. Your maid, right? She got a share too. She deserved it. Slaw stroked his beard, seemingly already aware that Eren had taken Hillier to school. That makes sense. With the Skywing magic, it's not surprising that Dean Slaw knows about her. With a slight nod, Eren took the 5 rings. As I ran my fingers over one of the rings, Eren immediately understood its purpose. Each ring stores 3 tier, 3 defensive spells. Of course, this thing is of no use to him, but it can be kept for Hillier. Although Hillier himself also had a share. Seeing that Eren seemed to want to go back, Slaw spoke up and stopped him. There's one more thing, which concerns you. Is there something else? Eren remembered that the message on the Skywing that Faye gave him only said it was to give him a reward, and didn't mention anything else. It's about those 4 assassins. Slaw explained to Eren. Eren suddenly realized that it was about those assassins, so there was no problem then. It seems the Academy found out something, which is why they kept him there. We found a strong demonic aura in those corpses, and we suspect that these people had all received demonic power. Slaw tapped the table, his expression serious, and continued. But we haven't found anything that can prove these people's identities. In other words, the other party made ample preparations before attempting to assassinate you. And my Skywing in the Academy shows that you've only recently offended that student named Costa. Costa had spent 2 years at the Academy, and he knew the kid very well. However, Costa did not cross the Academy's bottom line, and his strength was indeed very strong. Therefore, the college can't manage too much. Slaw's gaze was sharp, but his tone carried a hint of helplessness. Although we are fairly certain that he did it, we have no evidence whatsoever. He's been staying at his own estate these past few days, and I can't possibly put Skywing in someone else's private space. Moreover, I am not in my original form right now, and the range of the Skywing is not that large. So you'd better be careful about this yourself. Slaw got up and went to Eren's side, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly. Although he already knew who it was, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Because Costa was a nobleman of the kingdom, he faced many restrictions within the kingdom. At most, he could only expel Costa from school, and that would be without any reason. This would put immense public pressure on the college, so without absolute evidence, even the dean couldn't do anything. Chapter 82, Giving a Ring. So, it was Costa who sent people to kill me? Eren looked at the old man in front of him, his tone devoid of emotion, his eyes suddenly turning icy. This is just speculation. Slaw immediately replied. Those assassins carry the aura of demons, Dean. Why don't you just capture that guy and interrogate him? Eren was somewhat puzzled. Given Dean Slaw's strength, in this world where the strong are respected, wouldn't it be more convenient to just take action directly? Moreover, those guys injured one of the college's professors. If it were him, once he had a suspect, he would strike first. After hearing Eren's words, Slaw remained silent for a moment before slowly explaining to Eren. The previous head of the Carroll family made many contributions to the kingdom. It's more than what I've contributed. From both a moral and logical standpoint, I cannot take the initiative to do so. The room was quiet, and the pale yellow sunlight shone through the transparent glass onto Dean Slaw's face, which looked incredibly old. The kingdom is not as simple as it appears. Without fully experiencing the previous Demon King War, the royal family has more than just one 7th-tier professional. The old patriarch of the Carroll family had already made great contributions before the kingdom was even established, and had become a 7th-tier professional. However, during the Demon King War, this elderly 7th-tier professional died on the battlefield while resisting a Demon King general. Perhaps as compensation for this man who made great contributions to the kingdom, the royal family was more lenient towards this family than other noble families. Their family was treated no less than that of a duke. Of course, the kingdom of Zephiel has only had 2 dukes so far. This is enough to show how important the old patriarch of the Carroll family was in the royal family. Yeah, so the dean means it's inconvenient for him to take action, right? You can understand it that way. Of course, if you want to take matters into your own hands, the royal family won't interfere without the involvement of a 7th-tier professional. After all, you are all young people of the same generation. Those old guys in the royal family have always placed great restrictions on him. But if it's just a grudge between their peers, the royal family probably won't interfere. After all, Eren's father was once very favored. Otherwise, their territory wouldn't be so close to the capital. Oh, I understand. Eren had his hands in his school uniform pockets, a hint of mockery in his eyes. It seems that Costa is quite a troublemaker. After leaving Deanslaw's office, Eren arrived at Iana's door. He planned to hand over all the rings he had to his teammates. After a gentle knock on the door, a kind-hearted maid opened it. The broad chest landed right in front of Eren, who coughed lightly and turned his head to the side. It's nothing. He's just a little dizzy/nauseous. Ahem, I wonder if Miss Iana is here. Looking at the person in front of her, the one her young lady had been longing for, Yuian felt a little excited. No way, their master succeeded. It's come to its master in person. It looks like even if it doesn't succeed, it'll be soon. Yuan, who's knocking on the door? Just as Iana's personal maid was about to answer, a sweet female voice came from behind the door. Wearing only a top half of a nightgown, Iana appeared behind the door, her snow-white legs exposed to Eren's view. Ugh, so sleepy. Yuan, you just woke me up. Iana yawned, her eyes squinting, unaware that standing outside the door was none other than Eren, whom she had been thinking about for so long. The air suddenly went quiet. When Iana noticed something was wrong, she opened her eyes and saw Eren staring at her. Wah! The next second, Iana, who had noticed Eren watching her, ran and hid in her bedroom. Only Eren remained outside the door, looking slightly embarrassed. Cough, he thinks he just saw something white. Bah, what am I thinking? I'm sorry, young Master Eren. Miss must have just gotten up and hasn't had time to change her clothes yet. Yuvian gave Eren an apologetic look, leaned forward slightly, and bowed to him. Oh no, I hope my young lady hasn't left a bad impression on young Master Ilum. Eren waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. After all, Iana had already hidden inside. Was he really going to tell Yuvian? Actually, I quite like this kind of thing, right? Let's forget about it then. That's a bit too perverted. He took out the ring the dean had given him and handed it to Yuvian. Looking at the exquisite ring in her hand, and then at the handsome young man in front of her, Yuvian began to let her imagination run wild. This ring. Could it be a token of love from young Master Eren to Miss? Shouldn't a token of love be given to the other person in person? Why did you just give it to her? Could it be? Young Master Ilum actually loves himself. This is a magical artifact that the Academy gave to Iana. Since Iana seems to be unable to use it right now, Yuvian will help deliver it to her. Oh yes, Master Eren. Yuvian nodded, skillfully suppressing the embarrassment in her heart. Oh my god, how could she think that? That was awkward. Fortunately, his facial expressions were well executed, so young Master Ilum probably had no idea what he was thinking. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Yes, young Master Eren, take care. After Eren left the door of Iana's dormitory, a head finally peeked out from the bedroom doorway. Yuan, has he left yet? Iana cautiously watched the doorway. She had been keeping an eye on the situation there the whole time. As for why she didn't change her clothes before coming out, she could only say that her several sets of aristocratic clothes were too troublesome to wear. Without the maid's help, it would take a while to get dressed. So Iana decided not to change, and simply hid by the door to secretly watch Eren. Miss, young Master Ilum has left. You may come out now. After closing the door, Yuvian approached her young mistress, looked at Iana whose fair legs were still exposed, and said helplessly again, Miss, perhaps you should wear your pajamas fully from now on. Huh? What? Iana tilted her head, thinking that this outfit was quite nice, and her legs felt very cool. Yuian's gaze shifted downwards, fixing on the edge of her upper nightgown. Noticing that Yuvia's gaze was fixed on her lower body, Iana followed suit. The next second, she blushed and grabbed the edge of her clothes, pulling them down hard. Ayana, why didn't you warn me sooner? Oh no. Ellen must have seen everything. Chapter 83 Blood. Hey, can you two stop being so lovey-dovey? Tapping his fingers on the teacup on the table, Eren stared speechlessly at the two people in front of him. In a lavishly decorated living room, a young girl wearing glasses is nestled in the arms of a blond man. The man was tall and straight, dressed in the academy's black uniform, looking every bit the noble young master. The girl in his arms was petite and adorable. It was Mia, who had just woken up. So, is there something you need from my dorm? Levitt held a magic book in his hand and pretended to read it. But Ellen could tell from his eyes that the guy was definitely not reading. After all, you're holding the book upside down. The items from the academy have been distributed. You can take them yourself. Not wanting to talk to this guy any longer, Ellen placed a ring on the table. Although Levitt certainly doesn't lack this, it's still necessary to give it to him. The ring, bathed in sunlight streaming through the window, displayed a brilliant hue, its reflection illuminating the table and revealing its fleeting beauty. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Levitt finally put down the book he was holding upside down and picked up the ring. As Ellen walked out of Levitt's dormitory, she shook her head with a sigh. I really don't know how Ms. Mia could have agreed. But I hope Mia is sincere too. After all, the difference in their social classes was too great, which inevitably aroused Ellen's suspicion. He left after Levitt had told him to leave, and as for what happened afterward, Ellen had no idea. Now, only Philwyn's needs haven't been given to her yet. After straightening his black school uniform, Eren headed toward the dormitory in Philwyn that he remembered. Bang! There was a knock on the door, but there was no response from inside. The surroundings were as quiet as an afternoon forest, with only a few birdsongs remaining. It seems she's not in her own dorm. Knowing that Philwyn had never stopped training, Ellen guessed that she was probably still in the academy's training hall. However, since the academy's training hall was some distance from the dormitory, Irene stopped going to the training hall to find her. Let's give it to her when Philwyn comes back tonight. With that thought in mind, Eren stopped hesitating and turned to walk out of the academy. Now, he has some other things to deal with. The huge, weathered academy gates opened for him, and a small bird that had flown in from afar landed on his shoulder. The bird's head, with its jet-black pupils reflecting Eren's face, then flapped its wings and flew away from Eren's shoulder. He now knows the location of the Costa estate. A black mask suddenly appeared in Eren's hand. After stroking the smooth mask for a long time, Eren finally put it on his face. He hadn't worn it in a long time. Back in Maberta, Eren always wore this mask when he went out. At this moment, Irene was no longer wearing the black school uniform, but a trench coat that exuded a mysterious aura. The hem of his trench coat reached down to his calves, and its pure black color further accentuated the elegance of the Eren aristocracy. Black is a color full of mystery, even though it can evoke fear and panic. Yet people still pursue the elegance it brings, and they enjoyed it immensely. Liana, Eren, this is infuriating. The old wooden floorboards, bearing the weight of the boots, emitted a hoarse echo. Costa sat at the head of the long, antique table, leisurely holding a teacup. However, judging from the exposed green stems on his hands, he was not in a good mood. The blood vessels in his eyes became increasingly bloodshot, but as he forcibly suppressed them with magic, they gradually spread back. How are those men you sent out doing? Logically speaking, today should be the day those freshmen return. Then those men he sent should also deal with that guy, Eren. The air seemed to fall silent, and the butler standing behind Costa remained silent. Are you deaf? An angry voice rang out throughout the manor, and then the butler came to Costa. Somewhat hesitant, the butler pondered whether or not to tell his young master. After all, judging from the information he received, it seemed the situation was rather bad. Just as Costa was about to bang on the table again, the butler finally spoke. Young master, it seems our men have failed. Silence fell, until only the sound of Costa tapping on the long table remained. The butler bowed, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his temples. Having not heard a reply from his young master, the butler raised his head. Even though he was already drenched in sweat. They are such useless people. A pair of blood-red eyes were reflected in the butler's pupils. As the final knock fell, Costa threw the teacup in his hand at the butler. The scalding hot tea spilled onto the butler's neat butler uniform. Bring in my maid. I'm getting a little itchy to do it now. Costa's blood-red eyes drooped, his blonde hair falling across his forehead, looking cold in the dim light. Yes, young master. The butler bowed deeply, then quickly turned and left. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with the long handkerchief in his hand and let out a slight sigh of relief. Ever since those four from the main family arrived, the young master has become increasingly strange, gradually becoming cold-blooded. Every time he spent time with his young master, he felt a heart palpitation. In the hall, Costa stroked a dagger in his hand. The dagger was oddly shaped, with a wavy blade. At the hilt, an eyeball, like an octopus, spreads and clings tightly to the dagger. Bright red flesh clung to the area outside the blade, and the eyeball kept turning, surveying its surroundings. Unlike the magic stone sealed by Karlovy Vaughn, this one was not isolated by other magic, and a dark aura had already spread out. It was a nauseating, demonic aura. Young master, the person has been brought. With a soft footstep, the noblewoman who had been used to pay off a debt appeared before Costa, dressed in a black and white maid outfit. The butler, now dressed in a clean butler's uniform, stood to the side. Get out of here. Costa leaned back in his chair, his hands resting on the armrest, his blood-red eyes fixed on the butler behind the maid. Yes, young master. With his head down, the butler left the hall. Come over. Costa tapped the armrest and called the girl over. The noblewoman, dressed in a maid's outfit, bit her lips slightly and walked towards Costa with a trembling body. When she reached Costa, the girl raised her head slightly, looking at him. Do I need to teach you? Emotionless words drifted through the entire hall. The girl's expression froze, and then she skillfully took off all of her maid outfit. His body was stiff as he lay on the ground, like a stray dog, and crawled to Costa's legs. A dagger stopped at her chin, lifting her head to face Costa's bloodshot eyes. Fine. Just when the girl thought she was about to receive the so-called education again, just like a few days ago. A strong tearing sensation swept over my throat. Then came the pain, the suffocation. Blood, like a spring, flowed down the cut on his neck and into the surrounding space. The girl's pupils contracted sharply as she stared at Costa in disbelief, her hands repeatedly trying to cover the wound on her neck. But just as her hand was about to touch it, fleshy tentacles pierced her body from the hilt of the dagger. Gradually, the bleeding stopped. Chapter 84 Fighting. Tentacles retracted from the girl's wound and reattached themselves to the dagger. Blood seeped into the old floorboards, and the strong smell of rust diluted the original demonic aura. After wiping the blood off the dagger, Costa threw the handkerchief onto the girl's delicate face. It covered those eyes that had never closed. Costa leaned back in his chair, ignoring the lifeless girl on the ground. Even though the blood on the ground had already spread to his feet. That bunch of useless trash. Holding the dagger, Costa called the butler who was outside the door in. Upon seeing the pool of blood in the hall, the butler immediately looked away. Tell me, how did they fail? Also, why haven't they come back yet? As the butler spoke, Costa's expression gradually turned grim. His pupils also began to turn even more blood-red. You're saying you don't know either? With a loud slap, the butler was knocked to the ground by Costa, and his newly changed butler's uniform was immediately stained with blood. I'm very sorry, young master. The academy has been very tight-lipped about the news. All I can find out is that our people did not succeed. As for why they haven't returned yet, this old servant has no idea. The butler struggled to his feet, his hands still stained with the girl's blood. His body trembled slightly, as if he had never expected to have such close contact with blood. Get out. Trash. All of you are trash. Costa slammed his fist on the table in a fit of rage and yelled at the butler to leave. But the eyeball on the hilt of the dagger he held in his hand kept staring at him. In the darkness of night, ripples gradually appear in the sky above the city, shrouded in darkness. Outside Costa's grand estate, a young man in a black trench coat stood at the entrance. Looking up at the tall and magnificent gate, a slight smile appeared on the corner of Eren's mouth beneath his mask. The next second, with a fluctuation in space, Eren disappeared outside the manor. The bloodstains on the floor of the hall had been cleaned up by now. The lingering smell of blood in the air is negligible. A young maid was kneeling at Costa's feet. In the dim light of the flickering candlelight, Costa was reading a letter from his father. The hand gripping the paper tightened its grip, and finally, the paper couldn't withstand the pressure and was torn in two. Even a fourth-tier cultivator is trash. A shadow assassin? He couldn't even escape. Bang! The maid standing at the young nobleman's feet was kicked away. The maid slid several meters through the spacious hall, and when she got up, she immediately knelt on the ground again, kowtowing desperately. I'm sorry, young master. She knew her fate was in Costa's hands, and that begging for mercy was the only way to survive. I don't know why. Although my young master used to beat and scold the maids, he has never been so unpredictable. Apologize to me? Is that it? Costa stood before the kneeling maid. Seeing the exquisite boots that appeared before her, the maid could only nod tremblingly. Okay, then you can repay me with your body. Costa's face was contorted in a grimace. Blood vessels ran through the whites of his eyes, and his pupils were filled with endless crimson. The blade flashed, and the scene in the maid's eyes instantly changed drastically. Costa held the dagger in his hand and plunged the blade into the headless corpse that was still gushing blood. Seemingly sensing the blood, the tentacles on the hilt instantly pierced into the flesh. A trace of blood remained on Costa's face. Looking up, one could see a pair of cold, indifferent eyes. Costa, when did you become so disgusting? Oh no, you seem to have always been this disgusting. In the hall, a drop of wax slid down the candlestick. Under the bright yellow light, a dark, elegant figure appeared across the long table. Who? Costa turned his head instantly, only to be met with a mask as black as an abyss. In the dimly lit hall, he was like a ghost that had suddenly appeared, carrying an eerie presence. Me? Just an old friend of yours. Eren stood up from the chair he was sitting in, the wooden planks creaking and scraping. An old friend? My friends don't just come to my manor without saying hello. Costa pulled the dagger that was still stuck in the corpse. The eyeball seemed not to have had enough to drink, its outstretched tentacles clinging tightly to the flesh, refusing to come out. Tell me, who exactly are you? Costa pulled hard again, before finally gripping the dagger in his hand. Eren's gaze was drawn to his dagger, and the next second, he felt a repulsive and disgusting aura. Something corrupted by demons? He didn't answer Costa's question, but instead frowned and asked Costa a question in return. It seems that it really was those people that guy sent. Yes, this is something corrupted by demons. Costa suddenly burst into laughter, covering half of his face with his hand and revealing his scarlet eyes as he looked at Eren. Looking at that mask on your face really makes me angry. So, you'd better take it off before you talk to me. The next second, Costa's figure rushed towards where Eren was standing, and the dagger in his hand became longer and longer, gradually turning into a knight's sword. However, the eyeball still clung to the hilt of the sword. Clang! With a clang of metal, a knight's sword appeared in Eren's hand and accurately blocked Costa's attack. Costa, seeing that his attack had missed, shifted his body to the side and delivered a flying kick to Eren's face. After dodging the attack, Eren couldn't help but grumble to himself. When did this guy become so good at physical combat? That last strike had the power of a second-tier swordsman. Is that all you've got? Costa brandished his strange knight's sword, the blade slashing sharply towards Eren. As he slashed at Eren, a pale red magic circle appeared in the palm of his left hand. The instant Eren caught his sword, a pillar of fire shot towards Eren from Costa's left hand. As the magic suddenly came toward him, Eren's eyes gradually turned cold. His lips moved slightly, and a chill suddenly appeared around him. Frozen. In an instant, a deep blue ice wall appeared between him and Costa, blocking the pillar of fire. With a light leap, Eren landed behind Costa. The rising wave swayed and made Eren's black trench coat flutter. Before Costa could react, a pair of long boots appeared in front of him in an instant. The wooden wall was smashed with a loud bang, and dust flew everywhere. A hole appeared in Eren's field of vision. You started it. Eren stopped and leisurely dusted off the dust that had settled on him. Young master, what happened? The sounds of fighting had already woken up the steward, who was left outside. When he arrived with the guards from the manor, this was the scene he saw. A masked man in a black trench coat was elegantly tapping a knight's sword stuck in the ground. Before him lay a pile of dusty ruins. Chapter 85. Costa becomes a demon. Your young master seems to be dead. A smile played on Ilum's lips beneath his mask as he addressed the butler. You're courting death. Do you know this is Carroll family territory? Suppressing his anger, the butler looked at Irene with a gloomy expression. Although their young master wasn't kind to them, as the Carroll family's loyal butler, protecting the young master was his duty. Do it. At the butler's command, the surrounding guards drew their weapons and approached Eren. It seems you haven't figured out your situation yet. Iren's calm and indifferent voice reached the butler's ears. Only when all the guards surrounded him did Eren tap the gem at the end of the sword hilt. A pale white magic circle rapidly expanded from there. Iren's lips curled up, his tone neither sad nor happy. Fourth tier magic, marionette. The next second, invisible threads spread out from Iren's hands and connected to all the guards surrounding him. In the pitch-black sky, like a giant dragon awakening, a pair of indifferent eyes gazed upon the tiny insects. In an instant, everyone around Eren was rendered unable to move. A fourth-tier mage. The butler seemed to be trying to break free from Iren's control, but his strength was insufficient to break free from Iren's magic. Fear, horror, and a sense of unease about being at someone's mercy immediately flooded the butler's mind. Who are you? The butler looked terrified. He couldn't recall ever offending such a powerful professional. If I had to say, it seems that recently I've only offended that person named Eren. But it's impossible for that Eren to have the strength of a fourth-tier cultivator. Could it be? You were sent by the Incinite family. Eren, standing in the crowd, suddenly fell silent. Seeing that Eren remained silent, the butler gritted his teeth and shouted, "We can talk. What happened before was indeed wrong of our young master." Bang! Before the butler could finish speaking, a huge explosion erupted from the pile of rubble behind Eren. Countless wood chips flew in all directions and pierced straight towards Eren. Fortunately, the guards surrounded him, and the sawdust shards all pierced the bodies of the guards. Screams echoed throughout the room. Once the explosion stopped, Eren was able to see what was happening inside. This power. Costa's body had swelled to nearly twice its original size. His elegant aristocratic attire was stretched to tatters, and a pair of bright red eyes emerged from the dust and mist. His entire body was turning red, and a half-foot long horn grew out of his head. He looks just like a demon. Holy crap, the boss has a second phase. Is this the demon? Eren instantly recognized Costa's current condition. Demons are monsters that exist between demons and humans. Eren looked at the long sword that Costa was gripping tightly in his hand. The eyeball was now completely embedded in Costa's palm. The tentacles on the sword hilt were tightly wrapped around Costa's wrist. It seems that the contamination on this sword is what turned Costa into this. You're still here? What are you looking at? Bang! Just as Eren was still thinking about how to deal with him, the figure lunged straight at him. The massive body smashed through the guards in front of him, scattering them, and sharp claws reached out to grab Eren. Eren lightly touched the ground with his toes and leaped upwards, dodging the attack. Judging from the power Costa is currently radiating, he already possesses the strength of a fourth-tier expert. Blood. After Eren dodged, Costa grabbed a guard nearby and bit him on the neck. Ugh! Blood gushed from the guard's wound, dripping onto the ground from Costa's fanged mouth. Upon seeing this, Eren waved his hand, and the magic that had been controlling the guards disappeared. We can move. Run. Realizing that he could move again, the guards abandoned Eren and scattered, fleeing the scene. Are you the young master? The butler, looking surprised and uneasy, walked unsteadily to Costa, who was chewing something. Why did it turn out like this? Why did the young master he was taking care of turn into such a disgusting state? Bang! Young master. Costa, now transformed into a demon, grabbed the butler, and with two snapping sounds, another pool of blood flowed onto the ground. Eren stood not far away, watching this scene with a blank expression. He didn't choose to stop the butler. Even if he wasn't eaten by Costa, Eren would still kill him in the end. After all, He already knew he was one of Einsenat's people. Then we can't let him stay? As for why those guards were let go? Huh, who said he let these people go? He merely enabled these people to move. Their bodies are still connected to his magic. Flesh and blood. Eat. Ha ha ha. A huge, guttural roar erupted from Costa's mouth, his crimson eyes fixed on a figure standing in the distance. He swallowed what was in his mouth. By this time, Costa was already 3 meters tall. With a flash, the demon charged directly towards Eren's position. The swords clashed, producing a crisp sound. That force is so strong. With a swing of his long sword, the demon shoved Eren, sword and all, against the wall. This is no longer just the power of a 4th-tier swordsman. Muttering to himself, Eren slowly rose from the ground. Has Costa become this strong after transforming into a demon? Unfortunately, during the demon transformation, a person loses their sanity. Furthermore, the demon transformation is achieved by overdrawing one's life force to enhance one's strength. Therefore, after demon transformation, most people will gradually wither due to the lack of life force. It turned into a dried-up corpse. Ha! Power, this power. Costa held up his right hand as if admiring a work of art. The next second, he charged toward Eren, who had just gotten up, like a cannonball. Bang! Another cloud of smoke rose, and the entire wall in the hall was smashed through. Eren emerged with difficulty from the smoke, his left hand covering his right hand, which was still holding the sword. Drops of blood slid down the tip of the sword and dripped onto the ground. That attack was so fast that Eren couldn't completely dodge it, and his right hand was hit by that tremendous force. Looking at his still bleeding arm, Eren cast a healing spell on it before gripping the sword tightly again. Amidst the smoke and dust, a pair of scarlet eyes gleamed as they stared at Eren's blood-stained arm. Frenzied, bloodthirsty, a demon of the rage category. The pitch-black night was filled with a series of loud noises until dawn. Eren touched his chest, a feeling of depleted magic filling his body. Chapter 86 Post-War. It was very strong. Eren felt this after fighting it for at least 10 rounds. This was the most brutal battle Eren had ever fought in a long time. Despite being only a 3rd-tier mage, Costa was able to unleash the power of a 5th-tier mage after transforming into a demon. Fortunately, the demon had almost lost his sanity, which allowed Eren to kill him. However, even after taking him down, Eren didn't fare well either. He had used up almost all of his magic, and his once black trench coat was now riddled with holes. And it was soaked in blood. If you looked closely, you could even see a hint of dark red. Touching his already scarred arm, Eren looked at the demon that had been cut into pieces and shook his head. With heavy steps, Eren picked up the dagger with the eyeballs on it. Sensing the demonic aura emanating from it, Eren disdainfully stuffed it into her spatial ring. We must not let anyone else get this. Although things corrupted by demons have the ability to turn people into demons, that requires long-term exposure. In cases like Eren's, where the item is placed in a spatial ring, the contamination is much less. Touching his violently pounding chest, Eren drew his knight's sword. Tapping the gem on the sword hilt, a magic circle instantly unfolded. This is the magic spell Marionette from before. Transparent threads extended from the magic circle, spreading out in all directions. Each of the silk threads here is connected to a guard at that time. At this moment, in an open space far outside the manor, a dozen or so guards who had escaped gathered together. Some of the guards were covered in wounds, with splinters piercing their arms and skin. These injuries were caused by wood chips that were flung out after Costa transformed into a demon. However, there were not many wounded guards. Several were still able-bodied. A guard without any wounds approached their captain, looked at the gradually quieting manor, and asked him, "Captain, what do we do next?" Their captain was a 3rd-tier professional, and they never expected that he would also escape. The captain looked at the manor, stroking his weapon in his hand, his eyes gloomy, his tone grave. "This is beyond our control. Do you remember what the butler said?" "What did you say?" "That 4th-tier mage is from the Eisnat family." The guard nodded. He had indeed heard the steward's words. "Then we'll go back and tell the Carroll family that it was the Insinet family who did it. In that case, the matter is no longer our responsibility." The captain turned around, looked at the group of guards behind him, and shouted loudly, "Brothers, the people from the Einsenat family killed our young master and turned him into a disgusting monster. We cannot let this matter rest. But we have no way to deal with that person. So, we must go back to the Carroll family and make the Einsenat family pay the price." The impassioned voices reached the ears of every guard, followed by a cacophony of indignant agreement. Yes, we must make Einsenat pay the price. He actually turned the young master into a monster. Einsenat is unforgivable. Hearing the fierce insults hurled by his men in the open space, the captain's lips curled into a slight smile. These idiots. Did they think Carroll would let those who protected the young master go? Did they really think Carroll would make Einsenat pay the price? The Einsenath, they are also a Marquiate family. Heh, when the time comes, let these guys face the wrath of the Carroll family, and I'll just sneak away. So now, just as the captain was about to send the guards to Airstugger's teleportation array, his subordinate suddenly clutched his chest, looking at him with a pale face. "What's wrong?" "Team, Captain." With a thud, the man collapsed to the ground before he could finish speaking. A pool of blood was flowing from his mouth. The captain's pupils contracted sharply, and his hand trembled as he reached towards the man's nostrils. "Dead? What happened? Everything was fine. How could it suddenly?" "Captain, I feel really uncomfortable in my heart. It hurts so much." "Captain." The guards who were still in the open space also suddenly began to act strangely. The next second, trickles of blood began to flow from the ears, nostrils, and eyes of these people. Then there was silence. What happened?" The captain's eyes widened in terror, and he instinctively stepped back, only to trip over something and fall to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was the head of the first person to fall. Thump, thump. His heart was beating faster and faster, and suddenly, a heart-wrenching pain came from his heart. It's like someone is holding your heart in their hand and squeezing it to death. This force caused the blood in his body to rise rapidly, all the way to his brain. The feeling of blood rushing to his head made his vision gradually blur, and his body began to feel weak. With a loud bang, his heart exploded inside his body. On the other side, Eren looked at the last broken thread in his hand, his brows furrowing slightly beneath the mask. This line seems a bit stiff. As soon as the threads were put down from Eren's hand, they transformed into tiny specks of magic and dissipated. Eren touched his chest and used the last bit of his magic. A spatial magic circle appeared beneath his feet, and in an instant, Eren was back in Earth's academy. It was already midnight, and the entire campus was quiet. Eren clutched his chest and staggered toward his dormitory. The magic circle he had just used completely depleted his magic power. Moreover, the injuries on my body are indeed very painful. Now, even an ordinary person could defeat him. With a hazy, confused mind, Irene continued in the direction she remembered. Inside Philwyn's dormitory, Philwyn, who was lying in bed, suddenly opened his eyes. As if sensing something, he suddenly sat up in bed. Wearing his pajamas, Philwyn got out of bed briskly. When she arrived in the kitchen, she stood in front of a box that was as tall as herself. This box contains a magic circle that continuously releases cold and frost. It is generally used to store food, so it is simply called a refrigerator. Philwyn opened it, took out a mousse cake, and began to eat it in small bites with a spoon. Yes, she just felt hungry. Thump. A loud thud, like a heavy object falling to the ground, came from outside her door, sounding incredibly loud in the quiet night. Philwyn's hand holding the spoon suddenly stopped, because the sound was clearly coming from the door of her dormitory. Filled with curiosity, Philwyn slowly walked to the door and opened it. The first thing that came into view was a man whose clothes were tattered and torn. A mask fell to the ground, and Philwyn recognized the man immediately upon seeing his face. Eren. Chapter 87, Taking Care of Irene. My head, it hurts so much. In a daze, the soreness from physical exhaustion woke Ellen up early. Touching her aching head, Ellen opened her eyes to find herself facing a completely pink ceiling. Shaking his head, Irene leaned back against the headboard. After finding a comfortable spot to sit down, Ellen turned her attention to the room. The pale yellow sunlight streamed in through the window, brightening the entire room considerably. At this moment, Irene was lying on a completely pink bed. Looking around, even the walls of the room were pink. However, the wall directly opposite was covered with things that were completely out of place in the room's style. Rows of long swords, in this pink place, display their fierce and imposing sharpness. As soon as Eren moved his hand, a wave of pain swept over him, accompanied by a sharp, throbbing sound. Something fell to the ground. Ellen looked closely and saw that her arm was wrapped in a thick bandage, but after that blow, a little bit of blood was gradually seeping out. It looks like the wound was just aggravated. Ignoring the injury on his hand, Eren lowered his head and reached out to pick up the thing that had fallen to the ground. "This is my mask." "Eren, you're awake?" A woman's voice, with little variation in tone, came in from outside the door. The voice was ethereal. Philwyn was wearing the academy's uniform, but also an apron. She looks like a housewife. She looked like she had just come out of the kitchen, carrying a plate in her hand. Inside were a few pieces of bread and a cup of warmed milk. "Philwyn, how did I end up here?" Looking at the aloof young woman walking over from the side, Eren asked with a puzzled expression. Philwyn stared at Eren's face, licked his lips, and placed the plate on the table next to Eren's bedside. Then she sat down next to him. "You collapsed at the entrance of my dormitory, so of course you're in my room now. Seeing that you were badly injured, I bandaged you up." The girl pointed to the bandages on Eren's body, then to the plate next to him, and said, "Also, you haven't eaten yet, have you? The bread there was homemade." Eren froze. Had he collapsed outside Philwyn's room last night? He remembered that he was heading towards his own dormitory, right? Could it be that I used up too much magic and got the direction wrong? That's probably the reason. Philwyn, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, suddenly nudged him. Eren looked up and saw that she was blushing and propping her head up with her hand as she looked at him. "Do you want some?" The morning sunlight streamed in, making Philwyn's silvery white hair appear as white as snow. She had already tied her hair into a high ponytail, and from Ellen's angle, all she could see was her profile. Eren paused for a moment, thinking that Philwyn's appearance just now had an indescribable beauty. Like a white lotus blooming on a snow-capped mountain, it is noble and beautiful. Oh well. Coming to his senses, Ellen nodded. He was indeed a little hungry now. Last night's battle with the demon was very taxing, both physically and magically. Reach out from the side to grab the food. However, when he reached out, he discovered that his hand was wrapped in very thick bandages. It's impossible to hold on to. Seeing Eren constantly touching things, Philwyn's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke to him. "How about I help you?" After saying this, without waiting for Irene's reply, he reached for the bread on the plate and extended his hand towards Irene. "Eren, huh?" Seeing the food already in front of him, Irene could only open her mouth slightly and take a bite of the bread that she offered. As Philwyn heard the sound of Ellen biting into her bread, her face gradually turned rosy. She propped her head up with one hand and reached out to feed Eren. Although she still didn't show much expression, the slight upturn of her lips suggested that she was in a good mood. After Ellen finished eating the bread in her hand, Philwyn brought over the milk from the side. Eren looked at Philwyn's face, which seemed to want to feed him more, and his expression stiffened. But he really couldn't lift anything. The bandages on his hands were really thick. Moreover, his mouth was quite dry from the bread he had just eaten, so he opened his mouth slightly. After Philwyn took the cup back, his gaze immediately fell on the milk residue on Ellen's lips. Hey. Philwyn, what are you doing?" Suddenly, Philwyn, who had been sitting by Eren's bed, climbed onto the bed and pressed his body against Eren's. Her silver hair fell across her forehead, but her face remained expressionless. Philwyn lay on top of Ilum, holding his head in his arms and biting his lip. Eren's brain went blank for a moment. "There's milk on your face," Philwyn said blankly as his lips left Ellen's jaw. "Do you think I'd believe that? You'd be a fool to believe that." "Oh," Philwyn simply responded and then laid down on the bed without moving. Her face was pressed against Ellen's chest, and it was a little red. "So, you're not going to come down?" Eren looked at Philwyn and asked helplessly. "Uh-huh." The girl on top of him nodded, agreeing with Eren's statement. The air suddenly fell silent, and neither of them spoke again. Half an hour later, feeling the constant weight on his body, Eren finally couldn't take it anymore. Just as he was about to get up and ignore Phil Wynn, a pair of fair arms wrapped around his waist. A sleepy, hazy face came into Ellen's view. Phil Wynn was already asleep. She hadn't slept a wink all night since she found Ellen at midnight. This time, Ellen had many wounds, and her trench coat was ripped to shreds, making it difficult to repair. It took Phil Wynn a long time to get Ellen's clothes off. However, she was still a little shocked when she saw the injuries on his body. There was a long claw mark on Eren's back, extending from his right shoulder to his waist. His arms were in no good condition either. The web between his thumb and index finger on his right hand was split open, and his left arm was also fractured. Fortunately, his face was not injured, probably because the mask was protecting him. Looking at the black mask, Phil Wynn placed it beside his bed. Then he picked up Eren and took him to the bathroom to treat his wounds. Phil Wynn was half a head taller than Ellen, and she trained regularly, so it was easy for her to lift Ellen. After a night of cleaning and bandaging, Eren finally lay down on her bed. Phil Wynn was very sleepy, so he fell asleep on Ellen's body. After smoothing the hair off Phil Wynn's face, Ellen couldn't bear to wake her. So she gently pulled the blanket out and covered Phil Wynn with it. Of course, Phil Wynn was still holding Ellen tightly at this moment. Chapter 88 Karlovitz, you actually want to poach my man. Eren's dormitory. Master, why hasn't he returned yet? Hillier hugged the blanket, which was already wrapped up in a ball, and peeked out from inside. Her light blue eyes looked slightly tired, as if they hadn't closed for a long time. It's already the morning of the second day, and Ellen still hasn't returned. Ellen had told her yesterday that he was just going to see the dean, but they still haven't come back. Hillier bit her lip, looking at the sunlight streaming in through the window, and decided to go find Irene. However, she didn't know where to begin looking. Although she knew her master had gone to the dean's office, so much time had passed that he was probably long gone. After much deliberation, Hillier decided to seek help from Karlovitch, even though she was somewhat afraid of this cat professor. But in order to find her master, she changed her clothes and headed towards the office building. Knock knock. A dull, yet loud knocking sound came from the door. Upon arriving at Karlovitch's office, Hillier gently knocked on the door. Who is it? Coming here so early? Karlovitz's languid voice came from the office, followed by a click as the door opened. Hillier? You shouldn't need to come today. Karlovy peeked out of his cat bed, saw Hillier, tilted his head, and blinked. Today is the day the new students are returning, so the college has decided to give them a short break. Of course, Hillier and the others who returned early were the same as the other students. Professor Karlovitz, I need your help with something. Hillier was pushed in by a force and stood in front of Karlovitz. Golden vertical pupils scrutinized the girl before him, while the lying black cat floated in the air. Why didn't that kid Eren come? Why did you come alone? Karlovitz didn't agree to her request immediately, but instead asked about Eren's whereabouts. Karlovitz was surprised to see Eren, who usually brought her here. Upon hearing Karlovitch's question, Hillier lowered his head and said haltingly, Because I wanted the professor to help me find my master. Master? He didn't come back yesterday. Hillier tilted her head back and bit her lip. Karlovitz nodded. She hadn't seen her owner since yesterday afternoon, so it's no wonder she came looking for her. Seeing the pitiful Hillier, Karlovitz flew into her arms. Seemingly startled by its movement, Hillier carefully picked up Karlovitz before weakly asking, Professor, your owner promised to groom me. A comb flew to Hillier's side. Huh. Little Hillier was a little confused. What did this have to do with what had just happened? You comb my hair, and then I'll help you find Eren. Karlovitch lay comfortably in Hillier's arms, his eyes half closed. It can rest assured about that kid Eren. As a fourth-tier mage and swordsman, as long as he doesn't go deep into the pulp of forest or provoke the senior professors of the academy, there is no one in the entire Airstirrer who can threaten him. Oh, okay. Hillier picked up the comb beside her and carefully groomed the black cat in her arms. I haven't felt this comfortable in ages. Karlovitz stretched out his paws and rolled over comfortably in Hillier's arms. The search for Ellen only began after Hillier had finished grooming Karlovitz. Karlovitz flew up from Hillier's arms, and a small white magic circle appeared in its eyes. A pale white magical energy immediately spread outwards. In the dean's office, Slaw paused while processing the documents. then looked up and glanced out the window. Skywing? What is Karlov Ivan doing with this magic? Erster was already within Slaw's Skywing range, and he could sense anyone using magic of the 6th rank or higher. Moreover, this is his own magical Skywing. After saying this, Slaw put down the quill pen and tapped the table lightly. A small, pale white magic circle appeared on the table. The magic above began to extend and connect to Karlovitz's Skywing. After getting a general idea from Karlovitz, Slaw silently disconnected the connection. That kid, Eren, has really given me a tough problem. Slaw knew where Eren had gone. After all, the entire academy was within the range of his Skywing. And since this morning, someone has reported to him about an accident that occurred at a manor outside Erster. Considering the injuries he saw on Ellen, it's not hard to guess who did it. However, figuring out how to handle things there was giving him a headache. Professor, have you found the owner? Hillier raised his little head, blinked his beautiful big eyes, and looked at Karlov Ivaz and asked. Although she trusted Professor Karlovich, more than 10 minutes had passed since then. People are most anxious when they are waiting, and time only seems to stretch out indefinitely in this situation. Well, how should I put it? Professor Karlovich suddenly became stammering. It was debating whether or not to tell Hillier Iron's location. Just now, it used the Skywing to track Iron's location, and following the scent, it finally stopped at Filwin's dormitory. Well, it didn't use the Skywing for in-depth exploration. That wasn't permitted by Dean Slaw. Although none of the cats are interested in these things, that's to be expected. But since Ellen was in a female student's dormitory, it was really difficult for her to talk to Hillier about it. We found him, but... No, but what? Hillier looked at Karlovy with a worried expression and asked. Judging from the professor's tone, something bad had happened. No, it can't be that my master is injured, and quite seriously at that. Eren is currently in Filwin's dormitory. Seeing Hillier's expression, Karlovitz thought for a moment and finally told her Eren's exact location. Anyway, it's none of its business. It's just helping Hillier find people. As for how to deal with Hillier, that's something Ellen has to figure out for herself. Professor, you mean? The master is in Miss Filwin's dormitory? Since the master is in the academy, it means that the master was not injured. I breathed a small sigh of relief. However, when she noticed the content of her own words, her gaze suddenly dimmed. Master, were you in Miss Filwin's dormitory last night? So the master was in Miss Filwin's dormitory last night. Karlovitz looked at Hillier, who had changed her expression, and came up to her head, placing her hand on her head. The tiny cat paws gently stretched out her white hair. Karlovitz's golden cat eyes narrowed slightly, and he floated in front of her. Hillier, if you don't want to be that guy Eren's maid, what I said before still stands. Chapter 89. Not enough. Apprentices and students are different. Although Hillier is still learning magic from him, he can only be considered his student. The term disciple refers to someone who acknowledges themselves as their master, and to whom they have completely imparted their knowledge. For example, the swordsman Loxus Vametlet only had one apprentice, Filwin Vametlet. He not only taught Filwin all the skills he had learned, but in some ways, he was already Filwin's father. Seeing Karlovich extend another olive branch, Healy refused without a second thought. No, Professor. Although she was frustrated at the moment, she did know her identity as a maid. She was already very satisfied that her owner had made a promise to her. Demanding too much will only cause you pain. Seeing Hillier's resolute gaze, Karlovitz didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, it's just something I do in my spare time, and I don't really care whether I succeed or not. If they find her, it will be like having another daughter. If they don't, she can continue to be their student. Well, I'll be going then, Professor. Hillier greeted Karlovitz and prepared to leave his office. As Hillier gently closed the office door, Karlovich's cat-like face revealed a cryptic smile. This little girl is really persistent, and her magic has become stable. It seems that Kid Ilum did indeed use that magic stone on Hillier. With that thought, Karlovich stretched his hunched back and flew toward his bed. I don't have class today. I'll go back to sleep for a while. I'm sorry, Ellen. I was so sleepy before, I did what I wanted to do. Filwin stood by the bed, apologizing to Ellen like a student who had done something wrong. However, judging from her appearance, it seems like she's saying, actually, I did it on purpose. Lying on the bed, Eren waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. After all, it's actually quite comfortable to have a beautiful girl hug you while you sleep. However, the wound on my back wasn't so happy. Thinking of this, Eren raised his thickly bandaged arm, and a pale green magic circle appeared in his palm. Although his magic power hadn't recovered much, it was enough for him to use a few spells. With a flash of light, Eren removed the bandage from his arm. Although the back injury still hasn't fully healed, the arm injury is almost completely healed. Philwyn. Oh, I'm here. Philwyn looked up at Eren, his gaze shifting from Iren's hand. Is there something you need? I need to change my clothes. Could you please step outside for a moment? Although he felt Philwyn had already seen it. But everyone has a sense of shame, you know? Is this necessary? Philwyn tilted his head, looking at Ellen's face with a puzzled expression. Because when she helped Ellen take off her trench coat last night, she had already seen everything she needed to see. I think it's still necessary. Oh well. Philwyn turned away, a little disappointed, and walked towards the door. After Philwyn closed the door, Eren took out a school uniform from his spatial ring. Luckily, I had my school uniform with me. Otherwise it would have been really hard to find clothes to wear. Looking at the bandages wrapped around his body, Eren chose not to unwrap them. After all, apart from the wound on his arm which is almost healed, he still has injuries in other places. It's fortunate that it's Philwyn. He has so many bandages. After changing into her school uniform, Irene climbed out of bed. A wave of soreness washed over Irene's legs, and the long-lost feeling after training returned to his mind. As I walked out of Philwyn's room, Eren saw her sitting in a chair in the living room. I'll head back now. Eren, holding onto the doorframe, spoke to her. If we don't go back soon, my little Hillier will be worried sick. Bang. It was the sound of a chair being pulled out. Philwyn instantly appeared in front of Eren. No wonder he's a sword fanatic who practices swordsmanship regularly. His speed is incredible. I've helped you so much. Philwyn looked at Eren. She acted like someone demanding payment, opening her arms to Ellen and saying, So, you have to pay me. Eren was stunned. Indeed, having disturbed her here for a whole night, I should make it up to her with something. Remembering that she hadn't given her the ring yet, Ellen suddenly had a clue. With a flick of his wrist, an exquisite ring appeared on Ellen's hand. How about I give you this? Philwyn's heart skipped a beat when he saw the ring on Ellen's hand. This ring is very beautiful. The black band is set with a sword hilt-shaped face, and a heart-shaped sapphire is firmly held by the prongs. Like a sharp sword, it flaunts its sharpness. What is this ring? This was a reward the Academy gave us after we destroyed that goblin lair. Philwyn froze, and the sudden surge of excitement in his heart vanished instantly. She raised her slightly puffed-up face and glared fiercely at Irene. This won't do. I need to get a different one. After saying that, she took the ring from Ellen's hand. This put Ellen in a bit of a predicament, as he really didn't have anything to give her. What kind of compensation do you want? Let's just ask directly. Upon hearing Iren's question, Philwyn licked his lips and fixed his gaze on Eren. Seeing Philwyn like this, Eren felt a pang of anxiety. Why did he have such a bad feeling? Stop. Wait a minute. Philwyn. When Ellen saw the girl who suddenly appeared in front of him, he panicked. Because right now, her body is no more than 5 centimeters away from him. Oh my God, I never thought I'd be the one getting pinned against a wall. I don't need much. Philwyn bit his lower lip, lowered his head, and bit down on Ellen's white neck. Eren, who was leaning against the door frame, froze instantly. The damp sensation on his neck made him feel a little itchy. The air seemed to freeze as Philwyn's leg pressed against Ilum's waist. Squeak! Squeak! Birdsong drifted in from outside the window, and a small bird fluttered its wings and landed on the windowsill. The red lips parted, leaving behind a long tail of a comet. In the sunlight streaming through the window, it sparkles with a tiny bit of crystalline light. Philippines, are you done yet? That's not enough. Philwyn's distinctive voice reached Ilum's ears. The next second, a firm bite appeared on Iren's body once again. Eren. If it weren't for his injuries, which prevented him from defeating Philwyn, he would have already run away. After another round of sucking, and after 2 deep red bite marks were left on Iren's neck, Philwyn finally lowered the long legs that were holding Eren. Chapter 90. What? What happened to this injury? After leaving Filsel's dormitory, Eren touched his neck and looked at Filwin's room door with a humiliated gaze. Just you wait. Once his injury heals, he'll try to pin someone against the wall next time. There was still a slight dampness on his neck. Although Ellen couldn't see it, he knew there must be 2 red spots on it. Hateful. Just as Eren was pondering how to give Filwin a similar experience. Suddenly, a pure white wing flew towards him from the sky. In an instant, they were right in front of him. Skywing. Eren recognized what it was. He opened the familiar envelope, and a passage of text appeared before him. Come to my office. Sla. Eren. Sure enough, news of the manor outside Airster City had already reached Dean Sla's ears. Moreover, it seems that Dean Sla should know that he was the one who did it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be asking me to go to his office now. Supporting his body, which was covered in bandages, Eren walked step by step towards Sla's office. Although he was covered in injuries, they were completely hidden by the academy uniform. Upon arriving at Dean Sla's office, Eren pushed the door open and went straight in. At this moment, Sla was processing documents, as if an endless stream of documents were waiting for him to process. Yes, that's the current situation for working people. You were the one who did what happened last night, weren't you? Sla looked up, but her hands didn't stop moving. Yes, it's me. Costa has turned into a demon. Although he only became a demon after his past, he would eventually be corrupted if he stayed with that dagger for too long. It's only a matter of time. Thinking of the dagger, Eren realized it was still in his spatial ring. You still have the things that contaminated him, so hurry up and take them out. Sla tapped the table, staring at Eren, and spoke in a deep voice. No source of the demon's contamination was found at the scene, so Sla guessed that Eren had taken it away. Moreover, he had sensed that disgusting aura ever since Eren came in. The corruption of demons cannot be isolated by a simple spatial ring. If this continues for a long time, the ring on Ellen's hand will also become a source of demonic corruption. Ellen nodded. He didn't want to keep carrying that thing around either. He originally intended to go to Professor Karlovitz to deal with the dagger, but since Dean Sla called him over first, he might as well give the dagger to him. Eren placed his palm on Sla's desk, and a 50-centimeter-long dagger appeared on the desk. The moment the dagger appeared, dark demonic energy emanated from the eyeball and spread outwards. Beneath the black pupils of the eyes lies an endless abyss, vast and terrifying. The moment Dean Sla saw the dagger, he raised his hand, and a magic circle radiating golden light completely enveloped the dagger. The ominous demonic energy vanished, leaving only an ordinary dagger on the table. It was as if that aura had never existed. Staring at the now silent dagger, Eren casually asked, "Is this light magic?" Most of the magical abilities bestowed upon humanity by the god of light possess powerful purifying capabilities against demons. Sla spoke casually as he put the dagger away. The head of the Carroll family already knows about this. Have you thought of a solution? Although they didn't know it was you who did it, and with my help. But you still need to be careful. Dean Sla suddenly spoke up. Eren was stunned. Indeed, he hadn't considered the Carroll family. My initial purpose in going to Coaster Estate was purely for fun. While we're at it, let's investigate if there's any information about the people who assassinated him. Unexpectedly, Costa suddenly unleashed his full potential. This incident involves demons, and I'm sure the Carroll family head will vehemently deny it. So you don't need to worry. They should be too busy to handle it themselves. Without waiting for Eren to speak, Sla continued. Okay, I understand. Eren nodded, indicating that he understood Dean Sla's meaning. The kingdom and the church will not easily ignore the matter concerning demons that have occurred within its borders. It's unclear whether Costa did this himself, or if the Carroll family was involved in matters concerning demons. If it's the former, the Carroll family will be fine. They will still maintain their status as a kingdom second only to the Duke. But if it is the latter, even with the protection of the previous family head, they could not escape being punished. The church absolutely forbids the existence of demons, and even if you are a marquis of the kingdom, you cannot stop the church. The kingdom's power was not as great as the church's. After all, the church had been deeply rooted in the world for a long time. Go back now. I'll take care of the mess you left behind. Seeing Eren nod obediently, Sla sighed slightly and waved him away. After all, This child is his student, and he is his nominal mentor. It's just that I didn't teach him much. Thank you very much, Dean. After leaving the dean's office, Eren headed towards his dormitory. I wonder how Hillier is doing now. I'm sure he's already worried about her. After all, it was already noon on the second day, and a whole day had passed. Dragging his injured body, Eren returned to his dormitory. As soon as the door opened, Eren was embraced by a figure. Hillier buried his face in Ellen's chest, his hands tightly wrapped around Ellen's waist, as if afraid that he would leave again. Just as Ellen was about to speak, Hillier suddenly began sniffing him all over. Like a kitten, it frantically inhales its owner's scent. When she smelled blood, Hillier's handsome brows suddenly furrowed. She tilted her head back and asked in a childish voice, Master, are you injured? This. Before Ellen could finish speaking, Hillier hurriedly pulled him into the bedroom and pushed him onto the bed. Has this day finally come? Eren thought to himself. Although he had already been, how to describe it, pushed down by little Hillier twice. But this is the first time I've done this while I'm so weak. Hillier took off Eren's school uniform, revealing the gauze covering his upper body. A faint smell of blood emanated from under the gauze, and despite being tightly wrapped, deep red blood still seeped through. Seeing the injuries on Illumi's body, Hillier, who had been trying to remain calm, suddenly couldn't hold back her tears. The teardrops were not a sudden burst of storm, but rather like pearls sliding down one by one. Master, what happened to this injury? Chapter 91. It seems you're very lucky. Okay, I guess I misunderstood. Seeing Hilly clinging to him and frantically casting the healing magic he had learned, Ilum helplessly placed his hand on her head and began to rub it. Hillier murmured as he was suddenly patted on the head, then puffed out his cheeks. Master, I'm healing your wounds. So please don't touch me now. Puffing out cheeks. Eren's lips twitched slightly, but he ultimately withdrew his hand. Forget it, I won't fight the little elves. As a pale green light slowly rose around Eren, he felt his injuries had healed considerably. However, Hillier's magic was at most a first-tier spell, and it wasn't very effective against Eren's injuries. Seeing the somewhat dejected little elf, Ellen flicked her forehead with her finger. All right, once my magic is restored, I will be able to heal these injuries naturally. His advanced magic would be much more effective against these injuries, but Ellen's magic power hasn't recovered well enough to support him in casting advanced magic. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to drag himself to the dean's office in such a state and then come back. Wait, it seems I've overlooked something. It seems he can get the head doctor to heal his injuries. As a 7th-tier holy mage, the dean should be able to heal his injuries with ease, even if what's here isn't his true form. Damn, I've lost a fortune this time. Next time I go to his place, I must get some freebies. Dean Slaw is still dealing with the mess left by Eren. Why do I have such a bad feeling? Shaking his head, Slaw fixed his gaze on the girl sitting upright not far away. Your Excellency, I think the church should handle what happened last night. Irina, dressed in a black and white nun's habit, sat upright in a chair, her eyes still obscured by a black veil. They received information about what happened at the manor from the church branch in Ersterer this morning. At first, she didn't pay much attention to it, as this kind of thing happened frequently, until a priest detected the aura associated with demons. I can hand it over to the church to handle, but you have to agree to one condition, Sloss said in a relaxed tone. With someone else helping him handle it, of course he'd want to get rid of this mess. Moreover, Eren never revealed himself. Even if the church knew that Ellen was responsible, it wouldn't threaten him. However, I still need to help my students hide it. What conditions? As long as they're not too unreasonable, our church will agree to them. The matter of demons is no small matter. Each demon has the potential to pose a huge threat to the continent. In the eyes of a demon, corrupted creatures are incredibly easy to deal with. Dean Slaw's gaze was deep as he spoke slowly. I hope the church will keep this matter confidential. Irina was stunned when she heard this request. She thought Dean Slaw would seek other benefits from the church. For example, you could ask the church to provide some magical artifacts. Or at the very least, you could ask for enough money. At least, it won't be such a simple request. The dean doesn't want others to know about this. Irina, her face hidden by a black veil, looked at Slaw. Beneath the dark gauze, those eyes seemed to want to see through everything. I have my reasons for this. An aged and deep voice came from the old dean's mouth, long and mysterious. The story of Eren will begin next, and this volume will be nearing its end. From now on, the story will focus solely on the protagonist. Carol held the black cloak tightly, and looking up from below, one could see Arlen's indifferent eyes. Where did you get this poison? The demon kneeling in the pool of blood trembled as she raised her head, still terrified by what she had just witnessed. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the entire tea house was shrouded in a bloody hue. It was bought at the third house in the second alley at the back city gate. The female demon's voice trembled, and her wings tucked tightly together. Without a second thought, she blurted out what she knew. After all, in the face of death, these things were insignificant. But she never imagined that this was her only bargaining chip. Puff! The blood mist rose once more, stirring up a blurry crimson hue around them. Eren, hidden beneath his cloak, watched all of this with a cold expression. It was as if this had nothing to do with him. Carol, who was standing behind Arlen, narrowed her eyes. She had never seen anything so terrifying. They crushed the person directly into a bloody mist. But she understood Arlen's purpose in doing so. As she was pinned to the chopping board, the butcher's knife just centimeters away from her. She already understood that the abyss was a world that devoured people. If others want to eat you, then you have no choice but to kill them. Let's go. Arlen took Carol's little hand and led her toward the back gate. As she left the tea house, Carol couldn't help but glance back. Blood seeped from the doorframe. Soon, Eren and his companions arrived at the place the demon had described. Looking at the door covered in blood scabs in front of him, Arlen pushed it open and went in without hesitation. The room was dimly lit, without a single candle. What are you here to buy? In the deepest part of the room, a pair of green eyes suddenly opened, and an old and terrifying voice rang out from within. As the light from outside shone in, a disgusting, hideous creature appeared before Eren. He looked like a goblin, with distorted features on his face and skin that was torn and tattered as if burned by something. It makes me feel nauseous. Upon entering the room, a foul odor immediately hit me. The smell of medicine and the pungent smell of blood mingled together, filling the nasal cavity. Eren frowned slightly and approached the demon, who looked like he had just emerged from a fire. Medicine. Arlen's tone was devoid of any emotion. Many people come to me to buy medicine. You've come to buy medicine to save lives. Are you here to buy poison to kill? The demon rose with trembling hands, his body hunched over, and lit the candle beside him. The dimly lit room suddenly brightened up, and rows of glass jars filled the shelves on the walls. Under the pale yellow light, Arlen could clearly see what was inside. Eyeballs, fingers, tongue, ears, and individual heads. Upon seeing this, Carol, who was behind her, hid behind Arlen's cloak in fright. Medicine to save lives. Who are you saving? Mine. The old demon was visibly taken aback upon hearing this, raising his filthy head and fixing his gaze on Arlen. Interesting. The old demon found a chair and sat down, casually asking, "How did you know I had a medicine to restore the soul?" He immediately noticed Arlen's situation. The cloak Arlen was wearing seemed to be of no use. It depends on luck. The candlelight in the room still flickered. It seems you're very lucky. Chapter 92 Awakening, Memories. I can give you the potion to restore your soul. The old demon placed his hand on the table in front of him and looked at Eren with the eyes of a businessman. But you have to do something for me. What's up? Please give this to the king for me. A spatial ring appeared in the withered palm of the old demon. Like any common item you can find anywhere, it's a very ordinary spatial ring. A rustling sound rang out, and Arlen looked up in surprise. How did you know? The demon race has only had one king so far, and that is the demon king Sarah. Arlen was surprised that the old man's conditions would involve the king. And judging from his appearance, he seems to know his own identity. Knowing too much is not good for you, child. The old demon's words were somewhat mysterious, and he then turned around and rummaged through the pile of glass jars. But the king has not yet woken up. The demon king is still sealed away, so there's no way to give him anything. I know you're going back. When you do, just put it in the place where the king's seal is. The old demon pointed to the ring on the table, then turned around to look for something. Here you go, this is what you wanted. A glass jar was thrown on the table. This time, it didn't contain any biological organs, but a bottle of purple liquid. Arlen took the item, opened the lid, and smelled it. It's what he needs. Aren't you afraid I'll take the stuff and run away? Eren turned his gaze back to the old demon. Huh? Grab your things and get out of here. Don't disturb my business. Upon seeing Eren open the glass jar to inspect the goods, the old demon clan member, looking displeased, began to shoo him away. Eren, who was holding the ring and the potion, was stunned. He took a deep look at the old demon. Why? Do I feel like I'm being taken care of by a senior? Although he is now old enough to be someone's senior. Then, I'll take my leave. Arlen bowed deeply to him, bending very low. In this cannibalistic abyss, besides Carol, this was the first person he encountered who helped him. Handing this thing over to the Demon King is practically not a condition. Going to the Demon King's castle isn't difficult. Therefore, this time it was entirely the old demon who suffered a loss. Get out of here. Senior, there's one more thing. Arlen unconsciously used honorifics. Even though the person in front of him wasn't very strong according to his perception. What? How should I address you? The old demon clan member fell silent immediately. Why ask so many questions? Hurry up and get out of here. Don't interfere with my business. A shout of expulsion, even louder than before, came from the old demon's mouth, as if he were truly enraged. Arlen had no choice but to leave the house with Carol. Watching the light disappear from outside the door, the old demon's cloudy eyes closed briefly. Sometime later, a diary appeared in his hand. The notebook itself was yellowed, but on the cover, a name was clearly written in the language of the demon race. Zachary Goodballshay, the Demon King's first teacher before he became king, a legendary alchemist who disappeared for nearly 100 years. Zachary brushed the diary in his hand. He let out a long sigh, followed by his leisurely muttering to himself. That kid Sarah must have been so bored all these years. After leaving Zachary's house, Arlen took Carol back to the tavern they had previously visited. Now, he can begin to prepare to heal the wounds in his soul. The potion in my hand is very effective. It's not something you'd expect to find in a city like Sonati. Carol, Eren's voice reached the ears of the succubus girl who was already lying in bed. Carol peeked out from under the covers and tilted her head to look at him. What's wrong, Mr. Arlen? Her little tail wagged behind her, and even her little wings fluttered happily. You can tell she's very happy now that she's back in bed. I'm going to repair my soul. He might scare you. Arlen patted her head and continued. You'd better hide well then. Him? Who is he? And why? Carol looked puzzled. Besides Mr. Arlen and her, there doesn't seem to be anyone else here, right? He is another me, a crazy me. Arlen's expression was very serious. If the current self represents neutral goodness, then the other self represents chaotic neutrality. He was mad, both pursuing the king and obeying all his commands. He also has a capricious nature, killing everything he dislikes. This kind of person is like a madman with power. However, beside this madman, there was also a humane and rational soul who made up for Arlen's enormous flaw. Of course, perfection is impossible. In the process of their two souls getting along, there were countless battles between their souls, just like before. However, most of the time, they only go so far as to touch upon the point without ever damaging the soul. Carol realized that Arlen wasn't joking. It seemed his other self was truly insane. She picked up the blanket from the bed and carefully moved herself to the corner of the room. Okay then. Can I hide here? The room wasn't big, and Carol was hiding in the furthest spot from Arlen. Without further ado, Eren swallowed the bottle of potion in his hand in one gulp. The viscous, dark purple liquid slid down his throat from his mouth, and the effects of the potion began to gradually penetrate the depths of Eren's soul. A pure power began to nourish his consciousness, repairing the other half of his soul. As the other half of his soul gradually matured, Eren's aura also began to rise. Peak of the 4th tier. 5th order. 5th tier peak. It only took a quarter of an hour to go from the 4th rank to the peak of the 5th rank. However, repairing a soul is never that easy, and a bead of cold sweat had already crept onto his forehead. The potion's effects began to ravage his body, and a feeling of intense heat surged through him. This is not the heat of desire, but simply physical heat. It's like, in order to let this body adapt to him after his soul has been repaired. As Arlen's aura grew stronger, a pair of red eyes suddenly opened from his eyes when he broke through to the 6th rank. The frantic chatter, like a burst dam, filled the small room. Arlen, you still can't live without me. Power. Power must be very important to you. Why did you wake me up so quickly? You really are. You're despicable. Chapter 93: The Origin of the Demon King War. Unfounded words filled Carol's ears, and in her eyes, Mr. Arlen, who had originally been kind, began to gradually become wicked. His scarlet eyes immediately locked onto the succubus girl hiding in the corner. A succubus? Ha! Arlen, you really know how to play games. The capital hasn't even woken up yet, and you still have the mood to play with women? Amidst a barrage of violent words, Arlen, who had been lying on the bed, instantly sat up and came to Carol's side. The tall figure instantly obscured Carol, lifting her up like a chick. The succubus girl blinked her big eyes, clutching the blanket tightly and using it to cover half her face. Only the area above the bridge of his nose is visible when looking at Arlen. Hello. Fear filled Carol's eyes, and she tightened her tail around the blanket she was holding. She remembered Mr. Arlen saying that this other he was crazy. Upon seeing Carol's appearance, Arlen let out a sneer. You really know how to pick things. With a thud, Carol felt her body being flung away until she hit the soft bed and came to a stop. I'm going back now. I don't care how many women you sleep with. But put all of these last. Our goal is to wake the king up. As Arlen spoke as if to himself, Arlen's originally scarlet eyes gradually turned black, and his murderous aura began to subside. He would only be interested in being bathed in blood. As for the rest, as long as it wasn't a violent killing, he left it to Arlen to handle. He shook his head and regained control of his body. He has no intention of arguing with his other self now. So since waking up in Arlen, he hasn't said a word except when Carol warned him when she was lifted up. Carol, who had been thrown onto the bed, buried her head in the blanket. The feeling of flying through the air was really uncomfortable. Although the other him wasn't as crazy as she had imagined, she still obediently hid away. In this dog-eat-dog world, she had long understood that she should not provoke the strong. Judging from the aura emanating from Eren, he undoubtedly ranks among the strong. The weak, besides relying on others, can only hide themselves well in order to avoid becoming prey for others. All right, he's already gone back. Arlen walked to the bedside and touched Carol's head, which was covered by the blanket. The succubus girl first revealed her pointed horns, and then her curious eyes. Has Mr. Arlen returned? Should we go? So early? Where are we going this time? Demon King's Castle. The continuous mountain peaks rushed past, and in the very center of the entire demon abyss stood a city that stretched for nearly 100 miles. The towering city walls blocked out the wilderness, and as far as the eye could see, it did not look like something that could have been built by human hands. Demon King's Castle is a massive city built during the reign of the Demon King. While the Demon King was still alive, he used his power to transform the entire city into a paradise within the demon abyss. This is not limited to the use of 8th Order life magic to modify the city's environment. They also built a continuous city wall to block the spreading demonic energy. On the land within the Demon King's Castle, thanks to the effects of life magic, crops can already be grown normally. However, given the massive population of the demon abyss, the Demon King's city still lacked sufficient food to support all the demons. Therefore, an upward war is an essential part of the plan. This was a decision the Demon King made after much deliberation. After all, the demon abyss at that time could not possibly support so many demons. Only by finding fertile land and reducing the demon population could the survival of other demons be guaranteed. War is the easiest and simplest way to reduce the population. It allows us to acquire the land, reduce the number of demons, and use the corpses of the dead to replenish our food supply. This is a win-win-win situation. So don't think of the Demon King as a good person, but don't think of him as a bad person either. The definitions of good and evil are always vague. He was simply searching for the best way for the demons to survive. Standing in the air, Eren looked down at the entire Demon King's castle. The once sturdy and towering city walls are now dilapidated, and the demonic energy permeating the demon abyss has begun to seep into the Demon King's city. With the disappearance of the Demon King, the Eighth Order magic that had maintained this land gradually dissipated, and the land was no longer suitable for growing crops. Less than 1/10 of the demons remained. Is this the Demon King's castle? Wow, it's really magnificent. Nestled in Arlen's arms, Carol poked her head out, also looking down at the Demon King's castle. She has only lived for 18 years. For the first 10 years or so, she lived in the small place of her tribe, and for the last year, she struggled to survive in the wild. She, a succubus who had never even heard of the city, naturally showed surprise when she saw such a magnificent building. Even though the Demon King's castle is now in ruins. This is just the outer area. The real Demon King's main city is still some distance away. There, you can see true grandeur. Arlen stopped talking and flew towards the center of the city with Carol. He has now recovered to the 6th rank. Although he is not as strong as he was in his prime, he is still powerful enough to rank among the top in the current Demon Abyss. After all, when the hero squad broke into the Abyss, those with 7th tier combat power were either wiped out by them with a wave of their hand or sealed into stone statues. There are almost no people like him who broke through the seal by sheer chance. In the entire Demon Abyss right now, there are probably no more than 5 demons with 7th tier strength. As Arlen continued forward, crossing vast stretches of abandoned farmland, houses gradually began to appear in Carol's view. However, judging from the appearance of those houses, they were both dilapidated and decaying. It's obvious that no one has lived here for a long time. Gradually, a towering castle appeared before Carol. Even though Eren has flown high enough, he is still only 2/3 of the way up the castle. This castle is twice as tall as the outer walls of the Demon King's castle, standing over 100 meters high. This is the castle of the Demon King Sarah, the main city of the Demon King's palace. Wow, it's so big, so long, even better than Mr. Arlen's. Carol, nestled in her arms, let out an untimely sigh. But before she could finish speaking, she was hit on the head. What are you thinking about? Rubbing her slightly sore head, Carol said defiantly, I was telling the truth. It's hard. Arlen hardened his fist. This little girl. Chapter 94 Peak of the 8th rank. The Demon King's main city is a tall tower, with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. With Carol by his side, Arlen went directly into the hall he remembered. The corridor leading to the palace was pitch black, dilapidated, and decaying. In the corridor, stone sculptures bound by chains stand silently all around. Judging from their appearance alone, they are all carved with demons, and each one exudes immense power just by looking at them. They are in various poses and have ferocious faces. Every detail is captured perfectly, just like real, living people, like demons. This is enough to show how skilled the sculptor was. Well, you can't say that. After all, the raw materials used for carving are already quite vivid. These are all demon generals who have been sealed away. The hero squad's motto is to kill whenever possible, and those sealed away are almost all demons that are very difficult to kill. I must say, the hero team is actually quite efficient. Those that can be killed are dealt with instantly. Those that can't be killed are sealed with stone carvings. After all, under the forced indoctrination of the God of Light, Baldur also possessed the same strength as the Demon King. Peak of the 8th rank. Those who can survive under his watch are all geniuses. The highest level one can cultivate in the entire realm is the 8th rank, which is almost the ceiling of the continent. No, that's the ceiling. Even the Demon King, an ancient monster who has existed for tens of thousands of years, has never been able to break through to the peak of the 8th rank. Touching these stone carvings, I noticed that they were covered in moss. Eren currently has no way to break their seals. It wasn't because he was unwilling, but because Arlen's racial identity was that of the illusion demon race. He can survive without relying on his original physical body. So the hero sealed himself inside the stone sculpture, and he could come out once the sculpture broke. But these demons are different. Unlike themselves, they possess the characteristics of the illusion demon clan, which allow them to descend upon other creatures to break the seal. If their stone carvings break, then they are truly broken. It's even more shattered than shaved ice. There was almost no chance of survival. Even before they were sealed away, they were harder to kill than cockroaches. Let's go, stop looking. Seeing Carol looking around with curiosity, showing no intention of following him. Seeing her like this, Eren ignored her and headed straight for the Demon King's palace. Anyway, all his colleagues have turned into stone statues, so it wouldn't hurt to let Carol see them. Moreover, there shouldn't be any living creatures here. The only thing still alive is probably the moss on their bodies. Passing through the decaying corridor, a tall and old door came into view. When he pushed open the door, the scene inside the Demon King's palace truly shocked him. The main hall in front of me was spotless, just as it had been when I left. Keep in mind that it has been more than 50 years since he went to the upper realm. Even the entire Demon King's castle is almost a ruin. However, the Demon King's palace remained completely intact. Bright lights illuminated the entire hall, and there wasn't a speck of dust on the carpet in the center of the hall. It's as if someone has been keeping this place tidy. You are? Demon General Eren. Just as Arlen was pondering, an old, somewhat hoarse voice rang out from behind him. Arlen's body tensed up immediately. Just now, he didn't even sense anyone behind him. A wrinkled hand landed on his shoulder, and a voice, both familiar and unfamiliar, said, "You're finally back." He found the voice familiar because he had heard it before, but it sounded strange because it was so old. He seemed to remember who it was. Even though he already had the answer in his heart, Arlen was still somewhat unwilling to face the people behind him. "Why are you standing there, frozen in place?" Demon General Arlen. The questioning voice continued to sound from behind until the withered arm lowered and a hunched figure came before him. The old man was dressed in a magnificent outfit, but judging from how ill-fitting it was, it seemed that he was no longer suited to it. Sunken eye sockets, an old body, and a face that Arlen knew all too well. Savini, the semi-ruling steward of the Demon King's palace, responsible for managing all matters related to the Demon King's palace, as well as its defense. Generally speaking, in order to manage the guards of the Demon King's palace, their commanders must have sufficient strength. However, Savigny was an exception. He only possesses the strength of a first-tier cultivator, yet he manages the entire defensive force of the Demon King's city. Savigny, you're getting old. The old man in front of him was also taken aback for a moment when he heard this, before he smiled with relief. Of course I'll get old, but if I can see you again before I die, it doesn't matter if I get old. Savini opened his arms, grabbed Arlen's body, and looked Arlen up and down. I didn't expect you to still be alive, Arlen said, looking Savigny up and down as well. Those heroes didn't do anything to you, did they? Oomph. The heroes and their gang disdained to kill a mere first-tier minion like me. After sealing the king, they left. Savigny let out a soft hum, gritted his teeth, and then looked dazed. In the entire Demon King's palace, apart from those sealed generals, I am the only one still alive. Savigny turned around, raised his head, and looked up at the throne high in the hall. It was only then that Eren began to notice that a frail figure was sitting on the high throne. He leaned back on the throne, his hands on his shoulders, supporting his head which was tilted to one side. He closed his eyes tightly, like a sleeping dragon, quietly waiting for the day he would awaken. Sarah, the Demon King, an ancient demon race that awakened at some unknown time deep within the demon abyss. I look forward to the day the king returns. Savigny stopped in his tracks, a stone the size of a goose egg appearing in his hand at some point. He turned around and faced Arlen again. What's this? Eren saw what was in his hand. He had been sealed away for too long, and he had almost forgotten many things. A magic crystal containing immense magical power, Savigny explained to him. This is what we need to break the king's seal. Do you know how to break the king's seal? Arlen looked at him with a puzzled expression. I haven't lived all these years for nothing, Savigny said as he walked toward the throne. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to manage the entire Demon King's castle at only the first rank. Arlen followed behind him. Then what is the way to break the king's seal? He returned to break the king's seal, even though he didn't know how to do so when he returned. But we need to see the seal before we can figure out how to break it, right? Savigny approached the throne and stopped some distance away. As he reached out to get closer, a magic circle instantly appeared. A powerful, unparalleled pressure swept over me. Eren's pupils contracted slightly. This power was 8th rank. I can break this seal. Savigny sighed, then continued. But I cannot get close to the king's throne. This magic circle can only be approached by heroes or those who possess the aura of heroes. Chapter 095 The Council of 10 Deaths. Someone who possesses the aura of a hero? That's right, Savigny nodded. This magic circle locks onto the one who activates it. Only the one who activates it, a hero, can approach the king. Badr is dead, so doesn't that mean? Arlen did not voice his guess. No. Arlen, let me finish what I have to say. Savigny gave a displeased look, then continued. Using something imbued with the aura of a hero can also help circumvent this magic circle. He withdrew his hand, turned to look at Arlen, and said, So, we can still break this seal. Things tainted with the aura of heroes. These are all in the hands of those humans up there. The hero couldn't possibly leave anything bearing his aura in the abyss. He could only find that among the humans above. Yes, not in the abyss, Savigny agreed, but then added. But through this magic circle and my connection with the hero, I can pinpoint the location of those things. And the closest one to us is on the edge of the forest at the exit of the demon abyss. Then just as Arlen was about to speak, the abnormality in his body spread everywhere, and then his entire being changed. Then let's take that thing back. Eren took over his body again. Savigny wasn't too surprised to see the change in the person in front of him. He knew that Arlen had two personalities. He had been wondering why Arlen's other personality had become so quiet, but now it was resurfacing. It seems I was overthinking things. He was probably asleep inside Arlen's body, and only just woke up now. Old man Savigny, tell me quickly, what is that thing, and where is it? I'll go and get it for you. Eren, his body swelled up, and features from the demon race appeared on his body surface. Dark red horns grew from his forehead, and a pair of long wings tore through his clothes, making him look like a demon from hell. Now he is closer to being a demon. Arlen, who had been squeezed out of control of his body, sighed helplessly and let his other self go. Anyway, what he originally wanted to say was similar to what Arlen had said, so he decided to let the other self manage the body for now. Savigny looked at the much larger Arlen before him and spoke with a serious expression. I don't know what that place is called, but I can punctuate it for you. As he spoke, the bracelet on Savigny's right wrist began to glow, and a magic circle was transferred to Eren's hand. One by one, clear white lights appeared in his mind. Each of these rays of light represents an item related to Badr. The light closest to him was right near the entrance to the demon abyss. And that place, it happens to be inside Erster Academy. Just as Arlen, inside the body of Arlen, was contemplating how to obtain that thing, another version of himself, controlling his body, suddenly unleashed an attack spell at the wall of the Demon King's palace. Although Eren's attacks are almost entirely melee combat with very little magic, it doesn't mean he can't use magic. Like Eren, he is also capable of using many powerful spells. As soon as Eren's magic touched the wall, a man wearing a magician's hat and a black tailcoat appeared in front of them. He held the brim of his hat, a smile playing on his lips, like an elegant magician waving to them. Friends, don't be nervous, I mean no harm. Savigny, standing behind Arlen, stared at the man as if he recognized him. He tugged at Arlen's clothes and whispered beside him, a member of the Council of 10 Deaths. With a thought, Arlen regained control of his body. The Council of 10 Deaths. He had heard of that name. Even before he was sealed away, the name of this organization had already come into the sights of many powerful figures. The reason why their story spread so widely among the powerful was entirely because the members of the Council of 10 Deaths had done something that shocked the entire realm. 60 years ago, their second-in-command destroyed an entire human empire. The human empire at that time was not the same as the human empire after the Demon King War. Even the smallest kingdom had at least one 7th-tier professional. Moreover, the empire destroyed by that second counselor had dozens of 7th-tier professionals. The powerful figures of the realm were shocked that the Council of 10 Deaths had managed to destroy a country with just one person. Thus, the name of the Council of 10 Deaths began to circulate. However, In recent years, news about them has gradually faded away. It seems that they went into hiding because their speaker, the first member of parliament, had some problem. Friend, as you guessed, I am a member of the Council of 10 Deaths. The man in the tuxedo smiled and readily admitted his identity. He has no need to hide his identity. May I ask which member of parliament you are? Arlen, who had regained control of his body, asked the question. The Council of 10 Deaths has a total of 10 members, who are ranked according to the order in which they joined the council. Similarly, the earlier someone joins the parliament, the more powerful they become. Upon hearing his question, the man standing by the window of the Demon King's palace took off his magic hat and turned it upside down over his chest. As you asked, the seventh member of parliament, the magician. A wave of energy swept over him as soon as he finished speaking. It was the undisguised, powerful aura of a seventh-tier professional. Arlen frowned. He understood what the man meant. He was identifying himself, and at the same time, he was demonstrating. This person has the power to kill everyone here. Seeing the two people looking like they were facing a formidable enemy, the magician withdrew his aura and put his hat back on his head. Don't be afraid. Don't be nervous. I'm here to make a deal with you. He walked as if he were in his own home, and gracefully sat down at the seat next to the main hall. A deal? What kind of deal do you want to make with us? This time, it was Savini who spoke first. I heard you seem to be looking for an item that carries the aura of a hero. The magician showed no shame for eavesdropping on their conversation, and instead asked them earnestly. You have this. If the Council of 10 Deaths truly exists, then they could indeed consider making a deal with them. After all, breaking the king's seal was their most urgent matter. We don't have it, the magician said with a playful tone, but we can get it for you. After all, with your current strength, you can't even get into Erst. Chapter 96, Container. Arlen frowned. He had never heard of the name Erst before. What's the meaning? Oh, by the way, the magician said, opening his hand, and suddenly a wine glass appeared in his palm. He swirled the red wine in his glass, took a small sip, and said, I forgot, you know nothing about this world right now. The magician put down the wine glass in his hand and explained everything about Ersterer to the two of them. After hearing what he said, Arlen's expression didn't change, but Savini's face turned ugly. 2 7th-tier professionals, 3 6th-tier professionals. With that quantity, it would be difficult for them to get what they wanted. By the way, things might be different now, the magician said with a smug grin. The Church of Light has sent people too. As for why they sent people, I believe Your Excellency Arlen knows something about it. Arlen's face darkened as he stood before the magician. The reason the church sent someone is probably related to the knight he killed on his return. What kind of people did the church send? Now I just hope it won't be an overly powerful judge. You're still clinging to wishful thinking. The magician stood up from his seat, looking directly at Arlen, who had already taken human form. They sent a Grand Inquisitor, you know. The Grand Inquisitor is a 7th-ranking professional position within the church. Only those who reach the 7th rank can be granted the title of Grand Inquisitor by the Pope. 3 7th-tier powerhouses, friends. Have you figured out how to deal with them? The magician picked up the wine glass, then let go, and the sound of the glass shattering was ear-piercing. The two standing fell silent. Arlen hadn't expected to alarm a Grand Inquisitor, while Savigny was pondering whether it was worth going to Ersterer to retrieve the item. So, Arlen asked, his face grim and his tone heavy. What do you want from us? The magician's lips curled into a smile. It seemed the deal would be finalized soon. They will not refuse your requests as long as they are within their limits. I'm not interested in your stuff, the magician said, looking at Arlen. Besides, you can't afford our fees. We will seek our reward from your king once he awakens. Us? Arlen was quick to sense that something was wrong. Of course, do you think I can defeat 3 7th-tier professionals by myself? The magician didn't feel that his words lowered his prestige at all. Instead, he sat back down. It's not shameful to admit that you are weaker than others. Have you thought it through? This time, neither Arlen nor Savigny spoke first. Only after Savigny whispered something in Arlen's ear did they agree to the magician's words. I promise you. A wise choice, since the reward will be paid by your king anyway. If we can't break his seal, we'll suffer a huge loss too. The last rays of the setting sun have completely faded, leaving only the mountain's final lingering affection. The abyss also has a sun, and like the realm where Eren and the others live, the abyss is also a complete world. As for the world that Eren lived in, the most widely known name for it is the human realm. The abyss is the world where demons live, while the human realm is the world where humans live. The two worlds are independent of each other, yet they are interconnected. Mr. Arlen, look what I found. Just as Arlen and the magician finished discussing how to obtain the hero's items, Carol's voice came from outside the hall. The little succubus flapped her wings and darted in from outside the palace gate, carrying a long object in her hand. However, when she saw the situation inside the Demon King's palace, she was stunned. Why are there other people here? Hey, that person over there is wearing a really weird hat. It's so tall. I'm so curious what it feels like to wear this hat on my head. Oh, there's an old man over there. Wow, he looks so old. Arlen, who is this? Savini narrowed his eyes and asked the succubus who had suddenly appeared. Carol was standing at the doorway, some distance away from them, so she couldn't hear Arlen and the others' conversation. But she dared not go any further, because it seemed to her that Mr. Arlen was talking to someone else. She must not disturb Mr. Arlen. We mustn't cause trouble for Mr. Arlen. Otherwise she would be thrown away, and she didn't want to be thrown away again. So she hid behind the door, gripping the edge with her hands, and tilted her head to look inside. Arlen remained silent for a long time, seemingly thinking about how to answer. My relationship with Carol is very special. They spent less than a month together, but they did everything they were supposed to do. Arlen has lived for many years, but he dares not say that he is pure. After all, he had already slept with many women before becoming a demon general. Not to mention after he became a demon general. So in his eyes, Carol was actually not important to him. Once the Demon King awakens and regains control of the demons in the demon abyss, he will naturally have no shortage of these things. But in Carol's eyes, Arlen was her first. To put it bluntly, he is now Carol's everything. Everything she had belonged to him from the moment she left with Arlen. Arlen was naturally aware of these things as well. This is a responsibility. So no matter what, Carol should have a place in Arlen's heart. Carol, my person. Arlen gave a brief answer to Savigny's question. Savigny showed no expression upon hearing this, but instead turned to look at the magician not far away. We will cooperate with you, and we hope you will keep your word. The magician smiled, nodded, and said in the same tone, I trust the reputation of the Council of 10 Deaths. He then looked at Arlen and said, enunciating each word clearly, Lord Arlen, you'd better keep a close eye on that succubus lady. What's the meaning? Arlen, regaining his senses, stared at the man in front of him. He hadn't expected the magician to bring up Carol. Was he staring at her just now? Furthermore, the implication in his words was as if he were threatening me. Don't be nervous, the magician said, noticing Arlen's changed expression. He knew Arlen might have misunderstood what he meant. That succubus lady, her body is very special. She is a vessel. The magician stopped halfway through his sentence and did not continue speaking. Anything else? That's all I can tell you. The magician looked up at Arlen with a smile. The rest is for a fee. Arlen fell silent, meeting the magician's gaze. Tell me, and I will pay your fees. You can't afford it. After he finished speaking, the magician's body began to dissipate, turning into butterflies that then exploded. Remember our deal. I hope you won't be late, Lord Eren. Chapter 97, A Mundane Life Part 1. Watching the magician vanish in the blink of an eye, Arlen sighed helplessly. This guy knows a lot. He truly lives up to his reputation as a member of the Council of 10 Deaths. But why would he want to have Carol on his side? Also, what does he mean by container? Is Carol a container for something? Arlen, Savigny, who had been standing nearby, spoke up, patting Arlen's shoulder with his aged hand. There's still some time before the day the magician is going to discuss things with you. In the meantime, you should go out and explore more. What about here? Eren looked around the Demon King's palace and realized that there was indeed nothing more for him to do. The King's seal cannot be broken yet, and the hero cannot retrieve his possession. We can only act when the magician sends us news from there. Oh, and to make it easier to stay in touch, the magician gave him a communication magic stone. Once he's dealt with things on his end, he'll use this magic stone to get Eren to act. I have been taking care of you for the past 50 years, so you don't need to worry. Savini waved his hand and continued in a sighing tone. The Demon King's castle has changed a lot. While you still have time, go out and see more of it. Although the king is gone, the demons who remain still follow his rules, so they should be better off than in other cities. Savini pushed Arlen out the door. It seems he didn't just stay in the Demon King's palace. He must have visited other cities over the years. All right, let this old man stay here all by himself. Arlen looked at him, nodded, and walked towards Carol, who was hiding. Who is that old man? Carol, holding what she was holding, looked up and asked Arlen. Grandpa? That's right, he's old. Actually, Savigny and Arlen are about the same age. Although demons generally live longer than humans, it's only by about 100 years. Savigny was unable to break through to the next level, so he aged very quickly over those 50 years. After all, he was already over 100 years old when he became the semi-ruling steward of the Demon King's palace. Now, he should be considered an 80-year-old person. Mr. Arlen, so who is he? When Carol, who was being led by the hand, saw that Arlen had stopped, she took his hand and shook it. Arlen, regaining his senses, then explained to her. That old man's name is Savini. He used to be the housekeeper here. The butler here? Does that old man manage this whole place? That's right. Wow, this place is so big. He must have been really amazing before. Amazing, right? Savigny was indeed very impressive. A mere Tier 1 being qualified to manage this enormous Demon King's palace. Oh, by the way, Mr. Arlen, look, this is what I just found outside. Carol held up what she was holding high. She had been peeking out of the Demon King's palace to show this to Eren. A long object was wrapped in white gauze, and from the outside it looked like a short sword. Let me see. Arlen felt that this thing looked familiar, as if he had seen it before. It must belong to a former colleague. Perhaps because of the arrival of the hero, this thing was left behind outside the corridor in front of the Demon King's palace. No. Mr. Arlen, why don't you guess what it is? Carol took the things back from her hands and skipped over to Arlen. The long thing in its hand was tucked behind it, and its little black tail swayed as it went. Now she looks like a girl next door, without the fear Arlen felt when they first met in the wild. Arlen smiled, propping his head up with his hand as if deep in thought. I guess it's a short sword. Mr. Arlen, you guessed wrong. Carol shook her head and took her hands out from behind her back. Ta-da! It's a magic wand. She held up the object in her hand. The gauze on it had been removed, revealing its original appearance. A pure black magic wand. The staff had no extra decorations. It was as plain as it could be. He was wrong about it. He thought it belonged to some demon general, but it wasn't. This is just a standard staff of the Demon King's army. However, its good condition indicates that it is made of high-quality materials. This made Arlen think about whether he should teach Carol some magic. We're back in the Demon King's castle now, and the deal with the magician won't start for a few more days. I've had a lot of free time these past few days. Carol, would you like to learn some magic? Eren asked the little succubus who was still playing with her magic wand directly. Huh? Me? Carol pointed to herself, looking at Arlen with a puzzled expression. Why did you suddenly decide to have her learn magic? Yes. Arlen nodded. But when he thought Carol would agree, he saw her shake her head. No, Mr. Arlen. Carol blinked her purple eyes and hesitated before rejecting him. I don't want to learn magic, she said, pinching her right hand with her left and retracting the wings behind her. Mr. Eren, you have helped me a lot. They took me out of that forest and led me to the Demon King's castle, a place I might never have visited in my entire life. And the person who saved my life when I was an adult. She didn't say it aloud, but murmured it to herself. So, I don't want to trouble you any further. But, Arlen wanted to say something more. However, Carol interrupted him first, took his hand, and walked outside. Hey, Mr. Arlen, look. What's that over there? Seeing Carol stiffly change the subject, Arlen sighed. How many times has he sighed now? This little girl. Oh well, let her be. I just need to protect her. With me around, she doesn't need to learn any magic. He had no family in his entire life. To be precise, he was an orphan. It was the king who saved him, so whether it was himself or his other personality, the king always came first in his heart. Arlen followed Carol to the window in the corridor, looking at the magnificent scene outside. Flocks of birds soar across the sky at sunset, bathed in warm, pale yellow sunlight, creating a beautiful scene. If you disregard the few figures that suddenly appeared and hunted the birds, it is indeed a beautiful scene. Arlen placed his hand between Carol's two horns and began to rub her head. Carol was a little uncomfortable with the sudden head pat, but she quickly cooperated by squinting her eyes in response to Arlen's gesture. Now, this little succubus is considered family. Chapter 98, A Mundane Life Part 2. Squeak. The dilapidated door made a sound of age and neglect the moment it was pushed open. As the door opened, a layer of grayish-white dust suddenly rose up, causing Arlen to cough. "Mr. Arlen, is this your old home?" Carol, who was following behind, looked at the dusty house and asked in confusion. Before nightfall, Arlen decided to take Carol to stay at his house in the Demon King's castle for a few days. This house used to be managed by a housekeeper, but judging from its current state, the housekeeper has probably left long ago. Ahem. I'll go prepare a room for you. Wait a minute. Let me see if there are any more blankets. After saying this, Eren walked towards the place where he stored the things in his memory. In the past, these kinds of things were always done by the butler and servants, but I never expected that I would have to do them myself today. Yes, I'll help too. Carol followed behind Arlen, also looking for anything else that could be used. Unfortunately, in this place where no one has lived for a long time, even the wooden furniture has begun to rot, not to mention those who were raped. It turned into a clump of ash when you held it in your hand. Looking at the quilt that had turned to ash in his hands, Arlen helplessly clapped his hands to brush the ash off. Let's go buy one. Although the Demon King's castle has far fewer people now, many demons still live there. Moreover, the other demons here do seem to be more benign than the demons Arlen encountered in Sonati. At least, there won't be any cannibalism here. The food sold here is normal food. Of course, Carol didn't eat anything while Arlen was eating. Instead, she licked her lips and stared intently at him. It's like how a hungry person looks at food. She is too weak now to withstand the torment of hunger. If she had Arlen's strength, she could also enjoy normal food. Because succubi are a unique race, when they reach adulthood, they seek pleasure from other people. After experiencing that kind of pleasure, they become nauseous at normal food. This is a bloodline defect inherent in the succubus race. However, if the succubus herself is powerful enough, she can overcome this weakness. At this point, they can eat normally and will not feel nauseous at the food. However, to reach this level, the succubus must possess considerable strength. Given Carol's attitude of not even learning magic, forget it, she'll just stick with Arlen for the rest of her life. After they finished dinner and bought the necessities they needed, the demon abyss was completely plunged into darkness. The nights in the demon abyss have neither moon nor stars. It was pitch black, and apart from a few scattered lights in the vast expanse, there was nothing else to see. It's a peaceful night tonight. The next day, Arlen was woken up by Carol. But that's not quite right either. It was the way Carol woke him up. There were still some things that Arlen couldn't handle. So you're going to be gone for a long time? Arlen flicked Carol's cheek with his hand. He also tidied up a room for Carol yesterday. So why is she in her own room now? This little girl actually came to ambush him at night. She came into Arlen's room wearing only her pajamas. As for the reason, her answer was that she was hungry. Good heavens. Arlen vaguely remembered that Carol had eaten before going to bed. Are you hungry already? Nobody would believe that. Fortunately, she didn't toss and turn for long that night, and then she drifted off to sleep in a daze. Carol was holding him tightly at the time, her head resting on his shoulder. The broken horns on her head made him very uncomfortable, causing him to hardly sleep all night. Arlen finally drifted off to sleep as the sky began to lighten with the first light of dawn. However, during this brief sleep, he had a dream. In my dream, flames blazed across the sky, and the world came to a standstill. In the dim, crimson sky, he met one. God. Mr. Arlen is acting strangely tonight. He was sweating profusely, and his eyes were tightly closed. Did you have a nightmare? Yes. I remember when I used to have nightmares, my mom would hold me tight so that I wouldn't keep having nightmares. Then I should hold Mr. Arlen tight, so he definitely won't have nightmares. I hugged Mr. Arlen, even though I had been hugging him the whole time. But the beads of sweat on Mr. Arlen's head did not decrease. On the contrary, they increased. I was a little worried about him, so I went and got a towel to wipe Mr. Arlen's sweat. It's so hot. When my hand touched his forehead, I found that he looked like that. What was his name again? Yes, it's a cold. I guess it's called a cold. I vaguely remember my mother saying that this is called being sick. This illness is called a cold. So is Mr. Arlen sick? He seems to be in a lot of pain. I imitated how my mother used to take care of me and removed Mr. Arlen's upper body clothing. Then he carefully wiped away the sweat that had appeared on his skin. Ugh, it's so heavy. I grabbed Mr. Arlen's arm, trying to help him turn over. However, Mr. Arlen is so heavy that even with great effort, I could only move his arm over. Fortunately, Mr. Arlen rolled over, so I was able to wipe it clean. Phew, finally done. I sat on Arlen's lap. He seemed to be fast asleep, and I didn't even wake up while I was on him. Oh. Suddenly, Arlen beneath him moved again, turning over. Then, because I lost my balance, I fell into his arms. This woke Arlen up. Why did you come here? Eren, who was suddenly awakened from a nightmare, looked at the little succubus in his arms and frowned. Ugh, Mr. Arlen looks terrifying right now. I think he's angry. I was hungry. That's why I came. I mustered my courage and told Mr. Arlen a lie. Well, I've actually felt quite uncomfortable ever since Mr. Arlen led me to that room and we left. At that time, I really wanted to stay next to Mr. Arlen. That's why I sneaked into his room. Mr. Arlen was visibly taken aback upon hearing this. Sure enough, even though he had eaten before going to bed, saying that would make Mr. Arlen suspicious. But whatever, I'll just tell the truth. Didn't you just eat? Then, never mind. But I want to sleep with Mr. Arlen. I grabbed one of his arms and pretended to lie down in his arms. Hee, I'm so smart. Mr. Arlen looked at my movements and held his head with his hand. Okay, go to sleep. He patted my head gently, even though the horns on my head were hitting him. Mr. Arlen is really gentle. Chapter 99, A Mundane Life Part 3. So how much longer do you need? Mr. Arlen's voice came from the side, accompanied by a finger poking at us. Wah, it'll be done soon. I woke up before Mr. Arlen. He seemed to have slept poorly last night and had just been woken up by my movements. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Arlen. I didn't mean to wake you up. But this time I'm really hungry. After a long time, I finally finished my breakfast. With the morning breeze in his arms, Mr. Arlen went to take a bath. Okay, let's clean this place up today. We got back to Mr. Arlen's house very late yesterday, so we only cleaned 1 or 2 rooms. But Mr. Arlen will definitely be staying here for a long time, so we need to clean and tidy it up early. Yes, Carol also contributed. So where should we start? This house is so big. Let's start cleaning each room first. I quietly got out of bed, but I didn't put on my shoes. When I came to Mr. Arlen's room last night, I came barefoot so as not to make any noise. Now it seems that this was somewhat unnecessary. After all, Mr. Arlen would agree to let her sleep with him. By the way, where does Mr. Arlen get the water for his bath? Never mind, I'd better change my clothes first. In the bathroom, Arlen let the violent water jets pound against his body. Above his head stood a magic circle that continuously sprayed water, washing away the grime from his body. Although Carol wiped away a lot of his sweat last night, Arlen still felt very uncomfortable. Let that girl wash up later too. I wonder what she's doing now. And what did last night's dream mean? The phantom demon race almost never dreams, which is why Eren was so puzzled. In that dream, he not only saw a god, but he also saw a boy. It seems that the god appeared because of that boy. Shaking the water off his head, Eren used magic to dry his body, then changed his clothes and went outside. Huh? Where did that little girl go? Back in his room, Arlen didn't see Carol on the bed. Instead, he found the room neatly tidied. Of course, there's not much left in the room now, except for one good bed and a new quilt on it. No wonder Carol packed up so quickly. Has Mr. Arlen finished washing? Carol's childish voice came from behind the door. When Arlen turned around, he saw that she was holding a large basin with a handkerchief inside. It seems they are on their way to get water. What's this? Arlen looked at Carol, who had changed her clothes, and asked with a frown. Me? I want to clean this place, Mr. Arlen. Carol smiled, held the object above her head, and tilted her head as she answered. Arlen's brow furrowed even more deeply. He walked up to Carol and took what was in her hand. Then he placed his hand on her head. There's no need to do that. I'll just have Savigny hire a few servants to clean it up. Carol looked a little embarrassed as the large hand patted her head and looked up at Arlen. From Arlen's angle, you can just see the scar on her face that runs from her forehead to her jaw. The scars are broken, but with time they will fade, but they will never disappear. But Carol also wants to do something for Mr. Arlen. She herself lacks the ability and doesn't want to learn magic, but that doesn't mean she will continue to enjoy Mr. Eren's care. She wanted to help Mr. Arlen within her capabilities. The hand that was rubbing her head seemed to stop, followed by Arlen's helpless sigh. Then it's up to you, he said, putting down what he was holding, bending down, pinching her cheek with his hand, and continuing. But you should take a shower first, and then you can clean the room. Okay then. With her cheeks being pinched, Carol's words were a little unclear, but she still nodded. She then went to her room to get a set of clothes and stood outside Arlen's room. It looked like he wanted to speak, but didn't know how. What's wrong? At this moment, Arlen also noticed her, came up to her and asked, Mr. Arlen, how did you get the water in the bathroom? Carol asked cautiously. Oh no, I forgot Carol isn't even a professional magic user, let alone someone who can use magic. Actually, the Demon King's castle has a complete water supply system, but after so many years, it seems that the magic circle there has malfunctioned, or perhaps the house has been uninhabited for too long and the water supply has been cut off. Fortunately, I know a few water spells, so using water isn't a problem. I'll take you there. Arlen took Carol's hand and led her to the place where he had bathed earlier. Raising his free hand, a magic circle appeared throughout the bathroom. Eren touched the water in the bathtub, then put his hand in again, and red fire magic lit up in the tub. In no time, the water in the entire bathtub became warm. I must say, magic is really useful. Wow, that's amazing. So, do you want to learn? Then forget it. Seeing Carol shaking her head frantically, Arlen helplessly pinched her little cheek, then turned and left. I'm going to the Demon King's palace. Don't go out and wait for me to come back. Okay, I understand. Amidst the sound of running water, Carol answered from inside the bathroom. Upon entering the Demon King's palace, sure enough, Savigny had been there the whole time. Seeing Arlen approaching, he stopped what he was doing, looked at Arlen, and asked, Coming again? What are you up to? Nothing, just wanted to chat. His relationship with Savigny was neither good nor bad. They are friends, but not very close friends. What do we have to talk about? Savigny and Eren arrived at the corridor in front of the Demon King's palace and moved 2 chairs down to sit. Tell me, how has the Demon King's castle fared these past few years? What else can we do? Most of those who were going to leave have already left. Savigny looked up, just in time to see the scenery outside the window. He gripped the armrest of the chair and explained the changes in the Demon King's castle to Eren, pausing between each sentence. Arlen listened quietly without interrupting. He knew Savigny needed an outlet. For so many years, he had been managing the Demon King's palace all by himself. The remaining administrators of the Demon King's city were beyond his control. They were all managed by another surviving 5th-tier demon. Fortunately, that demon always followed the king's rules and managed the demon city quite well. After Savigny finished explaining the changes here, Arlen took something out and gave it to him. This is... Savigny looked at Arlen with a puzzled expression. In Arlen's hand was an ordinary ring. Don't overthink it. Someone asked me to give this to the king. After the king wakes up, please give it to him for me. Chapter 100, A Mundane Life Part 4. That was the ring that the old alchemist had Eren give to the king back in Sonati. He had a premonition that if he didn't hand it over to Savigny sooner, he might never be able to give it to the king again. Savigny examined the ring carefully, then took it in his hand. Something for the king? Who sent you to deliver it? I don't know him. He's an alchemist from Sonati. City of Sonati? Savigny stared at the ring, as if trying to figure out who would give the king this ring. In his memory, Sonati City was just an ordinary medium-sized city, where the highest-ranking talents were at the 5th level. In a city like this, there shouldn't be anyone who has any contact with Wong. An alchemist? Savigny muttered to himself. All right, I've finished what I needed to do here, so I'm going back now. Seeing that Savigny had put the ring away, Arlen decided not to stay any longer and got up to go back. I wonder how the little succubus at home is doing. Oh, and he also needs to ask Savigny for 2 people to go back and clean the house. He can't let Carol do it all by herself. So Arlen told Savigny about his needs. These words made Savigny roll his eyes. Do you think I can find someone for you right now? Savigny waved at him, indicating that he should leave quickly. Don't bother this old man anymore. I'm dealing with the Demon King's palace all by myself. After saying that, Savigny picked up his chair and went back, leaving Arlen speechless. Do you think I'd believe you if you said that? If you don't have anyone else, all those years of being the steward of governance have been for nothing. Tisk. Muttering curses under his breath, Arlen turned around and prepared to go back. When I looked up, I saw the stone sculpture standing at the entrance. When will you wake up? Arlen patted the stone sculpture's shoulder. The abyss is sigh. He left before he could finish speaking. Arlen's house. Carol was sweeping the floors of each room with a broom. Because of the dust that had accumulated for so long, simple sweeping was not enough to clean it properly. The dust on the ground seemed to have solidified, sticking to the ground and refusing to come off. Carol used a lot of effort to remove the hardened dust from the surface. We need to hurry. Carol muttered to herself softly. It needs to be done before Mr. Arlen returns. After saying that, she cleaned even more diligently. Arlen returned after she had cleaned several rooms. Mr. Arlen, look, I've cleaned everything up. Carol waved and smiled as she watched Arlen approach from a distance. As Arlen approached, he finally got a clear look at the girl's condition. He was covered in dust from head to toe, as if he had just emerged from a dust pile. Looking at Carol, who was covered in dust, he sighed and shook his head, wiping a speck of dust from her face. Cleaning a room makes you look like a little coal miner. Hee, that just means I cleaned it well. Carol confidently put her hands on her hips, and her little tail wagged behind her. So, all your washing this morning was for nothing? Arlen looked at her like this, a smile playing on his lips, and pinched her cheek as he spoke. No, you didn't wash it for nothing. Carol pouted, somewhat unsure of herself, and retorted, I just had a slightly dirty face. I'm perfectly clean inside. Really? I don't believe it. Arlen thought to himself that this little girl was really interesting, so he decided to continue teasing her. Well, then look. As she spoke, Carol reached out to take off her clothes. Arlen. Wah. Carol's movements suddenly stopped, but it was a forced stop. Arlen covered her mouth with one hand and stopped her movements with the other. Okay. I know. Arlen removed his hand from her mouth, pinched her little cheek, and continued. If you take off your clothes, you'll really turn into a little coal man. After all, they were standing in the hallway outside the room, and the hallway hadn't been cleaned yet. There were already a lot of spider webs on her head. If Carol really took off her clothes here, we'd have to take her for another bath later. Oh, okay then. Carol looked visibly disappointed. Okay, I'll help you clean. Looking at Carol, Arlen tapped her little nose with his finger and picked up the broom next to him. Carol was startled by his action and quickly tried to snatch the broom from Arlen's hand. How could we let Mr. Arlen do this? However, the next second she was held in place by Arlen's hand and could only wave her little hands. In her eyes, this kind of thing shouldn't be done by Mr. Arlen, but by herself, the one who's eating and living here for free. Otherwise, it would be too unfair to Mr. Arlen. This is our house, so of course I'm here to help. As he spoke, Arlen straightened Carol so that she wouldn't fall down when he moved his hand away. Us. Carol stopped what she was doing and stood there motionless. She watched Arlen leave with his broom, her pink eyes blinking almost imperceptibly. Thanks. Thank you for being kind to me in this place. Carol muttered to herself, rubbing her eyes with her hand. There were tiny damp marks on her hands. She caught up with Arlen. It's like finding your mother and catching up with her. A mundane life cannot last forever. There are always unexpected events in the world that can shatter people's lives. It might be a person's entire life, or it might be a family's entire existence. During their free time over the past few days, Arlen and Carol cleaned the entire house. Cobwebs on the ceiling, dust on the furniture, and grime on the floor. Looking at the newly renovated house, Carol looked around with satisfaction. She never imagined that she and Mr. Arlen could clean such a big house. Just as she never wondered why Mr. Arlen didn't go to the old man for a servant. Arlen. Carol had a very happy time these past few days, following behind Arlen and helping him hand things over. Every time Mr. Arlen would pat her head, the touch was very gentle. However, for some reason, Mr. Arlen seemed rather solemn today, as if something big was about to happen. Could it be because of that strange person this morning? She remembered seeing that person a few days ago. He was wearing a very strange hat. It was completely black, and when it left, it turned into a swarm of butterflies and flew away. After exchanging a few words with him, Mr. Arlen adopted a serious expression. "Carol, come here." I obediently went to Arlen's side and sat down next to him. Is there something you need, Mr. Arlen? I might be gone for several days. In the meantime, you can stay home and wait for me to come back, okay? If I don't come back, go find the old man we met before. He will take you to live in this place. Chapter 101, The Seventh Counselor Magician. What do you mean? Mr. Arlen, you're not coming back. The little succubus trembled, raised her head missing a horn, and looked at Arlen, asking a question. Arlen didn't continue speaking, but instead pinched her cheek with his hand. Carol has been well cared for by him these past few days, and her face has even developed baby fat. It feels soft and chewy when you squeeze it. It's not that I won't come back. I mean if, Arlen said gently. If I stay there. Carol, take good care of yourself. Carol trembled slightly as she touched Arlen's hand. Where is Mr. Arlen going? The human world, the human realm. Arlen said to Carol, who had sat down in his lap from the side. The magician had already figured out their plan and told Arlen exactly what it was. The members of the Council of 10 Deaths were mainly responsible for drawing away Erst and the 3 7th-tier professionals from the church, as well as some 6th-tier professionals. Arlen, on the other hand, was responsible for going to Erster Academy to find what they needed. With Savigny's location magic, he should be able to find that thing. The human realm. Carol murmured the name. To be honest, she didn't know where she was. All she knew was that Mr. Arlen was leaving her to go to that place. She wanted to go with him. Mr. Arlen, Carol said in a low voice, as if organizing her thoughts, before finally speaking after a few seconds. Can I go with you? She raised her head and looked at Arlen with her pink eyes. Littletail also gripped his thigh tightly. She didn't know what the human world was, but since Mr. Arlen was going there, she wanted to go with him. Upon hearing Carol's words, Arlen stopped squeezing her hand. This operation was very dangerous. Even he didn't know if he would be able to return. Of course, there's a high probability he'll come back. But this little girl actually wants to come along. She's just a little succubus who's barely come of age? No. Arlen's voice was so loud that Carol wanted to cover her ears. It's dangerous there. You're not suited to go there. Arlen's words this time lacked their usual gentleness and instead became serious. If it's just a simple outing, bringing Carol along is perfectly fine. The problem is that he also wants to participate in the operation. No one will protect this little girl then, and if humans discover her, the consequences won't be good. Can't I come along? Carol instantly felt dejected. She lowered her eyes, and the light in them seemed to have diminished considerably. That's right. Mr. Arlen wouldn't agree to me participating in such a dangerous thing. Yes, this operation involves 3 7th-tier professionals, which is extremely dangerous. Arlen stroked Carol's little head and then continued speaking. I don't want you to be in danger. But, Carol seems to still want to try. But then Arlen's voice rang out again. Okay, I said no means no. Eren lifted Carol off his lap and headed toward the Demon King's palace. He needs to inform Savigny about this, including Carol's situation. Looking at the now empty house, Carol sat motionless in the living room. She didn't want to put Mr. Arlen in a difficult position, but she really wanted to go with him. She had no one to rely on but this person who suddenly appeared in her life. Interesting. A sudden sound came from all directions. Carol became alert instantly upon hearing the voice. Logically speaking, only Mr. Arlen and she should live here. Who? Carol stood up from the sofa and looked around warily. Miss Succubus. A gust of wind swept by, carrying countless butterflies that gathered not far in front of Carol. Don't be nervous. A figure emerged amidst the swarm of butterflies. He wore a tall top hat, a black tailcoat, and carried a scepter. He was like a god who appeared out of nowhere, coming and going without a trace, shrouded in mystery and terror. Carol recognized who this person was. That strange man wearing a weird hat this morning. Mr. Arlen is not here right now. He went to find that old man. Even though this person hadn't spoken, Carol mustered up her courage and spoke up. This person must be going to see Mr. Arlen. I can't let Mr. Arlen down. No, I came to find you. The magician tapped the enormous gem on his scepter, a strange smile spreading across his face. Carol was startled by his appearance and backed away until her calves touched the sofa. She clenched her fists tightly, and her tail wriggled restlessly back and forth. Looking for me? She looked up, staring incredulously at the man before her. She couldn't understand why this person would come looking for her. Could it be that I'm using myself to threaten Mr. Arlen? Do you want to go to the human realm with Lord Eren? The magician approached Carol and stopped when he was less than a meter away from her. I can take you with me. Do you want to go? His voice had a magical quality that made Carol unconsciously want to nod. Carol held her head and collapsed onto the sofa. Eren won't let you go, but I can make you go. The magician continued. Don't you want to see what Eren is doing in the human world? Don't you want to see if he'll be in danger there? Aren't you worried he might die there? These words left Carol's mind blank for a moment, and she looked up at the magician. Is the human world very dangerous? Yes, humans are a bunch of despicable and selfish creatures. The magician bowed slightly, his face at Carol's level. The human realm is far more dangerous than the abyss of demons. Looking at the man in front of her, who was clearly human but hated humans, Carol unconsciously moved a little further into the sofa. She already knew the answer in her heart. Will you take me to the human world? She was cautious, her eyes meeting the magician's ecstatic gaze. Ha, Miss Succubus. Does this mean you agree to go to the human world? The magician straightened his body, and now he could only look down at Carol. Carol nodded slightly. She had already decided in her heart that she would always stay by Arlen's side. Very well, Miss Succubus, I will protect your safety. The magician bowed gracefully, and in the shadows, the corners of his mouth kept turning up. It was as if he was planning a huge performance. A magician's magical performance. Chapter 102 7th Order War Magic Meteor Shower. Grand Inquisitor Kyle, welcome to Erster. Inside the dean's office at Erster Magic Academy, Slaw tidied up the things on the table and looked at the other person in the room. The person was dressed in pure white silver armor, with golden hair scattered across their forehead. He looks like a man in his 30s or 40s, but he's much older than that. He had a stubble beard and a resolute face, like a lion, exuding an invisible pressure. This man was Kyle Perland. The church's Grand Inquisitor was sent to deal with the escape of the demon general. Slaw, don't stand on ceremony with me. Kyle leaned against the doorframe, looking at Slaw with disdain. You old codger, still holed up in that little place? I really don't know how that small place managed to keep a holy mage like you here. Should I take some people to visit that place sometime? Kyle started talking out of turn. My old bones are still there. If you're so capable, then come on. Slaw's previously amiable expression immediately turned cold, and he stared at Kyle expressionlessly. Hee, I was just kidding, Dean Slaw. Kyle walked into the room and came to Slaw's desk. I wonder what the Elf Queen gave you that allowed you to guard that forest for so long. He bent over, his armor creaking as he stared into Dean Slaw's eyes. He was very curious about the deal between Slaw and the Elf Queen. What could it be that would make a 7th-tier mage willingly stay in that place? Dean Slaw's true form is not here, but on another continent. There, he made a deal with an elven queen, a deal concerning a more upper realm. The elf queen will tell him how to get to the upper realm, and he promises to protect her elf forest. You don't need to know that, Dean Slaw said, looking directly at Kyle as well. The church didn't send you here to make fun of this old man, did it? Of course not. Kyle returned to his seat, walked to the door, and turned to look at Slaw. I just wanted to see how you were doing, old man, but it looks like you're doing quite well. How I am doing is none of your business. Hee, of course. Kyle gave a meaningful smile, and then prepared to walk out of the office. It was already night, with a full moon hanging in the sky and countless stars dotting the heavens. Huh? What's that? As Kyle stepped out of the room, he looked up at the dark sky, and an incredibly bright star appeared in his field of vision. Because of the distance, and because he was in a relaxed state, He didn't pay close attention to what was in the sky, until that star grew larger and larger, and countless identical stars appeared behind it. Not good. He saw clearly what it was. It was a huge, fiery meteorite. Meanwhile, Sla, who was still in the office, also noticed that something was wrong. Almost instantly, he appeared in the sky above the entire academy. Kyle then came to his side. What's going on? What is this thing? Kyle, the knight, was no longer the sinister figure he had been before. Instead, he looked at Sla with a serious expression and asked her a question. His wide magic robes fluttered in the strong winds above the academy, and in the pitch-black night, the tiny spark of fire was reflected in his eyes. A skeptical, incredulous voice came from Sla's direction. This is 7th tier war magic. The sky has fallen. Kid, take this seriously. In Karlovitz's office, Eren was carefully examining the book in his hands. Hillier sat beside him, listening to Karlovitz's one-on-one instruction. Although it was night, for some reason, Karlovitz still called them into his office to study. It seems that Karlovitch saw Ellen's injured appearance when he returned from the Skada estate that day, so he decided to give him some extra help. They specifically called Eren over to learn healing magic. Even Hillier was summoned along with them. The main focus is on ensuring that everyone receives equal treatment. Ellen, he really made me cry my eyes out. Professor, what is the content of your book about? The history and destruction of the Eldora Empire? And this Council of 10 Deaths? Eren looked at the thick book in his hand, his dead fish eyes staring at Karlovy, who was lying in the cat bed, and asked. The book in his hand was given to him by Karlovitch, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was a history book. He was called over to learn magic, but instead he pulled out a history book. Meow. Karlovitz poked his head out of the cat bed, his golden eyes staring at the book in Irene's hand. Did I take the wrong one? But the magic ripples of that magic circle are definitely on this book. After saying that, he took another careful look to make sure that the magic it had given to Ellen was indeed in that book, and then he pulled his head back in. Look for it yourself, it said, sounding a little sleepy. You can also take a look at the history on there. Then there was silence. Eren. He's starting to wonder if Professor Karlovitch is getting too bored at night and wants to find two people to keep him company. Otherwise, this would be a perfunctory solution. Master. The little elf sitting next to him leaned closer, his face almost touching Ellen's chest. Her gaze was fixed on the book in Irene's hand. Eren looked at her with a puzzled expression. Hillier also had a magic book, but it was much thinner than the one Ellen had. It seems that because little Hillier had only recently become a magician, her spell book wasn't very complicated. It's much easier than him searching for magic circles in a bunch of historical stories. I've already finished reading this book. Hillier quietly nestled into Irene's lap and continued speaking in her lovely voice. I want to read books with my owner. She was like a delicate little girl, just the right size to sit in Ellen's arms. Seeing the girl who suddenly barged in front of him, Eren pinched her little cheek helplessly. I guess they came here because they were bored with Hillier's books. And coincidentally, the book in his hand was a history book, which was more interesting than those magic books that only contained magical runes. Then let's watch it together. Eren opened the thick book in his hands to the first page, and a magnificent and ancient history began to unfold. The Eldora Empire is located at the westernmost part of the Zephiel Kingdom, passing through the entrance to the Abyss and the Tanya Kingdom. It is a powerful empire with dozens of 7th-tier professionals. Chapter 103 Desire and Destruction. In the last century, about 100 years ago, there was a powerful country in the westernmost part of this continent. The Eldora Empire, an empire that rules over half the continent. From its inception to its development into a behemoth, it only took a few decades. Its rapid development was due to the fact that its first emperor, Chieftain Eldora, was a genuine 8th-tier professional. Unlike the hero Balder, he rose to that level step by step from an ordinary person. Therefore, his lifespan is extremely long, far exceeding that of those 7th-order humans. A 7th-tier professional can only live to around 300 years old, but if they reach the 8th tier, their lifespan can reach 1,000 years. As for why the lifespan of heroes is so short, that's because everything comes at a price. The gods could quickly elevate him to the peak of the 8th rank, But the price was the depletion of almost all of his life force. That's why he led a group of people to the Demon King's house and sealed him away. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before the hero dies without even waiting for the Demon King to come to the human world. So the Demon King was truly wronged. He was sitting at home when suddenly a group of people appeared out of nowhere. Without saying a word, he immediately wiped out his men and then started talking about friendship and bonds. So they sealed him away. Demon King, family members, does anyone understand? We've digressed a bit too much here. Let's continue talking about the Eldora Empire. Logically speaking, with an 8th-tier professional like Chiefin around, the Eldora Empire should not experience any major changes in the next few hundred years. This country might even gradually come to rule the entire continent. After all, an 8th-tier professional can do a lot of things. Moreover, there were dozens of 7th-tier professionals who sought refuge with him. But the problem just happened to be with him. Chiffon Eldora was an extremely lecherous man. He also has a peculiar hobby. He then enjoys collecting women of different races and types. Animal girls, succubi, elves, those are child's play. He even sought out different types of women from every race. Lowly, teenage girl, married woman, mature woman. Every night, a different person comes to serve him. All I can say is that Chipfin is playing a really fancy game. It's just a matter of extending one's hobby in other directions. In order to get different women, he even set up a department specifically to find them for him. He also benefited from the fact that his subordinates were too fierce, which made Chiffon's appetite grow bigger and bigger. He was no longer satisfied with the ordinary women in his palace and began to set his sights on women with considerable power. The more women who have become professionals are, the more fiercely they resist. The more intense the resistance, the more it fuels his desire. Therefore, in the first 10 years or so before the Demon King War began, he captured many female professionals. Among them was even a 7th-tier elven queen, Nivalis, the queen of the only elven forest on this continent. Chiffin Eldora, have you considered the consequences of doing this? Nivalis, controlled by the magical device, roared at the man in front of her. He's insane. Insane. This guy, whose brain is only filled with his lower body, actually thought of touching her. Nivalis, the consequences? What consequences will I face? With his upper body bare, Chiefin pinched Nivalis's chin with one hand while his other hand reached restlessly under her skirt. You. Nivalis was so angry at his actions that she couldn't speak, but with her hands tied, she could only let Chiefin do as he pleased. She gritted her teeth, looked at the man who was stripping her clothes, and spat out a few words through clenched teeth. Chiffin, do you know who I am? Chiffin stopped. He turned Nivalis's face toward him, looking directly into her pale green eyes. Oh, let me hear it. Besides being a little elf queen, who else could you be? Do you have someone backing you up? Nivalis, who has already been captured. Chiffin's words clearly meant that if she, the elf queen, truly had powerful backers, she wouldn't have become a prisoner, nor would she have been placed on Chiffin's bed by his men. Looking at the delicate elven queen before him, Chiffin admired her as if she were a work of art, gently stroking her emerald green hair. Don't touch me. It seemed that because his hand touched Nivalis's elven ear, a sensitive area, she began to writhe violently. Yes, that's exactly it. With a wide smile on his face, Chiffin, who was pressing down on Nivalis, ignored her struggles and bit down on her jade-like elf ear. No. An elf's ears are the most sensitive part of its body. Even a slight touch can make it tremble all over. Moreover, Nivalis's ear was being bitten hard by Chiffin, and the itchy sensation and pulling force were constantly stimulating her nerves. Chiffin, you'll pay the price. That one won't let you get away with this. Nivalis blushed, but she gritted her teeth and threatened Chiffin. That one? Nivalis, what are you fantasizing about? Chiffin stopped what she was doing. Who won't let me go? The powerful backer you speak of? But why hasn't he arrived yet? Nivalis was stunned for a moment. Yes, why hasn't that person arrived yet? That man who claims to be the second member of the Council of 10 Deaths? In fact, Nivalis does have a powerful backer, namely Radagast, the second member of the Council of the 10 Dead. In Nivalis's memory, he was an extremely powerful professional. So powerful that it can tear through the void and travel to the upper realm. And I, too, successfully got on the coattails of this powerful figure. However, the Council of 10 Deaths was not well known at the time, at least not in the human realm or the demon abyss. Therefore, not many people know about Radagast. Little did they know that Radagast wasn't unwilling to rescue Nivalis. Rather, he was currently in seclusion, cutting himself off from all contact with the outside world. So much so that they didn't even realize their house had been raided. When he returned from his seclusion, Nivalis was no longer recognizable as a human. So don't believe the story of a hero defeating a dragon, rescuing a princess, and living happily ever after. Some endings only happen when the hero finds the dragon, and the princess is already preparing to have her third child. So when Radagast returned and saw his girlfriend in this state, the outcome was predictable. Shipan was blasted to pieces by Radagast, leaving only a trace of his soul. And these remaining souls could not find peace either, being imprisoned by Radagast and taken away from the human world. As for the entire Eldora Empire and its 7th-tier henchmen, Radagast didn't waste any words. After killing all the 7th-tier professionals, a huge magic circle was set up in the sky. He wants to destroy this entire empire. Such a major event in the Eldora Empire naturally attracted the attention of many powerful figures in the human realm. Many 7th-tier demons from the abyss also emerged from the rift and witnessed this massive destruction. And the Council of 10 Deaths, an organization, has now come into the public eye. This made the world aware that a powerful organization is active in this world. High in the sky, Radagast held Nivalis in his arms, standing in the capital of the Eldora Empire, which was also the most central location of the entire empire. Without any mercy, he threw the broken Nivalis into the imperial city beneath him, then raised his right hand. A string of obscure and difficult-to-understand words came out of his mouth. The next second, a meteorite with a diameter of over 1,000 meters hurtled toward Radagast from the sky. As the meteorite's surface rubbed against the air, bursts of sparks appeared. The tail, mixed with dust, leaves a long trail in the atmosphere. Looking from the ground to the sky, it presents a massive, inescapable fear. Nivalis looked at the sky in despair, but she could neither see the sun nor the blue sky. What was left for her was the new life that Radagast had prepared for her. A woman who has been defiled no longer deserves to stay. This was Radagast's idea. A massive meteorite struck the land of Eldora, leaving a crater tens of thousands of meters deep. The city below, as well as Nivalis, were instantly reduced to countless fragments the moment the meteorite struck. However, this is not the end. A single meteorite cannot destroy the entire Eldora Empire. In the skies above every city in Eldora, enormous meteorites appeared. And the one who started all of this, Radagast, stood high in the sky, watching everything with an extremely indifferent gaze. The magic he used was of a higher order. A meteorite fell from the sky. Chapter 104 Speaker of the Council Fallen Angel. It's hard to say how powerful Radagast is. After all, an old thing like Chiefin, who is at the 8th level, could never do what he did, destroy a country with a flick of his wrist. That's incredibly skillful. Unlike some peak 8th tier players who get beaten up just by staying at home. They hadn't even really fought back. Don't you think so, Mr. Demon King? This thick book of history and magic no longer tells the story of Eldora, but instead begins to introduce the Council of 10 Deaths. However, it was similar to what Arlen knew, and there was also some information about the first counselor. The chairman of the Council of 10 Deaths has no exact name, only a code name. This code name also seems to be related to his own race, because his code name is Fallen Angel. Just from this code name, you can tell that the chairman of the Council of 10 Deaths must be the legendary Angel. Angels, a race that even Eren had never actually heard of or seen. They seem to exist only in the picture books and novels that Eren read, or in folk tales. In these legends, the angel race is described as follows. Angels have wings on their backs, halos around their heads, human-like bodies, and female faces. It possesses majesty and beauty, and carries purity and holiness, to save all living beings and guide the masses. While these legends describing the angel race contain exaggerated elements, they do indeed align with Elend's imagination of the angel race. Even Hillier, nestled in his arms, couldn't help but be drawn to the content. However, The speaker's code name contained the character drop. This clearly means that he is a fallen angel. A fallen angel banished by the angel race. Eren pinched the pages with his fingers and turned to the next page. Fallen angel, strength unknown, the first member of the Council of 10 Deaths. 70 years ago, it was revealed by the 8th counselor, Dragon, that he no longer seemed to be in the human realm. The most authoritative speculation right now is that he is most likely in the spirit realm. This is what is known as the upper boundary. Just as Eren turned to the next page, Karlovitz, who had been sleeping in bed behind him, suddenly disappeared. Even Ellen and Hillier didn't notice that the cat bed, which had previously housed a large black cat, was now empty. Meanwhile, over the entire sky above Erst, as Dean Slaw uttered heavenly fall, a large black shadow suddenly appeared beside him. Old dang, who the hell did you mess with? Even Tianyin is here. The dark figure was none other than Karlovitz, who had suddenly disappeared from the office. At this point, Karlovy was no longer the black cat he once was, but a child of about 11 or 12 years old. Her black hair flowed freely on her head, and a barely perceptible golden glint flashed in her eyes. The voice also changed from the original young man's voice to a child's soft, whining voice. It looks just like a black clown. However, Karlovy Vaz didn't show its cat ears and tail, which made it seem much more normal. Upon hearing Karlovich's question, Dean Slaw admitted he had no idea either. No one could have imagined that a meteorite would arrive while I was sitting in my office. This is quite sudden, isn't it? Besides, upon closer reflection, he hadn't offended anyone. And who the hell would use a group ultimate skill right from the start? They didn't even give us time to react. It was simply a birth. Kyle, stop standing there. Go and shoot down those meteorites that came first. Dean Slaw stared intently at the approaching meteorite and hurriedly shouted to Kyle of the Church of Light, standing nearby. A 7th-tier war magic, and a large-scale, group-wide spell at that, can only be stopped in 2 ways. One approach is to tough it out. In short, as long as I'm alive, I'm alive. However, under the barrage of fire from a meteor shower, I'd rather not live. Becoming a dumpling wrapper would be just right. Another option is to use defensive magic to completely block these area of effect attacks, rendering them useless. However, it is almost impossible to quickly cast a defensive array that can block 7th-tier war magic. Not to mention that the blocking magic circle must be at least level 7. Just the time it would take to draw this defensive magic circle would be enough for this meteorite to smash this entire place. Upon hearing Dean Slaw's voice, Kyle immediately showed a big question mark. Old man, don't you, Ersterer, have any protective magic? You fucking want me to stop that meteorite? Kyle pointed at himself, looking at Dean Slaw with disbelief. Me? Brother, this is a 7th-tier war magic. If it were an ordinary 7th-tier magic, I could probably stop it. 7th-tier war magic, stop it. They stopped each other without saying a word. Anyone who tries to stop them will know. Chapter 105 Erstener's War. War magic can be seen as a combination of several spells of the same level, which then exert a more powerful effect. This may seem no different from multicasting, but there's a reason it's called war magic. Each of their war magic spells possesses power that transcends their own level, and the ability to determine the course of a war. This means that the true power of this 7th-tier war magic is that of an 8th-tier magic. Even Kyle, a veteran 7th-tier professional, wouldn't dare to take an 8th-tier attack head-on. Earth's protective magic only covers the academy area, not the residential area outside. As the meteorite drew closer, a massive, transparent magic circle covering the entire academy gradually emerged. The meteorite collided with the protective shield, creating a fiery, brilliant firework. Then, with a deafening roar, countless meteorite fragments, like a grenade exploding, hurtled towards the residential area outside the protective shield. The commotion immediately alerted all the residents of Erst. Terrified, fleeing, and the residents who were hit could only wail in pain. Dean, what's going on? Later, Greg, Leto, Chemos, and other high-ranking professors from the academy appeared in the air, their gazes towards Dean Slaw filled with doubt. Why did a meteorite suddenly appear? I haven't heard anything about the demons attacking. And isn't the Demon King still sealed away? What? Has the Demon Clan produced a new Demon King? I don't know. The most urgent thing right now is to stop these meteorites and prevent them from falling into residential areas. Dean Slaw looked at everyone, his hands constantly drawing pale purple magic patterns, and spoke to Karlovy Vaz. Kalowitz, help me construct the magic. At the same time, he turned to Kyle and said in a solemn tone, Judge Kyle, you must stop those meteorites before my defensive magic circle is completed. If any of the residents here die, I will report it to the church. Kyle, who was trying to slip away, stopped in his tracks. He couldn't help but secretly grumble to himself. You old bastard, you actually resorted to underhanded tactics. However, there was no way to escape now, so Kyle had no choice but to grit his teeth and fly towards a meteorite. The others are responsible for channeling magic into the Academy's magic circle, while Karlovitz and I will go to intercept the meteorites outside. Dean Slaw gave instructions to everyone and then worked with Karlovitz to construct a magic circle. After the explosion, Eren and Hillier, who were still in Karlovy Vazquez's office, put down their books and walked towards the door. However, before he could even open the door, two voice transmissions sounded in Eren's mind. Stay in the office and don't come out. Stay put. We'll handle things outside. One was Professor Karlovich's voice, and the other was Dean Slaw's voice. Something big seems to be happening outside, but he doesn't seem to be able to get involved. Master, what's happening outside? Hillier followed behind Eren and cautiously looked up to ask. That loud bang was really frightening. Hillier was already somewhat timid, and what's more, she had also received a telepathic message from Professor Karlovitz. Something terrible must be happening outside for the professor to forbid them from going out. Have no idea. Eren pulled Hillier from behind him to his front and placed many magic circles on her body. These are all defensive magic arrays that he knows, and there are at least 5 4th-tier ones. I'm going out to check. You stay here and be careful. It would be best to find a place to hide. Although it's unclear what happened, it's best to keep Hillier hidden. Master is going out. Seeing that Eren seemed to be leaving, Hillier grabbed his clothes immediately. The professor said it's dangerous outside. Hillier's voice was filled with deep worry and hope. Could you, please not go out? Outside Erster College, the flames in the sky grew more and more numerous, making Kyle, who was already struggling to resist, increasingly powerless. Meteorites have already begun to fall into residential areas. Moreover, aside from the entire Erster, the Polba forest outside Erster is in an even more appalling state. Large tracts of trees were destroyed by the boulders, and the flames carried by the meteorite ignited a wildfire. The Burpa forest is now a sea of fire. Old man, are you done yet? Kyle shouted loudly at Dean Slaw beneath him. He was really starting to feel the strain. To prevent further meteorite fragments from hitting the residential area, he used all his abilities to shatter the meteorites into even smaller pieces. However, such an operation is very physically demanding. Moreover, this meteorite was attracted by 7th-order war magic. Its power is self-evident. Dean Slaw did not reply to Kyle, but instead focused on describing a 7th-order defensive magic circle with Karlovitz. It's no use saying anything now. They're not like Radagas, who has the ability to instantly unleash high-level magic. Purpa Forest. On a high mountain not far from Erster, 3 figures stood scattered about. Lord Eren, we've secured this opportunity for you. Now it's up to you. The magician smiled and looked at the silent Arlen beside him, then pointed to the raging fire in the distance and spoke to him. That's right. This terrifying war magic was unleashed by their Council of 10 Deaths. However, the spellcaster was neither a magician nor the other person beside him. This grand magic was performed by the magician himself, with the help of the second counselor. I see. Arlen looked at the sky ablaze with fire, and the scene seemed so familiar. In the pitch-black night, the sky was both dark and crimson. Seeing that Arlen was about to leave in a hurry, the magician quickly called him back. Don't rush off. Take this. A stone the size of a pigeon's egg was thrown over, and Arlen caught it steadily. This is... Eren examined the object in his hand. An aura emanating from the stone emanated from it. Clearly, this is a magic stone related to space. Teleportation stone. Once we get that thing, we can just throw it into the space inside this stone. The magician straightened his hat and smiled at him. This was something he prepared specifically to prevent any accidents. No. Arlen spoke very little, put away the stone, and flew away from the mountaintop. Only the magician in a black tuxedo and a young man covered in red armor remained. Just as Arlen was about to reach Erster, the magician finally spoke to the young man. "Dragon, now it's your turn. Don't forget the payment you promised me." The young man, known as the demon dragon, stared at the magician with his vertical pupils wide open, and a tremendous aura from the abyss rushed towards him. Within this aura, the undisguised pressure emanating from the dragon race swept over like a river. "I understand, I never break my word." The magician smiled and waved to the dragon. After the dragon left, a pale blue spatial rift slowly appeared behind him. A transparent figure emerged from it, carrying a small succubus in its hand. Bang! The invisible man tossed the succubus he was holding next to the magician and spoke through his indistinct face. "Beings of the 8th rank or higher cannot appear in the human realm. At most, I can only help you cast that spell." The invisible man had no expression, but you could clearly sense his disgust for what he had just been carrying. That succubus was none other than Carol, who should be in the abyss of demons. "I won't help you send people away next time." After speaking, the invisible man immediately disappeared into the crack. The standing magician nodded respectfully in the direction the invisible man had left, then looked at Carlo beside him and spoke. "Miss Carol, now let's go see how Lord Eren is doing." Chapter 106, Dragon Korichu. The silence of the night was shattered by a disaster from the sky, leaving behind only an endless fire. A dragon's roar that resounded through the sky made Slaw's hands tremble as she was concentrating on drawing a magic circle, and she looked at the pulp of forest in disbelief. Dragon Clan. Oh no, a beast tide is coming. Karlovitz, who was standing nearby, didn't bother to build any more magic and hurriedly flew towards the pulp of forest. It instantly understood the meaning of that dragon's roar. It is summoning all the magical beasts in the pulp of forest, preparing to unleash a terrible beast tide. Dragons are the rulers of all magical beasts in the human realm, so powerful that even humans must avoid their sharp edge. However, dragons are proud and disdain living on the same continent as humans, so almost all dragons live on Dragon Island. Dragon Island is more like another continent than an island. Dragon. Dean Slaw, who was constructing the magic circle, gazed solemnly at the pulp of forest on the horizon and the departing Karlovy Vaz. He knew what Karlovy Vaz was going to do, so he didn't stop it from leaving. Adult dragons generally possess the strength of a 6th-tier professional, and judging from the dragon roar just now, Slaw deduced that this dragon likely possessed the strength of a 7th-tier professional. Only those who reach the 7th rank can command magical beasts to launch a beast tide through the dragon's roar. Hopefully, Karlovitz can hold off that dragon. Dean Slaw thought to himself that the most urgent task at hand was to deal with the meteorites in the sky. He had already instructed the professors at the academy to seek help from the Kingdom of Zephyr, but it would take some time before the kingdom's 7th-tier professionals arrived. They'll have to tough it out during this period. Karlovitz darted swiftly through the burning forest. It is now flying towards the location where the dragon roar just came from. There are no dragons in the pulp of forest, and this suddenly appearing dragon clan is very likely the culprit behind this heavenly catastrophe. Dragons should be good at hand-to-hand combat, so how could they use magic? This is completely inconsistent with the image of the dragon race. Could it be that this giant dragon is taking an unconventional path, using a warrior's body to follow the mage's route? That just goes to show how incredibly powerful this dragon truly is. So hot. If that's the case, then Karlovitz doesn't need to play. Let's just wait for the dragons to control the beast tide and destroy Erster. It's tired. Of course, Karlovitz wasn't that pessimistic before he actually saw the dragon. However, when it actually saw the giant dragon, a solemn expression appeared on its small face that it had never shown before. Deep within the pulp of forest, in that pitch-black forest, a pair of scarlet eyes stared intently at Karlovy Vaz, who was floating in the air. Yenling, leave this place, and I'll let you go." The dragon's body rose from the forest, its hundreds of meters long form destroying all the surrounding trees. It raised its enormous dragon head and gazed at the tiny Yinling before it. Karlovitz was not afraid of the enormous dragon head. Instead, he opened his pale golden vertical pupils and faced the dragon directly. Dragon Koraksh. Karlovy silently murmured the dragon's name to himself. He recognized the dragon before him. How could a being who has lived for over 100 years not know the members of the Council of 10 Deaths? Moreover, there is a whole wall of books in its office. This includes information about the members of the Council of 10 Deaths. The 8th counselor mentioned above also provides information about the dragon. In its description, it is a giant dragon that reveres strength. Only those with sufficient strength are worthy of his interaction. Koraksh, what is the Council of 10 Deaths trying to do now? I won't let you pass without giving me a reasonable reason. Of course, even if it exists, Karlovitch won't let it go. Reason? Kalakshu let out a soft chuckle, but even this faint sound made Karlovitz's robes flutter in the wind. When has the Council of 10 Deaths ever given a reason for its actions? Get out of my way, Yinling, or I'll eat you up too. The enormous sound echoed throughout the entire Pulpa forest, reaching almost as far as Erst. Karlovitch's youthful face turned ugly for a moment. It seems a battle is unavoidable. Inside Karlovitz's office, Eren remained obediently seated. He tapped Hillier's small cheek, looking at her helplessly. Of course, it wasn't because Ellen looked like she was about to cry that she chose to stay. Absolutely not. Okay, let me emphasize this again. Looking at Eren beside her, Hillier wisely snuggled into his arms. She was just an ordinary little elf, and ever since Ellen bought her, Ellen had become her everything. It's dangerous outside, Professor Karlovitch told her. Although she knew her master was very strong, the fact that even the professor said something was dangerous meant that it was clearly not something her master should get involved in. She didn't want her master to get hurt, especially after witnessing the scene where Eren was covered in bandages last time. She secretly resolved to do her best to prevent her master from taking risks, as long as she could. Her world wasn't big, but it was just big enough to accommodate Irene. Eren sighed, ruffled the girl's white hair in his arms, and then thought about how to find an opportunity to slip away. Staying here indefinitely is impossible, but we also have to consider Hilly's feelings. This is difficult. Bang! A huge noise, like an earthquake, shook the office building where Eren was located. A book suddenly fell from the bookshelf next to Hilly into his arms. Immediately afterwards, a pale golden feather radiating a divine aura floated into her arms. Eren pressed his face against Hillier's ear and hugged her tightly. The tremor just now was indeed somewhat dangerous. So he instinctively hugged Hillier tightly. After the vibration stopped, Ellen noticed the feather in her arms. This is the tail feather of the god of light. The item in Hillier's arms was the one Karlovitz used to eliminate the demonic aura. The tail feathers of the hero Balder. Chapter 107 Eren. Ellen picked up the feather and carefully put it back into the book. This thing was of no use to him, and seeing how much Professor Karlovitz valued it, Ellen felt embarrassed to do anything like stealing it. However, just after he put his things away, an aura that did not belong to Erst appeared outside the door. Eren quickly recognized the aura. That was the aura of a demon. Although Eren had never actually seen a demon, he had seen demons that had been made into specimens during his species class at the academy. So he was very familiar with that smell. After all, he was very curious about that specimen at the time, and even studied it. But none of that is the point right now. The important thing is, why did the aura of a demon suddenly appear outside? Shouldn't this thing stay in the abyss of demons? Why did you come back? Also, where are Dean Slaw and Professor Karlovitch? Did you know your base, Airster, was raided? Where did the other professors go? Why aren't they doing anything about such obvious demonic aura? Dean Slaw lamented his predicament, noting that his speed in setting up defensive formations had noticeably slowed down after Karlovizon left, since his main body was no longer in Airster. Although his body is capable of casting 7th-tier magic, its own magical reserves and strength do not meet the standards of a true 7th-tier mage. It is almost impossible to quickly set up a 7th-tier defensive magic circle. Meanwhile, the professors who were originally magicians all went to maintain the Academy's protective array. Professors whose professions are knights or other professions have gone to deal with the beast tide. Indeed, due to Kalachu's dragon roar, the magical beasts that were originally lurking in the Pulpa forest also rushed towards Erster, including many 6th-tier magical beasts. If this monster were to directly enter Erster's residential area, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ellen carried Hillier and hid her next to the cat bed where Karlovy often slept. Then several complex protective spells were set up. The demon's aura was clearly heading in his direction. It seemed as if something was attracting that demon. What happened? Hillier, who had been stuffed into the cat bed by Ellen, looked at him with deep unease in his eyes. Her strength was too weak to sense the presence of the demons outside the door. But judging from Eren's serious expression, she could sense that her master seemed to know something. See, now they're starting to hide her away. It's nothing. Eren smiled at her. Don't come out no matter what happens later, okay? The demonic aura that Eren sensed was not weak. It was powerful, extremely powerful. He might not be able to beat him. So now we can only hide Hillier and have him stop that demon. Although he probably can't stop it for long. But he can at least hold out until the professors from the college arrive. After forcibly settling Hillier in, Eren arrived at the office door. The aura of the demons is getting closer and closer. Until they stopped at the door and didn't move for a long time. What's wrong? Are you being dramatic? Can't even open a door? Before Eren could even mentally complain, a massive surge of magical energy instantly destroyed the entire gate. The door was as fragile as paper. It would crumble at the slightest touch. Holy crap! Ellen strongly suspected that the demon outside had mind-reading abilities and had overheard every word he was saying. After the door was forcibly opened, Eren immediately looked towards the entrance. However, the demon in front of him was very different from the specimen he had seen in class. Well, it just looks too much like a human. You can't see the ferocious appearance of the demons at all. Humans. The demon tilted his head and sized up Eren. Sure enough, there are people guarding the place where that thing is kept. Just as Eren was still somewhat confused about what the demon meant by those words, an aura from the 6th rank rushed towards him. Eren frowned. 6th order. He can't win at this level. Hee, you finally let me out, Arlen. A sinister laugh suddenly rang out from the demon's mouth, and then, to Ilum's astonishment, the humanoid demon's flesh was torn apart. Wings grew from its back, and its entire appearance immediately became terrifying. This is what demons should look like. No, wait. This is a sneak attack. Eren quickly cast a 4th-tier defensive spell in his hand, but before he could even finish outlining the basic shape of the magic circle, a strangely shaped, muscular arm instantly appeared in front of Eren. His still developing defensive magic shattered instantly. Interesting, a 4th-order human. Eren's right hand passed through the magic circle, preparing to grab Eren's neck directly. What he needs now is to find what he's looking for as soon as possible. The light spots in his mind indicate that the thing imbued with the aura of a hero should be here. Seeing the arm reaching towards him, Eren quickly used magic to teleport himself to the side. For some reason, all the space here seemed to be sealed off. The teleportation magic that could originally teleport him a long distance could now only move him a short distance. Someone has sealed off a space. Haraha. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Arlen's eyes gradually turned crimson, and a strange competitive spirit was immediately aroused. Arlen, find that thing first, warned another version of himself hidden within his soul. Boring. Blood is the desire that I'm addicted to. Eren raised his right hand, and a pitch-black magic circle exuding an aura of destruction appeared from his fingertips. Eren stared intently at the magic circle in Eren's hand, a deep unease rising within him. The magic that guy possesses is dangerous. Eren didn't have time to think much. A 6th-order demon. He couldn't even break through its defenses now. Although Eren himself is invincible among opponents of the same level, he can also barely defeat opponents of a higher level. But this guy is 2 levels higher than me. If he can still win, he won't need to study magic at Erst anymore. He can just run for Vice-Dean. It saves my dad from paying so much money to get in through connections. Having said that, Eren didn't care about anything else and retreated behind him. Why didn't I take advantage of the demon's spellcasting to launch a sneak attack and deceive him? Didn't I just say it couldn't be broken? Just as Eren was about to retreat to Hillier's side, the demon standing there with a ferocious appearance spoke. Haraha. I found that thing. With a wave of his right hand, a pitch-black magic circle descended instantly. The entire office was instantly reduced to dust by an irresistible force. Arlen grinned wildly, his eyes filled with madness. 6th Tier Dark Magic. Fall from the Sky. Chapter 108 The Fallen Lord's Last Redemption. Grasp. Another cunning old fox who blows things out of proportion over nothing. The moment the magic appeared, Eren hugged Hillier behind him. He wasn't sure if the magic he had set up could protect her, so he instinctively shielded her. Everything around us gradually began to be annihilated and shattered. An aura of darkness permeated the surroundings. There was no way Eren could hold out against this attack. His body teetered on the brink of oblivion, and the next second, the sound of something shattering echoed in his mind. A dagger appeared in front of him, its movements unpredictable. The dagger is decorated with exquisite patterns, and the complete coat of arms of the Insenate is printed on the hilt. This is the birthday gift Leo gave to Eren when he was 15. The dagger flew out of Eren's storage ring and stood upright in front of Eren, who was still holding Hillier. Starting from the tip of the dagger, the entire dagger gradually emitted a cracking sound as it shattered. A huge, shimmering, deep blue magic circle appeared, then leveled out, enveloping Eren entirely. A defensive spell that completely enveloped Eren was revealed. A pale blue magical barrier blocked the pitch-black annihilation outside, and Eren inside the barrier was unharmed. Eren stood silently amidst the ruins, observing the scene, a feather radiating a sacred aura in his hand. Within the kingdom of Zephiel, at the estate of the Insenate family. In that same dimly lit study, Leo Insenate, who was dealing with the financial affairs of his territory, paused at the tip of his pen. How dare anyone harm my child? Leo had crossed that chasm several years ago and become a 7th tier mage. Among the birthday gifts he gave to each child was a defensive spell of level 7 strength. And within every spell, there is a trace of power connected to it. His magic would be released instantly if his child was attacked in a way that threatened his life. At the same time, the information was passed on to him. Leo's eyes were filled with gloom. He hadn't expected that his youngest son would trigger the insurance he had placed on him less than a month after he started attending the academy. So you just go out partying all the time, huh? You just wait, Ellen. Leo put down his pen, and the next second, he vanished. As Eren watched Eren pounding on the barrier, a strange tremor ran through him. Why do I feel like someone is thinking about me? It must be my imagination. Eren looked out over the pale blue barrier, where the demon, who had gone mad, was frantically pounding on the barrier in front of him. However, upon closer inspection, Eren discovered something was very wrong. The demon's movements were halting, as if something was struggling against it for control of its body. After Arlen obtained the hero's tail feather, he threw it into the space magic stone that the magician had given him. However, due to his bloodthirsty nature and the fact that Eren activated defensive magic in front of him, he was still killed. This unleashed Arlen's murderous intent, just like the church knight he killed when he was about to return to the abyss. The desires of the demon race and all of Eren's negative emotions ignited the bloodthirstiness in his personality. Ignoring the frantic warnings from the other self within his soul, he attacked Eren's tortoise shell like defensive magic. Countless spells rushed towards Eren's magic circle, but their effect was not obvious. The light on the barrier dimmed by only a slight amount. After all, Leo had set up a 7th tier magic circle, and it was almost impossible to destroy it with a single 6th tier magic. Seeing that he still hadn't broken through the barrier, Eren began to get annoyed. The speed of his hand movements increased continuously. The power of the released magic also began to gradually increase, until a magic circle imbued with the aura of a 7th tier being appeared. Eren was originally a demon with 7th tier strength, and he is still at 6th tier now. However, he still possesses the ability to unleash 7th tier magic. However, there is a price to pay. There will definitely be a price to pay. Using a 6th tier body to unleash 7th tier magic will damage the body because it cannot withstand the power of the 7th tier magic. Not everyone possesses the ability of the dragon race to achieve physical immortality. Although the demon race's body is stronger than that of humans, it still cannot fully withstand the damage from high-level magic. If a human were to unleash magic exceeding their own level, they would be drained of their life force in no time. Ha! Hiding in a turtle shell, how disgusting. Eren raised the magic in his hand, and above the now ruined office building, a giant sword emitting black smoke and a chilling aura shot straight toward Eren. Seeing the powerful attack, Eren didn't care whether he would get hurt. He grabbed the slowly breaking dagger in front of him and stuffed it into Hillier's arms. Then Eren ran towards the demons outside. He had said that as Hillier's master, he would naturally take on the responsibility of protecting her. Bang! Eren's spellcasting was interrupted. Suddenly, a purple magic circle appeared in Eren's hand, completely enveloping him and Eren. With a snap, Eren's rank began to loosen. A powerful surge of magic swept through the entire academy. Fifth order. Eren's magic power has broken through to the 5th level. Drop. The sharp sound of rain came from all directions, and Hillier looked at the scene before him with great concern. Eren hovered in the air, and countless magical energies were transmitted to the magic circle above his head. And that magic circle, it was recorded in the magic book that Leo gave to Eren. 5th tier magic, the fallen lord's last redemption. A curtain descended from the sky, enveloping both Eren and Eren. The corrupt lord sacrificed his life to protect his people, trapping the enemy in place. Ha! Interesting, a 5th tier spell can actually hold me back. Eren reached out and punched the curtain beside him, but the curtain did not ripple at all. Eren threw out the knight's sword his elder brother had given him, his eyes fixed on Eren, who had already withdrawn his magic, not far away. Human, you're very interesting. I hope you can let me play with you for a while longer. Chapter 109 The Descent of God. Arlen, who had not yet gained control of his body, was quite frustrated. He can no longer risk damaging his soul to fight for control of his body. Then the only option is to let the other self inside the body do what it wants to do. Eren grinned, his hands transforming into blade-like sharpness as he flew straight toward Eren. He eagerly anticipated the thrill of flesh being torn apart. It was so exciting and captivating. The blades clashed, and Eren was instantly thrown back. Powerful, tyrannical, and dangerous. This was my first impression after Eren took that hit. Ha! You're qualified to fight me if you can withstand one of my attacks. Eren vanished instantly, appearing behind Eren the next second. Boom. This time, it was Eren who was blasted away again. Damn it. This demon's physical strength is also at the 6th level. Moreover, Eren could sense that he hadn't used his full strength yet. Otherwise, after taking that blow, I would have suffered a comminuted fracture. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Eren looked up and stared intently at Arlen. He now has absolutely no magic power. He can't even use a single spell. Now, he can only use the sword techniques he knows. But how could low-level sword skills possibly break through the demon's defenses? Hillier, get out of here. Go find the dean. Eren shouted to Hillier outside the curtain. The optimal solution is to find Dean Slaw or Professor Karlovich and let them handle it. But, Hillier, clutching the dagger, hurriedly got up and looked at Eren with some hesitation. But the next second, as if he had made up his mind about something, he resolutely left. She couldn't help Ellen at all here, and she would only distract her master. So now, all she can do is look for outside help. After seeing Hillier leave, Eren breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the demon. Screw your qualifications. Whether I can fight or not is none of your business. Having said that, Eren instantly charged towards Eren. A red light gleamed on the blade, and a chilling aura involuntarily appeared on this simple and unadorned knight's sword. When fire and ice elements collide, they unleash a devastating force. Eren's current swordsmanship is a fusion of 2 different elements. He didn't know what would happen, but as a 4th-tier swordsman, he would have to use all his strength to hold out until the Dean or Professor Karlovich arrived. Ha! Human, you're quite amusing. Eren casually took the sword from Eren's hand, and with a forceful squeeze, the knight's sword, forged by the famous dwarves, was deformed. However, before Ellen could react, he was kicked away. The knight's sword in his hand was also taken away by Eren. Arlen weighed the knight's sword in his hand, then casually swung it. turning the entire sword into ashes that scattered around. He is now extinguishing the fighting spirit and hope of the human being before him. Loss of fighting spirit and surrender. Losing hope, becoming a slave. This is exactly the method humans use to tame slaves, except that Eren is using it on humans themselves. Eren's brows were furrowed tightly, and there was no sign of relief on his face. Damn it, he's been at a disadvantage from the very beginning. No, this isn't a disadvantage anymore. It's just one-sided beatings. Boom. With another loud bang, Eren was kicked away once again. Without the longsword to parry this time, Eren took the kick squarely. Eren felt as if his arm had been hit by a cannonball. He could feel that the bones seemed to have cracked. This can't go on. The demon was clearly toying with him. It had the strength to kill him directly, but each of its attacks was just enough to injure him without knocking him down. It's like a hunter completely controlling and fooling his prey. The hunter enjoys the struggle and resistance of the prey, yet he doesn't kill it. This kind of person is utterly despicable and traitorous. Eren didn't back down either, taking out another knight's sword from his storage ring and slashing at Eren once more. This time, Arlen didn't kick Eren away, but instead dodged his attacks by dodging left and right. He's really insane. As Eren's attacks became increasingly fierce, Eren seemed to tire of it, so he suddenly appeared in front of Eren and grabbed his head directly with his right hand. A tremendous pain swept through his mind, and Eren felt his head buzzing. He was grabbed by the head and slammed to the ground. This scene seems so familiar. Damn, that's the same thing he used to take down Costa. Now Ellen understands how those two scumbags she smashed into the ground felt. Boring, haha. Let's play something more fun. Bang. A heavy thud. Eren looked toward the source of the sound and saw a bright red arm lying quietly not far away. Immediately afterwards, a wave of pain swept through my entire body. His left hand was torn off. Hee hee. Is it painful? Keep that pitiful look on your face. This was not an evenly matched battle. If Eren also possessed some 6th tier strength, he was confident he could wear down this demon before him. The crucial point is that he is currently just a 4th tier henchman who hasn't even reached the 5th tier. Click. A long sword formed from magic instantly pierced through Eren's head. It pierced through his eye socket, pinning him firmly to the ground. Eren sheathed his longsword and turned to look at the 3 people floating in the sky behind him. Greg, Letso, and Chemos all looked extremely grim. They rushed here after receiving Slaw's message, but unfortunately they were too late. After Eren sensed the auras of 6th tier powerhouses locking onto him from different directions, he pierced through the 4th tier ant in his hand with a single sword strike. Demon, how dare you? Later, Chemos glared angrily, his armor creaking and scraping. A sword shadow several meters long instantly slashed towards Eren. Sword technique, resounding slash. A tremendous roar spread outwards, cutting through the surrounding sky, which seemed to be burning with flames. He, Chemos, has been a 6th tier swordsman for over a decade. His all-out attack, fueled by rage, possessed power close to that of a 7th tier cultivator, even without the strength of one. Instead of taking the hit head-on, Arlen dodged the powerful strike like a ghost. Boring, folks. Eren hovered in the air, a spatial gate slowly unfolding behind him. See you later? Do you think you can leave? A voice that did not belong to this world suddenly resounded in Eren's ears. He looked behind him in disbelief. Eren, whose skull had been pierced, was now floating in the air. A surge of power of law suddenly swept outwards. Everyone present looked terrified. Peak of the 8th rank. God. End of chapter 110. He floated in the air, and Ilum, who had been dead, miraculously stood up and looked at everyone with his bloodshot eyes. This scene was incredibly strange. Everyone's sanity plummeted. A strange red light flickered around Eren, and then his gaze became fixed on Eren. Boom. Time seemed to stand still throughout the entire academy grounds, including Dean Slaw, who was outside the academy resisting the meteor shower, and Karlovitz, who was fighting against Kalachu and Palpa. Everything was still. Eren raised his left hand, and the arm that had been torn apart slowly returned to its original state the instant he raised it, as if the fragments had returned to their original state. True god possession, Eren. The next second, he raised his left hand and waved out a ripple, the ripple was so faint, like the tiny ripples created when raindrops touch the surface of water. The ripples slowly approached Eren and almost instantly destroyed his entire body. Along with their souls, they were reduced to dust. Finally, it dissipated into the air. When everyone came to their senses, Eren, who had been floating in the air, had fallen to the ground, and the demons who had put them on guard had quietly disappeared. For some reason, the meteorites outside suddenly exploded, then bloomed into brilliant flowers in the sky like fireworks. Only Karlovich, who was still fighting with Kalakshu, remained unaffected. In that instant, the world changed color. Eren insensed it. Once they came to their senses, Greg and the others rushed towards Eren to check on his injuries. If you ignore the sleeve that suddenly disappeared from his left arm, it seems that Eren was not injured. After checking on Eren's condition, the group took him to another resting place in the academy. Although the meteorite incident in the sky has been resolved, the beast tide from the Pulpa forest has not yet subsided. Amidst wildfires and the city's lamentations, monsters wantonly slaughtered the residents on the outskirts of Erst. Before Kyle, drenched in sweat, could catch his breath, an old figure appeared behind him. Dean Slop patted him on the shoulder and told him that there was still a beast tide outside. He didn't dare to stop for a second. After discovering that the meteorite in the sky had inexplicably exploded, he immediately went to find Kyle and told him that he couldn't rest yet. Kyle mentally cursed the entire Sloth family. This old man really treats him like a donkey. It's only been a short time since the heavenly meteor event ended, and now they're making me do manual labor again? Believe it or not, in a fit of rage. Then they went to deal with the beast tide. Kyle didn't care about the lives of the people here. Even if they were all dead, he wouldn't blink an eye. But the church behind him cares. That old bastard Zara actually used the church to threaten me. Just you wait, you old bastard. Once I get back, I'll send some people to play around with that elven forest you're guarding. Kyle reluctantly went to stop the beast tide. Meanwhile, Kalachu and Karlavi, who were fighting far away in the Purpa forest, also noticed the anomaly. The sudden shattering of the meteorites in the sky told Korich that the matter was over. His mission was to hold off one of the strongest among the Ersts, buying time for the demon. I just don't know if he got his hands on it or not. Ignoring Karlovich, who was not far away, he unleashed a burst of dragon breath, forcing Karlovich to stop. Then, his body, which was hundreds of meters tall, rapidly shrank, eventually becoming a young man the size of a human. Kalachu was covered in scales and had long horns on its head and forehead. He gave Karlovich a disdainful smile, and then a spatial magic circle quickly appeared behind him. He leaped into the magic circle. Yinling, I'll play with you again next time. I'm leaving now. After he finished speaking, the entire spatial magic vanished instantly, leaving only a stunned Karlovich. Is this still that stupid dragon that was just spouting threats? The contrast was so great that Karlovich was caught off guard and didn't have time to react, until a spatial spell silently appeared behind him. With its red scales covering its body, Kalash kicked the still dazed Karlovich, causing the childlike boy to stumble and almost fall. Yinling, bye-bye. Then Kalachua's figure disappeared instantly. Fuck you. Karlovich almost swore. I have never seen such a shameless person. No, it's a dragon. They came to deceive and ambush this little Yinling who is only a little over 100 years old. The lifespan of a spirit can be thousands of years, so Karlavi Vaz is currently in a very young age. But thanks to its almost endless lifespan, Yinling's strength is almost enough to sweep across the entire continent. However, there are very few spirits in the human realm, and there is probably no other spirit as young as Karlovich in the entire human realm. Karlovich abandoned his idea of tearing through space to beat up the dragon and flew towards Erster. Thanks to the efforts of Kyle and the professors of Erster Academy, the magical beasts summoned by Korichu were almost completely wiped out. In the end, only a shattered city remained. The outer city of Erster suffered heavy casualties. A large number of magical beasts, led by a few 6th-tier magical beasts, breached the city walls and entered the city to slaughter humans. Fortunately, the terrifying beast tide has ended, and the people who had been hiding can finally come out to see what happened. Cries and wails echoed throughout the town outside Erster College. It's impossible for this disaster to be without casualties. Flames filled the sky, the streets burned, and the remains torn apart by monsters. Sla remained silent for a long time while floating in the air, while Kyle, who was exhausted to the point of collapse, looked at him with disdain. A hypocritical little man. He spat out a mouthful of saliva and walked toward the church's branch in Erster without even saying hello. Damn it. This old guy didn't contribute anything when dealing with Tianyun, and he even hid behind me when dealing with the beast tide. He only used a few 6th tier spells in the entire battle, without even breaking a sweat. This is practically an easy win. He's still pretending to be a good person in front of me. Kyle is too embarrassed to call him out. Sla withdrew his gaze and led the academy members to quell the disaster. He made no comment on Kyle's dismissive attitude. What Kyle didn't know was that when facing the 7th tier war magic in the sky, Sla's 7th tier defensive magic had already damaged his body. As a result, the defensive magic array he had created was not even as fast as the natural disaster that had ended. In other words, he's now completely out of luck. This body is on the verge of breaking down. It would be good enough if it could help Kyle cast a few 6th tier spells. You should know that when he was constructing the 7th tier defensive magic, he didn't intend for this body to survive. He poured almost all of his magic and life force into that magic circle. So he's really lost a lot of money. Because his magic circle had no effect whatsoever. Volume 1. Over. Volume 2. Unreachable Love. Start. Chapter 111 Lust Lilith. Inside Erster Academy, Carol witnessed the entire process of Eren's death. She was completely stunned when she saw Arlen turn into dust. It was as if she herself had been frozen in time. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she watched quietly. There was no crying or tantrums. She simply observed everything calmly, then asked, "Sir, can you save Mr. Eren?" Her voice trembled, completely contradicting her feigned determination. That's true. No one would suddenly accept that someone who is incredibly good to them has died right before their eyes. It was painful, profound despair. The magician shook his head. "Miss Carol, I can't save him." He looked regretfully at the scene not far away. No one can save him. The magician possesses something given to him by the second counselor, which allows him to move freely when he releases the time-stopping effect. This thing also enveloped Carol, which is why Carol witnessed the entire process of Eren turning to ashes. Unlike others, who only saw the demon disappear in an instant, Carol's body trembled completely. She knelt down and large tears soaked the ground. This is extreme sadness. No one can be strong forever, especially someone like Carol, who seems to have been abandoned by the whole world. Otherwise, how could Arlen's faint light have lured her away? The world gave her hope, and then utterly destroyed it. She spent her entire life in pain. Her tribe was massacred, her mother was killed, and she was driven out. It seemed as if fate was playing a cruel joke on her, delivering a devastating blow just when she was closest to happiness. Mr. Arlen is dead. This was an outcome she could not reach. She and he were like discarded pawns, the final chapter of a curtain falling. The magician responsibly took Carol back and then left. Standing in front of the magnificent building of the Arlen family, Carol felt a sense of emptiness. My heart seems broken? Maybe. She shouldn't have prayed for happiness in the first place. The world fooled her and destroyed her. Then let her be destroyed. She pulled a magic wand out of the villa. It was a standard magic wand she had brought from the Demon King's palace. The tip of this stick is sharp, and it seems that, in order to enable the army's magicians to defend themselves, the tip of the magic wand is actually a blade. It's like a small spear that can easily pierce through flesh and blood. She picked up the magic wand and pointed the tip at her chest. Her hopes had long since vanished. Puff! The pain of the blade piercing her body turned Carol pale. Without hesitation, she aimed her palm at the base of the magic wand and pushed it hard. The sharp blade pierced her entire chest. Carol, who was originally a cute young girl, collapsed to the ground. In this place that Eren knew best, the corpse of a succubus remained. As time passed, until a full moon appeared in the abyss, Carol's body suddenly sat up from the ground. Thump! Thump! The magic staff embedded in his chest was forced out by a force, and then granulation tissue grew from the wound. My heart started beating again. Her dazed eyes snapped open instantly, and she stared incredulously at her chest. A dark figure emerged from Carol's body. "Hello, little one. Are you feeling unwell?" "Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. After all, you just died." The black figure transformed into a small humanoid creature, about the size of a palm. "The little one is very cute, just like a tiny toy doll." He propped his chin up and flew into Carol's bewildered hand. "You ask who I am?" He smiled in Carol's eyes, a smile that even Carol, a girl, couldn't help but be stunned for a few seconds. "Hee, looks like you didn't know that." The little girl floated down to Carol and touched Carol's lips with her tiny finger. "I am the primordial demon, Lust. Lilith Asmontis." Leo was probably the first 7th-tier professional to travel from the kingdom to Erster. Next to arrive was another 7th-tier professional from the kingdom, Lohis Vailmont, the swordsman from that hero squad. Leo did not conceal his demonic aura, so as soon as he entered Erster's range, he was locked onto by 2 auras. One came from within the academy, and the other came from a church branch located far away. The aura emanating from the church glanced at Leo briefly before withdrawing. Those from the academy, however, kept a close eye on him. He only looked away when Leo entered Erster. Then a black cat appeared in front of Leo. "Friend, may I ask your name? What brings you to Erster Academy?" Karlovitz didn't recognize the human in front of him, but Erst had just experienced a disaster, so it was inevitable that he would be wary of someone with power. Leo didn't rush to speak. He sensed that the black cat in front of him was at the 7th level. "It seems my youngest son should be all right." Yes, Leo's guess was very accurate. He's indeed all right, except that he's already died once and is still a little bit dead. Leo insane it. Leo tapped the scepter in his hand gracefully, then continued, "Father of Liana Insenate and Eren Insenate. I sensed that my child was in mortal danger, so I rushed over. Also, shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking someone's identity?" Karlovitz was taken aback. He hadn't expected that Eren's father was actually a 7th-tier professional, but he still nodded and began to explain to Leo. "Karlovitz, the Academy's Secretary General and Senior Professor." Karlovitz paused, then continued, "That child, Liana, is all right." "I know that. I was asking about Ellen." Karlovitz was silent for a moment. It already knew what happened last night when it came back, including that its cat bed was destroyed and its collection of feathers was stolen. Oh no, its little nest is gone. Wah. Despite his outwardly serious expression, Karlovitch was actually quite dramatic inside, but he still answered Leo's question very seriously. "We examined Eren's physical condition, and so far, he remains in a coma." "Leo? His 7th-tier magic was broken? Or did Eren mess with a 7th-tier old monster?" Leo frowned and followed Karlovitz toward the academy. "Could you tell me in detail what happened last night?" Karlovitz sighed and recounted the events of the previous night in their entirety. Chapter 112, Father's Visit. A sudden meteor shower, a beast tide triggered by the demonic dragon Koreksh, and the demons that appeared in the academy. Leo slowly read aloud what Karlovitz had said, and then went to where Eren was resting. Yesterday's battle did not cause much damage to the academy. The biggest damage to the entire Erster was that nearly half of the outer city was destroyed. Of all the buildings in the college, only the office building where Karlov Ivan was located was destroyed. "Karlovitz, my little nest." Apart from the upperclassmen living off campus and Irina the kid, no other students in the entire college were injured or killed. As they approached the academy's infirmary, Leo stood at the door for a long time without going in. "What's wrong?" Karlovitz looked at Leo, who was stopped in front of him, and asked, "What? Are you a shy old baby who's too embarrassed to see your son right now?" Leo paused for a moment after hearing its words, then asked Karlovitz with a questioning tone, "Are there that many female students at Erster Academy?" Karlovitz, "We ran into a few students along the way." "What? Did your son turn into a girl? See for yourself." After saying that, Leo moved aside so that Karlovi could see the situation in the infirmary. What came into view were 2 girls sitting on the edge of the bed and then lying on the bed asleep. Karlovitz knew both girls. One was Ilum's little maid, Hillier, who was also one of her students. The other one is Iana Cardenas. At the head of Eren's bed stood a girl leaning against the wall, holding a knight's sword in her hands. The girl's head was slightly lowered, as if she were taking a nap. Her long black hair was casually scattered around her, as if she hadn't bothered to tidy it up much before rushing here. She is Philwyn Womanlet. Karlovitz now understood why Leo had asked that question. Goodness, there are 3 girls guarding this place. When did they arrive? Hillier, who was guarding Karlovitz here, naturally knew this, and yesterday when it went back, it even encountered her searching everywhere for someone. That's why Hillier was brought back. As for the other 2 girls, forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Hey, Professor Karlovitch, what brings you here? And, Father. Suddenly, a girl's voice came from the side. Liana, who was carrying a bag and wearing the uniform of Erst Academy, suddenly appeared in front of the 2. Liana came to visit Eren. She had received news about her brother that morning. She was quite anxious when she heard that her younger brother was in a coma. In my haste, I almost went out without even changing my clothes. Fortunately, a servant reminded her, and Eren was not seriously injured, so Liana arrived a little late. Leo turned around and looked at his daughter, whom he hadn't seen for several years, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Of course, the smile only lasted for a moment, so much so that Liana didn't see it. The next second, he reverted to being a serious father. How have you been doing at the academy? Leo walked up to Liana and asked in a completely emotionless voice. He shouldn't have come to Erster in the first place. After all, he considers it a very important part of his life to let his child live independently. He can't stand behind these little guys forever. Becoming independent early on will prevent you from feeling nostalgic when you separate from yourself. That's why he seemed indifferent to each child, yet meticulously prepared birthday gifts for each one. Perhaps because her father was there, Liana lost her former girlishness and became somewhat silent. That's right, we have no choice but to remain silent. Given Leona's parenting style, Liana really had nothing to talk about with her father. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. Although there wasn't much to talk about, Liana still obediently followed behind Leo. Leo looked at his daughter, but swallowed back the words he was about to say. Finally, Karlovitch broke the silence and led the 2 into the ward. Philwyn, who was leaning against the headboard of Eren's bed, sensed someone coming in and immediately locked onto the person with his slightly narrowed eyes. When he saw that it was Karlovitch who had come, he looked away. He was completely unaware of Leo and Liana behind him. Karlovitch coughed awkwardly. He quietly flew to Philwyn's side and whispered in her ear. That's Eren's father, Leo Insenet, and next to him is Eren's sister, Liana Insenet. Philwyn, who had originally planned to take a nap, immediately became restless. No, why is Eren's father here? So, should she go say hello or? Philwyn was not good at communicating with people. Instead of trying to get her to chat with my elders, I'd rather have her swing a sword 10,000 times. So even though she really wanted to make a good impression on Ellen's father, she just couldn't bring herself to say it. It was through Karlovich's introduction that Leo met this famous swordsman's apprentice. It seems this child is quite introverted, Leo thought to himself. Then he looked at the 2 people sleeping next to the bed. Hiller's presence here was to Leo's surprise. After all, she was the personal maid he had found for Eren. But the girl next to her. Although Leo recognized her, he never expected that the daughter of the Cardinal family would be here. There was just a slight mishap, but it's still within acceptable limits. Seeing the 2 girls still fast asleep, Leo stopped Karlovitch from waking them. After all, what happened yesterday was a big deal. Almost all the students in the college were awakened from their sleep. It's normal for everyone to be tired after staying up all night. Hillier, in particular, went to many places yesterday after leaving to look for Dean Slaw and Professor Karlovitz. So she was really tired. Leo tapped his ornate scepter without saying a word. After confirming that Eren was all right, he turned and left the ward. His purpose in coming here was simple, to find out why the defensive magic he had left for his youngest son was triggered. Since Ellen is all right, there's no need for him to stay any longer. After all, he came to Erster without even saying hello. I wonder if there will be any problems in the territory. Father, won't you stay a few more days? After leaving the ward, Karlovy didn't follow, but Liana did. She hadn't seen her father for 2 whole years. Although she didn't know how to talk to her father, it didn't mean she didn't want him to stay a little longer. Chapter 113 The Eye of God, Insight. Eren woke up on the 3rd day. Leo had already left by then. Although Leo felt there was no need to stay, he decided to linger a little longer when he saw his daughter clutching his clothes. He didn't go back until night fell. The swordsman who arrived late also left quickly after seeing that Erstinner's disaster had been resolved. Of course, he went to visit Filwyn. After all, she was his adopted daughter, so when he had nothing else to do, he treated it as a visit to relatives. Fortunately, Filwyn did not slack off in his training in Erster, which pleased the Sword Saint. Karlovitz breathed a sigh of relief once the two seventh-tier professionals who had come here finally left. Then, she happily ran to her temporary office and applied for funding from the college to buy herself a small place. Well, it's a little spirit with low material desires, so it won't cost much. Also, Old Man Slana is a real dog, saying that his body is seriously damaged and that he should let him handle the Academy's affairs. So the final result was that it entertained both Leo and the Sword Saint. As I said before, Zara is just a dog who wins by doing nothing. When Eren woke up, it was already night. Hillier, the only little girl left in the entire ward, stayed by his bedside. After all, Filwyn and Iana couldn't possibly sleep in the hospital room, so they only came to see Eren during the day. What he kept all along was Iren's little maid. During the days he was in a coma, Eren felt very strange. He did not dream of seeing the future, nor did he enter a fantasy world that took him back to the past. During these few days, he was like nothingness, without consciousness or feeling. It is ethereal and mysterious. Then, a very tall figure appeared in front of him. Eren couldn't describe the figure. He only felt his scattered thoughts being pulled back, forming a complete self. However, the left eye of this self is empty. Oh, he remembered that his left eye had been pierced long ago, which was why it was empty. The figure raised its hands and cupped Irene's face in its hands. Eren couldn't see what it was, but he couldn't break free from those large hands. The next second, an eyeball flew out of the figure's palm and went straight for his empty eye socket. Then it merges with your own eye socket to form a normal eyeball. After the eyeball completely merged with him, Eren instantly learned the name of the eyeball. The Eye of God. Insightful analysis. God. The eyes of God. Do gods really exist? A long list of questions surfaced in his mind, but before he could think about them carefully, a tremendous suction force pulled him out of his soul. Eren woke up suddenly. He sat up abruptly and saw Hillier, who had been lying by the bedside. The very next second, a passage of text appeared in his mind. Forest Elf, Hillier. Race, Elf. Physical constitution, 100% affinity with wood element. Rank, peak first rank. Status, healthy/fatigued. Emotion, worried/like. Psychological state, attachment. Evaluation, a spirit lost to the world, a flawed piece of jade. Eren. What is that? What is this? A system cheat? Wow, I'm a man with a cheat now. Iren's left eye, the one that Arlen had pierced that night, had miraculously changed from its original blue to gold. Information about everything within Ilum's sight appeared in his mind. So much information overloaded that Irene's brain, which hadn't had time to process it, instantly shut down. Then he lay back down straight. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Shaw, 3-second man. Hillier, who was lying down beside her, was awakened by the sound of Eren suddenly lying down. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at her master on the bed with a dazed look. The master hasn't woken up for several days. Professor Karlovitch said this is normal and that she doesn't need to keep watching over her like this. But Hillier was still worried. So during the 3 days that Ellen was in a coma, she stayed in the hospital room. Hillier propped his head up and looked at the sleeping Ilum. Then she leaned against Irene's head and slowly fell asleep. The next morning arrived. Having already woken up, Eren finally adapted to the effects of the Eye of God and was no longer overwhelmed by a deluge of information. It turns out that the Eye of God can be turned off at will. Last night's situation was completely my first time using it, and I hadn't had time to get used to it. That's why your head gets overwhelmed by information. Gently nudged Hillier, who was still sleeping next to Eren, and Eren carefully got up. However, his commotion immediately woke Hillier up. After all, her mind was always focused on Ellen, so even when she was asleep, it didn't stop her from sensing the movements on the bed. Master, you're awake? Hillier hurriedly got up and looked at Eren, who was about to get out of bed. Then she pouted and forcefully pressed him back down. Ms. Paisley said that since the master has been unconscious for so long, he cannot get up immediately. Hillier immediately got up and ran towards the door. Only a completely bewildered Eren was left behind. Hillier's words were not without reason. He had been in a coma for 3 days and had only consumed small amounts of food and water. So he is indeed very weak right now. When Hillier returned, she was followed by Professor Paisley, who was wearing a white lab coat. "Oh, you finally decided to wake up." Professor Paisley came to Ellen's bedside and skillfully examined his body. Then he turned to Hillier, who was standing to the side, and instructed him. "Don't let him get out of bed for the next few days. Pay attention to his diet. I'll check on him again in a few days. If he's okay, he can be discharged." After saying that, she left, leaving Hillier alone there. It's still early morning, before the students have gotten up yet. So Ayana and the other girls haven't arrived yet. Hillier looked at Eren, who was lying in bed, and blinked her big eyes. "Is Master hungry? How about Hillier prepares breakfast for Master?" Eren was indeed a little hungry, so he nodded. However, just as Hillier turned around, he was suddenly buried in a huge chest. A soft touch instantly washed over me, followed by a milky scent. Philwyn stared expressionlessly at the girl who had suddenly buried herself in her chest, then moved her away. Hillier, caught off guard by the broad chest, hurriedly lowered her head and apologized. Philwyn paused, not feeling much for the elven girl. "I just felt that she was indeed a bit too impulsive for Irene's maid." Philwyn said very little, simply nodding as if to forgive Hillier's impetuousness. "Philwyn, what brings you here?" Eren noticed what was happening on Hillier's side and asked about it. "Just came to see you." Chapter 114 100% Affinity to All Elements. Her voice was brief and seemed devoid of emotion. "I also brought you some breakfast." Philwyn placed what he was carrying on the bedside table. These past few days, she has come to visit Irene in his hospital room every morning. And of course, she always brings breakfast with her. "She really..." I cried my eyes out. Eren paused for a moment, then nodded with a smile. "Then I'll have to trouble you." It seems there's still some distance between him and Philwyn, he thought with a touch of disappointment. Eren was a little confused because, in his eyes, the information from the Eye of God had just changed Philwyn's emotion from joy to disappointment. What happened? Isn't what he said something a normal person should say? Why are you feeling down? What Ellen didn't know was that, in Philwyn's eyes, Ellen's behavior was no different from how he treated everyone else. In layman's terms, Philwyn wanted to be treated differently. But she is clearly the kind of person who wouldn't ask for things in the presence of others. Hillier. This is why she felt disappointed. Although Ellen didn't quite understand, he still took Philwyn's hand by the bedside and continued with a smile. "Yes, thank you." Philwyn blushed slightly under her gaze, but she still spoke in a very reserved voice. "And nothing." After Eren finished breakfast, Karlovitz, who had received the news, finally arrived. Of course, Ayana, who had been lingering outside the door, also came in. Ayana actually learned of Eren's awakening not long after he did, since her maid, Yuvian, had been kept by her in the infirmary. She had originally planned to visit Eren immediately, but then she remembered that Eren was very weak and must be very hungry. So she hurriedly made breakfast in her kitchen. Of course, as a pampered young lady, Ayana had never cooked. So much so that she was furious. The entire kitchen was filled with thick smoke. An unsuspecting person might have thought someone had burned down their house. Fortunately, Yueon was there. Otherwise, the whole dormitory would have been set on fire. "Miss, as a person, you must have self-awareness." While putting out the fire, Yuvian scolded Ayana. "For someone like you, miss, it's already quite good that you didn't burn the house down." "Yueon, why do I feel like there's something strange about what you're saying?" "No, miss must have misheard." Yuvian helped Ayana rearrange her clothes before pushing her towards the door. "Miss, you should hurry up and see your sweetheart. I'll take care of things here." Ayana's face flushed red. I don't have anyone I like." However, when Ayana arrived at the ward and saw that Eren was awake, her courage suddenly vanished. She was too scared to go in. So he lingered at the door for a long time until Karlovich came over, and then he went in with him. The moment Karlovy Vaz entered, a passage of text instantly appeared in Iron's eyes. The Spirit of Oblivion, Karlovitz. Race, Yimling. Rank, Peak 7th rank. Authority, Element Wood. Status, Healthy. Mood, drowsy/slightly shocked/serious. Psychological state, Friendly. Evaluation, a spirit lost in the human world, residing in the spirit realm. Holy crap, Peak 7th rank. Was the professor really that awesome? Also, what is this slight shock thing? Is it surprising to wake up on your own? Iron, do you feel anything different from before? Karlovitz, hovering in midair, finally arrived in front of Iron and asked a question. That's really strange. Isn't it true that all of Ellen's elemental talents are only in the teens or 20s? How could it suddenly be like this? Karlovitz didn't dare to say it directly, but looked at him with a serious expression. It has the ability to see through a person's magical talent, and it used this ability once when it first met Hillier. But it didn't expect that Ellen's talent would change. In its eyes, the concentration of elements around Iron's body had changed from the thinness it initially perceived to the density of elements, becoming an extremely dense concentration. This means that Iron's affinity with all elements has reached a level of 100%. I'd like to say I'm a little hungry right now. Would you believe me? Iron pointed to the empty breakfast box next to him and replied to Karlovitz. Master, I'll go get it for you right away. Hillier, who had initially been upset that Philwyn had taken her job, immediately stood up and spoke with a happy expression. Ellen waved her hand, indicating that she was just joking. Then he looked at Karlovitz solemnly. So, is there something wrong with my health? Could it be that Karlovitz discovered that his left eye was the eye of God? I don't think so. Karlovitz didn't say much, but instead took out a large magical item from his storage ring. As the man who had once tested Hillier's talent, he naturally recognized what it was. A magic device for checking elemental affinity. Put your hand on it, and you'll know. Ellen wisely placed her hand on it, and the next second a long string of numbers appeared before everyone's eyes. Then came a wave of shock and surprise. The entire ward was filled with gasps of shock. The magical artifacts simply displayed the affinity between various elements. Fire element affinity, 100%. Water element affinity, 100%. The affinity of all elements in Iron has increased from the teens or 20s to 100. Absolutely terrifying. It's not uncommon for single element affinity to reach 100%. Hillier is a prime example. But it's almost unheard of for all elements to reach 100%. Iron was also a little confused. He knew his talent couldn't be that bad, but he never imagined it would be this amazing. It's like a vagabond who knows he's a nobleman's son, and one day someone suddenly comes up to him and says, "Young master, the master has finally found you. I said I'd take you back, and you knew that, so I wasn't surprised. But in the end, that person took you before the king and said you were the crown prince of this kingdom. Moreover, the king didn't even ask you a question before preparing to let you ascend the throne. That's just ridiculous." Karlovitz also fell silent. It seems that Ellen is also unaware of the changes in her body, but the results appear to be a good thing. This also explains why Ellen reached the 4th tier of magic at such a young age. Chapter 115 Carol with 7th order strength. The matter of Iron's talent was left unresolved. In the end, Karlovitz asked a few questions before going back to sleep. Although Slana Old Deng is no longer here, the affairs of the academy are now almost entirely handled by the vice deans. So it has nothing to do with it. Moreover, given what happened a few days ago, the college can no longer continue any teaching activities. All the students had a long holiday. All I can say is that Oster is very humane, unlike some high schools that are stingy even when giving students a holiday. They simply don't treat students like human beings. So you're welcome to apply to Erster Magic Academy. Karlovitz went back to being a couch potato, feeling at ease. However, deep within the academy, in a conference room accessible only to senior professors, the 3 vice deans took their seats in turn. At the very top, Dean Slaw, who should have been repairing his body in some obscure corner, miraculously appeared in the dean's seat. However, he doesn't seem to be in good condition. So, did you sense divinity in Iron at that time? Dean Slaw propped his head up with his hand, his eyes slightly closed. His body hasn't fully recovered, so sitting for long periods will inevitably cause fatigue. Yes, Dean. We suspect that the demons must have learned about Eren's situation and wanted to kill him, which is why they launched that disaster, Greg said to Slaw. In the meeting room where only the four of them were present, the sound seemed incredibly empty. Slaw frowned. He knew that Eren possessed the aura of a god. He sensed it in Eren when he first met him. At that time, I roughly guessed why Eren's talent was so poor, yet he cultivated so quickly. Perhaps some supreme being concealed Eren's talent. Of course, this is just speculation. So what are you planning to do next? Slaw asked weakly. When asked the question, Greg was taken aback, then spoke with excitement. My idea is to use that child, Eren, as bait to lure the demons from the abyss, and then trap them like turtles in a jar, wiping them all out in one fell swoop. Eren, thank you so much. Dean Slaw's hand, which was supporting his head, froze. Even Leto and Chemos, who had remained silent the whole time, looked at him with eyes that said he was an idiot. Holy crap, how did this guy become the vice dean? I seriously doubt that this guy's IQ was tested when he was selected as vice dean, because he came up with such a brain-dead plan. With their academy's combat strength, how could they possibly catch them like turtles in a jar and wipe them all out in one fell swoop? It's more like they'll be caught in one fell swoop. Ahem, rejected. The demon's purpose for this trip should not be this. Slaw waved his hand. He also found Greg's thought process quite peculiar. They then discussed some matters concerning the future development of the college before concluding the small meeting. Demon Abyss. Inside the Demon King's palace, Savini anxiously awaited Eren's return. However, as time ticked by, when the magician's figure appeared at the window of the Demon King's palace, he realized, perhaps Arlen will not return. Lord Savini, I have brought back what you needed. A ring flew from the magician's hand. Savigny took the ring, used his magic to sense it, and found that there was only one item inside. A feather, exuding a sacred aura, lay quietly in the storage ring. Within this feather, he also sensed the aura of a hero. This is exactly what he needs. Savigny took back the ring and asked the magician beside him, "Where's Arlen? Why didn't he come back with you?" Although he had already guessed the outcome, he still hoped that Arlen had simply gone back first. The magician was silent for a moment. Dead. Of course, his silence was feigned. A magician wouldn't feel sorrow for someone he doesn't know well. He's not some saint. In this world, the Virgin Mary would die a very tragic death. Death is death. Silence is merely a way to avoid disgust. Savigny tightened his grip on the ring slightly, then relaxed it with a sense of relief. Savigny also knew that this trip to the human world would be dangerous. Moreover, Arlen had instructed him before he left. If he doesn't come back, help take care of that little succubus. Arlen knew he might not be able to come back, so he left this as a backup plan, to ensure that Carol wouldn't be unable to survive. I have given you the item. As for the reward, we will ask the Demon King for it later. The magician lost interest in continuing to chat with the old demon, turned around, transformed into a butterfly, and disappeared from the Demon King's palace. He had achieved his goal. Now he only needed to wait for the Demon King Sarah to awaken. But now he has another thing to do. Watching the magician leave, Savigny took the feather out of the ring. Also brought out was a magic crystal containing 8th order magic power. Carol has now adapted to the changes in her body. After her resurrection, she discovered that her perception of the outside world had become stronger. Even if a mosquito was more than 10 meters away, she could pierce its wing with a needle without harming it in the slightest. Even their strength has become incredibly powerful. This change initially made her very uncomfortable, until the little thing that called itself Lust flew in front of her and told her in a big sister's tone, "Feel this feeling well." Lilith's petite body flew and sat on her shoulder, her appearance charming and beautiful. After all, it's inevitable that one will feel a little uncomfortable going from an ordinary little succubus to the peak of the 7th rank. Lilith spoke casually, as if she were recounting an ordinary event. Only Carol, who was still packing her things, was taken aback. Seventh tier peak. She looked at Lilith on her shoulder in disbelief and asked in a tone of shock and doubt, "What do you mean? I've reached the 7th rank." Then he raised his hand and shook it repeatedly. Lilith's lips curled into a smile. She flew in front of Carol and spoke in a teasing tone. What? Doesn't the little succubus want power? Well then, I'll take it back. Carol stared at Lilith sitting on her nose, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded firmly. Then you should take it back quickly. She didn't want this so-called cultivation. She wanted to die. Lilith was clearly taken aback. She hadn't expected that someone wouldn't crave power. Surprisingly, they want to give up their peak 7th tier strength so easily. The curve of his lips turned up wider and wider. I'm getting more and more interested in you, little one. Oh, by the way, we have a guest outside. Don't you want to go and see him, little one? Lilith returned to Carol's shoulder and pointed with her tiny hand to the man in the black tuxedo at the door. The magician gracefully removed his hat, performing a noble gesture. Miss Carol and Miss Lilith, we meet again. Chapter 116 Long-Term Vacation. Upon seeing the magician's elegant bow, Lilith didn't stand on ceremony and asked directly, "What are you doing here, magician of the Council of 10 Deaths? I don't believe you're here to see this little kid." The Council of 10 Deaths is very famous. Even the upper realm where the gods reside, the so-called spirit realm, has heard of their legends. Therefore, Lilith naturally knew him. However, given the magician's current strength, Lilith truly doesn't take him seriously. Even without the power of a deity from the spirit realm, she still possesses the strength of a peak 7th tier being in the human realm and the demon abyss. As for why he doesn't have the strength of an 8th tier cultivator, it can only be said that he was beaten too badly and could only recover to the 7th level for the time being. The magician nodded. Your Excellency Lilith, my purpose in coming here is indeed not for Miss Carol. I've come here hoping to make a deal with you. The magician put the magician's hat back on and then gracefully approached Carol. Oh, making a deal with the devil, magician? Have you thought about what price you'll pay? Lilith neither refused nor agreed, but casually spoke while propping herself up on her hand. 3,000 spirit coins in exchange for a drop of your blood. Spirit coins are the currency used in the spirit realm. Of course, there are even more precious divine coins. However, since the divine coin itself is a treasure, it naturally wouldn't be used for trading. The exchange rate between spirit coins and divine coins is approximately 1,000:1. In other words, the magician wanted to exchange 3 divine coins for a drop of Lilith's blood. Interesting, magician. Lilith pondered whether the deal was worthwhile. 3,000 spirit coins is indeed very tempting. Moreover, his current body is not a divine body, and the blood flowing within it is not divine blood. Use 3,000 spirit coins to exchange for the blood of an ordinary 7th tier demon. This was a huge profit. Moreover, as a member of the Council of 10 Deaths, the magician should naturally be given some face. So Lilith readily agreed to the deal. A drop of deep red blood slid from Lilith's finger and floated up to the magician. The magician carefully placed it into a bottle. Every being that reaches the 7th rank will have a path to choose from the moment they enter the 7th rank. And this path is authority. However, to truly gain access to authority, one must at least reach the 8th rank of strength. Magicians, for example, have only slightly touched upon the power. As for deepening one's understanding of authority and reaching the 8th rank as soon as possible, one must be proficient in using authority. The magician's power is creation. He sought Lilith's blood, also to deepen his understanding of authority. The magician tossed a storage ring to Lilith. The face value of spirit coins is not small. For a being of the same level as him in the spirit realm, even working for 10,000 years would not be enough to produce 3,000 spirit coins. Lilith didn't take the ring. Instead, she controlled it to move into Carol's hand. Here, little friend, this little bit of money is for you. After saying that, he didn't pay attention to Carol's expression, but continued to fly on her shoulder, sitting casually. Carol looked at the ring in her hand, somewhat bewildered. But she quickly realized what was happening. Lilith-senpai, don't you want it? Although Carol didn't understand what spirit coins were, she could tell from the magician and Lilith's words that they were very valuable. I don't lack this money. Consider it pocket money when you arrive in the spirit realm. Lilith said casually. The common currency in both the demon abyss and the human realm is not spirit currency, so it's really not very useful now. Then I'll take my leave, Miss Lilith. Having obtained what he needed, The magician instantly vanished in a swarm of butterflies. Everything was going according to his plan. From the very first moment he saw Carol, he knew that a deity resided within her. Moreover, it was a god he knew. That's why he told Arlen that Carol was a container. As for how to bring out Lust Lilith, the magician had no idea. So he took Carol to see a large-scale performance. The Demon King awoke quickly, and the news spread throughout the demon abyss and the human world at an incredible speed. Throughout the entire demon abyss, an aura of a peak 8th tier expert erupted from the Demon King's city. A black beam of light, 100 meters in diameter, spread outwards from the Demon King's palace. A massive figure emerged from the pillar of light. It has the head of a ram, the body of a tiger, and the claws of a dragon. Behind it, countless black tails linger, each with a sharp, blade-like tip. His pupils were blood red, and the whites of his eyes emitted an eerie golden light. On his expressionless ram's head, the 3 horns take up most of the space. The 2 horns on the sides curve inward like a sheep, while the horn in the middle resembles a unicorn, pointing sharply towards the sky. The ancient demon, Sarah. And this is his true form, a incongruous monster. He quickly understood the situation within the abyss, transformed into human form, and sat proudly and nobly on his own throne. The Demon King's awakening was quite a commotion. At least after his towering pillar of light appeared, the nations of the human world began to organize meetings to discuss how to respond. Of course, this also affected Ellen at Ernest College. Because Erster Academy is very close to the entrance to the abyss of demons, Dean Slaw decided to evacuate all the students from the academy. After all, the demons were right on their doorstep, and Slaw didn't dare gamble on when the demon abyss would send troops. So, before the students of Ustery had even finished their previous holiday, another holiday with no end in sight was coming. It's absolutely awesome. Of course, Slaw meant that he would move the academy to the territory of the Kingdom of Zephyr. Once the new college is completed, we will resume our studies. This request was naturally agreed to by the Zephyr royal family, who designated a piece of land not far from the capital for Slaw to use as an academy. These things are none of Ellen's concern. He's already at the teleportation array to go back. His sister, Liana, was naturally by his side. Of course, Ayana and Philwyn were also there. The scene was so absurd that I had to fill in the blanks myself. Chapter 117 Going Home. Eren held Hillier's right hand, while Liana held his left. Of course, Liana looked at Hillier with her little face puffed out. Seeing him like that, Hillier hid behind Eren in fear, which only made Liana's eyes grow even more vicious. Liana wasn't about to hold a grudge against a maid, but she felt very uncomfortable seeing Eren holding Hillier's hand. She herself has hardly ever held hands with anyone. So before entering the teleportation array, he grabbed Ilum's other hand and looked at Hillier with a puffed-out expression, as if declaring his sovereignty. What else could Ellen do? One was her older sister, and the other was her little maid. Just spoil them. Are we really going to separate one? There will always be people who are unhappy about that. Of course, there are still people who are unhappy. Ayana followed behind the 3 people in front, seemingly indifferent, but she was actually itching to get started. She wanted to go up too. Unfortunately, she didn't know what identity she should use to approach Eren. Eren was holding the hands of his sister and his maid. And she was nothing. Yuian had already gotten used to her young mistress's behavior. Honestly, I would be surprised if Ayana didn't act this way when she met Eren. Honestly, they should learn from the Sword Saint's disciple. He's so reserved. Yuvia, who had been following Ayana, couldn't help but glance at the girl holding the sword. Philwyn followed alongside Ellen, but she neither competed nor fought for anything. It was like a human-shaped accessory, following right behind Eren. She followed Ellen's every step. Moreover, he always carried a knight's sword in his hand, truly worthy of being the disciple of the Sword Saint. The dizziness from the space dissipated quickly, and by the time Eren and the others came to their senses, they were already in the plaza of the Imperial Capital teleportation array. Upon arriving here, they separated. However, only Philwyn is leaving. After all, Liana went back with Eren, and Ayana's territory was next to Eren's house. Logically speaking, she and Ellen were going the same way. Therefore, there's no need to say goodbye at this time. The only one who truly had to part ways was Phil Wynn, who had always been quiet and never cried or made a fuss. Phil Wynn came to Eren alone. She had no maid and was always alone. I'm going back now. I'll come find you to practice swordsmanship when I have time. Phil Wynn, holding his sword, stopped at a fork in the road, turned to look at Ellen, and spoke. She still wants to go back. After all, his adoptive father would probably be drunk these next few days. During the month she was away, Loxus took advantage of the fact that no one was watching and brought home barrels of liquor. Just a few days ago, when he came to visit Phil Wynn immediately smelled alcohol on his breath. Phil Wynn didn't even need to guess. His house was definitely filled with empty bottles. Okay, be careful on the road. After saying that, Ilum threw something at Phil Wynn. When Phil Wynn took it, he saw that the item in his hand was a small pendant. The pendant is a miniature version of a knight's sword, and it's very exquisite. These are little gadgets I made in my spare time. That little sword would suit you perfectly. The pendant given to Phil Wynn was a small magical artifact he made when he was bored in his hospital bed. It contains magical runes capable of unleashing 4th-tier defensive magic, which can be a lifesaver in critical situations. Since he no longer needed it, he gave it to Phil Wynn as a farewell gift. After that battle, Eren has now successfully become a 5th-tier mage. Although he's only at the early stage of the 5th tier, if he were to fight the demonized Costa, Eren was confident he could easily crush him. That's confidence. Do you understand? For that little bastard Costa, it's just a matter of a 4th level, 5th-tier magic spell. With one spell, all the ashes were scattered. Looking at the small sword in his hand, Phil Wynn was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled, which was a rare occurrence for him. That smile was like a spring bud after winter has melted, making one yearn for it. A slight smile played on her lips as she carefully hung the small pendant on the sword in her hand. Then, similarly, something was thrown at me. Eren took it. It was a real sword. It wasn't particularly exquisite, but Ellen opened it and immediately recognized its quality. A 6th-tier knight's sword. Like other professions, these weapons and magical artifacts also have ranks. For example, the little pendant that Eren gave away was of rank 4. The sword his brother Karen gave him was actually only of the 4th rank. So the sword was easily broken by Arlen. Looking at the sword in his hand, Eren turned his gaze to Phil Wynn. This thing is incredibly precious. It was far more valuable than the gift he gave me. He was a little embarrassed to accept the gift. Furthermore, Eren suspected that the knight's sword was a weapon given to Phil Wynn by the sword Saint Lohis, and if Eren accepted it, it seems like there won't be any problems. Lashalai probably wouldn't go out of his way to ask for the sword back, but he couldn't really trick someone into giving him a 6th-tier weapon with a small trinket. So the best way is to visit this swordsman one day, and then give him something that suits his tastes. I heard the sword saint likes to drink. You don't need to refuse. I really like the little sword you gave me. So I traded a small sword for a great sword? 6-6. After delivering the items, Phil Wynn left directly, heading towards the place where the sword saint lived in seclusion. Only Eren was left staring blankly at the sword in his hand. Then, without hesitation, he put the sword back into his storage ring. Anyway, you'll have to pay it back eventually. I won't lose out. Ayana, why don't you come back with us? Seeing that Ayana hadn't received their carriage, Eren extended an invitation to her. They were going the same way, and besides, Ayana's territory was right next to his house. It's good to help others. Moreover, the carriage that came to pick up Eren and Liana this time was very large, more than enough to seat all 5 of them. When the carriage arrived in the territory of Insenet, Eren and his companions disembarked first. The carriage will return after it has delivered Ayana. Bye-bye. Ayana waved softly from the window, feeling somewhat disappointed. Once the carriage had gone far away and Eren was no longer in sight, Ayana stopped waving. Disappointed, she rested her chin on her hand and stared at the spot where Ellen had just sat. She wanted Ellen to be treated the same way she treated Phil Wynn. She doesn't have many small wishes. To not be ignored by Ellen, and to be able to enter his life. But not everything in this world can go as planned. Everyone has hopes in their heart, and wishes that the person they like. I also like myself. However, reality is not a novel, otherwise there wouldn't be so many goblins in the world. Dark and twisted, Ayana sat all the way to the front door of her house. Just as she stood up, a metallic clanging sound reached her ears. She instinctively went to find the source of the sound. On her sleeve, a small, human-shaped pendant came into view. The pendant features a smiling, chibi-style figure. Ayana recognized who it was. A smile suddenly appeared on his face, which had been expressionless the whole time. That's Ayana smiling. Chapter 1:18 Trapped Love. Irene enjoyed several comfortable days back home. It's so great not having to get up early every day, plus I get a maid to wake me up every day. Of course, those who know. Hillier had already been completely taken advantage of by Ilum. Ahem, because Chapter 17 was penalized, that part was completely deleted. This led to some content needing to be revised later. Touching the little elf who was lying beside me, I could still see tear stains on her face. That was a bit intense last night. It seems she hasn't adjusted yet. After changing his clothes, Irene walked out of the room. Today is the third day since I came home, and Eren is so bored that he doesn't know what to do. Fortunately, even with all that free time, Ellen had time to study magic. I've already reached the 5th rank, and to be honest, at this rank I already have a basic understanding of magic. You can create your own magic. This led Ilum to seriously suspect that the 5th order magic spell in the magic book filled with notes that his father had given him was something he had created himself. It seems that even my old Deng has a story that no one knows. However, knowing his father as he did, Ellen knew he would never tell him about the background of that magic. Without thinking too much about it, Eren headed towards the training ground after finishing breakfast. He now wants to try out the magic he's created in the last few days. Silence and annihilation. Yes, the name sounds very sophisticated. As for the effect, all matter within the magical range will be disassembled, one by one, at the atomic level. It turned into a pile of lifeless matter. Moreover, this magic can be upgraded. The stronger Eren becomes, the more powerful the magic becomes. It's just average, and it only works on creatures below the 5th rank. If the rank is any higher, it won't be able to break through the defense. Just as Ellen was practicing magic, Vega, the butler who had been guarding her all along, appeared at the entrance of the training ground. He was dressed in a standard butler's uniform and stood ramrod straight. "Young master, here is a letter from you." Vega spoke respectfully to Eren, who was training. And indeed, he had a beautifully packaged letter in his possession. Upon receiving the letter, the first thing that caught my eye was the wax seal bearing the family crest. Eren recognized the coat of arms. This is the coat of arms of the Duke of the Rose, Vilker. The messenger said that this was given to you by the young master of the Vilker family. Vega leaned slightly forward and explained to Eren. All right, Ellen knows who sent it. It was definitely given to him by that damned Levitt. I didn't see him much when I went back, so it must be him now. I wonder how he and Mia are doing. I hope they haven't encountered any obstacles from Levitt's family. Ellen actually wished them both well. He slowly unwrapped the letter in his hand and poured out a piece of parchment. The letter contained very little information. But after reading the contents of the letter, Eren remained silent for a long time. Only a few words were written on the parchment. Eren, come help me. Mia went back with Levitt. Mia is an orphan and used to live in the academy. But now that Erster has moved to another school, Mia has nowhere to stay. So Levitt naturally lured her away. However, at the Duke of Rose's house, his young master brought home a girl from outside, which made the over 50-year-old Duke so angry that he fell ill and almost died in bed. Levitt was the only son of the Duke of the Rose. Although the Duke of the Rose was handsome and charming, he did his fair share of romantic escapades in his youth. He had many daughters, but he only had one son. No matter how hard he tried, he was pregnant with a daughter. There are almost more daughters in the family than maids in the Eren family. And just a few days ago, Levitt gained a younger sister. Therefore, the Duke of the Rose had high expectations of Levitt, and gradually, these expectations became a constraint. On the surface, Levitt is a charming and distinguished young nobleman. Secretly, however, he was a sparrow yearning to escape this constraint. Of course, no one can say which side is right and which side is wrong. In the eyes of the Duke of the Rose, Levitt had enjoyed the resources from his family and the life of a nobleman, so he had to obey his arrangements. Levitt strongly condemned his father's actions, believing that everyone should have their own personality. He didn't want to become a nobleman who only cared about family interests. So he appeared compliant, but once he arrived at Erster, he completely let loose. Not only did he not study properly, but he also seduced a female professor. They abducted her, but the girl turned out to be an ordinary person. As a ducal family, the Duke of Rose would never allow his sons to marry a commoner. Playing around is enough. If Levitt were to actually take Mia in, she could only be a concubine at most. Moreover, she could only be the lowest-ranking concubine. This is already the maximum concession the Duke of the Rose has made. But it seems that during his time in Erst, Levitt has been infected by Ellen. He envied Irene's life with her little maid, and gradually, the rebellious spirit in his heart grew stronger. This time, he firmly opposed his father's proposal. Although his father was a peak 6th-tier mage, his health was not good due to some hidden injuries from his early years. So Levitt made her so angry that she collapsed onto the bed. At the same time, Levitt was placed under house arrest. As for Mia, she was also locked up. However, the treatment was very poor. Rather than being locked up, it would be more accurate to say that he was imprisoned in the Vilker family's dungeon. As for how to treat her, nobody knows. The letter was secretly delivered by Levitt's servant. Ellen held the envelope, remaining silent for a moment. Without even guessing, Eren probably knew what had happened. As a fellow nobleman, Eren understood what the Vilker family was capable of doing. It's simply that they disagree with Levitt's relationship. This has always been the case for nobles, let alone a Grand Duke's family. Of course, the Eren family is an exception. He didn't even know his own mother's background. In all these years, he had never heard of having a maternal grandfather. As for his own father, well, Ellen hadn't seen him much. All of my siblings were born to my mother alone. She had never heard of her father having any concubines. Well, just from this point of view, Ellen is still quite satisfied with her old man, dang. But now is not the time to talk about these things. Levitt has already written to himself, which means he has no other options left. That's why he came to ask for help from his son, a marquis. Chapter 119 Master, you're bad. The Vilker family almost always lived near the capital. It wasn't that the Duke of the Rose didn't want to stay in his own territory. Rather, it was at the behest of the royal family. Actually, this wasn't an excessive request. The main concern was that the royal family feared the Duke would seize land, declare himself king, and eventually overthrow him as ruler. Rulers have always had this problem, which is why the Duke of Rose moved to the capital. They became neighbors with the royal family, just a few kilometers away. Well, the capital is very large. Several thousand meters is normal. Therefore, if Eren wants to find Levitt, he must go to the capital. Back in his study, Eren looked at the intelligence report about the Vilker family in his hand, and his expression was not very pleasant. In the past few days, he naturally sent people to inquire about what had happened at the Duke of Rose's house. I can only say that it's pretty much what I guessed. I don't know if Levitt wants me to save him or to persuade his father. Forget it. I'm definitely not going to try to persuade his father. Why am I being so delusional? How could a young master like himself, who wasn't even a marquis, possibly convince his father? He probably couldn't even convince his own old man. Then there's only one other outcome. He asked me to go and save him. Damn it, saving him isn't that easy. Wow, I shouldn't have made that boast in the first place. This is bad. It seems like I won't be able to pay some of it back. After patting Hillier, who was lying on his lap, Eren looked back at the pile of intelligence documents in his hand. The Vilker family has two 6th-tier professionals, the Rose Duke and Levitt's eldest sister, Natri Vilker. That's right, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Rose is still unmarried. It wasn't because no one was pursuing her, but because Natalie simply didn't care for the people who were pursuing her. A mage with exceptional talent, who can cultivate to the 6th rank naturally, has very high standards. She looked down on ordinary nobles, not to mention her own strength. There were very few people in the entire kingdom whom she respected. Either they were too old, or their noble status made Natalie feel that they were not good enough for him. So I've remained single ever since. Looking at the long list and introductions in his hand, Ellen was somewhat speechless. Because the rest of the text introduces the Duke of Rose's wife, concubines, and daughters. This Duke of the Rose is really playing dirty tricks. Some people are definitely envious. Anyway, Eren was a little envious. But then he thought about his little fairy. If he really brought two girls home, the little fairy definitely wouldn't say anything. But you'll definitely feel very uncomfortable inside, and who knows where you'll be hiding and shedding little pearls. Well, Eren isn't a jerk, so he wouldn't do something like that. I'll collect the main characters who are meant to be collected/doge for protection.jpg. Thinking of this, Eren picked up Hillier, who was nestled in his arms. He pressed the button on her still bewildered face. Ugh. Master, you're bullying me again. Hillier's face was being bitten, and he whimpered in protest. Well, little Hillier, you've actually learned to rebel against your master. Let's see how I punish you. I didn't. It was clearly Master who started it. Before he could finish speaking, Hillier felt a sudden lightness in his body as Ilum lifted him off the chair. Then I was thrown onto the bed with a thud. Irene had crumpled her maid outfit, and her legs, clad in white stockings, were unconsciously spread apart. A large section of absolute territory appeared before Eren's eyes. Hilary was well taken care of by Eren. Her thighs were accentuated by the white stockings, revealing their full, fleshy shape. It makes you want to touch and talk to it. Hillier lay down on the bed and let out a gasp that was hard to decipher. The disobedient Hillier was successfully punished by Eren. Feeling hot all over, Hillier covered her face with the blanket and murmured softly in Eren's arms. Master, this is bad. Ilum believes that Levit's matter requires careful consideration. Saving him and teacher Mia will be extremely difficult. Duke Rose is all right, but he also has a 6th-ranking single woman named Natalie in his family. It would be virtually impossible to sneak them out from 2 6th-tier opponents. After circling Natalie's name, Eren put the paper containing the names of all the members of the Vilker family back into his storage ring. It is now the morning of the 2nd day. Hillier was made to stay in bed late again by Ilum. I was up all night yesterday. If Hilary still has the energy, Ellen wouldn't mind doing it again, making sure the elf couldn't even get out of bed. After smoothing out the corner of the blanket covering Hillier and tidying up the clothes scattered on the floor, Eren left his room. Today's purpose is simple: to go to the capital and investigate the situation there. Saving Levitt is a given, but Ellen won't just blindly rush in and force her way in. It's uncertain whether Levitt can be rescued. What if he is rescued but then recaptured because he's unfamiliar with the capital? That would be incredibly embarrassing. Eren's attire this time was very simple, so simple that she looked like a minor noblewoman. And dressing up like this is just right. He would not attract attention because of his marquis status, and he could avoid most of the trouble. Vega, prepare a carriage for me. I'm going to the capital. Eren turned to Vega, who was standing to the side, and gave him instructions. At the same time, his gaze was also fixed on the data provided by the Eye of God. No wonder I struggled so much when I fought Vega before. It turns out that Vega is a mid-stage 6th-tier swordsman. 6th rank. I guess he was deliberately holding back when we trained together before. If they really started fighting, Eren believed he wouldn't last 3 moves against him. Of course, this is on the premise that only swordsmanship is used. After all, Ellen's forte was magic, and he placed swordsmanship second. The carriage bumped along for about an hour before Eren arrived at the capital. After arranging for the carriage to stop outside the city, Eren walked alone into the bustling city. The vendors are a given, and the shops are everywhere, offering a dazzling array of goods. Along the way, Eren bought a bunch of odds and ends from the shops. I haven't been to the capital for a long time, so I definitely have to buy some of my favorite foods. You should know that every time my eldest sister comes back, she brings some desserts that are only available in the capital. This one, and this one too. At this moment, Eren was standing in front of a tea and snack shop. Did this young master order these 2 pastries? I'll wrap them up for you right away. The shop owner spoke to Irene very respectfully. He spotted the boy dressed in aristocratic clothes from a great distance. Upon seeing him approaching his shop, they immediately became respectful. However, what he didn't expect was that this noble young master, who looked very rich, only bought 2 pastries. However, he still respectfully intended to wrap it up. No, boss, you've misunderstood. What I mean is, give me 2 of everything except these 2. Chapter 120. I didn't come here to sell myself. After paying, Irene left amidst the shop owner's surprised gaze. But as soon as he turned around, he felt a resistance coming from beneath him. Immediately following was a girl's soft moan and the sound of a heavy object falling. Oh. Ellen quickly looked behind her and realized that she had bumped into someone. She immediately reached out and grabbed the person's wrist. Her wrists were very slender, and Ellen felt their elasticity when she touched them. In that split second, what Ellen didn't notice was that the girl who had fallen had seen her entire movement. "Are you all right?" Eren asked the girl behind him. The girl he knocked down was wearing a white shawl dress with flowing ribbons, looking like an elegant, aristocratic young lady. Daughter of the Duke, Morlet Vilker. Race, human. Talent, primarily water element. Water affinity 97. Rank, early stage of rank 1. Status, healthy/slightly hungry. Emotions, fear, shyness, nervousness. Psychological state, complete strangers. Evaluation. How long can this aristocratic young lady, who ran away from home in a fit of pique, keep up this act? Mo Luo is a little flustered now. Did she just bump into someone? And nothing. Mo Luo spoke softly. Eren looked the girl up and down. He couldn't guess her age. Her blue hair was flowing over her shoulders. It wasn't high, just reaching Irene's shoulder. However, his attention was not entirely on that. His gaze remained on the information given by the Eye of God. The Duke's daughter? Her surname is Vilker. It seems she's that Duke of Rose's daughter. Glug glug. A gurgling sound came from the stomach of the girl next to Eren. Mo Luo's fair face flushed red, and she quickly bowed before fleeing the scene. As Irene watched the girl's departing figure, a small plan slowly began to form in his mind. A smirk played on his lips as he quietly followed. Ugh, I'm so hungry. I should have brought money with me when I left. After hurriedly fleeing the tea and snack shop, Mo Luo hid in a corner of an alley and carefully buried her face. She left in front of her own doorman. She had just had a big argument with her father before she left. Her father, Harrison Wilcox, also known as the Duke of the Rose, was an extremely controlling man. He wanted his children to follow his arrangements. For example, marrying one's daughter off to a nobleman with certain unusual fetishes without the daughter's consent. This would achieve a political marriage. In his eyes, his daughter was not a child, but a tool. It was a tool to help him gain a foothold in politics and to undermine his political enemies. And Mo Luo was one of those pitiful people. Harrison decided to marry her off to an old count. The old man was older than Harrison himself, but his quirks were more unusual than anyone else's. The old count liked virgin girls, especially very young ones. In short, Lolican or Lolita complex. And coincidentally, the person in Harrison's family who met the criteria was Malo, who was 1 year younger than Levitt. Naturally, Moro became a gift that Harrison gave away. Will Maluo surrender without resistance? Who would want to serve an old man who is older than their own father? When Mo Luo learned that she had become a tool like her other sisters, she had a big fight with her father. Then, in a fit of pique, she ran away from home. However, she didn't realize when she left that she hadn't taken a single penny with her. Hungry, she wandered around the tea and snack shops. But as a noblewoman, she couldn't bring herself to beg. So all they could do was hide there. She only ran away shyly after being bumped into by Irene. The morning sun wasn't strong, probably because what happened in front of Eren was really too embarrassing, so the alley where Maluo was hiding was quite secluded. Almost no decent people come here. Of course, respectable people don't come much, but shady people do. Hey, look, there's a little girl squatting over there. Let me see, I'll go. It really is true. This girl is so pretty. A group of drunken men, still hungover from the previous night, were loitering around, including a few thugs and hooligans who were hanging out with them. They had all been dragged out of the tavern, and very few of them were sober. Upon seeing Mo Luo dressed in magnificent clothes, the first thought that came to mind was not that she was a noble woman. Instead, they were thinking, which flirtatious woman is out soliciting customers again? Alcohol numbed these men's senses, turning their previously timid nature towards nobles into violence against women. Mo Luo's heart skipped a beat when she saw the several strong men who had suddenly appeared in the dark alley. Ignoring them, he stood up and ran to the other side of the alley. As a young lady from a wealthy family, even though she hadn't seen much chaos in the slums, she knew these men had ill intentions. The thugs were naturally unhappy to see such a beautiful woman run away. A few of them split up and chased after them, while the rest, who were clearly the leaders, slowly followed. Mo Luo had been hungry for quite some time, and besides, she was just a 14 or 15-year-old girl who couldn't possibly outrun several big men. Before long, she was cornered against the wall. His whole body was trembling, and he squatted down against the wall. I'm not here to sell myself. Mo Luo's voice was timid, but just loud enough for the burly men to hear. Several bursts of laughter instantly reached Mo Luo's ears. You're not here to sell? You think you can just say you aren't? Hey little girl, dressed up so nicely, even if you're not here to sell yourself, you're probably not anything good either. Ha ha ha. Instead of letting some punk with blonde hair get away with it, let us guys have some fun. I guarantee you'll feel completely comfortable. As he spoke, the one who was leading the group from behind slowly stepped forward. The burping man arrived in front of Mo Luo in an instant. Hiccup. She's really pretty. Brothers, let me taste it first for you guys. You wait and see. After saying this, the man reached out and grabbed at Mo Luo's chest. Mo Luo, who was slumped on the ground, was already deathly pale and was trembling uncontrollably. She had just escaped from her father and didn't need to serve that old count anymore. She could have a complete body and not have to endure that disgusting pain. He himself hadn't even escaped the capital yet. Now we're actually going to be. No, don't. She closed her eyes tightly, and despair, like the tide on the beach, spread continuously until it engulfed her completely. What will happen to me soon? She still has so much of her life ahead of her, and she doesn't even have someone she likes yet. Mo Luo couldn't imagine what it would be like for her to suffer in front of so many people. However, the hand did not reach out for a long time. Mo Luo opened her eyes in fear. In front of her, a pair of hands suddenly clamped down on the big man's outstretched arm. Hey uncle, if you're still drunk, go back and get some more sleep. What's wrong with bullying a little girl here? Chapter 121. What secrets could Mo Luo possibly be plotting? The drunken, burly man was stunned for a moment, then squinted, intending to throw a punch at the head of the foolish man in front of him. Damn it, mind your own business. Get out of my way. But before he could reach out with his other hand, it was grabbed the next second. It was just a slender arm, yet the man couldn't move it at all. Damn it, I refuse to believe I can't deal with you. The burly man roared at the group of people behind him. What the hell are you guys still standing there for? Kill him. The group snapped out of their daze and immediately moved closer to Eren. Hey, uncle, that's going a bit too far. Eren looked at the person approaching him, but his face remained completely calm. Instead, he kept making sarcastic remarks. Friends, I advise you not to make any unnecessary moves right now, because you are now surrounded by me. If the package isn't complete, some terrible things might happen. The burly man looked at the thin boy in front of him and didn't take him seriously at all. Instead, he immediately started cursing. I'll fuck you. Boom. An arm shot out instantly. Along with it came blood splattered everywhere. Blood was everywhere, and even a trace of it stained Eren's smiling face. The alcohol that had been numbing these people vanished instantly. Everyone stood frozen in place, motionless, except for the burly man whose arm had been severed by Eren, who was shouting loudly. Uncle, I told you, if the package isn't complete, some terrible things will happen. With a smile, Eren spoke to the burly man whose hand he was still holding. There was not a trace of pity in his eyes, only endless indifference in the depths of his gaze. The immense pain caused the big man to writhe wildly, but no matter what he did, he couldn't break free from Eren's restraints. He was like a dog on a leash, his movements restricted by the rope. Uncle, have you forgotten? I said, don't make any unnecessary movements. In an instant, the big man stopped moving. Even though his arm was throbbing with pain, and even though blood was splattered everywhere. But for some reason, he suddenly stopped moving. He felt that the boy in front of him was definitely not joking. He really dares to kill people in the capital. Oh, Eren chuckled softly. They really are a bunch of trash. Get out of here, all of you. I don't want to see you again. After saying that, Eren put down the hand that had been holding the big man. Seeing that he was free, the burly man quickly grabbed his bleeding arm and stumbled out of the alley. The rest of the people also left in a hurry. There were only 2 people left in the alley. One was standing, and the other was sitting like a duck. Mo Luo witnessed the whole thing. The first thing she noticed was that the boy was the same person she had bumped into at the tea shop. She had only glanced at the boy briefly before and thought he was very handsome. Now, in Mo Luo's eyes, this man is absolutely stunning. Mo Luo tilted her head back, her blue bangs falling over her forehead, giving the girl an unreal cuteness. Like a naive little girl, waiting to be devoured. At this moment, Mo Luo was emanating such a fragrance. Are you all right? These were the words Ellen said when she first met her. No, it's nothing. Thank you. Mo Luo thanked the unfamiliar man in front of her. Her voice was soft and sweet, just like Hillier's. It looks like a blueberry mini cake. Eat slowly. No one's going to take it from you. Inside a barbecue shop, Ellen propped her head up with her hand, watching the little girl wolf down her food. It looks like they've been hungry for quite a while. Mo Luo had already eaten the amount of food an adult would eat, and then looked at the untouched roast meat in front of her. Eren, holding his head, spoke helplessly. You eat it, I haven't touched these. A hint of disappointment flashed in Mo Luo's eyes, but she quickly took Irene's share. She was really hungry. It's been a whole day. She hasn't eaten anything all day. It's normal to be hungry. Brother, which noble family do you belong to? Mo Luo chewed on meat, showing none of the elegance befitting a noble woman. He seemed to be thinking about how to address Eren, his tone still a little hesitant, but after seeing Iren's handsome face, he called him brother with certainty. In her eyes, Iren's attire and behavior were in line with the image of a nobleman, so Mo Luo unconsciously assumed that Eren was a noble young master. If I were to marry a nobleman like that, it would be better than marrying an old man who is 40 or 50 years older than me. Moro couldn't help but compare Eren to that count. He discovered that Ellen was simply the perfect person for him. This. Now, Eren is considering whether or not to tell Moro his true identity. He was worried that old man Harrison had investigated his relationship with Levitt. Then the plan to send Malo to Vilker will be somewhat difficult. But if I hide it from you, if they get caught, it will probably be easier to expose their true intentions. Then we have no choice but to tell the truth. My name is Ellen Insenet. Mo Luo nodded. Generally, as long as one says their full name, one can deduce which family they belong to based on their surname. Insenet. Mo Luo silently murmured the surname to herself. Marquis. This is the surname of a Marquiate family. Mo Luo looked up at Irene in surprise, and the sudden excitement in her heart instantly overshadowed her initial disappointment. She seems to have found a way to avoid marrying that old count. As long as I have an affair with this young master from the Einsenat family, as long as I marry this young man, then I won't have to be that disgusting concubine anymore. And Mo Luo stared at Eren, her cheeks suddenly turning red. And it seems like I'm not at a loss either. On the panel in front of Eren, the emotion displayed by Morwa kept changing from shy to wanting and back to shy. This left Eren somewhat bewildered. What exactly is this want thing? Is this an emotion? Just stuff it into an emotion. What if it's stuffed full? That Mo Luo. Huh. Upon hearing her name, Mo Luo instantly snapped out of her reverie, blushing as she looked at Eren. Is something the matter, brother? Mo Luo readily called him brother. And when that brother comes out of his mouth, who wouldn't be confused? This is practically the ultimate dream for any otaku. Of course, he's also a lilicon. Who could resist a little girl calling them brother? Hey, Mo Luo, why are you wandering the streets? Aren't you the daughter of the Duke of the Rose? In that alley, Eren asked Morlo's name. Hearing Iren's question, Morwa's eyes immediately dimmed. She put down what she was holding, got up, and walked to Irene's side. With Ilum looking puzzled, Moro cupped Ilum's face in one hand, and then thrust into him. The warm sensation instantly reached the tip of Ellen's tongue. It's clear that Mo Luo is not very familiar with this. Soon, Maluo was subdued by Eren. Her initial offensive turned into a one-sided situation where she was being teased by Ellen. Chapter 122 seems to be targeted. Wah! I was too bold just now. Interesting. Fortunately, the barbecue restaurant that Ellen chose was high-end, and they were in a private room. Pinching Mo Luo's fair face, Irene couldn't help but compare her to his own little elf. My own little elf is still prettier. After all, it has elf blood. They are born with faces that are more attractive than humans. But Moro truly lived up to her status as the daughter of a duke. She was very well cared for. Is this why you ran away from home? Could it be that those thugs were right, and you're actually from out there? Playing. Iron's words pierced Molo's heart like a needle, and she quickly retorted. No, I didn't. I just... Really? I don't believe it. Still seemingly not quite recovered from her shock, Mo Luo didn't retort to Iron's earlier remark. However, she realized what was happening a few seconds later. He gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Iron. I'll eat you. Mo Luo didn't react for a moment, but after she refocused her gaze, Mo Luo couldn't help but think to herself. I don't know how much time passed until the room door opened. Iron looked at Morlos and rubbed his forehead. They're gone. Iron got up and walked towards the door. The little girl followed behind. Irene prepared to go back, but as for the little one behind her, she would take her back with her and ask her about the Vilker family. As the daughter of the Duke of the Rose, she must know something. Mo Luo, dressed in the clothes prepared by Iron, stood by the door, clutching the hem of her clothes, looking at him. What's wrong? Iron turned around and saw a blue-haired girl. I can't walk very far. Mo Luo lowered her head and said softly. At that moment, she felt heavy, as if her body was filled with lead, and she also felt a little sore. Iron held his head, looking like he had gone a bit too far earlier. So he came up to Mo Luo and spoke in a low voice. Keep your balance. Mo Luo was a little confused. What did that mean? However, she soon realized what it meant. A huge black hole-like thing suddenly appeared beneath her feet. As gravity took effect, Mo Luo panicked and fell. A hole also appeared beneath Iron's feet, and the next second, he vanished as well. This chapter was definitely targeted. It was almost completely censored, reduced from 2,000 words to 500 words of the main text, and then it still says it's not approved. Fine, I checked it myself. There were no hints, no sex scenes, nothing at all, and yet it still won't let me pass. What? Do you want me to delete it all? This is the first time I've been this angry. They won't let me chat normally. They say I'm being lewd. They won't let me chat about serious matters. They say I'm being lewd. They won't let me advance the plot. They say I'm being lewd. What? Do they want me to write pie? After writing pie, they said I was writing fluff. How could I possibly write that book? It's all just a test of the persimmon's obedience, to see if I'll continue writing here. I haven't even earned enough to make a living from this book. If I hadn't already written 600,000 words, I would have deleted it. I've revised this chapter at least 5 or 6 times. Each time I just deleted the content, but they still couldn't accept it. It passed the first time, but the second review said there were problems with the chapter. It's been reviewed at least 8 times. If there are problems, can't they just remove the whole thing? Is chapter 123 any better? Upon arriving at the hotel, Ellen easily booked a room. After carrying the sleeping Molly to bed, Iron did not wake her, but waited until nightfall. During this time, Ellen also went to see her own coachman to tell him that she would not be going home that night. It got dark quickly, and Mo Luo, who had slept all afternoon, finally woke up. However, she still feels a dull pain in her abdomen. My thighs also felt like they were falling apart. She vaguely remembered that she eventually lifted both feet off the ground. Are you feeling better? Iron held a bowl of porridge in her hand. After placing the porridge next to Molo, Iron fed her some water. Mo Luo poked her head out from under the covers, staring fiercely at Irene. He didn't say anything. He just turned his face away. Iron, this little girl. Without indulging her, Ellen reached out and pinched her chin, turning her face to look at him. Then he poured water in until it was about to overflow before letting go. Seemingly realizing that the situation was already set in stone, Mo Luo recalled the scene of being sold by her father. Now her father can't sell her. The worries that had been building up inside her for so long suddenly eased, and Mo Luo couldn't help but feel happier. Are you able to move? Go take a shower. Iron sat beside her and fed her porridge little by little. Mo Luo shook her head slightly. Right now, she's like a toy that's been played with and broken. If you want her to move again, you'll at least have to fix her. You help me. Mo Luo managed to utter a few words with difficulty. Ellen was taken aback, but after thinking about it, she realized that they all knew each other well, so she didn't refuse. He picked up the bright and lively little Mo Luo and took her to the bathroom. The whole cleaning process was easy. Molly was like a doll the whole time, letting Irene do whatever she wanted. It was small, and Ellen found it easy to tidy up. A short while later, Irene threw her onto the bed. She only looked up when a brand new Lolita dress was placed in front of her. Wah! I should have known better than to be so open. At this moment, Mo Luo had no strength left in her body and could only helplessly say, "Please change it for me." Irene touched his nose and obediently helped Maluo change her clothes. Now let's talk about what your purpose is in doing this. Ilham doesn't believe that Malu is simply that open-minded. She's still a virgin. If she had met someone like that, she would have lost her body long ago. Furthermore, this young lady only became so bold after Irene asked that question. Therefore, she must have some purpose. Mo Luo honestly told everyone what her father had done. Since the deed is done, Moro isn't worried that Irene will change her mind. At worst, I can just find another place to hide. Irene rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. If Harrison does this, then his plan to go to Vilker by relying on Moro will not work. It seems the only option is to ask this little fellow for some information about the Duke's family. Brother, why are you asking me about my older sister's lifestyle? Wearing the new Lolita dress that Irene had bought, Mo Luo regained her aristocratic lady appearance. Don't ask so many questions. Just tell me honestly, and I'll take you out of the capital. Irene used magic to blow on Malu's pale blue hair and whispered a warning. Oh, Mo Luo replied somewhat disappointedly, but soon she told them what she knew. Upon hearing Maluo's description, Irene paused in the hand holding the magic circle. It's no wonder she's the daughter of the Duke of Rose. She's perfectly inherited her father's genes. Natri, Moro's older sister, was even more adept at playing tricks than her father. She couldn't get married, but she still wanted to satisfy her desires. So Natalie had more than a dozen male lovers outside. Of course, this was only what Mo Luo knew. She didn't know the exact amount. But from what Mo Luo occasionally overheard, her eldest sister often stayed out all night. Several of the family's guards also disappeared along with them. Good heavens! Ellen exclaimed, wow, no wonder she's a single woman in her 40s. She's bold and has a wild side. However, since they have the means to do this, Irene can't say anything. Harrison, that old man, certainly has more concubines than Natalie. Irene pinched Malu's little face, his mind racing as he pondered how to rescue Levitt. The plan to go to Vilker via Maluo has fallen through, but I have also received some good news. Natalie will be away from the Duke's mansion on certain special occasions. At this point, Harrison was the only 6th-tier professional left in the Duke's mansion. Although it was still dangerous, Ellen felt she could give it a try. Who knows, I might actually be able to rescue Levitt and teacher Mia from Harrison's clutches. Oh, by the way, Xiao Molu, do you know anything about your brother Levitt? Irene ruffled Malu's hair. With each question, Irene would rub a different spot. Mo Luo let out a comfortable sound as she was being massaged, and then began to tell what she knew. Levitt was very bold. He directly confronted his father and sister. Of course, his older sister went easy on him, but his father wasn't so kind. Because of Mia's situation, Harrison was so angry that he broke Levitt's leg. Then came the familiar part for Ellen. Levitt and Mia became a separated couple. Irene helped Morlo tidy her hair and continued to ask, do you know where Levitt is imprisoned? This was Irene's main objective. He needed to find out the approximate location of Levitt's imprisonment from Morlos first, so that he wouldn't be like a headless fly when scouting the area. I remember it was next to my father's room. Mo Luo placed her finger on her pink lips, thought for a moment, and then answered. Oh, and the sister that brother Levitt brought back, she's locked up in the dungeon. I remember the dungeon was below the library at home. It's so scary there. It's so dark. As she spoke, Mo Luo involuntarily shrank her neck. It seemed as if there was something terrifying inside the dungeon. Irene pondered for a moment, then didn't ask any more questions and laid down on the bed as well. It was already night, and Ellen felt she should get some sleep. After all, I've been busy all morning. And unlike Mo Luo, he didn't sleep in the afternoon either. Xiao Molu looked at Irene sleeping next to her and carefully moved a little closer to him. Seeing that Ellen didn't react, she moved a little further. They only stopped when Mo Luo had completely snuggled into Irene's arms. I guess I'm already one of his people now. It's not unreasonable for me to have a few small requests, is it? Mo Luo wanted to hold him while she slept. Regardless of whether Eren was awake or not, Ma Yuo snuggled into his arms. Then he put his arms around Irene's waist. It would be impossible for Eren not to have sensed Morlo's actions. So Eren hugged her back in the same way. Chapter 124 Levitt's Wedding. When the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, the little girl Ellen was still asleep. Little Mo Luo was very well behaved and didn't move around much all night. Yes, just like Hillier. Thinking of Hillier, Ilum felt a strange sense of guilt. Cough, cough. Never mind, I won't think about it anymore. After getting ready, Ellen left the hotel. Looking at the bustling crowds on the street, Eren walked toward a small breakfast stall on the side. There are a lot of people there. Hey, did you know? I heard the Duke's family is having a wedding. That Duke. When did that happen? How come I've never heard of such a shocking thing before? The announcement was made yesterday that the son of the Duke of Rose is preparing to marry the daughter of the Marquis of Carroll. The Duke of Rose? Doesn't he only have one son? So early. Of course. I heard they got engaged as soon as they came back from Erst Academy, and they've already started preparing for the wedding in just a few days. A few people chatting at the breakfast stall immediately caught Ellen's attention. And what they were talking about? It seems to have been posted just yesterday. Ellen carried the breakfast handed to her by the shopkeeper while listening to the two men's conversation. Harrison is desperate. This was the first thing Ellen thought of. He wanted Levitt to marry the daughter of a high-ranking nobleman. But Levitt will definitely resist. This engagement was mostly Harrison's own decision. This was all to make Levitt give up on that idea. Ellen's face darkened. It seemed that old man Harrison wanted to completely lull Levitt into a false sense of security. Eren already knew what he would do next. If Harrison is as ruthless as Ellen thinks, Mia's situation won't be good. Eren was unsure, but he knew he couldn't wait any longer. We need to find out about Vilker's family situation as soon as possible. Even if Levitt can hold on, what about Teacher Mia? Teacher Mia was, after all, just a young girl. If that old man Harrison could give away his own daughter as a gift, he might not be so heartless as to do something to Mia. After all, Mia has no parents, and no one will know what she wants to do after she's done it. Of course, except for Levitt. Eren quickly returned to the hotel. Mo Luo was already awake and was tidying up her loose light blue hair. She sat on the bed, her Lolita dress covering most of it. Eren handed her the breakfast he was holding, then took her hand and led her outside. What's wrong? Mo Luo was a little taken aback when she was pulled along. After all, she wasn't feeling very well. Stop for a second. My legs hurt. Suddenly, Mo Luo collapsed to the ground. Yesterday her leg was bent too violently, and it hurts a lot when she walks just a few steps. Eren caught Morlos the moment she fell. Seeing Mo Luo's pale face, Eren didn't hesitate and picked her up in a princess carry. Oh. Mo Luo lost her balance and let out a startled cry. Eren had originally intended to make contact with Natalie today, but he sensed a sense of urgency from the engagement at the Duke of Rose's house. He needs to deal with this little girl, Mo Luo. Fortunately, Mora went out on her own. That old man Harrison was busy with Levitt's affairs and didn't have time to pay attention to her. Where are you going? Mo Luo grabbed Irene's clothes and asked in a low voice. You should go to my house for a while. Your father won't come to investigate a Marquis family. Ellen said casually. After paying for the hotel, Eren calmly held Malo and drew a magic circle in front of him. Third-tier magic, spatial teleportation. This is practically the perfect magic for murder and robbery. Running away couldn't be easier. However, this magic can only be used in places where the space is relatively weak. In cases where the space is solid or sealed, this magic can only teleport a distance of a few meters. Eren carried Malu into the magic circle. When Eren came out again, he was not far from his own manor. Mo Luo was a little scared. She found herself suddenly in the middle of nowhere. Was that teleportation magic? That's amazing. Unfortunately, learning spatial magic requires magical talent, and she didn't think she could learn it at the third tier. As another magic circle appeared, Eren led Mala back into it. The capital city is quite a distance from my family's manor, and I can't get back there with just a teleportation spell. The only solution is to use magic more often. With a spatial fluctuation, Eren appeared at his own front door. A girl dressed in a pretty maid outfit came up to Irene. "Young master? What's this?" Eren handed the little girl he was holding to the still bewildered maid and began to explain. "This is the daughter of the Duke of Roses, my friend. She's not feeling well. Just prepare a room for her. She might stay at home for a few days. Please tell my mother that for me." After Eren explained the situation simply, he saw the butler, Vega, walking over from the side. "Young master Eren, I will handle this matter." Vega had already heard what Eren said, and naturally began to speak. "Young master, is there something urgent? Why don't you tell me? Perhaps I can help you." Eren paused, taken aback by Vega's words, and cautiously began to speak. "This is a bit dangerous. We might not be able to use our family identity. Protecting the young master is my duty." Eren was silent for a moment. "If Vega joins us, the chances of rescuing Levitt are very high. But I don't know if my father will agree." Seeing Iren's hesitation, Vega seemed to have guessed Iren's concerns. "The master said he wouldn't interfere with you, just like before." "Eren, that makes sense. Old Deng really didn't care about me much before." "All right then, Vega, let's talk in the garden." Vega gave a few instructions to the maid who was holding Malo beside him, and then followed Eren. Mo Luo, who was being held, blinked, but still let the maid lead her into the manor. He couldn't get a word in edgewise, but at least he had finally left the capital. Inside the garden, Eren sat in the central pavilion. Today, her mother, Rakati, wasn't sitting in the garden, and Eren could clearly see that the creeping vines had blossomed. The flowers of the creeping vine are white, and in the garden, it is the most inconspicuous of all the flowers. "Young master, can you tell me now?" Vega did not sit, but stood respectfully before Eren. Chapter 125 Conversation and Planning. This matter concerns the Duke of Rose. Eren summoned a maid and asked her to prepare a pot of tea. "Uncle Vega, do you know anything about what's happened to the Duke of Rose recently?" Vega was silent for a moment. He began searching his mind for any information he knew. It seems that nothing major has happened at the Duke of Rose's house recently. Could it be about the wedding at his family's house? Young master, could it be the wedding of young Master Levitt from the Duke of Rose's family? Wiz didn't show much emotion. He just spoke with a puzzled expression. "You know, yesterday, the Duke of Roses sent an invitation, inviting the head of the family to attend the wedding in 3 days. The head of the family will probably bring you, young master, and Miss Liana along." Eren, plans really can't keep up with changes. The wedding is actually taking place in just 3 days? Eren held his head, feeling somewhat annoyed. He then told Vega about his plan. Vega was visibly taken aback when he heard what Eren said. Then he said, "So, Master Illumi intends to rescue Master Levitt and his teacher?" "Yes, I promised him." Eren picked up the tea that the maid had brought earlier, blew on it before taking a small sip. "I said that if his family objects to him and teacher Mia, I will help them." Vega fell silent, then sighed. "Young master, the head of the family has instructed you to minimize your contact with the Duke's children." "Yes, I know. The point is, it wasn't him who went to Levitt. It was Levitt who came to me." "Young master, what is it that I can do for you?" Vega's voice was tinged with helplessness. Eren knew that Vega had agreed to Iren's actions. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked that question. I have no idea. I haven't figured out what's going on at the Duke's mansion yet. If I encounter any difficulties, I will come to you." Eren put down the cup in his hand and began to speak. "Yes, if there is anything you need from me, please let me know." After saying that, Vega suddenly took several steps back. Just as Eren looked puzzled, a slightly angry, yet also excited, woman's voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Eren, explain yourself. What's the deal with that Duke's daughter you brought back?" Lakati suddenly appeared behind Ilum. "Mother, what brings you here?" The moment Eren heard the sound, he immediately hid. Lakati entered the pavilion and looked at her youngest son hiding under the table. Suddenly, she wanted to laugh, but he forced himself to suppress it and put on a serious expression. Eren placed his hands on the table, only revealing half of his head, and cautiously watched his mother. "Mother, what brings you here?" Even though Eren wasn't afraid of fifth-tier demons, he was still somewhat afraid of his own mother. "Come out." Lakati found a seat and sat down, right across from Eren. Hearing his mother's words, Eren came out from under the table and poured a cup of tea for Rickety. Tell me, what's the story with that duke's daughter named Manhwa? Don't think I can't see it. That young lady isn't actually feeling unwell, is she? Tell me, how do you plan to take responsibility? Rickety took a sip of tea, gracefully set the cup down, and looked at Eren. Sigh, how else can I take responsibility? Marry him. Anyway, I've done everything I needed to do, and then I can be with Hillier. Anyway, the nobles don't prohibit this kind of behavior. Lakati tapped the table, her face revealing little emotion. That kid, Eren, he's such a worry. She knew something about the Duke of Rose's family, and felt particularly disgusted by them. When she chatted with those bored noble ladies, she naturally talked about all sorts of things, big and small, within the various noble families. This includes actions similar to Harrison selling his daughter. This move, of course, stunned Rickety, who had been a noblewoman for several years. If Leo dared to do that, she would definitely break his legs. Well, thankfully, my eldest daughter's marriage was one-sided. I wonder how the Duke who married Lucia is doing now. When will I be able to hold my grandson? That girl named Mo Luo. Well, let her stay at our house for now. Lakati finally seemed to give in, shaking her head and sighing. What could she do? Doesn't she know what kind of person her own son is? They agree to things readily, but they resolutely refuse to do them. I'm a typical example of someone who knows they're wrong, but still makes the same mistakes. If I let him send that girl back, that kid Eren will definitely find a place to hide her. It would be better to just leave the girl at home. Also, the Duke of Rose's family is having a wedding in 3 days. You'll be coming with us. Rickety repeated Vega's words. I know, Vega told me. Eren nodded. Many nobles will be attending, so don't cause any more trouble. Iren's lips twitched. Oh no, it seems like I might actually cause some trouble this time. After all, Levitt was the star of the wedding. And the Carroll family. Ellen chatted with Rickety about what had happened to her in Erster, but before long, Rickety kicked her out. He didn't tell his mother about his experiences in that war, as that would only worry her. Looking towards the capital, Eren reconstructed a magic circle and teleported himself there. Inside the Imperial Tavern, Natalie, with her graceful figure, was embracing 2 men on either side, constantly pouring alcohol into one of them while touching the other with her free hand. The 2 men didn't look very old, no more than 20. They don't have any special characteristics, except that they are good-looking. Stop pretending to be reserved, come on, drink this cup. Although Natalie is over 40 years old, she is the daughter of a noble family and a 6th-level professional. So she's not bad-looking, and she exudes a unique charm that belongs to women her age. The 2 boys were probably doing this for the first time, and they were completely overwhelmed by a woman who had slept with countless men. Before long, the boy who had been given alcohol couldn't hold on any longer and threw himself into Natri's arms. Chapter 126 Persuasion. Ellen sat outside the tavern and ordered a simple drink. After returning to the capital, he investigated the tavern that Natri frequented. Of course, Natalie went to a private room, where she was served by male concubines. In the middle of the day, Eren held his head and just sat there, motionless. He now wants to know Natalie's opinion of Levitt. If she still has feelings for her younger brother, the conversation should be quick. Time passed slowly, and it wasn't until evening that a lady dressed in gorgeous clothes came down from the 2nd floor of the tavern. Without hesitation, Eren took out a black mask from his spatial ring, put it on, and walked straight toward Natalie. Madam, may I have a drink with you? Eren's voice is very mature. He deliberately changed his voice. Oh, sir, are you inviting me? Natalie licked her lips, her eyes scanning Ellen's entire body with a fiery gaze before fixing on his face. It was as if she wanted to see through that thin mask and appreciate the man who dared to call out to her. Daughter of the Duke, Natalie Vilker. Race, human. Level, mid-tier 6. Physical constitution, water element, affinity 99. Status, healthy. Emotion, pleasure, excitement, playfulness. Psychological state, possessiveness/vigilance. Commentary, a tragic person, a tragic fate. Eren's face, hidden behind the mask, froze. No, we just met, and I'm still wearing a mask. What is this possessiveness of yours? Eren instinctively took a step back. It's not because he's afraid. Okay, he was just a little scared. But Ellen held back and nodded. Yes, I'd like to invite you for a drink. Natalie smiled, a smile that was extremely charming and captivating on her mature face. If Ellen hadn't known her situation, she probably would have joined in the admiration. Okay, then where would you like to chat? How about I take you to a private room upstairs? I happen to have permanent access to it. Natalie's every word was seductive. A simple guy would probably be captivated by just a few words. No need, we can talk in the lobby. Despite the chills emanating from his face beneath the mask, Ilham still spoke in a gentlemanly manner. Natalie's expression suddenly changed from a smile to disappointment, but she quickly smiled and nodded again. Upon arriving in the lobby, Ellen ordered a hangover remedy. As for Natalie, she ordered the drinks herself. However, when Ellen heard the name of the drink she ordered, she unconsciously moved a little to the side. The alcohol she ordered was incredibly strong, not just a little bit. Eren was a little afraid that she might go on a drunken rampage later. Sir, so what is it that you stopped me to talk about? Natalie rested her hands on the table, her voluptuous figure fully exposed to Ellen. Ms. Natalie, I would like to speak with you about Levitt. Upon hearing Ellen's words, Natalie seemed to immediately lose interest in him, and her possessiveness vanished. The playful and wild look in her eyes was gone. You know me, you investigated me? Ms. Natalie, you're quite famous in this tavern. I don't need to investigate you. Natalie was taken aback, and a rare hint of shyness appeared on her face. But quickly, that feeling of shyness vanished instantly, replaced by a cold face. Sir, did Levitt send you? What does he want you to tell me? Does he still want to go against his father's wishes? He should know that even I can't help him much. I have done my best to help him, and I cannot make decisions about what happens after that. Natalie said a lot at once, and after she finished speaking, she immediately drank the cocktail on the table in one gulp. Irene's eyes twitched as she watched. You should know that the drink she ordered wasn't the kind Ellen ordered. Her drinks are practically all alcohol. Such a direct and suffocating act is probably something only a sixth-tier professional like her would dare to do. I was not sent by Levitt. Eren remained silent, but he had already discerned Natalie's stance from her words. Out of loyalty and affection, she was willing to help her younger brother. However, due to family obligations, she had to follow her father's instructions. Then why? Natalie's voice was filled with doubt. You don't need to know that. Eren stared into her eyes and said, word by word, all you need to know is that I want to bring Levitt out, along with the girl he brought back. And you, will you stop me? Silence fell, and only the noisy chatter of the other drinkers remained. Natalie's face was slightly flushed, seemingly because she had suddenly drunk a large glass of wine. This is not something I can decide. No, that's not something you can decide. Iren's voice was loud, instantly sobering up Natalie, who was somewhat drunk. Do you want Levitt to suffer the same fate as you? Let him become one of your other sisters. To become a political tool controlled by one's own father? Eren pushed the wine glass in his hand towards Natri. You are lucky. You didn't become one of those things that Hario gave away as a gift. But you are also unfortunate. You become another tool. You have no freedom. From beginning to end, Harrison seemed to have no concept of children. Think about it. Why did you reach the 6th level so easily? Think about it again. Why haven't you gotten married yet? This remark seemed to enrage Natalie, who slammed her hand on the table and thrust her face toward Ellen. What do you mean? I can't get married. It's clearly those men who are unworthy of my status. Eren didn't say anything more, and he didn't even blink when faced with Natalie's angry outburst. Only after Natalie's voice gradually subsided did Ellen straighten her posture. Yes, you're right. You're very strong, so there really isn't anyone who's good enough for you. But think about it. What was Harrison's purpose in keeping you here? Have you noticed that any of your sisters whom Harrison gave away are of a rank higher than 3? No. As far as I know, in your family, besides you, there is no one else who can cultivate to the 3rd level. Iren's words were icy cold. And Harrison, that is, your father, you should know that he has a hidden injury. I guess he probably won't be able to use much of his 6th-tier strength. So, what is the purpose of keeping you here? Eren looked at her with a deep gaze, which seemed to be both mocking and pitying. Chapter 127, A Tragic Person, A Tragic Fate. You don't understand. You're just using the information you have to deduce these useless things. Natalie took the hangover drink that Ellen pushed towards her. Do you think I don't know? Natalie's voice suddenly became tearful, as if she had remembered something unpleasant. You think I don't know? I am not just my father's daughter. I still am. Father's slave. Even though her voice was trembling with tears, it remained as flat as if she were dead. She no longer possessed the allure she once had. Instead, she was deathly still and fragile. She carefully drank the beverage that Ellen pushed towards her, tears welling up in her eyes. It's hard to imagine that this is the voice of a woman in her 40s. Eren watched quietly without saying a word. He was still in shock after understanding that statement. Slave? Daughter? These two words. Harrison was born. But before Ellen could process the meaning behind Natalie's words, something even more explosive came out of her mouth. My requirements for choosing a partner have never been high. After all, who doesn't yearn for love? But, after that night, I never had that thought again. I am filthy. I cannot let anyone know that I am a person who was forced into a slave contract by my own father. Eren was puzzled. Eren froze. Eren was utterly shocked. Holy crap, Harrison was really born. How could you do this to your own daughter? It's likely that Natalie's frequent visits to male lovers were also due to Harrison. Eren now understood why there was that comment on the Eye of God. A tragic person, a tragic fate. Silence fell, and no one spoke again. Natalie seemed to have finally spoken her mind, and her body went limp as she slumped onto the tavern table. Meanwhile, Ellen was inwardly condemning Harrison. That's absolutely insane. Finally, someone broke the silence. Ms. Natalie. Eren finally spoke. I express my deepest apologies for this. My purpose remains unchanged. Let us part ways here. Of course, we may meet again, but when that happens, we won't be chatting so amicably anymore. Ellen knew she had nothing left to say to her. He couldn't possibly bring up his views in front of a woman who was suffering and grieving. That will only anger her. Eren gracefully stood up, and just as he was about to leave, he was suddenly kicked from behind. A jade-like foot kicked him with great force, knocking him directly to the ground. Fortunately, the table Ellen chose was in a secluded spot with few people around. The commotion did not attract anyone's attention. Natalie held one of her high heels in her hand and placed her flawless white foot on Ellen's chest. She no longer looked sad. Instead, she regained her charming demeanor. Little brother, you mustn't tell anyone what I've just said. Otherwise, if I catch you, I'll drain you dry. Natalie lowered her body, her face close to the eyes beneath Ilum's mask. And another thing, little brother, you haven't told me your name yet. What if my sister misses you someday? Wow, this woman doesn't seem to want me to leave. Ms. Natalie, Ellen said, putting her hands behind her back. I think you should put your legs down, okay? Oh, that won't do, little brother. You still haven't told me your name. Natalie spoke in Ellen's ear in a voice strong enough to melt your bones. You'll probably find out your name in the future. Of course, I'll give you some clues. For example, you can call me Mask. As soon as he finished speaking, a magic circle appeared beneath Eren, swallowing him whole. This is the magic circle he had created with his hands, which he had previously placed behind his back. Please rest assured, Ms. Natalie, not a single word of what you told me today will be uttered by anyone else. By now, after Eren entered the magic circle, the magic passage instantly closed. Natalie, holding a high-heeled shoe in her hand, chose not to chase after them. In her eyes, what Ellen had cast was nothing more than a minor third-order spatial spell. With her strength, she could seal off this space. But she didn't do that, because she knew these were people who had come to help her younger brother. She doesn't need to, and doesn't want to. After downing her drink in one gulp, she went to the front desk. Clean up that private room upstairs, and then call 2 more girls over. I'm not going back tonight. The receptionist nodded meekly. Okay, boss. Eren emerged from another part of the capital. He leaned against the wall and slowly removed the mask from his face. At the same time, his face, already covered in sweat, was revealed. I must say, getting to know a young woman with 6th-level strength is that's fucking exciting. If I'm not careful, I might get caught. Eren was confident that even if he couldn't beat them, he could outrun them. But when Natalie kicked him to the ground, He felt a chill run down his spine. He thought Natalie was going to keep him here. Fortunately, she had a conscience and didn't go so far as to eat the people who helped her brother. Breathing in the fresh air, the sky was already pitch black. Without much hesitation, Eren put the black mask back on and headed toward the Duke of Rose's mansion in the capital. Today, he needs to find out what's going on inside the Duke's mansion. Among the intelligence gathered earlier was a map of the Duke's mansion. However, the map is not detailed. For example, it doesn't show the location of the dungeon. That's right. How could someone just casually reveal the existence of a dungeon? Fortunately, Eren learned the general location of the dungeon from Moro, below the library. The arrival of night provides hunters with perfect camouflage. Eren was still wearing that familiar black trench coat, perfectly concealing himself in the darkness. It seems that Harrison had the entire ducal house decorated because the Duke's family was having a wedding in a few days. Fortunately, the workers didn't work at night, so the Duke's mansion was quiet. There were only a few scattered patrolling guards. After all, this is the capital city and the residence of a duke. Who would dare to trespass here? Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Mia was suspended in mid-air, her hands bound by iron chains, hanging inside the dungeon. There were no wounds or bloodstains on her body. The innocent look on her face was gone, replaced by a haggard appearance. There were 2 guards standing in front of her. Chapter 128 Inside the Dungeon. You're telling me, these are women locked up in the dungeon. Why won't we be allowed to touch them? One guard said to the other guard beside him. They were specifically tasked with guarding the dungeons. Women are often imprisoned in this dungeon. They've said that the women in prison here are all people who are about to die. Let them do whatever they want with it. So he's been with many women of different types, and he can't say he really enjoys this job. However, this time, the people above wouldn't let them move the woman who was imprisoned. He was so thirsty from watching it that his mouth went dry. After all, this woman was a type he had never seen before and was very rare in aristocratic circles. But undeniably, his good looks really made him hot. Unfortunately, I can't move myself. Why ask so many questions? The captain said that it was the young lady who told us not to touch her. Do you dare to touch the people the young lady is protecting? 9 of you wouldn't be enough to kill. Another guard glanced at him and warned the guard who only knew how to play with women. The young lady he was referring to was Natalie Welko. He was just a lowly guard and didn't want to die young. TCH, in the end they're all going to die anyway. The guard spoke casually. No woman who enters this dungeon has ever come out alive. Either they'd be played to death by the guard captain and his men, or they'd be beaten up and then played to death. These are all women who served Harrison. When Harrison didn't want to play anymore, he threw them here. The women thrown over included not only young commoners, but also beautiful noble ladies. I don't know where these women came from. However, the guard remembered that every time he came home from get-off work, he heard that someone had gone missing. Commoners had them, and so did nobles. But he didn't care, since a woman would be sent into the dungeon every few days anyway. But what does that have to do with him? As usual, they remained here listlessly. There is only one woman in the dungeon right now, and they cannot move her. What a boring night. Old debtor, I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to take a nap. The guard suddenly felt dizzy, held his head, and spoke to the guard next to him, who was called the deadbeat. The other guard did not respond to him. He didn't care and leaned straight against the wall behind him. The dungeon was dark and damp, with no lights. A ghostly figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. He wore a black mask with no expression, only revealing a pair of blue pupils. Eren skillfully kicked the guard lying on the ground, then looked at the girl hanging in the iron cage. Because he was wearing a mask, his expression was not visible. But from the look in his eyes, it was clear that Eren was now extremely angry. Although he didn't have much contact with teacher Mia, he learned about her almost entirely through Levitt. But when I saw such a scene, the sudden, indescribable anger in my heart became tangible. Seemingly hearing the commotion outside the cage, Mia, who was being hung up, raised her head. Eren's eyes met hers. He couldn't detect any emotion in those eyes. They were indifferent. It's like resigning oneself to fate. Clang. Eren's hands gripped the iron cage, making a grating sound. At the same time, the metal bars of the iron cage quickly turned bright red. 100% fire element affinity. The next second, The metal railings seemed to melt, rapidly dripping molten metal onto the ground. The cage in front of Eren melted into molten iron in just a few minutes. Eren walked in slowly. Mia kept looking up at Eren, but never said a word. Ugh, ugh. An unpleasant sound came out of the girl's mouth. Eren, who was halfway there, froze. The disbelief in his eyes was palpable, as well as anger, utter rage. Teacher Mia looks like this. Her throat. Mia looked at the man in front of her whose face she couldn't see, and her voice grew more and more urgent. It seems like he wanted to tell him something. But since he was already mute, he could only warn her with his eyes and her incomprehensible voice. Ilum was puzzled, just as he was about to reach out to untie the chains binding Mia's hands. A very light footstep sounded behind Eren. Eren's hand paused. He turned around and looked behind him. Behind him was a pitch-black prison cell. There were no lights, only darkness, and a pair of golden, reflective eyes. So that's why those two cowards were sleeping. Turns out, a mouse got in. Interesting. Someone actually dared to break into the Duke's mansion. It seems this night won't be too boring. The voice arrived before the person. Those were the voices of a man, full of mockery. Seemingly aware that they had been exposed, they simply stopped trying to conceal their footsteps. A series of crisp sounds rang out from the darkness. As the man approached, the previously unlit dungeon began to light up one by one. The newcomer was wearing a set of white iron armor and looked to be in his early 20s. He had blonde hair and an unsettling smile on his face. He approached the iron cage, came to a fallen guard, and stepped on the guard's head. Bang! The man's kick was so powerful that it crushed the guard's head. Blood splattered everywhere, and the surrounding area was stained with a layer of blood. Looking at the blood-stained boots, the man casually wiped them on the dead guard. It's like I've gotten used to it. Tower of Corruption, Gregory Posis. Race, human. Level, late stage 4. Class, swordsman. Status, healthy/not demonized. Mood, slightly crazy/pleasant. Psychological state, hostility. Evaluation, those who make deals with demons of the abyss will themselves become demons. After seeing Gregory's stats, Eren stopped paying attention to him. Instead, he turned around and broke the chains in Mia's hands. Mia seemed terrified of the man, her eyes constantly fixed on him. Eren could read the emotions in Mia's eyes. Fear. Mia was afraid of that man. Teacher Mia, would you please stay here for a while? I'll take you out in a bit. Eren gently placed Mia's frail body on the ground and spoke softly to her. When she heard the words, Teacher Mia, Mia's gaze shifted from the man to Irene, which she stared intently at. The sounds coming from her mouth grew louder, and her hands gripped the corner of Eren's trench coat tightly. This is my student? Levi Levitt? No, it can't be him. He couldn't possibly have gotten here. No, you can't face that person. No, don't go. Mia tilted her head back, seemingly wanting Eren not to take any risks. Pa, what a touching display of teacher-student affection. Logically speaking, young Master Levitt should still be under house arrest. So who are you? Ha, a mouse that sneaked in. Gregory laughed loudly, seeing the fool in front of him as someone who was courting death. He's already dead. However, before his laughter could subside, the smile on his face vanished instantly. Instead, it turned into endless fear. Have you laughed enough, you piece of trash? Eren's trench coat fluttered in the wind, and behind him, a huge magic circle exuding a deathly threat quietly appeared in Gregory's field of vision. Gregory was no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, his voice trembled. This is a 5th-tier magic. Chapter 129 Gregory. Eren slowly walked up to the man in the iron armor and met his eyes. Stop. Stop. This is the Duke's mansion. If someone is killed here, the Rose Duke will find out very soon. There are 2 6th-tier professionals in the Duke's mansion. Even if you are a 5th-tier professional, you can't possibly escape from 2 6th-tier professionals. Gregory trembled as he backed away, his left foot landing squarely on the guard whose head he had just crushed. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Even after falling to the ground, he still rubbed the ground with his hands. He can't die. He can't die. Gregory kept telling himself this. I am the youngest 4th-tier swordsman. I cannot die. Gregory knew in his heart how difficult it had been for him to get to this position. Gregory is a small town on the frontier of the kingdom. In that small town, he was found to have exceptional talent in both swordsmanship and magic. With his talent, if he had a good mentor, he would surely become a high-level swordsman or mage in the future. His future is bright, but the prerequisite is that he has something to learn. Swordsmanship and magic, although they can be advanced to higher levels through one's own efforts. But if you want to have greater power, you must learn the knowledge that has been passed down. For example, sword skills and types of magic. Like Phil Wynn, she was able to quickly improve her strength after being adopted by the Sword Saint and learning his swordsmanship. Magic, on the other hand, requires even more resources. Even Eren, before reaching the 5th rank, only learned magic from the magic he found in his own study. So Gregory had a lot of talent, but no resources. He was just an ordinary citizen. Ordinary people don't have that much money or access to resources. He didn't even have a spellbook to learn first-order magic. Therefore, he had to find other ways to access knowledge. Surprisingly, he actually found a solution. He had a childhood sweetheart in that small town. She was a cute little girl. She was born with a lovely face and always had a sweet smile on her face. Every time she came to play with him, she would call out, "Brother, brother." Although they were just ordinary people living in this frontier town, Gregory was very comfortable with such a childhood sweetheart. However, perhaps because this little girl was too naive and innocent, one day she actually wanted to go into the city to play. It wasn't the small town they lived in, but a city much larger than a town. That city is within the territory of the Duke of Rose. Gregory couldn't resist the little girl's pleading, so he softened and took her to the big city. Nothing happened along the way until they entered the city, where the little girl's appearance caught the attention of the city's general. The news spread quickly. Gregory had barely entered the city that day when someone found him. They said they were willing to provide Gregory with resources to help him become a high-ranking professional. Gregory was delighted and agreed to the man's help without even asking the price. However, when he returned to the hotel, he discovered that the little girl who had been following him was gone. In the entire room, there was only one unopened letter. The contents of the letter devastated him. The little girl, Gregory's childhood sweetheart, has become the city lord's concubine. He sold her out. Gregory was not capable of retaliating against a city lord, let alone a city lord from a duchy. He was mentored by the city lord's mansion, and gradually his desire for revenge disappeared. There's no other reason than that the city lord gave too much. Even if the city lord's mansion didn't send anyone, Gregory would send the little girl there himself. Yes, reality is cruel. Even though Gregory really liked his childhood sweetheart. But compared to my future, these things are nothing. By selling her, I can not only obtain better resources, but also have a better life. Even so, he did break down for a moment. Before he was able to attend Erst College, he had killed many people. It was during this period that his mind gradually became distorted. Later, while studying at Erster College, he became one of the few students to reach the third-tier professional level before graduation. He was poached by the Duke of the Rose right after graduation. Money, women, resources, he wants all of these things. And coincidentally, the Duke of Rose was able to provide him with all of these things. Time is a truly wondrous thing. It can completely change a person beyond recognition. Later, Gregory sought even greater power. They made a deal with the devil, a deal that touched their very souls. Gregory, tell me, who did this to her throat? Eren lowered his head, his eyes beneath the mask staring directly at him. Gregory shuddered. In his vision, Ellen's face was completely dark. Each rank is almost a watershed moment. Gregory dared not gamble that he could defeat the 5th-tier mage in front of him. But he won't tell the truth either. Otherwise, you'll be the one who dies. No, it wasn't me. I'm just the person in charge here. I won't personally punish those women who are locked up here. Looking at the man frantically trying to justify himself, Eren sighed helplessly. You're smart, but I hate smart people. Iron's eyes were cold. No, you can't kill me. I am willing to sign a slave contract with you and be your slave for eternity. Sir, didn't you want to save this woman? I can help you get out. I can keep watch for you. I can even give you every woman who is sent here. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. Gregory knelt on the ground, muttering frantically. Ellen raised an eyebrow. Were other women being brought in here? What's the meaning behind sending this woman here? The women that the Duke kidnapped, after he had his way with them, would be thrown here. But don't worry, sir. Those women are all very beautiful. There are even noble ladies among them. All kinds. Upon hearing Gregory's words, Eren's raised hand finally stopped. Gregory seemed to see a glimmer of hope and began to speak faster and faster. Sir, if you wish to have some women right now, I can bring you some immediately. I can bring several of the Duke's daughters with me. Puff. Just as Gregory was getting into the swing of things, he subconsciously sensed a sense of crisis. A jet of blood spurted from his arm. His left arm disappeared. He stared in astonishment at the man before him, only realizing he hadn't rolled to the side in that split second. He feared he was already dead. Gregory pinched his severed left hand with his right hand, trying to stop the bleeding. His face began to turn pale. Eren stood up again. Beneath the mask was no expression, but a pair of eyes shone with a calm light. I already know what I need to know. The person in front of me has no reason to live. Chapter 130, Saving Teacher Mia. Silence and Annihilation. Eren didn't continue speaking, but instead aimed in Gregory's direction and unleashed his magic. You can't do that. I still have value. Gregory shouted, but Eren didn't listen to him. The magic circle covered the entire Gregory area. He passed away peacefully without making a sound. Yes, I'm such a good person, I made sure he passed away without any pain. Clapping his hands, Eren walked towards Mia's location. Mia was staring at him blankly. Mia herself is a mage, so she can naturally tell that Eren is using fifth-order magic. However, she never expected that such a powerful person would be her student. What were you worried about just now? Eren picked up Mia and quietly left. It seems that because this dungeon was built beneath the Duke's library, it was very well soundproofed. Not a single sound from Gregory escaped his notice. After Eren carefully evaded the patrolling guards, Mia carefully wrote something on his back. Eren didn't know what Ms. Mia wanted to write, so he could only wait until they went outside to talk to her. The thought of Teacher Mia's throat ignited a nameless anger within Eren. I wonder what Levitt's expression will be when he finds out. He probably doesn't have much affection for his father anymore. Once outside the Duke's mansion, Eren finally had time to deal with Mia's situation. Ugh. Wah. Mia sobbed, waving her hands around until she pulled Ellen's hand over and began writing on it. Eren noticed that there were no wounds on her neck. Who are you? Eren felt what was in his palm. I'm sorry, Ms. Mia, I forgot to tell you. Eren removed his mask, revealing his delicate face. Mia looked at the person in front of her and continued writing in his palm. Eren, what? Why did I come to save you? Mia nodded. You are my teacher, and Levitt is my friend. That's why I came to save you. Eren had a smile on his face, but he quickly wiped it away. Teacher Mia, let us treat you first, and then we'll go back, okay? Eren grabbed Mia's hand and looked at the marks on it caused by the chains binding her. Mia looked at her hands and nodded in agreement. Eren then cast a healing spell on her hand. However, when Eren looked at Mia's throat, Mia looked away. My throat is beyond repair. Eren's face stiffened. I drank a magic potion that ordinary magic can't cure. Mia continued writing on Eren's hand, but she wrote each word very slowly. It was so slow that it would take Eren a long time to memorize the whole sentence. If only I had a set of pen and paper. But Ellen's storage ring contained many things, except for this one. Mia, I understand. Let's go back to my house first. I'll think about how to bring Levitt out in 3 days. Seemingly realizing that her communication was indeed a bit slow, Mia simply nodded obediently. She has nowhere to go now. The arrival of Teacher Mia did not disrupt the Marquis family's life. Of course, Morlet's arrival was also absent. After a day of rest, Mo Luo was able to get out of bed. However, my groin area is still a bit sore. She quietly went to Irene's room, leaned against the door frame, and peeked inside. His large eyes surveyed the situation in Ellen's room. It was daytime, and Ellen was sitting at her desk. He was holding a pen, but it was unclear what he was writing. However, judging from his furrowed brow, Mo Luo could clearly see that Irene was very anxious. However, she still had no intention of going in, because in her eyes, Irene was holding a little maid in her arms. Long silver hair, fair skin, and the elf's ears. Mo Luo knew it was an elf. Elves are the most beautiful race in the world, a fact acknowledged by all human empires. In her home, Malu remembered that her father also had an elven concubine. However, that elf didn't live for very long before it died. Moro remembered clearly that the elf's corpse was given as a reward to a guard captain. His name was something like Gregory. Eren seemed to sense that Malu was at the door, and his gaze fell on Malu, who was only showing her head. Startled, Luo quickly pulled her head back. However, her light blue hair was sticking out of the door frame, and Ellen saw it at a glance. Eren put down his pen. "Master, what's wrong?" Hillier, who was sitting quietly in Ilum's lap, looked up at him and asked what had happened. Eren pinched her cheek, knowing that he would have to tell Hillier about Morlo sooner or later. He carefully carried Hillier to the bed, pressed his ear to her ear, and his warm breath made Hillier blush. "Hillier, I have something to tell you." Eren recounted everything that had happened between him and Morlo. Hillier, sitting on the bed, no longer had the expression she had just shown, and instead listened quietly to what Ellen had to say. "Master." Hillier looked up at Eren, bewildered. She suddenly hugged Irene's head, and a warm sensation instantly spread throughout Irene's mind. Hillier closed his eyes, his lips pressed tightly against Ilum's. It's like declaring sovereignty. It was a long time before Hillier finally let go of her hand, when she herself could no longer hold on. Her eyes were slightly tearful, and her voice was soft. "Master, I am a slave, your maid. You don't need to consider my feelings." Eren froze. He knew Hillier was very uncomfortable right now. "It's a feeling of discomfort in my heart." Otherwise, the word slave wouldn't have been brought up again. "Sorry." Ellen held Hillier in her arms and rested her head against her body. "Sorry." Eren didn't know what to say. "No, Master, you don't need to apologize." Hillier's small hand gripped Irene's hand and placed it on her chest. "I know I can't stop these things from happening. I'm already very happy to be with my master and stay by his side. Can we let her in? I want to talk to her." Hillier turned his head and looked at Moro, who had poked his head out again. Luo pulled her head back in once again. Chapter 131. "It smells so good. I love it." Eren nodded and ruffled Hillier's white silver hair. Then he turned and walked towards the door. Hillier sat there quietly, watching Ilum's retreating figure. She quietly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Luo, come here." Seeing the little girl seem to want to run away, Eren grabbed her hand. "Then look her directly in the eye." Luo felt a little guilty and looked away from Irene's eyes. She was afraid that because she had been peeking at the man, he would not let her stay there any longer. Luo. Eren called her name. Luo subconsciously looked into Irene's eyes and then responded. "I want to talk to you, after all. You probably have nowhere to go right now." "Ugh, is this a threat?" "Wah, this is threatening me." Luo puffed out her cheeks and could only nod. After seeing that Morlos had agreed, Eren leaned down slightly and whispered in her ear. She told him that Hillier wanted to see her. At the same time, he also told her about his relationship with Hillier. However, Moro's reaction was not as strong as Hillie's. He simply nodded casually. It seemed as if they knew about their relationship. Having lived in such a family, Luo naturally wouldn't have much resistance to such things. Her father was a womanizer, and her eldest sister also had several male lovers at home. These things were not unacceptable to her. "At least, the man in front of me was very responsible. He told me about Hillier." She also told the maid about herself. Eren led her into his room. When Morlo entered Iren's room for the first time, she did not look around. Instead, they turned their attention to the elf maid sitting on the bed. Hillier sat there quietly, the light streaming in from the window, filtering through her hair and falling on her white locks. It makes you want to pick her up and cuddle her. Moro's first impression of Hillier was, "This girl is so beautiful." Elves truly deserve to be called the most beautiful race. Even a girl as lovely as Morlo couldn't resist wanting to get close to Hillier. However, she suppressed her excitement and slowly walked up to Hillier. Hillier watched her approach with a smile on her face. "Hello." Luo licked her lips, her body trembling slightly, and reached out to greet Hillier. Hillier was a little stunned, then reached out and took her hand with a smile. Luo was struck by that smile and immediately pounced on the little elf sitting on the bed. Huh? Hillier asked several question marks, looking bewildered at the little girl who had jumped into his arms. Malo hugged Hillier's waist and buried her face in her chest. It smells so good, I love it. Can I call you sister? Mo Luo tilted her head back, her face showing a cute expression. This left Hillier speechless, swallowing all the words he had prepared. Okay. Hillier nodded uncertainly. How long have you been here, sister? Looking at the beautiful scene of Hillier and Moro in bed, Eren's solemn expression finally eased somewhat. It seems that Moro should be able to get along well with Hillier. Eren took the plan sheet out of the table again and didn't listen to the conversation between the two girls. Levitt's wedding is the day after tomorrow, and he plans to bring Levitt out on the wedding day. But this is not an easy task. Even if that old man Harrison doesn't say anything, Natalie will definitely be there. Although she didn't make her stance clear yesterday, Harrison was present. That will definitely make Natalie take action. After all, Natalie had already signed a slave contract with her father. Aside from the two sixth-tier individuals, the head of the Carroll family should also be present. After all, it was his own daughter getting married. He shouldn't be as ruthless as Harrison. He'll probably still attend his daughter's wedding. As for the others, Eren was uncertain. The other Duke, from the family of my elder sister Lucia, will probably also send someone to offer their congratulations. There were also some minor nobles, but I doubt they'll send any powerful individuals. And they might not even help that old man Harrison. After thinking for a moment, Eren walked towards the door, leaving the two girls chatting on the bed. Hillier and Morlet have lost their initial reserve and are now like best friends. Moro remained nestled in Hillier's arms, making Eren's eyes twitch. However, he didn't say anything and went to find Vega. He needs to discuss some things with Vega. Since her father hasn't contacted her after all this time, it means he has already agreed to this matter. Eren didn't believe Vega wouldn't tell Leo about it. Abducting someone from a duke's house is no small matter like before. Young master, you wanted to see me? Vega appeared at the end of the corridor, wiping a piece of jewelry in his hand. Uncle Vega, I need your help. Vega, who was still wiping something, put it down. Then he bowed slightly and nodded. I understand, young master. Is there anything this old man can do? Time flies, and the day of Levitt's wedding is getting closer and closer. During this time, something seemed to have happened to the Duke of Rose's family, and they sent people to patrol around the capital. Even the royal family was alarmed. After all, the inspection of the capital is a matter for the royal family to manage. How could a duke's family dare to do this without the royal family's consent? Well, Harrison, do you want to be emperor? What? You're saying you're here to catch a fugitive? Why would a fugitive be in your house instead of in the capital's prison? Do you think I, the royal family, am useless? Are you trying to overstep your bounds? Due to pressure from the royal family, Harrison abandoned the investigation into the cause of Mia's disappearance. Mia has been recovering well at Eren's house these past few days. However, since she couldn't speak, she always brought a small notebook and pen with her. Chapter 132 Dragon Face. In the Duke's Palace, Levitt's wedding was attended by many people, including nobles of all ranks. Most of the noble heads came, except for the head of another Duke's family. The Duke's son and wife were attending the banquet. Yes, that's right. It's Ellen's sister Lucia and her husband Idris Fernard. Hi, my dear brother Eren. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Rose Duke's mansion, Eren immediately spotted her sister, arm in arm with her husband. Idris had the face of a typical nobleman, handsome yet elegant. He had golden hair and was wearing a magnificent aristocratic suit. After all, there will be a banquet tonight, so I need to dress appropriately. He smiled and, with Lucia pulling his hand, ran to Eren and Liana. Hello, Eren, Liana. Idris narrowed his eyes slightly and greeted his brother-in-law in a gentle voice. Hello, brother Idris. This is Eren's voice. Liana didn't say anything, but nodded and ran to Lucia's side. She hasn't seen her sister for several years and now really wants to talk to her. Recently, it seems that Liana has been in a bad mood because Eren brought back Morlo. She locked herself in her room and didn't come out for several days. If they hadn't been attending a party today and her mother, Rickety, hadn't called her, she probably wouldn't have come out. And there's his own father, who's still sitting in the carriage. Seemingly not wanting to see Idris, she abruptly turned back, having already taken half a step. Eren could only remain speechless. It was clearly her own sister who had seduced that dignified and elegant young duke. It's as if Idris is the blonde guy. My brother-in-law really is a blonde guy. I'm talking about hair. Anyway, Ellen didn't understand his father's actions, but he didn't dare to say anything. I could only obediently chat with Idris. Her mother, Lakati, and her two older sisters walked alone into the duke's mansion. Sorry, that's just how Xiaolu is. She gets so engrossed in her conversation that she forgets to call us. Idris said apologetically. I know. After all, I am her brother. Eren watched the three figures leave and followed them. Let's go. My father should be here soon. Inside the carriage, Leo sat there gracefully, still holding that same cane in his hand. Master, they've already gone in. Aren't you coming with them? Vega walked in through a side door. No rush. Vega, talk to me for a while. Vega was taken aback by these words, then respectfully sat down opposite Leo. Eren has grown up a lot, and he's always causing me trouble. Master, I feel fine. Leo tapped his cane and shook his head. He doesn't have enough strength yet. Young Master Eren will have it in the future. Upon hearing Vega's words, Leo's lips curled into a smile, which then quickly vanished. I look forward to that day. By the way, I'll do what that kid Eren asked you to do. Give me that thing. After Leo finished speaking, he looked at Vega. But Master, Vega seemed to want to say something, but before he could finish, Leo stopped him. You are to attend the banquet. I will cast a disguise spell on you, making you look like me. Leo leaned back in his seat and spoke to Vega. Okay, Master. Vega did not refuse, nor did he have any reason to refuse. After saying that, he took something out of his storage ring. It was a ferocious wolf head mask. Leo took the mask, a smile playing on his lips. With a wave of his hand, the mask, which had originally been a wolf's head, instantly transformed into a leading enterprise. Leo put on the dragon mask, raised his hand, and a golden magic circle appeared in his palm. Immediately, Vega's appearance changed to resemble Leo's. Let's go, don't keep them waiting. With that, Leo, wearing the dragon mask, disappeared. In the Duke's palace. The wedding is not yet scheduled to begin, but the area is already filled with nobles from all over the country. Many of them were noble ladies and gentlemen. Their purpose in coming here was not merely to attend the Duke's banquet. More importantly, it was to get to know other young nobles. Eren has already met many of the students who should have been studying at Erst. He was released because of this school relocation event. Among them was Irene's classmate, Ayana, and Phil Wynn, the Sword Saint's apprentice. The Sword Saint was originally a recluse and would not participate in such activities. However, he felt awkward refusing Harrison's invitation since Harrison had personally delivered it to him. Moreover, Levitt was Philwyn's classmate, so he sent Philwyn in his place. Upon entering the field, Philwyn's eyes immediately searched for Ellen's whereabouts. She knew that Levitt and Ellen were close, and that Ellen would definitely attend the party. She quickly located Ellen in the crowd. At this moment, Eren was surrounded by many noble ladies who were showing him concern and care. There are only 2 dukes in the entire kingdom, and the young master of the Rose Duke's family is the only son and the protagonist of today's story. But the other duke only sent a married young master. Here, Ellen is probably the most suitable and ideal candidate. As the young master of a marquis family, Eren has a certain status, not to mention he is also very handsome and has an elegant demeanor. Before long, he had captivated many young ladies from wealthy families. Of course, this excludes the girls in the college who knew about his reputation. However, many girls from Erst Academy came to Eren, expressing their understanding of his situation and their willingness to believe that Eren did not get in through connections. Eren could only smile to himself. You wouldn't believe it, but those rumors were true. I really got into Class A through connections. However, Ellen certainly wouldn't say it out loud. She simply gave the girls a smile that could charm anyone. This made several girls chat even more enthusiastically, and they kept moving closer to Ellen. At the same time, their dresses, for some reason, began to loosen. They wanted to attract the attention of the Marquis Eren in this way. However, Ellen turned a blind eye to this. He wouldn't pay much attention to anyone who wasn't as good-looking as his own little elf and lowly. However, when he picked up a wine glass at the banquet, Eren suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He subconsciously looked behind him. Through the crowd of girls, Eren spotted Filwyn's face through a gap in the crowd. At this moment, Filwyn was not wearing her light armor, but rather a light blue noble dress. The long dress perfectly accentuated Filwyn's physique, a result of long-term exercise. Her chest was covered with surging waves, and her skin was fair. The white gloves paired with the misty, light gauze perfectly accentuated Filwyn's beauty. Seemingly noticing that Ellen was looking at her, Filwyn gritted her teeth fiercely at Ellen. Then she reverted to her aloof and unapproachable demeanor and approached Irene. Chapter 133. Tell me quickly, have you missed me? Eren. Filwyn raised his hand and greeted him. Haven't seen you for a long time. Have you missed me? Upon hearing Filwyn's words, a question mark unexpectedly appeared in Ellen's mind. Are you that bold? Filwyn blushed slightly as she walked up to Eren. His eyes darted away, seemingly surprised by what he had just said. But she quickly recovered, coldly grabbing Irene's sleeve. Tell me quickly, do you miss me? Despite the ambiguous nature of the words, Irene only felt a sense of pressure. It wasn't anything else. It was simply that Filwyn's gaze was too focused. He stared at me without ever looking away. Cough, cough. At times like this, one cannot have too low an emotional intelligence. Otherwise Eren will feel the pressure emanating from the longsword. Filwyn, classmate. Eren grabbed her hand that was gripping his sleeve and pulled her closer. He pressed his face against her ear. If it were a bottle, it might have already overflowed. Filwyn was startled by Ellen's sudden pull on his hand and involuntarily moved closer to Ellen. Only when his entire body was pressed against Eren did he hear what he said. However, she didn't understand what it meant. She just blinked and looked at him. What's the meaning? Eren sighed, knowing full well what he was doing. Trying to teach this girl, who only knows how to practice swordsmanship, about cheesy pickup lines is probably a waste of time. I shouldn't have too high expectations of myself. So he cleared his throat and, in front of a large group of young ladies, raised Filwyn's hand. He knelt down on one knee and kissed Filwyn's hand. Miss Knight, I miss you so much. Eren spoke with a smile and a gentle tone. The scene became chaotic, with the noble ladies who had been surrounding Eren covering their faces and gasping in surprise. Wow, that's so exciting. Young Master Eren actually said such a thing. Wah, I also want to hear him say that to me. Does this count as a publicly acknowledged relationship? Kneeling on one knee. I really hope that someone will do that for me someday. The women surrounding Ellen were all young ladies who had not yet experienced the harsh realities of life. Therefore, most of them yearned for this kind of bright future. For example, there was a prince-like boy who, like Eren, said such ambiguous things in front of so many people. This greatly satisfies their vanity. Look, I have men pursuing me. Aren't you envious? You must be so envious. However, most of the noble ladies here will not wait for such a boy. Those present were all nobles, and their purpose in coming here was not simply to attend a banquet. Who knows where they'll be married off to by their aristocratic fathers in the future. While he might not be as twisted as Harrison, he definitely wouldn't be the type of person I'm interested in. Take, for example, the bride at this wedding, the daughter of the Carroll family. Didn't she object at all? But what's the point of opposing it? Putting aside the fact that the other party was Harrison's only son, Reg Carroll was already tempted by the fact that he was the Duke's son. Marrying a Duke not only means having a Duke as a patron in the future. This also means that the Carroll family has declared themselves to be part of the Duke of the Roses faction. In many ways, the Carroll family received assistance from the Duke of the Rose. Similarly, his own deal with the devil could be concealed through the prestige of the Duke's family. Filwyn's face flushed red. It was clear she was not good at handling such situations. Startled, she quickly withdrew her hand and put it behind her back. Eren still had a smile on his face as he stood up. Filwyn, is there anything else you'd like to talk to me about? Seeing that Ellen and the pretty lady seemed to be about to have a conversation, the girls around them didn't want to cause trouble and all left. I just want to see you. Filwyn's voice started to sound a bit bubbly. Oh no, that's a foul for hitting a straight ball. By the way, let me tell you how my swordsmanship is going. It should be able to hold on to you for a while. As Filwyn spoke, he seemed to be trying to take something out of his storage ring. Stop. This is the Duke of Rose's residence. He's preparing a banquet. Eren didn't need to think to know what she was going to bring out. If they actually let her take out the knight's sword, they will definitely be kicked out. Even out of respect for the sword saint and his father, they wouldn't be allowed to leave directly. But they will also be punished. Eren didn't want to get scolded, so he decided to obediently stop Filwyn. Oh, okay. Filwyn stopped, somewhat disappointed. Then he just kept staring at Eren's face. Irene felt a little uneasy looking at it. What are you looking at? Look at you. Is there something on my face? No, I just think you're very pretty. Ignoring his image, Filwyn quietly took Ellen's hand. Then draw something in his palm. Eren sensed it. She drew a sword. A small sword. So Eren stopped caring and turned his attention to all the nobles who had arrived at the venue. Under the gaze of the Eye of God, the identities and strengths of almost everyone were revealed before his eyes. Just as I expected, no one with strength exceeding the 6th rank appeared. Wait a minute. Eren's gaze was fixed on his father. Okay. In Eren's divine eyes, his father's name was directly above Vegas. The butler who takes care of me is actually my father? Shaw. Just kidding. However, Ellen roughly knew what was going on. It was probably old Deng's idea. Oh well, as long as my plan succeeds, that's all that matters. Eren then looked away from Vega. In the blink of an eye, she saw her refined brother-in-law, Idris. The hand of the Holy Church, Idris Fornard. Race, human. Rank, peak 4th rank. Physique, radiant glass holy body. Status, healthy. Emotion, calm, joyful, pampered. Psychological state, friendly. Evaluation, holding a long spear, he pierces through the clouds and rosy dawn, standing guard for the king and bringing peace to the world. As expected of my brother-in-law, peak 4th rank. But what is that constitution? Radiant glass holy body. Why haven't I heard of it? Just as Eren was thinking carefully, another piece of text suddenly appeared in the Eye of God. Radiant gorilla body, one of the 100 divine bodies in the world. It can accelerate the speed of cultivation, has a high affinity for elemental authority, and facilitates the comprehension of elemental laws. Wow. The Eye of God has this function? Just as Ellen was sighing, he suddenly felt a warm sensation coming from his hand. It's like being bitten by something and then licked. Eren quickly looked behind him. Then he saw this scene. Filwyn crouched down, grabbed Ilum's fingers, and put Ilum's fingers in his mouth. Eren. Chapter 134 The Fourth Prince, Bradley. Ellen was completely stunned. Fortunately, they were in a good spot on the edge, with a table right behind Filwyn. Eren was just able to block Filwyn, who had already crouched down. Otherwise, this scene would have been seen. He couldn't imagine how big a commotion would occur. This is completely different from Ellen's act of kissing Filwyn's hand. Eren's hand-kissing gesture is only reserved for men to women. Moreover, its meaning is simply to respect others. As for Filwyn's act of putting his own finger in it, Eren really didn't know what to say. Filwyn, who was squatting on the ground, seemed to notice that Eren was looking at her, and she expressionlessly removed Eren's finger. Then he stood up and looked at Eren as if nothing had happened. Is there something you need? Seeing her ask him the same question in a serious tone, Irene turned away helplessly. What else could he do? Are you suggesting we go around shouting, "Oh, there's a female hooligan here"? Before he could even react, Filwyn had already drawn his knight's sword and was slashing at him. Nothing. By the way, Filwyn, what's wrong? Next time you do this, could you please tell me first? Can't you give me some mental preparation? That scare was quite thrilling, but there were still so many people here. Let's go out and have some fun, okay? Oh. Filwyn simply gave an, "Oh," and then stood behind Eren. Relieved, Eren smiled at Filwyn and then looked at the crowd again. However, what he didn't know was that Filwyn's face had just turned red. Right now, he's hiding his head behind Eren. Roar! Just as he was focused on looking at the people around her, a hawk's roar suddenly came from the Duke's mansion. Immediately following were a dozen or so enormous golden griffins, guarding a carriage traveling through the sky. The carriage was pulled by 6 fiery demon horses, and the entire carriage was incredibly magnificent. With the roar of the griffin, the magnificent carriage slowly flew down from the sky and came to rest on the grass outside the Duke's mansion. The crimson hooves burned down the Duke's lawn. Crimson Flame Demon Horse, a 3rd-tier magical beast whose entire body is engulfed in extremely high-temperature flames. It is docile, but its population is small. Consuming it can increase one's mastery of fire elements. That's a big spender. Eren didn't need to guess. He knew who it was. The only ones who could be directly escorted by the Griffin team in the capital are probably the royal family. Moreover, the Crimson Flame Demon Horse is an exclusive mount for the royal family, and only the royal family is entitled to possess it. If other nobles had used this horse, they probably wouldn't have lasted long before they lost both the horse and the horse. Eren walked towards the door so that he could make sure he could see everyone there. The surrounding nobles also noticed the commotion at the entrance and turned their attention to the carriage. As Eren was observing the guards, his gaze locked onto a figure. Although the Griffin riders all wore armor that completely covered their bodies, Eren could still see everyone's names in the eyes of the gods. The person Ellen had her eye on was none other than her own elder brother. Karen Insinet. Looks like my older brother's doing well. He's already become a Griffin rider. Moreover, this time it was accompanied by the royal family. Looks like they're here to be guards. As Eren pondered how to greet his elder brother, a bulky figure appeared in front of the carriage. The Rose Duke, Harrison Vilker. Race, human. Rank, peak of rank 6. Status, plagued by hidden injuries. Emotion, respect/calm. Psychological state, ignoring. Evaluation, upon closer examination, it turns out to be nothing more than a pursuit of profit. It's that old bastard Harrison. Illumi stared at him, but her fingers accidentally touched something soft. When Ellen came to her senses, she saw Phil Wynn grab her hand again. Fine, let her catch it. As long as it's not like before, it's fine. After Harrison appeared, a person finally stepped out of the royal carriage. Very young, that was Ellen's first impression of the man. The Crown Prince's fourth son, Bradley Aubrey Sebastian. Race, human. Rank, early stage of rank 5. Status, healthy. Emotion, arrogance/contempt. Psychological state, slight hostility. Evaluation, despite having advantages, an arrogant army is bound to be defeated. Bradley, the fourth prince of the Kingdom of Zephyr. In Eren's memory, this prince rarely appeared in the public eye. It's as if it's been hidden away. Harrison, your son's wedding was quite a grand affair. Bradley stepped down from the carriage with his hands behind his back. The soft glow of the setting sun highlighted the prince's extraordinary figure. She was tall and slender, with a scrutinizing look in her eyes at all times. Your Highness, what are you saying? Your wedding was much grander than my son's. Harrison spoke with a forced smile, his face bulging with fat. It made Ellen feel nauseous. Bradley's eyes sharpened slightly, but he quickly masked it. With a wave of his left hand, Bradley dismissed the surrounding Griffin riders. Interesting. Harrison, some things shouldn't be taken too far. Otherwise, no one can protect you. After saying that, Bradley walked towards the main hall, without even glancing at Harrison. I don't know what your Highness is talking about. Harrison followed behind, like a servant. Good to know. Bradley didn't say anything more, and soon after he arrived, the grand banquet began. It seems they were specifically waiting for this prince from the royal family. The Emperor of the Kingdom of Zephyr is now over 100 years old, and no one knows when he will pass away. The 8 princes below must be very eager for that position. The most competitive candidates are the eldest prince and the 4th prince. The eldest prince has the support of almost all the nobles except for the 2 dukes, while the 4th prince is backed by the Duke of Rose's faction. Well, Idris's family hasn't taken sides. They're in a neutral position. Eren watched them walk into the main hall, wanting to go and have a chat with his older brother. Then he turned to Phil Wynn and said, Phil Wynn, what's wrong? Phil Wynn was playing with Ellen's fingers at that moment. Could you please let go of my hand first? Cannot. Phil Wynn turned his head away, but did not loosen his grip on Ellen's hand. Chapter 135. Hello, I am his girlfriend. I have something to do in a bit, and it wouldn't be appropriate for you to come along. Why? Phil Wynn looked at him simply, and then asked a simple question. Eren, I'm going to find my brother. Are you coming with me? Ellen subtly indicated that it was inconvenient for her to come along. Phil Wynn really wasn't suited to chatting with his older brother like this. Then I'll go with you. Eren, didn't you understand? Eren stared at her in disbelief. Well, it seems Phil Wynn didn't actually misunderstand. Although it wouldn't be a problem to bring her along, Karen and I wouldn't be talking about anything important anyway. But what Ellen actually wanted was to sneak away while she was looking for Karen, because he needed to bring Levitt out at the banquet later, if Philwyn keeps watching him. Oh well, let's just take it one step at a time. With that thought in mind, Eren walked toward the group of Griffin riders. Philwyn followed behind him without hesitation. Brother, how did you end up like this? Eren addressed a knight who stood ramrod straight. Although the fourth prince had already gone inside, the group of Griffin riders remained standing respectfully in place, showing no intention of moving. The knight, who was much taller than Eren, glanced at the person who greeted him, then looked away. I am not the person you are looking for. A deep, muffled sound came from within the heavy armor. Puff! Eren laughed out loud. With the eye of God present, Karen couldn't hide anything from him. Stop pretending. I know it's you, big brother. Eren patted Karen's armor and, without hesitation, prepared to remove it. Hey, don't take off my armor. Karen finally made a move. He grabbed Eren's head with one hand and moved him far away, while putting his armor back on with the other. Seeing that Eren had stopped making any moves, he took off his helmet with both hands. The instant the helmet left the head, a head of pure black hair suddenly sprouted out. You little rascal. Karen had only a few beads of sweat on his face, and a handsome face appeared before Eren. How did you recognize me? Karen smiled and placed the helmet on her waist. Then he placed his other hand directly on the head of his youngest brother. It's a secret. Eren put his finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture. What's there to hide? How are you doing with Erster? I thought you'd be out in 4 years, but you're out in less than a month. Luck? I can only say that I was lucky this year. While Ellen and Karen were chatting, Philwyn, who had been quiet all along, also turned his gaze to the tall man. This person looks about 5 or 6 points like Eren. Is this Eren's brother? Royal Knights. His swordsmanship must be excellent. Oh, by the way, little Ellen, aren't you going to introduce this gentleman? Karen, who was chatting happily with Eren, noticed Philwyn and looked at Eren, asking him a question. He had seen this girl following his younger brother a long time ago, but at the time he just thought she was passing by. However, since they haven't left after all this time, it seems they know each other's younger brothers. Just as Eren was about to introduce the girl next to him, Philwyn spoke first. Hello, I'm Ellen's girlfriend. Karen. Eren. When did she become my girlfriend? Just as Ellen was completely bewildered, Philwyn spoke up again. We've done everything we could. What should be done? What should be done? How come I didn't know? Ilum found it hard to believe that these were the words of Philwyn. Oh. Karen looked at Ellen with a wicked grin. You little rascal. Stop. Halt. Eren knew, without even thinking, what his older brother was thinking. Although he had only spent a few years with his older brother, Ellen knew his temperament all too well. She appears very dignified on the surface, but she's completely carefree when chatting with him. They're both in their 20s, after all. Eren is really worried that if he takes over old Deng's position, he might cause some problems in the territory. Let's figure this out first, okay? Philwyn, explain yourself clearly. Eren grabbed Philwyn's hand from behind and pulled her to his side. Isn't that so? Philwyn looked at Ellen, tilting his head as he spoke. We've raided goblin lairs, held hands, slept together, and even kissed. Doesn't that mean we've already done everything? Eren was dumbfounded and speechless. You have to take responsibility for what you've done. The young lady has already said that, and you're still trying to renege on your promise? Karen suddenly patted Ilum on the shoulder. Then he said earnestly, he despises people who do things but don't admit them. Eren, I'll give you a look, figure it out yourself. He was too lazy to explain anymore and simply took out the long sword that Karen had given him from his storage ring. The sword was almost completely destroyed during the fight with that demon. Although the blade is gone, at least the hilt remains. Karen looked at what appeared in Ellen's hand and recognized it. A knight's sword with only the hilt remaining. What are you going to do with this? Oh right, I think I gave Eren a sword before. Here, the knight's sword you gave me. Eren handed over the hilt of the sword he was holding. Good heavens, what have you done? At this moment, Karen also recognized the sword hilt. Isn't this the knight's sword I gave to my younger brother? Is all that's left of the sword hilt? Did you eat the sword blade? That's a 4th-tier knight's sword. Even he might not be able to break it. Don't ask, The only answer is that the things you gave me were too flimsy. I broke it after playing with it for a few minutes. Do you think I believe that? Karen looked at the broken end of the sword in his hand. It must have been pulverized by something. This 4th-tier knight sword is made of deep-sea cold iron, which ordinary iron weapons simply cannot cut through. That's why Karen didn't believe her brother's nonsense. I don't care, just give me another one. Eren crossed his arms, determined to swindle something from his older brother this time. Oh well. Karen sighed and took something out of her spatial ring. It's very long, it must be a sword. However, when Eren looked at it closely, he realized that it could not be called a sword at all. Because this sword was not unsheathed, it was just an iron rod. Sword embryo. A sword embryo carefully crafted by a blacksmith. If high-level materials are added to it, it may yield a good finished product. Chapter 136. Hello, friends. Seeing that Eren was staring at the sword blank in his hand, Karen smiled and handed it to him. The moment he touched it, Eren felt his hand become heavy and almost dropped it. So heavy. After tossing it in his hand, Eren thought the sword blank probably weighed as much as a person. This is the blank of a 6th-tier knight's sword. Of course it's heavy. Karen said nonchalantly. Eren remembered the 6th-tier knight's sword that Phil Wynn had given him. All right, the banquet is about to begin. You should go in now. Reluctantly, Eren, being pushed along, put the sword blank back into his storage ring and led Phil Wynn into the main hall. Making such a big profit and still making that face. What a little money grubber. Karen watched Eren's departing figure with a resentful look. That sword blank was something he had finally managed to get his hands on, and he hadn't even had a chance to use it properly yet. But it's fine to give it to my younger brother. Anyway, he doesn't need that 6th-tier knight's sword now. Moreover, without a high-level blacksmith, that kid Eren wouldn't be able to use that sword blank at all. It was simply handed over to his younger brother for safekeeping. Dear friends, thank you so much for attending young Master Levitt's wedding. The host used this amplification magic to transmit his voice to all the guests' ears. Eren's eyes sharpened as he spotted Levitt standing at the very top. At this moment, Levitt was expressionless, like a walking corpse. Eren probably knew why. He didn't tell Levitt when he saved Mia. After all, Levitt was locked up next to that old guy Harrison, so he wasn't about to go looking for Levitt in front of a 6th-tier peak professional. Even if it was just a peak 6th-tier level that didn't require much power, 6th tier is still 6th tier. Eren wouldn't be so confident as to deliberately invite trouble. Levitt, he's very unhappy. Philwyn looked at the boy on the stage and said in a calm tone. I could feel the sadness in his heart. He will soon stop being sad. Eren looked around, waiting for an opportunity. At this moment, Levitt stared blankly at everyone below the stage. If you can't control your own destiny, you're just a puppet. This is a principle that Levitt has always firmly believed in. He knew about his father's condition. It was a morbid desire for control. Therefore, in such an environment, Levitt had long since learned to be patient and restrained. He knew he was a caged bird, so he was waiting for an opportunity. That means going to study at Erster College. After all, once you enter Erster, you can't just leave whenever you want. He had 4 years there, allowing himself to escape his father and his own family. However, he didn't expect that despite all his calculations, he would still have to go back. Now, please welcome our groom, Mr. Levitt Vilkel. The host's voice pierced Levitt's eardrums, pulling him back to reality. Suddenly, the entire lobby went completely dark. Then a beam of light shone on Levitt on the stage. The white light shone on his neatly tailored suit, fully revealing his face. He's undeniably handsome, but he seems a bit listless. A round of applause erupted from the audience. Everyone seemed to be congratulating the newlyweds. Immediately afterwards, the host announced the bride's name. The girl from the Carroll family. Eren didn't go to see her, because he knew it was time for him to do something. Boom. With a thud, all the lights in the hall went out in an instant. These lamps were made of magical artifacts inscribed with low-level light magic, so Eren could simply destroy the patterns inscribed on them to darken the entire hall. What happened? What's going on? Why did it suddenly go dark? Is there anything else to announce? The surrounding nobles began to discuss among themselves and looked towards the stage. Harrison, who was sitting on the stage, was also unaware of what was happening, so he looked at the butler who had planned the banquet. What happened? Sir, I don't know either. The butler answered hesitantly. This step was not part of my plan. Then hurry up and investigate. Okay. Levitt, who is now on stage, also seems somewhat puzzled. He should now take the hand of his future wife. However, being interrupted so suddenly, he felt that he didn't need to hold the hand anymore. Hello, everyone who has come here. A cluster of lights suddenly lit up. Then they gathered from all directions at a spot in the air above the stage. Look, what's that? There's someone standing in the air? Who is that person? Is it some new show from the Duke of Roses? I don't know, but it should be. The sky was almost completely dark, and only the main hall of the Duke's mansion was lit. I'm sure everyone has a lot of questions. The person on stage was wearing a pure black trench coat and a black mask on his face. His face was obscured. He simply stood there in the air. Natalie, who was sitting in the audience, immediately stood up. She recognized who it was. The one I met with 3 days ago. Mask. Why is he here? Is he telling the truth? Does he really want to take Levitt out? Natalie remembered Gregory's disappearance and Mia's disappearance. So it was you. She murmured to herself. You wonder, who am I? Why am I here? Ha. Everyone, just like you see me. My name is Mask. I will send my greatest blessings to young Master Levitt's wedding. Boom. A huge noise came from all around, and the light shining on Eren went out completely. Darkness returned to the surroundings. What's going on? Why is it dark again? I can't see clearly. What happened? What blessing? Why are the lights off again? When a person is used to a bright environment, if it suddenly becomes dark, their vision will become blurry. A slight smile played on Ellen's lips as she swiftly flew toward Levitt on the stage. Levitt only felt a figure suddenly appear beside him, and then the figure grabbed his hand and walked away without saying a word. He immediately exclaimed in surprise. Hey, who are you? Shut the hell up. It's me. Eren kicked him in the lower back. Hiss. Eren's kick wasn't hard, but it still made Levitt hiss in pain. That voice, it sounds so familiar. Eren. After regaining his composure, Levitt turned around and asked, why are you so late? This time his voice became a little softer. You want me to break into your father's bedroom to rescue you? Ellen grabbed Levitt, preparing to push him directly into the spatial teleportation array she had just created. Although the Duke's mansion was very secure, Eren's teleportation magic couldn't travel very far, but it's still possible for a short distance. Just as Levitt had turned halfway inside, an angry yet authoritative voice resounded throughout the hall. Where do you think you're taking Levitt? Mr. Mask? Chapter 137 The Battle with Natalie. The moment the voice fell, all the lights in the hall immediately turned on. The main hall was illuminated clearly. Eren paused, tilted his head, and looked behind him. Harrison watched them coldly from a distance, casting a magic circle with his left hand. It was this magic circle that turned on the lights of the entire hall. Huh? What happened? What is His Majesty the Duke doing? Wait, what's that person dressed all in black doing? After hearing Harrison's words, the people around finally realized what was happening and all looked at the two of them. Father, I'll handle them, okay? Natalie stood behind Harrison, her graceful figure swaying casually. Harrison licked his lips, but he was in a bad mood, and besides, he was surrounded by nobles. Therefore, he did not take direct action. Instead, he stared at the two with a gloomy look in his eyes. Go and bring me that person called Mask. Someone actually dared to cause trouble in the Duke's mansion. Did they think they had no one to rely on? Yes, father. Natalie walked slowly to them, her steps so light they were almost inaudible. The audience fell silent. None of the people present were fools. After a few minutes of thinking, they roughly understood the situation. It looks like someone is trying to steal the bride, and the groom no less. Bridegroom? Shouldn't it be the bride? The people in the audience all had strange expressions, and their gazes toward Levitt changed repeatedly. Little brother, you actually came. Natalie moved with cat-like grace, her soft curves reflected in Irene's pupils. Be careful, she's my older sister, she's at the 6th level. Levitt reminded Ilum, standing beside him. Just now, Harrison sealed off the space around here. It's completely over. Ellen's teleportation array is no longer usable. I know. Ilum's eyes, hidden beneath his mask, were also fixed on Natalie, pondering when Vega would make his move. No, it should be his father now. Do you really think Eren can go toe-to-toe with a 6th-tier professional? That's impossible. Vega's original purpose was to help hold Natalie back. As for Harrison, that half-dead old man, Ellen was confident that he could get Levitt out of his hands. If I can't beat Natri, a 6th-tier player, can I at least handle you? A 6th-tier player with hidden injuries? Okay, it seems like we can't beat them either. Right? Why hasn't my father arrived yet? Natalie's here. As Natalie drew near, Eren kept calling out, "Old dang," in his heart. Ilum only slowly turned around when Natalie was almost face-to-face with him. Well, it's been a long time, Ms. Natalie. Boom. A huge, pale blue magic circle rose in Natalie's hand, aimed directly at Eren. It's been so long. I've missed you a bit, little brother. As soon as she finished speaking, more than a dozen chains shot out from the magic circle in her hand. The chains were entirely water blue, as if they were made of water. These chains, like water snakes, pointed in one direction and struck straight at Eren. The surrounding walls were being struck by chains with tremendous noise. As the sound gradually faded, the entire hall was enveloped in a layer of mist. How's it going? Curious guests in the audience craned their necks to look up at what was happening above. Little brother, how do you feel about my level 6 waterlock? Natalie remained standing elegantly, displaying her figure fully to the crowd. Actually, she didn't want to do it either. However, she bears the marks of slavery placed upon her by her father, and if she disobeys him, she will experience a pain worse than death. Moreover, in her eyes, that so-called mask was incapable of taking Levitt out. Because of his father, his injuries were not actually very serious. If he were to take action, their fate would be dire. Even if they don't die, they'll still lose a lot of skin. So Natalie would rather do it herself than let Harrison hurt her brother. At least her magic won't harm them. This is really interesting. The 4th prince, sitting not far away, propped his head up with his hand and watched the scene unfolding on the stage with great interest. He was there on behalf of the royal family to attend the duke's son's wedding and also to give Harrison a warning. After all, his questioning of the residents of the capital a few days ago had angered his father. What he didn't expect was to witness such an interesting scene at this boring banquet. Bradley had never really seen anything like this before, where someone would snatch someone from a high society wedding. However, he really wanted to meet that guy called Mask, who gave him the audacity to snatch someone from a duke's house. Who was behind him? Ms. Natri, your waterlock doesn't seem to be working very well. Just as the mist dissipated, a very irritating voice came from where the chain was stuck. Natalie looked in surprise at that spot. Her magic was a genuine 6th-order water elemental magic. The resulting chains can tightly bind the other person, including by putting the chains into their mouth to prevent them from speaking. If it weren't an element that counters water, it wouldn't be able to speak. As the mist dissipated, a solid stone wall came into Natalie's view. He couldn't even get into his own chains. Natalie's eyes were cold. A mage specializing in earth element? That's really something. Before she could finish speaking, a sense of danger suddenly rushed into her mind. It said that women have a strong 6th sense, and it seems to be true. The moment that sense of danger arose, Natalie floated up and immediately severed her connection with the 6th-tier magic. 4th-tier magic, Thunder Prison. A clear voice came from inside the stone wall. Purple lightning followed the chains and immediately spread toward the magic circle that Natri had started. Arcs of lightning erupted, and the 6th-order magic circle vanished. Along with the disappearance, the surrounding chains also vanished. However, the lightning did not stop and went straight towards Natalie. Bang! With a simple gesture, Natalie slapped away the lightning arc that was reaching for her chest. Not bad, there's also lightning element. And it's also quite approachable. A rare, greedy smile appeared on Natalie's alluring face, and her gaze towards the figure in the black trench coat was filled with even greater possessiveness. I really want to try him out. Natalie, you go back, I'll handle them. Just as Natalie was lost in her daydreams, a pair of hands suddenly landed on her shoulders. Her body trembled. She knew it was her father's hand. Okay. Chapter 138 threats are not used like this. She dared not disobey Harrison's orders. Have you had enough fun, sir? Mask. The enormous Harrison approached Ellen and her companion, who were less than 3 meters apart. Father, father. Levitt looked up at the man who had caused the deaths of countless people. He felt disgusted. But this disgusting person is her own father. Father. Levitt stepped forward and stared directly at the middle-aged man who was only 3 meters away from him. Harrison's face was cold as he stared at his only child. What are you trying to say? Levitt gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute, and spoke without hesitation. You don't deserve to be a father. They don't even deserve to be called human beings. The sound was very loud and penetrated the entire hall. Everyone heard this sentence and started discussing it. What do you mean? Why would Master Levitt say that? A customer asked the person next to him. I can tell you don't often gossip. Let me tell you. The guest next to him began to explain, but he whispered it in the man's ear. After all, they were talking about the Duke's scandal, and they were doing so at the Duke's residence. You have to be careful with this kind of thing. Born, keep your voice down. Oh, right, keep your voice down. The surrounding area was filled with this kind of discussion. Those who were unaware of the situation asked those who knew, and the unaware individuals quietly offered explanations. In just a short while, the entire hall was filled with whispers. Harrison was, after all, a 6th-tier professional, so he naturally heard all this commotion. Great, great, very good. Harrison was genuinely angry this time. Meanwhile, Eren hid behind Levitt. Wow, dude, that's amazing. Your dad is at the peak of the 6th rank. How dare you say such a thing? Aren't you afraid of death? Oh no, he seems to be Harrison's only son. He won't die? Levitt. A gigantic hand, accompanied by an angry roar, appeared from the magic circle behind Harrison. The camera was aimed at Levitt and Eren. Without thinking twice, Ellen grabbed Levitt by the back of his collar and tried to run away. The Eye of God gave him information. Harrio's magic was a 6th-tier spell. It's nothing compared to Natalie's watered-down 6th-tier magic. What are you doing? Aren't you going to run away? Or are you waiting to be swatted like a fly? However, he hadn't even run 2 steps with Levitt when he suddenly became unable to move. Wow, it's control magic again. Escape? Where can you escape to? A giant hand, braving the wind, slammed down towards Eren and Levitt. It's over. Just as the giant hand was about to fall, a detached, emotionless voice rang out from the surroundings. Harrison, have you had enough fun? Boom. A figure stood between the giant hand and Eren. He was wearing an ordinary magic robe and was as ordinary as could be. However, when people look at the front of the face, but it was obscured by a majestic, terrifying dragon face. The giant hand didn't move an inch closer to him. The man had his hands behind his back, letting the shockwave from the giant hand blow across his robes. Disperse. A gentle voice came from beneath the dragon's face, and in an instant, the enormous hand was scattered like scraps of paper by the gale. Harrison raised his hand to shield himself from the gale, his gaze fixed on the man wearing a dragon head mask in front of him. He couldn't even see through this person's strength. They probably used some kind of magic to conceal their strength, so their power is probably about the same as mine. Harrison knew almost all the 7th-tier professionals in the Kingdom of Zephyr, and he didn't think the person in front of him was a 7th-tier professional. May I ask how I should address you? Harrison looked at the man in front of him with apprehension. You? You're not worthy to know. Leo's eyes, hidden behind his mask, stared straight at Harrison, showing him no respect whatsoever. Your Excellency, this is a matter between me and my child. Harrison deactivated the magic circle behind him and stared intently at Leo. And then what? Leo gripped his scepter, looking at him casually and disdainfully. A half-dead, peak-level 6th-tier cultivator? To be honest, Leo never really took him seriously. He didn't even want to come to this banquet in the first place. However, his own son wanted to cause trouble, and what Harrison did was indeed infuriating. Leo then asked Vega to give him the mask. And this was also the reason why Eren was warned not to associate with the Duke's son before he enrolled. Leo knew all too well what these upper-class nobles did. Are you really going to get involved in this? Harrison was already furious, and now he was barely suppressing his anger. Leo didn't say anything. He just looked at him. You. Harrison, seeing that the person in front of him remained unmoved and showed no intention of leaving, could not bear it any longer and waved his hand, conjuring countless magic circles behind him. Sir, I'll ask you one more time. Are you really going to get involved in this? Leo raised his head, his cold eyes showing no emotion. It seems you haven't figured out the situation yet, Harrison. Leo gripped the scepter with both hands and gently thrust it into the ground. Threat is not used like that. The violent shockwave instantly shattered the magic circles that Harrison had conjured, centered on Leo. Harrison tasted a hint of rust in his mouth. The next second, a mouthful of blood gushed from his mouth, staining a large area of the stage floor red. Seventh rank. The crowd below immediately gasped in surprise, and even Bradley, who had been watching the spectacle with amusement, couldn't help but become serious. The kingdom of Zephiel has several 7th-tier members, but these princes can hardly get any help from them. They were all directly under the rule of the kingdom's emperor, and even the 4th prince himself rarely saw them. On the surface, only the Grand Master of the palace is a 7th-rank member of the royal family. If we could win over this 7th-tier professional. Bradley stroked his chin, his eyes burning as he looked at the man. Is Dad that fierce? Once Ellen came to her senses, she grabbed Levitt and then reconstructed a teleportation array. Leo's shockwave just now directly disrupted Harrison's spatial seal, causing the space within the Duke's mansion to become unstable. This gave Ilum a perfect opportunity to slip away. Harrison coughed up blood and just watched as Ellen left with Levitt. Even though he was still very angry, he didn't show it anymore. 7th rank. This is a chasm for professionals. The kingdom has many peak 6th-tier professionals, but only a handful of 7th-tier professionals. Aside from Loxus, who is in the public eye, there is the court mage in the palace, and the headmaster of Airsteer. The kingdom has fewer than a handful of hidden 7th-tier professionals. He had no choice but to give in. Chapter 139. I'm henpecked. Without absolute power, threats are nothing more than empty words that provide temporary satisfaction. Leo's gaze swept over the crowd below the stage, his eyes showing neither joy nor sorrow. Harrison, you are nothing. His tone was emotionless, as always. The lights inside the main hall flickered, casting dappled light. Just like Harrison's inner thoughts at this moment, it was a terrifying, unpredictable feeling. Harrison didn't know if this unfamiliar 7th-tier expert would make a move against him. Fear welled up in his palms. You're still somewhat useful, but I don't like you being so lively and energetic. Harrison's cheeks were covered in cold sweat. He knew that this powerful person probably wouldn't kill him. But I should be able to. Puff. A transparent spear flew out from Leo's raised right hand and struck Harrison's second brother. Yes, the tool-making aspect has completely disappeared from Harrison's life. It looks like there wasn't even a trace left. Pain instantly swept over his entire body. Harrison dared not shout out loud, but could only grit his teeth, his face flushed red, and stare at Leo. Your Excellency, shouldn't you? Harrison's voice was broken and intermittent, like a cow holding its breath. He gasped for breath, as if he were about to die. Be more careful next time, Harrison. Leo vanished as quickly as a ghost. No one present dared to pursue the magical remnants left behind. After all, it was a 7th-tier powerhouse, and no one wanted to die. However, the exciting scene just now certainly drew these people in for a bit of fun. The Duke's son was kidnapped, and even the Duke himself was. Less talk, less mistakes. Anyway, these things gave them, a group of nobles, plenty to talk about. After this commotion, the banquet hosted by the Duke of the Rose came to an end. The head of the Carroll family simply watched without ever intervening. They stole Harrison's son. What business is it of his? They're not here to steal his daughter. And after this incident, the Carroll family will have plenty of reasons to demand benefits from the Duke of Rose. After all, it wasn't their fault. They should ask the Duke of Rose for emotional distress compensation. That would be more worthy of their daughter's elaborate dressing up. Philwyn watched the whole thing, including when Ellen was almost killed by Harrison. At that moment, she wanted to rush up. She was supposed to hold Eren's hand tightly, but Eren told her something, which made Philwyn let go of him. As for what it is, of course, it's to save Levitt. Philwyn wasn't naive. She knew that Levitt and Ellen were close. So we let him go. However, Philwyn made Eren grant her one request. Requirements? What requirements? Ellen looked at Philwyn with a somewhat bewildered expression. Why does he seem like he's henpecked? Even going out for a short while is subject to control? Could this be just my imagination? I haven't decided yet. Anyway, you can keep your promise after you save Levitt. Philwyn stared into Eren's eyes, leaving Eren with no choice but to nod in agreement. All right then, can you let go now? Philwyn released his grip on Ilum's hand. Then I watched Ellen disappear. At the same time, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. As for the fourth prince, Bradley, he quietly left after seeing that Leo was a 7th-tier professional. He dared not stay in front of such a strange 7th-tier professional. If this person wanted to kill him, no one present could stop him. No wonder that masked person dared to make a move in the Duke's mansion. So there was a 7th-tier expert behind this. Interesting. I really should meet that Mr. Mask when I have time. Bradley boarded his luxurious carriage and headed towards the palace. Outside the capital, huff, huff, Levitt and Ilum were panting heavily. Although they left directly using a magic circle, they shouldn't have felt tired. However, before they came out, the pressure exerted by Harrison's magic was truly immense. They're still not over it. After they calmed down, Levitt nudged Ellen with his elbow. Eren, where did you find this 7th-tier professional? There are only 3 7th-tier professionals in the kingdom. When did another one appear? Levitt was unaware that the kingdom had more than just those 3 7th-tier professionals, but Eren hadn't told him either. Instead, he made up a story on the spot. I don't know, I was terrified at the time too. Perhaps some powerful figure was passing by and couldn't stand your father? No, he is no longer my father. Eren. They severed their father-son relationship so quickly? Levitt suddenly felt a pang of sadness, put his hand on Ellen's shoulder, and said, Eren, do you know? Mia, she's gone missing. Eren's expression was strange, and at the same time, he slowly moved Levitt away from his shoulder. It seems I haven't told Levitt Mia about the situation yet. Ouch, why am I breaking out in a cold sweat? Mia is probably dead. Levitt continued speaking. Just as he was about to continue venting his grief, Eren forcibly interrupted him. Levitt, there's something I'm not sure whether I should say or not. What is it? We're all brothers, what can't we talk about? Levitt patted E on the shoulder with a serious expression. Well, maybe, Ms. Mia is at my house. Levitt looked completely bewildered, then immediately exclaimed in shock. Then why won't you tell me? Seemingly realizing something was amiss, he looked at Ellen and spoke in an incredulous tone. Why is Mia at your house? He remembered that Mia had been locked in the dungeon by her father. 3 days ago, her older sister told her that Mia had disappeared. Natalie has been quite good to me. Otherwise my sister wouldn't have listened to our father. I'm the one who rescued her. With his hands in his trench coat pockets, Eren strolled around outside the city. Levitt remained silent, watching Eren walk away. After a long while, he finally followed. Thanks. Young Master Levitt has finally decided to say thank you. Eren removed the mask from his face, revealing his delicate features. He just wanted to make a rant about Levitt and didn't expect him to respond in any way. Good to know. Levitt seemed to have seen through it all. Since Mia had been rescued, he wasn't unhappy about it anymore. She knew that as long as her father didn't find out, she could live a good life. Don't be too happy yet. Just as Levitt was feeling happy, Eren's next words froze him in place. Ms. Mia's throat is hoarse, and she can't speak right now. Besides, her throat was made hoarse by the potion, so my healing magic won't work. Chapter 140. You, please stay by my side. Who did this? After a moment of silence, Levitt looked into Ellen's eyes and spoke. Natalie had promised her that Mia wouldn't get hurt. How could that be? I have no idea. Eren patted him on the shoulder, comforting him. But that person should be dead. I killed him. All right, it's time to go back and see Teacher Mia. She's been very worried about you these past few days. Ellen smiled. Even though she herself was barely able to save herself just a few days ago, Ellen conjured a magic circle in front of her, and after several teleportations, she finally brought Levitt to her own manor. He only told Levitt which room belonged to Teacher Mia before quickly leaving. He had no interest in watching them reunite. Eren still needs to return to the Duke's mansion. Neither Riccati nor Liana know about his operation. If I don't come out when I go back, I'm afraid I'll run into some trouble. After another teleportation, Eren returned to the Duke's mansion. The banquet had just ended, and of course, it was an unpleasant one. Eren, over here. Lucia, who was not far away, was the first to spot Eren at the entrance of the Duke's mansion. Her slender arms waved in the air, while a strange smile graced her face. Idris watched Lucia helplessly from the side, but he couldn't stop smiling. Why are you out here, little Ellen? Lucia came to Eren's side and touched his forehead with her hand. Is little Eren feeling unwell? Is that why she came out early? Sis, I'm not a child anymore. Please don't touch my head, okay? Eren was completely different from before. Instead, he seemed like a little child. Yes, little Eren isn't a child anymore. Lucia pursed her lips with her hand and chuckled softly. All right, I'll head back now. Idris needs to go back and report what happened here as soon as possible. As she spoke, Lucia pulled Idris toward their carriage. By the way, little Eren, is there anything you'd like to eat? I'll bring you something delicious next time I come back. Lucia, who was halfway there, suddenly turned around and said, I want chocolate truffles. Eren shouted the same thing. After walking away, Lucia said, I understand, then hugged Idris's hand and said in a coquettish tone, Idris, I want dessert. Idris, little Lou, didn't you bring this for Ellen when you went back? No, it's just that I want to eat it now. Can you make it for me when we get back? Lucia grabbed his arm and shook it to the side, like a little bird on a branch. Idris nodded helplessly, a smile in his eyes. Okay, I'll make it for you when we get back. Upon hearing this, Lucia happily jumped onto Idris's back. Caught off guard by the sudden movement, before he could react, Lucia, who was wrapped around his neck, pressed her face against Idris's ear. Hee, you're the best. Idris smiled as he hugged Lucia tightly from behind. The carriage is just a few steps away, can't you get off? No. The crowd at the banquet dispersed quickly, and Lucia and her group were among the first to leave. Eren waited at the door for a short while before Vega, disguised as Leo, came out. Then there are Riccati and Liana. Where did you go? After seeing her parents get into the carriage, Liana went to stand in front of Eren. With his hands on his hips, he asked in an accusatory tone. After she and Lucia entered the main hall, they never saw her younger brother again. She was still somewhat worried at the time. Could my younger brother have been kidnapped by that noblewoman? But after thinking about it carefully, I felt that Ellen wasn't the kind of person who could be lured away by a piece of candy, so I stopped looking for him. However, when she saw Eren at the door, she couldn't help but ask him. Looking at her sister's puffed-up cheeks, Ellen knew, without even thinking, what had happened. Eren was being held captive by Phil Wynn. How could he let Liana see him? If his sister saw this, Lucia would be fine, but she would probably tease him a bit. Why didn't Liana just blow it up? Ellen knew her second sister's personality all too well. He's a brother complex type. It's too stuffy inside. I came out for some fresh air. Eren's hand was held by Liana as they walked towards the carriage. The air was filled with the smell of alcohol, but Ellen didn't care. You probably don't know what happened inside today. Something incredibly big. Liana gripped her hand tighter. It was as if they were scared and had grabbed onto a straw. Eren narrowed his eyes slightly and asked with a smile, What important matter is it? I knew you didn't go in. Liana turned her head sharply, but immediately crashed into Eren's arms. Eren hadn't noticed that Liana had turned around. He continued walking forward. So Liana bumped into him quite hard. Then what? Then Liana buried her face in Eren's arms and didn't react. What's wrong? Eren looked down at her sister and asked softly. However, instead of Liana's usual voice, he was met with sobbing. Wah, Eren. The voice was very soft, but as the person being hugged, Ellen could still hear it clearly. Just now, Liana buried herself in her younger brother's arms. Then, disregarding the people around them, he hugged Eren tightly. Fortunately, Riccati and the others had already walked far away towards the carriage and did not see this scene. Otherwise, Irene would definitely be caught by Riccati and questioned about why she made her sister cry. What happened? Eren panicked. He didn't seem to have done anything wrong. No, I haven't done anything properly yet, have I? Eren, please, will you stay by my side? Liana raised her blurry eyes, which were filled with tears that streamed down her cheeks. At this moment, Liana lost the solemnity that comes with being the older sister and instead seemed more like a girl. I don't want to see them around you. Liana murmured, her arms around Eren tightening. They? Could it be Philwyn? But Liana shouldn't have seen me in Philwyn, right? Just as Ellen was wondering when she had been discovered, she felt a warm sensation on her neck. Liana rested her head against Eren's neck and bit down on it. Chapter 141. Liana. Sister Liana. Eren felt a touch on his neck, his body trembled violently, and he looked at the girl buried in his body. The wind outside the Duke's mansion was refreshingly cool, and a full moon hung in the sky. Eren could clearly smell the alcohol on her. The scene was very quiet, so quiet that Eren couldn't hear the voices of the people around him returning home. The warmth from Liana's tongue traveled to Eren, accompanied by a slight pain. Eren knew that Liana had started biting. Time passed slowly until Liana spoke, at which point Eren looked at her. Sister Liana, Before Ellen could finish speaking, he felt another wave of warmth. This time it's not on the neck. Eren's pupils dilated, somewhat incredulous. Although he knew his sister had a bit of a brother complex, he didn't expect her to actually say it. Eren suddenly tried to push Liana away, but she held on very tightly, wrapping her arms around Irene's back. Eren couldn't push him away. He could only let Liana stand in front of him. Finally, Liana opened her mouth. Cull. She was panting, clearly having suffocated from the ordeal. Lily. Before Ellen could say anything more, Liana released her arms from his and stood on tiptoe to reach Ellen's height. Eren, I want you. Eren. Sis, you've had too much to drink. Eren hurriedly changed the subject. No, I didn't. Liana stared intently into Eren's eyes. I just miss you. As she spoke, she buried her face in Eren's chest and began to sob. I just want to live with you. Please don't ignore me. Eren. I love you. The smell of alcohol and the words were like intertwined threads, impossible to untangle, and the more they were stirred, the more tangled they became. I don't want to see that girl come into your room. I really want to be with you too. Liana's voice grew much louder, and Eren quickly covered her mouth. Holy crap. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Sis, do you know what you're saying? Eren looked at Liana, who was wiping away tears on his chest, and helplessly took out a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. He didn't know what to say. Shall we take a nap? After wiping away her tears, Ellen whispered something in her ear. Don't want. Alcohol emboldened Liana, causing her to say things she wouldn't normally say. I want you to marry me. That way you won't leave me. When she saw Levitt being taken away, she feared that Ellen would be taken away too. Her worries and anxieties were finally released at this moment. But, you are my older sister, Eren said helplessly. If you try to get Liana, who is already drunk, to give up, she'll only make things worse. So Ellen could only let her be for now. This is not a problem. I can talk to my father. Eren. He'll agree. Because I'm not his biological child. Liana's voice gradually faded, as if this was her biggest secret. However, Ellen, who was next to her, was not so calm. What's the meaning? Did I just hear something I shouldn't have heard? Wow. Super loud. Liana held Eren, and her head slowly began to droop. Eren quickly went to help her up. Liana was very light, and Eren easily picked her up. It seems that she had just talked too much, and Liana may have indeed drunk a bit too much wine. So she fell asleep while she was talking. Eren looked at Liana, who was lying obediently in his arms, and sighed helplessly. Liana's face is very pretty. It has the look of a peeled lychee. Her blonde hair fell into Irene's arms, and Irene carried her back to the carriage. As soon as she entered the carriage, Rickety noticed that Liana was asleep. What's wrong with your sister? He drank too much and fell asleep. Ellen laid her down next to Rickety, letting her head rest on her mother's lap. This child actually drank so much alcohol. Rickety also smelled the alcohol on Liana and began to scold her. Before she knew it, Liana had secretly drunk so much alcohol behind her back. Mother, I have a question for you. Watching Rickety tidying Liana's hair, Eren finally asked the question he had been pondering. Sister Liana, you're not your biological daughter? Liana's words still echoed in his ears, making it difficult for Eren to calm down. He needed to confirm this with his mother. After hearing Ellen's question, Rickety paused slightly, then gave a reproachful look. What are you saying? If your sister isn't my biological daughter, then who is? Oh, I understand, mother. Eren probably knows the truth now. The carriage returned quickly, and in no time they were back at the manor. Liana was brought back by Riccati. She was fast asleep. At least she didn't wake up when Riccati handed her over to the maid. After watching them leave, Ellen walked towards Mia's room. Riccati was unaware that Levitt had been kidnapped and taken to her home, and it was not an easy thing to tell her. Fortunately, his father, Leo, knew. He will probably tell his mother about Levitt. Therefore, Levitt should be able to settle down and live comfortably at home. Thump, thump, thump. Eren stood at the door of Mia's room and knocked. The door to the room was gently opened, and a slender hand emerged. Mia, adjusting her glasses, appeared at the doorway. When she saw that it was Ellen knocking on the door, she smiled, opened the door, and seemed to be muttering something. It's like saying, "Come in quickly." Eren met Levitt again. Phew, I wondered who it was, but it's you, kid. When Levitt saw that it was Ellen who had come in, he pulled himself out of the closet. You're just like old Wong next door. When Ellen saw Levitt emerge from the closet, she burst out laughing. His actions would make him look like a perverted man who's trying to seduce a respectable woman. You probably didn't tell your family, so there's a reason I did this. Levitt argued. Don't panic, it should only be my mother and my sister who don't know we're in the house. I'll tell them tomorrow. Ellen chatted with Levitt for a while longer before heading to her room. Chapter 142 Hillier. Moro did not stay in Eren's room today. Ellen stood at the door and glanced around her room, finding only Hillier sitting obediently at her desk, quietly writing something. What are you writing, little Hillier? Ellen quietly walked up behind Hillier and suddenly poked her head out from beside her ear. Hillier was startled by the suddenness of it, and his pointed ears immediately stood up. Owner! A cry reached Eren's ears. Ugh, don't scare me. Hillier tilted her head back and noticed that it was Ellen behind her. Her little face puffed up, and she raised her little fist and punched Ellen. It has 0 damage and is extremely cute. Ouch, that hurts. Ellen pretended to be in pain after being hit. You scared me. You scared me. The little sprite puffing up its air is especially cute. Hillier, who had been pounding her chest with her little fist, finally felt Ilum's arm. But by the time she realized what was happening, it was too late. Did it feel good to hit me? How come you didn't even notice? Ilum grinned mischievously and brought his face close to Hillier's. Eren could clearly smell the faint scent of creeping vines on Hillier. It seems Hillier went to the garden. The little elf, finally realizing what was happening, steadied herself and raised her bright, lively eyes. Master, you're bad. What? How am I broken? Eren put the little elf down from his arms and placed her on the edge of the bed. He sat down next to her. They were very close, and their shadows merged together under the light, making them look like a little kitten. I don't care. Master just scared me. Master is bad. Hillier turned her head away, refusing to look at the master who had angered her. Thanks to Maluo's tutelage, she is now a maid with her own opinions. They won't get angry because of their owner's unreasonable behavior. However, she was indeed a little frightened just now. Who taught you to say that? This little girl never used to say things like that. In Ellen's memory, this little elf would only hide in fear and then stick out her little head to see who was scaring her. If it recognizes its owner, it will press its head against itself. Then, in anger, he said, Master, please don't scare me. Hillier hesitated after hearing Ellen's question, not wanting to betray her best friend. Eren moved his face closer and spoke in a threatening tone in her ear. If little Hillier doesn't tell me, you'll be sleeping alone tonight. The voice was very soft, but Hillier shuddered when he heard it. Finally, faced with a choice between her best friend and her master, the little elf abandoned Moro without hesitation. Yes, it was my sister Molu who told me. I'm sorry, Emoluo. Wah. It's because my master is so despicable. Hillier silently prayed for Moro's safety. I hope Xiao Molu will be alright. Oh, so it's her. Eren rubbed Hillier's head with his hand, complaining angrily. You actually corrupted my well-behaved little maid. I have time, no? I'll deal with her tomorrow. Hillier covered his head with his hands. I didn't mean to hurt Emoluo. So what was little Hillier writing just now? Eren touched her head and pointed to something on the table. Hillier was startled and quickly ran over to put the things away. And nothing. I didn't write anything. Seeing Hillary's flustered appearance, Ilum wanted to laugh, but still waved her over. Really? Can I see it? Iron asked cautiously. Hillary shook his head vigorously when questioned, his silver hair swaying from side to side as he did so. No. Fine, I won't watch it. Ellen nodded. He wouldn't pry into Hillier's privacy. However, looking at the piece of paper that Hillier was always holding, Iron felt that it was time to prepare a storage container for her. For example, a ring. Really? Hillier took out the paper that was hiding behind her back and carefully put it into a small pocket in her maid outfit. Yes, really. Iron smiled and patted her head. Little Hillier was always very well behaved, especially when Ellen touched her head. She would lean against Ellen. Master, I want to hold you while I sleep. The next day, Iron came out with messy hair showing. His hair is always very long. If he doesn't tie it up, he could easily be mistaken for a girl. Fortunately, Iron was always dressed in the attire of a noble young master, so few people would mistake his gender. Master, you haven't finished tidying up yet. Inside Ilum's room, a sweet voice suddenly rang out behind him. Accompanying this was a series of footsteps. Hillier, comb in hand, chased after them from their room. Then, before he was fully awake, Iron was pulled back. Vega, standing in the corridor passing by. Young master is still so energetic. With that, Vega walked straight past the door of Iron's room and headed towards Mia's room. Today, he was invited by the head of the family to be the Duke's son, whom his young master had snatched back. Bang, bang, bang. A series of knocks sounded on the door. Then Vega spoke. Guest, my master would like to have a chat with you. The meeting place is in the hall. Please come if you have time. After saying that, Vega stood quietly to the side, until Levitt's voice came from inside the room. I understand, I will go. Levitt's voice sounded tired, and it seemed he was forcing himself to speak. He did reunite with Mia last night, especially since it happened at night. So what? Iron's father wants to see me. Levitt stood at the door, deep in thought. Chapter 143, Let the Children Go. Levitt Vilkel? Inside the manor's main hall, Leo sat gracefully at one end of the long table, while Levitt sat at the other end. Yes, it's me. Mr. Leo. How did you know I was on your territory? Levitt was a little reserved, but he still asked the question he wanted to ask. I helped you get out, so of course I know you're here. Leo leisurely picked up the teacup beside him, blew on it lightly, and then took a sip. His purpose in seeking out Levitt today was actually quite simple. He wanted to extract some of the core secrets of the Rose Duke's family from Levitt. There are some things that only the Duke's only son should know. You helped us get out? After a moment's thought, Levitt looked at Leo with a shocked expression. He seemed to understand why Ellen was confident enough to come and save him. Are you that unfamiliar seventh-tier professional? Leo nodded slightly, put down the cup in his hand, crossed his arms, and looked at Levitt. There are some things you'd better not tell anyone. I'm only here to ask you some questions. I only saved you because of Eren. I can let you stay here, but you'd better not leave this estate. Leo's voice was very steady. Harrison will come looking for you. You're safe here. The air was quiet as Levitt processed what Leo had said. After a while, he finally spoke. Mr. Leo, I understand. Thank you for your help. If there's anything you want to know, I'll tell you everything. Master, you need to fix your hair before going out. Hillier has told you this many times. Hillier stood behind Eren and helped him tidy up his messy hair. She was used to doing these things for her master. Okay, I understand. Ellen squinted, letting Hillier fuss over his hair from behind. By the way, little Hillier, how's your magic coming along? Feeling those gentle fingers pass through the top of his head, Eren suddenly remembered that Hillier hadn't been learning magic for a long time. Since returning from Erster, without Karlovy Vaughn's supervision, Hillier doesn't seem to have been practicing magic anymore. I've learned it. Hillier paused, her small hand pausing, and said, clearly lacking confidence. Really? Then let's go to the training ground later and see how your practice is going. Oh, can we not go? Hillier's voice grew even weaker. No. A snow-white satin apron cinched her slender waist, and black silk stockings bound her feet, revealing her delicate figure. Seemingly noticing her master's gaze, Hillier brought her little face close to Eren's ear. He said it in a cute and slightly shy tone. Master, Hillier quietly leaned close to Ellen's ear and whispered something. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she reached out and grasped Irene's hand. Oh my God. This won't do. Eren looked every bit the gentleman. Hillier looked at Ilum with some confusion. What else can we use? Little Hillier, you just said that. Iren's voice whispered in Hillier's ear. Well, okay. But Master can't look at my face. Hillier's voice was soft and sweet, tinged with shyness and naivety. I'll teach you. Sweetie, go to sleep for a while. Hilly, who had completely hidden herself under the covers, peeked out with half her head and nodded slightly. Eren opened the door and went out. It was already noon, and he and Hilary had been in the room since morning. I'll bring some food for little Hillier later. With that, Eren went to find a maid and asked her to prepare lunch for herself and Hilary. Then, as Ellen was waiting in the hall, suddenly, a hand covered his eyes. Guess who I am? The voice was clear and crisp, clearly belonging to a little girl. Eren didn't need to think twice to know who it was. Who is it? Eren muttered to himself, as if he truly knew nothing. Hee. Ta. It's me. The hand in front of Irene's eyes was suddenly pulled back, followed by Moro's lovely voice. Little Mo Luo hopped and skipped to where Eren was. He tilted his head back and touched the corner of his mouth with one finger. Why did my brother only wake up now? I already called you once, but my brother still hasn't come out. Thinking this, Mo Luo's eyes suddenly sharpened, and she turned around to sit face to face with Irene. Brother Eren, you're not doing something fun with Sister Hillier, are you? Mo Luo licked her lips, her gaze fixed on Eren. Wow, this little guy. Eren avoided looking at her. Chapter 144. Do you want to be a duke? Then forget it. Mo Luo's head suddenly stopped for a moment, and then she began to shake her head. All right, your brother's here. Aren't you going to go see him? My brother? My brother, whom I've hardly ever met. Levitt? Mo Luo remembered who it was. As Harrison's only son, Levitt naturally received different treatment than his other sisters. He was raised entirely as an heir. She rarely meets her other sisters. So Morlet had an impression of Levitt, but not a deep one. For example, when Levitt was locked up, she only knew roughly what had happened and where he was being held. She didn't need to know anything else. After all, she hadn't even resolved her own problems yet, so Mo Luo wasn't in the mood to care about her unfamiliar older brother. Yes, Levitt. Why is he here? Shouldn't he be attending a wedding yesterday? Mo Luo nestled in Iren's arms, tilting her head as she tried to think about what Eren had just said. A strand of light blue hair brushed against the tip of Ellen's nose, making her face itch. Mo Luo's hair was loose today, not tied up. In her own words, it's more comfortable this way, and it also looks better. Ahem. You don't need to ask that. I'm not going to look at him. Mo Luo idly fiddled with Irene's fingers. I'm not close to him. At most I'm just using the title of sister to refer to him. There's not much to talk about with him. Moro remembered the teleportation spell that Eren had used before. That magic is really convenient, so Malu really wants to learn it. Why did you suddenly think of this? Eren stroked her head, just enough to smooth down the tuft of hair that was sticking up on her head. However, the tuft of hair that Eren had just smoothed out immediately curled back up. This is probably what they call a cowlick. Eren thought about it and sorted it out again. Yes, I'll teach you. How about we let Hillier learn too? Mo Luo tilted her head back, her voice filled with cute, bubbly sounds. Eren nodded slightly and pinched Moro's nose with his free hand. Mo Luo squinted at this, then dodged to the side like a kitten. In the afternoon, at the training ground, Hillier obediently changed into a cool outfit, no longer wearing the black and white maid outfit she had worn before. This was because Ellen told her that she would be practicing magic this afternoon. However, when Hillier saw Moro beside him, his eyes darted away slightly. She wasn't guilty at all. Sister Hilary. Mo Luo was wearing a simple blue dress and a straw hat. If it weren't for the fact that this was a noble manor, Morlet would be a lively farm girl in every sense of the word. Mo Luo. Hello. Seeing Morlet's expression, Hillier slightly raised his hand and waved to her. What rank is my sister at now? Mo Luo blinked, staring at Hillier, whose gaze was somewhat evasive. Oh, I should still be in Tier 1. Hillier tilted his head, his gaze fixed on the hat on Moro's head. So cute. Hillier muttered to himself. What is my sister saying? No, it's nothing. Okay, let's wait a bit. I heard from Brother Eren that he'll be here later. Outside the training ground, Eren looked at Levitt and asked, Where is Teacher Mia? He met Levitt on his way here and chatted with him. She probably hasn't woken up yet. She went to bed quite late last night. By the way, what's my sister Luo doing here with you? I remember she wasn't married off to some nobleman. Levitt's gaze shifted to the pale blue figure on the training field, and he turned to ask Eren. She escaped and is now staying with me. Eren also looked at the figures in the arena, his gaze settling on Hillier and Moro. That's good too. Levitt leaned against the railing. At least I don't have to listen to Harrison anymore. He was like a bird taking flight, looking up at the blue sky. There were no clouds in the sky, making it perfect for birds to fly. By the way, I have a question for you. Eren leaned against it in the same way, but he couldn't tell anything from it. Do you still acknowledge your father? If you have no feelings for him anymore. I have an idea. Levitt seemed intrigued by what Ellen said, and stopped looking at the sky, turning his gaze to Ellen instead. I no longer acknowledge him. Tell me, what are your thoughts? He has already severed ties with his father, so he probably won't go back. Of course, Erster probably won't go either. Simple, what I'm thinking about is this Duke. It's your turn to be in that role. Eren's voice was calm, but his eyes were fixed on Levitt. His thinking was simple. Harrison could no longer live. He should have died long ago, given what he did. Moreover, Levitt was originally the heir to the dukedom, and Ilan simply wanted Levitt to take over the position as soon as possible. Levitt remained silent for a moment, not answering Ellen's question immediately. This is a very important matter, and he needs to think about it carefully. Think about it more, and you can give me your answer later. I'll go teach your sister and Hillier magic first. Eren patted him on the shoulder and walked towards the training ground. He didn't ask Levitt for an answer immediately. He needed to think about it. This is not simply a matter of obtaining a title. The interests involved are extremely complex. He's not even a second-tier professional yet, so he might not be able to manage such a vast territory. Brother Eren, over here. When Morlos saw Eren approaching, he waved his hand in the air. Hillier stood quietly to the side, a slight smile on his face. Hillier, Moro, what kind of magic do you want to learn? Eren stood in front of the two girls, smiling as he asked. Upon hearing Eren's words, Moro raised his hand and shouted loudly. I want to learn spatial teleportation magic. Chapter 145. You dared to bully me. Eren, do you want to learn something just because you've reached a certain level of skill? That's magic that can only be learned at the 3rd tier, and even then, there's no guarantee of mastering it. Eren sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation before explaining. He didn't believe Luo wouldn't know. He was probably just teasing him. Oh, okay then. Luo's eyes drooped with disappointment, but she quickly raised her head again and looked at Irene with excitement. Then how about you teach me another spell? What kind of magic? Moro pulled Eren closer and whispered in his ear. For example, magic that increases bodily sensitivity. Luo licked her lips and blinked her eyes. Okay. Eren instantly understood what Molo, this little girl, was up to. Can this magic be taught? He doesn't look serious at all. Are you using it or letting someone else use it? Ilum also whispered. Yes, we have them all. Moro grabbed Eren's hand and drew circles in his palm with her fingers. What are you guys talking about? Feeling ignored, Hillier saw the two of them whispering to each other away from him, puffed out his cheeks, walked up to them, and pulled them apart one by one. I want to hear it too. She didn't want Luo to monopolize the master's position. Wow. Sister, I'm asking my brother for help with magic. You can't interfere. Moro saw Hillier come in and frantically waved her hands back and forth. She asked about this magic, because she wanted to give it to Hillier. Wow. Such a sweet and soft little elf. She's wanted to cuddle her and sleep with her for ages. No, I want to hear it too. Hillier grabbed Ilum's other arm and spoke to Moro beside him. Stop. I'll teach you everything. Seeing that things were not going well, Eren quickly called for a halt. Then he took their hands and said as they walked. Hillier is almost at the 2nd tier, so let's learn some techniques for controlling 2nd tier magic first. As for you, Luo, you're only at the early stage of the 1st rank, so you should learn some basic magic first. Once they reached the center of the field, Eren let go of her hand. Watch closely. I'll cast a simple spell first, and you can feel the structure of this magic circle and the order of the magic flow. As he spoke, Eren raised his right hand and gathered magic at his fingertips. Then magic extended from his fingertips, and gradually, a light blue magic circle about 1/2 meter in diameter appeared. The long river surges, and the sun sleeps in the sky. Eren whispered the incantation for the magic circle. He didn't actually chant the spell at all, but thinking of taking care of the two novices, he recited the incantation. The moment the incantation was uttered, a huge column of water shot out from the magic circle. It knocked down a dummy that was not far away. The spell Eren possessed was merely a simple first-tier spell, so its power was not great. Compared to those high-level spells, this spell can only be used to extinguish fires. Do you understand now? Eren turned and asked. Uh-huh. I understand. Then go and experience it for yourselves. As he spoke, Eren took a step back. Huh? This is just letting us try it ourselves? Mo Luo pointed at herself, her eyes filled with disbelief. What did he just say? Why don't you explain the composition of this magic circle in detail? Why did you immediately start having us practice? I don't think I missed anything, right? While Morlos was still in a daze, Hillier nodded with absolute certainty. Learn from Eren and raise your right hand, gathering magic at your fingertips. The long waters surge, and the sun sleeps in the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, a jet of water much smaller than Eren shot out. It doesn't hurt or itch when it hits a dummy. Mo Luo, what about you? Eren raised an eyebrow and made Moro watch the entire process of Hillier casting the spell. Me, I can do it too. As she spoke, Mo Luo also raised her hand and formed a magic circle. However, after seeing the pattern of the magic circle, Eren knew there was something wrong. Long sleep, eternal rest, radiance, moving in the sky. Moro's words were fragmented, and Eren heard several errors. Without making a sound, Ilum moved Hillier several meters to the side. Bang! A sound like an explosion suddenly resounded throughout the training ground, and a spray of water shot out in all directions. Wow, what a big splash! Eren sighed from the side. Only after all the splashing water had settled did Eren see Moro's condition clearly. She was soaked to the bone, and the light blue dress she was wearing clung to her body, revealing her petite figure below. At this moment, she was looking at Eren and the other man with a resentful expression. Mo Luo made sounds and ran towards Eren. At the same time, he raised his hand as if he wanted to punch Ilum. Wow, little guy, you're completely soaked. Wow, I don't care, you're not even telling me what's wrong. Moro chased after Ilum, while Ilum circled around Hillier. Ugh, wah. Seemingly exhausted from running, Mo Luo simply squatted down on the ground, buried her face in her arms, and started crying. Eren was stunned. You cried? You cried just like that? Please stop crying. Eren came to Morlos and squatted down in the same way. I was wrong, Xiao Mayuo. Eren reached out to help Morlo up, but suddenly, a figure stood up and pounced on Eren, who was crouching down. Wow! This time, Eren was truly terrified. Suddenly, the little girl, who had been squatting, sprang up and tackled Eren to the ground. Then her completely soaked clothes came into close contact with Eren. Serves you right for not teaching me properly. You dare bully me. Serves you right for not reminding me. This is what happens. Mo Luo sat on Eren's lap and punched Eren's chest hard with her little fists. No, stop hitting him. Hillier, standing to the side, covered his mouth while pretending to break up the fight, trying to suppress his laughter. It's rare for their master to be at a disadvantage. Well, little Hillier, you're not helping your master. Eren blocked Moro's attack with his hand and turned to look at Hillier. I'll beat you up. I'll beat you up. While Mo Luo was punching Eren, she kept talking. Seemingly feeling that hitting with her hands wasn't effective enough, Mo Luo actually bent down and bit Eren's hand. Eren winced in pain and immediately looked at her arm. Goodness, they started eating right away. Just as Mo Luo was about to let go and bite down on another spot, a pair of hands suddenly picked her up. Eren struggled to block the attack from Moro while lying down. Then, just as Eren sat up straight, Hillier hugged him from behind. Eren had a bad feeling. What's wrong? Ignoring Moro's commotion, Eren turned to look at Hillier. The little elf didn't say anything, but simply bent its head down and bit Ellen's neck. Then he inhaled hard. Just as Eren was being captured by the two girls, a lonely figure was quietly watching from the periphery of the training ground. Liana bit her lip, trying hard to suppress the urge. Then they quietly left. Chapter 146. Sister Liana, you drank too much last night. The farce in the training ground didn't last long, and Moro and Hillier released Eren without any worries. You guys are really something. Eren touched his neck, then flicked Hillier and Moro's foreheads with his hand. Ouch, that hurts. Mo Luo covered her forehead, squinting and groaning in pain. It's good that you know it hurts. When you hit me just now, why didn't you think about whether I was in pain? When Ellen saw Mo Luo covering her forehead, she immediately reached out and pinched her cheeks, pulling them to the left and right. Snort. Mo Luo turned her head away, refusing to look at Eren. Seeing Morlos's attitude, Eren released his grip and turned to look at Hillier. Little Hillier, why didn't you come to help me just now? Hillier turned his head away, avoiding looking at Eren. She just wanted to bite her owner. In the past, she was always the one being eaten by her master, but today she's going to turn the tables and become the master. Yes, turn the tables and take the lead. Overthrow your master's rule and become the king yourself. And then she can command her master. Hillier's fantasies were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Eren grabbed her face and pulled it to the left and right sides. What are you thinking about? It's nothing. The clever little elf will not tell others what is on her mind. Yes, she's a very clever little elf. Then forget it. Eren turned around and used magic to dry the water stains on Morlo and himself. Magic is so convenient. Eren is blowing me with wind magic, Moro remarked. Then you should study more. Using his hands to ruffle Molly's hair, Eren took out a comb and combed it back together. Mo Luo's light blue hair was very smooth, and Eren felt as if she were holding onto a cloud. All right, go practice that spell you just used. After drying Moluo's hair, Eren gently placed his hand on her shoulder and slowly pushed her forward. Okay. Mo Luo replied casually, not really caring. She already had a general idea of how the magic was constructed. After all, she had a high affinity for water elements. Aside from her eldest sister, she has the highest affinity for the water element. The afternoon passed quickly as the two girls practiced their magic. After calling Hillier and Moro back, Eren wandered around his house. The creeping vines in the garden are growing very lushly, and tiny white flowers the entire garden. A faint, pleasant fragrance filled the air, causing Eren to become completely absorbed in it. He hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. Just as he closed his eyes to enjoy the moment, a pair of hands suddenly slipped under his arms and embraced her. Eren. Those were soft hands that held him tightly, giving Ellen a sense of familiarity. It felt like I had just received such a hug not long ago. Eren. A slow, sorrowful voice came from behind him. Eren could clearly hear the grievance in the voice. I feel very wronged. Sister Liana? The moment the voice appeared, Eren recognized who it was. Lily. Don't talk, let me hug you. Liana rested her chin on Eren's shoulder, and just as Eren had done, closed her eyes. There was a long silence. The scent of creeping vines in the garden and the unique fragrance of Liana's body filled Eren's nostrils. Eren. After a long while, Liana called his name softly from behind. Sorry. She hugged him tighter. Last night. Her voice became even softer. Sister Liana, you drank too much last night. Eren grasped her hands, which were wrapped around him, and gently untied them. Then he patted her shoulders with both hands, turned around, and looked at her. He gently wiped away the faint tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingers. Sister Liana, you almost cried your eyes out. Eren's voice was gentle, his eyes slightly narrowed, and he gave a faint smile. Is that so? Hearing Ilum say that, the girl also raised her hand. However, just as Eren was about to lower his hand, the girl raised her hand and grabbed Eren's palm for a moment. No, I didn't drink too much. Eren. I meant it. A hint of anxiety appeared on Liana's delicate face, and her eyes welled up with tears again. Under the dim lights of the manor at night, they bloomed little by little, like wildflowers on creeping vines. This time, Ellen was truly silent. He didn't know how to confront Liana's feelings. She wasn't like Hillier and Morrow, those two little ones who hadn't known Ellen for very long at the beginning. It was Ellen who barged into their world. Therefore, Ellen was able to get along with the two of them very naturally. But Liana is different. From as far back as I can remember, Eren and Liana have been together for almost a decade. Liana is her older sister, although Ellen doesn't know if it's true that she said she wasn't Leo's biological daughter. But there's no denying that Liana took good care of him. After all, Leo didn't care about him. He was practically managed by his older sister, Liana, who was about the same age as him. Therefore, at this time, it is difficult for Eren to face Liana's feelings. Sister Liana, do you know? You are my older sister. Eren sighed and emphasized it again with a sense of helplessness. Eren had already emphasized this once when they were at the entrance of the Duke's mansion. Yesterday, I told the truth yesterday. Liana's eyes were a little red, and her golden hair, reflected in the moonlight, looked very bright in Iron's eyes. But, Eren, aren't you really going to consider me? The girl's voice finally trembled with tears. She bit her lower lip, and tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string. Since those things were already said yesterday, I will clarify them today. Liana made up her mind to tell Eren this. She also wanted to talk to Irene more closely. Eren remained silent. He dared not look into Liana's eyes, fearing that if he did, he would not be able to leave. However, during this silence, a slender hand reached out from in front of him. Then, at an extremely fast speed, he closed the distance between Liana and him. Chapter 147 Philwin's Invitation. Iron's pupils contracted sharply, and Liana's face suddenly appeared larger. A sensation came from the tip of my tongue, with a salty taste. Eren knew those were Liana's tears. The tears tasted salty and somewhat bitter. Just as Eren was about to push her away, Liana's lips left his. No, don't push me away, okay? After saying that, Liana bit down again. The slow, gentle push sent Eren sprawling onto the lawn overgrown with creeping vines. Liana closed her eyes, and a sweet scent filled the air. Iron's stiff hand finally softened. He sighed inwardly, realizing that he still couldn't refuse. If he didn't say it this time, he'll never have another chance. A long, lingering thread of light appeared as the girl finally released her entangled tongue. She sniffed from the tip of her nose down Iron's face. She didn't bite Ilum's neck until she set up a pitch-black barrier 5 meters in diameter around her. Her hands moved unconsciously. While she was biting her lip, she kept fiddling with Irene's buttons. Sister Liana? Don't speak. In the pitch-black night, only flickering lights remained. Little Eren, now you can't escape my grasp. Liana hugged Eren, her face flushed with a youthful blush, and whispered in Iren's ear. It's already late at night, and almost no one will come to the garden. Eren covered his face. He is just burned out. Sister Liana, this is terrible. But it was so exciting. No, you are mine now. The girl's voice was incredibly alluring, soft, and sweet. It's completely different from the voice of Liana from before, although there were still tear stains on her face. It's late. Sister, it's time to go back. They are still outside, where it is very cold, and they have nothing to cover themselves with. Liana's barrier cannot generate heat, so they are currently in an outdoor adventure mode. It was truly exciting, but it was also truly cold. No, I won't go back. Liana clung tightly to Eren. You're mine all night long. As she spoke, Liana bent down. The next day, Eren didn't sleep all night. After Liana fell asleep, he took out a long bath towel and a set of clothes from his storage ring. After changing his clothes, Liana completely wrapped him in a bath towel before carrying him back to her bedroom in a princess carry. Furthermore, Ellen went back and cleaned up the bloodstains on the grass. So Ellen wasn't in a good state right now, and as soon as she got back to her bedroom, she fell asleep immediately. It hit Hillier, who was already asleep, directly. However, Eren only hit her arm, so Hillier only woke up slightly. The little elf opened its sleepy eyes and immediately saw its master. Master. After a soft call, Hillier, seeing that Eren didn't respond, got out of bed and laboriously lifted Eren back onto the bed. When Eren didn't come back to sleep that night, Hillier assumed he was with Moro, so I didn't go looking for him. Heave-ho, so heavy. Hillier laboriously carried Eren to the bed and covered him with a blanket. Then he crawled inside and hugged Irene's waist. He then fell into a deep sleep. Eren woke up at noon the next day. I slept until noon again. However, Hillier was not there this time. He left behind only a neat set of clothes and an unopened envelope. Ahoo-hoo. Eren yawned and reached for the envelope. Who wrote to me this time? Eren remembered that the last person to write to him was Levitt. So surely it wouldn't be him again this time? That doesn't make sense either. Levitt is at his house, so there's no need for him to write letters to pass on information. So whose friend wrote this to you? Eren stroked the wax seal. It was a pattern he had never seen before. A ring and a sword. No, it's that simple. This made Eren suspect that it wasn't even the coat of arms of any noble family, but rather something randomly printed on the bottom of some sword. Crack. The sound of the wax seal on the envelope cracking. The first thing you see is a passage of text with a sharp, sword-like quality. After reading the entire letter, Eren was completely stunned and stood there frozen in place. This letter wasn't sent by anyone else. It was sent by Phil Wynn, who had just met with Eren not long ago. The invitation was simple. She invited Eren to her home. And it was at the home of her master, the sword St. Lohis. Wow. Eren immediately perked up. The letter instructed him to go the day after tomorrow, and Phil Wynn told him to bring a good sword. He said his master wanted to teach him swordsmanship. Let's have a friendly exchange. Eren, what should I do if my classmate's swordsman master wants to beat me up? I'm waiting online, but it's not urgent. Why does the sword saint want to spar with himself? Is he someone who can spar with the sword saint? Eren is quite self-aware. Although he should have no problem fighting a 5th-tier professional, he should be able to escape from an early-stage 6th-tier opponent. But that's a sword saint. A 7th-tier holy swordsman. They're 2 major levels apart. Really? Eren rubbed his forehead and shook his head. After getting up and washing herself, Irene went to eat breakfast. No, lunch. Liana should still be asleep, but Moro and Hillier are nowhere to be found. So Eren decided to go for a stroll in the city. It's been so long since I've been to Maberta, so this is a good opportunity to help Hillier choose a suitable storage ring. This little girl still doesn't have a suitable partner. With that in mind, Eren instructed his servants to prepare a carriage for their journey to Maberta. In the pavilion in the garden, Moro and Hillier were sitting obediently on the benches inside the pavilion. He looked tense, his gaze solemn and serious. Mo Luo's small hands kept pinching the pleats of her skirt, showing that she was very nervous. Of course, Hillier wasn't much better off. She was staring intently at the woman's face. Listen to her speak. Lakati smiled, holding a cup of light tea in her hand. I've watched Eren grow up. He's a bit playful, so I hope you two can be understanding of him. I know that you two have accepted each other, so I will treat you equally. Rickety took a sip of her tea. Nobility does not reject polygamy, and my thinking is also very simple. You can all come together. Rickety had noticed something was off about the 2 girls long ago. Needless to say, judging from how well her son took care of her, Hillier was likely to succeed. And Mo Luo, this little lowly. When Rickety first met her, she knew that this was probably one of them. Chapter 148 The Princess Escaped. Sigh, it's just like this every day. Eren strolled around leisurely, looking at Maberta, which remained unchanged. This time, no one followed him like before. Eren walked toward the familiar market, and after buying some materials related to magic, he headed toward the commercial building standing in the center of the city. The main organization behind this commercial building is a chamber of commerce called Rainwater. The Rainwater Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in the entire kingdom of Zephyr, and its business covers all aspects of people's lives. However, the most important group consists of service professionals. The Rainwater Merchant Guild has dedicated channels to connect with adventurers from all over the world and trade their loot. From 1st-tier goblin teeth to 6th-tier dragon horns, the Rainwater Merchant Guild can get their hands on them all. If you have enough gold coins to trade, you can also get Tier 7 materials or equipment. After all, businessmen are primarily driven by profit. The commercial building in Maberta was funded and built by the Rainwater Chamber of Commerce. Such commercial buildings also exist in the major cities of the Kingdom of Zephiel. The waiter at the door saw Eren and quickly went to welcome him inside. Of course, there was no instance of the waiters looking down on Eren here. After all, those who work here have long since memorized the image of the surrounding nobles. Young Master Eren, what would you like to buy? The Chamber of Commerce's waitress asked enthusiastically. If you want to buy first or second-tier magic materials or weapons, the first floor is just right. The young woman pointed to a place on the first floor surrounded by densely packed shelves that resembled those of a library. Around those shelves, there were quite a few people dressed in what were clearly adventurer clothes, making their selections. Eren looked over and found that there were indeed only the first and second floors on the first floor. However, he also saw some materials of particularly high quality. Take, for example, the core of that second-tier magical beast, the water spirit serpent. Judging from the information given by the Eye of God, that water spirit snake is probably close to reaching the 3rd rank. Using it as a second-tier magical artifact is indeed a bit overkill. He scanned the items with his divine eye and found that there weren't many good ones among them. He casually turned his head to look at the waitress. These ranks are too low. The young woman was taken aback, but her smile became even brighter. Young master, are you looking to buy tier 3 items? They're all on the 2nd floor. The Rainwater Merchant Guild service staff are paid a commission, so the more expensive the items Ellen buys, the more commission she receives. So when she heard that Ellen wasn't buying anything from the 1st floor, her smile widened. After all, the profit from one tier 3 item is equivalent to the profit from dozens of tier 1 items. Seeing the expectant look in the young lady's eyes, Eren shook his head. I need a storage ring, preferably with a large capacity. The waiter was taken aback for a moment, then immediately smiled and said, The storage ring has a dedicated floor. I'll take you there now. After saying that, he led Irene to the 4th floor. The Rainwater Chamber of Commerce's building is very tall, about 6 stories high. The 1st floor is dedicated to selling tier 1 and 2 items. The 2nd floor is for tier 3 items, and the 3rd floor is for tier 4 items. The items sold on the 4th floor were storage rings. Almost all the tier 5 and tier 6 items are on the 5th floor. As for the top floor, the 6th floor, guests are not allowed to enter this area. Once you get to the 4th floor, there are noticeably fewer people. There were only a few scattered people. Moreover, there weren't many items on display. After all, storage rings involve spatial magic, and their creation requires materials with spatial properties. Therefore, the production of storage rings is not high. Moreover, the larger the storage ring's capacity, the more complex its craftsmanship. The higher the quality of the materials used, the better. Therefore, very few people in the entire Maberta could afford it. What style would you like, young master? We have a vintage style with elegant carvings, a simple and refined rustic style, and... Stop! Eren quickly interrupted the waitress who was reciting the menu. Are there any storage rings suitable for women? Eren's idea was to prepare a storage ring for Hillier. The last time I saw her, all her things were in her pockets. Young master, please come with me. With that, the waiter led Irene toward the floor. Along the way, Eren didn't see many goods. Almost every storage ring was covered with a glass dome. This inevitably reminded Eren of the spatial ring on his hand. He had had this ring for a long time. He remembered that Lucia had given it to him. Well, Lucia had only been expelled from school not long before, so she stayed home to take care of him. Young master, what do you think of this one? The waitress led Ellen to a glass display case and said to her. Inside the glass case lay a ring adorned with pink flowers. A platinum ring and a pink space magic stone held in a claw beside it. The moment Ellen saw it, she was struck by the exquisite craftsmanship of the ring. Young Master Eren, this ring was crafted by a 6th-tier dwarf craftsman from our merchant guild, using top-grade space magic stones, and contains nearly 1,000 cubic meters of space. Perfect for your requirements. And the price isn't particularly high either, only 300 gold coins. Eren's gaze remained fixed on the ring. Honestly, this ring is beautiful. Ellen was also tempted, but what is it? This ring is perfect for Hillier, Ellen said. Place your order now. This one is the one. Yes, young master. The waitress nodded happily. The commission from this one order alone is enough for half a month's salary for her. The ring was carefully placed in a special box, and the waitress handed it to Ellen. Take care, sir. Within the capital, in the kingdom's palace, the current king of the kingdom of Zephiel is sitting on his throne, propping his head up with one hand. Orlando Aubrey Sebastian, the current ruler, monarch, and emperor of the kingdom. An old man who is over 100 years old. Bradley, how's the thing I asked you to do going? Beneath the throne, the fourth prince, who enjoyed immense prestige outside, stood respectfully. Their heads were lowered, and it didn't look like a conversation between father and son at all. Your Majesty, I have already reminded Harrison. Orlando nodded, glancing slightly at Bradley. You mean that unfamiliar 7th-tier expert was trying to steal the Duke of Rose's son? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Interesting. Send the shadow guards to investigate and find out which powerful figure has come to our capital. Orlando tapped his fingers on the armrest of the throne, casually shifting his posture. Yes, father. Oh, right. Father, there's one more thing. Bradley raised his head. Explain. My sister Tiago has escaped again. Chapter 149 Layout. The air fell silent. After a long while, Emperor Orlando finally spoke with a sigh. With a shadow guard following her, let her go out and have some fun. If there's nothing else, you can go back now. Orlando leaned back on his throne, looked at the child who had cultivated the fastest among all his children, and waved his hand. He then closed his eyes to rest. Yes, father. With that, the fourth prince stepped back. After leaving the palace, Bradley looked at the dark night and waved to the servant who had been waiting by his side, saying, Take me to the first prince. Inside the Duke of Rose's mansion, Harrison lay on the bed, his entire body severely injured by Leo's attack. Because Leo's attack was imbued with magic, healing magic had no effect on him. Well, Harrison can no longer give Levitt a sister. Moreover, because he forcibly used the power of a 6th-tier peak, his hidden injuries relapsed, and now he is basically no different from being dead. 7th rank, 7th rank. Harrison gritted his teeth. If I could reach the 7th rank, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. This time, I really lost face big time. Not only was her only son taken away, but she was also. This matter has become a topic of conversation in tea houses all over the capital, and many people have come to the Duke's mansion to spread the word these past few days. Father, a letter has been sent from the fourth prince. Would you like to take a look? Natalie came to Harrison's bedside and knelt humbly before him. Although she was glamorous in public, she was nothing more than a dog in front of Harrison. A dog on a leash. Even though she is Harrison's daughter. Let me see it. The old man's voice was a little hoarse as he grabbed the letter from Natalie's hand. The demolition was done very quickly and urgently. Harrison took out a piece of parchment with an ornate pattern. Withdraw from the northern defense line and relocate to the pulp of forest. Harrison read the entire letter in disbelief. In an instant, the pain in his body seemed to disappear, and he immediately burst into laughter. He doesn't need to stay in the capital anymore. The emperor wanted him to defend the Borpa forest to deal with the demon's attack. He, on the other hand, was able to return to his own territory. As expected, the fourth prince will let me out. Harrison placed his hand on Natalie's head, like petting a puppy, and scratched her chin with his fingers. Father, father. The elegant and noble lady who is outwardly elegant and noble is now being toyed with like this. That slave contract placed her life entirely in Harrison's hands. Oh, my dear daughter. Harrison grabbed her chin and forced her face toward his eyes. Father is leaving. Would you like to come with me? Natalie's pupils contracted instantly. No. No. She didn't want to stay with Harrison anymore. She tried to shake her head, but Harrison's hand was clenched tightly. You want to come along too, right? No. Just as Natalie was about to open her mouth to refuse, she instantly saw Harrison's cold eyes. A sudden chill ran through my body, as if I had taken a cold shower on a winter's day. Yes, I want to go with my father. Natalie bit her lip, her eyes darting around, and replied fearfully. She dared not disobey her father's wishes. The slave contract she signed meant that she had completely sold herself to Harrison. No, it was simply a gift for him. Harrison practically tricked her into signing that contract. Of course, This excludes the scenario where he was only at the 3rd tier of strength and was imprisoned by Harrison. You're a good girl. Come on, climb into bed. Harrison touched Natalie's face as she knelt on the ground and gave the order. Natalie trembled and looked at her father with difficulty. His knot has already been. Why does he still want to? Natalie felt a sense of despair, but his body could only slowly get up. Because the Demon King was sealed away for nearly 60 years, and during those 60 years, the demons within the demon abyss were not very united. Therefore, the demon abyss is now completely disorganized. Sarah also needs to unite all the scattered demon cities. Moreover, it would be impossible for him to go to the human realm that year. There are very few 7th-tier professionals left in the abyss. They probably wouldn't even be able to get past humanity's first line of defense. Therefore, Sarah's idea in recent years has been to recuperate and rebuild. We will only attempt to attack the human world when we have the resources to do so. Only, I'm afraid that the God of Light will create another hero. In fact, Sarah already possessed strength exceeding the peak of the 8th rank, but the demon abyss only allowed beings of the 8th rank to exist. Therefore, Demon King Sarah has always been at the peak of the 8th rank. However, the hero forcibly instilled by the God of Light also possesses the strength of the peak of the 8th rank. However, the divinity within his body naturally suppressed him. That's why Sarah was so easily sealed away by the hero. Of course, there was also the reason that he didn't want the demons in the Demon King's castle to be affected by the aftermath of his battle with the hero. The Demon King looked at the documents in his hand concerning the entire demon abyss and sighed. He then turned to Savigny and said, "How's the construction of the Demon King's castle going?" Savigny nodded slightly. "It's basically complete, and we've reached the foundation for using life magic. Yes, I'll build it tomorrow. By the way, how are things going with the person Arlen left behind? Miss Carol? She didn't stay. ? She's gone. This old servant doesn't know where she went. We haven't found any trace of her in the entire Demon King's city." Sarah, who had transformed into human form, fell silent. He knew that Arlen had died trying to break his seal. He treated all his subordinates equally, but Arlen was someone he had watched grow up. That's right. Arlen had been following the Demon King since he was very young. As for why she was following him, it was probably because he had saved him from the slaughterhouse. Arlen's experience is very similar to Carol's. He was also once treated as food. Perhaps he took Carol with him when he left, maybe as a way to make up for what he had experienced. Keep searching, find her. Tomorrow, send an invitation to the city lords of each city in the Demon Abyss, stating that Demon King Sarah invites them to a gathering at the Demon King's palace. Savigny looked up at Sarah, then nodded. He knew this was a trap set by the Demon King to reclaim control of various cities. If you don't come, it means you don't agree with the Demon King's rule, and then the Demon King has a reason to send troops. And if it comes, then none of you should leave. Of course, they won't kill him. But if they don't hand over control of the city, they can forget about going back. Chapter 150. Call Me Sister. Inside the Einsenat estate. Exhausted, Liana woke up in bed. Her eyes were hazy, and the sunlight from the window was shining directly on her face. After a brief moment of confusion, she snapped back to reality and looked around. She discovered that this was her own room. Eren. She whispered the boy's name softly, but no one responded to her. Liana lowered her eyes slightly, lifted the blanket, went to the mirror, and looked at her naked self. Last night, perhaps I was too impatient. She calmly took her clothes from the closet and went into the bathroom. Aunt Lilith, is it really a good idea for us to come to the human world like this? My mother told me that humans in the human world are all creatures that eat demons, especially the succubus race. On the outskirts of the Pulpa forest, near Erst, a small figure, completely shrouded in a cloak, muttered to herself, but there was no one around her. The little guy didn't reveal any physical features, only from the front. A small bulge appeared from under the cloak. It's all right. You're at the 7th level now. With me included, there aren't many people in the entire human realm who can keep us here. Lilith, hiding inside the girl's cloak, spoke while tugging at her hair. Also, don't call me auntie, call me sister. Kid. Lilith, who was leaning on Carol's shoulder, puffed out her cheeks and whispered in Carol's ear. I understand. Lilith-senpai. Call me sister. But Lilith is very old. My mother said that she should call her grandma or senior. Carol touched her lips with her finger and said after a moment's thought. Whatever you want. Lilith successfully compromised. So be it. I'm a senior. Anyway, I am indeed quite old. After all, as a primordial demon, he had already existed in the previous era. They are quite old, perhaps tens of thousands of years old. Lilith-senpai, where are we going now? Carol withdrew her hand. She felt unsafe here. It was nighttime, and she felt like there were several pairs of eyes watching her. It gave her the creeps. Don't rush. Let's spend the night here. Let's wait until tomorrow and see if we can find the entrance from the human realm to the spirit realm. Lilith emerged from under Carol's cloak, her body, smaller than a palm, floating gently into the air. Then why not go directly from the demon abyss to the spirit realm? Lilith tilted her head and asked in confusion. This. Little Lilith started stammering. In fact, the demon abyss also has a passage leading to the spirit realm. However, when she was cast into the abyss of demons, to prevent that strange god from catching up, Lilith destroyed the passage. What's wrong? Carol blinked, looking at the senior Lilith in front of her. She told Carol that she could resurrect Arlen. However, he needs to restore his strength. If she wants to regain her strength, she must return to the spirit realm and retrieve the resources she left behind. However, she couldn't go back on her own. She needed someone from the human realm or the demon abyss to help her return. And Carol was the one she chose. Oh, it's nothing, I'll tell you. Actually, this is a shameful thing. After all, he was a primordial demon, a powerful god. As a result, he was beaten down to only the 7th level of strength and was even driven into a place like the demon abyss, which was truly embarrassing. Lilith-senpai is really weak. After listening to Lilith's story, Carol muttered a complaint under her breath. Hey, you. Fine, do whatever you want. Lilith turned her head away, pretending to be angry. However, before she could hear Carol's apology, a sudden sense of threat instantly entered her detection range. Someone's coming. Lilith immediately slipped into Carol's cloak and told the little succubus to hide. Carol leaped up and hid in a nearby tree. Sigh, when do you think we can go back? A group of simply dressed people walked over from not far away. 2 men and 1 woman. The one who spoke was the thin man walking in the middle. The woman walked at the back, led by a tall, muscular man with a stocky build. We'll go back once we've raised enough money. The burly man responded to the thin man. This must be an adventurer team. Carol listened to Lilith's analysis from the tree. The one in the lead is a 3rd tier, the skinny one should be a 2nd tier, and the one at the very back is also a 2nd tier. Lilith immediately recognized the ranks of the group. There's no threat, let's leave. No, can we wait a little longer? Carol said something that was unusual for her. What's wrong? Didn't we encounter a 4th tier demon scale ice serpent before? The direction they went seemed to be that direction. Carol stared at the 3 people and muttered something under her breath. What? You still want to go and save them? Lilith looked at her with a hint of amusement. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Your demon race and humans have been fighting each other for ages. You are enemies. She sat on the tip of Carol's nose. Of course, you can go if you want. After all, we should be friends now. As your friend, I support you. But once you get to the spirit realm, put away your kindness. Kindness is the easiest thing to kill there. I don't want to die before I find something that can restore me. Lilith shrunk back into Carol's pocket. Okay, Lilith-senpai. Carol nodded. She knew that one shouldn't have excessive compassion, so she just wanted to give a heads up to the 3 humans in front of her. As she spoke, Carol vanished. Who's there? The 3 people who were heading towards the middle layer of the forest suddenly stopped. Before them appeared a small, thin figure completely shrouded in a cloak. The burly man leading the group immediately stopped and shouted at the stranger in front of him. There are dangers ahead that you cannot handle. I advise you not to go any further. Carol's face was completely hidden in the shadow of her cloak, concealing her features as a demon. The 3 members of the adventure team were taken aback and looked at each other. How can we be sure you're right? The one speaking was the girl who had been following behind. Judging from her attire, she should be the mage in the group. Behind me lies the territory of a demonic serpent, and I cannot prove it. Carol lowered her head and spoke slowly. If you can't prove it, then leave. Don't block our way. The thinner man seemed agitated and walked straight up to Carol, shoving her in the face. The cloak covering the little succubus's head fell down, revealing 2 broken horns on her forehead. This is... A group of people stared intently at the horns on Carol's head, the atmosphere heavy. Demon, why have you returned? Chapter 151. The abyss of demons eats people, and so does the human realm. The burly man leading the group had a serious look in his eyes, as if he could see right through Carol. Demon, this is not a place for you. Do you still intend to invade this place? The man who had removed Carol's cloak also retreated instantly, a longbow appearing in his hand. I meant no harm. Carol spoke softly and looked somewhat sad. Let's do it. A harsh voice instantly reached Carol's ears and echoed in her mind. Before she could react, an arrow was already in front of her, pointing straight at the face. And right after that came a fireball. As for the burly man, he immediately rushed towards Carol. He raised the greatsword above his head and swung it straight at Carol's head. Humans can no longer communicate with the demons. They have long since become enemies that cannot be appeased. Go to hell. A huge chorus of curses instantly reached Carol's ears. Why? Carol looked at the 3 attacks that were shooting towards her with some confusion. She didn't realize that her good intentions had been met with a knife in return. Little friends, I told you, you are the enemy. At that moment, Lilith's voice appeared in Carol's ear. Hesitating. Hiss 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 hiss. Just as the 3 attacks were about to hit Carol, a deep, cold voice appeared behind her. Demonic scale ice serpent. Time seemed to freeze, and in an instant, a python with a diameter of 1 meter appeared before everyone. It glanced at Carol, then at the other 3. With a single sweep, he stopped all 3 of their attacks. Hiss hiss hiss. A long, forked tongue emerged from the snake's mouth, its body completely encircling Carol, while its head stared intently at the 3 of them. This is a 4th-tier demon scale ice serpent. The girl furthest away had collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with despair as she looked at the enormous snake head. 4th tier. The demonic scale ice serpent raised its head and, almost instantly, charged towards the burly man at the front. She bit down on his body and swallowed him whole. The big man had no time to struggle before he was swallowed by the snake. Then came thin men and girls. A few minutes later, the 3 people disappeared without a trace. Immediately, the giant snake dispersed, revealing Carol, who had been trapped within it. Hiss hiss hiss. Carol looked somewhat dejected. She stared at the enormous snake head in front of her, without saying a word. When the head of the demon scale ice serpent was close enough for Carol to touch it, Lilith, who had been hiding, finally spoke. It recognizes you as its master. Carol turned her head and looked at Lilith. This little snake seems quite clever. It actually knows to recognize you as its master. Lilith covered her mouth and laughed as she sat down in front of Carol. Then what should I do? Keep it. Having a little snake as a pet wouldn't be bad. But this one looks too big. I can't take it with me. Carol looked at the demon scale ice serpent in front of her. The serpent was very large, estimated to be 40 or 50 meters long. Seemingly understanding Carol's meaning, the demon scale ice serpent wisely shrunk its body, becoming a small snake only 10 centimeters long. Lilith watched this scene with a smile on her lips. Isn't this just right? As she spoke, she reached out and took the little snake. It flew behind Carol and wrapped a strand of her hair with a small snake. Perfect for making hairpins. Lilith clapped her hands and returned to Carol's shoulder. Senior Lilith, just now. Carol's voice was deep. Oh, I told you, don't be kind. Humans are your enemies. The image of demons has long been etched in their hearts. The human realm, like your demon abyss, is a world that eats people. They just eat very discreetly, both in the human realm and the spirit realm. This time the harvest was pretty good. As Irene emerged from the Rainwater Merchant Guild, he looked at the storage ring in his hand and spoke. After buying the ring for Hillier, he browsed around for a while longer. I bought some magical materials, and also bought the nearly 3rd-tier water spirit serpent core on the 1st floor. Even if you don't need it, you'd rather get a bargain than miss out. Moreover, this time Eren saw a piece of gold inlaid with red glass at the Chamber of Commerce. This is a superior material, perfect for forging high-grade knight swords. Moreover, Ellen happened to have a sword blank, so she wanted to buy it. Only, damn, this thing is too expensive. Eren doesn't even have enough money to buy it. I also experienced what it's like to be broke. This is what Ellen thought to herself. Who told that piece of gold inlaid with red glass cost 2,000 gold coins? That's worth 20 million copper coins. I can't afford it. I definitely can't afford it with just my own money. However, Ellen can have her father buy it. He believes in Leo. Following the road back, Eren returned to his family's manor. It's probably around 5 p.m. now, and Ellen has arrived home. Huh? Why is nobody here? Ellen wandered around the manor for a while, but apart from the maids, she did not find any trace of Hillier. Moro wasn't there either, nor were Levitt and the other two. Unbeknownst to Ellen, Levitt, unable to go out, stayed in his study. Of course, Mia came along too. As for Hillier and Morlet, she was taken to see Leo by Ilum's mother, Rickety. That's why Eren didn't see many people. Once back in his room, Ellen took out the items from his storage ring, the ring given to Hillier, and a bunch of gifts for the Sword Saint. Cough cough. After all, we're going to get beaten up? Oh no, I mean sparred, so how can we not give something in return? That way, they won't get beaten too badly. Ellen was already convinced that Lohis had invited him to spar in order to beat him up. Otherwise, Eren would never have imagined that a 7th-rank swordsman like himself would want to spar with a 4th-rank swordsman like himself. And the two of them have never even met. That means it must be that Philwyn mentioned himself to Losis. When it came time to go to the Sword Saint, Eren set off alone. He only told his father, Leo, about this. However, when Leo learned that the Sword Saint wanted to practice swordsmanship with him, he was clearly taken aback. And he looked at Eren with great suspicion. He wants to spar with you? Eren nodded heavily. Don't get killed. Leo propped his head up with his hand, staring down at Eren. Eren, having you is my blessing. Just as Ellen was about to turn back, something flew towards his head from behind him. Ellen nimbly dodged and caught the thing. Upon closer inspection, Ellen saw that it was a dark golden ore, inlaid with reddish-brown gold. Eren looked at Leo with a puzzled expression. If you accept something from someone's apprentice, you have to return it no matter what. You should give this to the Sword Saint. With that, Leo waved his hand, and Eren flew away along with the ore. Chapter 152, I got pinned against the wall. Wow! With a thud, Eren was thrown to the ground. Couldn't you be a little gentler? Touching the spot on his head where he had been hit, Ilum said helplessly. At the same time, his gaze also fell on the piece of ore in his hand. It's true that I'm tempted, but it's also true that I'm afraid to act. Forget it. I already have a 6th-tier knight sword anyway, so I'll just give this one to the Sword Saint. It seems the only option is to change the materials used to forge the sword blank. After putting away the inlaid red glass gold, Eren ordered a carriage to be sent to the address given by Philwyn. The Sword Saint's secluded place was truly remote. Looking at the dwindling number of buildings around him, Eren had reason to suspect that his family lived in a primeval forest. Damn, could Philwyn be a human trafficker, luring him to such a remote place? There are many forests in the kingdom of Zephiel, and for example, Eren is currently traveling through one of them. Are you sure we haven't gone to the wrong place? Eren asked the coachman. It can't be wrong, young master. The address you gave me is this road, and it should be here soon. Eren, is it almost here? We haven't even left the forest yet. What's with this feeling of being abducted to the mountains? Young master, we've arrived. The coachman finally stopped the carriage, and before Eren could get out, he heard people talking. Thankfully, as long as there are people around, that's fine. With that thought in mind, Eren stepped out of the carriage. Before him, a small village bustling with people came into view. Everyone looked at Eren's carriage with a mixture of doubt and wariness, but more than anything, they were curious. Their village is located on the edge of this forest, and outsiders rarely come here. Seemingly wary of Eren, an outsider, an elderly man stepped out from the crowd. The old man was hunched over, holding a cane, and was much shorter than the people next to him. Even so, people around him made way for the elderly man. Outsider, I am the village chief. May I ask what brings you to Twilight Village? The old man squinted, making it impossible for Ellen to read his expression. However, in the eyes of God, the village chief's mental state was friendly. Therefore, Ellen was not worried that the old man was a bad person. Village chief, I'm here to see the sword Saint Loxus. He stepped down from the carriage and shook hands with the old man. Sword Saint Loxus? When Ellen asked who he was looking for, the village chief was clearly taken aback. It was as if they had no idea who the sword saint was. There is no one named Loxus in our village. I wonder if you have come to the wrong place. There is no such person? Could it be that Philwin's letter to himself contained incorrect information? With that in mind, Irene took out the letter. That's right. It does indeed say Twilight Village above. Just as Eren was wondering, a tall girl with an expressionless face appeared in his field of vision in the crowd, not far away. Philwin just watched Ilum quietly, without saying a word. She wasn't wearing a school uniform, but rather a very ordinary outfit. If I had to describe her, Philkshu now has a bit of a country girl vibe. Cold country girl Philwin. However, it cannot be denied that Philwin is still very beautiful. Beneath her silvery white hair lies a cool, icy beauty. Philwin seemed to know that Eren had seen her, so she walked toward Eren's location. Kekli, what are you doing here? When the village chief saw Eren staring behind him, he turned around and saw Philwin walking over. However, the name he called out was not Philwin's original name, but a name that Eren had never heard before. Village chief, he's here to see me. Philwin said to the old man. You? This gentleman said he's looking for someone named Loxus. You shouldn't get involved. The village chief's eyes were serious. He understood that Eren must be an important person, and he didn't want the people in his village to get involved. Village chief, this is the woman I'm looking for. Eren smiled and said to the village chief. At the same time, their attention turned to Philwin. Miss Kekli, could you take me to see that person? Eren had just realized that the village chief's name, Philwin, was incorrect, so he started calling her Kekli too. He guessed that Philwin was named that way because the sword saint was now living in seclusion in this village. It's not good to reveal my real name. Philwin should be the same. The village chief's gaze lingered on Philwin and Eren before he nodded. In that case, Kekli should treat her guests well. Everyone, please disperse. At the village chief's words, the crowd quickly dispersed and went about their own business. Philwin was the only one left on the field. Where should we go now, Miss K.C. Lee? Ellen smiled and asked Philwin, but she emphasized each syllable of her name. Then my gaze moved down and lingered on his neck. Eren still had Liana's lipstick marks on her neck. Philwin subtly shifted his gaze, bit his lip, and explained why he was called Kikili. My master is too famous, so he made me change my name to Kekili here. Of course, his name is Lovelake. If any villagers are present, call him by that name. Philwin said casually. Oh, and you come here. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Eren's wrist and pulled him into the village. Eren was a little confused, but he let her have her way. What's wrong? Eren was pulled into a very secluded place by Philwin. This area is a gap between villagers' houses, and almost no one comes here. The kind of place where even sunlight can't get in. Bang! Eren was pinned against the wall by Philwin, who was staring at Eren in a wall-slamming position. Tell me, how did you get the red mark on your neck? Philwin's expressionless face was very close to Ilum's, almost touching it. Hiss! Upon hearing Philwin's words, Eren immediately realized what was going on. Oh no, I forgot to cover up the strawberry mark Liana left. Seeing that Ellen did not respond, Philwin's icy face instantly drew closer to Ellen. The next second, Eren felt a sucking sensation coming from her neck. It was very heavy. Philwin bit down completely. Hiss! This feeling. Chapter 153 Lao Dang. Is the will-o'-the-wisp safe? Philwin left a red mark on Ellen's neck, then released her and looked at Ellen. Before Ellen could react, someone moved close to his face. This isn't gentleness, it's forcefulness. Eren's pupils widened suddenly. Good heavens, why is it sticking its tongue out? Philwin, when did you become so open-minded? However, from Ellen's perspective, Philwin's face also started to turn red at this point. Okay, she's still not that open-minded. Thinking this, Philwin suddenly grabbed Ilum's hand and intertwined their fingers. Eren, why are you so late? Looking at Eren, who had settled the coachman, Philwin asked expressionlessly. She had been waiting at the village entrance for a long time, but there was still no sign of Eren. She thought Eren had been captured by a monster in the forest. However, considering his 4th-tier strength, there shouldn't be any magical beast in the entire forest that could harm him, so he put that idea aside. Eren, do you believe me if I suspect you're a human trafficker? Yes, I believe you. Philwyn nodded. No, you really believe it? Yes, when my master brought me here, I also thought he was a human trafficker. And now, it turns out he really was a human trafficker. Philwyn said without hesitation. When Lohis found her, this was the first place she went. At that time, Philwyn thought Lohis was a slave trader. Thinking that being captured and enslaved was better than starving to death, he followed Loxus. How can you talk about your master like that? Eren broke out in a cold sweat. Is this something I can say? Am I afraid of being nagged by Loxus? Ellen was unsure of Philwyn's relationship with the Sword Saint, but given that Philwyn's surname was Valmont, Loxus likely raised Philwyn as a daughter. The relationship should be pretty good. It's okay, you'll get used to it. Philwyn led Eren deeper into the village. They stopped only when they reached the other end of the village. We've arrived. Arrive. Ellen tilted her head, looking from beside Philwyn towards the person directly in front of her. Not far away, there was an ordinary residential house, but next to the house, there was also a forge. A muscular, shirtless man was wielding a large iron hammer, striking a red-hot iron block with each blow. Sword Saint, Lohis Valmont. Race, human. Rank, high rank 7. Constitution, immaculate sword heart. Class, swordsman. Status, healthy. Emotion, calm. Mental state, friendly/old dangs ghostly fiery/slightly angry. Evaluation, a strong man buried by history, a soul favored by loneliness, a fool toyed with by fate. My master is the blacksmith of this village. Almost all the ironware in the village was forged by him. Philwyn watched Loxus, who was constantly striking the metal object, and whispered an explanation to Eren. Lohis was at work, so Philwyn didn't disturb him. The Sword Saint is also a blacksmith. Eren looked at Lohis with the eye of God, and said with some surprise, Master is now a 4th-level blacksmith. Philwyn nodded. Blacksmiths weren't rare, but high-level blacksmiths were. Moreover, blacksmithing has always been the exclusive domain of dwarves, with very few human blacksmiths. But this does not mean that humans lack the talent for forging. Compared to other races, humans' forging skills are only weaker than those of elves and dwarves. Furthermore, humans are drawn to power, so very few choose to become blacksmiths. Sizzle. A sound of boiling liquid rang out, and Loxus finally quenched the iron in his hand. Lohis put down his tools, turned around, and faced Eren and the other man. The first thing you see is a resolute face. He had a mustache, long hair, and dark skin. It gives the impression of a farmer who has just returned from the fields. Loxus walked up to Eren, who could only look up at him. You're Eren? His voice was deep and resonant, carrying the air of authority befitting an adult. Yes. Ellen nodded, and then a hand suddenly patted his shoulder. Haha kid, let's go have a chat. Lohis, acting as if they were old friends, pulled Eren into the house, while Philwyn silently tried to follow behind. Philwyn, have I finished your training? Lohis suddenly turned his head and looked at Philwyn with a serious expression. It's done. Philwyn nodded confidently, indicating that he had completed the training he had assigned. And then swing the knight's sword 1,000 more times. Why? Don't ask so many questions, let me talk to your classmate. No. Philwyn stared at Loxus, then at Eren, before taking his iron sword and walking to a spot not far away to swing it. Loxus laughed heartily, patting Ilum on the shoulder. Philwyn is still a boy who listens to me. So, I am still very important to her. Ilum understood his meaning instantly. Damn it. I understand that Philwyn can't be with me without your consent. Seriously. If you've got the guts, just say it outright. And it was Philwyn who approached me. What are you telling me? Did I intentionally leave the will-o'-the-wisp downstairs from you? However, Ellen certainly wouldn't show it like that. Instead, she smiled and said to Lohis, Yes, I know. The Sword Saint is always very admirable. They went inside the house and finally sat down. At this moment, Eren took out what he had prepared. Lord Lohis. You should just call me uncle. Lohis interrupted him. All right. Uncle Losis, I've prepared some gifts especially for you this time. As he spoke, Eren took out the piece of inlaid red glass gold from his storage ring. The moment the ore was taken out, a magnificent golden light appeared. However, Lohis only glanced at it before looking away. He didn't seem to care about this thing. But Eren didn't believe it. Because Loxus was not only a swordsman, but also a blacksmith. Blacksmiths are the ones who can't resist this. That's it. Lohis picked up the ore in his hand with some disappointment and weighed it in his hand. Actually, what he wanted most wasn't this, but rather. No, of course it's not just that. Eren smiled. It seems I was right. He remembered Filwyn saying that the sword saint liked to drink. So, this time, the gifts include many different kinds of alcohol. Rows of wine jars were taken out of Eren's storage ring and filled the entire room. In an instant, the aroma of wine filled the air. Chapter 154. Does Ellen only like this? Doesn't she like me? Ahem. Young man, what else do you want to bring? As he spoke, Loxus discreetly stored the pile of wine jars into his storage ring. You agree, don't you? He patted Eren's shoulder, then quickly leaned close to Eren's ear. Don't tell Filwyn about this, understand? Ellen silently gave an okay sign from the side. Ha, kid, I have faith in you. It's good enough that you have the intention. Lohis burst out laughing, and Ellen noticed from his mental state column that the slight anger and old Deng's ghost fire had disappeared. No. Why do I get this feeling that Filwyn was betrayed by his master? Ilum glanced at Filwyn outside the door and saw that she was still brandishing her knight's sword. Then he turned his head and looked at Lohis. Uncle Loxus, about the swordsmanship contest you mentioned. Eren felt he still had to find a way to survive, even though the sword saint wouldn't really kill him. But Ellen didn't believe Lohis would show any mercy. So, while delivering the wine, I'll see if I can get him to cancel the competition. No. Eren's expectations were shattered. Loxus resumed his serious expression and addressed Ilum. Actually, the reason I brought you here is not just for a simple competition. His gaze was fixed on Eren. Although Filwyn is only my apprentice, you should be able to sense that I actually treat her like my own daughter. She is my daughter. I don't want her to be in danger in the future, so I train her and make her study swordsmanship hard. Loxus was toying with the piece of ore that Eren had given him. In his heart, after so many years of getting along with Filwyn, they were already like father and daughter. He knew that Filwyn would get married sooner or later, so as her mentor, he needed to be strict with her. Well, in this respect he's much better than some half-dead duke. Therefore, I hope that the person she chooses will have the ability to protect her. Loxus patted Ilum on the shoulder, staring intently at him. Hiss. Eren looked at Lohis in the same way. Damn, that was so hard. That fucking hurts. He definitely used force when he slapped that ball. No, is it really necessary? Is it really necessary? Ilum forced a smile and nodded in agreement. Yes, Uncle Loxus is right. Filwyn definitely needs someone to protect her. Take me for example. Boom. With a swift movement, Eren broke free from Lohis's grasp. And in the spot where he had just been standing was Lohis's other arm. The hand clenched into a fist, creating a sonic boom in the air. Eren smiled, his eyes narrowing. Uncle Loxus, what are you doing? Holy crap. That was close. I almost died. That old cunning bastard. He'll resort to violence at the slightest provocation. I'm speechless. It's nothing, just testing your reaction speed. Lohis gripped his wrist, as if considering whether his previous strike had been sufficiently intimidating. I don't believe you for a second. You'll stay here for the next few days, live here for a few days. Lohis said casually, as if he had already thought it through. Eren, was I really abducted? Can I refuse? What do you think? Lohis's voice suddenly became deep and somber, creating an oppressive atmosphere. And so, we entered the park. Does my father know? He knows. Eren. When? How come he didn't know? Why didn't old Deng tell him? She was sold off so attractively? Okay, sit back down. Lohis said to Eren. We not only sent you a letter, but of course we also sent one to your father. Let's stay here for a few days. Anyway, it's still a long way from the start of school at Erst. Lohis, who was shirtless, said, while his gaze swept over Eren. This kid looks pretty good. The fact that he was able to dodge my attack just now means that he now has the strength of a 4th level or higher. He only used 4th tier power just now. If he could catch or dodge it, his strength would be almost above 4th tier. It seems this kid does have some talent. To reach the 4th level at this age, one must have started practicing from a very young age. Unless one has exceptional talent, it would be quite remarkable if someone of Eren's age could cultivate to the late stage of the 1st tier. He's far superior to Filwyn. Lohee stroked his short beard. It seems like keeping this kid around as Filwyn's sparring partner was the right thing to do. Love, are the arrows I ordered ready yet? A robust voice came from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Loxus immediately got up and went outside. It'll be ready soon, just wait a little longer. Eren watched as Lohee walked out. As expected of a sword saint, he truly understands the lives of ordinary people. Eren never expected that the sword saint would be a blacksmith in a small village. A dignified 7th level professional was behaving like an ordinary villager. How is your relationship with your master? At that moment, Filwyn walked in from outside. At this moment, she was covered in sweat, her face was glistening with fragrant perspiration, and her whole body was steaming. A unique feminine charm emanated from her. For example, that surging sea could definitely hold his head. Well, I must say, Filwyn's looks really big. Seemingly noticing that Ilum was staring at her chest, Filwyn didn't blush and went straight up to Ilum. "Want to touch it?" "Huh." Filwyn sat down next to him. "Want to touch it?" Is this something I can say?" "Of course I want to. But that's not a good idea. After all, Lohee is still outside." If he suddenly walked in and saw this scene, Eren was afraid of being knocked away by a sudden punch again. So he said righteously, "Filwyn, what kind of person do you take me for? Do you think I'm the kind of person you like?" Eren's intention was that it wasn't the right time now, and that they should wait until they were together before doing so. There's no other reason than fear of death. However, Filwyn did not seem to understand what Ellen meant. "You don't like it?" Her tone was somewhat disappointed, like a child offering their favorite toy to someone they like, only to have that person say the toy is too childish. What would the child do in this situation? That's really heartbreaking. So Filwyn's eyes were downcast, and his tone was somewhat sad. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you didn't like it." Although she was expressionless, Ellen could sense her frustration. "Stop, that's not what I meant." Eren quickly explained. I still like it very much." "Does Ellen only like this? Doesn't she like me?" Eren. Chapter 155. Are you ready? I'm about to begin. What are you saying? Filwyn, when did you stop learning to be good? Where did you learn these things? Ellen was completely dumbfounded, staring at Filwyn's fair cheeks and the sweat stains remaining on her own skin. It's somewhat tempting. This. It sounds a bit cheesy to say. At first, Ellen didn't have those feelings for Filwyn. But since Filwyn had already eaten most of it, it was impossible for him to say he didn't like it. After all, the image of an ice queen like Filwyn is very popular. Just as Ellen was pondering how to answer Filwyn, she suddenly grabbed Ellen's hand and pulled him over. They kissed him right away. Then they quickly separated again, the whole process taking about several tens of seconds. After Filwyn's lips left hers, she quietly approached Irene's ear. "It's enough that I like you." She grabbed Ellen's hand, holding it tightly. "Hiss. Does this count as a confession? Why do I feel a little excited? This feeling. What should I do if my heart is beating too fast?" Looking into Filwyn's light blue eyes, although Ellen couldn't discern anything, he could still sense seriousness in them. Eren nodded blankly. "Thank you." Filwyn rarely showed a smile, though it was only a slight upturn of the corners of his mouth. It was indeed a rare sight for Filwyn to show it. "You finished 1,000 sword swings so quickly." Then Eren remembered to change the subject. Filwyn nodded. "I'm used to it. It only takes a few minutes." She said it indifferently. "By the way, you have to stay, okay?" She stared intently at Eren. Actually, it was Filwyn who suggested that Eren stay, with the aim of getting him to fulfill his request. While at the Duke's mansion, he made Irene agree to her request. Filwyn licked his lips discreetly, as if pondering how to eat some Eren. Eren unconsciously moved a little to the side. Why does Filwyn always seem to look at me strangely? "Yes, I just found out." Eren nodded. "Indeed, I only found out less than half an hour ago." "That's good. Master's idea is for us to practice swordsmanship together. With that, Phil Wynn raised the iron sword in his hand. Should we give it a try? Master must be busy for a while now. I saw he's already gone back to the forging room. My master has lived here for a long time, and he can chat with the villagers for a long time. Phil Wynn said that. Come on, let's have a game. Her voice was clear and crisp, but also indifferent. Phil Wynn threw an iron sword at him, which Eren caught steadily. It wasn't a good sword. It was just an ordinary knight's sword without any rank. However, Eren felt that it was very heavy. The sword was not sharpened, and the blade was very thick. It was probably specifically designed for Phil Wynn's training. Aren't you afraid I'll hurt you? Eren recalled his previous contest with Phil Wynn. At that time, Phil Wynn had several bones broken by Eren, and Eren had to carry him to the infirmary. At that time, I really didn't hold back. Fortunately, Phil Wynn was trained, so even in that situation, he didn't cry. I'm not afraid. Phil Wynn shook his head. A person who is afraid of getting hurt is not suitable to be a swordsman. Then Phil Wynn spoke to Eren. Let's go outside first. There's a training ground for me not far away. With that, Phil Wynn took Eren out. As he passed the forge, Eren clearly saw Loxus chatting with a villager while swinging a hammer. Hey, Kekali went to practice again. The villager saw Phil Wynn come out and greeted her. Phil Wynn didn't speak, but simply nodded slightly. That's always been her personality. Of course, not when I was with Ellen. Loxus glanced up briefly, then went back to doing what he was doing. Love, who is that man? After the two men walked away, the villagers asked Lohis about it. A relative is coming to visit me for a few days. Loxus brandished his hammer, striking the red-hot arrow in his hand. Just a relative? I saw him at the village entrance. The carriage that sent him off was very luxurious. Why do you stay in our small village if you have such wealthy relatives? Love. The villagers casually inquired about it, as if it were just a casual chat. I like. Loxus ignored him, focusing intently on what he was doing. The villager laughed when he saw Loxus's appearance. Old Luo, you should know that Matthew from the family at the edge of the village is pursuing your daughter, right? Doing this will make him angry. Mashuk is already at level 3. I'm worried about that kid. The villager's eyes were drawn to Eren's retreating figure, who had not gone far. Matthew was the son of a hunter in the village. Years ago, his father was killed by a level 4 beast while hunting. Having lost his father at a young age, Mashuk could only live with his mother, but his mother was in poor health. After raising him, she fell ill and could not get out of bed. He should still be lying in bed right now. However, Mashuk lived up to expectations. He had a good talent for cultivation and reached the 3rd level at the age of 20. She's only 21 years old now. He was pursuing Kekali even before she went to Earth to study, a fact known to everyone in the village. However, Kekali explicitly rejected him, which was common knowledge throughout the village. Fortunately, Matthew was persistent and continued to pursue her even after being rejected. I'll look at little Kay's choice, Loxus said intently. Who she chooses is up to her. I'm just a gatekeeper. The villager was taken aback, put his hands on his head, and leaned back in his chair. Whatever, but Matthew will probably cause trouble for that boy. Aren't you afraid he'll get beaten up? Loxus has been here for many years, and this villager has a good relationship with him, so he kindly reminded him. After all, judging from the appearance of this newcomer, he must be a wealthy man. Fearing that the young master would be beaten, he sent someone to deal with Matthew when he got back. Serves him right for getting beaten up. Lohis also looked at Eren. But it's still unknown who will get beaten up. Ready? I'm about to begin. Eren raised his iron sword and pointed it at Phil Wynn. Phil Wynn adopted a defensive stance, his eyes fixed intently on Eren. It was as if they were observing what he would do next. Because Eren's rank is higher, Phil Wynn will receive his attack in this match. Next time, Phil Wynn will be sent to attack him. Therefore, Eren's speed was not very fast, and he was holding back. After all, Phil Wynn is still only at the 2nd tier, and if he were to hurt her again, Illumi's conscience wouldn't allow it. Bang! A huge wave spread outwards, stirring up a cloud of dust. A small crater appeared beneath Phil Wynn's feet, but she caught the blow steadily. It's coming. Chapter 156 getting closer, and then, Eren smirked, gripped his knight's sword with one hand, and swung it like a sledgehammer, hacking directly at Phil Wynn. Logically speaking, Eren wouldn't use a sword so roughly. But this sword Filwyn gave him. It's really heavy. Unlike the knight's swords that Eren had used before. So he thought he'd try a different sword-wielding style, like swinging a greatsword. Seeing Irena brandishing her heavy sword, Filwyn knew he couldn't take it head-on. He nimbly dodged a sudden attack, and then quickly created distance. He gripped the knight's sword tightly with both hands, unlike Eren who was so relaxed. Sword skill, frost flow. A chilling aura suddenly emanated from Filwyn, and icy mist spread outwards like the heads of snakes reaching out. They completely surrounded Filwyn. I can't see clearly, Ilum said to himself. The fog on Filwyn's level was so thick that Eren could no longer see Filwyn's location. Call out. A whooshing sound came from beside Eren, who raised his long sword and prepared to take the hit head-on. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A loud metallic scraping sound rang out, mixed with sparks from the clashing of swords, and Eren clearly saw Filwyn's face. Expressionless, but with a firm gaze. Boom. In an instant, Filwyn flew past Eren and disappeared into the cold, icy mist. Just as Eren was wondering what to do, his eyes suddenly emitted a faint golden light. Then, through the cold fog, Eren saw Filwyn's profile panel. Ilum could see exactly where Filwyn was. Oh no, did I cheat? Filwyn is currently positioned to the right and slightly in front of Eren, so he can't block out his view at all. Ellen's lips twitched. Should she pretend not to see it? Or just not pretend at all? Forget it, let's just go for it. With that thought in mind, Eren ran straight toward Filwyn. He swung his longsword in response. Filwyn noticed this and quickly retreated. But how could this possibly evade Eren's attack? Eren seized the opportunity and instantly arrived at Filwyn's retreat route. The fog not only blocked Eren's view, but also Filwyn's own. So she didn't notice that Eren had already come up in front of her. Then, with a thud, he bumped into Irene's arms. Filwyn was knocked backward. Careful. Eren reached out and grabbed her wrist, pulling her back. However, due to inertia, Filwyn bumped into Ilum's arms again. Are you alright? That's what Ellen asked. His original plan was to go directly to Filwyn and attack with his sword. However, he then realized that Filwyn hadn't even noticed that he was already in front of her. If I were to strike with my sword. Alas, I don't want to. Eren glanced slightly toward Lohis' position. Fortunately, the fog blocked their view, so Loxus couldn't see them. Eren. Just as he was about to let go, Filwyn called out his name. What's wrong? In that instant, Eren felt a force pushing him from in front of him. Eren and Filwyn fell to the ground together. Bang! A sound of someone falling down rang out. Filwyn pressed his body against Eren's, their faces very close. Eren could clearly smell the scent emanating from Filwyn. A jasmine scent mingled with Filwyn's damp hair. It's a relaxing feeling. A unique kind of beauty. Eren. The entire training ground is currently enveloped in icy fog, so it's impossible to see what's inside from the outside. Filwyn leaned close to Eren and repeated his name once more. Let's talk this out. We're still outside. Eren's tone clearly lacked confidence. Oh no, I never expected Filwyn to do this. What is this? An upgraded version of wall slam? A ground slam? What others can't see? This isn't a question of whether it's visible or not. Eren still wanted to struggle a bit more. After all, they've gone too far with this. He was afraid that Lohis would kill him. It's no exaggeration to say that if Loxus knew all that Ellen had done with Filwyn, he would definitely chase after Ellen and beat him up. No amount of alcohol would be enough. No, others don't know. Filwyn's eyes were fixed on Irene, and she braced herself on the ground, creating some distance between them. She placed her thigh between Irene's legs, raised one hand, and groped Irene's lower abdomen. Hiss! The air was filled with a light fragrance. Just as Irene's mind was in complete chaos, Filwyn spoke. Irene, I love you, you're mine now. Buzz. My mind went completely blank. Oh my god, another confession. That's a foul. This is just too embarrassing. As soon as Filwyn finished speaking, her head fell swiftly to the ground. Irene's pupils widened instantly. I was forcibly kissed again. When will I be able to turn the tables? I'm so angry and cold. Thinking this way, Eren felt that he could no longer remain passive. Otherwise, it would be a huge failure if Filwyn continued to treat him as someone he could bully at will. Then Eren grabbed Philwin's shoulder with his arm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Eren finally seized the initiative. Philwin, you've gone a bit too far. Eren stared into her pupils and, unusually, read a hint of excitement in them. Excited? Why are you so excited? Next time, you need to tell me in advance, okay? Eren warned him very seriously. However, judging from Philwin's performance. Hey, why are you turning your head away? If you don't want to agree, then you don't have to agree. Doing this is a bit hurtful. It's as if I forced you to do this. Am I that kind of bad person? No. Philwin's voice was icy cold as he turned his gaze back to Eren. The boy's cheeks were slightly flushed, and he also had the scent of himself. If you know, then. Before Eren could finish speaking, Philwin put his arms around Iren's head. Ugh. Eren has been defeated once again. Chapter 157 I got beaten up, wah? Foul. Foul. How can you attack someone before they finish speaking? The initiative that I worked so hard to regain has been taken back by you. Pay me back. This time, Philwin's eyes snapped open. They stared at each other until the icy mist surrounding them began to dissipate, at which point they pulled each other up. Shall we continue practicing? Eren covered his face and asked Philwin. This is really bad. How long have you been here? In less than 2 hours, Philwin had eaten him 3 times. I can't even imagine what will happen to me after I settle in here. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Anyway, I won't lose out. Seeing Philwin's slightly blushing face, Eren was intrigued and wanted to reach out and poke him. However, Philwin dodged it in an instant. She's back to her aloof self. Lien, we haven't finished playing yet. Philwin said firmly. She had just suddenly wanted to try pushing you down, but she still needed to practice her swordsmanship. A sword is indispensable. The sword in his hand represents his beliefs. Eren wiped the water from the corner of his mouth and raised his sword again. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Philwin has no chance of defeating Ilum. Even when Eren was holding back, Philwin still couldn't defeat him outright. Philwin was exhausted. Eren sheathed his knight's sword and slowly walked up to Philwin. At this moment, Philwin had his hands on his knees, his whole body was soaked in sweat, and his sideburns were stuck to his cheeks. It's obvious that he's exhausted. Eren walked up to her, extended his hand, and asked, Are you alright? Philwin looked up at Ilum's outstretched hand. That hand was slender with distinct knuckles, and Philwin found it hard to imagine how Eren could possess such strength. Is this what a high-level swordsman is like? Philwin felt he was close to reaching the 3rd tier. Hopefully, he can hold out longer against Ilum. Philwin placed his gloved hand on Eren's fingers, and Eren took his hand and pulled him up. They followed Eren outside. Outside the venue, Lohis had already finished his work. I'm chatting with that villager right now. When Eren saw that Loxus seemed to have noticed them and was about to look over, she instinctively tried to let go of Philwin, whom she was holding. However, Philwin held on tightly, their fingers intertwined, and Eren couldn't break free at all. Oh no, Lohis is looking over here. Hey, look over here. I don't want to die young. Then Ilum turned his gaze to Philwin. Philwin, could you let go first? Why? Eren turned his head and pointed towards Loxus's location. I'm afraid your master will beat me. Philwin's gaze followed, but she didn't seem to understand what Eren meant. Don't worry about their stares. Philwin clenched his fists even tighter. Eren, is that what I meant? At this moment, Lohis, who was chatting, finally noticed the situation between Eren and Philwin. When he saw that Philwin and Eren were holding hands, and even their fingers were intertwined, the smile on his face vanished instantly. What's wrong? Why the sudden expression? The villager looked at Lohis with some confusion. We were just having a nice chat. Why did you suddenly come out with such a sour face? Well, that's enough for now. You go back first. I need to take care of some personal matters. Lohis's expression was terrifying. Wall followed Lohis's gaze and immediately noticed the situation of Philwin and the other man. Wow. Wall silently admired the kid's bravery, then tactfully got up and left. I'm still cooking something at home, so I'll head back now. With that, Wall turned and left. Just as Eren was thinking about how to get Philwin to let go, a shadow loomed over him. Eren turned his head away tremblingly. Hello, Uncle Losis. Slap. A pair of large hands slapped him on the shoulder. Kid, come on, let's have a practice session. Eren, are you serious? At this point, Philwyn had already released his grip and then said to Eren, Master's swordsmanship is extremely powerful. You should give it a try, Ellen. Do you think I don't know how powerful he is? How could I not know how amazing he is? Uncle, how about we practice again tomorrow? Live one day at a time. I don't use a sword. Real. No problem. Shall we head over now? Although Eren felt he still couldn't beat a swordsman who didn't use a sword, he was at least easier to defeat than a swordsman who used a sword. Since I can't refuse anyway, I might as well agree. Inside the arena, Loxus stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. Eren, on the other hand, held his sword with both hands, not daring to be careless. Uncle Losis, I'm going in. With that, Eren jumped into the teleportation spell behind him and instantly arrived behind Loxus. Magic. Interesting. It seems it's not as useless as I thought. Do you really think Eren only uses swordsmanship? A 4th-tier fighter against a 7th-tier fighter? I can't even imagine it. The long sword slashed straight toward Lohis' back, and Eren thought that Lohis wouldn't be able to react to this strike. However, it turns out that I was just overthinking things. Loxus caught the sword in his hand with one hand, and with a forceful pull, the entire blade shattered. The force also traveled to Eren's sword-wielding arm, and the immense power sent Eren flying. Boom! Little Eren was blasted dozens of meters away, sword hilt and all. Then it crashed into a tree. Damn it! That's going too far. If I weren't outmatched, would I be so frustrated? Lohis clenched his wrist and said with some lingering interest, That feels good. It's been a long time since I've had a fight, but it seems I haven't regressed. With that, he walked toward the large tree inlaid with iron. Then he grabbed one of Ilum's arms and lifted him up with one hand. You need to practice more, kid. Lohis chuckled to himself as he pulled him back. Eren looked longingly toward Philwyn's location. Then they saw Philwyn jogging towards them and taking the other side of Ilum from him. Master, I'm taking Eren back. Philwyn said to Lohis. Lohis. Well, it seems my good daughter really is suffering from a leak. Well, the humble old father is heartbroken online. By the way, Master, I smell alcohol on you. Philwyn helped Eren and led him into the house. On the way back, she turned to look at Lohis and said, Hiss, you smelled it wrong. I didn't drink it. Chapter 158 Matthew. After Philwyn sent Ilum back, Lohis went back to his forge. Because the main food source for Twilight Village is hunting, there is a high demand for ironware. Moreover, he was the only blacksmith in the village. So he has a lot to do. Loxus pondered as he hammered the red-hot iron in his hands. This forest is vast and teeming with a diverse array of magical beasts. And in this forest lives the only 6th-tier magical beast, the Azure Flame Demon Lion. This magical beast's fur is made of a bluish-gray flame, and a beast fire burns in its heart. This beast fire is extremely useful to alchemists and blacksmiths, as it can increase the success rate of crafting items. However, Loxus didn't need the beast fire, so he left it in the forest. Otherwise, a forest without a beast king to lead it would be in great chaos. Moreover, this Azure Flame Demon Lion has already gained intelligence, and it knows that a powerful being lives in this small village. Only one beast remained, trembling in the forest. Lohis' idea was to let Eren train in this forest. After all, fighting monsters is different from fighting humans. Humans are treacherous, while monsters are purely physical attackers. It's a contest of strength. Eren, are you feeling better? Philwyn led Eren to his own bed. Eren looked up and scanned his surroundings, realizing that this place was actually quite similar to Philwyn's room at Erster Academy. The entire room is decorated in a simple white color scheme, with different knight swords hanging on the walls. On the bedside table, there was a small object. Ellen had a keen eye and recognized it as the little pendant she had given to Philwyn. That's the pendant you gave me. Philwyn placed his hand on Ellen's chest, checking to see if Loxus had caused any damage to him. Fortunately, Eren was physically strong and was not seriously injured. Apart from feeling some pain in her body, Ellen felt fine overall. I was afraid of getting it dirty, so I didn't carry it with me. Philwyn explained. Oh. Eren looked at the pendant but didn't say anything more. My first day here went by very quickly. Louis's previous attack didn't do much damage to Eren. At most, I just want to beat him up to vent my anger. After all, any father would be very angry if his apprentice, whom he had raised like his own daughter, was being led around by someone else. Eren got up and changed into ordinary villager clothes. Since she would be living here for a while, it wouldn't be appropriate for Eren to wear the clothes she brought. It gets dirty easily. Yes, this is Eren in a limited edition villager outfit. Remember, it's a limited edition. He rolled out of bed and walked toward the door. His room was on the first floor, while Filwin's room was on the second floor. The Sword Saint's awareness of defense is quite strong. Kecleigh, I've come to see you again. I've done what you said this time. So when are you going to be with me? Irene, who had just woken up. What the heck? So Eren looked out of the courtyard and saw a tall, slender young man, about 1.8 meters tall, with a huge monster corpse behind him. Villager, Mashuk. Race, human. Rank, early stage of rank 3. Status, minor injury. Emotion, excitement/excitement. Psychological state, ignoring. Evaluation, an ordinary person with talent. Matthew? Who is that? The villagers? Eren didn't pay much attention to the man, but the monster corpse beside him did catch his eye. Frostwolf, a type of magical wolf that lives deep in the forest, possessing some third-tier strength, and is accustomed to living in packs. A Tier 3 magical beast? It seems this person has some ability. At least he's not just all show and no substance. Matthew, who was outside the door, immediately noticed Eren inside and froze. Who is this? How come I've never seen it before? Why is this person living in Kecleigh's house? What is his relationship with Kecleigh? Stop. Matthew, don't be so impulsive. We need to analyze the situation. The person in front of me must be a relative of Kecleigh, otherwise he wouldn't be living in her house. Moreover, this person clearly looks like a girl, so she poses no threat to me. Excuse me. Miss, do you know if Kecleigh is awake? Just as Eren was about to go back, Matthew called out to him from behind. Eren stopped abruptly. Then she turned her head and looked at him. Are you calling me? Miss. Yes, it's you. Do you know that Kecleigh is awake? Matthew nodded with a smile. After all, Eren does look somewhat like a girl, so it's normal for him to mistake her for someone else. Eren narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm a little angry. So this young lady. Shut up. With a gloomy face, Eren walked directly up to Matthew. What's wrong? At this point, Matthew had no idea what was going to happen. Eren kicked him directly in the stomach, and he bent over, clutching his stomach in pain. Wow. Matthews immediately started swearing. But before he could say anything more, a fist flew toward his face. Just a little fist. I'm a third-tier professional. Does this punch hurt? Matthew didn't dodge at all. Of course, it's also possible that he couldn't avoid it. Boom. One punch sent him flying. I am a man. Eren said slowly. That makes me feel much better. So this is what it felt like when Loxus hit me before. In a word. Cool. After finishing the fight, Eren turned back and happened to see Filwin, who had just gotten up. By this time, Filwin had already put on her tight-fitting outfit and leather boots. What happened? Why was there such a loud noise just now? Filwin asked Eren. It's nothing. Just someone calling out at the door early in the morning and mistaking me for a girl. Eren told Filwin what had just happened. This person should be Matthew. You know him? He's a strange person. Filwin walked over to Eren, took his hand, and stroked Iron's palm. Even though I rejected him, he still kept coming to my house to confess his love to me. My master warned him, but it seems he didn't listen. Eren, is your master going to give me a warning like he did yesterday when he beat me up? No. It's a warning like throwing him into the lair of a 5th-tier magical beast. Chapter 159 Louis, who's a bad cook. 6. It seems Louis has been relatively kind to me. Kecleigh, you're finally out. At this moment, Matthew, who had been knocked away, finally stood up and, upon seeing Filwin emerge, hurriedly ran towards her location. However, he stopped immediately after Ilum gave him a terrifying look. He had just experienced the power of Iron's punch. He couldn't afford to mess with him. Matthew, I have a boyfriend. Filwin looked at Matthews expressionlessly and said, Eren. Not again. You did this once at the banquet in the Duke's mansion, and that was one thing, but you're doing it again here? I don't think I ever said I was your boyfriend, did I? Eren sighed, rubbing his forehead. Never mind, let's leave it at that. Matthew, who was initially happy, immediately froze and looked at Phil Wynn in disbelief. Who? Who is it? I don't know anyone here. Then he saw Phil Wynn holding Ilham's hand. Finally, I looked at Iren's face again and again in disbelief. You? It's you? Matthew covered his head with both hands and pounded the ground in pain. Seeing his appearance, Ellen felt a little embarrassed to punch him away again. So he slowly walked up to him, squatted down, and patted him on the shoulder. Bro, how about you change your target? And didn't Kelly explicitly reject you? Eren patted him on the shoulder, while Phil Wynn watched with his arms crossed. She didn't like this person. She had clearly rejected him, but every day after she came back, this guy would come and bother her. Phil Wynn hated people who would stubbornly cling to what they couldn't have. Never mind him, let's go. Phil Wynn grabbed Ellen's hand and pulled him up. Master probably hasn't woken up yet. Let's go do some morning exercise. With that, Phil Wynn left with Eren. Ellen woke up very early today, even earlier than Phil Wynn. Phil Wynn usually gets up early to practice his swordplay, and then goes to cook. As for why she's always the one doing the cooking, are you counting on Lohis? That drunkard of a man. It's a miracle he didn't starve Phil Wynn to death. Since being taken in by Lohis, Phil Wynn has always cooked for himself. Watching them leave, Matthew rose alone and walked out. Then he stretched. Sigh, this girl has finally found a boyfriend. Now I can finally get some rest. With that, Mashuk grabbed the leg of the monster corpse he had brought and headed towards his home. What a mother. She's already told me that people don't like her, yet she still makes me keep pestering them. Now that Kekali has found a boyfriend, we can give her an explanation. Matthew's mother is a very nice person. She helped Phil Wynn when she was still a little girl, before she fell ill. Seeing that Phil Wynn was so young and had to cook for herself, they later asked her son to take care of her. Later, perhaps realizing that Loxus was unreliable, he asked Matthew to keep an eye on the girl. Don't let any shady characters lead you astray. So Matthew took on this task of being a simp. After all, she is his mother, and this is not a bad thing. So this led him to pursue Phil Wynn for nearly 3 years. Of course, this is only what's on the surface. When he first heard that Phil Wynn had a boyfriend, he wanted to go and see who it was and whether he was worthy of it. But after finding out it was Ellen, well, if I can't beat her, it means Ellen has the ability to protect Phil Wynn. Moreover, since Eren was staying at Love's house, Love must have agreed. Then there's nothing for me to do. He knew all too well about Love's strength. After I was thrown into that 5th-tier magical beast lair, I told him everything I could. After hearing his explanation, Love was finally allowed to leave the monster's lair. After all these years, I can finally get some rest. Do you know how painful it is to be at Phil Wynn's house every morning before she gets up? I don't know when my mother's illness will get better. But she'll probably be happy to know that Phil Wynn has found someone he likes. Matthew muttered to himself, humming a little tune. I slept so well. Loxus finally got up after waking up. After changing my clothes, I looked straight out the door. Their house had a perfect view of Phil Wynn's training grounds. At this moment, Eren and Phil Wynn were each holding an iron sword, practicing their sword skills. These two little guys. With that in mind, Loxus finally decided to get up and make breakfast. I'm going back. Sweating profusely, Phil Wynn spoke to Ilham. Eren nodded. I hadn't done morning exercises for a while, and I was actually finding it hard to handle this level of training. Fortunately, his 4th-tier strength was undeniable, and he could still outlast Phil Wynn. All aspects. Phil Wynn, is there smoke coming from your kitchen? As soon as Eren turned his gaze, he saw Lohis' masterpiece. Phil Wynn. Silence. The air was deathly silent. Eren seemed to have guessed something, and turned his head stiffly to ask Phil Wynn. Is Uncle Losis's cooking edible? Then he saw the girl, who had always had a cold expression, and his face darkened for the first time. Phil Wynn then shook his head with a deep look in his eyes. Let's not go back now. Why? Phil Wynn did not continue speaking. Then, just as he was feeling a bit bewildered, Eren saw Lohis' kitchen. It exploded. A plume of black smoke shot straight into the sky. Irene broke out in a cold sweat watching this. No wonder I told him not to go there. It seems Phil Wynn has learned his lesson. So what should we do now? Eren looked at Phil Wynn. Come with me. With that, Phil Wynn took Iron's hand and led him toward the village. Shouldn't we go and check on Uncle Lohis in this situation? Why are you going in the opposite direction? Master will be all right. He should clean up the mess he made. With that, Phil Wynn led Iron to a courtyard on the outskirts of the village. This place isn't far from Loxus's house, probably only a few hundred meters away. Several trees were planted in front of the courtyard, and the surroundings were quiet. However, judging from the marks at the entrance, people still live here. Phil Wynn gently pushed open the gate to the courtyard and walked into the yard. "And Shake, I've come to see you," Phil Wynn called out into the house. Then, under Ilan's somewhat puzzled gaze, Phil Wynn walked into the house. "Oh, it's Kekali. What brings you here, little girl? Did love cook again?" The voice of a middle-aged woman, probably in her 40s, came from inside the house. The voice was very weak, as if it were being forced out. Chapter 160 Story. "Yes, Aunt Shake." Phil Wynn went into one of the rooms and responded to the person inside. Out of curiosity, Ellen followed Phil Wynn and entered the door with her. The first thing I saw was a woman lying on the bed. The woman looked haggard, with sunken eyes and some of her bones protruding. She reached out, as if to touch Phil Wynn. That arm was just skin and bones. However, when she saw Eren following behind Phil Wynn, her attention was drawn to him. The incomplete person, Shake. Race, human. Occupation, adorned. Status, soul incomplete / malnutrition, left arm missing. Emotion, pleasant / happy. Psychological state, friendly. Evaluation. She made a deal with the devil in her early years, sacrificing part of her soul, but she did not exchange power with the devil. Instead, she sought the power to protect her children. She was a great mother. Cough, cough, cough. "You're Kirkle's boyfriend." Shako stared intently at Eren, as if trying to see right through him. "Yes, his name is Elen Incenit." Phil Wynn grabbed Ilham's arm and pulled him in front of the woman. "Hello, Aunt Shake." Eren mimicked Phil Wynn's way of addressing the middle-aged woman on the bed. Based on the information provided by the Eye of God, Eren could not identify the middle-aged woman. But they must be villagers from Twilight Village. However, a fragmented soul, a demon. These two words gave Ilham a sense of foreboding. Demon. And then there's her profession as an actress. This was the first time Eren had ever encountered this profession, and he had no idea what these ornamenters did. Ahem. "Hello, child." Shake looked at the boy in front of her, a faint smile appearing on her haggard face. As if she had just thought of something, Shake stretched out her right hand and beckoned to Eren. "Child, come a little closer, let me take a look." Eren did as he was told and approached. Shake's withered hand trembled as she grasped Iron's arm. What's wrong?" Eren looked at Shake with a bit of confusion. "Aunt Shake is predicting your future." Phil Wynn, who was standing next to Eren, explained. "Predicting the future?" "Yes, Aunt Shake's profession is a veiled woman, a profession that has some ability to sense the threads of fate. However, we can only detect it, not interfere with it." Phil Wynn looked at Shake, who had her eyes closed, and continued. "Moreover, the ornament can detect very little, but it is indeed very useful." As she said this, Shake, who had been holding onto Iron's arm, let go. His gaze toward Eren became even more serene. "It seems you arrived quickly. I'll leave Kekali to you." In the future that Shake just glimpsed, Eren perfectly matched what she knew about Phil Wynn from her early years. Shake also observed the future for Phil Wynn. On the line she saw, Phil Wynn would meet someone worthy. And Ellen's storyline happens to overlap with hers. Shake was very happy. "By the way, Aunt Shake, may I borrow your kitchen?" At this point, Phil Wynn finally revealed her purpose. "My own kitchen is probably unusable now, so I can only go to Aunt Shake's house, where she used to take care of me. And it looks like that guy hasn't come back yet. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go home." "Okay, you should go now." Shake smiled and agreed. Phil Wynn then took Eren out. Aunt Shake is. After Ilan went outside, he asked Phil Wynn about his identity. From the very beginning, he felt something was very wrong. Logically speaking, he and Shake had never met. So why did he immediately claim that he was Phil Wynn's girlfriend? Isn't that weird? She is Matthew's mother. Phil Wynn replied indifferently. "Oh wait, then why did you come here? Aren't you afraid of being pestered by Matthew?" Phil Wynn, who was walking ahead, stopped and turned to face Eren, his eyes filled with confusion. Why can't I come over? She seemed to have her own understanding. I'm just annoyed by Matthew's nagging, but I don't hate Aunt Shake. Aunt Shake is very kind to me, which has nothing to do with the fact that this is Matthew's home. As he said this, Philwyn took Ilham's hand and intertwined his fingers. It's like I hate rainy days, but I don't hate the sky. With that, Philwyn pulled him into the kitchen. That seems to make sense. I did have a prejudice. Holy crap, how did you guys get here? Matthew, who had just walked in through the door, immediately noticed the fragrance emanating from inside the house. After leaving Philwyn's house, he went back once and then went to the village to sell the monster he had hunted. When I got home, 2 uninvited guests arrived. Since Philwyn has already found a boyfriend, she no longer needs to pretend to be the same as before. Hello, friend, we meet again. Eren waved to him. Sure enough, I still ran into Matthew. Matthew, get out. Get out. This is so annoying. Can't you just behave for a moment? You need to know that you've just gotten off work, okay? Hey, wait a minute. Let me finish eating first. Eren pretended to want another loaf of bread. Then they saw Philwyn eating leisurely. Eren, why didn't you tell her to leave? Matthew was taken aback when he heard this, and when he turned around, he saw Philwyn eating. You too, get out. Oh well. Philwyn wiped his mouth gracefully, then got up and left. You're leaving already? Aren't you going to take anything for Uncle Luo? Ilham ignored Matthew and chased after him. Don't worry about him. He won't starve. With that, Philwyn went straight out. Oh this. Brother, let's go. Eren caught up with Philwyn. Who said we're brothers? The morning dew was plentiful, and the sun in the sky had already unleashed its heat, releasing energy towards the earth. On the way back, Philwyn suddenly called out to him. Eren, what's wrong? When Ellen saw her stop, she tugged at the hand Ellen had been holding and asked, when shall we come again? One more time, what? What the heck? Chapter 161 Master will hear us. Nothing. Philwyn immediately turned his head away, refusing to look at Ellen. However, Ellen had just clearly noticed a slight blush on her face. They just concealed it very well. Oh well. With that, Eren's hand, which had been being held, finally loosened. It's time to go back. She walked on it without turning her head. She didn't want Ellen to see her current expression. What was I thinking just now? Why did I suddenly feel like saying it? These kinds of things should definitely happen more at night. A bewildered Ellen followed. When they returned to Loxus's house, Eren saw the sword saint sitting at the door looking haggard. At this moment, his face was covered with soot from the bottom of the pot, making him look exactly like a wild man. You're back. Lohis looked at the disappointed face on the person walking back from not far away and asked, Sai, am I just not cut out for cooking? Why does everything explode every time I go to the kitchen? Badder used to forbid himself from cooking, and now that he finally wanted to, it turned out like this. Sai, no wonder that little girl Philwyn doesn't eat what I make. Just as Loxus was feeling sentimental about his touching cooking skills, a wet towel suddenly flew onto his face. Wipe your face clean. Philwyn spoke in a cold tone. She no longer has that unintentional shyness from before and has returned to her normal state. Loxus grabbed the towel in his hand and wiped his face clean. Then he said to the two of them, All right, let's start training right away today. Lohis stood up and led the two of them toward the forest behind the house. The enormous trees almost completely blocked out the sunlight from the sky, leaving only circular patches of light. Our training task today is... Damn it, let's go. A huge, mournful cry rang out from the tranquil forest. If you listen carefully, you can tell that it is actually Eren's shout. Behind Eren at this moment was a huge lion, its body engulfed in blue flames. The lion was nearly 10 meters wide, and its 3 fiery tails, like a whip, left deep marks on the surrounding trees. This is the Beast King, a 6th-tier magical beast, who lives in this forest. Azure Flame Demon Lion. Uncle Losis, this is the training you were talking about. Eren shouted Loxus's name, but the only response was the angry lion behind him. Damn it, Loxus was talking about some easy training, but he ended up sending himself to the lair of a 6th-tier magical beast. Moreover, when he arrived there, he happened to witness the Azure Flame Demon Lion and other lionesses breeding and multiplying. This disturbance enraged the Azure Flame Lion, which then chased after Eren relentlessly. And that old scoundrel Lohis has disappeared somewhere. Roar. Human, if you've got the guts to peek, then don't you dare run away. This lion could actually speak human language. Eren flew quickly toward another tree without answering the lion's question. Damn it, do you think I want to see this? Lohis is really too cunning. You can't draw aggro like that. Eren felt he had completely offended the Azure Flame Lion. After all, if it were to come on to me. Impossible. Who the hell dares to peek at him? You want to die, don't you? Therefore, Eren is now very clear about the situation of this Azure Flame Demon Lion. Run if you can. It is estimated that Loxus's original idea was to train himself to escape from a 6th-tier magical beast. Boom. The spot where Eren was just standing was shattered by a single slap. Humans. The Azure Flame Lion roared incessantly, and a ball of bluish-gray energy began to appear in its mouth, aiming at the direction of Eren. There are also ranged attacks? Oh my god. Eren quickly created a spatial magic circle next to her. Then, in the instant that towering flame came, it entered the magic circle. Immediately afterwards, Eren came out from not far away. To prevent Eren from escaping using high-level teleportation magic, Loxus specifically reinforced the surrounding space. This forced Eren to only be able to teleport short distances. The key issue is that this short-distance teleportation isn't even as fast as running. Boom. Bang. As yet another enormous ball of energy flew toward Eren, he managed to dodge it. The Azure Flame Demon Lion arrived beside Eren in an instant. A huge shadow fell over Eren. Hello. Eren turned around and greeted it. Human, where do you think you're going? The Azure Flame Demon Lion's eyes were terrifying as it opened its blood-red maw and bit directly at Iren's head. No, you could have told me beforehand, big kitty. Eren shouted loudly, raising his hand to reveal a white magic circle. Silence and obliteration. The Azure Flame Demon Lion clearly sensed the power of the magic and retreated more than 10 meters in an instant. Boom. The ball of light slowly flew out of the magic circle until it expanded and turned the entire area in front of Eren into dust. Run! In that instant, Eren dashed toward the edge of the forest. This time, the Azure Flame Demon Lion did not pursue them. Carefully emerging from a quiet thicket, Eren looked behind her until there was finally no more movement before running towards Loxus's house. The small village was quiet, because yesterday Loxus had prepared almost everything the villagers needed. So no one is looking for him now. As time passed, Eren finally saw Filwyn's training session end. At this moment, Filwyn was covered in sweat, and his fair cheeks were covered in grime. Like snow dust, it makes you want to wipe away the stains. And her body was stained with the smell of blood. Not bad. Loxus stood with his hands behind his back and spoke to the two of them. Filwyn, what are your training assignments? Eren nudged her arm. Let me go and kill a peak 2nd-tier magical beast. Filwyn said helplessly. Eren felt that she was being treated differently, but he dared not say anything. And so it went until nightfall. Lohis' house has a private bathroom, so there's no need to worry about how to take a shower. However, Philippines. Inside the bathroom, Eren spoke in a low voice, looking at the girl in front of him. Eren was taking a bath at that time, and had already taken off all his clothes. Suddenly, a figure rushed in. A finger covered Eren's mouth. Eren, don't make a sound. A warm breath escaped from Iren's ear. Immediately afterwards, a pair of arms suddenly wrapped around his body. Eren could feel the sudden chill. Filwyn's body felt a little cool and slightly damp. Otherwise, Master will hear it. The sound of the ox filled Iren's ears. It was hard to imagine that this was the sound Filwyn would make. Chapter 162 Destroy it. I don't want to change it. Iren's mouth was covered, and after hearing Filwyn's words, he didn't dare to speak too loudly. After all, he was genuinely afraid of being overheard by Lohis. Seeing Eren nod, Filwyn's pale arm finally loosened its grip. Her fingertips were delicate, like the white of bamboo shoots. Ahem. Filwyn, I'm currently taking a shower. Eren lowered his voice and spoke into the ear of the girl who was pressed close to him. Yet her face remained aloof and cold, her red lips slightly licked. Eren. Her voice carried a rare tenderness. I want to fulfill that promise I made before. At this moment, Philwyn's unchanging expression finally showed some ripples, and she tilted her head slightly upward. Her hair, which should have been tied in a ponytail, was now loose and spread out like a waterfall. Promise. Eren's hand was grabbed by Philwyn, who forcefully pulled her to her side. Hiss. Eren suddenly felt a pain in his neck. Not again. Eren grabbed Philwyn's waist with both hands and pulled her away. However, Philwyn's hands remained outstretched. What promises do you have to make first? Eren looked at the girl in front of him, who was soaking wet, and asked softly. You promised me. Seeing that he couldn't go much further, Philwyn grabbed Ellen's arm. A soft sensation instantly swept into Irene's mind. Philwyn held Eren's hand in front of him. Warm water mist sprayed around Eren's ears. This time it's closer. You like it, right? Now you can touch it. Philwyn pressed himself directly against him. Bang! Eren slipped and fell into the bathroom with Philwyn. Now, Yalen has fulfilled her promise. Philwyn sat down. Stop, wait. Even if Eren doesn't dare to do it now, his body will naturally react to Philwyn's appearance. He wanted to speak up to stop them, but it was too late. The warmth followed my skin. A faint red color gradually appeared on the surface of the water. Philwyn, whose mouth was covered, wanted to speak. In that instant, the pain, like a snake covering the bone, was felt, lasting only a moment. Eren held Philwyn's head and silenced her before she could make a sound. Philwyn's icy eyes finally widened suddenly, and he dared not move an inch. This is much more painful than being slashed. It was a dual sensation from both the soul and the body. After a long while, Philwyn finally stopped himself from shouting. At this moment, Ellen released her hand and whispered in her ear. Want to come again? It had only just begun when Ellen sensed that Philwyn was about to collapse. He was so competitive on the training field, always trying to outdo himself in everything. Now that it's only been slightly altered, they can't accept it anymore. A tear finally welled up in Philwyn's eyes, trickling down her cheek and into her lips. It's salty. That's Philwyn's feeling. She didn't speak. After being kissed by Ellen, she had used all her strength to shout. Right now, she's a frail, icy girl. There was none of that coldness from outside, nor the possessiveness I felt when I was with Ellen. Because she already has it. Philwyn nodded, speaking weakly into Ellen's ear. She hugged Irene tightly, letting the force wash over her. Eren heard Philwyn's tingling voice in his ear. Whoosh. A sound of water, accompanied by waves, lapped against the edge of the bathtub. Philwyn, student. Eren understood that he had to fulfill his promise to Philwyn this time, and he bent down to speak to the girl who was already lying on the water. You said not to make any noise, okay? Eren gently pressed his cheek against hers. Otherwise, your master will hear it. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ellen began to fulfill his promise to Philwyn. The fingers left a long finger mark on his back. She clenched her teeth, trying her best not to make a sound. Chapter 163 has been revised 10 times already. Please let me pass, please. Sobs. This contrasts sharply with her cold image. What do you think? No, I disagree. Her cold personality gave her an indifferent expression in the face of everything. But this time, she never returned to her former self. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Eren. Philwyn's eyes were glazed over, and a natural sunset glow appeared on his once snow-white cheeks. It would be bad if it hit his head. Ellen gently laid Philwyn down, and only after the heat had completely dissipated did she touch her cheek with her hand. How about it? Now I know. It turns out that it happened back at the Duke of Rose's mansion. Philwyn weakly supported his body with his arms, but they quickly went limp. Let me sleep for a while. After saying that, he slid to the side. Eren quickly helped her up. The bathroom had a romantic atmosphere, and the girl's face was still streaked with her wet silver hair. A hand suddenly grabbed Eren's wrist. He gripped it very tightly, and the faint veins on his fingers stood out. Philwyn uttered a faint sound in his sleep. A hint of tenderness flashed in Eren's eyes. He appears as an iceberg on the outside, yet he is extremely dependent on Ellen and won't let go of her. She always acted like aloof and unapproachable, yet she treated herself like a girl. After all, people with contrasting personalities are the most irresistible. He then walked out of the bathroom. When he left, the entire bathroom had been cleaned up. Peeking his head out of the doorway, Eren immediately smelled the odor of alcohol. It's very light. Philwin's room was on the second floor, as was his bathroom, so it was easy for Ellen to bring her back. Gently turning off the magic lamp, Ellen pushed open the door to her room. It was still the same as always, a clean bed and walls covered with knight's swords. Eren glanced at Philwin, who was sleeping in his arms. At this moment, Philwin's face showed a touch of tranquility and a rare gentleness. It's like a sleeping kitten. This is Philwin's room. After all, Ellen can't stay here to sleep. I'm just afraid of getting kicked away by Loxus. What's wrong? Eren tilted his head and looked at her, asking. The girl's face showed hesitation and a hint of reluctance. But the next second, those expressions on her face vanished instantly. She reverted to the cold demeanor that Eren had seen her in public. Stay. The words were brief. That's very much in line with her style. But Eren was wondering if staying would cause any trouble, but then the grip on his wrist suddenly tightened. But it didn't work. They still couldn't budge Eren. However, Ellen went along with her and sat down next to her. I said stay and sleep with me. Philwin repeated it again. This time his voice became somewhat firmer, but it still sounded soft and weak. Eren sighed inwardly and agreed to Philwin's request. This chapter, like its title, has been revised at least 10 times, from the original 2,135 words to just over 1,000 words now. I'm speechless. After being put in the black room, a term used to refer to a private review room, this chapter failed every time it was reviewed. It felt like I was being targeted. The worst part was that the black room didn't tell me which chapters had problems, leaving us to guess. After guessing, they still wouldn't let you pass. It was a pure obedience test. Chapter 160 for the Aura of a Demon. Gently patting Philwin's fair back, Ellen whispered in her ear after she let go. Go to sleep soon, Philwin. It's very late now. If I don't go to sleep now, I might not be able to get up tomorrow. Stay with me. Philwin's voice was flat, devoid of any emotion. However, her words carried a hint of personal bias. But Eren wanted to refuse, since staying was indeed somewhat dangerous. Only sobs remained. Then she pushed herself into the blanket. A familiar scent wafted over. Ellen could recognize it as Philwin's body odor. It also has a faint jasmine fragrance. Ellen felt she hadn't had enough fun yet. Philwin, who was embracing Eren, seemed to sense his change. Philwin, student. Ellen whispered in her ear. Don't want. Philwin promptly refused. But it's like promising someone at a dinner party that you'll pay the bill, only to end up skipping out on it yourself. Looking at Irene, who was holding her and staring at her. She leaned close to Irene's ear. However, I can choose another one. Having said that, Philwin raised his head and looked at Irene's face. A moment later, Ellen admitted that he had found where Philwin's hand was. Philwin blinked. Eren, huh? No way. It wasn't until Ellen shuddered that she realized Philwin wasn't joking. This is too much. Eren looked down and saw her blue pupils, and that icy, cold gaze in his pupils. Philwin's hands were cool, just like her personality. It was cold. It must have been caused by the water in the bathtub getting cold while I was in the bathroom. Eren. Philwin licked his lips, his gaze remaining as cold as before, then moved to Iren's cheek and spoke to him. His tone was also cold. This time we were a bit rushed. Eren. No. Don't you even know what you're saying? Have you forgotten about the previous 2 hours? Okay. Believe it or not, next time you won't be able to get off. Philwin tilted his head, looking at him with a puzzled expression. What are you doing? But the next second, she knew what Ellen was planning to do. Philwin's lips were covered once again. Ellen also precisely silenced Philwin. I'm so sorry, Ellen. Philwin finally spoke in a pleading tone. After a period of darkness, Philwin fell into a deep sleep. She lay quietly in Irene's arms. Phew, that feels good. Eren gently wiped away the tear stains on Philwin's cheek with his fingers, held her in his arms, and fell asleep. The forest was filled with the chirping of insects at midnight, and a thin, dark shadow flashed across the dark sky. A beast man covered in wounds appeared on the outskirts of the village. And coincidentally, he collapsed in the yard behind Lohis' house. The next morning, Eren got up as usual. With the slightest movement of his body, he felt a binding force. Ilum lowered his gaze slightly and saw Filwyn quietly hugging his waist, his face buried in his chest. Silver hair fell onto her cheek and almost went into the girl's mouth. Eren carefully brushed the strand of hair aside with his fingers, but Filwyn's red lips moved slightly. He bit down on Ellen's finger. Hiss! Why are you imitating a dog? Eren pressed the remaining fingers against Filwyn's face, then pulled them out, revealing the bitten, red fingers. Carefully covering her with the blanket, Ellen went downstairs. Yes, this is after I changed my clothes. However, the whole house was quiet, without a sound. Ellen sniffed and noticed a strong smell of alcohol in Lohis Olden's room. Yes, it's the wine that Ellen sent the day before yesterday. Ellen quietly entered Lohis' room and peered inside through the window. He was surrounded by wine jars, completely drunk and a mess. I feel bad that he was drinking last night. Turning away, Eren walked towards the outside. As soon as he stepped out of the house, Eren saw the figure lying in the yard. A feeling that made him feel very uncomfortable instantly arose. Evil, the aura of a demon. Chapter 165, The Mad Marquis. Lying in the courtyard was a thin, small orc with fluffy, light gray ears on its head. It also has a gray-white tail behind it. This is a wolf-like orc. At this moment, the orc's face was buried in the ground, and Eren couldn't see what he looked like. However, when Ellen grabbed its shoulder and flipped it over, she was stunned. The orc in front of him was very light, and Eren easily flipped her over. The first thing you see is a beast girl covered in grime. His face appeared to be covered in blood mixed with dirt, which had congealed into clumps. However, what truly stunned Eren was the scar on the girl's chest. A huge wound, seemingly capable of piercing her chest completely, appeared right in the center of her chest. The blood stained the surrounding clothes and had congealed into a dark black scab. Wolf girl, Varen Bucardal. Race, orc/wolf. Constitution, stripped body. Separated body. The soul is easily separated from the body, and the connection between the soul and the body is not strong. Under strong external force, it can easily separate from the body. At the same time, the soul of the separated body can greatly restore the damage to the soul and stabilize the soul. For some races that feed on souls, the soul of a detached body is a delicious delicacy. For example, the devil. Rank, 3rd rank. Status, severely injured/life hanging by a thread. Emotion, none in a coma. Psychological state, none in a coma. Evaluation, escaped orcs, enraged demons, and a crazed marquis. This is a terrifying place, but the presence of a certain powerful figure keeps the demons from setting foot here. However, the existence of the separated body makes the demons restless. Velen. Looking at the information given by the Eye of God, Eren slowly uttered the wolf girl's name. Orcs do not hold a high status in the kingdom of Zephyr, and because of their wild nature, their emotions are more volatile than those of humans. They are more likely to become anxious due to certain factors. This leads to mania. However, the wolf girl who was unconscious due to her physical injuries did not frighten Ellen. Perhaps it's because she's currently in a coma. Looking at the gaping wound in her chest, Eren marveled at how strong the bodies of orcs were. This wound, which would be fatal to humans, did not kill the wolf girl. If this kind of wound were inflicted on a human, it could be fatal in an instant. But for this wolf girl, it was a matter of life and death. But Eren frowned, his gaze fixed on the wisps of black hair emerging from the wound. That was the aura of a demon. Is there a demon around here? According to the information provided by the Eye of God, this wolf girl was probably being chased by a demon and then fled to Twilight Village. As for the strong man mentioned by the Eye of God, he should be referring to Loxus. After all, the only 7th-tier professional here is the sword saint who loves to drink. Thinking of this, it seemed that the process of helping the wolf girl up had aggravated her wound, and the wolf girl named Waylin coughed up a mouthful of blood. Irene's eyes twitched at the sight. He quickly waved his hand, and a pale green magic circle appeared in Iren's hand. However, due to the obstruction of the demonic aura, Iren's healing magic was not very effective. The wound on Vera's chest can only heal slowly. The granulation tissue broke through the solidified flesh and merged with the tender flesh extending from the other side. Waylin let out a soft moan. Since the granulation tissue was newly grown from the already solidified wound, the pain would naturally be transmitted to the girl's nerves. However, Vera did not wake up. Flesh and blood regenerate, and the wound heals. The wound that had been on the girl's chest finally disappeared. At this point, Eren finally had time to think about the current situation. A beast man, stripped of his body and being hunted by demons, appeared in Lohis' courtyard. Furthermore, starting with the very first sentence of the evaluation of the Eye of God, the orc who escaped must be Viren, and the angry demon must be the demon that was chasing her. And the Mad Marquis. It's probably a nobleman from this area. It seems I need to find out more about the surrounding area. Eren, what's wrong? At that moment, a cold, icy voice came from behind Eren. Filwyn had been awake for a while. Once the sense of security she felt in his arms disappeared, she became somewhat dazed and confused. I only fully woke up just now. Looking at my entire body, everything that happened last night instantly flooded my mind. Tisk. Filwyn let out a soft sound of dissatisfaction. She then changed into her own clothes and went downstairs. As soon as I got out of bed, a wave of soreness washed over me. Filwyn almost collapsed to the ground. However, being someone who trains regularly, he adapted in no time. Where is Ellen? Filwyn leaned against the wall and looked downstairs. Until I saw Eren squatting in the corner of the yard, seemingly holding something in his hand. When she came out, a strong smell of alcohol hit the air. Filwyn frowned. He turned his gaze toward his master's room. However, her attention was now entirely on Ellen, so she decided to let Lohis go for the time being. A lingering smell of blood in the air made Filwyn wary. Filwyn, come and take a look. Eren didn't know what to say, so he simply asked Filwyn to come and take a look. This is an orc? There are no orcs in Twilight Village. After all, it's too remote and almost no caravans come here. Moreover, most orcs are captured and enslaved, and Twilight Village doesn't have that kind of opportunity. But Filwyn had grown up with Loxus, so the orcs naturally knew that. Eren nodded. What's going on? An injured orc appeared in his own headmaster's office. Anyone would be a little confused. Let's take her back first. I don't know the situation either. I have already healed her biggest wound. Now the orc only has some minor wounds left. Eren said to Filwyn. At the same time, let Filwyn take the wolf girl back. Why not take it back yourself? Ugh. This orc is, after all, a woman. Besides, I just did it with Filwyn yesterday. There's no way I could take her back with me. He was afraid Filwyn would throw a tantrum, although Eren has never met him. Filwyn slipped his hand under Varane's arm, wrapped his other arm around her thigh, and lifted the girl up completely. I'll take her to the bathroom first. Filwyn said in a calm tone. Okay, go ahead. With that, Filwyn disappeared at the top of the stairs. The madman, Marquis. Eren watched her disappear, then headed towards Lohis' room. Chapter 166 Ellen, kiss me. Bang bang bang. A series of piercing knocks entered Loxus's room, waking the sleeping Blade Master. Who? Lohis looked toward the doorway and asked, his head still spinning. He thoroughly enjoyed the wine that Ellen brought him last night. Twilight Village is a small village, and there is only one brewer. Moreover, the wine wasn't very good. Loxus hadn't had any good wine in a while. So he set his sights on the fine wine that Ellen sent over. And once they start drinking, they can't stop. Uncle Losis, it's me. Something happened outside, and I wanted to discuss it with you. Eren's voice came from behind the door. Go back and let Filwyn see what's going on. I'm going to get some sleep. Loxus's voice was muffled. How much did you drink? Frustrated inwardly, Ellen decided not to try to wake him up anymore. His original purpose was simply to ask Loxus for his opinion on how to deal with the orc. Anyway, Valine hasn't woken up yet, so asking Loxus probably won't get any results. Eren left and headed upstairs. As Eren went up to the second floor, the sound of dripping water reached her ears. Eren. Filwyn's voice came from inside the bathroom. Bring me a set of clothes. Me? This kind of thing? The clothes are in my closet in my room. Find something suitable and bring it over. Filwyn assumed Ellen didn't know where her clothes were, so he explained. In her heart, Irene was already one of her own, and there was nothing to be ashamed of in helping her carry a piece of clothing. Oh, Eren could only nod in agreement. Filwyn didn't say anything, so why should I be so dramatic? Just do it. So Eren went to Filwin's room, where a faint scent of jasmine wafted towards him. Arrive at the wardrobe Filwin mentioned and open it. Cough cough. I won't go into too much detail. All I can say is that the content is very basic. After all, a girl as icy as Filwin wouldn't buy clothes that could enhance a relationship. Yes, at least that was the case before that. As for the future, that's uncertain. After finding a set of clothes that looked suitable, Eren led the group back to the bathroom door. Filwin. A hand reached out from the bathroom. Eren recognized it immediately as Filwin's arm. Although the arm looks slender, you can tell from the muscles hidden in it that Filwin's arm training is quite good. The clothes in my hand were taken inside. After a series of sounds of people getting dressed, Filwin emerged carrying the still unconscious Varang. It's all packed up. As for when she'll wake up, I don't know. With that, Filwin carried Vera back to his room. He then closed the door and came out. Let's go for our morning exercise. Are you physically able to handle this? Eren looked at Filwin. He knew how intense his strength had been yesterday, not to mention that Filwin had endured it twice before. He was genuinely worried about Filwin's health. After all, both Hillier and Morlet slept for almost a whole day the first time they did it. The feeling was that I didn't want to move at all. It's okay, I can handle it. Filwin's expression remained unchanged as he casually remarked. Oh well. Although he said that, Eren still carefully kept an eye on Filwin's situation. After all, Ellen knew her situation. Ellen didn't believe she could handle it. Sure enough, after a period of sword practice, Filwin fell to the ground right under Eren's nose. As the soil became clearer in his eyes, only 2 words came to Filwin's mind. Oh no, I just said I could handle it. Filwin's body went limp, a feeling of powerlessness washing over him in his thighs. However, the feeling of touching the ground that she had imagined did not come. Instead, she felt a soft touch. Filwin looked up and found himself lying in Eren's arms. Let go of me. Filwin spoke clearly, though with a slight weakness. As for what he really thought, of course, it's a little embarrassing. This is the kind of situation where someone just said they could do it, but then collapsed a short while later. Even Filwin felt somewhat embarrassed. I'm just not feeling well. Filwin's pale blue eyes were fixed on Eren, but she did not struggle. Eren could feel Filwin's movements in his arms. He was like a soft kitten. Really? Eren's gaze drew closer, and his warm breath brushed against Filwin's ear. Filwin nodded expressionlessly. Oh well. As he spoke, Eren prepared to help her up. However, after Filwin regained his balance, just as Eren was about to let go, Filwin grabbed Eren's arm. Eren, kiss me. His tone was cold, and you couldn't sense any emotion at all. But it was this coldness that led to a sentence that was clearly not something she would say. Eren was stunned. What happened? He just hugged Filwin and helped her up, didn't he? How did the aloof, icy girl from before become like this? Seeing that Eren hadn't made a move, the girl finally couldn't hold back any longer. He cupped Eren's head in his hands and then attacked. After a long while, Filwin finally let go. He licked his lips and, seeing the helpless look in Ellen's eyes, spoke softly. Eren, you didn't give me a good morning kiss today. Huh? Good morning kiss? This thing. Cough cough, I didn't expect it. Eren gave off a vibe similar to that of Filwin, reminiscent of a little girl like Moro. However, judging from Filwin's behavior, she still maintains her aloof and mature demeanor. Continue training. After releasing Eren, Filwin's gaze sharpened as he spoke to Eren. However, Ellen could tell that Filwin seemed to be putting on a brave face. Eren smiled and nodded. Okay, let's continue. However, not long after Ellen spoke, Filwin felt a wave of soreness wash over him. My arms were weak, and my thighs went limp as well. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and Filwin couldn't resist collapsing, falling into Ellen's arms. Gently embracing Filwin, Ellen withdrew her magic. Really? Eren smoothed the hair off Filwin's forehead, picked her up, and carried her back into the house. Since the werewolf was using Filwin's own room, Ellen had no choice but to take her back to her own room. Looking at the girl's delicate face, Eren slowly left a light mark on her forehead. He then left the room. Chapter 167 Eren, what are you doing? My head, it hurts so much. No, don't. Vera was sweating profusely, her eyes tightly shut. The image of being chased by demons flashed through my mind once again. It was like a nightmare that lingered for a long time. The bedsheets were gripped tightly by the wolf woman's sharp fingers. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on his arm. No, no. With a start, Wei Lin jumped up from the bed. He opened his eyes and stared at his surroundings in fear. Where is this? Vera looked around and realized that this was a place she had never seen before. However, she did not forget to check her own condition. Where is that wound on my body? Vera pulled off the clothes covering her body to check the wound that was enough to kill her. But when she looked at her chest, there was nothing there. All that remained was a flawless ravine and the aroma of milk. The stains on his body were gone. Even Wei Lin abruptly pulled back the covers and looked down at herself. No, wait, where are my clothes? And what about my underwear? You're awake. Just as Wei Lin was completely bewildered, a gentle boy's voice came from the doorway. The voice belonged to none other than Irene, who was returning from downstairs. He had just heard the commotion upstairs, and the shout of "no" was particularly loud. This also made Ellen aware that the wolf girl had woken up. Who? A clear female voice rang out, and the next second, Wei Lin, who had been on the bed, disappeared. Iren's gaze sharpened. He could sense the girl's location. Now, it should be behind me. Who are you? Sure enough, an arm with sharp claws suddenly appeared at Ellen's neck, while Verini stood behind Ellen, watching him warily. Her gray hair fell down, and when Ellen glanced over, she could clearly see the tip of her nose. Me? I guess I'm your savior, Iren said casually. The little wolf girl's attacks posed no threat to him. Iren was able to easily dodge and subdue her. My savior. Yes, I healed the wound on your body. Ellen nodded, trying to move Vera's paw away with her hand. Upon hearing Ellen's words, the little wolf girl's eyes widened in surprise, but the next second, she slapped away Ellen's arm that was trying to move her fingers. Do not move, the wolf girl warned. Tell me, what's wrong with the clothes I'm wearing? Was it you? This time, Wei Lin's tone became domineering, and her body trembled slightly. Although she was an orc, she had never let anyone do such a thing to her. Even when she was captured by humans and enslaved, she never let anyone see her body. Unexpectedly, I never expected to be done to by a complete stranger. The beast ears on Viren's head stood straight up, and her body trembled. This is a state she exhibits because of anger and rage. Hearing what Vera said, Iren was slightly stunned. Just for this? I helped you heal such a big wound, and you actually threatened me with your claws because of it? Why is it so hard to be a good person? Would you believe me if I said I didn't change it for you? Iren stood still, only briefly answering her question. The little wolf girl was dressed entirely in clothes replaced by Phil Wynn, so what does it have to do with him? I haven't even seen this orc's real face yet. When they were in the yard, Vera was covered in scabs and dirt, and Ellen couldn't even make out the wolf girl's face. Later, after Phil Wynn cleaned her up, Ellen never had a chance to see her again. Because Phil Wynn carried her the whole time and covered her face with a towel. So Ellen still hadn't seen her face. But Ellen knew exactly what the wolf woman's figure was like. After all, her penetrating wound was in her chest, so Ellen naturally had to observe it while treating her. Isn't it you? Wei Lin asked sharply. No. Who changed my clothes? And who gave me a bath? Wei Lin is determined to get to the bottom of this matter. She can't let her 18 years of innocence be ruined like this. It's my classmate. Stop. My classmate is a girl. A girl. After uttering just a few words, Iren felt a cold sensation on his neck. It was obvious at a glance that Vera had brought her claws closer. So he quickly revealed Philwyn's gender. Although I'm not afraid of her little claws, I don't want any misunderstandings to arise. Is it a girl? Iren could clearly feel the wolf girl behind him breathe a sigh of relief. Then could you please put your claws down? Ellen then tried to pry Violent's claws away. However, this time it still didn't work. After he moved the girl's claws a short distance, Vera exerted force again. How can I believe that what you're saying is true? With such a commotion, why didn't your classmate come over? I can't take it anymore. I've already explained it. Why are you still making such a fuss? I didn't do anything to her. Why are there still so many questions? What are you doing? With a startled cry, the wolf girl, who had just woken up, was suddenly struck from behind by a tremendous force. Ellen, who was standing in front of her, had long since disappeared. She didn't even have time to react, and didn't even have a chance to scratch him with her little paws. Honestly, why do you ask so many questions? Wouldn't it be better to ask fewer questions? Viren fell to the ground, her head being pressed down hard by Iron's hand. Eren pressed his knee against her back, his face expressionless. You, Violet, who was being pressed down, wanted to speak, but the heavy feeling in her chest made it difficult for her to breathe. And Varain was horrified to discover that she couldn't break free from the boy. That arm possessed power even greater than that of a third-tier warrior like her. This means that the person in front of us is a fourth-order being, or even more powerful than a fourth-order being. So this person was. I've always been giving in to myself. What do you mean, you? If it weren't for me, you would have been dead long ago with that gash on your body. Eren grabbed her head. The wolf girl's face made intimate contact with the floor. With her pinned down like this, Wei Lin could only make muffled noises. Surprisingly, it sounds quite nice. Are you calmer now? Ellen didn't want to make things difficult for her, but Violen's persistent question had really annoyed her. Violen managed to utter two sounds. That's more like it. Just then, a slender figure appeared behind Eren. A cold voice came from behind him. Eren, what are you doing? Chapter 168. You smell good. I want to taste it. Filwin's indifferent face appeared behind Eren, his silver hair drifting casually. Eren turned his head away tremblingly. Filwin, you're awake? Oh my god, why are you here at this time? Yes, I'm awake. Hiss. Filwin seems a bit angry. Eren quickly got up and went to Filwin's side. Ignoring the wolf girl he had just pinned down, he said to Filwin, let me explain. This kind of thing is too easy to misunderstand, especially given his posture just now. I wonder what Filwin will think. However, she didn't say much when Hillier was around. This suggests that Filwin likely allowed the existence of people like Hillier. Yes, I'm listening. Filwin's face was expressionless, but her slightly clenched hands revealed that she was not in a good mood. That orc only just appeared. She also knew that Ellen couldn't possibly be having any kind of relationship with this wolf woman. But for some reason, seeing Eren do that makes me feel a little uncomfortable. She just didn't show it. Eren quickly recounted what had just happened. After all, it wasn't a huge misunderstanding, so it's relatively easy to explain. At this moment, Wei Lin also got up from the ground and curled up in the corner. Then his gaze fell on the tall girl who had suddenly appeared. This girl is so beautiful. But it felt rather cold. This was Varain's first impression of Filwin. Seeing the boy frantically explaining, Vera realized that Ellen hadn't lied to her. The classmate he was referring to must be the girl in front of him. Oh, I see. After hearing Ellen's explanation, Filwin simply said something indifferent. Oh no. What should I do if I feel Filwin is really angry? Eren, come closer to me. Filwin glanced at the wolf girl who had been watching them. What's wrong? Eren moved a little closer without realizing it. He didn't think Filwin was going to hit him. After all, it's just a small matter. Eren. Filwin's exquisite face suddenly drew closer, right in front of Eren. Then, a pair of hands hugged him tightly. Eren knew what Filwin wanted to do and readily put his arm around her slender waist. The air fell silent in an instant. Wei Lin was left completely bewildered, staring blankly at the two people who had suddenly kissed each other. Hey, what's going on? Even though she's done this with Ellen more than once, she always gives in first because of the suffocating feeling. Eren stroked her soft silver hair, then said helplessly, why did you suddenly want to do this with me? He remembered being asked for a good morning kiss just this morning, and now he's doing it again. Is kissing really that attractive? Why don't you ask Filwin for it yourself next time? I haven't tried it myself yet. No, I just wanted to. Filwin spoke emotionlessly, then let out a soft sigh of relief. Then he turned his gaze to Violen, the ferocious beast girl. How come I didn't notice when I bathed her before? This orc actually has such a strong foundation. Surprisingly, it's actually much bigger than hers. However, she just asserted her sovereignty. This beast girl should know what's good for her. Thinking this, Filwin came to Violine and helped the curled-up wolf girl up. And he said to her, tell me everything you know. His tone was icy, as if he were interrogating a criminal. Eren. Sure enough, Filwin was still that icy girl who didn't understand these things. I guess I'm only nice to him when I'm with him, and not with other people. Let me ask. Ellen took Philwyn's hand from the side, and they intertwined their fingers. Then, quite naturally, he pulled her in front of him and hugged her. Do you understand the concept of security? This is what gives Philwyn a sense of security. Philwyn's attention was completely drawn to the hand Ellen was holding, and the scent emanating from Ellen made her feel much more at ease. Philwyn nestled in Ellen's arms, showing none of the coldness he had displayed upon arrival. If Lohis were there, he would be absolutely stunned. Where is my aloof apprentice? How did it turn out like this? Hello. I'm very sorry about what happened earlier. Eren led Varain to sit on Philwyn's bed. He then found a chair and sat down. As for Philwyn, he sat on Iren's lap. Her arms were wrapped around Iren's neck, and her face was close to Iren's cheek. Eren could clearly smell the fragrance on Philwyn's body. My name is Ellen Insenet. And the person next to me is Philwyn Womanlet, the classmate I was talking about. Eren introduced himself to Vera. Philwyn paused for a moment upon hearing his name, then turned and nodded to Varain. He then leaned against Eren again, greedily inhaling his scent. Then, hiss. Ellen was originally focused on waiting for what Varini would say, her attention entirely on the wolf girl. He was completely unprepared for Philwyn's sudden bite. What are you doing? Eren asked Philwyn. Ellen asked. You smell good, I want to try it. Philwyn's tone was emotionless, but his actions did not stop. Haven't you tried it many times already? Not enough. Whatever you want. Anyway, Ellen doesn't mind this feeling. Moreover, being bitten by Philwyn like that greatly satisfied Ilham's desires. Seeing that Irene was looking at her, Vera knew it was her turn to speak. She had already let go of the fact that Eren had pressed her head down earlier. The person in front of me, named Eren Einsenat, is very likely to be at the 4th rank or even higher. I can't beat them. Not to mention the wounds on my body inflicted by the demons. It must have been the person in front of me who cured him. He truly was my savior. My name is Varain Bucardal. Vera clutched her clothes. His speech also became a little hesitant. I am an orc. Chapter 169. Okay, good boy. Orcs were synonymous with slaves in the kingdom of Zephiel, so when Viren revealed that she was an orc, she looked at Eren and the other person with some fear. Varain was worried that they would think of her as a runaway slave. Or perhaps, they captured her again and sold her as a slave. She would never trust humans again, even the person in front of her who had saved her. Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you, Varain Bucardal. Eren steadied Philwyn on his back with one hand, while extending the other. He made a gesture as if to shake her hand. Vivian looked at Ilham's outstretched hand and hesitated. She had just been trying to threaten this person, but now she was about to shake hands and make peace. This is somewhat surreal. However, she still extended her hand and shook hands with Irene. Roughness was the first impression Ellen had after shaking hands with him. Her palms must have a lot of calluses. Vera seemed to realize the state of her hand and hurriedly tried to pull it back. However, when she pulled back forcefully, Ellen's grip tightened even more. It made it impossible for her to pull it out. It's all right. You don't need to feel embarrassed. Eren then released her hand, leaving Vera stunned for a moment. Ellen patted Philwyn's shoulder, and through the fabric, Ellen could clearly feel the touch on her shoulder. All right, Philwyn, it's time to come down. She couldn't possibly sit on his lap forever. And, although I was the one who hugged Philwyn in the first place, I couldn't keep hugging him forever. Don't want. Philwyn's icy voice rang out. Humph. Her master isn't here right now, so what's wrong with a hug? Not to mention, Irene's maid must be like this every day. So there's nothing wrong with what I did. With that thought in mind, Philwyn raised his hand and gave Ilham a slap on the waist. Wow. The sudden pain instantly snapped Irene back to reality. Then Eren moved his face close to Philwyn's and asked fiercely, What are you doing? Nothing. I just wanted to see what the reaction would be if I pinched it. Forget it. I won't hold it against you. Philwyn was not to return it until evening. After all, they already did it yesterday, so Ellen can't just do it once. As long as you avoid Losius, Philwyn won't object. Okay, good girl. Eren patted the girl's head. Then I saw her somewhat dazed look. Eren didn't know how damaging his words were. He only knew that Philwyn fell silent after hearing them. Then he got off Eren. He stood behind Eren. He crossed his arms, put them over his shoulders, and placed them on his chest. Okay, I understand, Filwyn said in a calm tone. However, Eren clearly sensed Filwyn's power behind him. Although Filwyn wasn't as powerful as the werewolf girl in front of him, it was still quite obvious. It was so obvious that Eren could feel Filwyn's surging ferocity in his head. It's soft. Velen, may I call you that? Eren turned his gaze back to the wolf girl. At this moment, Wei Lin looked extremely embarrassed and stood there quietly, at a loss for what to do. Wow, how could they do this? Vera, who had never been in a relationship, blushed completely. Although orcs are generally considered to be open-minded, Viren is an exception. She's still a fledgling. However, although it is a fledgling, it is indeed well-funded. Oh, okay. Upon hearing Ellen's words, Vera quickly agreed. Well, Varain, can you tell us about what happened to you? For example, the injuries on your body. Although Eren had obtained some information through the Eye of God, there were still some things he did not know. Therefore, we still need to ask Viren about these things. Vera calmed herself down, and the tail that was behind her moved to the front of her automatically. The girl grabbed her own tail. Can I trust you? Vera's words were calm, yet sorrowful. Although she herself had said to herself that she would not trust humans. But all the things she had experienced were equally painful to keep inside. When Ellen asked that question, memories surged like a tide. She really wanted to say it. Eren nodded. He didn't need to say anything grand or eloquent. If Vera didn't want to say it, he wouldn't ask any further questions. At most, they could help the girl find a place to go with Lohis' help. Only, an orc wants to live a peaceful life in the kingdom of Zephyr. This is almost impossible. If others find out that Vilen is an unclaimed orc, she'll probably be captured immediately. Then he was sold into a new slave. This kind of thing is very common. After all, in such a society, orcs don't have many rights. Moreover, the laws of the kingdom of Zephyr only protect orc slaves. Free orcs can be hunted at will. Well, I'll tell you. With a hint of disappointment in her eyes, Wei Lin slowly began to speak. Viren Bucattle, an orc living in the north. She belongs to the wolf group among the orcs. Therefore, her strength increased rapidly, and she had already reached the level of a third-tier professional before she even reached adulthood. Of course, their physical development is also very good. However, the north has always been the origin of the orc slaves of the Zephyr Kingdom. So unfortunately, Vivian was arrested. Along with her, her entire tribe was also affected. The old were killed, and the young and strong men were taken as laborers. The beautiful female orcs were safely transported to the kingdom of Zephyr. Vera was one of them. Furthermore, since virgin orc women were considered more valuable, Vilen had never been violated. But she still wasn't doing well. Slave owners could not possibly treat them well. There's no way they could have a good experience before they were thrown onto the sales table. Of course, Vera also considered running away. However, it did not succeed. Viren, who had just come of age, was subjected to a beating she had never experienced before. The marks left by the whip were visible all over her body. The pain forced her to obey. This made her never dare to have the thought of running away again. Until she caught the eye of a buyer. He was an elegant nobleman of high status. He wears a strange hat and likes to talk to himself. Asba, you mean her? The nobleman was standing in front of her, as if he were talking to her. But Vera knew that the man in front of her wasn't talking to her. Yes, it's her. It's definitely her. The aroma is already wafting up. A strange, ethereal, and indescribable voice appeared out of nowhere. Terrified, Violet curled up and kept hiding deeper into the cage. However, the cages where slaves were held were not large, and even though Verini tried her best to curl up, the nobleman could still easily grab her. Because the cage wasn't very tall, only about 1 meter high. Reg, buy her quickly and take her back. That ethereal voice appeared once again. Chapter 170 Waylene's Fate. Later, Vera learned that the ethereal and terrifying voice came from a demon. An incredibly powerful demon. The nobleman in question was a marquis from the kingdom of Zephyr. His name is Reg Carroll. Vera was sold for nearly 400 gold coins. Logically speaking, a fairly attractive orc shouldn't fetch this price. Even though Vera Lynn had a great figure, ample assets, and a face that was coveted by the nobility. Yes, Wei Lin is very beautiful. Her face shape is similar to an oval face, but not as sharp. Her pupils were pale red, which complemented her already gray hair. This white-haired, red-eyed guy, tell me if he's awesome or not. Even so, she's not worth 400 gold coins. At most, it's around 50 gold coins. What truly made her so valuable was her third-tier strength. Even in Erstuer, a third-tier professional is qualified to teach students as a junior professor. Therefore, with the blessing of these two factors, plus the fact that Viren is a virgin, that's why it's so expensive. Vera was taken back to the Carroll family's territory. However, Vera was neither abused nor forced. This made her seriously suspect that the nobleman might have some serious health problem. However, she was also relieved that at least she had preserved her innocence. Reg isn't like his son, whose head is only filled with hormonal thoughts. He sees things very far away. For example, he wants to raise his strength to the 6th rank. Reg has been at the peak of the 5th tier for far too long now. He wants power, real power. It wasn't a temporary boost like a demon's, but a genuine attainment of the 6th rank. So he made a deal with Aspar. If its desires and anger are satisfied, it will agree to raise Reg's strength to the 6th rank. And this demon's desire, it means devouring souls, especially the delicious soul. So Reg took it to the slave market. And coincidentally, it was the detached body of Varen that attracted Asba. That's why Reg bought a slave for an exorbitant price. And this time, he bought not only Viren, but also many attractive female orcs. Asba's food. However, later, when Asba tried to use his own power to manipulate Varen's soul, an unexpected event occurred. Its body felt a fear that came from the depths of its soul. It didn't emanate from Viren. Rather, it was given by its clone. Its clone, left on another continent, was eaten. Lilith, far away overseas, held the head of a mid-level demon in her hand and ate it bite by bite. Senior Lilith, aren't you a demon too? What? Carol blinked her big purple eyes as she watched Lilith eat. That's right. Asba's clone left on another continent was captured by Lilith, who was preparing to head to the spirit realm. Moreover, it was caught in a crushing manner. I'm not on the same side as it, and besides, a demon's essence can also heal itself from damage. Lilith said nonchalantly. Asba, far away. You're so high and mighty. You treat my clone like a precious treasure. Thank you so much. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Vera broke free of her restraints and fled outside. Since Viren and her slaves were bought purely for food, no slave contracts were signed with them. How could Asba, who was seriously injured, let the delicious food that was about to be in his mouth escape? Yes, that's right. The disappearance of its clone also damaged its body. Escape. Stay. After a chase, Vera escaped to the vicinity of the forest where Eren was. Her body was already covered in wounds. Until the demon's outstretched arm pierced completely through Vera's chest. Pain. This was her first sensation when her chest was pierced. But she wanted to live. Death is something everyone fears, including Varang. She would do anything to survive. Driven by this belief, she actually managed to escape. They fled into this forest where there were 7th-tier powerhouses. So, the nobleman you mentioned is the head of the Carroll family? Iron's eyes turned serious, and his tone immediately became somber. He should have thought of that long ago. Demon, Marquis. In his memory, the first demon he encountered was the young master of the Carroll family, Costa, who has become a demon. As expected, his family wasn't any better. There was actually a demon. Moreover, it seems that Reg's deal with this demon is quite deep. Yes. After thinking for a while, Waylin said with certainty. She remembered clearly that the other person's last name was Carroll. Velen, you should rest for a bit. Although Waylin had only been awake for a short time, she was still very weak. The action of running behind Ellen earlier had used all her strength. So she nodded slightly. She then opened her red eyes and looked at them. Eren tried to put his hand on his head, but as soon as he raised his hand, Philwyn's arm, which had been resting on his chest, grabbed him. Iron. This matter. Philwyn's voice came from behind him. She had heard everything Waylin said and was hesitating about how to handle the situation. Demon, Carroll family head. And then there's this wolf-eared girl in front of me. These things mixed together filled her mind. Let's talk about it when Uncle Loxus wakes up. Here, only Loxus is the strongest, and this is a major matter concerning a marquis. So Ellen felt she had to tell Lois. Philwin's cold voice came through. He then grabbed Ilham's hand and pulled him out. We also went out. Philwin led Ilham out and then closed the door to his own room. It's not even noon yet, and Loxus hasn't woken up. I wonder how much he drank last night. However, just as they were going downstairs, Philwin stopped Eren. Irene, do you like that one? Philwin's eyes held a hint of anger. What? What do I like? While he was slightly stunned, Philwin grabbed Ilham's hand. Why are you staring at that wolf girl's chest? Chapter 171 Wah, please spare the child. A soft sensation instantly spread across my arm. Eren pinched it subtly. Eren moved closer to her, forcing her back against the wall at the corner of the stairs. One hand was resting on the wall next to Philwin's head. Then why? Philwin ignored what Ellen's hands were doing, raised his head, and stared at Ellen with his blue eyes. Really, she was still jealous. Although Philwin didn't show it in the room just now, that was because of the presence of an outsider like Varain. But now that it's just the two of them, Philwin naturally has to make a move. She had been looking into Ellen's eyes the whole time and realized that Ellen hadn't looked away from Varain at all. Even though he has plenty of his own, why does Ellen only look at hers? Just as Philwin was about to speak again, Eren's answer stunned her. Eren leaned close to Philwin's ear and bit her ear. Philwin, I'm thinking, maybe we can play something else tonight. All right, Ellen. I feel a little hot. If this continues, I won't be able to control myself. He looked at Eren with hopeful eyes. Shouldn't this be what I said? Okay, I've finally seen you for who you really are, Philwin. So this is the kind of person you are? Just as Eren was waiting for Philwin's next move, the scene suddenly changed, and the girl walked straight past Eren. I'm off. Vera probably hasn't eaten yet. I'm going to go make some. Her voice remained her usual cold tone, devoid of any of the previous provocation. It was as if nothing had happened. Eren, you just said you couldn't resist anymore, and now you're going to cook? It's too late. He grabbed Philwin's hand as he tried to leave and pulled him back towards him. Bang! A sound of something leaning against the wall rang out. Philwin, how can you just leave like this? Eren grabbed both of her wrists with one hand and lifted them upwards. He grabbed her chin with his other hand. What a beautiful picture of a wall slamming. Philwin's face remained expressionless, though a slight smile played at the corners of his mouth. Sure enough, Ellen took the bait. So what does Ellen want? Philwin turned his head away as hard as he could to avoid looking at him. This scene further fueled Ellen's wicked sense of humor, and she forced Philwin to look at her. What catches the eye is a pair of calm and unwavering pupils. Eren's heart skipped a beat. I have a desire to see her. Loose. For a brief moment, Ellen and Philwin separated, but she didn't even have time to speak. His face immediately turned red. This is due to a lack of oxygen. Eren loosened the grip on her hand slightly. The moment he let go, Philwin tried to push Eren away. The initiative was not in her hands, which resulted in her now appearing as a complete loser. However, with her second-tier strength, how could she possibly push away Eren, a fourth-tier professional? Gradually, Philwin's arm began to weaken. Her body slowly drooped downwards. Ugh! Wah! The strained sounds came from Philwin's gagged mouth, but to no avail. Eren won't let go now. If he lets go, won't Philwin still bite him all the time? This time, Ellen needs to completely subdue Philwin. With his arm around the girl's waist, Eren lifted her up with a slight effort, to prevent Philwin from collapsing due to physical weakness. Finally, Eren gave her a chance to catch her breath, however. So in the next second, Philwin returned to his previous state. Loose. Philwin's gaze gradually drifted off. A sense of regret suddenly arose in the girl's mind. However, just as she was becoming dazed, Eren slowly picked her up. The weakened Philwin had no idea where Ellen would take her. Just now, Eren released the girl who had been suffocating. You. Philwin inhaled the air greedily. What do you mean, me? Ellen stood to the side and closed the door to the room. A soundproofing spell appeared from the floor of the entire room. Eren suddenly remembered this magic last night. Yesterday, he kept one hand over Philwin's mouth to prevent her from making a sound. And that's why he still hasn't put much of his knowledge to use. For example, standing up can open up a new perspective. So, After much agonizing thought, Ellen searched her mind for a soundproofing spell and eventually found the magic circle. A white light rose from beside Eren and then slowly fell to the ground. The magic circle then disappeared. By this time, Philwyn had mostly regained consciousness, raised his head, and looked at Eren, who was about to undress and go to sleep. Her cold face instantly conjured up memories of what had happened the night before. My body began to tremble slightly. This was an unconscious tremor. Philwyn immediately recalled what Ellen had said. Chapter 172. Please let me through. I've been in 4 times already, and I don't know how to change it anymore. Philwyn, you're the one who started this. Eren's gaze was fixed on Philwyn, his hand gently pinching her delicate face and exquisite collarbone. But I'm not better yet, Philwyn said softly. Now, things are really messed up, there's no going back. Although she said those things on purpose, she now truly regrets them. But there's no going back. Philwyn, didn't I just say that? Eren could smell the fragrance on Philwyn. Then Philwyn froze. The mist obscured Eren's vision, leaving only a sigh. Philwyn is so nice. Hiss. Eren gasped. But it's not too late now. Philwyn kept his head down. Her face was slightly flushed, but her eyes remained completely still. Cough, cough. Philwyn looked at Ellen with utter helplessness. I'm going to take a shower. Also, remember to prepare food for that wolf-eared girl, understand? With that, Philwyn got up and walked outside. Watching Philwyn leave, Ellen sat up helplessly. As for Luo, well, Ellen still prefers her rebellious nature. Thinking this, Eren glanced at himself and, remembering that Philwyn was also taking a bath, found a change of clothes and went upstairs. The sound of rushing water came from the bathroom. The door was locked, but that didn't stop Eren. Shoo. You. Don't be angry. Velen, are you hungry? Eren brought a bowl of congee to the room where Vera was sleeping. Verain was indeed very tired because she had used up too much energy in escaping the demon yesterday. Of course, the period of unconsciousness before she woke up does not count as rest. After all, the nightmare she had was still haunting her. Pushing open the door, Irene was the first to see the girl tightly hugging the blanket. What catches the eye is an incredibly long, unadorned ankle and a completely empty space at the bottom. Wow, these legs. It seems I'll have to get Philwyn to prepare a set of suspender lace stockings. These legs are such a waste not to wear them. Of course, Philwyn's outfit was similar to Verain's, but she preferred to wear white. If Vera were to wear black. Hiss. Never mind. He and Vera had no direct relationship, so he couldn't possibly make demands of her. Unless he makes Verini his woman. That's even more impossible, of course. Ellen admitted that he had many women. As for Philwyn, needless to say, the aloof and obedient girl who gets completely taken advantage of but won't blame herself. Yes, that's how Philwyn is in Ellen's eyes. So Ilum could only think about it in my heart. When we get back, we'll have Hillier and Morpheus each send an angel and a demon. Yes, angels wear white stockings, and demons wear black stockings. Ahem, it seems I really am a nobleman. That was fucking enjoyable. After placing the porridge on the table beside him, Irene left a note and a heat-preserving spell on it before quietly leaving. After Eren's footsteps faded into the distance, Viren, who had been fast asleep, suddenly opened her deep red pupils. His gaze fell on the spot by the door where Eren had just left. It seems this man named Eren is not bad. At least he didn't have any lustful thoughts. She deliberately placed her thigh on the bed like that to test the person's character. Verain's feelings for Ellen deepened a little. Only, if Ellen really wants to do something, it seems like I can't stop her. With that thought in mind, Violet's gaze fell on the bowl of white porridge that Eren had placed there. Swallowing hard, Wei Lin brought it over and drank it in large gulps. After all, he hadn't eaten anything for a day. Moreover, she didn't eat well while she was in the hands of slave traders. We'd be lucky to have a meal of black bread, let alone the white porridge in front of us. Chapter 173 8th Order Demon. Loxus got up that night. I slept for a whole day. In fact, he could have completely eliminated the effects of the alcohol in his body using his own strength. However, the wines Ellen gave him were all good wines, and he couldn't bear to part with them. He himself rarely gets to drink this wine, let alone the wine that Eren originally selected from the Rainwater Merchant Guild. It would be a waste to use force to counteract the effects of alcohol. Master, you're up? As soon as Loxus stepped out of the room, he saw his apprentice. Oh no. Philwyn probably already knows that he drinks alcohol. His apprentice was good at everything, except he hated the smell of alcohol. He gets scolded every time he drinks. But why did my apprentice decide to wear that blue miniskirt today? My apprentice doesn't usually dress like this. Philwyn usually dresses as simply as possible, preferably in a way that is convenient for combat. Sometimes they would even wear some armor. But today is different. Today, Philwyn was dressed exactly like a normal woman. She wore a short dress with blue patterns on top and silk stockings with lace straps on the bottom. Yes, she's very charming. As expected of her apprentice, she's sure to charm a lot of men. That's just a lucky break for that kid, Eren. Lohis had already accepted Philwyn's feelings for Ellen in his heart. This matter was also mentioned in a letter sent to the head of the Einsenat family. Disciple, when did you sit here? Lohis' eyelids kept twitching for some reason. Not long after, Philwyn began to speak. Then she sighed. Master, it's already evening. Let's go eat first. Also, a guest came to our house. Philwyn did not reprimand Lohis for drinking. After all, if he hadn't been drinking, his master would definitely have known what happened last night and today. She slightly avoided Lohis' gaze, recalling the events of the day. Eren, they never know how to be a little gentler. Lohis was somewhat puzzled. Guest, what happened during the day he slept? Yes, she should be out shopping with Irene right now. Philwyn said somewhat calmly. However, judging from her tightly clenched hands, it seems that this is not what she truly believes. Carroll family territory. Reg held the wine glass in his hand and took a sip of the bright red liquid inside. Aspa, this request is really difficult for me to fulfill. Since the demons are not attacking, I cannot ask His Majesty to send a 7th-tier professional away. If Orlando becomes suspicious of me, it will be a loss for me. Reg looked at the demon before him with utter helplessness. He hadn't expected the orc to escape. Even if it escaped, he could buy another one. But the key point is that Asba said only the soul of this orc could greatly help it. Asba actually asked him to find a way to transfer the sword saint who was living in seclusion in that forest. The power to dispatch a 7th-tier professional is reserved for the Emperor. He could only mention it in Orlando's ear. He didn't even know what reason the sword saint would give for leaving him. And doing so could also expose the presence of demons in one's territory. If the church guys find out, even with the protection of his deceased father, it was of no use. I have a way, I have a way. Asba hovered beside Reg, making Reg inexplicably anxious. Fortunately, he wasn't particularly angry at the moment, and he was still wearing the ring that specifically suppressed the influence of demons. I remember. My friend happens to be lurking in the north. I'm telling you, have Orlando send him over there. Mad ramblings filled the air, and crimson pupils peeked out from within the dark, demonic mist. Your friend? Reg was suddenly startled. Is there another demon lurking in this world? Although it had nothing to do with him, he still spent a lot of effort trying to find the demon Asba. Another demon. I wonder what their strength is. If you can, it's not impossible to trade it again. Seemingly sensing Reg's thoughts, Asba chuckled, instantly dispelling Reg's idea. Let me tell you, he's more like my boss than my friend. Within the demonic mist, Asba looked at Reg as if he were a fool. Its strength is at the 8th rank. Ha ha ha, 8th rank. It wouldn't even look at you. It wouldn't even glance at you. However, tell Orlando that it's a 7th-tier demon. Let him send that sword saint. Let him go. Maniacal laughter echoed around, Asba's voice seductive, carrying the unique madness of a demon. Friend, this is perfect. It can be my gift to you. A 7th-tier professional can be a treasure trove from head to toe. Reg's hand holding the wine glass was trembling slightly. An 8th rank. 8th rank. This is something he could never come into contact with in his lifetime. In the current human realm, the 8th rank is the pinnacle of all rank. Reg trembled, not from anything else, but from the excitement within him. However, he quickly forced himself to calm down. The ring on his finger radiated a divine light, pulling him back to reality. The mental influence of a high-ranking demon is truly terrifying, though of course, his own weakness also plays a role. After regaining his senses, Reg discovered the problem. Why is your superior going undercover? An 8th tier cultivator. Shouldn't they be more than subservient? An 8th tier being lurking in the human realm, that sounds a bit far-fetched. Asba, who had been laughing wildly, instantly turned cold, as if he were looking at an ant. You have no right to know, Reg. That is the plan of a great god. Also, you don't really think there are no 8th order beings in your human realm, do you? The Pope of that church is also at the 8th rank. Asba spoke. The demonic mist appeared before Reg, its scarlet eyes fixed on him. Hee. I've given you the intelligence. You should know what to do. The soul of a detached body. That's something that can help me advance to the 7th rank. It won't give up so easily. As for his boss, a 7th tier being is simply committing suicide. With that in mind, Asba handed Reg a blueprint showing the location of his friend. This has my boss's position marked on it. Tell Orlando. The blueprints slowly floated into Reg's hands. Above is a complete map of the Kingdom of Zephiel. On the northern part of the map, a prominent location is marked on the largest city in the northern part of the Kingdom of Zephiel, as well as the description next to it also detailed how the demon hid itself. Chapter 174 Lohis is leaving. Reg's news spread very quickly. After all, after Vera fled into that forest, she sent people to the capital. At this point, Loxus was still unconscious, suffering from a hangover after being plied with alcohol. You mean, the Carroll family has a demon, and a high-ranking demon at that? Loxus looked at the wolf-eared girl in front of him with a serious expression. This is no small matter, and a high-ranking demon is almost always a demon of the 6th rank or above. How could we possibly let this 3rd-tier orc escape? However, Lohis did not voice his thoughts. By this time, Varain and Ellen had returned, carrying a large bag of things. It was mostly vegetables and daily necessities. After putting his things down, Eren went to where the others were. At this moment, Philwyn was sitting quietly between Varain and Lohis, with a dining table in front of them. Ellen walked past Philwyn and sat down next to her without hesitation. Yes, I'll investigate this matter. Lohis dealt with this strange wolf-eared girl. It wasn't that he didn't trust Vera, but rather that he really needed to think this through carefully. The Carroll family is one of the closer families to the royal family. After all, the former head of the family did too much for the royal family of the Kingdom of Zephiel. Taking direct action against the Carroll family would inevitably provoke the displeasure of the royal family. Moreover, although he is nominally free, if the emperor wants to transfer him, unless it's a matter of principle, one must still obey orders. Because, before becoming a member of the hero squad, Loxus belonged to the royal knights. He's just retired now. Wayland's body trembled slightly, because the person in front of him gave him a very strong sense of threat. This is a talent that orcs are born with. This shows that the person named Loxus is very powerful. It was so powerful that it made her wolf ears tremble and her tail tuck behind her. Thank you, Mr. Lohis. Vera responded. After all, this is someone else's house, and it's not appropriate for me to live here. By the way, you can stay here for now. I doubt you'd find a place to stay even if you went out. Loxus looked at the wolf girl dressed in his apprentice's clothes and said, from her account, it was clear that the girl had nowhere to go. Keeping her around wouldn't be difficult. Look, isn't that kid Eren living here too? Thinking this, Loxus turned his gaze to Eren sitting next to him. The child didn't say anything. I don't know what he was doing. His hands were always under the table, in a place where Lohis cannot see. Iron's hand was being held by Philwyn, their fingers intertwined. But Iron's other hand was scratching Philwyn's palm. A ticklish sensation entered Philwyn's mind. However, on the surface, Philwyn remained expressionless. However, Ellen knew that Philwyn was faking it all. Otherwise, why would she keep trying to pull away the hand that Ellen was scratching her palm? After the conversation, which was similar to a meeting, ended, Losis went out for a while. I went deep into the forest to the lair of the azure flame demon lion. When he returned again, it was the next morning. He held a sharp and handsome knight's sword in his hand. Don't overthink it. He wasn't going to kill the lion, but to retrieve what he had hidden in its den. Roar! A griffin's roar echoed from the sky. The enormous roar shook the morning dew off the blades of grass. Lohis was somewhat stunned. A griffin? Why is there a griffin roaring here? Thinking this, Loxus leaped into the air. A squad of 4 griffin riders came into his view. He didn't recognize the leader, but he could make out the insignia on the squad. This is the emblem of the Royal Knights. Uncle Losis, what's wrong? Having heard the sound earlier, Eren also flew out. As for Filwyn and Verini, they couldn't fly, so they could only watch from below. The griffin's roar was indeed quite loud, so it's normal that it woke up the 2 girls. The royal family has arrived. Loxus didn't turn to look at Eren. Instead, he stared intently at the approaching griffin squad. The royal family doesn't usually send people to him easily. They only send griffin riders when they need him. Because the royal family needs to conceal their 7th-tier professionals, he is required to do some things that require 7th-tier professionals in the open. Just like the crisis that Erst faced last time. Slaw sought help from the royal family, but it was Lohis who came, not anyone else. The royal family? What are they doing sending people here? Eren was also looking into the distance. He knew about the relationship between the royal family and Loxus. He had investigated this matter before he arrived. But why send someone now? What happened somewhere that even a 6th-tier professional couldn't handle? And thinking about what happened yesterday, it's hard for Ellen not to suspect that the Carroll family was behind it. The griffin was perched in front of the gate of Lohis's small courtyard. A tall, muscular knight, his entire body encased in silver-white armor, stepped down. Lord Lohis, I am Chemo, the captain of the Royal Griffin Knights. This is something my superiors asked me to bring to you. As he said this, the young knight named Chemo took out a letter. It was very thick, in Eren's opinion. However, this was not something he cared about. It seems there's something for Loxus to do, so, can I go back now? And you can even take Filwyn back with you? After all, Loxus isn't home. How can Filwyn be left to live alone? Ellen was secretly plotting how to win Filwyn back from Lohis. Upon receiving the letter, Lohis instinctively opened it. After reading through the entire letter, he frowned. The trail of a 7th-tier demon has appeared in the kingdom of Zephyr. Go and investigate it yourself. If true, do not fight. Return and report to the royal family, and they will contact the high-ranking professionals in the church. Furthermore, the church will send a 7th-level professional along with them. This kind of thing, I really can't find anything wrong with it. The reason why 6th-tier professionals are not allowed to conduct the investigation is probably because they are afraid that if they are discovered, the 6th-tier professionals will not be able to escape. This is really troublesome. Lohis didn't consider refusing. He had to do this. As for the matter of the orc violin, he will go to the capital after investigating. The royal family was instructed to send someone to investigate the Carroll family. Chapter 175. Have you forgotten something? His Majesty wishes Lord Loxus to travel to that northern city as soon as possible. After seeing that Lohis had finished reading the letter, Chemo added, Yes, I understand. Please allow me to tell my apprentice. Loxus put the letter in his hand back into his storage ring. Yes, please do so as soon as possible, Lord Loxus. The discovery of demonic traces in the most important city in the north is a very serious matter. That city is called Saramir, and it is the largest city in the entire north. Its purpose is to block the monster tide from the northern mountains. Indeed, in the far north of the kingdom of Zephyr, there is a vast mountain range. It is inhabited by countless magical beasts, most of which are of the ice and water element. Furthermore, the beast tide that attacked the kingdom also originated from this mountain range. Below the mountains lies the ice field closest to the kingdom of Zephyr. Then, behind the ice plains, lies the vast grassland that belongs to the orcs. This grassland was also the site where slaves were captured throughout the kingdom. Therefore, Saramir was not only a stronghold against the monster tide, but also the largest slave trading city in the entire kingdom. It is also the economic lifeline of the entire kingdom. After all, the slave trade was very profitable, and the kingdom also had caravans that exported slaves to other countries. Eren, come here. Loxus called over Eren, who was standing nearby, and put his hand on Eren's shoulder. Shouldn't Uncle Loxus have spoken to Filwyn first? Eren was puzzled. Didn't he say he was going to talk to his apprentice? Why did he pull him over there? Could it be? Well, I'm here to be your son-in-law, and you're treating me like an apprentice. Upon hearing Eren's words, Loxus glanced slightly at Filwyn in the distance. Logically, He should have spoken with Phil Wynn, but since he was going to hand Phil Wynn over to Ellen, he should naturally have spoken with Ellen first. I don't know when I'll be able to return from this trip to Theramir. Investigating the Seventh Order demon is not as easy as I imagined. On the surface, it's just a matter of having someone else conduct the investigation. But the church also sent a 7th-ranking judge. This was clearly telling him to work with the judge to deal with the demon. I expect to be away for a few months this time, so I'll leave Phil Wynn in your care. Lohis said helplessly. After all, only Eren is the strongest here, possessing the level of a 5th-tier mage. This is something that really needs to be handled by Ellen. After all, once he left, the king of this forest probably wouldn't dare to touch this place. However, we cannot rule out the possibility of some monsters that want to court death. Has Uncle Lohis finally decided to give Phil Wynn to me? Ellen blinked and said to Lohis. Bang! Loxus, who had been resting his hand on Eren's shoulder, suddenly raised it and struck Eren on the head. You little rascal. Ouch, that hurts. Eren immediately hid behind him. Actually, Eren could have dodged that attack, but he deliberately let Lohis hit him. From what he just said, it's clear that Lohis truly intends to hand Phil Wynn over to him. What's wrong with letting him have a hand job? After all, he had abducted someone's apprentice whom he had raised as his daughter. Good to know. With that, Loxus approached Phil Wynn and said something to her. Phil Wynn nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze toward Eren's position. Then Ellen saw her wink, which seemed to have no meaning. What do you want to do? All right, I've told you everything I needed to. Lohis called Eren over as well. Let him and Phil Wynn look at him together. I'm leaving now. Lohis seemed to want to add a touch of sentimentality, prompting Ellen and Phil Wynn to make a gesture as if they wanted to keep him. However, this posed no threat to Eren. How many days has he spent with Loxus? Isn't it just making things difficult for Ellen to make him try to persuade her to stay? So Lohis turned his attention to Phil Wynn. Okay, I got it. Let's go. Phil Wynn stood with his arms crossed and said expressionlessly, Is this your attitude? It really hurts my feelings as your master. Go on, it's not the first time. As he spoke, Phil Wynn pushed Lohis toward the door. After watching Loxus leave with the Griffin squad, Phil Wynn turned around and looked at Ellen with an aggressive gaze. Master has left. Phil Wynn came to Eren's side, took his hand, and said, I know, let's go back first. I'll go back and pack my things first, then head back to my own manor. As Loxus mentioned in his earlier conversation, he estimated that he would be away for a month or even several months. Phil Wynn wouldn't know when Urs starts school, so he suggested that if possible, Eren should take her to stay with Insenet for a few days. This was exactly what Ellen wanted. They didn't even need to make up a reason for taking Phil Wynn back. Let's use the excuse that Loxus gave. Eren pulled on Phil Wynn's hand, but he couldn't budge it. Turning to look at the motionless Phil Wynn, Ilum looked at her with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Eren, have you forgotten something? Phil Wynn said calmly, but his eyes were fixed on Ellen's lips. The morning breeze was cool on her skin, and Ellen could clearly see that Phil Wynn was wearing his pajamas from the night before. It was a kind of innocent, youthful beauty. Following Phil Wynn's gaze, Ilum knew what she wanted. Eren reached out and grabbed her wrist, then pulled Phil Wynn into a tight embrace. Good morning kiss. I haven't given it to Phil Wynn yet this morning. No wonder she had that sulking expression. Eren could feel the touch of Phil Wynn's fingers. The first thing you see is Eren's serious eyes. The air, like solidified water droplets, fell continuously during this time. Then Eren put his arm around her. The girl was panting heavily, which was quite noticeable in the morning air. Are you done? Ellen whispered in Phil Wynn's ear. Chapter 176 I want more. Eren crouched down. Honestly, she's already past her prime, but still wants it every day. Saying this, Eren didn't come again, but instead took Phil Wynn back into the house. By the way, where's Waylon? After settling Phil Wynn in, Eren suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten something. Outside the courtyard at this time, Wayleen's face flushed red as she crouched in the corner. One hand covered her burning cheek, while the other was placed somewhere else. They were so intense. Velen murmured. From the moment the Griffin squad landed in the courtyard until Ellen carried Phil Wynn back, Varain remained hidden in a corner, because she knew that there were some things she shouldn't get involved in. But after Lohis left, she witnessed Ellen and Phil Wynn embracing each other. Then I witnessed the whole process. Violet, who had never experienced anything like this before, watched nervously, telling herself that she shouldn't be watching. Although she knew how reproduction happened, people like Eren. How would she know? In her eyes, isn't reproduction just a very simple give and take? Why are they kissing? Can kissing really make someone this tired? Miss Philwyn seems to be enjoying herself. Besides, sure enough, this guy named Eren only knows how to bully Miss Philwyn. But then she remembered that their relationship seemed to be like that, and Vera shook off the confusion in her mind. He got up and walked towards the house. Miss Whalen, you're back? Where were you just now? Looking at Vera walking in from outside, Ellen asked with a smile. He had just been wondering where the wolf girl had gone. Given her orc identity, he hoped she wouldn't wander off. If he gets caught, Eren should be able to be rescued, but the key is to know where she is. Therefore, it's best for Whalen not to wander off. Of course, it would be fine if she were with him or Philwyn. This would mean that she is taken. With that in mind, Irene tidied the table and put the breakfast on it. I was just outside the yard. Vera's gaze shifted slightly toward Irene's lips. However, he was quickly drawn to the food on the table. Honestly, the food at Lohis' house was amazing. It was much better than what I ate when I was imprisoned as a slave. For example, today's breakfast was a typical wheat bread with roast beef and a glass of milk. Although it was simple, it did pique her interest. Isn't Miss Philwyn coming with us? Seeing that the cold, lifeless figure was not on the table, Wei Lin expressed her doubts. She has already eaten. While saying this, Eren was thinking about what had just happened in the room. Cough, cough. It's perfectly normal to have breakfast in your room, right? Oh. Wei Lin replied calmly. Oh, I've already eaten. Picking up a piece of roast beef with a fork, Ellen turned her gaze back to Varain. By the way, Varen, Philwyn and I are leaving here tomorrow for the territory of Incenate. Would you like to come along? Actually, living here is not bad, but the quality of life is never as good as at home. After all, there were no maids to take care of things here, so Ellen and Philwyn had to do everything themselves. So it's more comfortable to stay at home. Not to mention, Hillier is still at home. He hasn't seen her for almost 3 or 4 days. Eren remembered that he hadn't told her he would be gone for so long when he left. I wonder if she cried out of anxiety. As for Mo Luo, Ellen was waiting to see them perform as angels and demons. You're leaving? Wei Lin looked somewhat shocked, and the little thing in front of her moved up and down slightly. Irene's eyelids twitched as she looked at it. As expected, Philwyn's was not as magnificent as Varain's. However, Philwyn's was something you could see and touch, while Varain's, you can only look at it, you can't eat it. And you can't look at it for too long, otherwise it will be very awkward. Well, Uncle Loxus is gone, so there's no need for him to stay here. The reason I stayed here was to let the Sword Saint train me. Now that Loxus is gone, I might as well go back. Then I found Vega to train with. Although Vega is not as strong as the Sword Saint, he is still a 6th-tier swordsman. No matter what, they can still teach him in Philwyn. Can I come with you? This is the question that Vera really wants to ask. She knew how dangerous it was for a free orc in the kingdom of Zephyr, so she was somewhat shocked when Ellen asked her if she wanted to come along. After all, I'm just a stranger who was rescued, and it's not worth going to so much trouble to help. And she hadn't yet repaid Eren for saving her. Although Varain maintained a normal distance from Ellen, she always knew in her heart that Ellen had saved her. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. Yes, of course, but Ellen had a wicked idea in her mind. You must go there as Philwyn's maid. This request is actually reasonable. Given the social structure of the kingdom of Zephyr, it was impossible for Eren to simply take Violin, an orc, back with him. This would not only be ridiculed by other nobles, but might even be met with contempt. For example, look, the young master of the Einsenat family actually brought an orc back with him. I heard that orc is not a slave. Not a slave? How could someone bring back something so filthy if they weren't a slave? That kind of thing. Therefore, Ellen must give Violin an identity, but it cannot be an identity equivalent to that of a citizen of the kingdom. However, these are all things to be discussed later. Making Verini a maid for Philwyn was actually a way to deal with her mother. It's not like I can just go out and bring back Philwyn, not to mention an orc. Nalikati didn't tear herself apart. And Eren felt that her mother must know about Hillier and Moro's relationship with her. This kind of thing, She didn't say anything, and Ellen won't bring it up either. The nobility allowed polygamy, so this matter will likely remain unresolved in the end. Miss Filwin's maid. Vera was a little confused. Shouldn't she be your maid? That's how you satisfy a man's possessiveness, right? Yes, it's Filwin's. Chapter 177, Don't do this again next time. I see. Vera quickly accepted the new identity Ellen told her about. Having been through so much, they've long been able to adapt to new environments quickly. Does Miss Filwin know about this? Vera picked up another piece of roast beef with her fork and took a big bite. She doesn't know yet. After all, this was something Ellen had just thought of, and she hadn't had a chance to tell Filwin yet. Filwin should be taking a bath now, Ellen remembers. Tap, tap. Footsteps came from upstairs. Then Filwin, dressed in a white yukata and drying his hair with a towel, appeared in their field of vision. Filwin saw Ellen sitting there, pouted, and walked towards her. Then she sat down right next to him. Help me dry my hair. Filwin's voice came through. Ellen was taken aback when she saw Filwin, who was soaking wet, and then took the towel from her hand and helped her dry off. With his hands freed, Filwin picked up the breakfast that Eren had half eaten and began to eat it slowly. Waylin looked on with some surprise. Didn't they say Miss Filwin ate it? What now? Perhaps Miss Filwin is hungry again. Thinking this through, Waylin didn't ask. He just kept his head down and ate his breakfast. Can I use magic to help dry it? Eren gently stroked Filwin's silver hair and whispered in her ear. However, Filwin shook his head. No, I want you to do it. Filwin continued eating what Ellen had left. Ellen wiped it for me with her hands. The girl was expressionless, like a puppet. A soft, sweet cry escaped from Filwin's red lips. Eren made a knife gesture with his hand and chopped Filwin on the head. Ugh, what are you doing? Filwin turned her head sharply, revealing a slightly fierce expression. How could you hit her on the head? Hiss. What do you do when there's a cute contrast? Ellen resisted the urge to reach out and stroke Filwin's face, and continued wiping her wet hair. Waylin buried her head in her food, not daring to look up at all. Nothing much. I just wanted to give it a try. Eren gently touched Filwin's jade-like ear and removed the hair stuck to it. The moment Eren touched Filwin's ear, Eren could clearly feel her tremble slightly. Looks like I haven't gotten used to it yet. Unlike Hillier's sweet taste, Filwin's has a light jasmine fragrance. After trembling for a moment, Filwin quickly recovered and spoke in a slightly angry tone. How could you bite someone's ear? That Ellen is really something. Snort. Hiss. Stop, stop. Filwin's words did not stop Eren. Ellen caught a glimpse of Filwin's flushed cheeks out of the corner of her eye, and a mischievous urge suddenly arose in her heart. Since they were already in a relationship, Ellen became even bolder. What are you doing? Filwin's face was flushed with embarrassment, and his voice was somewhat weak. There are outsiders watching. Violen's body twitched when she was suddenly brought up. By this time, her face was also completely red. Is it even possible to play like this? Vera felt so embarrassed that she wanted to go back, but looking at the roast beef on the table, she swallowed hard. But, forget it. Never mind. I'll just focus on eating. Let them eat theirs, and I'll eat mine. Then she heard Filwin's words. No, don't worry about me. You guys continue. People always seem very busy when they're in an awkward situation. Vera turned around in a panic, white smoke rising from her head. He was still holding a fork in his hand. When Ellen saw that Vera was so sensible, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. He released his grip on Filwin's pink ear and whispered something close to her face. There are no outsiders now. Filwin's eyes widened in shock, but before she could reply, Eren was right in front of her, his face just centimeters away. Then I'll start eating. Stop. Eren, I just took a shower. This time, Filwin's face was no longer icy cold. Instead, a hint of panic appeared. She just took a shower and doesn't want to get dirty. It's okay. I won't do anything. I just want to try you. As he said this, Eren buried his face in the girl's delicate collarbone. You. Filwin felt a damp, cool sensation on his neck, along with a warm, clinging feeling. Time slowly passed by. Ellen didn't put her down until she had left several red marks on Filwin's neck. Are you happy now? Humph. Filwin's face still had a slight blush, but it quickly returned to its previous state. Did you have a full breakfast? Eren asked the girl. No. Philwyn turned his head away, refusing to look at him. He picked up Irene's cutlery without a second thought. Although she likes this feeling, she feels most comfortable when she does it voluntarily. Don't be angry, come on, eat some meat. Ellen picked up a fork, speared a piece of beef, and handed it to Philwyn. Just as Philwyn was about to bite, Ellen pulled it back. Philwyn's eyes were filled with questions. Aren't you supposed to feed yourself? Why did you take it back? Then she looked at Irene with a sharp gaze. Then she saw Ellen put the beef from her fork into her mouth. Weren't you going to feed me? Philwyn puffed out his cheeks and asked somewhat angrily. Little did she know what Ellen was thinking. Philwyn. After Ilum released her, he touched her head with his hand. Okay, all done. Ouch. Ouch. Why are you pinching me, Philwyn? The pain immediately entered Irene's mind. Philwyn released his right hand from the cutlery and then put his other hand on Ilum's waist. Don't do that again next time, Philwyn said in a slightly icy tone. Then they continued eating breakfast. Help me dry my hair, Philwyn said calmly. By this time, Vera had finished eating and was preparing to leave carefully. Seriously, I've been fed a whole bunch of PDA. And she happens to be a wolf-type beast man. Never mind. Just as she was about to leave, Ellen spoke up. By the way, Philwyn, Vereen wants to be your maid. Chapter 178, I won't make things difficult for you. Philwyn, with breakfast in his mouth, turned to look at Irene. Then she turned her gaze to Waylin, who was directly opposite her. At that moment, Waylin's two fluffy ears perked up instantly, just like a wary wolf on the grassland. He came out with a touch of heroic spirit. And then there was her impressive chest, which made Philwyn frown slightly. However, Philwyn still asked his own question. Why? Seeing Philwyn's furrowed brow, Ellen knew something was wrong. Philwyn seems to be reluctant to have a maid. However, Ellen wouldn't force Philwyn to accept it. Instead, she wiped her long, silvery hair as she explained her thoughts. Philwyn's gaze never left Vereen. He nodded after hearing Irene's explanation. Earlier, during her breakfast meal, Ellen had told her that she had to go back. So I wasn't too surprised by this. However, she genuinely didn't know that Vera was going to be her maid. Yes, that's fine. Philwyn began to speak. This wasn't a big deal in itself. The only thing that puzzled her was why Irene didn't take Violen as his maid. But she won't ask. This is not something you should ask in this kind of situation. She'll have plenty of time tonight. With that thought in mind, Philwyn reached out his hand to Vereen. Hello. I'm sorry to ask you to go to Eisnat as my maid, but it's really the only way now. Philwyn's face remained expressionless, but she was actually friendly. After all, she only showed emotional fluctuations to Ellen. For most people, this is her most common way of treating others. Vera looked at Philwyn's outstretched hand and hesitated. Another handshake? She recalled the first time she met Irene and the time she shook hands with him. In my own hands. It doesn't feel comfortable to the touch. After all, as an orc living on the grasslands, this phenomenon is bound to occur. So she hesitated. However, just as she was not responding, a similarly rough touch came from her. Philwyn grabbed Vereen's hand directly. Vera looked sharply at Philwyn. I won't make things difficult for you. Philwyn's cold face revealed no emotion. However, this made Vera's heart skip a beat. Okay, Master. Waylin spoke haltingly, her eyes darting around. She has never uttered those two words, even if the other person is a woman. But naturally, it made her feel ashamed. However, this was something she had to say. In the kingdom of Zephyr, slaves were not allowed to call their masters by their names. Of course, if the owner allows it, you don't have to call it that. That's why Waylin said that. Before she and Philwyn became master and servant, Vereen could certainly call her by her name. But now they have become master and servant, even though there are only the three of them now. It wouldn't be good if Philwyn asked Vera to call him that. Philwyn was visibly taken aback when he heard how Verini addressed her. A rare smile appeared on his face. Just call me Philwyn. There is no slave contract between us, so you don't need to be so reserved. Philwyn released his hand and said. In her eyes, Vera was not her maid. They only had to keep Violet by their side as a maid for a small reason. She and he are equals. But, Vera looked up. No buts. Philwyn refused. All right, go back to your work. Ellen had already dried Philwyn's long silver hair. Philwyn, go and tell Vera what the maid is supposed to do. Go and teach her a lesson, Eren said slowly. After all, we're heading to the territory of Einsenat tomorrow, so we can't afford to reveal any flaws. After hearing what Ellen said, Philwyn stared blankly at Ellen. But I don't know what a maid is supposed to do. The girl's voice was clear and full of doubt. She had never had a maid, so how would she know about the rules and regulations for maids? Eren's expression froze. All right. It seems I'll have to tell Waylon some details myself later. Then Philwyn, you go pack your things first, we'll go back tomorrow. Velen went to help too. Velen. Eren called her name again. It wasn't until her gaze fell upon her that Vera came to her senses. Oh, I'm here. What are you thinking about? Eren asked. In nothing. Vera looked away from Philwyn and said hastily. Oh well. Oh, right. Remember to wear a maid outfit tomorrow. Ellen reminded him. However, the next second, he realized that Philwyn's family didn't seem to have any maid outfits. There were no maids in the Lohis household, and Philwyn wouldn't wear such clothes. So naturally, there were no maids wearing any clothes. Eren sighed, rubbing his forehead. He also has maid outfits in his storage ring, and several of them with different styles. But this is what Eren prepared for Hillier. With Vera's stunning figure. Won't wearing them just ruin them? He was still imagining how Hillier would look in it. Velen, after we get to the nearest city tomorrow, I'll pick out a few maid outfits for you. That's what Illusion said. Money is not a problem. Velen said. Then a slender arm grabbed her. Let's go, Verain, help me pack my things. Philwyn appeared behind her and pulled her upstairs. Oh yes, master. Velen said very seriously. Don't call me master. Philwyn stopped and looked at her intently. She wasn't used to people calling her that. It's awkward. I also dislike it. I see. Verain immediately sensed Philwyn's seriousness and nodded in response. Okay, let's go. Eren watched the two women go upstairs, shook his head, and started clearing away the dishes. I'm going back tomorrow. I wonder if little Hillier misses me. I really want to hug her. Forest perimeter. Asba, his entire body shrouded in black, demonic mist, appeared here. They're gone. They're gone. Asba carefully used his magic to probe the entire forest, and upon discovering that the aura of the 7th rank was gone, he laughed maniacally. The body stripped bare. Ha! A body stripped bare. How could Asba possibly give up that opportunity to become a 7th-tier being? Thinking this, the shadowy figure quickly shrank and flew towards where Eren and the others were. At the same time, deep in the forest, a pair of huge, deep blue pupils suddenly opened. Chapter 179. After I finished packing, it was already afternoon. Lunch was prepared by Philwyn. Philwyn is a very good cook. After all, he has been cooking for himself since he was a child. After all these years, even if I didn't know how, I would have. Want to practice swordsmanship? Because we've already packed everything, but it's getting late. So, bored, Ellen found a chair and sat down outside in the yard. At that moment, Philwyn came over and asked him if he wanted to practice swordsmanship. Practicing swordsmanship? Eren immediately thought of the sword practice he had done with Philwyn a couple of days ago. Every time I practice, I get halfway through, and then, cough cough. Will it be the same this time? Thinking this, Eren's gaze shifted to Philwyn's exquisite face. This time it's a proper sword practice. Philwyn seemed to notice that Ellen was staring at his lips and knew what Ellen was thinking. Her face had a slight blush, but it quickly returned to normal. Oh, Eren responded. Since that's the case, let's play a match with Philwyn. Then, a cast iron sword was thrown from Philwyn and caught by Eren. They then arrived at the training ground. A battle they hadn't fought in a long time had begun. Philwyn, your swordsmanship is a bit rusty. Eren could sense her every movement and noticed the problem. Philwyn's attack was somewhat out of place. It's like a small problem has occurred on one side of the body, or the whole body. Philwyn rolled his eyes at him and said nothing. Instead, it accelerated its attack speed. Doesn't Ellen know why her movements are so uncoordinated? She's still not better after what happened a few days ago. My thighs and lower abdomen are still a bit sore. Seriously, I clearly told them to be gentle. And with such force. Snort. Philwyn tightened his grip on the sword. Why do you seem a little angry? Illumin thought to himself. After he uttered those words, Philwyn's sword became faster. And the force was also a bit stronger. Fortunately, Eren was able to accept it. Just as Ellen and Philwyn were locked in a fierce battle, an ominous aura, one that made Ellen feel nauseous, suddenly appeared nearby. Instinctively, Eren stopped wielding his sword. What's wrong? At this moment, Philwyn also noticed Eren's movements and stopped as well. He approached Eren and asked, Philippines, you need to leave now. Eren stepped forward, grabbed Philwyn's hand, and pushed her toward the village. Because Lohis' house was located near the inner edge of the forest. Moreover, Ellen could sense that the malice was coming from behind her house. Why? What happened? Philwyn was still a little confused and grabbed Ellen's wrist to ask. There's danger. I guess so. Go and evacuate everyone in the village. I can feel that aura is very strong. Eren quickly explained the situation to the girl and then ran towards the house. Philwyn, remember to tell the villagers to leave. With that, Eren ran toward the forest behind the house. Oh right. Where's Vera? Ellen remembered. She should be inside the house now. But he quickly used his perception magic to detect whether there was any trace of Viren in the room. However, Eren did not sense the wolf woman aura of Varen. Varen is gone. Wrong. There is a breath, but it came from inside the forest. Oh no. With that thought in mind, Eren immediately created a teleportation spell beside him, preparing to walk towards the lingering scent of Viren in the air. However, when Ellen was halfway through constructing the magic circle, a resistance blocked its completion. This space has been reinforced. My teleportation magic is no longer usable. Eren remembers that the village's layout wasn't reinforced by Lohis. How? With that thought in mind, Eren had no time to hesitate and quickly ran towards Varen's direction. Not far from here, Violin hurriedly ran towards the village. Behind her, a cloud of pitch-black demonic mist was rising. Within the demonic mist, a pair of scarlet eyes watched the girl running before it with a mocking gaze. Run away? Haha, try running away then. Where can you run to this time, my detached body? Asba remained hidden in the demonic mist, following at almost the same speed as Viren. Enjoying the resistance from the prey is also something that excites the demon. This act of chasing and then immediately eating the prey is simply a hunter's perverse pleasure. Soon, Vera looked toward the village not far away. Survive. If I escape to the village, will I survive? Will they survive? In an instant, it dawned on Violet that it seemed no one in the entire village could stop this demon. Eren won't do, and neither will Master Philwyn. Loxus, the old man is gone, and it seems there's no one left. I can't be a burden to the people there. This demon is coming towards me. It's targeting me. Vera's pace began to slow. She was supposed to stay inside the house, but for some reason, an inexplicable attraction drew her out of the village. She didn't come to her senses until she was almost in front of Asba. Upon realizing it was the demon that wanted to eat her, Vera panicked and tried to run away. That's what led to what just happened. Vera stopped completely in her tracks. She cannot implicate Ellen, nor can she implicate Philwyn. They are all very good people. So, Vera turned around and faced the indistinct cloud of magical mist before her. Not running anymore? Hee hee. Asba looked at the wolf-eared girl who had stopped in front of him and made an unpleasant sound. Stop and you'll die? Ha. Do you want to die? Asba's entire magical mist enveloped Viren. The girl didn't speak, but instead bit her lower lip tightly. Yeah, you've already given up on yourself so quickly. Hee hee. Then become a part of me. Asba, shrouded in black mist, stared intently at Varen. In an instant, he opened his gaping maw and lunged at Varen. The wolf-eared girl, Viren, closed her eyes in despair. She knew that the demon before her possessed immense power. Her resistance was futile. It will only add to the suffering. Therefore, not resisting is the truly optimal solution. She only hoped that after the demon ate her, it wouldn't harm the people in the village. And Eren and Philwyn, the masters. Honestly, he didn't even tell me he was going out. Just as Waylin closed her deep red eyes resignedly, a clear, somewhat helpless male voice rang in her ears. The sound stirred something within her. Is it I, Eren? In an instant, a pair of arms wrapped around her waist and flung her to the side. Chapter 180 finally successful. Boom. A figure swept past beneath Asba's massive black mist, and in an instant, Viren, who had been in despair, vanished. Eren held Vera in his arms, standing on the branch of a giant tree. Thankfully, we made it in time. Otherwise, Viren, that wolf-eared girl, would be dead. Eren turned his gaze to the wolf girl in his arms. At this moment, Verini had opened her eyes and was staring at Eren. Can you put me down now? Vera blinked her deep red eyes and spoke to Irene. Although it was comfortable to be held, Vilen knew she couldn't do that. Eren put her down and turned his gaze to the demonic mist not far away. The feel of Vera's waist just now. Very fine. It's comparable to Filwin's. However, Eren had no interest in experiencing the sensation, and instead stared intently at the object before him. Raging Demon, Asba. Race, Demon. Rank 6, Beginner Rank 6, Advanced. Belongs to Wrath. Status, Soul damaged / sub-healthy / injured. Emotion, Anger. Psychological state, Hostile. Evaluation, a pawn sent down by the primordial demons, an insignificant nobody among the beings of the upper realm. Eren's heart skipped a beat. A demon? This must be the demon that Verilyn told him about. Damaged soul? And the pieces left behind by the primordial demon? A pawn left behind by an evil god. The original demons were all gods, and naturally, they were also recognized by humans. Therefore, it is also known as an evil god. Humans. Asba's gaze instantly shifted to Eren. Just when he was about to enjoy the peeled body, a little thing came and ruined his mood. An unnamed flame ignited, and Asba swiftly flew towards Eren. 6th rank, so annoying. The moment Asba arrived, Eren picked up Varain again and ran off in another direction. Startled by the sudden embrace, Wei Lin let out a soft moan. Bang! The moment Eren left, the spot where they had been standing was instantly blasted apart. Eren quickened his pace. Carrying a girl who is as heavy as 2 mountains on your back is really heavy. And Eren wasn't sure he could shake off the demon behind him. The teleportation distance of spatial magic in front of them is very short, and the demon called Asba behind them can catch up quickly. If I reach the 6th level, I can break through this reinforced space. If Ellen had wanted to leave then, the demon behind her certainly wouldn't have been able to stop her. However, Eren's current rank is only 5th. As expected, the strength was still insufficient. I still need to improve my own abilities. At the very least, one must have the strength to escape unscathed from such an enemy. In Eren's eyes, that meant he had to reach the 7th rank. Only those at the 7th rank possess the ability to walk freely in the human realm. With that thought in mind, Eren flew towards the village with Varen in his arms. Watching the dark figure recede into the distance behind her, Violet looked at the boy who was holding her with a complicated expression, filled with doubt and confusion. Eren, why did you come to save me? Why so many questions? Eren replied to her. As for why, it's probably because he promised Waylon he would take her back, and he felt he should take her back. Besides, I've already saved her. If she dies again, wouldn't all my efforts have been in vain? It would have been better if I hadn't run away in the first place. Honestly, why ask such a simple question? I'll leave you in Twilight Village. Go find Filwyn. I'll go see if I can stop that demon. Eren gave a brief explanation of the arrangements. I definitely need to get Filwyn out of here, and judging from the eye of God, that demon's soul is damaged, and it absolutely needs a new one. Then I need to hold off this demon. We'll evacuate as many as we can. Thinking this, Eren put the girl he was holding down. Did you remember? Ellen asked in her furry ear. Wayleen's 2 gray-white ears suddenly stood up. Then Ellen saw the incredulous look in Vera's eyes, which then disappeared. That demon is very powerful. Are you really going? Vera was a little worried. After all, Ellen was her savior, and she was the one who caused this accident. He shouldn't have to deal with it. Otherwise, I would have received too much kindness from him. So many. I might not be able to pay it back. Go back, okay? I'll be fine. Ellen pinched her fluffy ears and said this. I finally got a chance to touch Vera's ears. He'd been craving it for ages. Violen's body trembled slightly when her animal ears were suddenly pinched. However, she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that it was Eren. Since it's Eren who wants to touch it, then let him touch it. I won't lose anything. What's more, Ellen's technique for touching her was very good. Aside from initially startling her, Vera actually found it somewhat enjoyable. Seeing that Vera's eyes were almost closed, Irene let go of her hand. All right, Vera, you should go back now. Before she could react, Irene immediately conjured a teleportation spell towards Asba beside her. It then disappeared. Violet stared blankly at the vanished Ilum, biting her lower lip, her red eyes filled with complex emotions. Without much thought, Waylin ran towards the village. The speeding black mist stopped instantly. A pair of deep red pupils looked upwards. Hee, you've stopped? You're not running anymore. Directly in front of Asba, Irene looked at it calmly. Asba's eyes narrowed. It discovered that the detached entity it had sensed was no longer in front of it. It then lost interest in the person in front of it. He said with a slight hint of disappointment, "Not here." Then he spoke with some excitement. "However, I suppose your soul is delicious too." The sound was very harsh. Irene disliked the sound, and it exudes a strong demonic aura. Call out. A rapid surge of magical energy instantly swept towards Irene. Irene reacted quickly and dodged it. "Velen, where have you been?" Philwyn looked at Varaine, who was returning from the forest entrance, and asked with some confusion. "She's been looking for her. However, after searching many places, I still couldn't find it." Vera stopped and grabbed Philwyn's wrist. Philwyn frowned at the sight of the magnificent waves emanating from her chest. Philwyn looked back at his position. "Okay, it certainly doesn't have the same voluptuousness as Viline." "What happened?" Philwyn asked the panting girl. From the time Ellen asked her to evacuate the villagers until now, Philwyn has still not figured out what happened. Vera looked at Philwyn, who had asked her the question, and found it difficult to answer. The devil was brought upon himself. This kind of thing. Will she be disliked? Chapter 181. What the heck is this? Velen. Seeing that Varaine had not responded for a long time, Philwyn called her name again. However, this time her voice was more serious. There was an unquestionable quality in his tone. "Tell me what will happen." Philwyn stared intently into Varaine's red pupils. Vera looked at Philwyn in the same way, and finally told Philwyn what had happened. After all, she couldn't keep this a secret, because the girl in front of him was Irene's lover. Therefore, I have to tell her. Philwyn paused for a moment after hearing what Varaine said. He then grabbed her hand and ran wildly out of the village. The direction was exactly the opposite of the direction from which Vera came. "We need to get out of here quickly," Philwyn said to Varaine. "What about Irene?" Philwyn paused for a moment. He then looked at Waylin and said, "You don't understand him. He can come back." Vivian's heart skipped a beat. "Do I not understand him? Oh right, I've only spent a few days with him. They're gone." Philwyn took her hand and quickly moved away with her. "You were only at the 5th rank, but to have achieved this much, you are already very impressive." Looking at the wounded Irene, Asba's crimson eyes revealed a mixture of admiration and jealousy. A 5th-tier professional at such a young age? Then, let's eat it. In an instant, Asba flew toward Irene, whose body was soaked in blood, and a huge magical mist formed a maw big enough to swallow Irene whole. However, the next second, Asba quickly withdrew his figure. He retreated nearly 100 meters. Immediately after that, an emotionless voice came from beside my ear. Silence and obliteration. The space was as quiet as if it had been paused. In an instant, a huge sphere appeared in the spot where Asba had been standing. Then it appeared with a diameter of nearly 5 meters. It disappeared completely, along with the entire ground. Asba, standing some distance away, was sweating profusely. It sensed a strong threat from this magic. If I were hit by that attack, I would definitely die. Irene looked at Asba in the distance with some disappointment in his eyes. "Missed. It seems I have no choice but to run away this time. I can't use that 5th-tier spell that I just created very often." Moreover, he had already suffered quite a few injuries. Although it's just a superficial injury, healing it with magic will still consume a lot of magic power. Furthermore, since Asba is a demon, its attacks are inherently corrupted by demonic influence. Therefore, if Irene wants to be healed, he must use more magic. With this thought in mind, and looking at Asba, who was a few hundred meters away from him, Irene constructed a spatial magic circle behind him. Although the teleportation distance is not far, it can prevent the opponent from knowing the direction you are heading. It seems the Carroll family really needs to be investigated. If what Varane said is true, then this demon must have some extremely deep connection with the Carroll family. The thought that a Marquis would collude with demons left Ellen speechless. After all, the Carroll family was favored by the Emperor. They even colluded with demons. What's he after? Isn't Two's life long enough? You should know that the Church of Light hates demons very much. If they are discovered, even the Emperor cannot protect them. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Ellen felt that she had shaken off that demon. However, just as Ellen was about to catch her breath, a frenzied voice rang out from behind him. Kid, where do you think you're going? Do you think you can escape? After I catch you, I will go and imprison that detached body. Let me tell you something you don't know. To truly obtain a separated body, the soul needs to break the connection between the soul and the body with external force. And the easiest way is to have intercourse with him. So, I'll make you watch that orc be humiliated. The sound was very harsh. Eren stared blankly at the dark figure before him. In fact, sexual intercourse alone will not separate the soul and body of the separated body. Presumably, this demon's purpose was to use magic to seize the soul during that process. Secondly, it's to stimulate oneself. Hiss. Does this demon in front of me think it can provoke me with such a low-level tactic? Eren looked at Asba speechlessly. Then he saw something strange, absurd, and terrifying. A large, muscular foot with deep red skin emerged from the demonic mist. Approaching, it was a body that looked like a ball of flesh. Hiss. It has no head. Its eyes and mouth are on that lump of flesh. Good heavens. What is this thing? Raging demon. Asba main form. Eren's Eye of God gave a hint. Ontology. Is this the real form of this demon? This was the first time Ellen had ever seen a demon. The last time she had seen one was only when Costa had transformed into a demon. But no matter how bad Costa is, he's not as ugly as this lump in front of him. It makes your sanity drop drastically. That's terrifying. Fortunately, Ellen had a strong mentality and could tolerate the constantly wriggling tumor on that fleshy ball. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary person, they would be scared to death in no time. Above the two deep red thighs, a fleshy mass that made up 80% of the body split open from the middle. A large, foul-smelling mouth, filled with sharp teeth, opened. Are you scared? The fleshy ball spewed out disgusting liquid, and above its large mouth were countless normal-sized eyes. All eyes turned to Eren. SAN value 1. Wow. Are you a demon or Cthulhu? Humans. Boom. A lightning ball nearly 1 meter in diameter shot straight from Eren's direction toward Asba's position. It smashed a huge crater with a radius of 5 meters directly into the ground. So talkative and so disgusting. Eren muttered a complaint about the giant crater in front of him, then quickly prepared to escape. The main body has already been revealed. If we don't run away now, we'll really have to send it. Run away? Where can you run to? Asba, having revealed his true form, seemed to have become much stronger, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Eren. The gigantic maw, like an abyss, lunged at Eren. As Ellen turned around, in that instant, he seemed to see countless vengeful spirits flying out of Asba's gaping maw. Wow! Just as Eren was startled, a shadow slowly rose from behind him. Its enormous size completely obscured both Eren and Asba, whose true form had been revealed. The blue flames, like willow catkins carried by the wind, adhered to and burned everywhere. Roar! A lion's roar came from behind Eren, the huge sound wave making Eren's clothes flutter loudly. You dare to touch his people? A familiar voice from Eren came from behind. Chapter 182, Don't do such dangerous things again. A nearly 10-meter-long azure flame lion slowly rose from behind Eren. Its enormous pupils stared at Asba, who was only 2 meters tall. Azure Flame Demon Lion. Asba also gazed at the tall figure before him. The Azure Flame Demon Lion, the king of beasts in this forest. It had already investigated this beforehand. According to its plan, the lion was not supposed to interfere with its actions. Monsters all hate humans. A demon? Interesting. The Azure Flame Demon Lion gazed at the creature with 6th-tier strength and slowly revealed its identity. This forest does not welcome you, you demon. Leave this forest. The azure flame lion spoke in human language, its majestic lion body completely obscuring Eren. Eren, hiding below. So I actually have a powerful backer. Could the he that the azure flame demon lion mentioned be Uncle Loxus? Are they that close? With that thought in mind, Eren used a spatial teleportation spell to leave, while the azure flame lion and Asba were locked in a standoff. Asba stared at the vanished Eren, his eyes glaring angrily at the azure flame demon lion. Lion, are you sure you want to stop me? Although Eren was not its target, Asba was furious to see it escape. Demons are emotional beings, representing the 7 original sins of all living beings. So Asba is very angry now. When anger outweighs reason, the devil goes berserk. Stop you. I told you, this forest doesn't welcome you. Go back to where you are. The azure flame demon lion responded with domineering force, its roar echoing throughout the entire forest. So there's no room for negotiation? Asba stared intently at the azure flame demon lion, speaking in a cold tone. This lion is trying to stop me, trying to prevent me from advancing to the 7th rank. Although his target was still that orc. But if you don't get past this lion, you won't be able to get what you want. Asba's eyes were filled with madness, and in an instant, an attack swiftly shot towards the azure flame demon lion. Bang! The attack landed, but the massive lion's body dodged it as well. Lion, I absolutely must get that thing. The outskirts of the village. The space rippled. Eren, with his hand on his shoulder, slowly walked out of the suddenly appearing spatial magic circle. He didn't choose to heal his injuries with magic, since his magic reserves were running low. The injuries were only minor and wouldn't significantly affect their mobility. It looks like Filwyn has already withdrawn. But, looking at the village where villagers still remained, Eren shook his head slightly. Respect the fate of others. With that in mind, Eren found Filwyn and Varini outside the village. There were also many villagers present. How is the situation? Eren asked Filwyn. Ellen asked. He meant to ask how the evacuation of the surrounding villagers was going. After all, Eren didn't know if the azure flame lion could stop that demon. If we can't stop them, everyone in Twilight Village will die. If they are stopped, they can continue to live here. After all, the demon's target was Varine, and Ellen would be taking her back with her. At that time, if that demon named Asba dares to come, just have old Dang turn it into braised meatballs. Damn, that huge lump of flesh really made Ellen's heart skip a beat. Filwyn did not answer Ellen's question, but instead frowned. Her gaze remained fixed on the wounds on his body. So much blood. My heart aches for you. Lower your head. Those villages, Just as Ellen was about to say something more, Filwyn said something softly. Irene did as instructed, and immediately, a soft sensation washed over her. Eren could easily smell the fragrance on Filwyn. Yes, it's her natural scent. It also has a hint of jasmine scent. I don't know what Filwyn used for his bath, but the jasmine scent lingered for a long time. Filwyn wrapped his arms around Eren's head, ignoring the bloodstains on his body, and pulled him into his embrace. Yes, her face was being held in someone's arms. Eren was a little confused, but then she realized what was happening and gently poked her head out of Filwyn's arms and rested it on her shoulder. At the same time, he reached out and put his arm around Filwyn's waist. Eren, don't do such dangerous things next time. Filwyn placed his hand on Eren's head, a rare tenderness appearing on his face. Eren was stunned for a moment. He quickly realized what was happening. He whispered in the girl's ear. Okay, I understand. The heat traveled from Eren's direction to Filwyn's earlobe, causing the girl's ear to twitch slightly. It became famous overnight. Vera stood not far away, silent. Their gazes may have held envy, or they may have held jealousy. It's very complicated. It was impossible for her to fall in love with Eren so easily, but it was Filwyn who stepped forward and hugged him. She also wanted to go over and check on Ellen's condition. After all, he was the one who saved her. And it happened twice. But, looking at the blood-covered boy and the two people hugging each other, Vera remained silent in the end. Instead, they waited quietly. Perhaps, I can never repay the kindness of this man named Ellen Insenate. Wei Wei closed her red eyes slightly, and Wei Lin waited for their embrace to end. Are you alright? Just as she closed her eyes and fell silent, A very familiar voice rang in her ears. Vera opened her eyes abruptly, and the first thing she saw was Eren smiling. Meanwhile, Philwyn was bandaging the wound on his arm. It wasn't that Ellen didn't want to use magic to repair it, but rather that she needed to reserve her magic for emergencies. Otherwise, if danger arises and you don't have enough magic power, it will be terrible. Vera looked at Ellen, and a glimmer of brightness returned to her eyes. Okay, thank you. After looking at the wolf-eared girl in front of him and finding nothing wrong, Eren walked into the crowd. Eren, don't move. Philwyn's voice came from the side. Eren. Philwyn, I'll go talk to the village chief for a bit first, and then he can bandage me on our way back, okay? Eren pinched her cold face with his hand. I really don't want to disturb Philwyn's work right now. The main reason was that Eren was afraid that the Azure Flame Lion wouldn't be able to stop the demon. At that point, Ellen will have no choice but to run away with Philwyn and Varen. Young master, I heard you were looking for me? While Eren was waiting for Philwyn to finish bandaging her wounds, the village chief, whom Eren had met once before, walked out from the crowd in the distance. I don't know. What do you need me for? The village chief also used honorifics when addressing Eren. From the moment this boy arrived in the village chief knew that this person was no ordinary person. He was most likely a nobleman. When addressing nobles, no matter how high one's own status, one must use honorifics. Chapter 183. Please fall in love with me, okay? Eren looked at the old man in front of him, organized his thoughts, and then continued to speak. Village chief, I'm very sorry to have made Philwyn bring you out. The village chief hurriedly waved his hand. It's nothing. Can you tell me what happened? We were all completely baffled when that girl Kekali suddenly called us out. Judging from the village chief's tone, he seemed unaware of what had happened. That's right. Even if it's called Philwyn, it was only after Vera returned that they found out what happened. How could all the villagers know so quickly? Eren slowly recounted what had happened. Upon hearing that the Azure Flame Lion had saved him, the village chief smiled slightly. I felt completely relaxed. Ellen was completely confused. Seemingly aware that Eren was an outsider, the village chief immediately began to explain. That Azure Flame Demon Lion is the king of beasts in this forest. It protects not only the magical beasts in this forest. That also includes the people in this forest. The village chief smiled, his face covered in wrinkles, and patted Eren on the shoulder. Don't worry, child, the village will be fine. Thank you also for letting Kekali inform us villagers to evacuate. As the old village chief spoke, he bowed to Eren. Eren did not stop them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in keeping with his status as a nobleman. However, Eren still politely addressed the village chief. I should thank you for believing what Klee said. That Azure Flame Demon Lion actually protects even humans? It seems that its appearance in front of me is not simply because of Lohis. No wonder it didn't catch up with me when I practiced escaping from it last time. It looks like they've obviously let the water out of the water. While Eren was chatting with the village chief, deep in the forest not far away, in the place where Eren had stayed, a loud lion's roar echoed throughout the entire forest. About 20 minutes later, Eren felt the ground shake. Then came a familiar aura. The village chief had a smile on his face. It won. He then turned around and told the villagers behind him that there was no danger anymore. Everyone can go back now. Amidst the soft murmur of conversation, the group slowly made their way back. In the forest surrounding the entire village, Eren could see a huge figure. It was that Azure Flame Demon Lion. The lion only glanced at the village briefly before leaving. Eren was speechless. This demonic lion is quite aloof. However, it's thanks to this demonic lion that I was able to survive. It seems I can't completely escape from a 6th-tier professional yet. It seems it's time to raise my strength to a higher level. Eren, are you feeling better? Philwyn, who had bandaged both of Ilum's arms, looked up at Ilum and asked. However, Ellen's other wounds required her to remove her clothes, so Philwyn had not yet bandaged them. The thought of Ellen's injuries reminded Philwyn of the last time she bandaged him. Although I've seen it all now, that was indeed the first time I'd ever seen Eren completely naked. Thinking this, Philwyn's face turned even redder. You can bandage me up when we get back. Eren said this while touching Philwyn's head, which was covered by silver hair. Then he took Philwyn's wrist with one hand and reached out to Varain with the other. The girl looked at the hand that was suddenly extended in front of her, hesitated for a moment, and then placed her hand on it as well. Philwyn watched Ellen's actions without saying anything. Instead, he interlocked his fingers with Irene's, and they held on tightly. Irene smiled helplessly and then took the two girls back. Since the Azure Flame Demon Lion was able to appear next to the village, it means it won. There's no need to worry about that demon coming. Back in the house, Irene was pushed by Philwyn upstairs. Irene, let's go bandage the other wounds, Philwyn said without batting an eye. She then grabbed Irene's hand and half pushed, half pulled him upstairs. Vera watched this scene with a complicated expression. However, she didn't say much. Instead, she quietly picked up a broom and went to clean the house. After all, she was to be Miss Philwyn's maid, so she couldn't be completely ignorant. That would be so unlike a maid. Trying not to think about Ellen, Vera started cleaning downstairs and gradually moved upstairs. Philwyn, weren't you supposed to be bandaging your wound? Why are you going to the bathroom? Ilum stared blankly at Philwyn, who had pushed him into the bathroom and was filling the tub with water. The bathtub in the Loxus family's house is engraved with many magic circles and can automatically dispense hot water, etc. This is clearly not something a village could have. It's probably something Lohis bought from somewhere. He then spoke. Sit down. What are you going to do by sitting down? Although she didn't understand, Ellen did as she was told. He was now sitting on the edge of the bathtub, with Philwyn behind him. The girl's gaze was fixed on the strong muscles and wounds on Irene's back, and her slender fingers unconsciously began to touch them. Hiss! Feeling the pain emanating from the wound on his back, Irene instinctively cried out in pain. Although these wounds were all minor. However, it still hurts when touched like that. Looking at the trembling person in front of him, Philwyn's lips curled up slightly. Very faint. You can't see it unless you look closely. Then, she opened her little mouth. In an instant, Irene felt a sensation coming from his back. Philwyn, what are you doing? Irene immediately tried to turn his head to look, but Philwyn held his head with his hand. Irene. Philwyn spoke somewhat slowly. It made a series of licking sounds. Hiss! A sharp pain slowly crept in from the wound on my back. However, Irene dared not make any rash moves at this moment. At the same time, he hovered close to Irene's ear. Irene, before we go back. Please like me, okay? Chapter 184 Vera cleaning the room. Philwyn's voice lingered in Ellen's ears. The fingers twitched slightly. Philwyn, I'm still injured. I know. Philwyn spoke slowly in his ear. Irene gripped the girl's wrist, gritted his teeth, and spoke to her. Moreover, he had many wounds on his body, and the pain came in waves, shooting straight to the top of his head. A long time passed before Irene felt his pain lessen after Philwyn spoke. All right, Ellen, let's treat the wound. Stop, let me catch my breath. The pain was so real that even with the strength of a fourth-tier swordsman, Irene's body couldn't withstand Philwyn's actions. Moreover, the warm water from the bathtub beneath him was constantly stimulating his nerves. What Ellen wants now is, although I have done this many times in the past few days. But, he is injured right now. No, you need to disinfect your wounds quickly. Philwyn said in a cold voice. Immediately, Irene felt the pain in the wound on his back. Philwyn moved very carefully, his tongue barely touching the surface. Irene, let go of my hand. I can't treat your wound. Philwyn's voice came from behind Irene. Can't we try a different approach? No. The moment the warm water touched the wound, Irene's arm tensed. However, with a sharp sound of rushing water, Irene could clearly feel the water level rising. Irene swallowed hard. Philwyn's voice hadn't changed much. It was still the same as before. The sound of dripping water gradually began. Philwyn carefully wiped the blood off Irene's body. Philwyn, do you really want to come back with me? After all, Philwyn should have known that Hillier would be there too. The question is essentially whether Philwyn would mind Hillier's existence. Certainly, Irene will probably tell her about Morlos as well. There were some things he had to tell Philwyn. Philwyn tilted his head and looked at Irene with his pale blue eyes. I have some doubts. Why would Ellen ask that question? Could it be that Ellen doesn't want me to go back with you? Philwyn's eyes showed some disappointment. That was her first thought when she heard Ellen's words. For this reason only, Philwyn didn't know why Ellen would ask that question. She has always been like this. The aloof baby who gets completely taken advantage of and won't even blame himself. Eren patted her shoulder. Philwyn could smell a faint scent of blood on Ellen. She knew it was coming from the wounds on Iron's body. No, Philwyn. Don't think like that, okay? Eren looked at the girl in front of him. However, Philwyn quickly adapted. I just wanted to tell you. He needs to at least make things clear with Philwyn first. Yes, I know. Philwyn did not appear disappointed after hearing what Ellen had said. Instead, he looked at Eren with a blank expression. Hillier is yours, and now she is yours too. Since the maid named Hillier was in front of him, he naturally couldn't say anything. I just need Eren. Philwyn didn't ask for anything. She just likes Eren. It's not like she can't stand anyone else. Not to mention, in a world like this, it would be strange if there weren't many. Feeling the scent of the girl clinging to him, Irene fell silent. Don't say any more, the girl said softly. But Eren looked up. Eren. Eren held her and asked in a low voice. It's impossible to do nothing. The atmosphere has already reached this point. It all depends on whether Philwyn wants to or not. However, it seems Philwyn had already agreed. That is, this bath is really not a suitable place, although it's very convenient to shower afterwards. However, the walls of the bathtub were very uncomfortable. Eren should think of Philwyn's feelings. When asked, she just said it was okay. The girl nodded slightly. Shall we go back to our room? Then I'll go put my clothes on. Need not. After saying that, Eren picked Philwyn up in his arms. Philwyn gasped softly. Outside, Violet is still here. She remembered that Vera had come back too. If she saw this scene, that made me a little embarrassed. She should be on the first floor, don't worry about her. The cleaning is almost done. After cleaning the first floor, Wei Lin put her hands on her hips and looked upstairs. It's time to clean the other rooms. Thinking this to myself, I headed up to the second floor. At this point, Ellen and Philwyn had not yet come out. Chapter 185, ABA. Varain entered Philwyn's room and slowly opened the door. Philwyn's room was very simple. Eren likes Miss Philwyn's type. Vera was tidying the bed, muttering to herself. Then he shook his head frantically. What am I thinking? Suddenly, the memory of how Eren had saved me earlier that day came to mind. Actually, being hugged feels pretty good. I shouldn't have let Ellen let go. Just as Vera was lost in thought, she heard brief conversations outside the room. Philwyn's voice was soft. It's all right, Philwyn, we'll be in the room soon. Eren's voice was deep and gentle. Vera blushed and instantly understood what they were up to. What to do? They seemed to be going into the room, and if I just went out like this, won't that be awkward? Philwyn shook his head. Viren in the room. Oh no. It seems like I really won't be able to get out this time. Where are they hiding? The first thing that came to Viren's mind was to hide. After all, it would be really awkward to go out at this time. Wearing a black lace slip dress, Violet looked around the room, her gaze finally settling on the wardrobe. Philwyn's wardrobe was very spacious, and without a second thought, Vera quickly slipped inside. Clumps of clothes were crumpled up around her. However, Wei Lin is now afraid to speak out, because she had already heard the door open. Through the gap in the wardrobe, Vera could clearly see the state of Ellen and Philwyn at that moment. The moment she saw it, the girl blushed and quickly looked away. Then, I'll just take a look. Vera tried to numb herself with this thought. Bang! Philwyn was carried to the bed by Eren. The blanket will get wet. Philwyn's silver hair was also a little damp. With a cold face, she grabbed Irene's hand and pulled him close to her. No. Philwyn slowly rolled over and then got on top of him. The blankets will get dirty anyway. And don't you like it? Hiss. Eren swallowed hard. Sure enough, Philwyn has always been so innocent. Thinking about Philwyn's usual demeanor, and then realizing that she would actually say such things now, a peculiar sense of fragmentation immediately overwhelmed me, and it carries with it a rare contrast. The girl's face flushed without her realizing it. However, Eren, Philwyn whispered in Ellen's ear. It wouldn't be good if Vera found out. Yes, I know. However, just as he was setting up the soundproofing magic, an aura emanating from the wolf-eared girl, Viren, swept over. Is Vera in this room? However, He doesn't have time to care about any of that now. He didn't say anything. He just stared at Philwyn. Has it finally arrived? Violet's cheeks flushed instantly as she hid. My lips are dry. Vera licked her lips. The sudden, inexplicable palpitation warmed her cheeks. No, Philwyn. Eren's voice was so gentle that Vera unconsciously put herself in his shoes. That's amazing. Hiss. Vera's hand unconsciously went to her already flushed cheeks, down to her red lips. As for the other hand, ugh, something bad got into my head. Vera shook her head frantically. The wolf ears on top were also deformed from being pressed down by the clothes in the closet. My whole body tensed up. She's not clean anymore. A dozen minutes later, she appeared calm as she listened to Ilum talk about Moro and Hillier, but only she knew what was really going on in her heart. She was envious. Yes, she was envious, but she wouldn't say it. Besides, Ilum is now his. It belongs to her alone. However, this only applies to now. Philwyn opened his mouth. Eren, what's wrong? The girl's voice is really beautiful. Is she afraid of something? Are you afraid that you will abandon her? Eren stopped and quietly held Philwyn in his arms. I will, you believe me. His firm tone immediately put Philwyn at ease. Then, Chapter 186 Can I? Waylon collapsed inside the closet. That's so bad. How could it take so long? Panting, Waylon dared not move, afraid of being discovered by the two people outside. However, what she didn't know was that she had already been discovered by Ellen. And Eren also witnessed the entire scene through his senses. Very tired. This is Philwyn's feeling. The girl shook her head and nestled in Eren's arms. You said it. Ellen whispered in her ear, which was already red to the roots of her ears. Philwyn lay down on the bed. Would you like to get up and take a shower? Eren asked. No, I'll sleep for a while. Philwyn hugged the blanket beside him and murmured something. Well, Philwyn, you should take a nap then. After each time, Philwyn felt like he hadn't slept enough. After all, after an hour of hard work, it's impossible to be full of energy. Moreover, this is much more tiring than any running workout. My whole body aches. Then, he got up and walked towards Philwyn's wardrobe. A slight smile played at the corners of his lips. Vera Lynn has probably seen enough. Violet, hiding in the closet, looked flustered. How did you get here? Shouldn't he be sleeping now? No good. Squeak. A sound of a wardrobe door being opened rang out. Eren's gaze instantly locked onto Viren, who was hiding inside. Before he could speak, a hand reached for his lips and covered them. Then came Vera's voice, barely audible. Eren, please don't make a sound, okay? I didn't mean to peek at you. At this moment, Waylin's cheeks were as red as apples, still carrying a touch of youthful innocence. This person is obviously seeing something like this for the first time. A slight smile appeared on Ellen's lips. So how are you going to compensate us? Eren placed his hand on the girl's lowered head. Then he pinched her fluffy wolf ears. I know. Vera blushed and released her hand from Ellen's mouth. Then, Eren touched her delicate face with his hand. After receiving another round of compensation from Waylin. Sure, let me take you out first. As Ellen said this, she took Wylan and went out while Philwyn was still fast asleep. Waylin, who was being held, dared not make a sound. Eren carried her into the bathroom. Once outside the room, Vera finally dared to speak. Can you put me down? Veline asked in a trembling voice. She hadn't been. The non-compensation she gave Ellen just now was simply another form of course. I sweated a lot just now, so I definitely need to take a shower. It was already dark by then, and it was time for Ellen to go to sleep. Taking a shower before bed is a perfectly normal thing. I see, Velen said softly. The sound of splashing water filled the air. That's fine, no need to change. The main reason is that Varaine looks really good in this outfit, and Ellen doesn't want to see her change. We have to wait until Ellen finishes washing before changing. One more unusual quirk. Next time we go to the hot springs, let Hillier try it too. Oh, okay. With that, Vera went into the water. Velen, what are your plans for the future? Ellen pinched the wet wolf ears in her hands and asked the question to the hard-working Viren. Vera stopped abruptly. He loosened his grip and looked at Eren. I have no idea. Orcs have a very difficult time surviving in the kingdom of Zephyr. Just avoiding the slave-hunting teams is already a struggle. Only by having a legitimate identity can one survive here. The only thing orcs can have is to become someone's slave. Although, Filwyn agreed to let her be her maid. But there was no slave contract, and this verbal agreement should end soon. When Vera returns to this country, she won't be so lucky. Eren pinched her soft cheek with his hand. The girl's appearance was quite pitiful. However, there was nothing Eren could do. But Eren cupped Vera's chin with his hand, making her look up into his eyes. "Velen, would you like to sign a contract with me?" Eren asked slowly. That's right. His idea was to get Vera to sign a slave contract with him. Of course, the contract is with herself, but her status remains that of Filwyn's maid. The air fell silent after Eren said those words. However, Ellen expressed her understanding. After all, Vera was initially captured and intended to be a slave. If I were to say something like that at this point, it would naturally make her ponder for a long time. As for why Eren didn't just take her with him, everything comes at a price. The girl bit her lower lip tightly. She was considering whether she should agree to Ellen's offer. She had nowhere to go. Rather than being captured by unknown slave hunters and sold to a customer whose personality you don't know, why not just agree to this young man's request? At least, she felt that she got along quite well with Ellen. There's no need to worry about your safety. Can I do it? Chapter 187. What? You're not rejecting me anymore? Yes, you can. Eren rubbed her head with his hand. As a wolf woman, this kind of caress naturally makes Viren feel comfortable. This made her narrow her eyes slightly. Young Master Eren's touch, his technique on her, is really good. She really likes it. However, she has important things to do now. Young Master Eren. Waylin called his name softly. The reason she called him that was because Ellen had told her to call him that when they were still in Filwyn's room. Anyway, I'm already preparing to sign a contract with Eren, so there's nothing wrong with calling him that. What's wrong? Eren asked softly. Are there any other questions? So do I have to stay by Miss Filwyn's side forever? Wei Lin's voice was deep, hesitant, yet hopeful. She wanted to stay by Eren's side. After all, it was Eren who signed the slave contract with him, not Filwyn. Eren stopped stroking. Then he lifted up Vera's slightly flushed head with his hand. Velen, why would you ask that? Isn't it better to stay by Filwyn's side? Logically speaking, Filwyn shouldn't have done anything to Varain. Moreover, judging from the past few days, Varain should have come to understand Filwyn's personality. No. I just feel that I have a contract with you. Waylin's voice gradually weakened. His words seemed to be disobeying his master. Yes, now she should call Ellen master. However, Ellen did not allow her to call him that. Instead, she made herself call him young master. Although Vera felt that this would be disrespectful to her master. However, since it was Eren's request, they couldn't disobey. She is now completely convinced by Ellen. I'm a little envious of Miss Filwyn. Velen, don't think like that. Eren tapped her nose with his finger. As you can see, Filwyn is already living with me, so you'll often be by my side. Upon hearing Ellen's voice, Vera nodded and replied softly, with a hint of disappointment. I see. It seems that it's indeed necessary to teach Vera some maid skills. What? You're not against me watching now. Eren pulled up the zipper around Vera's waist and said to her. He still remembers the last time Ellen entered her room, when Varain threatened him with her claws. Judging from her words, she was clearly worried that Ellen had changed her clothes. At that time, Vera was completely like a tabby cat that had lived in the wild for a long time, full of wildness. But now, within just a few days, Wei Lin revealed her true colors. Of course, Eren hasn't tried it yet. So this was the first time he had seen Vera's whole body. Vera blushed slightly. Indeed, that was true before, but now, seeing that Vera's face was flushed and she was nodding incessantly, Ellen reached out and patted her head again. Ellen just used magic to dry her hair, so now Vera is all fluffy. Yes, it should be black. That's how it matches. Young Master Eren, you can't show your tail now. I feel very uncomfortable. Vera, holding up the hem of her skirt, blushed slightly and said to Irene. Behind her, the gray-white tail was curled up under her skirt. Eren crouched down and examined it carefully. It was confirmed that Vera's tail could not be seen. Then, somewhat helplessly, he rubbed his forehead. It seems we'll have to cut some of that out. There are definitely clothes suitable for orcs in the city, but there's no way to buy them for Viren right now. So what happened to you a few days ago? Ellen remembered that Varain had been wearing Philwyn's clothes a few days ago. He didn't even notice her tail. Vera's cheeks flushed instantly, and she said shyly, I didn't dare to say it. Since she was wearing someone else's clothes, Wei Lin was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Eren, turn around. Although she didn't know what Ellen was going to do, Varain obediently turned around. He exposed his back to Eren. I'll rip a hole in your skirt for you. As he spoke, Eren went to find the location of Varini's tail. The sudden sensation on her tail made Vera instantly sensitive. Because Ellen happened to grab the base of her tail. Young Master Eren, can you hurry? As Wei Lin said this, her body trembled uncontrollably. After all, that feeling was truly humiliating for Vera. This reminded her of the scene where she was looking at Ellen and Philwyn in the closet. Taking a dagger from her storage ring, Irene carefully cut off the fabric from the hem of her skirt. Velen, don't move around, or I might accidentally cut off your tail. Eren said. Yes, I understand. Don't cut my tail. Vivian immediately suppressed her physical discomfort. Iren's dagger moved swiftly. Fearing it might cut Viren, Eren placed his hand under the fabric. Then, in just a few quick movements, the round hole that fits the right size for Violet's tail was finished. Okay, all done, Eren said to Varain. Upon hearing the sound, Wei Lin visibly relaxed. Immediately, Eren grabbed her tail. Ugh! Young Master Eren, don't scare me. When her tail was suddenly grabbed, Vera's wolf ears immediately perked up. It was only then that Eren realized it was he who did it. After letting out a sigh of relief, Vera spoke cautiously. Young Master Eren, I'd better do it myself. No need, it'll be done in a bit. As Ellen spoke, she quickly threaded the wolf tail through the girl's back. Instantly, Wei Lin felt much better. Hey, that's much better. Eren stood up and touched Vera's head once again. This time, it was Wei Lin who took the initiative to come over. All right, Vera, let's go sign the contract. Eren finally brought it up. Vera nodded and placed her hand in Irene's. Eren slowly led her downstairs. Vera knew what kind of contract she had signed, so she was prepared. With that, Eren led her to the table downstairs. After taking out a bunch of things necessary for the contract from his storage ring, Eren looked up at Viren. Are you ready? Chapter 188. What did you just do? Slave contracts were not simply a piece of paper. Rather, it is a contract with some magical effects. Take Hillier's slave contract, for example. Hillier could not do anything to harm his master, and he had to obey his master's orders. However, her slave contract is still in her father's hands. Leo had promised that if he won first place in the Erster fighting tournament, he would give Hillier's slave contract to him. It looks like it will be a while before we can get that contract back. As for whether he's worried about whether he can get first place, in the entire Erst region, less than 2 out of 10 people can reach the 3rd rank by the 4th year. How could Eren, a 5th rank mage, not win? Forget about it. Even if Ellen just stood there and let them hit her, she probably wouldn't be able to break through her defenses. After all, Eren still possesses the strength of a 4th-tier swordsman. Eren slowly wrote the contents of the contract on the prepared parchment and looked at Viren. Velen, aren't you going to take a look? Eren asked. Although there was little difference between a slave contract and a contract of servitude, Eren still tried to minimize the content of the contract. Vera was stunned. Do I really need to see this myself? Slaves are not entitled to see these things, but in Eren's eyes, Varen was not a slave. It's just that the identity of a slave is required. Moreover, being Eren's slave wasn't actually that bad. I'm fine, the girl replied softly. Then stick out your finger. Vera did as she was told, extending the index finger of her left hand. She knew what was going to happen. Signing a slave contract requires the blood of a slave, so it's not surprising that Varain did so. It will hurt a bit, can you bear it? Waylon nodded. What pain can compare to the pain of being whipped? She still remembers the scene when she was caught while trying to escape. I still vividly remember the feeling of being whipped and leaving a red welt. Hiss. Although she was mentally prepared, she still let out a soft cry when Ellen actually cut her finger with the dagger. However, the next second, Eren used healing magic to heal the wound on her hand. Does it still hurt? Huh. Vera was stunned. The pain in my finger disappeared instantly. Eren sheathed the dagger in his hand, a smile on his face. I won't let you get hurt again, you know? He casually patted Vera's head. Vera didn't say anything, but her tail kept wagging behind her. A drop of blood flowing from Verane's finger floated in the air, and Eren controlled the drop of blood to be placed in the position of the signatory of the slave contract. Velen, can you write your name? Eren asked. Slave contracts require the use of blood and names to bind slaves. Therefore, Waylon needs to write her name down. Vera nodded, and after Ellen handed her a pen, the girl dipped the nib in blood and wrote her name. Velen Bucardal. Similarly, Eren also wrote his name on it. Eren Insenate. As the last stroke was made, an invisible thread connected Vera's soul with Eren's. Immediately afterwards, a faint mask mark appeared on the back of Vera's neck. This is the slave mark, based on the mark Eren drew on the slave contract, which was passed down through the contract. This slave mark is mandatory. The kingdom uses this to determine whether an orc has a master. But Eren found nothing on Hillier. He searched him from head to toe, but found no signs of slavery. This puzzled Eren. However, since Hillier will be staying by his side, he has no worries. After carefully putting away Eren's first slave contract, Eren turned around and hugged Vereni. Yes, it's a hug with both arms. Young Master Eren, what are you doing? Waylon was still in a daze and hadn't quite reacted yet. It's nothing, I just wanted to hug you. Ellen whispered in her reddened ear. Vera was slightly taken aback before placing her hand on Irene's waist. Her eyelids drooped slightly. I understand, Master Eren. Then, Vera's face turned as red as an apple, and she whispered in Ellen's ear again. Then, when will young Master Eren begin to enjoy me? Eren was completely stunned. I just wanted to hug her. Vera finished eating her dinner. Not to mention, if he really wanted her, he would have taken advantage of Viren back in the bathhouse. Why should we wait until a contract is signed before coming? Eren touched her head and rubbed it. Velen, let's take things slowly, okay? Waylon was a little disappointed after her head was patted. This was the first time Ellen had rejected her. But it seemed that, except for the wardrobe, Ellen had been very restrained and hadn't touched her. They all came on their own. With her brows slightly furrowed, Waylon nodded. Yes, I understand, young Master Eren. As she said this, Vera hugged Irene tightly. Since it was young Master Eren who took the initiative to hug her, shouldn't she be allowed to enjoy it? Enjoy the tenderness that you, as an orc, can experience. Eren held her for a while, then let go. He whispered in the girl's fluffy ear. Go to sleep quickly. Would you like to sleep in Filwyn's room with me, or in my room by yourself? Eren asked softly. When Verene arrived, she slept in Filwyn's room. So Vivian doesn't have her own room yet. Of course, I'll take him back tomorrow. We'll arrange it for her then. Moreover, it should be arranged next to Filwyn's room. After all, she is now Filwyn's maid. When Vera heard what Ellen said, her face turned red instantly. It's so red it looks like it could drip blood. The scene I saw in the closet involuntarily came to mind. Miss Filwyn probably hasn't taken a bath yet. Vera shook her head quickly. No, I'll sleep in young Master Irene's room. With that, Vera rushed off to Irene's room. Seeing Vera escape from his body, Ellen smiled and went upstairs. However, when he opened Filwyn's room door, a pair of slender arms instantly embraced Eren. It also has a floral scent and Filwyn's unique aroma. Filwyn buried his hands tightly in Ellen's arms, his head pressed against his chest. She hadn't changed her clothes yet. My whole body is slippery. Eren, what were you doing just now? So long. Chapter 189. Filwyn's eyes held a hint of resentment. She couldn't fall asleep because she didn't feel Ellen beside her in bed. However, I couldn't find it. Then she heard the sound of running water in the bathroom. However, she waited for a very long time, but Ellen never returned. I went to take a shower. Would Filwyn like to take a shower now? After all, Filwyn is now covered in Ellen's scent, so he must be very uncomfortable sleeping. And, judging from the situation, Filwyn is going to be sleeping with me tonight. It's better to wash it. The girl didn't speak, but instead squinted her eyes sleepily. Quietly feel the touch on your ear. Then he nodded slightly. Eren, I need your help. I'm so sleepy. After saying that, Filwyn leaned against Ilum. Then you should get some sleep. As he spoke, Eren bent down. Then he simply picked her up. Looking at the girl in his arms, Eren sighed helplessly. The sound of pattering water could be heard. Eren, just as she was about to finish, Phil Wynn, still half asleep, reached out and hugged her. My body was wet. Hey, wait a minute. Eren hurriedly created some distance between them. After all, she had just taken a shower and was wearing changed clothes. He didn't want to change his clothes again. Ellen, I want a hug. Philwyn's voice was like a soft murmur in a dream, as gentle as a little girl's. Okay, can we dry ourselves off first? Ellen spoke to Philwyn as if he were coaxing a child. Really? He then carried her back in a princess carry. As for Philwyn's wet silver hair, Ilum planned to dry it with magic when she got back. Since it was late, he wanted Philwyn to go to sleep early. Otherwise I won't be able to get up tomorrow. Although Loxus isn't here, they're going back tomorrow. Eren. Philwyn kept murmuring his name in his arms. Yes, I'm here. I've always been here. Sleep. The next day, Ellen Berwyn got up first. She then changed her clothes and went out. Young Master Eren, are you already up? Wearing the black lace slip dress that Ellen had given her, Vera said respectfully. Did you sleep well last night, Vera? Irene looked at Varane's jade-like feet, which were wrapped in black silk threads, and smiled as she asked the same question. Varane also went to bed very late last night, which is why Ellen asked that question. I slept very well, Master Eren. Vera smiled back, her deep red eyes giving off an irresistible urge to hug and ravage her. However, Ellen simply reached out and ruffled her hair. I casually plucked her fluffy ears. Then, Ellen saw Vera squinting her eyes with a look of enjoyment on her face. A slight smile appeared on Ellen's lips. Violet, that wolf-eared girl. Have you washed up? I'm going to cook. Eren said to her. As a young master, Eren naturally couldn't cook any delicious dishes. However, I can still make some simple breakfasts. Take making porridge, for example. However, Vera shook her head at Irene, placed her hand on her lower abdomen, and said, Young Master Eren, I have prepared breakfast. A slight blush immediately appeared on her face. Do you need me to help you wash up? Eren was a little confused. How will you serve? It's just a simple wash-up routine. I don't think I need her, right? Hillier might help him if he were at home, but he's at Philwyn's house now. The conditions do not allow it. Please come with me. The blush on Vera's face grew even redder. With that, Eren followed her into the washroom. Then I was seated on a stool. Eren then learned what service meant. The only time Eren needed to lift a finger was when Vera asked if the water temperature was right, and Eren nodded. Wow, that feels so good. Although the treatment at home was similar, Hillier took care of her. Eren was unwilling to let Hilary do this kind of work given her small frame. And Veline's facial cleanser smells amazing. Are you done? Eren felt that was enough. After all, she had finished washing up, and she still needed to ask the coachman to bring the carriage over. Yesterday, Eren told the coachman who came with him that he was leaving today. Sigh, it's still more comfortable to stay at home. These kinds of things can usually be done by simply instructing the servants. I'll have to personally go and notify them. No. Vera's voice came through. Not yet. Just as Ellen was wondering, she saw that Varine, who had been standing in front of her, suddenly squatted down. Young Master Eren, I am now your maid. After saying that, his voice fell silent. Ilum watched this scene speechlessly and placed his hand on Vera's head. Is the reason you're sitting on the stool for convenience? It's amazing that Waylon came up with this idea. As time passed, Vera got up contentedly and began to help tidy up Irene's clothes. Seeing the slender figure twirling beside him, Eren reached out and pulled her over. Young Master Eren. Chapter 190 The Beast King Meets. Vera's pupils widened suddenly, and then she felt a dampness on her neck. His previously tense expression relaxed. After Eren released her, Vera, blushing, looked at him and said, Young Master Eren, I'll go prepare breakfast. With that, he fled as if he were escaping. Eren looked at the tail behind Vera and smiled. To say that I don't eat Viren, that's impossible. They've done almost everything they could, so what does Ellen have to worry about? Looking at his clothes, which had been neatly arranged, Eren stood up and walked towards Philwyn's room. I guess Philwyn hasn't gotten up yet. With that thought in mind, Eren opened the door. Sure enough, Philwyn was hugging the blanket tightly. Eren reluctantly went to find Philwyn a set of clothes. It seems Philwyn was really tired last night. She usually gets up very early. Philwyn. Eren brought his face close to Philwyn's delicate face and whispered the girl's name in her ear. Upon hearing Ellen's voice, Philwyn groggily opened his eyes a crack. His slightly pale blue pupils were revealed. Eren. Muttering to himself, Philwyn looked at the boy who was leaning close to his face, his eyes slightly open. Then, head forward. Yes, it's like a dragonfly skimming the water. Eren's pupils widened, while Philwyn's eyes were slightly closed. The air was as quiet as the chirping of insects in the dead of night. Even the slightest sound could be heard clearly. Eren's eyelids slowly drooped. Then he saw Philwyn get up, rub his eyes, and stare blankly at him. What happened? Philwyn tilted his head and stared at him coldly. With a smile on his face, Eren placed his hand on her silver hair. It's nothing, Philwyn. Do you still want a good morning kiss today? Ellen remembered very clearly that it was she who brought it up on her own initiative the last few times. We can't let her come first this time. What? The girls simply uttered 2 syllables. Huh? Shouldn't I have taken the initiative this time? How? Wow. As expected, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Philwyn really is. With that thought in mind, Eren closed his eyes. Eren smiled and handed her the clothes he had prepared. Philwyn took the clothes from Ilum and stared blankly for a moment. He then returned the clothes. You don't like it? Ilum thought Philwyn didn't like this set, which is why he handed it back to me. No, you help me. Philwyn said in a cool and detached tone. All right. Irene had no choice but to accept it and reached out to straighten the white suspender stockings. By the way, Ellen, where are my socks from yesterday? Just as he was halfway through getting dressed, Philwyn suddenly asked a question. She remembered wearing those socks last night. But it's gone today? That's so strange. Ilum's hand, which was putting white silk on Philwyn, suddenly stopped. Then, without blushing or skipping a beat, he said, I took it and threw it away. He was then kicked onto the bed by Philwyn. He said it in a blaming tone. Don't pinch there. This looks like a punishment for Eren, but... Hiss. The next second, Philwyn blushed deeply at Ellen's actions. She quickly moved her foot away from his face. How could this happen? However, Philwyn's shame quickly vanished, replaced by icy words. This is punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, Philwyn imitated Ellen and moved his face closer to Ellen. Hiss. Eren gasped. Where did you learn that? No, wait. It seems like they learned it from themselves. It's all right now. After dressing Philwyn, Ilum took her downstairs. Just then, Varane came out with the breakfast she had prepared. It was very simple, just roast beef and bread. This time, however, there was an extra serving of hot milk. Then Philwyn sat down next to Eren and obediently began to eat his breakfast. Then Ilum saw Philwyn take a sip of milk and then reach out to Ilum. My mouth was filled with the taste of milk. After feeding the milk to Eren, Philwyn quickly released his grip. Philwyn tilted her head, noticing that Ellen was still looking at her, and then asked, Does Ellen want more? No need, you drink yours. Eren sighed, rubbing his forehead. Then they saw Violet, who had witnessed the entire process. Her face was flushed. His eyes darted away. Never mind. After having breakfast with the 2 girls, Eren led them to tidy up the entire room. They then found the coachman who had stayed in the village and headed towards the territory of the Incinite family. However, just as they were preparing to leave the forest, a familiar scent made Eren pause in surprise. What's wrong, Ellen? Seeing the boy suddenly fall silent, Philwyn grabbed his arm with some concern. He moved closer and asked. Eren calmed himself down and spoke out what he had sensed. The king of this forest wants to see me. Indeed, Eren sensed the aura emanating from the azure flame lion, and that message wrapped in magic. Kid, come here for a second. Well, the content is very simple. It's about getting back to the past. But the opponent is a beast king with some 6th tier strength. If the other party wants to keep me here, I might not be able to escape. However, this azure flame demon lion should not have any ill intentions towards me. Thinking of this, Eren gently tapped Philwyn's delicate face with his hand. I'm going there. You guys go back first. I'll catch up with you in a bit. Chapter 191 Conversation. Upon hearing Philwyn's Eren stood up and created a magic circle behind him. Then his whole body disappeared into it. After a ripple in space, Eren appeared on the outskirts of the forest. As soon as he stepped out of the magic circle, Eren immediately saw the azure flame lion lying there. Blue flames covered the entire body of the demonic lion, and the surrounding trees encircled it, but did not set the leaves ablaze. The azure flame lion slowly raised its head, its gaze fixed intently on the human before it. Eren looked up and saw a bright red color appear before him. It was a huge wound that ran from the spine all the way to the hind leg. Eren could sense the demonic aura emanating from it. It was definitely left behind by that demon. It seems that this Lion King didn't have an easy time either. Human, what's your name? The azure flame demon lion spoke first. However, they only asked for Eren's name. Eren looked up at the enormous magical beast. Eren Incinit, I wonder why your majesty summoned me here. Eren shifted his gaze from the wound to the eyes of the azure flame lion. He was just considering whether or not to help the 6th-tier magical beast heal its wounds. After all, Ellen herself also possessed some healing magic. Of course, the effect may not be good. Einsenat. So he's his child. The azure flame lion murmured softly, but even though it was speaking very softly, Eren could still hear it clearly. It seems that this Lion King also knew his father. Eren. The azure flame demon lion slowly uttered his name, then stood up and looked down at him. I did not kill that demon. The Lion King spat out a mouthful of blue flame. Or rather, I simply don't have the ability to kill it. So, I don't know whether it will follow you there. Lohis told me to keep an eye on you before he left, but I can't leave this forest. This is its home. It is the king of this place. A king cannot abandon his people. Just as Eren's expression turned serious. Then they saw the azure flame lion open its mouth, and a ball of bluish-white flame slowly rose from it. The flame was small, only about the size of a fist. However, it was burning fiercely. Like will-o'-the-wisps, they have no heat, yet people dare not touch them. Azure flame seed. Eren's Eye of God instantly provided information about this thing. This is a beast fire unique to the azure flame demon lion. I can't fulfill that old man Loxus's instructions, but I can give you another form of compensation. The Lion King handed the fire in front of him to Ellen. This fire seed is the beast fire that condensed within my body when I entered the 6th rank. It is very suitable for making potions and forging weapons. This can be considered compensation for Losis. Seeing the blue flame flying towards him, Eren carefully put it away. However, the moment it touched Eren's body, it merged into it. Eren could feel the flame emanating from his chest. Thank you so much. However, Senior Lion King, may I ask about that demon? Eren raised his head, no longer focusing on the flames within his body, but instead asking the question that concerned him most. What's the current situation with that demon? From the Lion King's words, Eren could tell that the demon was not dead. Of course, its situation is certainly not good either. But Ellen still wanted to ask, what if this demon catches up with me again on my way back? If Eren's strength were still at the 6th rank, he would probably still be considering whether to go back. Or have Vega come here to pick you up. After all, Vega also possesses the strength of a 6th-tier being. They will not be at a disadvantage when facing that demon. At least we can bring them back. Huh. That demon is just clinging to life by relying on its own characteristics. However, it should recover quickly. After all, it's a demon, so you still need to be careful. The Lion King said in a deep voice. During yesterday's battle, the Azure Flame Lion could clearly sense that the demon was injured. However, because the demon was extremely difficult to kill, it eventually escaped. I was also injured by the demon's sudden counterattack. But it's not a big problem. That demon isn't much better off. His strength is probably not even at the 5th rank. Listening to the Lion King's story, Eren slowly breathed a sigh of relief. If this demon were to come, at least Ellen wouldn't have to worry about whether she could escape with Philwyn and Varen. Thank you for your generosity, Lion King. Eren performed a standard aristocratic courtesy. I don't need your thanks. I'm just protecting my territory. The Azure Flame Lion glanced at Eren and then made a move to leave. It has already given what it needed to say, and it has given the spark it needed to give. If Lois asks about it later, I'll have a reason to deny it. Please wait a little longer, Senior Lion King. Eren called out to the Azure Flame Lion, who was about to leave. Then, to the astonishment of the Azure Flame Demon Lion, it constructed a massive pale green magic circle. And after the largest magic circle was completed, 4 smaller magic circles slowly unfolded from it. 5-fold spellcasting. This is something that Eren gradually came to understand after entering the 5th tier. Compared to quadruple casting, the effect of quintuple casting is more pronounced. Even a 1st-tier spell, when cast in 5 layers, can have an effect close to that of a 3rd-tier spell. Of course, the higher the rank of the magic, the less bonus it provides for 5-fold casting. However, the effect of Eren's magic was enough to help the Azure Flame Lion heal its wounds. As the injuries on his spine gradually healed, the Azure Flame Demon Lion looked at Eren with a hint of appreciation. This kid, after accepting my beast fire, still knows to compensate me a little. Then I'll let bygones be bygones for what happened before when I spied on you. Yes, it still remembers the time when Eren suddenly appeared in its lair. After all, it's the king of the forest. Even a magical beast would feel ashamed to be watched like that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have kept chasing after Ilum. After Eren finished treating the Azure Flame Lion, the Lion King leaped into the air and disappeared into the forest. Only Eren was left to watch. After a moment of silence, Eren took out the ball of blue flame that had been lodged in his chest. The bluish-white flames danced merrily in his palm. It was like meeting its own master. After all, Elin has a 100% affinity for fire, so for any flame, Elin is like their mother. Father. Therefore, this ball of blue flame was very happy to stay by Eren's side. Seeing the flame dancing in his palm, Eren had no choice but to take it back. After all, he didn't know what the flames were for. Chapter 192. So, let's just kill them all. What is the purpose of that demon coming here? Eren muttered to himself. Of course, what Ellen was talking about wasn't simply why demons came to this forest, but why they came to the human world. According to the information from the Eye of God, this demon is merely a pawn of original sin. Peace. Although I have never seen a god. But it's also good to learn about things you might not have access to. As for his own Eye of God, Eren didn't actually know what it was. It seems to have no purpose and simply providing information about what it sees. However, since it contains the word God, it is probably still related to deities. Without further thought, Ellen raised her hand and, following the connection between her soul and that of Viren, created a spatial magic spell. Eren quickly disappeared into the forest. When I finally saw him, he was already inside the train carriage. Philwyn didn't seem surprised, but looked at Ellen and asked, "How about it? How was the conversation with the Lion King?" Ellen put her arm around Philwyn's slender waist and pulled her into her embrace. Waylon stood awkwardly by the window. They have a really good relationship. That Lion King must have been instructed by Uncle Loxus, and he was only looking for me to deliver something. As Ellen said this, a ball of bluish-white flame suddenly shot out from her palm. Azure Flame Beast Fire. Philwyn looked at the small ball of fire in Ellen's palm and asked in confusion. Yes, it was a gift from that Lion King. Eren nodded and then put away the flames in his hand. The flames remaining on his body weren't a big problem, and Eren could sense that the fire was quite powerful. However, I just don't know how to use it yet. Stop! Stop! Just as Eren was chatting with Philwyn and Varain inside the carriage, a series of noisy sounds came from the carriage. The sounds were mixed, but they were all men's voices. Eren frowned and released his grip on Philwyn. He stood up and asked the driver in front of him, "What happened?" "Young master, a group of people with weapons have stopped our carriage," the coachman said, slightly frightened. This driver was just an ordinary person, not a professional, so it's normal for him to be afraid. After all, being suddenly surrounded by so many armed people would make anyone uneasy. However, this was nothing special for Eren. Don't assume that just because Eren has only been in contact with 6th and 5th tiers these past few days, there are many people at that level. Although there are many 6th and 5th tier professionals compared to 7th tier professionals. But that's only in comparison to the 7th rank. Within the Kingdom of Zephyr, Tier 6 and Tier 5 remain the highest levels. After all, in most cities, the City Lord is only a 4th level professional. Let me go take a look. With that, Eren stepped out of the carriage. He then saw a group of people holding swords or axes, shirtless, who looked like a band of robbers. No, they should be called robbers. Twilight Village is a very remote village, so the road to get there is also very remote. There are hardly any passing carriages. Therefore, there will be some robbers or bandits here. They went to rob passing carriages. After Illumi's gaze swept over each of the people, his attention finally settled at the very back of the crowd. The man with no way out, Dino Colin. Order, second order. Class, swordsman. Status, healthy. Emotion, pleasant. Psychological state, contempt/hospitality. Commentary. A man with nowhere else to turn ultimately killed his employer and turned to evil. Demon blood, blood produced from low-ranking demons in a state of rage. It has no effect on high-ranking professionals, but for low-ranking professionals, prolonged exposure will gradually taint them with the original sin of rage. Direct consumption will instantly result in demonic transformation. This must be the leader of this group. Eren carefully read the contents of the Eye of God. The Eye of God not only provides information about the person in front of you, but also about what that person is carrying. Demon's blood? Why is this thing here? Although I was chased by a demon just yesterday, I've encountered another one so soon. This inevitably gave Eren pause for thought. Hey, someone's out. Kid, tell us who you are, and maybe we'll let you go. Him? Coming from such a remote place, what kind of identity could he have? Just kill them and see if there's anything good in them. Upon seeing Eren emerge from the carriage, the thugs immediately began to stir. They were all saying some very unpleasant things. The coachman hid behind Eren, trembling. The man sitting at the back of the crowd stood up, waved his hand slightly downwards, and the noisy crowd instantly quieted down. He then asked, "Are you the owner of this carriage?" His voice carried confidence. Eren's lips twitched. Who gave him that confidence? Did he really think that a second-tier professional like him could become a robber in the kingdom of Zephyr? Or perhaps something gave him that confidence. That demon's blood? I'm asking you a question. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Yes, our boss is asking you a question. When Eren didn't answer immediately after Dino asked his question, the henchmen around her immediately started making a fuss. Eren frowned. So annoying. He then raised his hand, and a deep blue magic circle with a diameter of 1 meter condensed, from which an ice spike flew straight toward the group. The bandits panicked instantly and used their swords to parry, or just turn around and run. However, this did not help. The ice spikes bypassed those who were parrying with their swords and pierced straight into their chests. For those who tried to escape, how could an ordinary person who wasn't even a professional be faster than Eren's ice spikes? It pierced right through. Actually, Eren didn't want to kill them at first. Wouldn't it be better to sell them as slaves? After all, we should make the best use of resources. Wouldn't it be better to let these ordinary robbers be black slaves for life? But then Eren thought about it again. All these people have come here to become robbers. They must have done a lot of bad things. And, most importantly, Eren can't take them with her. Eren just glanced around and estimated there were about 30 or 40 people here. With so many people, Eren's carriage couldn't carry them all, nor could it possibly have them follow behind. That would slow you down. Moreover, the nearest city is still quite a distance away. Eren couldn't afford to waste his time on these people. In short, the value these people gave Eren was insufficient to compensate for the time Eren wasted. So, let's just kill them all. Chapter 193 Filwin's Battle. The air suddenly became quiet. Those bandits who had initially wanted to shout immediately shut their mouths. Is this a professional or a magician? They're just a bunch of ordinary people. Aren't they just sending themselves to their deaths? One by one, they began to back away. Dino looked somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had just said something very arrogant, but the next second the other party didn't even reply to him and directly killed several of his henchmen. This kind of challenge to his authority is what angers him the most. He also recognized what kind of magic the young man was using, but it was just a simple first-tier spell. Although I don't know why this first-tier spell is more powerful than any I've ever seen. But how could a second-tier swordsman like myself be unable to defeat a first-tier mage? Dino didn't believe that the person in front of him had the strength of a second-tier expert. He looks so young. Even if he's exceptionally talented, Dino still thinks it's impossible. Good. Very good. Kid, you've angered me. Dino gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist, drew it slightly, and swiftly rushed towards Eren. He then leaped up and swung the blade directly at Eren's head. The blade gleamed with a cold light. Its exceptional sharpness is evident. However, it was just an ordinary knight's sword. Eren raised his hand, and a transparent spatial shield instantly enveloped him. Dino's knight's sword struck, but was deflected directly. Boom. He then fell to the ground with a loud thud due to the elasticity. What's wrong? The noise not only shocked the surrounding bandits, but also drew Filwyn and Verini out of the carriage. What's wrong? What happened? Two girls' voices came from behind Irene. Immediately, Filwyn stepped forward and stood beside Eren. Her white lace dress swayed gently, and her silvery white hair danced in the wind. His face remained expressionless. Verini came out later, wearing the black dress that Ellen had prepared for her, along with matching black suspender stockings. Looking at the two girls, Eren said helplessly, "It's nothing. It'll be taken care of in a bit." For Eren, a small bandit gang with a maximum rank of only 2 was really just a trivial matter. However, Filwyn didn't seem to think so, and asked about everything that had just happened. His eyes flickered slightly when he heard that Dino was a second-tier swordsman. Eren noticed this subtle change. At the same time, he instantly understood what she was thinking. Filwyn's competitive spirit flared up. She wanted to fight this bandit leader. She hasn't practiced her sword properly these past few days. After all, in the few days since they returned, Filwyn and Ellen had no chance of winning their match. Unless Ilum gives in to him. But this doesn't fit Filwyn's personality. So Filwyn has been really itching to get his hands dirty these past few days. "Eren, I'll go take care of that swordsman." Filwyn looked at Ellen and spoke slowly. As he spoke, a simple knight's sword appeared in his hand. It wasn't the 4th-tier knight's sword that Filwyn usually used, but an ordinary weapon. It seems Filwyn wants to have a fair fight with this person. "Don't hold back. I will protect you." Eren pulled Filwyn's hand and whispered in her ear. The warm breath on his ears caused a slight blush to appear on Filwyn's usually indifferent face. Eren's original plan was to capture the bandit leader in front of him and take out the demon blood. While we're at it, we'll press him to tell us where he got the demon blood. But since Filwyn is going to give it a try, then Ilum told her to give it a try. Eren didn't think Filwyn was no match for the man named Dino in front of him. He had experienced it firsthand when he practiced swordsmanship with Filwyn. Filwyn's strength was already close to the 3rd rank. All it takes is a trigger to become a Tier 3 professional. At that point, hopefully Filwyn will hold out longer in his hands before begging for mercy. Filwyn always failed first. And every time, she's the one who runs out of energy first. Thinking this, Eren's gaze gradually turned to Filwyn. Filwyn had already jumped into the crowd and started running towards Dino's location. Dino, who had been thrown away by Eren's spatial shield, was still a little dazed when he saw a girl jump in front of him. He instantly forgot why he had been thrown back and turned his gaze to the knight's sword in Filwyn's hand. "Swordsman." Dino gripped his sword tightly. He is indeed a robber in this area. If he hadn't been driven to desperation, he wouldn't have wanted to join a group of reckless people in killing and robbing. He was originally a guard in a baron's household, helping the nobleman command the guards in his home. His monthly salary is enough for him and his daughter to live on. His wife died in childbirth. Therefore, he could only rely on his daughter for survival, and he gave all his love to her. He hopes his daughter can find a considerate man. He also hopes that his daughter can live a comfortable life. Logically speaking, Dino, as a 2nd-tier professional, should have a high salary. That would be enough for his daughter to find a good male companion. However, the baron who hired him offered him a very low salary. Very low. The weekly wage is only 5 silver coins. So this money can only support Dino and his daughter. There wasn't enough money for a dowry. So much so that Dino begged the baron for a raise. As for the reasons, naturally, it was to prepare a dowry for his daughter. Even if his daughter is very beautiful, she will not be able to get married if she does not have a dowry. So, the baron learned that Dino had a daughter. And she's a very beautiful woman. The baron outwardly agreed to Dino's request, but on the same day, he falsely accused Dino of stealing a valuable piece of jewelry from the baron's mansion. Dino had never even seen that piece of jewelry, so how could he have stolen it? However, He had no evidence to refute the Baron's statement. He knelt and begged the Baron, saying he would make up for the lost jewelry and pleading that he not take his daughter away. In the kingdom of Zephyr, where slavery was rampant, people like Dino who couldn't afford compensation almost always had their families captured and sold into slavery, in exchange for the corresponding amount of money. However, at Dino's request, the Baron seemed to have taken pity on him. They actually agreed to Dino's request. Dino was allowed to use his salary to pawn the jewelry. Seeing Dino's extremely grateful expression, the Baron's smile was terrifying. What bad intentions could a nobleman possibly have? It's just that verbal promises don't count as real promises. Chapter 194. I'll take good care of you when we get back. That evening, when Dino returned home, all he found was a door that had been violently broken open. The house was a mess. And the missing daughter. His daughter has disappeared. Dino panicked and asked around, finally learning what had happened from a neighbor. It's that Baron. The Baron who had promised him he wouldn't harm his daughter took her away. When Dino saw his daughter again, she was on her deathbed. Your daughter is quite good. She can fetch a good price now. The Baron licked his lips and looked at Dino, who was holding his daughter tightly. He simply gave the girl some careful training so that she could get used to it in advance. As for what he promised Dino before, you believe what nobles say? Remember to bring the money from the sale. Not only did the Baron fail to keep Dino's promise, he also wanted Dino to personally send his daughter to the slave market. Angry, yet helpless. He was just a second-tier professional, while the person opposite him was a Baron. He still has a third-tier knight under his command. He can't beat him. Despair is a deep gloom that hangs over this country. He brought his daughter home, and seeing his daughter who was now dazed and only knew how to beg, Dino completely broke down. He was unwilling to sell his daughter, and his heart was filled with anger towards the Baron. That very night, a person completely cloaked in black, whose face was obscured, appeared at his doorstep. That person is very mysterious. However, Dino could sense that the person was very powerful. So powerful that the other party wouldn't even bother to glance at them. Instead, he simply gave himself 2 items. 2 bottles containing an unknown liquid. One contains a deep red liquid that exudes an eerie aura. The other contained a purple liquid with a faint scent of magic potion. You aunt, if you want revenge, these 2 bottles can help you. But you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black robes vanished without a trace. Dino was left staring blankly at the 2 bottles of solution in front of him. A stranger said this would help him get revenge. This looks like a scam. Dino's hands trembled as he gripped the 2 bottles of solution. He had nowhere else to go. He could never sell his own daughter, even though she has now become a dull-witted girl. But if he can't raise enough money to compensate the Baron, then his daughter. Dino looked at the bottle in his hand and could feel the extraordinary power emanating from it. Without hesitation, Dino put the bottle of purple solution, which smelled of magic potions, into his mouth. Anyway, he couldn't see any hope. Why not trust the man in black? What if what he said is true? Of course, it wouldn't be bad if I died. No, wait. I have a daughter. What will happen to his daughter if he dies? Dino immediately put down the potion in his hand. However, some of the potion still flowed into his mouth. A massive surge of magical power instantly swept over Dino's body, causing his aura to rise from the mid-stage of the second tier to the peak of the second tier in an instant. Strength. This surprised Dino greatly. Looking at the medicine bottle still full of solution in his hand, Dino didn't think twice and took advantage of the night to run straight towards the Baron's mansion. After drinking the entire bottle of purple potion, his strength actually reached the 4th rank. He killed the Baron, who was fast asleep and embracing 2 women. Of course, Dino also killed those 2 women. He had no intention of leaving any survivors. Just as Dino had almost completely slaughtered the entire Baron's mansion, the knight with some 3rd-tier strength finally appeared, pulling up his trousers, seemingly out of nowhere. However, Dino wasn't interested in where he came from. In just a few moves, the 3rd-tier knight died at his hands. Furthermore, Dino went to this man's house and slaughtered his wife and children as well. However, after he finished doing all this, his power began to gradually disappear. He fell from the 4th rank back to his original rank. And His body had also become much weaker. So he left that very night with his daughter. He ended up in such a remote place to become a bandit. As for his daughter now, dead. Dino couldn't bear to see his daughter like that, so he killed her with his own hands. Huh, how ridiculous. He killed for his daughter, and he also wanted his daughter to leave. But now he's killed his own daughter? This was naturally influenced by the bottle of demon blood. After killing the Baron's entire family, Dino knew that the remaining bottle of solution he had was extremely potent. Perhaps it could save a life in a critical moment. So he kept it with him. Swords clashed, and Philwyn began to fight with the man before him. Young Master Eren. Just then, Vera walked out from behind Ilum and called his name. There was a slight hint of grievance in his tone. What's wrong, Vera? Young Master Eren. Could you please pay more attention to me when Miss Philwyn is here? A hint of disappointment appeared on Wei Lin's face, like a wronged little wolf cub. Its ears drooped, and its tail no longer wagged. Irene was stunned by what Vera said. Indeed, he neglected Varain when Philwyn was around. As for why, the main concern is that Ellen doesn't know if Philwyn can accept a new member like Varain. Because during that time in the bath, Eren learned that Philwyn had agreed to Hillier and Moro's existence. But, at that time, Varain was not yet his. If he were to do something with Vera while he was with Philwyn, Eren thought Philwyn would feel uncomfortable. Moreover, Varain's current identity is Philwyn's maid. That goes without saying. Eren didn't speak, but sat on the edge of the carriage. The warm air pattered against Violin's fair skin, and instantly, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Snort. Velen, come find me when we get back, okay? Ilum said softly. Philwyn is unaware of our relationship, and you don't want him to know that you're my slave, do you? I'll take good care of you when we get back. As he said this, Eren tightened his grip slightly. Uh-huh. Chapter 195, it's time to get up. Okay, Violet, be a good girl too, okay? I'm not a child. Don't use that tone. Vera turned her lips away. Tisk. Ellen's lips curled up slightly. He still had to keep an eye on Philwyn's situation. Immediately, Eren lowered his head. It's time to get up, Vera, or else. Yes, young Master Eren. He then stood up, walked over to Wei Lin, and placed his hand on Wei Lin's fluffy head to rub it. His gaze fell upon the two knights who were locked in a fierce sword fight ahead. The blades clashed, emitting a pale golden spark. Dino's brow was beaded with sweat. Damn it. How come this woman isn't exhausted yet? He looks only 18 or 19 years old, yet he's been able to fight against a late-stage second-tier opponent for so long. What kind of monster is this? Frost and Ice. Philwyn wielded his knight's sword with ease, slashing at Dino. She hasn't used all her strength yet. Of course, there's no need to use all your strength. The person in front of her was weaker than she had imagined, so weak that he didn't seem like a late-stage second-tier swordsman at all. The sword in his hand was wielded without any discernible pattern. It was purely a matter of instinct. Philwyn could handle it easily. Dino's eyes grew even colder as he looked at the chilling aura emanating from the surroundings. Just as Philwyn was about to end this childish fight, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Behind her, the remaining robbers moved toward Philwyn. They knew that if their leader lost, their fate would be dire. So he decided to ambush the woman in front of him. However, just as they were about to strike Philwyn with their swords and axes, a figure appeared behind him. Eren's face was expressionless as he indifferently looked at the 20 or so robbers in front of him. Why don't you just stay put or run away? As Ellen said this, she opened her arms. A magic circle slowly appeared before Eren. Of course, even if they planned to escape, Eren wouldn't let them go. After all, they've become robbers. What good people could they possibly be? The robbers' swords or axes swung towards Eren, but were blocked by an invisible barrier. Eren smiled. The next second, a huge blue arc magic circle appeared in the sky. Look, what's that? This is high-level magic. Run, run. In an instant, the already chaotic crowd became even more chaotic. The robbers fled towards the outside of the magic circle, but as they approached, the transparent membrane reappeared. A group of people hacked and slashed with knives and axes, but they couldn't budge the barrier at all. Suddenly, one of the robbers turned around and knelt down in the direction of Eren. Young master, please let me go. I have never killed anyone. They were the ones who killed them. I was just watching. I've never killed anyone. Please, please let me go. The surrounding robbers were also momentarily stunned by their companion's actions, but they quickly recovered and pointed at his nose, cursing. You son of a bitch, Jerry. You're always the one who kills the most people. Did you kill that mother and daughter last time? You even used them before killing them. What are you pretending to be, a good person? A man next to him loudly rebuked the man named Gree, but the next second, he also knelt down. Sir, don't listen to this beast. He's the one who killed the most. I'm the one who's never killed anyone. I'm innocent. Please, please let me go. Please. I'm willing to be your slave. You can even sell me as a slave. Just please don't kill me. Good heavens. This completely stunned Gree, who was kneeling beside him. How can someone be so shameless? Seeing that 2 people had already knelt down and begged for mercy, the other 20-odd people also knelt down one after another. Following the example of the 2 above, they kept saying how innocent they were. He admitted that he was forced into becoming a robber and begged Eren not to kill them. Eren's lips curled up in a smile. That's interesting. That's really interesting. A group of people actually slandered each other in front of him. No, they exposed each other. They revealed all the bad things the other person had done. Under Eren's divine gaze, not one of them was innocent. Eren smiled. He waved his hand, stopping the blue magic circle above. My whole body floated into the air. He then moved directly above the crowd, looking at the group of robbers. Seeing Eren flying in the air, everyone dared not move. Flight magic, that's a spell that requires at least the 4th rank to learn. The person before me is a 4th-tier mage. They actually managed to rob a 4th-tier mage's carriage. That's incredibly bad luck. Since you are begging me to live, I am not an unreasonable person. Eren smiled. Then, he looked at everyone and said, but I will only let one person live. That's up to you to decide. With that, Eren left the magic circle that had trapped all the robbers. Also, if I don't know who will survive when I come back. Eren turned his head again and looked at everyone. Then let them all die. They're all guys who've killed innocent people anyway. As for the one who survived in the end, Ilum won't let him go either. He only said he wouldn't kill him. What if we send Vera? Varain does possess some level 3 strength after all. Thinking this, Irene looked up at Varain in the carriage. At that moment, Vera was also looking at him. Her pale red pupils instantly looked away when they met Irene's gaze. Why is Ellen looking this way? No, I can't let him think I'm watching him. With that thought in mind, Vera hurriedly turned her gaze toward Phil Wynn. However, her tail was wagging incessantly. Chapter 196 Demon Familiar. Seeing Vera turn her head away, Ellen just smiled. He then turned around to look at the situation behind him, particularly with Phil Wynn. As for those ordinary robbers, after hearing Iron's request, they became wary of each other. After all, they are the kind of people who would betray even their own comrades. They don't trust each other at all. Finally, after a few minutes, someone couldn't hold back any longer. Everyone, didn't you hear me? Only one of us will survive. Just as the man finished speaking, a sharp blade pierced their chests from behind. The man looked behind him in disbelief. When he realized it was the quietest person he usually was, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. You Yamo. The next second, the man with the dagger kicked the other man. He was kicked away. Pa. As if everyone knows that. The moment this unexpected turn of events occurred, everyone around understood the meaning behind Ellen's words. That person wants them to kill each other. Then only one person was left. In an instant, everyone felt insecure. Amidst the flashing blades, the chaotic battle began. Blood, screams, and people falling one after another became the ritual for these companions to get to know each other. Ilum ignored the incessant wails behind him. When they kill others, they should think of the moment when they themselves become the lamb. Ellen was kind. At least she let them live a little longer. Otherwise, once his magic circle descends, everyone inside will die in that instant. Iron didn't care. Their gaze shifted back to Philwyn's direction. At this point, Philwyn's battle with the bandit leader named Dino was nearing its end. Philwyn held his knight's sword straight at Dino's neck, just a hair's breadth away from killing him. However, just as Philwyn was about to kill Dino, an unexpected incident occurred. Dino ignored Philwyn's approaching knight's sword. They pulled out a bottle of liquid from somewhere, I don't know where. Through the transparent glass bottle, Philwyn could clearly see that it contained a bottle of bright red liquid. In an instant, Dino swallowed the liquid in the bottle. At that moment, Philwyn's longsword swiftly severed the man's head. Blood flowed like a waterfall. It sprayed wildly in all directions. Eren witnessed this scene as well. Because of Philwyn's obstruction, Ellen did not see Dino drink the liquid. But, sensing the increasingly dense demonic aura, Ellen immediately knew something was wrong. I'm afraid that person drank the blood of the demon. With that thought in mind, Eren quickly ran towards where Philwyn was standing. It was at that very moment. Dino, whose head had been chopped off, miraculously stood up. The severed head was reconnected by the spurting blood. A massive, terrifying aura instantly appeared before Philwyn. All I could see was a corpse. It started to become strange very quickly. Bright red flesh tore through the skin, and huge eyes grew out from the wound under the head. At the same time, his head was covered with eyeballs. Dino grew to twice his size. Eren's gaze was solemn. Demon familiar. This refers to a monster that is neither fully human nor fully formed due to prolonged contact with or consumption of demon-related items or body tissues. These monsters, transformed from humans, are called demon humans. Dino Colin, a human who has consumed demon blood, a mutated monster, a mad demon, a person whose sanity has vanished. Rank, peak 4th rank. Original sin, wrath. Eren's Eye of God immediately provided information about the monster before him. The giant hand came toward Philwyn, but the next second, the girl vanished completely. With Philwyn in his arms, Eren appeared a few hundred meters away from the monster. What is that? Philwyn, who was being held, looked up and asked with a hint of shock on his face. This was the first time she had ever seen a demon in its demonic form. This situation, where a person is completely transformed into a monster, is truly bizarre. Philwyn is still a little scared. The moment the monster appeared, she sensed its sudden surge in power. She can't beat him. Eren lowered his head and kissed Philwyn's red lips. That's a demon that's been turned into a monster. Eren gave Philwyn a brief explanation. He then began to speak. Philwyn, you stay here. I'll see if I can take care of that demon. As he said this, Eren ruffled Philwyn's hair again and instantly headed toward the location of the demon. His face was solemn. He had originally wanted to ask Dino where the demon blood on his hands came from. It seems there's no chance. Because humans who have been corrupted by demons are almost entirely devoid of reason. Furthermore, after the demonization ends, the body will become like a dried corpse due to excessive consumption of life force. Just like Costa last time. If Eren lets him continue to cause destruction there, Costa will probably exhaust his life force in 10 days. Without offering any further explanation, Eren flew straight towards Dino. The 6th tier knight's sword that Philwyn had given him appeared in his hand. Actually, it would be very easy for Eren to deal with the other party. 1 5th tier spell was cast, and the opponent vanished instantly. However, Eren did not intend to use his magic. The main reason was that Eren wanted to study the physical structure of the demon. Last time, Costa was cut to pieces by Eren, and there wasn't even time to understand what was going on. Therefore, Eren needs to handle this situation carefully. Thinking this, a white magic circle slowly appeared behind Eren. Immediately, the magic circle enveloped the demon that was wreaking havoc. 3rd tier magic, Bruce's cage. However, the magic only lasted for a few seconds before Dino broke free. However, this period of time is enough for Eren to do a lot of things. Swiftly sweeping past the fighting bandits, Eren's long sword struck the demon directly, following the shoulder, all the way down. It split Dino, who had transformed into a demon, in two. However, this attack did not have much effect. The result was just like when Philwyn chopped off his head in the first place. The blood, like unbroken threads, reconnected the severed parts of the body. This restorative power, it's terrifyingly strong. It has an even stronger recovery ability than Costa. However, this demon's strength was not as great as the demon that Costa had transformed into. Looks like we're going to waste some more time. Eren reluctantly raised his hand, and a huge magic circle suddenly appeared in his palm. Chapter 197. Congratulations, you survived. 4th tier magic ceiling. Eren slowly recited the spell she had just learned, and in an instant, a chilling aura swept over her. The entire magic circle completely enveloped Dino. The next second, frost, like a leech, grew out of Dino's turned-out flesh. Immediately, Dino, who had transformed into a demon, was frozen solid. Eren slowly approached Dino, who had been sealed away, and looked at the huge eyeball on his head. At that moment, the eyeball was also looking at him. The ice that had been covering Dino shattered in an instant. The ice shards flew in all directions. A barrier appeared in front of Eren, blocking the incoming attack. A second-tier being, to have such formidable strength after becoming a demon. Eren muttered to himself, what if the corrupted being is a 5th or 6th-tier professional? Eren hesitated involuntarily. If this were to happen, Eren felt that even the entire kingdom's power would not be enough to withstand them. In an instant, Eren recalled the information given by the Eye of God when he first met the demon named Asba, a pawn sent down by the primordial demon. At first, Eren was puzzled as to why the Eye of God would give such a message. It seems these demons have already carried out some unknown things in the human world. For example, why would this human, who is only at the 2nd level, obtain a bottle of demon blood? Isn't this something those demons did? And it seems that the demon lurking in the kingdom of Zephyr may not be just the one from the Carroll family. There might be more. Eren's eyes turned serious, and he began to slash at the demon in front of him with his knight's sword. He felt he needed to tell his father about this as soon as possible. Or tell the church, although Eren had little contact with the Church of Light within the kingdom of Zephyr. But this is no small matter. In particular, Eren has already encountered 2 incidents involving the demon. Without further thought, Eren cleaved the demon in front of him into pieces and then raised his hand. A red magic circle appeared in his palm. In an instant, flames erupted like a jet of water, completely engulfing Dino, who had not yet had time to recover. Seeing the charred demon, Eren stepped forward and kicked it. After discovering that the tissue within was completely necrotic, Eren cast an annihilation spell as a finishing blow. Just throw away the remaining dregs. He then clapped his hands and took Filwyn, who was 100 meters away. Eren, what exactly happened? Filwyn looked up, his pale blue eyes fixed on Eren. She had heard of demons, but had never seen one. This time, it really did startle her. Eren put his arm around her slender waist and pulled her close to him. He leaned down and whispered in her ear what had just happened, and why this person turned into a demon. There was nothing to hide, so Ellen told Filwyn. The girl nodded. Filwyn was pleased that Ellen was willing to tell her the reason. This shows that Ellen still trusts herself. Thinking this, Filwyn raised his head slightly and gently kissed Eren's neck, near his Adam's apple. Eren. After bringing Filwyn back to the carriage, Eren grabbed the hand of the bored Varen. Filwyn, standing to the side, frowned slightly. However, it recovered quickly. Young Master Eren? Vera raised her head blankly, her ears perking up as well. Her long, slender legs, wrapped in black silk threads, also rose to her feet with Irene. Is there anything I can do for you? Vera asked cautiously, glancing slightly in Filwyn's direction. Only after noticing that Filwyn's expression hadn't changed did they tighten their grip on Ilum's men. Help me deal with someone. Irenko hadn't forgotten that there was a group of people playing games down below. I just don't know if anyone has survived yet. Deal with one person? Vera tilted her head, and her ears drooped to one side. They look strangely cute. Eren resisted the urge to masturbate and nodded. It then floated into the air. Young Master Eren. I can't fly. As the girl gradually floated to the surface, Wei Lin said with a somewhat flustered expression. Yes, I know. Eren turned his head, a slight smile on his face. He then reached out and put his arm around Wei Lin's waist. He picked her up in his arms. The girl's chest was pressed tightly against Irene's chest. Huh? Hey. Wei Lin looked confused. Watching myself rise, I felt a little scared. She had never floated like this before, and the weight of her body and the strength of Ellen holding her made her feel swayed. However, being a 3rd-tier professional, Vera quickly adapted. He placed both hands on Ellen's shoulders and hugged her tightly. Filwyn was somewhat angry as he watched the 2 people walk out, his gaze fixed on them. He muttered to himself. When did this happen? Although Filwyn didn't think it was a big deal, She was still in a bad mood. But the thought of them sitting in the same carriage later suddenly brought an idea to my mind. For once, Philwyn's lips curled into a smile. Puff. Ha ha ha. Die. All of you die. Survive. I must survive. Ha ha. Die. The sounds of different people's voices, mixed with blood, reached the ears of Viren, who was holding Eren. His gaze then turned downwards. Just now, Ellen felt uncomfortable holding Verini in her arms, so she carried Verini in a princess carry. Eren could still feel Verini's tail swaying slightly. Are they killing each other? Vera asked Ilum with a puzzled tone. Humans are indeed complex creatures. Even though they are all on the same side, they still kill each other. They kill their comrades, but do not fight together against the enemy. Eren nodded. Vera looked up at Eren, whose face was expressionless, and suddenly felt a little scared. It was just a strange feeling. Vera didn't know what she was thinking. As the number of robbers dwindled, Ellen slowly lowered herself down with Vera. In the end, almost all the robbers died. Only one muscular man remained, wielding an axe. The big man was covered in blood. It was clear that he had killed many people. Slap, slap, slap. Suddenly, applause rang out. With a smile on his face, Eren stepped over the corpses at his feet and came to the big man. Congratulations, you survived. Chapter 198. Don't worry about me. You guys continue. Sir, will you keep your promise? The big man was panting heavily, clearly exhausted from the chaotic battle. Eren's eyes were deep. With his smile unchanged, he nodded and said, I told you, I won't kill you, the last one. You can leave now. With that, Eren withdrew the magic that had been trapping them. The burly man glanced warily at Eren and slowly retreated. Then he plunged headlong into the dense forest. Eren maintained his smile as he watched the man leave. Velen. The moment the giant disappeared, the expression on Eren's face vanished. He became somewhat silent. Is this the person? Viren, who was standing behind Eren, stepped forward and asked Eren. Eren nodded. Yes, Master Eren. Violet nodded and quickly disappeared behind Irene. As a third-tier professional, and having lived on the grasslands for many years, she was extremely skilled in combat. Killing an ordinary person is really easy. Watching the girl quickly disappear from his sight, Irene slowly looked around at his surroundings. The blood mixed with the mud, turning it a deep red. More than 30 corpses lay on the ground, and if you didn't look at their gaping wounds, they would have been as still as if they were asleep. After scanning all the corpses on the ground with his divine eye, Eren found nothing of value. At most, these people had some silver coins on them. There wasn't even a single gold coin. Eren didn't even bother to touch the corpse. A deep red magic circle appeared directly in his palm. He floated into the air. Flames erupted, incinerating all the corpses on the ground. All that remained on the ground was a charred patch. As soon as Eren landed, a commotion came from the nearby woods. Vera smoothed the leaves off her clothes and came to Irene's side. Her black stockings, which covered her thighs, had holes of varying sizes from being scratched by tree branches. The fair skin on Wei Lin's thighs was revealed. Young Master Eren, it's been resolved. Vera returned to Ellen's side, with no wounds on her body, only a little blood on her cheek. Seeing the bloodstains on Vera's pretty face, Irene took out his handkerchief from his storage ring. Velen, come here, Eren said to the girl. The girl was a little confused, but she still obediently came to Eren's side. Then I saw Eren holding a handkerchief and wiping the blood off his face. Okay, all done. Seeing Eren smiling, seemingly because the blood on her face had been wiped clean, Vera felt a slight stirring in her heart. It seems that young Master Eren is also very gentle. Although he is domineering, that's for sure. With this thought in mind, Vera recalled what had happened in the closet and bathtub last time. She licked her lips slightly. However, Waylon did not make any unnecessary movements. All right, we should go back now. Eren raised his hand and started rubbing Vera's head. Once back in the carriage, Eren instructed the coachman, who had been hiding, to go outside and drive the carriage again, heading towards the nearest city. To get here from the territory of Insenet, one needs to pass through several cities. This journey will probably take 2 or 3 days. Watching the scenery outside slowly recede into the distance, Eren turned to look at the 2 people inside the carriage. Waylon sat upright, not daring to move at all, her eyes fixed on the window. Because Eren hadn't expected Philwyn to be so bold. He placed his hand on Philwyn's head. Vera blushed, but her eyes kept glancing in Irene's direction. My throat is dry. Eren, would you like to try me? Philwyn grabbed Ellen's wrist. Iren's eyes darted away, and he whispered somewhat awkwardly in her ear. Philwyn, Varain is here. Eren glanced at Varain, who was looking at the scenery and tightly clenching her thighs. No, don't worry about me, young Master Eren. You can continue. Seemingly sensing Ellen's gaze, Vera covered her burning cheeks with her hands and said, Are you all right? Just as Philwyn was about to answer, the carriage suddenly jolted. With this jolt, Philwyn felt as if he were ruined. The feeling I had just experienced. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. You can come down. Eren looked at Philwyn, who looked unwell, and said with concern, No need. Seeing her stubborn expression, Ellen's face softened slightly. A girlish fragrance emanating from Philwyn wafted towards me. These little cakes make you want to try them and see if they're delicious. However, Philwines are not small cakes, but macarons with a jasmine fragrance. The carriage jolted along, but Eren didn't move an inch. The girl reached out to grab the water glass that was placed next to her. After letting out soft moans, Philwyn felt his throat was hoarse. However, just as Philwyn gripped the cup, the carriage shook violently once again. Philwyn lost her grip on the cup, spilling the water all over the seat she was sitting on. The seat she was sitting in at that moment. Looking at her wet dress, Ellen hugged Philwyn tightly. It's wet. Philwyn was somewhat disappointed. Her white lace dress was wet. It's okay. I'll change into something else later. As for why there were water cups in the carriage, isn't Philwyn one of them? Okay. I'll go take care of the clothes. Philwyn made a move to get up. Her skirt was wet, and she felt very uncomfortable. Not to mention, Chapter 199 ABA. It'll be over soon, sweetie. Eren reached through Philwyn's left arm and covered the girl's head. The girl blushed, grabbed Irene's arm, and nodded. Her silvery white hair swayed freely before Philwyn tucked it behind her earlobe with his hand. She revealed her exquisite face to Irene. As the carriage jolted and swayed, Philwyn clenched his teeth. He stroked Philwyn's head with his hand. Their eyes met, and Eren could sense the shyness in Philwyn's originally cold gaze. The contrast. And so, time slowly passed. Varain kept glancing in Irene's direction. After all, this time it's different from the time it was in the closet. This time it was a close-up observation. Vera tilted her head slightly to look out the window, her arm constantly tugging at the black lace slip dress that Ellen had given her. However, Varain has no time to care about that right now, because Ellen's part is almost over. This is really shameful, because, looking at Ellen's face, Waylon felt a sudden unease rise within her. However, it was quickly suppressed again. She's a maid now, yes. She's a maid now. With this thought in mind, Waylon got up. It leaves no clue as to what's going on. However, judging from her flushed cheeks, she is not in very good condition. Miss Philwyn, do you need my help? Vera approached Philwyn, who was about to get up, and asked cautiously. Philwyn, his entire body drenched in sweat, turned to look at Varain, who was also blushing, and a faint smile flickered across his lips. Then it returned to normal. Okay, Vera, come help me. He lost his balance and fell into the carriage. Careful. Ellen quickly grabbed Phil's delicate wrist and pulled her towards her. Thankfully, I didn't fall. Philwyn threw himself into Ellen's arms. Standing to the side, Waylon. Little Philwyn, aren't you all better now? Philwyn's face was expressionless, but Ellen could clearly sense her little temper. A slight smile appeared on Ellen's lips. He leaned close to the girl's ear. Then what should I use? Philwyn's face instantly turned as red as an apple. All right, Philwyn, it's time to get down. Ellen gently rubbed Philwyn's head and said softly. Philwyn listened and knew his own physical condition. He then helped Irene up by the shoulder. Varain, who was standing to the side, also stopped standing and obediently helped Philwyn. Ellen straightened her clothes, stood up, and looked at Philwyn's wet lace dress. It definitely needs to be replaced. That is, Eren pulled back the curtains in the car and glanced outside. The sun began to move towards the mountains, and it was getting dark. But Eren looked around at his surroundings. Layer upon layer of crops were growing wildly. It looked like we had arrived at a village. So Eren stepped out of the carriage and asked the driver, "Where are we?" "Young master, we're almost at the town of Vinis." The driver replied respectfully, "Let's rest here tonight and continue our journey tomorrow." Eren gave instructions to the coachman. "Yes, young master." Eren then returned to the carriage. Seeing Violin wiping Filwin's dress with a tissue, Ellen walked over and patted her on the shoulder. "Velen, I'll have Filwin change his clothes later." Waylon shuddered and nodded. They then retreated. Filwin. Eren sat down next to Filwin and began to speak to her. "After we get to the hotel in town, can we take a shower there?" The girl stared at Irene, her pale blue pupils calm. Filwin grabbed Ellen's hand, his tone cold. Chapter 200 Arrangement. Ellen was taken aback, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. He placed his hand on Filwin's head and started rubbing it. He then smiled and pinched the girl's cheek. "Sure, but—" Immediately, Eren leaned close to the girl's ear. "Be good then." "Uh-huh." Filwin nodded, a hint of certainty flashing in his cold eyes. "By the way, Vera." After saying this, Eren turned his gaze toward Verain. My gaze fell upon Vera, who was blinking with a somewhat disappointed look in her eyes. What's wrong, young Master Eren?" Waylon looked up and asked. "When we get to the city, I'll take you to pick out some suitable maid outfits. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if my family suspected me when I went back." Eren explained his arrangements. The image of Vera in a maid outfit also came to mind. Hiss. After silently glancing at Vera's assets again, Irene felt that clothes from ordinary clothing stores might not be suitable for Vera. But now there is no other choice. A remote city within the kingdom of Zephiel. Dark figures gathered from all directions. Everyone was hidden under a black robe, making their faces impossible to see. However, each of them exuded a considerable sense of pressure. There were 12 people in total, forming a circle. Aspa didn't come? The man in black robes who was in the lead frowned, looked everyone present over, and confirmed that one person was missing. "My lord, it seems that Asba was injured for some reason, which is why he couldn't come." The person closest to the leader-like figure in black robes spoke up. The air fell silent for a moment. No one spoke again. After a long while, a voice finally rang out again. "Then let's ignore it and continue with the plan. The great God is waiting for us to offer sacrifices to him. We cannot stop because of a small Aspa." The leader, a man in black robes, raised his hands high, making him difficult to see clearly in the silver moonlight. "There are countless gods, but in the end, only a few remain. Greed and rage, your lowly servants offer sacrifices to please your greatness." When Ellen and her group arrived in the town of Vinis, the driver wisely found them a hotel. Eren gracefully approached the door of the carriage and bowed slightly. Filwin, who was walking behind, was clearly taken aback when he saw Ellen's action. Then he immediately thought about what Ellen was going to do. So he placed his hand on Eren's outstretched hand, and Eren led him outside. "Why would you think of doing something so pointless?" Filwin asked from behind Ellen as she was led out of the car. Although Filwin was not a nobleman, he was not interested in these aristocratic etiquettes. That's why he was slightly taken aback when he saw Eren's actions. Logically speaking, Ellen should know about her situation. She doesn't care about any aristocratic etiquette. You are who you are. There's no need to show anything to others. After Eren led her into the hotel and checked into the room, he whispered in the girl's ear. "Anyway, I'll learn it in the future, so I might as well get used to it in advance." Of course, if little Filwin doesn't want to learn, he doesn't have to. Upon hearing Ellen's words, Filwin tilted his head, somewhat puzzled. "Why do I have to learn this sooner or later? I'm not an aristocrat. Unless—" Eren's intentions instantly came to mind. However, she recovered quickly. "That's what you said." After saying that, Filwin took Ellen's hand and walked towards their reserved room. Violet watched this scene from behind. However, she didn't say anything and walked towards her room. The process of adapting to one's new identity takes a long time, so Vivian's current situation is normal. It's almost dark now. "Eren, what are your plans after we get back?" Just then, Filwin's voice came from beside him. Eren opened his eyes, but did not see Filwin's eyes. "What kind of arrangement do you want to ask about? Is it about her arrangements?" or her own schedule. If it's about her arrangements, Philwyn could actually stay in her room if Hillier wanted. However, his mother, Rickety, would definitely not allow it. Who lets guests sleep in the same room as the host? However, Ellen could have Philwyn come in the evening. It's your future plan. Philwyn began to explain. It will probably take another month or two to rebuild Erst College, and it will be quite boring in the meantime. However, Ellen knew that besides staying at home, there was another thing she had to do. That's about the devil. There's also the matter of Levitt. Although the Duke of the Rose has not yet come to him, and Levitt has not given him an answer. However, Eren felt that Levitt still wanted to be the Duke. So no matter what, Ellen has to let this kid get out. Otherwise, staying at his house all the time would really be. Ellen said it annoyed her. As for how to make that old man, Duke Rose, disappear. Didn't I recently hear that he went to the Borpa Forest to guard the entrance to the Demon Abyss? It's not unusual to die in battle there, is it? Eren raised his hand, squeezed the thing in front of him, and then spoke. I should go to the Borpa Forest and the church. Does Philwyn want to come with me? After telling Philwyn his plans, Eren continued what he had been doing. It must have been my actions that caused her to react this way. How cute. With that thought in mind, Eren turned around. Then I'll go too, hiss.